What do you do when your landlady wants to throw you out on the street? Call the police? Give in? Su Chen's choice was to look at her. With just one glance, he saw her most fatal secret. When your eyes can see through all things and analyze all information, which will lead you to the pinnacle of life first, a sharp-tongued landlady, or a world-shaking treasure hidden inside a shabby bronze statue? Open up! Open up! Su Chen, I know you're in there. A sharp yell accompanied by a frantic pounding on the door jolted Su Chen from his sleep. He knew it was his 26-year-old landlady, Ningyu. Thinking of Ningyu's beautiful yet harsh face, and her mature, curvaceous figure, Su Chen sighed, haphazardly threw on his pajamas, and opened the door. Outside, the raven-haired Ningyu stood poised, arms crossed, a look of impatience on her face. She wore a tight white shirt and denim hot pants, her long, slender legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings were exposed to the air, and her feet were in a pair of exquisite slippers, revealing toes painted with red nail polish. Even with the frost on her face, she was still stunning. Oh, you're alive? I thought you'd died in there. Ningyu disdainfully scanned Su Chen's less than 30 square meter rental, her tone acidic. What kind of shady business were you up to, hiding in there? Su Chen's gaze shifted from her chest, which was strained by the shirt buttons, to meet her eyes behind gold-rimmed glasses. He forced a smile. Just woke up, Sister Ningyu. What brings you here? Come in, have a seat. Ningyu shook her head, adjusted her glasses, her tone softening slightly but still carrying a condescending arrogance. I won't come in. Just here to inform you, the rent is going up. Starting next quarter, it's 6,000. You paid 4,500 yesterday, so you need to make up the remaining 1,500. Su Chen was stunned. Wait, Sister Ning, I just paid the rent yesterday. The contract clearly states 4,500 a quarter. How can it just go up like that? He had just graduated and hadn't found a job yet. His parents were farmers, and after paying the rent, he had less than 1,000 yuan to his name. Where would he find the extra money? Contract? Ningyu scoffed as if she'd heard the world's biggest joke. Little Su, the contract from 6 months ago has long expired. I was kind enough to let you renew yesterday, and you said we didn't need a new contract, so I didn't bother you. Now the market price has gone up. It's perfectly reasonable for me to raise it a little, isn't it? She was secretly pleased. College students were so easy to fool. A few words and he gave up on signing a new contract. This money was rightfully hers. Su Chen was at a loss for words. When he paid the rent yesterday, Ningyu had indeed said, "It's fine whether we sign or not." He thought she was just being lazy, not that it was a trap. Sister Ning, can you give me a few days? I just graduated, I'm really tight on cash. He tried to negotiate. No, Ningyu refused flatly. Either you pay up today, or you move out. If you run off, who am I supposed to find? Oh, right, she added, twisting the knife. The old contract said that if you breach it, the security deposit is non-refundable. Shameless. Su Chen trembled with rage. He never thought this glamorous-looking woman could be so rotten inside. He pointed at Ningyu, too angry to speak. What? You want to hit me? Ningyu took a step forward, bringing her face close to Su Chen's hand, completely fearless. You dare touch me. Believe it or not, you won't get back the rent you paid yesterday either. The flames of humiliation and anger churned in Su Chen's chest. He subconsciously clenched an eye-shaped stone he wore on his wrist, a keepsake from his childhood. He squeezed so hard that the edge of the stone cut his palm, and a trickle of blood instantly seeped into it. In a flash, a scorching warm current surged from his wrist throughout his body, finally converging in his eyes. Su Chen felt a burning sensation, the world spun, and he collapsed onto the sofa behind him. Hey, don't you try to fake an injury. Ningyu was also startled by this sudden turn of events, afraid that if something happened to him, it would affect the rentability of the entire building. Su Chen's dizziness came and went quickly. When he opened his eyes and looked at Ningyu again, the world was completely different. Ningyu still had that arrogant look, but next to her, rows of faint golden text had appeared out of thin air. Name, Ningyu. Age, 26. Appearance, 87. Personality, caustic, timid, greedy. Hobbies, shopping, spending money. Measurements, 96, 64, 94. Secret, a woman who excessively spoils her brother financially. Secret info, Ningyu often secretly transfers money from her account to support her brother, Ning Liqiang, from her hometown, totaling over 300,000 yuan, without her husband Qianwei's knowledge. Su Chen blinked. The words were still there, crystal clear. He turned his head to look at the TV next to him. Name, television. Brand, Miwei. Value, 200. He understood. This was a power unique to him. That stone had given him the ability to see through the information of all things. What are you looking at? Gone stupid? Ningyu shouted, annoyed by his vacant stare. Can't you see it? Su Chen asked subconsciously. See what? Are you crazy? Don't try to scare me with this nonsense. Ningyu looked around, seeing nothing. Confirming that this was his secret, the anger and humiliation in Su Chen's heart were instantly replaced by a wild joy. He looked at Ningyu, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. This smile gave Ningyu a strange, unsettling feeling, as if she were standing naked before him. You keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Ningyu blustered, her bravado failing her. But Su Chen just laughed, a brilliant, unrestrained laugh. He looked pitifully at this woman corroded by money and slowly uttered a name, Ning Liqiang. Hearing this name, Ningyu's expression changed instantly. That's my brother, so what? Oh, your brother. Su Chen leaned back on the sofa like a king on his throne. That explains why you'd give him so much money. Ningyu's heart leaped into her throat. She instinctively glanced at the closed door, trying to maintain her composure. It's perfectly normal for me to give my own brother some money. My husband knows. Is that so? Su Chen's smile grew more playful. But that's 300,000 yuan. Not a small sum. The exact number struck Ningyu like a thunderclap. She knew Su Chen wasn't bluffing. She had been extremely secretive about this, transferring the money in multiple small transactions. Even she only had a rough idea of the total. What 300,000? I don't know what you're talking about. She made a final, desperate attempt. It seems your husband would know more clearly, Su Chen said, standing up and pretending to walk out. I'll go ask Mr. Chen. Don't. Before he reached the door, his wrist was grabbed by a cold, smooth hand. Su Chen turned to see Ningyu's beautiful face filled with terror and pleading. All her previous arrogance had vanished. Little brother Su. No, Zhuan. Her voice became soft and trembling. I was wrong, you. Please don't tell him, okay? She couldn't take the risk. Once her husband, Chen Wei, found out she had secretly funneled 300,000 yuan to her bottomless pit of a brother, her comfortable life as Mrs. Xian would be over. Su Chen gloated inwardly. He pulled her back to the sofa but didn't let go of her hand. He watched the woman who had been so high and mighty moments ago, now like a frightened rabbit, nervously curling her toes in her slippers. Then, what must I do for you to keep my secret? Ningyu's eyes were seductive like silk, her voice soft enough to drip water. Simple. Agree to 3 things for me. Su Chen stared at her, reveling in the pleasure of this power reversal. I'll agree to anything. Ningyu bit her red lip, prepared to pay the price. First, isn't apartment 301 upstairs empty? I'm moving in, Su Chen said. 301 was a 2-bedroom apartment of over 90 square meters, a world away from his current pigeonhole. No problem. Ningyu nodded immediately. Compared to her secret, an apartment was nothing. I'll get you the key right away. Second, the rent. Don't be a stranger by mentioning rent. Ningyu quickly interrupted him, rapidly tapping on her phone. I'll refund your previous rent and the deposit. Soon, Su Chen received the transfer and electronic receipts. After this, Ningyu breathed a sigh of relief, silently cursing Su Chen for being an easily satisfied fool. Su Chen saw her expression, knew what she was thinking, and a cold smirk played on his lips. As for the third request, he slowly leaned closer to Ningyu, his other hand gently resting on her stocking-clad thigh, feeling its astonishing elasticity and smoothness. Landlady, you don't want your husband to find out, do you? Ningyu's body stiffened. She wanted to cry out but clamped her mouth shut, not daring to make a sound. She wanted to push Su Chen away but was afraid he would go back on his word, so she could only look at him with pleading eyes. This, of course, was not Su Chen's real goal. He understood the principle of if you want to open a window, you must first propose tearing down the roof. If he actually did something, it would give her leverage against him. He looked at Ningyu's pale face, then glanced down, his intention obvious. Ningyu understood instantly. She closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling, her face a mask of humiliation and despair. Su Chen's words, "He is your only brother, after all," were the last straw that broke her. Resigned, she bit her lip and slowly knelt. Half an hour later, Ningyu, her clothes slightly disheveled and her makeup smudged, tidied herself up miserably and fled from Su Chen's apartment without looking back. Watching her alluring, retreating figure, Su Chen licked his lips and smiled the smile of a victor. After Ningyu's departure, Su Chen immediately moved into his new, spacious, and bright home. He lay on the large bed, feeling a sense of exhilaration he had never known. The mysterious stone had vanished, merging with his body, and the small cut on his palm was the only evidence of this incredible encounter. He tested his ability on various items in the house, from the sofa to the water heater, and the information was all accurate. He could even identify detailed information about a car parked downstairs through the window. This power was stable, powerful, and had no side effects. I'm going to be rich, Su Chen thought excitedly. How to use this heaven-defying ability? The first thing that came to mind was his old major, jewelry and antique appraisal. He had been placed in this major at university, where his classmates were all from wealthy or influential families, making him an outcast. After graduation, he couldn't find a decent job due to a lack of connections, but now, everything was different. His internship had been next to the Panjayawan antique market, a place rife with legends of getting rich overnight through lucky finds. That's it. I'll go to Panjayawan to find treasures. The next morning, Su Chen, with the 7,000 plus yuan Ning Yu had returned, headed straight for Panjayawan. The place was bustling with people, a chaotic mix of counterfeiters and treasure hunters. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to touch these things, but now, he just wanted to say all the treasures in the world are within my sight. He walked confidently among the crowded stalls, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. Name, ink shrimp painting. Type, counterfeit artwork. Artist, Zhao Shan, the stall owner. Value, 50 yuan. Name, 5 emperor's coins. Type, modern replica. Production date, 1999. Value, 10 yuan. He looked through stall after stall. They were either modern fakes or genuine items of low value. The stall owners were all shrewd veterans who quoted sky-high prices, leaving almost no room for a lucky find. Su Chen wasn't discouraged and continued his patient search. Finally, at the corner of a stall filled with broken porcelain and shabby bowls, his eyes were drawn to a plain, unremarkable bronze guanyin statue. It was modeled, its bronze color dull and unimpressive. However, in Su Chen's eyes, lines of golden text were clearly visible. Name, replica Song-style gilt bronze guanyin statue. Type, Republican-era handicraft, outer shell. Value, 800,000 yuan, inside. Special event, the true and false guanyin. Event info, during the Republican era, a wealthy Hebei merchant named Zhu acquired a Song dynasty gilt bronze guanyin statue and treasured it. Fearing it would be coveted, he commissioned a craftsman to cast a bronze shell around the genuine statue as a disguise, and enshrined it in his ancestral hall. Later, Mr. Xu passed away without revealing this secret. Su Chen's heart pounded in his chest. This wasn't a guanyin statue, it was a god of wealth, worth 800,000 yuan. He suppressed his excitement and looked up at the stall owner, a dark-skinned, plainly dressed middle-aged man. "Brother, how much for this guanyin statue?" Su Chen asked casually. "Young brother, you've got a good eye," the owner said with an honest-looking face. "This is a family heirloom, a Song dynasty treasure. If you really want it, you can have it for 10,000. "Brother, don't try to fool me," Su Chen laughed. He used the information he had seen, that the statue was enshrined in a hall, to his advantage. The incense ash on it hasn't even been wiped clean. It's clearly an object from a modern ancestral hall. My elderly parent is a devout Buddhist, and I want to get a statue to show my filial piety. Give me an honest price. Hearing him pinpoint its origin, the owner was startled, realizing he was dealing with an expert. But since he had bought it for only a dozen yuan, any sale was a profit. The two engaged in a battle of wits. Su Chen masterfully played his part, sometimes expressing sincerity, other times pretending to walk away, perfectly portraying a college student who wanted to buy a cheap gift for his parent but was short on cash. Finally, the owner, worn down by his persistence, gritted his teeth. All right, for your filial piety, 268. For good luck, not a penny less. Deal. Su Chen quickly scanned the QR code to pay, picked up the heavy bronze guanyin, and, under the owner's gaze of tearfully earning a couple hundred, he walked away briskly without looking back. Clutching this 20 pounds of cash, he headed straight for the largest and most prestigious antique shop in Panjayawan, Boguzai. Walking into the beautifully carved Boguzai, Su Chen was awed by the sight. Every item on display, from the wind chime at the door to the hairpins and vases in the glass cabinets, was a priceless, genuine antique. "Hello sir, how may I help you?" A smiling, uniformed attendant approached him. "I'm looking for your manager." "I have something to sell," Su Chen said in a deep voice. Despite his plain clothes and the shabby bronze statue in his arms, his eyes were filled with a confidence that defied his appearance. Without a hint of disdain, the attendant politely led him to an elegant reception room. Soon, a young appraiser named Qin Tianwei entered. When Qin Tianwei saw the bronze statue, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes, but he professionally took out his tools and began a careful examination. A moment later, he tactfully stated that the statue was from the Republican era and of little value, but Boguzai could consign it for him free of charge. Su Chen was impressed by Boguzai's service. He took a sip of tea and smiled mysteriously. "Mr. Qin, have you ever heard of a painting within a painting?" Qin Tianwei was taken aback, then his eyes widened in understanding. "Mr. Su, you mean to say there's something inside this statue?" He recalled that the statue's weight did feel off for a solid bronze piece. "Mr. Su, please wait a moment." Seeing Su Chen's confident nod, Qin Tianwei dared not be negligent. He hurried out and returned with his master, Boguzai's chief appraiser, Li Rufeng. Li Rufeng was a spirited elderly man in a tang suit. After hearing his apprentice's report, he looked at Su Chen with sharp eyes. "Young friend, Are you certain? Master Li, you'll know once you try, Suchin gestured for him to proceed. Li Ruffing wasted no more words. He carefully laid the statue down and, with professional tools, began to chip away at the rotten wooden base. As the decaying wood fell away, the smell of tung oil filled the air, revealing an object wrapped in oil-soaked cotton cloth inside. Qin Tianwei's breathing quickened. Li Ruffing, his expression solemn, used tweezers to carefully peel back the layers of cloth. When the last layer was removed, a resplendent, majestic guanyin statue was revealed to the three of them. Its gilding was intact, its lines fluid, and its compassionate face shone brilliantly under the light, a stark contrast to its rough outer shell. Name: Song Dynasty Gilt Bronze Guanyin Statue. Production date: Chunhua period of the Song Dynasty. Value: 800,000 yuan. Northern Song. This is absolutely a government-commissioned masterpiece from the Chunhua period of the Northern Song Dynasty. Li Rufing's voice trembled with excitement as he held a magnifying glass, lost in admiration. Qin Tianwei looked at Su Chen with utter shock. Mr. Su, how did you know? Su Chen just smiled mysteriously and gave a vague excuse about it being a family heirloom. After a long moment, Li Ruffing slowly put down the magnifying glass. He looked at Su Chen with an incredibly solemn expression and asked, word by word, Mr. Su, I wonder if you would be willing to part with this treasure and sell it to Boguzai? Seeing that Li Ruffing wanted to buy, Su Chen had no objections. He was buying this guanyin statue with the intention of reselling it for profit, not because it was a true family heirloom. Su Chen estimated that Li Ruffing didn't really believe his words. Upon receiving Su Chen's response, Li Ruffing didn't hesitate and tentatively made an offer. He looked at Su Chen and said, Mr. Su, the Boguzai is willing to offer 500,000 to purchase your guanyin. Although Li Ruffing was straightforward, in business, he naturally couldn't reveal his bottom line all at once. Master Li, don't joke around. Su Chen chuckled lightly. If it were an ordinary bronze statue, the price you offered would be fair, but as you can see, this statue has been preserved so well by my ancestors with tung oil, showing no signs of oxidation at all. That's quite rare. 1 million. Su Chen stated his price. Li Ruffing still wore a smile on his face, but internally he began to speculate about Su Chen. To him, this young man, though appearing to be just an ordinary college student, actually had some depth. Either he had a famous teacher or a family background. Su Chen remained calm, lifting his teacup to continue sipping. The faint fragrance was something he truly enjoyed. 700,000. After some contemplation, Li Ruffing made another offer, which seemed quite reasonable. Upon hearing Li Rufing's bid, Han Xiaoyu, who was standing in the corner, brightened up. As for Qin Tianwei, he was still immersed in the exquisite details of the guanyin statue. It was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Meanwhile, the main party, Su Chen, did not rush to speak but continued to drink tea calmly. That's a bit low. After a while, he set down his teacup and smiled at Li Ruffing. Su Chen's methodical quoting appeared very seasoned. After all, he had known the correct answer from the very beginning. 900,000, and I'll also include this bronze statue outside as a gift for Master Li. I believe such a story will find someone willing to pay for it. This price had reached Li Rufing's psychological threshold. With such a fantastical story and bizarre experience, and the statue being preserved so well, if it were put up for auction, it could still fetch 30 to 40,000 in profit. For good luck, how about 860,000? I would also like to represent Boguzai and make Mr. Su this friend. Li Ruffing pulled out a black business card from his inner pocket. Mr. Su, take my card. In the future, there will be no handling fee for consignments at Boguzai, and you can enjoy a 5% discount on purchases. Great. Su Chen readily agreed. The subsequent transaction was quite simple, as Li Ruffing naturally had his own matters to attend to. He and Qin Tianwei were responsible for returning the statue to storage, while the attendant was in charge of transferring the funds to Su Chen. Once the deal was finalized, even the attendant's smile became a bit more enthusiastic. She could earn at least 3,000 in commission from this transaction. Who could remain calm in front of their own money tree? Mr. Su, your bank card number. XXXXXXXXXX, please wait. The attendant noted down Su Chen's bank card number and left. Such a transaction was not considered large for Boguzai, and soon she returned to inform Su Chen that the transfer was complete. Mr. Su, let me see you off. Seeing Su Chen stand up, the attendant warmly escorted the money tree to the entrance of Boguzai. Su Chen smiled and thanked her. He certainly wouldn't naively think that the attendant's enthusiasm was because she was interested in him. Having interned at a jewelry store, he knew that attendants earned commissions. This was just a small episode. After leaving Boguzai, Su Chen looked at the six-figure balance in his mobile banking account and finally felt at ease. Although Boguzai was a large establishment, he, Su Chen, couldn't afford to make mistakes. Suddenly becoming wealthy left Su Chen a bit dazed until he returned to the bottom of his apartment building. Tap tap tap. The familiar sound of high heels brought him back from his reverie. Without needing to say anything, Su Chen knew it was his 26-year-old landlady. The old apartment building had no elevator, and after passing through the entrance door, there were only simple stairs for residents to go up and down. Sure enough, coming towards him was the landlady, Ningyu, but Su Chen did not show too much enthusiasm. The reason was simple. At that moment, Ningyu was wrapped around her husband Xianwei's arm, the two of them chatting and laughing, appearing very affectionate. Xianwei was not very tall, just a little over half a head taller than Ningyu, and the years had left deep marks on his face. If one did not know the truth, outsiders could easily mistake them for a father and daughter. Sister Ning, brother Qian. Su Chen greeted with a smile. Oh, Xiao Su, you've struck it rich recently. When Ningyu saw Su Chen, she inwardly thought it was bad news. Her smile faltered for a moment before returning to normal, and she hardly paid attention to greeting Su Chen. On the other hand, Qianwei smiled warmly. Hearing Qianwei's words, Su Chen knew that Qianwei must have found out that he had moved into a big house. It seemed that Qianwei was quite strict about the family's finances. No wonder Ningyu had been secretly sending money home. However, Su Chen still maintained his composure, his smile unwavering. As he passed by the two, he discreetly patted Ningyu's arm. Qianwei was completely oblivious, still lost in the illusion of love that Ningyu had created. But Ningyu turned pale, breaking out in a cold sweat from the shock. Ah! Ningyu exclaimed. Qianwei immediately asked with concern, what's wrong, darling? It's nothing, I just twisted my ankle a bit, it's no big deal. Ningyu brushed it off. Su Chen had not walked far, so he naturally heard it and secretly chuckled to himself. Back home, Su Chen felt a sense of relief as he collapsed onto his bed. Although he had only been out for a morning, he had transformed from a penniless dual non-elite university graduate into a small tycoon with over 800,000 in his possession. Gurgle. Having skipped breakfast, Su Chen was starving, and at that moment, only a delicious takeout meal could relieve his fatigue. Despite his sudden wealth, Su Chen still did not spend extravagantly. Ordering takeout was already one of the few ways he could think of to reward himself. Of course, there were other ways, but those would have to wait until the evening. After lunch, Su Chen thought for a while and transferred 800,000 to his father through mobile banking. He felt that having over 80,000 left was already a substantial amount. It wasn't easy for his parents to raise him, and it was time for them to enjoy some comfort. Just as Su Chen was preparing to call back and tell his parents to farm less and enjoy their retirement, his phone rang. Caller ID, Dad. Su Chen quickly grabbed his phone and answered the call. Son, I just got a text from the bank saying someone transferred 800,000 to me. What's going on? Should I report it to the police? As soon as the call connected, Su Chen heard his father Su Jiangwo's urgent voice. Su Jiangwo only had a primary school education and could barely use a mobile phone. The mobile banking was set up by Su Chen after he went to college to facilitate money transfers. It's nothing, Dad, I transferred it to you. I was just about to call and tell you when you called me. Su Chen stood up to take the call. His father may not have had a high education, but he had instilled good values in him. However, his words did not reassure Su Jiangwo. What? Where did you get the money? Don't do anything illegal, I should just transfer it back to you. Su Chen knew that his father was not afraid of taking responsibility but wanted him to return the money. You know my major, right? I study the appraisal of various jade and antiques. I spent a few hundred today to buy a guanyin statue and sold it for over 800,000. You keep that money, you and Mom should farm less, your son has grown up and can earn big money in the future. Su Chen patiently explained to Su Jiangwo what it meant to find a bargain, emphasizing that it wasn't cheating and wasn't illegal. Su Jiangwo seemed to understand somewhat, but he knew one thing, his son was doing well. Then I'll tell your mom this good news. I just received the money and didn't dare to tell her. Don't worry, we'll save this money for you to marry a wife. Su Jiangwo hurriedly hung up the phone. Su Chen wanted to continue speaking but was interrupted. He chuckled softly. Even through the phone, he could hear his father's joy and excitement. He looked down and saw the call duration was 2 minutes and 58 seconds. Su Chen shook his head and smiled. His father was indeed still trying to save on phone bills, hanging up right at the 3-minute mark. After talking with his family, Su Chen felt cheerful. In his newly moved-in apartment, there was a big television. He just sat there watching TV until it got dark. It had been a long time since he felt this relaxed. Since starting university, he had been working hard, busy moving from one part-time job to another. In Su Chen's university life, there were only two things: part-time work and studying. For dinner, Su Chen didn't order takeout. His cooking skills were decent. Not long after finishing dinner, Su Chen was ready to sleep, but suddenly his phone beeped with a text message. Curious, he picked up his phone to see who was messaging him at this hour. Ningyu, you wouldn't tell me it's your husband, would you? On the other end, Ningyu had finally seized the opportunity while her husband was taking a shower to secretly send a text to Su Chen. Feeling guilty, she quickly deleted the original message and put her phone on silent, afraid her husband would see if Su Chen replied. But she couldn't shake off the worry of not sending the message. Fortunately, Su Chen didn't keep her waiting long. Su Chen, when your husband falls asleep, come find me, we need to discuss something. Ningyu's eyes widened as she carefully read the message, then quickly deleted it. She first let out a small sigh of relief, but then her face turned pale. Ningyu bit her lip and put down her phone. After an unknown amount of time, Su Chen, lying in bed, heard the sound of a door opening, followed by almost inaudible footsteps. He slightly lifted his eyelids, and a pair of bare feet painted with red nail polish came into his view. Where there is conversation, it is long; where there is none, it is short. Half an hour later, the door closed and Su Chen let out a long breath, satisfied, and fell asleep. The next morning, Su Chen was out early again. Accustomed to a busy life, his biological clock naturally woke him up at 6. This time, his destination was still Panjiawan. Yesterday he had only seen a small part of it. Moreover, today was the weekend and there were particularly many people. Not long after he entered, Su Chen made a discovery. Name, Daming. Tongbao Production Dynasty, Ming Dynasty, judging value, 2,000 at a stall selling ancient coins. Su Chen spotted this coin. Generally speaking, Su Chen was reluctant to look at ancient coins. Sifting through a pile was quite a strain on the eyes. But somehow, he just happened to glance at it a bit longer in the crowd. Su Chen squatted down, picking and choosing. Look here, little brother, all genuine. The stall owner greeted him enthusiastically upon seeing someone approach. Su Chen knew well that among a pile of copper coins, finding even one genuine coin was already quite good. And even if it was real, it would likely be something like Kanchi Tongbao or Qianlong Tongbao, which had a high circulation, with a few in good condition worth 20 or 30, while those in poor condition were only worth 7 or 8. Su Chen first grabbed that Daming Tongbao, then picked a few more, both real and fake. The stall owner's brows gradually furrowed, thinking, this kid can't really understand, can he? He looks just like a university student. But the stall owner soon relaxed. Su Chen casually tossed the copper coins in his hand and continued to pick through. Finally, impatient, he grabbed a handful and said, just these, will you sell them for 50? If you buy, find me a plastic bag to pack them. Su Chen acted very impatient, looking like a novice. Seeing that Su Chen had indeed just grabbed a handful, the stall owner finally put on a smile. Sure, why wouldn't I sell? He thoughtfully packed them in a plastic bag, afraid Su Chen might change his mind. After Su Chen paid, he casually stuffed the plastic bag into his pocket. The stall owner felt even more at ease. Those selling goods at Panjiawan were all like this, worried about not selling their items and also concerned about actually selling something good. Of course, this excluded stalls that only sold fakes. Su Chen's plastic bag contained only a few valuable Ming Dynasty coins and a handful of Qing Dynasty coins worth about $10 each. He didn't aim too high. These few copper coins were enough to satisfy him. He understood clearly that even if he could see the true value, there were only so many genuine items in Panjiawan, and he couldn't force what wasn't there. Moreover, with that bag of copper coins, Su Chen could already make a small 2,000 yuan. Earning 2,000 a day was something he wouldn't have dared to dream of before graduating, and it wasn't even tiring. Su Chen continued to stroll around. After walking a few steps, he passed by the stall where he had bought the Guanyin statue yesterday. The owner, completely unaware that he had lost hundreds of thousands yesterday, was still cheerfully trying to attract customers. Su Chen took a glance. There were no genuine items left on his stall, so he walked on without a care. Sometimes, ignorance is also a kind of happiness, Su Chen thought, feeling pleased with his good fortune. After his gains, Su Chen strolled leisurely. He truly knew nothing about this trade. Some items looked genuine to him but were actually fake. Name, Imitation Yongzheng. Famille Rose double-handled vase pair production year, 2017 value, 300 as he watched the buyer smiling broadly as he pulled out a thick stack of cash to hand to the stall owner. It looked like there were at least several thousand yuan. Then he cradled the vases in his arms as if he had found a treasure. Noticing Su Chen coming over to watch, the buyer looked at him warily, afraid he might swoop in. Su Chen hadn't intended to remind him, but seeing his expression, he stood by with a smile, enjoying the sight of him getting taken advantage of. What's up, little brother? You like porcelain too? Why not take a look at what I have here? I never boast, these are all from the Qing dynasty. If you go to other stalls, they'll insist their vases are from the Tang, Song, Yuan, or Ming dynasties. You see, that guy just now isn't a first-time buyer here. If it were fake, he wouldn't come back a second time. Seeing Su Chen standing nearby, seemingly interested, the stall owner quickly beckoned him over. If Suchin couldn't distinguish between real and fake, he might have developed a good impression of him from this speech. Suchen looked at the stall owner. Name, Zhenghua. Age, 37. Personality, greedy, loyal, cautious. Skill, antiquing. At a glance, Suchen understood that this guy relied solely on antiquing for a living. I'm not as rich as him, Suchen replied, picking up the conversation. There really were things he wanted at this stall. No worries. Little brother, feel free to look. If you find something you like, I'll give you a 20% discount. Zhenghua was quick to seize the opportunity. In his view, as long as Suchen spent money at his stall, he would profit. Suchen pretended to be clueless, looking left and right. He borrowed a magnifying glass from Zhenghua and occasionally examined things closely. In truth, he wasn't really looking for anything, he was just putting on an act. After a long while, Zhenghua grew somewhat impatient, and only then did Suchen seem to snap back to reality, looking embarrassed as he said, "Sorry, have I been looking too long?" Zhenghua suppressed his impatience and patted his chest. "No problem, take as long as you need." Hearing this, Suchen pretended to want to continue looking but then stopped. "Big brother, I don't really understand much. I'm just here to browse during the summer vacation. How about I pick a smaller one, and you give me a better price?" Suchen looked like an inexperienced college student, which was indeed quite misleading. Name, glass-carved dragon. Snuff bottle. Production year, late Qing dynasty. Value, 1500. This snuff bottle from the late Qing dynasty looked very new due to its material, but the color was quite understated. Seeing Suchen looking like he had no choice but to buy, Zhenghua secretly rejoiced. He thought that college students' money was easy to earn. After just a short while of looking, they felt embarrassed not to buy. After all, he couldn't even be bothered to antique that snuff bottle. He had just tossed it onto the stall after receiving it. "Little brother, this thing is a treasure. You know the Empress Dowager, right? This was given by the Empress Dowager. What you think in your heart is one thing, but what you say out loud is another. How about you give me 1500? Suchen almost thought that Zhenghua had eyes like his when he heard the price, but he quickly calmed down, putting on a troubled expression. Can I not buy it?" Suchen said pitifully. "Alright, didn't Big Brother just say he'd give you a 20% discount? Little brother, how about 1200? Zhenghua took the initiative to lower the price. "Is 200 okay? If not, I won't take it." Suchen hurriedly put down the snuff bottle, as if he were handling a hot potato. Zhenghua first looked troubled, then helpless. "Little brother, you're really making it hard for me. Let's just consider it a favor to a friend. You can take it." Suchen glanced at the snuff bottle again, then at Zhenghua, slowly pulling out his phone to scan the code and pay. "Thank you, brother Zhang." Suchen tearfully saved 1300. Strange. When did I say my surname was Zhang? Forget it, this silly kid is really easy to fool. I just made 180. After Suchen left, Zhenghua muttered quietly at the stall. Of course, both felt they had made a profit. However, it seemed that Suchen's luck had run out. He wandered around until noon but didn't find any other valuable items. Yet he wasn't upset, he had gained a lot of knowledge. That morning, he saw vendors quoting prices in the hundreds of thousands, only to have buyers take them away for a few dozen. Suchen sighed inwardly, realizing that his pricing wasn't aggressive enough. In the antique business, it's all about sky-high prices and bargaining down. Of course, if someone bought it for a few dozen, they might lose a few dozen as well. Suchen had already pocketed over 3,000. Just as he was about to find a place to eat and rest, a commotion caught his attention. "Come and see, this kid broke my Ming Dynasty vase and still wants to run." "I didn't run." "Then you pay for it." "I didn't break it, why should I pay?" Suchen looked over and saw a crowd gathered in layers around the source of the noise. He put his haul into his backpack, slung it across his chest, and wanted to join the excitement. After all, he was a young and strong college student, while most of the people in Panjiawan were in their 30s, 40s, or even older. Suchen easily squeezed to the front. He saw a large, round woman gripping a thin middle-aged man like a vice, refusing to let go. There was a pile of broken porcelain shards on the ground. From the bystanders, Suchen gathered the gist of the situation. The thin man wanted to buy a porcelain vase from the large woman, but when she handed it to him, he dropped it and shattered it. "Isn't this just a complete novice? Doesn't he know antiques shouldn't be passed around?" A man in his 50s or 60s, next to Suchen, spoke up. "Sir, can I ask you something? What does it mean that antiques shouldn't be passed around?" Suchen asked, looking eager to learn. "These things aren't cheap. If you pass something directly from one person's hands to another, and it accidentally breaks, who do you think is responsible?" Seeing Suchen's question, the old man was happy to teach. "So, we old hands always have. The vendor placed the item on the ground for us to inspect. After looking, we put it back, and the vendor takes it back. A complete vase might only cost a few hundred, but a broken one could be worth tens of thousands. The old man shook his head in lamentation. This vase of mine is from the Ming dynasty. If you don't pay 10 or 8,000 today, don't even think about leaving. Sure enough, the large woman was trying to extort the thin man. Sir, you're really something, Suchen praised, surprised that the old man had guessed correctly. However, Suchen was more interested in the shards on the ground, wondering if he could identify them himself. Name, imitation. Ming Dynasty blue glaze shallow colorful flower in bird vase production date 2020 value 0. Suchen pouted, it was indeed fake. But soon, another item at the stall caught his attention. Title, National Morning Calligraphy Book Creation Time, 1964 value 5 million. Author, Yu Yuren. It was a pile of yellowed scraps of paper, some unfolded, some curled up. Suchen couldn't see clearly, but he could vaguely make out that it was a stack of calligraphy books. Upon seeing the value of the calligraphy books, Suchen was taken aback. Although it was something from after the founding of the country, he never expected it to be worth so much. Suchen's reaction startled the old man beside him. Young man, what's wrong? Cough, cough, I'm just reminding myself not to learn from him in the future. Suchen laughed brightly, pointing at the helpless Ma Gon who was taking out money. After a friendly exchange between the two, Ma Gon decided to spend 5,000 to buy the pile of Ming Dynasty porcelain shards. Well, it's good to remind yourself, the old man nodded in agreement. Seeing that there was no more excitement to watch and it was hot in the middle of the day, the crowd gradually dispersed. The fat woman took the money and happily hid under an umbrella, gulping down mineral water while occasionally wiping her sweat with the back of her hand. I'm telling you, the stuff was broken by you, and I won't refund the money. The sunlight in front of her was blocked, and the fat woman thought it was Ma Gon returning. When she moved the water bottle aside, she saw Suchen grinning at her. What's up, little brother, what do you like? The fat woman's voice softened. Sister, can I take a look at those calligraphy books? Suchen looked at the fat woman, suppressing his disgust, and asked with a smile. Go ahead, little brother. Look for yourself. The fat woman pointed with her thick fingers at the calligraphy books. Suchen began to flip through them. Although the calligraphy books were all yellowed, Yu Yoren's authentic piece was clearly different, the ink not smudged at all. How much are these old calligraphy books? Sister? I want to buy them to practice writing. Suchen pretended to be indifferent as he asked. After looking, he put the calligraphy books down to avoid being scammed by this woman. He still vividly remembered her fierce demeanor. As soon as money was mentioned, the fat woman became animated. Little brother, how can these be old calligraphy books? They are from the Tang, late Qing and Republic. Period. Good stuff. I'll sell them to you for 10,000. The fat woman didn't really understand. She initially wanted to boast that these were from the Tang dynasty, but then thought that was too much and quickly changed her words. Sister, I just want to practice writing. Can you make it cheaper? How about I take half? I still need to save some money to buy Xian paper. Suchen seemingly casually took half, but he was very careful to ensure that the authentic piece was among them. The fat woman thought to herself, what use do I have for this broken thing? A pile of characters written by people I don't even know. That won't do, little brother. You bought half. What am I supposed to sell the rest for? Suchen rolled his eyes internally, wondering if she even heard what she was saying. Can't this pile of calligraphy books be sold one by one? Then I can't afford it. How about 100? 100. There are 30 or 40 sheets. Here, if I sell them to you for 100, wouldn't that be less than $10 a sheet? Hearing this, Suchen calmed down. This woman really didn't understand. 1, 2, 3, 37 sheets. Sister, can I give you 400? Suchen played dumb. The fat woman calculated she had bought them back at the price of waste paper and selling them would earn her 360. 400. 400 and you can take them. Suchen happily paid. After taking the calligraphy books, he turned around and rolled his eyes dramatically. This delay had already made it afternoon and Suchen was starving. He found a small, dingy restaurant, requested a private room, and ordered a few dishes. While waiting for the food, he took out the snuff bottle, a few genuine copper coins, and most importantly, the Yu Yuren calligraphy book to organize them. Especially the calligraphy book. Suchen finally had the time to carefully examine this treasure. The book was densely filled with dozens of characters, the writing flowing like water. Suchen felt that even if he practiced for 10 years, he wouldn't be able to replicate it. Besides these characters, there was also a red seal on the calligraphy book. Suchen barely recognized it as the 4 characters Taiping Lauren. The originally yellowed calligraphy book was somewhat damaged, but fortunately, it was only at the edges and the characters on the book were still clearly visible. Suchen didn't understand the characters, but to think that something less than 50 years old could sell for 5 million was certainly impressive. Suchen carefully rolled up the calligraphy book. It was a helpless situation as he didn't know how to protect it. Then, after confirming that the remaining copper coins and calligraphy books had no value. He placed them all into a plastic bag, preparing to throw them away. As for the antiques, they were naturally placed carefully into his backpack. With no intention of indulging in delicacies, Su-chen hastily had lunch. Upon arriving again at the familiar entrance of the antique shop, Su-chen took a deep breath, knowing that when he came out again, he would be a millionaire. Su-chen slowly pushed open the large door of the antique shop, and the pleasant sound of a copper bell rang out. Su-chen looked into the hall. The ink pad he had seen yesterday was gone, replaced by a copper mirror of similar value. TSK, there are really a lot of wealthy people. TSK, I want to become a wealthy person too, Su-chen sighed. It was originally a lazy afternoon, and with no other customers around, Su-chen noticed that the staff at the antique shop looked very energetic, and he couldn't help but marvel at the difference of a big store. The same server who had attended to Su-chen last time was there again, as they had just made a transaction yesterday, so Su-chen had some impression of her. Su-chen originally wanted to greet her, but he noticed that the server's expression was somewhat stiff. Sir, is there anything I can assist you with? Su-chen felt it was a bit strange. Is Mr. Lee here? I have something to sell? Seeing the server like this, Su-chen didn't insist on greeting her and directly stated his purpose. The server was taken aback upon hearing this. She hadn't expected Su-chen to come back to buy something again today, but she quickly regained her composure, displaying a standard smile. Sir, Mr. Lee is not here today. There are other appraisers in the shop. Would you like me to arrange someone for you? That's fine. Su-chen was mainly worried that those appraisers wouldn't have the authority to make decisions, and since Lee Ruffing wasn't there, he didn't want to push it. No need, Xiaohan, you can step back. At that moment, a clear female voice rang out, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of high heels. Su-chen turned to look in the direction of the voice, seeing pure white high heels, with faint blue veins visible on the exposed instep. Further up were pure white trousers, snugly wrapping around her legs, accentuating their slender shape. The upper body was also in a white suit, not a single crease in sight. Su-chen finally looked at the face of the newcomer. A pair of willow leaf eyebrows, meticulously groomed just like her outfit, perfectly fitting her face. Her gaze was devoid of any fluctuation, as if she wanted to keep people at a distance. Unlike the server's smile, this woman was also smiling, but it felt like she was merely fulfilling a task, her smile perfectly measured, as if it had been practiced in front of a mold. Yes, Director Yi. The server, with her back to the woman, quietly let out a sigh of relief in a place where she couldn't be seen. Su-chen finally understood why the staff at the antique shop were so energetic at this hour. It turned out the boss was present, making it impossible for them to slack off. Name, Yilan. Age, 28 years. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Measurements, 90, 55, 95. Identity, owner of the antique shop, daughter of the Yi family. Skills, antique appraisal, Japanese, French, English. Personality, confident, outwardly cold but inwardly warm. Su-chen maintained a calm demeanor on the surface while secretly sizing up whether the figure beneath that suit was truly as good as he had seen. Hello, please follow me. Yilan spoke, her voice carrying an indescribable magnetism. Su-chen followed behind Yilan, watching her ascend the stairs to the second floor of the antique shop. He noticed that Yilan's steps seemed trained, with each stride almost identical in distance. The second floor of the antique shop was a corridor, with rooms on either side. Su-chen followed Yilan into one of the rooms. Please take a seat, sir. My surname is Su. I was here yesterday. Su-chen took out the business card that Lee Ruffing had given him yesterday from his inner pocket. At that moment, Su-chen noticed that Yilan's calm and unruffled gaze changed for the first time, but it quickly returned to normal. Yilan also began to scrutinize the young man before her. Lee Ruffing's business card was not uncommon, but this young man was clearly a university student, and she couldn't understand why Su-chen had obtained Lee Ruffing's card. Yilan personally attended to Su-chen simply because she heard him mention Lee Ruffing right away. Alright, Mr. Su, Yilan said, her tone still flat and without inflection. Su-chen set down his backpack and took out a few copper coins, a snuff bottle, and a set of calligraphy practice sheets, arranging them one by one on the red velvet cloth of the table, then gestured for Yilan to take a look. Watching Su-chen's actions, Yilan couldn't help but regard him more favorably. He didn't just hand everything over to her immediately, which at least showed he understood the rules of the circle. At the same time, Su-chen noticed that Yilan's gaze immediately fell on the calligraphy sheets. When Su-chen indicated that she could handle them, she eagerly put on white gloves and carefully began to unfold the sheets. As for the copper coins, Su-chen was relieved that the table was large enough, otherwise, Yilan might have pushed everything to the floor. As the calligraphy sheets unfolded, Su-chen noticed her breath catch noticeably. Mr. Su, there are some paperweights in the drawer on the side of the table. Could you please get one for me? Yilan said, but her eyes never left the calligraphy sheets. Su-chen chuckled silently. It was somewhat impolite to make the guest do the work. However, he wasn't angry. The more Yilan liked the calligraphy sheets, the higher their selling price would be. Since one side of the table was cluttered with items, the copper coins, Yilan was already quite close to the side of the table. Su-chen took a paperweight from the side drawer and distinctly caught a whiff of a subtle fragrance from Yilan. He sniffed gently. The scent was very pleasant, something he had never encountered before, and it seemed much more elegant compared to perfume. But business was important, so Su-chen handed the paperweight to Yilan. She took the paperweight and pressed it down on the calligraphy sheets. As Yilan's gaze skimmed over the fragmented imperfections on the sheets, her brow furrowed slightly, though it was not visible. Wasting natural resources. These 4 words floated in Yilan's mind. The first paperweight pressed down on the upper left corner of the sheets, allowing Yilan to free her hands to press down the remaining triangle with the other paperweight. Seeing that Yilan had no intention of continuing to pay attention to him, Su-chen didn't want to make himself uncomfortable and returned to his seat. Fortunately, it was Han Xiaoyu who brought over a cup of tea, otherwise, Su-chen felt he might have to resort to playing on his phone out of boredom. Han Xiaoyu clearly knew Yilan's habits, as she only brought over a cup of tea and didn't linger. She just softly said to Su-chen, "Call me if you need anything," before hurriedly leaving. It seemed she didn't dare to engage too much with Yilan. Was it really that intimidating? Su-chen thought. Watching Yilan's focused demeanor, he found her serious expression quite attractive. "Mr. Su, please name your price." Su-chen waited for a long time, finishing his tea, and just as he was debating whether to go downstairs for a refill, Yilan finally spoke up. Su-chen was momentarily taken aback. "Mr. Su, please name your price." Yilan repeated. Aren't you going to look at those over there?" Su-chen pointed to the copper coins and snuff bottle he had been busy with all morning. Yilan looked puzzled, seemingly finding it ridiculous that Su-chen would confuse the snuff bottle with the calligraphy sheets. But she pressed the call button on the table and then fell silent. It was the first time Su-chen noticed a small button on the side of the table. Soon, Han Xiaoyu hurriedly walked in. "What is it, Ms. Yi?" "Transfer 5,000 yuan to Mr. Su. And take this pile of things downstairs," Yilan instructed, pointing at the snuff bottle and copper coins. As if she were asking to have this pile of junk removed, Han Xiaoyu would not be so casual. She carefully took out the red velvet cloth she carried with her, wrapped the items one by one, then bent slightly to Yilan in a gesture of respect before turning to leave. Su-chen understood that this was Yilan's price for these items, which had exceeded his expectations, and he naturally would not object. Yilan was generous. Su-chen was naturally overjoyed, and this made him realize 2 things. First, this person in front of him truly was not short on money. Second, Yilan genuinely liked the calligraphy piece in his hands. How could Su-chen not like such a buyer? Although Su-chen saw the price of the calligraphy piece as 5 million, the last statue had also been sold at a premium. With Yilan like this, he couldn't blame Su-chen for asking for a sky-high price. "Can we start discussing this calligraphy piece now?" Yilan asked, somewhat impatiently. Of course. Su-chen would not refuse. "Mr. Su, let me be clear from the start. The price for this calligraphy piece is negotiable, but once you confirm the sale, it will have nothing to do with you anymore." Yilan's words puzzled Su-chen. Wasn't that how selling things worked? Yilan noticed Su-chen's confusion. "I wonder how much Mr. Su knows about this calligraphy piece." "It's a genuine work by Yu Yurin, probably written in the 60s, Su-chen replied, surprising Yilan, though she did not show it. Yilan could tell this was indeed a genuine work by Yu Yurin, and she was quite fond of this calligraphy piece. Originally, she thought Su-chen was just a naive young man who was secretly selling treasures without his family's knowledge, which was why she had said something so unusual about the sale being final. She never expected that Su-chen actually knew the value of this item. Moreover, while Yilan recognized it as a genuine work by Yu Yurin, she could not discern the specific year. This made Yilan regard Su-chen with a higher opinion. Since Su-chen was aware, Yilan decided to speak openly. "Yes, this calligraphy piece is indeed a genuine work by Yu Yurin. The old master is the founder of modern cursive script, known as the Saint of Modern Calligraphy." Yilan's tone was filled with respect for Yu Yurin. She had a connection with him. The old master was previously a board member at Fudan University, and when Yilan was an undergraduate there, she had seen his genuine work in the school history museum, which had left her in awe. Now that a genuine work by Yu Yurin was right in front of her, how could she let it slip away? Of course, she did not share this with Su-chen. However, the information she revealed had already astonished Su-chen. He had not expected the value of this calligraphy piece to be so high. The Saint of Modern Calligraphy. Before this, the only calligraphy saint Su-chen knew was Wang Shiji. The high level of Yu Yurin's calligraphy was evident. Its Seemed he needed to brush up on this knowledge in the future, otherwise he wouldn't know how much he was losing out on. Yilan was unaware that her words had caused her to pay much more. Who could have known that Su Chen was truly a novice? So, Mr. Su, are you really willing to sell? 7 million. Su Chen quoted directly. Upon hearing Su Chen's offer, Yilan paused her breath. Su Chen was actually willing to sell. Great. It's settled then. Mr. Su, just go find Xiaohan for the transfer. Yilan disregarded Su Chen's presence entirely and began to pack up the calligraphy piece. While packing, she muttered to herself, the preservation is so poor, it's truly a waste. Su Chen felt embarrassed. The scene shifted and Su Chen had already walked out of the antique shop. Yilan's straightforwardness made him somewhat suspicious. Was the price he saw wrong? Was the calligraphy piece worth more than 5 million? Why didn't Yilan negotiate? However, he wouldn't go back to raise the price. After all, he now had Yilan's contact information, and there would be plenty of time in the future. Mr. Su, this is the contact information for Ms. Yi. Ms. Yi said that if you have anything you want to sell in the future, just contact her directly, the attendant said while transferring the payment to Su Chen. Su Chen did not know that if Yilan was accepting this calligraphy piece on behalf of the antique shop, the highest she would offer would be just over 5 million. But Yilan was not planning to sell, she was using her own savings and had not gone through the account of the antique shop. In her eyes, Su Chen, who knew the value of Yu Yoren's calligraphy and was still willing to sell it, had become quite mysterious. Of course, even if Su Chen knew, he wouldn't care about such things. With a wealthy woman who had a good figure, high looks, and was generous with her money, Su Chen was more than happy. After receiving a large sum, Su Chen treated himself to a big meal and then returned to his rented room. Warm and full, he thought about other things. This time, not seeing the female landlord, Su Chen decided to take the initiative. Sister Ning, it seems the last bill hasn't been settled yet. When will you have time to come over? He edited the message and sent it. Then, Su Chen casually put his phone aside and lay back on the sofa, happily watching TV. As night fell, there was a knock on the door. Su Chen opened it. Ningyu was dressed as usual, in hot pants and a shirt. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Ningyu pushed past him and walked into the room, sitting down on the sofa. When she saw Su Chen close the door, the calm expression on her face could no longer hold. Su Chen, don't push your luck. How many times do you want to threaten me? Looking at Ningyu's fierce expression, Su Chen felt even more excited. He knew that no matter how fierce Ningyu was now, she would definitely yield in the end. Where's brother Qian? Su Chen didn't respond. He sat down next to Ningyu and pulled her into an embrace. Ningyu bit her lip, staring hard at Su Chen. He went out for socializing. Ningyu stammered. Su Chen's eyes brightened. Oh, in that case. Seeing Su Chen so unrestrained, Ningyu wanted to resist, but in the end, her attempt to push his hands away lacked strength. A desire to refuse yet welcoming, turning the clouds and raining. Ningyu, pale-faced, returned to her doorstep just in time to bump into Qianwei, who had come home. Hey, babe, were you out to welcome me? Qianwei, having drunk quite a bit, reeked of alcohol and spoke somewhat slurred. Ningyu forced a smile. Yeah, I was just worried you'd drink too much. I just went downstairs and reminded the landlord about the rent, Qianwei said, looking touched. It's still my wife who is virtuous. Ningyu's expression fluctuated as she helped Qianwei while taking out her keys to open the door. Seeing that Ningyu was ignoring him, Qianwei continued, What's wrong? Are you annoyed that I drank again? I'm doing this for the family. By the way, isn't our brother about to get married? As his brother-in-law, I should give him an extra 50,000 to support him. Okay. Hearing about her brother, Ningyu forced a smile, feeling increasingly that she couldn't let Qianwei know she was secretly helping him. On the other side, Su Chen naturally had no idea what Ningyu was thinking. Recently, everything had been going smoothly for him, and he was even falling asleep much faster. The next day, Su Chen was not planning to go to Panjiawan again. He knew that the money in his card was just a number, and only the money spent could be called real money. As for his parents, Su Chen also didn't plan to send them money again in the short term. It was enough for them to know he was doing well. There was no need to transfer money and make them worry unnecessarily. As for how to spend it, Su Chen had already thought it through. What could be more valuable than buying a house? Time was not on his side, so Su Chen didn't waste any more time, hailed a taxi by the roadside, and arrived at the sales office of Tianhong Real Estate. Su Chen had done his homework yesterday. Tianhong Real Estate was one of the top real estate companies in Spring City. This property had a full range of housing types from low-end to high-end. And most importantly, it was very close to the Panjiawan antique market. This was crucial. In Su Chen's eyes, the Panjiawan antique market was a treasure land for making money. Su Chen had never bought a house before, and even before his eyes changed, buying a house was something he wouldn't dare to think about. So, he thought that as soon as he walked into the sales office, a salesperson would come to attend to him, just like at the antique shop, but after standing by the property model in the sales office for quite a while, no one came to attend to him. Is something wrong? Su Chen wondered. Little did he know, the salespeople in this industry were all skilled at reading people. As soon as Su Chen walked in, they gathered together, chattering away. Sister Wang, look at that poor kid. Did he take a wrong turn? He doesn't even know where this place is. I bet he did. Just look at his clothes, TSK, they've seen better days, and his pants are all faded. Such a shabby appearance. Should we go attend to him? Forget it, let him look around. He can't afford anything anyway, it's a waste of time. Exactly. I think he even took a taxi here. Can he really afford it? The salespeople clustered in groups, and with not many people in the sales office at the moment, Su Chen became their common topic of conversation. In their eyes, this young man in his early 20s, dressed so unfashionably, could never afford a house here. Talking to him would just be a waste of time. Moreover, it wasn't uncommon for people to take taxis to view properties, but they were usually families with kids. Su Chen was so young and alone, whether he could afford it was indeed questionable. Oh, isn't that Su Chen? A soft, somewhat pretentious female voice said. Oh, Xiaogu, from the way you speak, do you know him? The woman in her 30s, called Sister Wang, asked. Yeah, he's quite the talent from our department, always winning scholarships and grants. The teachers really like him. Then you should go and deal with him, Xiaogu, Sister Wang said. She didn't care whether Su Chen was a talent, since he was on a scholarship, his family situation must not be great. Alright, he isn't this Su the talent? What brings you here? Are you looking for me? A somewhat familiar voice rang out, and Su Chen turned to see a woman in a sales uniform walking towards him. The woman wore exquisite makeup and had a faint scent of perfume. Even in a plain sales uniform, her curvy figure was hard to conceal. The uniform on her made her look like a fallen noblewoman, completely at odds with her elegant demeanor. Su Chen's eyes lit up, but he soon felt puzzled. Who was this person? He thought she looked familiar but couldn't place her. Name, Gu Yuqing, age, 23, height, 172, weight, 110 measurements, 95, 64, 95 personality, beauty-loving, vain, materialistic, scheming secret matter, materialistic goddess. During her university years, Gu Yuqing leveraged her admirers to gain benefits. After graduation, she entered Tianheng Group, seeking opportunities to cross social classes. Rating, 94. Gu Yuqing? Su Chen murmured the name he saw. He rarely participated in class activities and hardly interacted with his classmates. However, he still had some impression of Gu Yuqing. They were two extremes. Su Chen didn't care for or excel in social interactions, but Gu Yuqing was known as the social butterfly of the entire college, recognized as the campus beauty. Her presence was seen in various college activities. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a prominent figure. Su the talent still remembers me? Hearing Su Chen say her name, Gu Yuqing pretended to cover her mouth and laughed. But Su Chen was not swayed by her act. I had no idea you were here. I'm here to buy a house. Can you help me with that? Gu Yuqing's performance didn't impress Su Chen at all. He just wanted to buy the house and go home. Su Chen, let me tell you, the cost-performance ratio of the houses here isn't great. Why don't you check out other places? Gu Yuqing feigned concern for Su Chen. A look of difficulty flashed across her face, quickly replaced by a beaming smile. Su Chen's family was very poor, almost as famous as his excellent grades, and Gu Yuqing didn't plan to waste time on him. It's fine, I just like the houses here. Su Chen waved his hand. Then I'll find you a lovely little sister to attend to you. How about that? She's quite skilled. Gu Yuqing deflected. Su Chen had no objections. Just wait a moment, Su de talent. Gu Yuqing secretly cursed her luck, turning away to hide the smile on her face. She quickly walked to a corner where a petite girl was engrossed in her materials. Sister Yuqing, you're here. Upon seeing Gu Yuqing, the little girl hurriedly put down the documents in her hands. And then, don't say I'm not helping you. Haven't you sold a house this month? Have you seen that person? Go on. That's a former classmate of mine. You need to treat him well. Gu Yuqing put on a facade of false kindness. Okay, thank you, Sister Yuqing. The little girl looked gratefully at Gu Yuqing, nodded vigorously, and then ran towards Su Chen. Gu Yuqing stood in place, sneering. This was a new intern she was mentoring. However, Gu Yuqing had always arranged for her to attend to those who looked like they couldn't afford a house or those she was too lazy to deal with. As a result, the little girl had been there for a month without selling a single house, which was quite pitiful. Hello, my name is Chuanan, and I'm happy to serve you. The little girl, no, Chuanan, came before Su Chen and bowed. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, like a lark. Su-chen looked at Chuanin. She had shoulder-length short hair, wore round glasses, and her big eyes sparkled, because she had run over. In a hurry, her little face was flushed, making her quite adorable. "Let me introduce you. What kind of house are you looking for?" Chuanin said earnestly while holding a stack of documents. "Sure, that I'll trouble the beautiful lady." Chuanin's face turned even redder. Name: Chuanin. Age: 20 years. Height: 164 centimeters. Weight: 95 pounds. Measurements: 96, 64, 80. Personality: sincere, kind. Rating: 91. Looking at the slightly baby-faced Chuanin, Su-chen couldn't imagine that this little girl was so thin yet so well endowed. He couldn't help but glance her up and down. Chuanin, however, didn't pay much attention to that. She was eager to secure a deal. Her mind focused entirely on the documents in her hands. "Sir, just call me Su-chen." With Chuanin's demeanor, Su-chen could easily tell that this little girl was being targeted by Gu Yuqing. Su-chen wasn't a fool. Based on what he observed, Gu Yuqing's materialistic nature meant that if she truly thought someone could afford a house, she would never let go of the commission. This little girl was most likely sent by Gu Yuqing to deal with him. "All right, Mr. Su." Chuanin readily complied. "Mr. Su, what kind of house do you like? Show me various layouts. I prefer places with a good environment and high-end developments." "Okay." Chuanin's eyes lit up. Sister Yuqing really took care of her, letting her handle her classmates' orders. Tianhong Real Estate Sales Office didn't just sell houses from a single development. To be precise, the houses in the surrounding area were all theirs. "Mr. Su, how about this place?" The financially robust Tianhong Real Estate even provided each salesperson with a car. Of course, for newcomers like Chuanin, who had no sales performance, they only got an old Volkswagen, and they had to cover their own fuel costs. Su-chen didn't mind having a car in there. Village was considered quite good, and he wasn't picky. Of course, this also reminded him that he needed to buy a car when he had the time. "This is a new development, just recently handed over," Chuanin explained cautiously, as the environment here was hardly commendable, with renovations everywhere and construction debris visible all around. After this period, once everyone has finished their renovations, it won't be like this anymore. All the properties of Tianhong Real Estate are our own. Seeing Su-chen frown slightly at the invisible, Chuanin quickly explained. Su-chen nodded, understanding this. "So there are no properties available for immediate move-in?" "That's right." Chuanin led Su-chen into a bare shell apartment located on the 15th floor. "Mr. Chu, this is our flagship model, a 2-bedroom, 1 living room layout, 89 square meters, which comes down to..." "No need to consider me, I want something bigger." Su-chen interrupted her. This was a bare shell apartment, and the size did not meet Su-chen's requirements. Ideally, it should be fully renovated and ready to move in, and larger than 100 square meters, so no need to look at anything smaller. Su-chen was not annoyed. He knew Chuanin was considering his needs, so he made his requirements as detailed as possible. "Okay," Chuanin replied even more loudly. The larger the house Su-chen bought, the more commission she would earn. She quickly flipped through the documents. "Mr. Su, please follow me." Chuanin's steps became lighter. She felt this deal was very likely to go through. Passing by the vending machine downstairs, Chuanin paused, hesitated for a moment, and bought Su-chen a bottle of Wanshui mountain water for 3 yuan. "Thank you." Su-chen took the water and looked at Chuanin in confusion. "Aren't you going to drink? I have some in my car." Chuanin's face turned red. Su-chen smiled inwardly. He understood why Chuanin did this. For a long time, he had lived in even more difficult circumstances than her. This girl is really naive and cute. In the car, Su-chen thought as he watched Chuanin gulping down the water from the bottle. The next few properties, with Su-chen clearly stating that money was not an issue, were of noticeably higher quality. The environment was excellent, transportation was convenient, they were fully renovated, and all quite spacious. However, the prices were not cheap, starting at 3 million. After some consideration, Su-chen chose the one with the best location, a large flat. This apartment was located in the city center's CBD area and was also close to a key junior high school. It had a private elevator, 4 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, and was fully renovated. Su-chen also liked the decoration style very much. It was a minimalist European style. Of course, it was also the most expensive, costing a full 4 million. But Su-chen didn't care. He was buying this apartment for investment, so he naturally wanted to choose one with better prospects. Moreover, with a beautiful landlord around, he couldn't bear to leave his rental place. "Let's go back." "Ha? Did I do something wrong, Mr. Su? Or are you not satisfied with these houses? I can take you to see others. I can offer you the best discounts." Chuanin panicked. If she lost Su-chen as a client, she didn't know when she would be able to sell another house. Su-chen was taken aback and then laughed. "What I mean is, let's go back and sign the purchase contract. I want that large flat." "Oh, ha, then let's hurry back." Chuanin was overjoyed. Not very skilled at driving, she couldn't help but press the accelerator a bit more. Sister Yuching. Once back at the sales office, Chuanin asked Su Chen to wait on the sofa. Then she rushed to Gu Yuching to share the good news. Chuanin felt that it was all thanks to Gu Yuching for introducing Su Chen to her that she could sell her first apartment. Thank you, Sister Yuching. Mr. Su has agreed to buy my house, that 4 million large flat, and it's a full payment. Chuanin happily shared with Gu Yuching before hurriedly leaving with the contract. This left Gu Yuching standing there, gritting her teeth, her expression constantly changing. She didn't expect that the Su Chen she looked down upon could actually afford such an expensive house. Chuanin didn't hold back her voice, and the surrounding salespeople all heard. Xiao Gu, you really treated Inen well. You let her have such a big deal. Sister Wang spoke sarcastically, saying that if it weren't for Gu Yuching mentioning that Su Chen's family was poor, she might have gone up to entertain him herself. The surrounding salespeople whispered among themselves, their words revealing envy towards Chuanin. Gu Yuching heard these comments and quietly clenched her fists, looking at Chuanin and Su Chen with resentment. Such a large sum of money, even her devoted admirers might not be able to come up with it. Since it was a full payment, the procedures became simpler. After Su Chen signed the contract and paid the money, he just had to wait for the transfer. As for the remaining steps, Chuanin confidently patted her chest, claiming she would handle everything for Su Chen. Then let's exchange contact information, Mr. Su. Once I help you with the procedures, I'll get in touch. Seeing that Su Chen had no intention of adding her contact, Chuanin took out her phone, looking at Su Chen with a pitiful expression. Alright. When Su Chen took out his phone, Chuanin happily added him. The scene shifted, and Su Chen was already back home. Spending such a large amount of money made Su Chen's mood even more cheerful. It turned out that spending money could be such a delightful experience. He lay on his bed, took out his phone to watch some videos, but found that his WeChat had already received several friend requests. After the rain, Su de Talent, it's me, Gu Yuching. After the rain, you left so quickly. You didn't even give me a chance to properly entertain you. After the rain, Su de Talent, how heartless, why are you ignoring me? Don't you care about our feelings? There were several similar messages, all with a pitiful tone, expressing a desire to rekindle their friendship. Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He remembered how Gu Yuching was back in college. No matter where she went, there was always a crowd of admirers around her, but Gu Yuching always acted indifferent, as if she were a lotus flower untouched by mud. For 4 whole years, Gu Yuching enjoyed the adoration of many, yet he had never heard of her accepting anyone's pursuit. Unexpectedly, she now wanted to add him as a friend. Truly, fortunes change. Su Chen hesitated for a moment but still clicked to agree. On the other side, Gu Yuching was eagerly waiting for Su Chen's response. She was very confident in her charm. During college, she thrived on the attention of her suitors. After graduating and joining Tianheng Group, countless admirers bought houses from her just to get closer, making her the top salesperson in her first month. She was unwilling to accept that the previously unremarkable Su Chen was now doing so well and was indifferent towards her. Gu Yuching secretly vowed to win Su Chen over. Thinking this, she saw that Su Chen had accepted her friend request and immediately sent a flurry of warm greetings. Then they began chatting about events that had happened in college. Their interactions had been limited, and Gu Yuching kept repeating the same few phrases. Initially, Su Chen replied with a couple of and yeah messages. Later, he grew annoyed. Su Chen, I'm going to take a shower. After sending this message, Su Chen ignored Gu Yuching. At first, Gu Yuching waited but soon realized this was the same tactic she had used to brush off her suitors before. Her face turned a mix of green and purple. However, she tentatively sent a few more messages, but they fell into a void, receiving no replies. Gu Yuching had no choice but to give up for now. Seeing that Gu Yuching had finally quieted down, Su Chen felt relieved and began scrolling through his phone. However, it wasn't long before his phone rang again. Su Chen thought it was Gu Yuching pestering him again and prepared to block her, only to find it was someone he least expected, Yilan. Yilan's profile picture showed her in a suit, sitting upright, just as serious as her demeanor. Yilan, Mr. Su, do you have time? I wonder if you could come to the Bogus studio. Tomorrow, I have something to discuss. Upon seeing Yilan's message, Su Chen could even picture her serious face. This is Su Chen's fortune god. He won't treat Yilan the same way he treats Gu Yuching. Su Chen, sure. Tomorrow morning at 10, let's meet at the antique shop. Yilan, I can't thank you enough. Su Chen curled his lips. As expected of Yilan, even her gratitude was so serious. However, Su Chen was still a bit curious about what Yilan needed his help with. There was no conversation that night. The next day, Su Chen went to the antique shop as promised. When he arrived, Yilan was already waiting at the door. From a distance, Su Chen's eyes lit up upon seeing Yilan. Unlike the all-white suit from last time, Yilan was dressed more casually today. The upper half was still a suit, but it wasn't as tight-fitting as before. Instead, it was a bit loose. The bigger change was in the lower half. Gone were the loose trousers, replaced by a tight-fitting pencil skirt that showcased her excellent figure. The skirt was long, revealing only Yilan's ankles and a small section of her calves, yet it was still very smooth and alluring. Haven't seen you in a few days, Miss Yilan, and you still look as stunning as ever. As he approached, Su Chen greeted Yilan with a smile. Yilan initially wore a serious expression but then remembered. She was the one asking for a favor today, forcing a smile. Mr. Su, you look quite handsome too. For a moment, Su Chen didn't know whether to be happy or not. I wonder what Miss Yilan needs me to do. Su Chen quickly changed the subject. This matter was indeed troubling him. Future transactions with the antique shop wouldn't be just once or twice, so Su Chen naturally did some research on this partner. The antique shop belonged to the Yi Group. The Yi Group was a family business headquartered in the capital, one of those companies that could squeeze into the Fortune 500. For the previous Su Chen, entering such a company was almost a dream come true. But now, Su Chen felt that as long as he gave himself time, making it to the Fortune 500 was just a matter of time. However, even so, it was still a bit strange for the Yi Group's heiress to come to a small shop like the antique shop. It was even stranger that she wanted his help. Fortunately, Yilan quickly provided him with an answer. Mr. Su, I'll be straightforward. The two antiques you resold at the antique shop were both picked up by you in this antique market, right? After saying this, Yilan looked at Su Chen, her eyes filled with a hint of expectation. That's right. Su Chen nodded. This wasn't a secret, nothing to deny. Then could you help me pick out a few antiques? I want to give them as a birthday gift to my grandfather. Although it may be a bit presumptuous, if Mr. Su is willing to help, you can also choose one for yourself, and I'll cover the cost. Aren't you quite knowledgeable about the appraisal of these items, Miss Yilan? Su Chen was a bit puzzled. After all, the calligraphy piece by Yu Yuren that he picked up was personally appraised by Yilan. I was just transferred here for market research, so I'm not very familiar with this place, and I have great respect for your appraisal skills, Mr. Su. This part was not flattery. Yilan had checked the information later, and the creation date of the calligraphy that Su Chen mentioned matched exactly with what was on record. Being able to pinpoint the creation year, Yilan admitted she didn't have that ability. Alright, then I will gladly accept. Su Chen was overjoyed. Wasn't this just like a rich woman paying him to accompany her shopping? However, Miss Yi, since it's a gift for your grandfather, you won't find anything good in the antique market near the antique shop. Oh, then where do you recommend, Mr. Su? Just follow me. Su Chen teased a bit. Under Yilan's lead, Su Chen saw her mode of transportation, a silver gray Ferrari 458. Mr. Su, please bear with me, this is a temporary vehicle I was assigned. Su Chen didn't know what to say, a car worth 4 to 5 million used for commuting. However, this reminded Su Chen that it was time for him to buy a car. Just bought a spacious flat, and it even came with a garage. Unfortunately, that means I would have to move out from my landlord sister's place. If there's a chance, it wouldn't be impossible for the landlord to come looking for me. Su Chen shook his head and focused on giving directions. The car was veering further off course, already far from the Boguzai. Miss Yi probably doesn't know, but the antique market here is 2 or 3 times larger than the one near Boguzai. As they approached the outskirts, noticing the puzzled expression on Yilan's face, Su Chen explained. Oh, is that so, Mr. Su? Then why doesn't Boguzai open a shop here? Isn't that neglecting their duty? Su Chen smiled calmly and then explained. This used to be a porcelain factory, but when it went bankrupt, the workers here started engaging in the business of counterfeit porcelain. Over time, more and more antique sellers gathered here. Su Chen paused. However, although there are many people, there are even more fakes. After all, in the beginning, everyone came here for the imitation porcelain. Hearing this, Yilan understood. The fakes here were likely far more numerous than those at Boguzai, and genuine items were scarce, which explained why Boguzai didn't set up shop here. Yilan parked the car. Being in the suburbs, many people naturally drove here. The antique market even had a designated parking lot. Looking around, various luxury cars were constantly appearing. They were probably wealthy individuals here to hunt for treasures. Compared to the antique market at Panjayawan, the porcelain factory area was much more chaotic. Vendors of all sizes were everywhere, and there was little space to settle down. Of course, there were also many people, almost packed together, shoulder to shoulder. Often, there were 2 or 3 people lingering in front of a stall. It was Yilan's first time seeing such a scene, and she was very curious. Be careful, Miss Yilan, Su-chen reminded her, as the more people there were, the more likely it was for thieves to appear. In just a short time since entering the porcelain factory, Su-chen had already seen 2 people who had their belongings stolen. Of course, not everyone had Su-chen's keen eyes. The 2 began to wander around. Su-chen glanced around and saw fakes everywhere, and unlike Panjiawan, where there were aged fakes, the fakes here were fresh out of production. Yilan gradually furrowed her brows. She didn't have Su-chen's skills and could only examine items one by one. The fakes here were almost indistinguishable from the real ones. Several items looked genuine at first glance, but upon closer inspection, the signs of forgery could still be detected. Yilan also noticed that Su-chen's abilities seemed to be even more impressive than she had imagined. At one stall, Su-chen often just took a glance and shook his head, moving on to the next. How could someone possess such skills? Yilan was half convinced and decided to test Su-chen. Just as they passed a stall, Yilan spotted a jade guanyin statue. At first glance, she thought it was real, but upon closer inspection, she felt something was off. Mr. Su, could you take a look for me? Yilan pointed to the guanyin statue. Su-chen followed her gaze. Name, Imitation Tang Dynasty Guanyin Statue Manufacturing Year, 2018 Material, Jingbai Jade Value, 5,000. This was a counterfeit made just a few years ago, but it must be said that even as a fake, it was the most valuable item Su-chen had seen during their visit. Seeing that Su-chen was interested in his goods, the stall owner quickly called out to them. Interested, young man? This is a Tang Dynasty Jade Guanyin, perfect for this beautiful lady beside you. Su-chen waved his hand. We're just browsing. Does Miss Yi like this guanyin? Su-chen turned to look at Yilan. Yes, my grandfather practices Buddhism, and since I'm picking a birthday gift for him, it has to be something he would like. Oh, Su-chen seemed to ponder. Then let's look at something else. This guanyin isn't suitable for him. With that, Su-chen pulled Yilan aside. What's wrong, Mr. Su? Yilan asked curiously, and Su-chen glanced at her before pulling away. It's not good to speak ill of others in front of the vendor. That thing looks real, but at most it's only 3 or 4 years old. How can you tell? Yilan became interested. She sensed something was off but couldn't articulate it. Ahem. Su-chen cleared his throat and recounted what he had just seen. When Buddhism was introduced to China, guanyin did not look like what we see now. Instead, he was depicted as a man, sitting high in the Buddhist hall, characterized by a strong physique, solid muscles, and a masculine appearance, exuding virility. Later, guanyin's image changed. From the male form of the Wei and Jin dynasties, it evolved into a more androgynous form during the Tang and Song dynasties, and only after the Ming and Qing dynasties did it completely transform into a female appearance. Yilan listened intently. She really didn't know much about this. The guanyin statue we just saw is indeed female, but such representations of guanyin did exist in the Tang dynasty. So why is Mr. Su so sure that it's from these past few years? Because in the Tang dynasty, being plump was considered beautiful. Even a female representation of guanyin should be full and rounded, not like that, thin and frail. I see. Yilan recalled that the guanyin statue did indeed look like that. Moreover, that guanyin isn't even made of sheep fat jade. It's Jingbai jade. Jingbai jade sounds nice, but it's actually white quartzite. It looks very white, pure and uniform, and the jade carvings made from it are crystal clear, but it's not jade, and I could tell at a glance. Su-chen was indeed not wrong. He could see it immediately. After hearing Su-chen, Yilan finally realized what had felt off. To her, the color of that guanyin was simply too white compared to sheep fat jade, and the texture of Jingbai jade is very different from that of sheep fat jade. If Miss Yi were to touch it, she could easily distinguish between the two. Yilan knew her own limitations. Even if she could identify it, it would take her some effort, unlike Su-chen, who could see it at a glance. Su-chen was just flattering himself. However, Yilan didn't point it out. After all, it was a mutual lift in a flower-laden sedan. There were indeed many fakes at the porcelain factory. After leaving the stall with the fake sheep fat jade guanyin, Su-chen and Yilan continued to browse for over an hour. Although there were occasional genuine items, they were of little value and did not catch their eyes. Instead, various fakes kept appearing. There were porcelain bowls with old bases, where the base was real but the upper part was a later addition. Porcelain vases dyed with tea water. Broken old porcelain pieces glued together to pass as complete. These tricks were endless. The most outrageous was the old porcelain with pure white glaze painted with colorful patterns. Because it was old porcelain, Yilan almost fell for it. If it weren't for Su-chen's reminder, she would have been ready to pay for it. Thanks to Mr. Su, Yilan felt a wave of relief, not expecting the current counterfeiting techniques to be so advanced that she almost got tricked. No, my skills are just minor compared to those true masters. Even if I didn't say anything, Miss Yi would have figured it out herself. It's just a matter of time. It's not worth mentioning, Suchin said modestly. The more Yilan praised him, the more uneasy Suchin felt. If it came to the ability to identify items, he wouldn't dare come to such a place. But Yilan had no idea about this. She had seen many young people with strong identification skills, but they either specialized in porcelain or in paintings. But Suchen was different. He was proficient in jade, jewelry, cultural artifacts, paintings, and seal carving, excelling in all. Even the piece of amber they saw, Suchen could identify the type of insect inside. Yilan thought that if she had such great abilities, she would definitely have at least a bit of pride and wouldn't be as humble as Su Chun. As they walked along, Yilan's fondness for Su Chen gradually soared. The way they addressed each other unconsciously changed from Mr. Su to Su Chen. Yilan was very willing to spend time with someone like Su Chen. By the end of the day, she had learned quite a bit. The only regret was that it was almost dark and they still had nothing to show for their efforts. Su Chen, it's getting late. It seems we won't find anything suitable. If it comes to that, I can only give my handwritten copy of the Diamond Sutra to my grandfather. I hope he won't mind. Let's go back. Yi Lan's words were tinged with disappointment. Su Chen, however, remained quite interested. If it weren't for accompanying Yilan, he would have made several purchases by now, although not many. Earning a few $100,000 in a day was certainly possible. But since Yilan had said so, Su Chen could only nod in agreement. The two walked towards the market exit. By this time, there were not many people left and the stalls had become sparse. Suddenly, Su Chen grabbed Yilan's sleeve. "Missy, don't rush off. I have found a gift for your grandfather." Yilan quickly stopped, looking at Su Chen in surprise. "Follow me." Su Chen led the way, and Yilan followed behind. When she saw Su Chen approaching a dilapidated stall, she was quite puzzled. It wasn't that she looked down on small stalls, but the items on display did not seem like collectibles at all. It was a pile of bone artifacts, not well preserved, incomplete, and dull gray in color, with some dirt still clinging to them. Yilan hesitated. Even though Su Chen had shown her astonishing abilities today, she still found it hard to believe that this pile of items could serve as a birthday gift for her grandfather. Noticing Yilan standing still, Su Chen looked at her. "Don't worry, trust me." Seeing the discerning look in Su Chen's eyes, Yilan stopped hesitating and followed him. The stall owner was a sturdy cam man, with a dark complexion. Although he was squatting at the stall, his tall stature was still evident. Name, Duoji. Age, 43. Height, 182 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Personality, cautious, timid. Secret, the fall of a Toon raiding family. The fall of the Toon raiding family. Duoji was born in the Tibetan region, and his name means Vajra. His ancestors had made a living through Toon raiding since the late Qing dynasty. By the time it reached Duoji's generation, many of the skills had been lost, leaving him unable to continue. With no way out, Duoji could only sell the heirlooms passed down from his ancestors, preparing to venture into business and do some small trade. Suchen smiled playfully. It turned out he was just a local rustic. No wonder he could find such items. Tashi Delek. This is a very auspicious term in Tibetan, meaning good luck and auspiciousness, often used as a greeting. As soon as Su Chen said this, the cam man's expression changed. Duoji was selling goods here, so he naturally wouldn't wear traditional Tibetan clothing, as that would be too conspicuous. And this fair-skinned young man clearly wasn't Tibetan, which meant he recognized him or knew his identity. Duoji began to pack up his things, ready to leave. His identity left no room for carelessness. "Don't go. I'm here to do business." Su Chen pressed down on Duoji's hand, indicating he meant no harm. Duoji looked at Su Chen, deliberating for a moment before putting down the items in his hand. After all, if Su Chen shouted, he would most likely not be able to escape. "What do you want to buy?" Duoji watched Su Chen warily. If Su Chen made any unusual moves, Duoji would rather abandon the items than risk being caught. "I want all of these." "Name your price." "Things with such a strong earthy smell are probably hard for you to sell," Su Chen hinted. As soon as he said this, Duoji thought it was bad. This guy really knew his background. 100,000? To be honest, Duoji didn't know if these items were worth anything. He only knew they were left by his ancestors and dated back to the late Qing dynasty, so they should be worth a good amount. 100,000 would be enough for Duoji to return home and open a small shop. Hearing Duoji's offer, Su Chen felt overjoyed. Just these items, he had just glanced at them, were worth at least 500,000. Of course, he wouldn't show it. Duoji's quote clearly indicated he didn't know their value. "I'll give you 2,000, what do you say?" Duoji's ancestors had only started Toon raiding in the late Qing dynasty, and most people couldn't discern the age and value of these bone artifacts. For someone unfamiliar, 2,000 would seem generous. Su Chen decisively cut in. "Deal." Duoji quickly agreed. Having something was better than nothing, and his family still had plenty of other heirlooms. Once The deal was struck. Duoji didn't bother packing up his things and soon vanished into the crowd. Su-chen didn't mind the dirty rags Duoji had laid on the ground. He carefully packed the pile of bone artifacts and cradled them in his arms. Throughout the entire process, Yilan stood behind Su-chen, unable to hear their conversation. Her attention was fixed on the bone artifacts, but no matter how she looked, she couldn't discern any value in them. Seeing the deal concluded, Yilan wanted to ask, "There are too many people, let's head back to the car first." Su-chen interrupted her. Once they returned to the car, Yilan could no longer contain herself. "What are these things? I can't figure out what they are." Su-chen didn't keep her in suspense. The 458 was 2 cars, making it inconvenient to take everything out. He pulled out a bone mask from the rags. This was the item he valued the most. Everything else seemed trivial in comparison to this mask. Name: human bone artifact. Production time during the Xintong period of the Qing dynasty. Value: 25 million. Although the mask was stained with dirt, it still emanated a milky sheen. Su-chen held the mask, and a warm sensation radiated from it. Just moments ago, he had been overwhelmed by the myriad of antiques in the market, but with this warmth, he felt much more alert. However, after a short while, the effect wasn't as pronounced. Su-chen handed the mask to Yilan. She took the mask in her hands. Rubbing it, its texture was smooth, more gentle than any bone artifact she had ever seen, even surpassing jade. Soon, she experienced a similar sensation, her fatigue alleviating significantly. What kind of bone was this made from? Yilan truly couldn't tell. She had seen her fair share of bone artifacts, even rhino and tiger bones, but none felt as good as the one in her hands. "This is..." Before Yilan could ask, Su-chen provided the answer. "This is made from human bone." "Ah!" Yilan let out a sharp scream, a rare display of loss of composure. Su-chen had anticipated this, reaching out to catch the bone mask as it fell from her hands. In fact, Yilan had heard of human bone products, like the Gaba la Prayer beads, which had surged in popularity in the mid-20th century. But this mask was something she had never seen before, and she found it hard to accept. "Miss, you must have heard of Gaba la Prayer beads," Su-chen said, and Yilan nodded. "This mask is similar to the Gaba la Prayer beads. It is also a unique artifact of the Vajrayana, made from the skull of a virgin." Su-chen continued to explain, noticing a hint of reluctance in Yilan's eyes. However, such masks must be made voluntarily by a living person, otherwise, it contradicts the teachings of Vajrayana. Moreover, this mask holds a very special status in Vajrayana. It can only be buried with a Rinpoche after their death. Rinpoche is a title in Vajrayana for a great master, ranking even above the abbot of a temple, which is referred to as Kenpo in Vajrayana. In the understanding of Vajrayana, human bone masks can help transcend the mundane and reach the pure land. Su-chen slowly recounted what he had learned. Upon hearing this, Yilan forgot her disgust and stared at the mask in Su-chen's hand, lost in thought. Su-chen remained calm, quietly waiting beside her. "So, that person just now was a tomb raider?" Yilan came back to her senses. Since this item was a burial object, the identity of the Kamba man was self-evident. Su-chen nodded. "Then I wonder, Mr. Su, if you can bear to part with it." Yilan didn't mind, since this item held such an important status. In the esoteric Buddhism, her grandfather would surely appreciate it. As for whether Su-chen's words were true or false, along the way, Yilan had gained a deep understanding of Su-chen's talent and character, and she chose to trust him. Moreover, the warmth she felt when she first held the mask was truly magical. Su-chen was not polite and directly made an offer. 30 million. He saw a value of 25 million, but in the antique business, it's hard to pin down a reason. If this item were to be auctioned publicly, the followers of esoteric Buddhism would probably go crazy fighting for it, especially those from Hong Kong, where there are many wealthy people who believe in this. 40 to 50 million might not be out of the question. However, this was after all a treasure of esoteric Buddhism, and it couldn't be brought to light. Besides, Su-chen was originally just accompanying Yilan shopping and helping her choose. Yilan was well aware of the intricacies involved. It was already quite generous of Su-chen to sell it to her. All right, she didn't haggle and decisively accepted the offer. Of course, even so, she still didn't dare to touch the mask again. Sending the Buddha to the west, Su-chen accompanied Yilan back to the antique shop, placed the mask properly, and then took a taxi home. Although 30 million had been credited, after making money consecutively these days, Su-chen had become somewhat numb. Back home, he collapsed onto the bed. Although identifying with his eyes didn't consume physical strength, after looking at so many items, no one could remain spirited. Looking at the somewhat messy home, Su-chen didn't feel like cleaning. After all, he was a millionaire now. It felt a bit degrading to have to clean his own house. Right. Su-chen had an idea. Dear Sister Ningyue, could you come help me tidy up the house? By the way, it's a bit messy, so to avoid dirtying your legs, you can wear black stockings. Edit, send. At this hour, Qianwei was definitely at work, so Suchen felt a bit reckless. Ningyue received Suchen's text message, and her previously joyful expression while binge-watching a show instantly faded. She opened the message, and her face turned even paler. But then she thought of her brother who had been so happy to call her when he received the 50,000 from Qianwei. Ningyue gritted her teeth and went to the wardrobe, carefully picking out her clothes. Then she cautiously made her way to Su Chen's house. To avoid drawing attention, Ningyue took out her keys and opened the door. Su Chen was startled by Ningyue's sudden entrance but quickly brightened up. Ningyue was not dressed in her usual flip-flops and shorts. She wore a fitted dress that hugged her curves, black stockings on her legs, and pointed high heels. She had also replaced her previous gold-rimmed glasses with black frames, which, paired with a white shirt, showcased her mature charm perfectly. Su Chen swallowed hard. Su Chen, is there something you need? Ningyue said softly. She had already noticed that the more arrogant she was in the past, the more domineering Su Chen became, and in the end, it was herself who got hurt. It was better to go along with him. Didn't I say? Help me clean up. Su Chen looked at Ningyue with a confused expression, feigning innocence. Ningyue glanced at him, secretly annoyed, but still skillfully got to work. She wasn't working, and besides collecting rent, she usually tidied up the house and cooked. Ningyue expertly walked into Su Chen's bedroom, tossing his clothes into the washing machine, and for some intimate garments, she even washed them by hand. During the laundry process, Ningyue inevitably broke a sweat, her hair sticking to her face, giving her a unique charm. The white shirt became somewhat transparent, revealing the black underneath. Su Chen felt a fire building in his chest. After finishing the laundry, Ningyue began tidying up the house on her own, appearing quite at ease. Is there anything else to do, Su Chen? Ningyue was panting lightly. You should clean the floor too. Su Chen showed no hint of pity. Ningyue had no choice but to keep going, taking out a cloth and kneeling on the ground, slowly wiping the floor. The already tight-fitting pencil skirt was starting to show signs of being unable to contain her lace. Su Chen looked at Ningyue and licked his lips. He was having a hard time controlling himself. Suddenly, Ningyue felt a warmth behind her, a heat source drawing closer. Don't mess around. Just as she spoke, her phone rang. Qianwei. Su Chen naturally saw the caller ID as well. Answer it. Ningyue felt as if she had been granted a reprieve and got up. Hello, wife, are you home? I'm back, just downstairs. The old apartment complex had poor sound insulation, and Su Chen could hear both voices. One was from Ningyue's phone, and the other was Qianwei downstairs. After all, Ningyue had just finished her work and was still panting. She covered the microphone with her hand, took a deep breath, and then worried that Qianwei would hear her at Su Chen's place. I'm out buying groceries. What do you want to eat today? Then I must be in for a treat. Qianwei said this just as he passed by the stairs on the third floor, and it was clear as day inside the room. Ningyue's face turned pale, and she pressed the microphone harder. She held her breath, afraid to make a sound. Soon, the two ended the call. Ningyue cautiously glanced at Su Chen. Can I leave now? Sure. By the way, Ningyue, I'm moving in a few days. I bought a 4-bedroom, 3-living-room flat in Tianhong Community. As Ningyue reached the door, Su Chen said. Ningyue's figure clearly paused for a moment, but she said nothing and opened the door to leave. Tianhong Community was all too familiar to Ningyue. She had wanted to buy a house there for a long time, to move out of her current old apartment complex. The environment here was not great, even a bit poor, otherwise, Su Chen wouldn't have been able to rent here before. The tiles in the community were already worn out, and on rainy days, water would accumulate on the tiles, and you never knew which step would land you in a puddle. There was hardly any greenery, and the few trash bins available were simply insufficient, with garbage strewn everywhere. Qianwei's house was also left by his parents, and the decor was quite shabby. If it weren't for the fact that he wasn't working and had no salary, Ningyue wouldn't want to live here at all. And that was a 4-bedroom, 3-living-room flat in Tianhong Community. Ningyue estimated that she would have to sell an entire building just to afford 2 rooms there. Thinking of this, as she walked out to buy groceries for her husband, Ningyue couldn't help but start to resent Qianwei. His looks, figure, and education level were already inferior to Su Chen's, and now Su Chen had bought such an expensive house, making Qianwei seem even worse by comparison. The more Ningyue thought about it, the angrier she became, with a hint of regret. Of course, Su Chen was unaware of any of this. After Ningyue left, Su Chen searched online with his phone, wanting to buy a car for himself. Naturally, he had a driver's license. However, his knowledge of cars was limited to the old Santana used in driving schools. Previously, Su Chen wouldn't have bothered to study these things. For Example, just now, he recognized that the car Yilan drove was a Ferrari, but he didn't know anything else. Lacking any knowledge in this area, Suchen felt like a headless fly online. After looking for a while, he decided to stop. He couldn't understand anything anyway, so it was better to ask someone. Suchen posted on his social media, "I want to buy a car recently, not sure if anyone knows about it. Waiting online, quite urgent." Not long after Suchen's post went up, Gu Yuqing saw it. After Suchen said he was going to take a shower, Gu Yuqing persistently sent him many messages, but they all fell on deaf ears. She was about to give up, but seeing Suchen's post, Gu Yuqing's eyes lit up. First, Suchen was buying a car outright and also a house, which meant he must have made a fortune. Second, Gu Yuqing felt her opportunity had come. She didn't send a message but directly called him. What if Suchen doesn't check his messages again? Gu Yuqing didn't want to be outpaced by someone else. "Su, the talented scholar, have you missed me?" As soon as Suchen answered the call, a magnetic female voice came through. "Just get to the point." "Really, Su, you're so unapproachable. I was clearly trying to help you. Didn't you say you wanted to buy a car? Do you know about cars?" "I don't, but I know someone who sells them. I'll go with you." "Okay, are you sure? I don't want a cheap car." With money in hand, Suchen naturally aimed for something better. "Leave it to me." Hearing Suchen say this, Ningyu was even more delighted. "Then let's meet tomorrow morning. Do you have time?" Suchen thought for a moment. The sooner he bought it, the sooner he could enjoy it. Plus, it's always good to have someone willing to help. Gu Yuqing was ecstatic upon hearing Suchen's response. As long as Suchen gave her a chance, how could she not win him over? She was confident in her looks. The two agreed to meet the next morning, and Suchen decisively hung up the phone. Gu Yuqing wasn't angry. She believed that one day, Suchen would fall for her. "Hey, Sister Wang, I'm not feeling well. I need to take a day off tomorrow." "You'll lose your perfect attendance, you know? But it's fine, go ahead and take it." Gu Yuqing didn't care. As long as she could win over Suchen, what was a perfect attendance award? She could live like a rich lady. A night passed without a word. The next day, Suchen prepared to head to the agreed location. However, Ningyu was already waiting downstairs at Suchen's apartment. Suchen's current address was something she had painstakingly found from a registration form in Chuanen's hands. Gu Yuqing was holding a thermos. Upon seeing Suchen, her eyes lit up, and she rushed over. It was clear she had dressed up carefully, with a fresh makeup look that gave off a first love vibe from school days, and her outfit matched her makeup: a white shirt, sailor skirt, and little leather shoes. Gu Yuqing was already quite outstanding in many aspects, but this outfit made her look even younger and more beautiful. Plus, her perfume had a light fragrance that added to her appeal. It had to be said, Suchen somewhat enjoyed the attention from such a woman. "I took a taxi here, so when you buy a car, you have to take me back," Gu Yuqing said playfully, without a hint of being overbearing. Suchen complied and got into the taxi with Gu Yuqing. "Try this, I made it this morning." Once in the car, Gu Yuqing naturally sat in the back seat with Suchen. She handed him the thermos. Suchen hesitated for a moment but still took it. He opened the thermos to find 2 layers inside. The top layer had buns, and the bottom layer had century egg and lean meat porridge. "Is it good?" Gu Yuqing rested her hands on her legs, propping herself up, looking at Suchen with anticipation. Suchen took a taste. "It's not as good as what they sell downstairs." He spoke honestly. Gu Yuqing's face immediately darkened, but she quickly returned to normal. "Then I'll try harder next time." "Young man, with a girlfriend like this, you should be content." "She's not my girlfriend," Suchen quickly explained, seemingly afraid of being associated with Gu Yuqing. This time, Gu Yuqing's face darkened even more. The car soon arrived at the destination. If it weren't for Gu Yuqing leading the way, Suchen wouldn't have known that there was such a large car dealership in the city center. With land prices so high in the city center, can they make money selling cars here? Suchen asked in confusion, thinking Gu Yuqing would take him to the suburbs. "That depends on what kind of cars they sell. If it's a lesser-known brand, they naturally won't make money. But even the worst cars here are mid to high-end models from BBA, so they won't worry about losing money," Gu Yuqing explained. As they walked inside, they were surrounded by a dazzling array of cars. "Yuqing, I'm over here." After just a few steps, a man in a suit with slicked-back hair and gold-rimmed glasses rushed over. "Yuqing, why didn't you message me when you came?" "Luckily, I've been waiting here." The slicked-back man approached, staring at Gu Yuqing while completely ignoring Suchen. "Today I need your help. You don't have to worry about me. Today is the day our Suchen is buying a car." Previously, Gu Yuqing had always referred to Suchen as our talented scholar, but now she took the opportunity to change the concept. Suchen frowned. As the tall man with a slicked-back hairstyle approached, he realized he knew him. This slicked-back Guy was Shin Yufei from the same department as Su Chen but not in the same class. During the department's awards, Shin Yufei had participated as well, but each time he was overshadowed by Su Chen, unable to secure the highest tier. The difference of one tier meant a gap of 2 to 3,000 yuan in scholarship money, which was not a small amount for an ordinary university student. Later, Shin Yufei had even brought people to corner Su Chen in the restroom, but little did he know that Su Chen often helped his family with farm work. Back home, easily lifting a 100-pound bag of grain. The three of them couldn't even manage to beat Su Chen, and feeling embarrassed, they could only swallow their pride. "Oh, isn't this Su Chen? I didn't realize you were here, my apologies for not noticing earlier." Upon hearing Gu Yuqing's words, Shin Yufei feigned surprise, as if he hadn't seen Su Chen just moments ago. "So it turns out you're the one buying a car, huh? Are you sure you haven't come to the wrong place? The cars here aren't cheap." Su Chen had already noticed Shin Yufei's name tag, which read Market Administrator. It was roughly equivalent to a property manager, but he spoke as if he owned the place. "Don't worry about that, just show us around." Su Chen hadn't reacted yet, but Gu Yuqing spoke up first. "Alright, Yuqing, we'll follow your lead." Shin Yufei turned to Gu Yuqing, his face full of smiles. "Let's go." Gu Yuqing looked at Su Chen apologetically. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. Although he didn't know much about cars, he recognized the BBA brands. He watched as Shin Yufei led him further off course, even passing by a row of BBA dealerships and heading to a corner. "Brilliance BMW, this is the cheapest car we have here. Financing is easy too." Gu Yuqing knew Su Chen's background and wanted to speak up for him. "Alright, let's take a look." Su Chen's words interrupted Gu Yuqing's actions. Seeing the playful expression on Su Chen's face, Gu Yuqing seemed to think of something and fell silent. This car is equipped with a 1.5T turbocharged engine with a maximum horsepower of 140. This kind of power is definitely sufficient for a compact sedan. As long as you're willing to step on the gas, the pushback feeling is quite strong. Shin Yufei pointed to a car while introducing it. This was the cheapest car in the entire store. This car costs over 200,000 yuan, with a down payment of over 60,000. "What do you think?" Shin Yufei wasn't considering Su Chen, he just wanted to quickly find the cheapest car, get Su Chen to buy it, and then find an excuse to spend time alone with Gu Yuqing. "Let's look at something else," Su Chen said lightly. "Sure." Shin Yufei wasn't angry. Since Su Chen was being so dismissive, he decided to let Su Chen embarrass himself a bit, to show him that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. "How about that car over there? The 7 Series, with a wheelbase of over 3.2 meters. Absolutely spacious, and it has a 2.0T engine that can go from 0 to 100 in 6.3 seconds. But it's not cheap, over 800,000, with a down payment of 300,000. Shin Yufei pointed to the most expensive car in the showroom, wanting Su Chen to back down, feeling that he should just buy a cheap one and leave. "That's still a bit cheap, don't you have any better cars here?" Shin Yufei was also laughing in anger. He didn't expect Su Chen to be so unyielding. He thought Su Chen was just pretending to be wealthy, unable to afford anything here. "Alright, follow me." Shin Yufei, being a market administrator here, had some skills. He took Su Chen around all the BBA showrooms. After talking for a long time, he was nearly out of breath. His intention was simply to show off his knowledge in front of Gu Yuqing. However, little did he know, it was all a performance for the blind. Gu Yuqing had been exchanging glances with Su Chen the whole time. Of course, it was her one-sided opinion. Su Chen didn't care at all. "After all that talk, none of these are suitable for you? Is it that you don't like them, or you simply can't afford them?" Shin Yufei questioned Su Chen. He then turned to Gu Yuqing. "Yuqing, you need to be careful. I've heard there are quite a few scammers out there who tell young girls they'll buy them a car, but when it comes time to pay, they just run off." Gu Yuqing rolled her eyes. At this point, Su Chen had nearly looked at all the BBA cars. Although these cars were quite good, the most expensive ones were only 2 to 3 million. For Su Chen now, they felt rather ordinary, and he thought they were unworthy of him. "Is this all you have, just these ordinary cars? Don't you have anything better?" Shin Yufei was both amused and irritated. Ordinary cars? Even he could only dream of these cars, he could only drive them occasionally when he had the chance to test them. Since Su Chen had said that, Shin Yufei was determined to prove himself. "Yuqing, for your sake, I won't hold it against him. Even if he can't afford it today, I'll take you to see what a real luxury car looks like." Shin Yufei led the two towards the center of the market. The further they went in, the fewer people there were, and the higher the class of the cars became. Unlike the uniform sedans and SUVs at the edge of the market, the cars inside looked even more stunning. Convertibles, cars with butterfly doors, cars with scissor doors. Most of these cars, Su Chen had never even seen before. He even spotted the Ferrari that Yilan had driven yesterday. Next to him, Gu Yuqing was so excited she could hardly contain herself. She was determined that if Su Chen really bought one of these cars, she would do whatever it took to win him over. However, even with these cars, Su Chen still found them somewhat ordinary. Lamborghini, Aston Martin, Porsche, Ferrari. Gu Yuqing's eyes widened. Normally, she rarely got to see these cars, and now seeing so many at once was a huge shock for her. But when she turned her head, Su Chen remained calm, even frowning slightly when Xin Yufei introduced a 2 million Porsche. He was still not satisfied. A thought crossed Gu Yuqing's mind, but she quickly forced herself to dismiss it. What a joke! If he wasn't satisfied with a 2 million Porsche, then what kind of car did Su Chen want to buy? Yet, looking at Su Chen's expression, Gu Yuqing increasingly felt that her guess was correct. During her university years, since middle school, Gu Yuqing had been pursued by countless men. She knew men very well. Su Chen's demeanor clearly indicated dissatisfaction. Over there, Xin Yufei was already getting a bit impatient with his car introductions. Seeing this, Gu Yuqing gritted her teeth and made a bold decision. Xin Yufei, why don't you take me to see the most expensive car here? Let's take a look. Ah, I hear you. Yuqing. No worries, even if this guy doesn't buy a car, I can still drive a luxury car today and take you for a spin. Xin Yufei immediately changed his demeanor in front of Gu Yuqing, his face full of smiles, a perfect example of a sycophant. But Gu Yuqing didn't care about Xin Yufei. She noticed that Su Chen's frown was gradually easing. She was certain her guess was right. Su Chen simply looked down on these cars. In fact, that was the case. Under Xin Yufei's lead, the group arrived at a massive glass showroom. Even before entering, they could vaguely see that there was only one car in the showroom, shining brilliantly under countless lights. Let's take a look from a distance. That showroom is generally not open to the public, Xin Yufei said, feeling a bit awkward. He had never been inside that showroom. That car is a Ferrari LaFerrari. As far as I know, it's the most expensive car in this area, with only 399 units globally. And there's only this one in all of China. If it weren't for the wealthy person who ordered this car having an accident and being unable to pay the final payment, this car wouldn't be here for us to see. This car costs a full 10 million, and it must be paid in full. Su Chen carefully examined the car, growing more satisfied with each glance. The car's appearance was striking, the bright red base coat shining brilliantly under the spotlight. The classic butterfly door design, with the doors open, combined with a shark-like front, gave an overwhelming sense of pressure just by looking at it. It's decided, you're the one. Over there, Xin Yufei was still introducing how great this car was, but Su Chen had already walked to the entrance of the showroom. Seeing Su Chen, Xin Yufei wanted to step forward to stop him. After all, the showroom didn't allow just anyone inside. But then he thought, why not let Su Chen go in? If Su Chen got kicked out, it would be quite the embarrassment in front of Gu Yuqing. However, the next scene left Xin Yufei dumbfounded. Su Chen walked to the entrance, said something to the security guard, and then handed him a bank card. After the security guard scanned the card with a machine, he respectfully stepped aside, allowing Su Chen to enter. Impossible, it can't be. Gu Yuqing was initially still listening to Xin Yufei's introduction, enviously looking at the car, but then turned around to see Su Chen had gone inside. What's going on? Didn't you say this showroom doesn't allow entry? After Gu Yuqing asked, Xin Yufei seemed not to hear her, muttering impossible repeatedly. He knew that the showroom wasn't off limits, but entry required a financial verification, otherwise, even he, as the administrator, wouldn't be able to get in without proper reason. And the reason Su Chen could enter was already obvious. Xin Yufei couldn't believe that Su Chen could actually afford that car. Before the two could recover from their shock, they saw a large number of staff rushing out from the car display area, frantically opening all the doors of the showroom. These staff members didn't want this to happen either. Who knew that while they were working, suddenly a big shot would come in and ask if he could drive away after paying? After receiving a positive answer, the gentleman wasted no time, directly finding a staff member to swipe his card, and then he wanted to drive away. Heaven help us, this gentleman was indeed quick to act, and he was genuinely in a hurry, wanting to drive off right after paying. It should be noted that the car had entered the showroom by first dismantling the large door and then hoisting it in with a crane. The showroom staff didn't dare offend this wealthy customer. Everyone was mobilized to dismantle the door so the car could exit. Fortunately, they hurriedly managed to take down the door just before Su Chen finished signing the contract. Su Chen took the contract and the keys, opened the car door, and got in, then drove the car out of the hall. One must say, Su Chen spent the money comfortably. With one press of the accelerator, the sports car roared out, and with another press of the brake, the car came to a steady stop right in front of Xin Yufei and Gu Yuqing. Su Chen was thrilled, while the staff were left dumbfounded. This was a 10 million sports car, and it just drove out like that, truly treating money as if it were nothing. There was a height difference between the showroom and the ground, and when the car drove over, it jolted a bit, making the showroom staff's hearts nearly leap out of their throats. Even more astonishing were Shun Yufei and Gu Yuqing. Suchen hadn't been inside long before the car was driven out, and it was obvious what had happened. The car's windows had been specially treated, allowing only those inside to see outside, while those outside couldn't see in. When Suchen lowered the window from inside the car, Shin Yufei finally dared to believe that it was indeed Suchen who bought it. A flush of heat rose to Shin Yufei's face as he recalled how he had just mocked Suchen for not being able to afford it. Now he felt like a clown. However, witnessing this car being sold, Shin Yufei felt he could brag about it for a long time, especially since the buyer was his classmate who had even beaten him up before. "Thanks, this car is really nice, I quite like it," Suchen said with a smile, thanking Shin Yufei. Yufei listened and quickly nodded with a smile, muttering, "It's nothing, it's what I should do." As for Gu Yuqing, she quickly recovered from her shock, though this was merely on the surface. Inside, she was completely drenched. "Suchen, congratulations! You got a new car. But we agreed that if you bought a car, you have to take me home." Gu Yuqing forced herself to act normal, not wanting to appear as if she had never seen the world, or else she would truly be embarrassed. Yet even so, her voice trembled as she spoke. "All right, Su." Chen thought for a moment and decided it was indeed a bit unfair to just drop Gu Yuqing off. "You get in the car. You get in the car." When Su Chen said this, Gu Yuqing was so excited she almost shouted, but she managed to keep her composure. Taking a deep breath, she walked to the passenger seat. The car had a low chassis, and Gu Yuqing quickly maneuvered her legs inside. Su Chen, sitting in the car, saw a smooth, fair leg slide in, followed by a shapely rear, a slender waist, and towering peaks. Gu Yuqing showcased her figure to the fullest. Determined to win over Su Chen, Gu Yuqing spared no effort. "Su Chen, don't rush back, take me for a drive. There's an overpass nearby with great scenery, and it's on the way to my home." Gu Yuqing pointed the way, extending her fair arm in front of Su Chen. "You're blocking my view," Su Chen said with a hint of annoyance, but he didn't refuse Gu Yuqing's request. Under Su Chen's control, the car roared out like a wild beast. The massive sound waves turned heads among pedestrians on the roadside. Shin Yufei watched as Su Chen drove Gu Yuqing away and slapped himself hard, telling himself to keep a distance from Gu Yuqing. Su Chen was not someone he could provoke. While those outside felt the car's sound waves hit them, Gu Yuqing inside felt it even more. Gradually losing herself in the wave-like sound, her gaze towards Su Chen became dreamy. "Ja, back in college, I thought your talent and looks were the best in our department. Do you remember? When the department organized a debate competition, I recommended you to participate." This wasn't a lie. She was responsible for organizing the debate, but no one signed up, so she tricked Su Chen into joining for credits. And at our class's New Year party, I thought the song you sang was really good. Do you want to hear me sing it again? Or actually, I'd love to hear you sing it again." Gu Yuqing racked her brain, continuously recounting events that happened between her and Su Chen during college, but since Su Chen rarely participated in activities, their interactions were even fewer. Soon, Gu Yuqing found herself at a loss for words. Su Chen had to admit that Gu Yuqing's voice was pleasant, and her storytelling was quite charming. However, he remained unmoved. Su Chen was clear in his mind that if he had no money, Gu Yuqing wouldn't treat him this way. "Just say what you want." Su Chen tried to interrupt Gu Yuqing. "Actually, you don't know, but back then, I thought you were quite special." Gu Yuqing seemed not to hear Su Chen and continued speaking, leaning closer to him as she talked. "But I was always afraid that getting close to you would bring you trouble, so I never really interacted with you. I actually regret it a lot." Gu Yuqing tentatively reached for Su Chen's hand on the gear stick. "Do you know how happy I was when I saw you at the sales office?" Seeing that Su Chen didn't pull his hand away, Gu Yuqing became bolder, slowly leaning her mouth towards Su Chen's ear, her breath warm. "How about we be together, Su Chen?" Gu Yuqing leaned in, her warm breath continuously brushing against Su Chen's face. At this moment, Su Chen finally made a move. He pressed the accelerator, and the car sped up. Gu Yuqing was pulled back into her seat by the seatbelt. Soon, Su Chen brought the car to a stop. Once the car was steady, Su Chen looked at Gu Yuqing and slowly spoke. "Isn't what you're doing just to get money?" Su Chen's words pierced through Gu Yuqing's thoughts, and his disdainful tone made her face immediately fall. She felt utterly insulted. With a dark expression, Gu Yuqing unbuckled her seatbelt and was about to get out of the car. Su Chen was not in a hurry. He leisurely pulled out a leather bag from the storage box between the two seats, which he had kept with him since he bought the car. Su Chen grabbed a thick stack of cash from the bag, 10 envelopes, each containing 1,000. This money was originally set aside for emergencies. He tossed the money at Gu Yuqing's feet. Seeing her confused expression, he said, "It's impossible for us to be in a relationship." Su Chen paused. "But I am quite interested." in you as a person. If you behave and listen to me in the future, all of this will be yours. Su Chen's attitude was clear. You, Gu Yuqing, like money? That's easy, I have plenty of it, but as for establishing a relationship, don't even think about it. Gu Yuqing hesitated. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, although the money was substantial, it wasn't enough for her to sell her dignity. However, if she took this money, it would mean she had a connection with Su Chen. Although they wouldn't be boyfriend and girlfriend, Gu Yuqing believed that, with her abilities, once she took this first step, it would just be a matter of time before she could win Su Chen over. She recalled how Su Chen had been so generous and decisive when buying a car and a house, and then looked at the scattered bills at her feet. In the end, she nodded in agreement. What Gu Yuqing didn't know was that this money wasn't so easy to obtain. Earlier, I heard at school that you, Gu Yuqing, are quite the smooth talker. How about I give it a try? Su Chen glanced at Gu Yuqing's red lips and then lowered his head. The place where Su Chen parked was a large shopping plaza, bustling with people, especially as evening approached, with groups of people shopping together. Su Chen's arrival, with the imposing appearance of the sports car, naturally attracted a lot of attention. Sitting in the car, Gu Yuqing could clearly see many people pointing at the vehicle. Although she knew that those outside couldn't see the interior clearly, she still felt a bit intimidated. However, seeing Su Chen's increasingly impatient expression, Gu Yuqing slowly lowered her proud head. Su Chen's fatigue from the day was soothed by Gu Yuqing. She mumbled, "I'll just go home by myself," and hurriedly gathered her money, escaping the car as if afraid Su Chen would call her back. Su Chen let out a long sigh. Then he started the car and headed home. Su Chen quickly took a hot shower and lay down on his bed. Not long after, he received a call from Yilan. "Are you busy, Su Chen?" Yilan's cool voice came through the phone. "No, what's up? I just wanted to call and thank you. The value of that mask far exceeded my expectations. You didn't explain it clearly, and I feel like I got a huge bargain from you." There was a rare ripple in Yilan's voice. "It's nothing," Su Chen replied nonchalantly. And also, Yilan's voice rang out again. At that moment, Yilan had just finished her shower and was lying on her bed, wearing a pure white bathrobe, her wet hair cascading over her shoulders. Perhaps it was because she had just bathed, her face was flushed. Although she wasn't wearing makeup, if Su Chen were there, he would be surprised to find that Yilan's bare face looked almost no different from when she was made up. Yilan took good care of herself. Her skin was so tender it seemed like water would drip down. Yilan hesitated, unsure whether to continue speaking. Her feet were propped up in the air, her big toes tangled together, the remaining toes slightly spread apart, shaking involuntarily in the air. "Go ahead," Su Chen's gentle voice sounded. Yilan's face turned slightly red, not sure if it was because she had just taken a shower. "We at the Antique Appreciation Society are holding a treasure appraisal conference, and I would like to invite you to come and take a look." After Yilan finished speaking, Su Chen agreed without a second thought. "Sure, I could use the opportunity to broaden my horizons." It's not urgent. The appraisal conference is just starting to be organized, and those antiques are scattered across various branches of our group. It will take some time, so I'll come to pick you up when the time comes." Yilan and Su Chen agreed on a time. The two happily hung up the phone. "Good night." Su Chen looked at Yilan's text and smiled knowingly. Not long after, Su Chen's phone rang again. "Xiao Xie, do you miss me?" a rough male voice came through. "I was wondering who was calling me in the middle of the night, turns out it's you." Dogzy. Hearing this voice, Su Chen didn't need to look to know who it was. Sun Xin, the Sun from Xuanzi, and the Nu from iron, cobalt, nickel, copper, and zinc. Su Chen's best friend from high school. Because these two characters are too abstract, they can easily be misread as Go Z, so Su Chen always called him Dogzy. "How many times have I told you not to call me that?" Sun Xion's face darkened. "What made you think of contacting me?" Su Chen asked with a smile. He only smiled genuinely when he was with old friends. "Well, I organized a high school reunion. Everyone from our class will be there. Do you want to come too?" Before Sun Xion could finish, Su Chen quickly interrupted. "Stop right there, you know me, I never liked participating in those messy activities back in high school, so don't drag me into it. Come on, Xiaoxia, everyone will be there, it won't be the same without you." Sun Xin continued. "Are you afraid it will be awkward when you run into Tian Tian? Don't worry. Don't say nonsense. Alright, I'll think about it and get back to you later." "Okay. Anyway, the location is in Chun City, near our alma mater. I remember your university is also in Chun City, so it will be convenient for you to come." Sun Xian insisted that Su Chen attend the reunion. Su Chen also missed his brothers. Back in high school, Sun Xian always talked about wanting to buy a luxury car. Now that Su Chen had bought a car first, he had to drive it over to let Sun Xian enjoy it. After chatting a bit more, Sen Xin hurriedly hung up, saying he had to contact others and repeatedly urged Suchen to come, promising to send him the address in time later. A night without further conversation. Good things always come in succession. Early in the morning, Suchen received a text from Chuanan saying the paperwork was complete and he could move into his new home today. Without delay, Suchen immediately prepared to move. He tidied up a bit, since he had just moved in, many things were still packed away and the new home was already well equipped, so he really didn't need to prepare much. Suchen walked out the door, but instead of heading downstairs, he climbed the stairs up to the 6th floor. He knocked on the door. Who is it? The familiar voice of the landlady rang out. It's me, Suchen. Hearing Suchen's voice, Ningyu's legs went weak, but she quickly steadied herself and opened the door. What are you doing here? Ningyu asked quietly. Oh, Xiao Su. Come in, come in. Before Suchen could answer, Qianwei, who was inside, quickly welcomed him. It was the weekend, so Qianwei didn't have to work. Ningyu had no choice but to step aside and let Suchen in. However, she also felt relieved. Seeing Qianwei there, Suchen probably wouldn't do anything out of line. Probably. No need to be so formal. Brother Qian. Suchen sat on the sofa as Qianwei warmly greeted him and brought over some tea. Xiao Su, what brings you here? Did something go wrong with the house downstairs that needs fixing? No, I just came to tell you that I bought a new house and will be moving out. Upon hearing this, Qianwei frowned slightly. In fact, this neighborhood was quite old, and the houses were not easy to rent out. Then, about your previous rent, I'll refund it. No need, there's no need for the rent deposit either. I just came to let you know, and I have to hurry to find a truck to move. Qianwei listened to Suchen's words and smiled even brighter. Then we need to find a truck. I'll help you move. Just right, I have a van. He patted his chest and said confidently. Yeah, you come along too. Qianwei turned to Ningyu and said. Qianwei's idea was simple. Now Suchen was saying he didn't want to refund the rent, but what if he regretted it? If he helped him move with his whole family in tow, this young man would definitely feel embarrassed to ask again later. After all, they had lived together for so long. Ningyu naturally understood Qianwei's intentions. Looking at Qianwei's smug little citizen look, and then at Suchen's calm demeanor, Ningyu felt a bit ashamed. How did she ever find such a man appealing? Truly, comparing goods makes one throw away the inferior, and comparing people makes one feel inferior. The group arrived at Suchen's rental apartment. Seeing that Suchen didn't have much luggage, just a suitcase and a large bag of clothes, Qianwei's smile grew even wider. Just one trip, it won't use much gas. What a great deal, he whispered. Ningyu was close enough to hear him and felt even more disdain for Qianwei. Qianwei had no idea what Ningyu was thinking. He grabbed the suitcase and picked up the bag of clothes, heading downstairs. Watching Qianwei rushed down without stopping and Ningyu standing frozen in place, Suchen patted her. Come on, Sister Ningyu. The familiar touch on her backside brought Ningyu back to her senses, and she shot Suchen a reproachful glance. So charming. Qianwei struggled with Suchen's luggage, sweat pouring down uncontrollably, his sparse remaining hair sticking to his forehead. He opened the van's trunk and placed Suchen's luggage inside. Seeing the van, Suchen also smiled, surprised it was right next to her car. Yeah, look. Isn't this the Ferrari you like? Qianwei closed the trunk and called Ningyu over to take a look. He glanced around, saw no one, gently touched the back of the car, and quickly withdrew his hand. No wonder it's a Ferrari, the feel is really nice. Ningyu was also very curious. She had never seen this car before. Brother Qian, do you like it? Why not try it out? Suchen pressed the car key. The lights flashed, and the doors slowly opened. The butterfly doors lifted. Since Qianwei was working so hard to help her move, Suchen felt a bit embarrassed. If he really liked it, taking a spin wouldn't be a big deal. A spin? Brother Qian. Neither of them expected the car belonged to Suchen. Looking at Suchen holding the car key, Qianwei felt a pang of envy. He could tell Suchen genuinely didn't care and wanted him to try out his car. Qianwei hesitated for a moment, shook his head. Forget it, if I break it, I can't afford to pay. After saying that, Qianwei reluctantly glanced at the car again. Suchen, send me your location. Unconsciously, Qianwei's way of addressing Suchen had changed. As for Ningyu, she wasn't too shocked. After all, she didn't know how much the car cost. Compared to the fact that Suchen bought a Ferrari, Qianwei was touching someone else's car in front of Suchen and openly expressing envy, which really made Ningyu feel embarrassed. She felt a wave of heat on her face, especially when she saw Qianwei eagerly adding Suchen's contact information, patting his chest and saying he could be contacted for such matters in the future. Ningyu felt even more ashamed. Wanting to find a hole to hide in, Qianwei drove closely behind Suchen's car. Ningyu looked sullen. What's wrong? Jealous of Xiao Su's car? Why not hop in for a ride? Qianwei noticed Ning Yu's unhappiness and asked tentatively. It's not that, it's just that it's a big weekend and I have to help move. Not too happy, Ning Yu casually made an excuse. Little did she know, Qianwei started lecturing. Horror. That's just you being wasteful, isn't it? We're helping him move, so he definitely won't feel comfortable asking for rent, which is quite a sum of money. And you said if I can get close to Xiao Su and he deposits some money in our bank, wouldn't I be set? Maybe I could even get a promotion. Qianwei became more and more excited as he spoke. Ning Yu couldn't bear to watch, but she didn't show it. She just stared at the back of Su Chen's car, lost in thought for a long time. The car drove into the Tianhong community, with its smooth pavement, beautiful landscaping, fountains, rockeries, recreational facilities, and an outdoor swimming pool. All kinds of amenities were available. Ning Yu looked at everything here with envy. Su Chen parked the car. Qianwei hurriedly got out with enthusiasm, helping Su Chen with his luggage. Shu Weinan had told Su Chen that there was no need for a key here, a fingerprint would unlock the door. Su Chen pressed his fingerprint and the door opened with a click. Hey, this is so high-end, Qianwei exclaimed. Next was the elevator and the entrance door, both of which could be opened with a fingerprint. Qianwei carried the luggage. Ning Yu felt that. He stood behind Su Chen like a servant. Sorry, the furniture and appliances aren't arranged yet, so the place is a bit messy. Su Chen opened the door, revealing various cardboard boxes scattered around. These were all new furniture and appliances that Su Chen had asked Shu Weinan to purchase, and the costs had all been transferred to her via WeChat. Qianwei began to look around. There were indeed quite a few items. He looked at Su Chen with a flattering expression. Su Chen, it must be a hassle for you to set all this up by yourself. Let us help you. Sure, that would be great. With Su Chen's permission, Qianwei casually opened a box, revealing a huge television. Wow! This TV is so big. How many inches is it? It must not be cheap. About 100 inches, I think it cost several tens of thousands. I don't really understand this stuff, so I just bought the biggest one. The two of them reasonably set up the TV, which was actually quite simple. Shu Weinan had already arranged the cables and they just had to place the TV on the stand and plug it in. Then Qianwei started to open another box. This is mahogany. Qianwei pulled out a chair, instantly recognizing the material. He remembered that his bank manager had one and the manager had boasted about it for a long time, displaying it in the office for everyone to admire. Just this one chair cost over 30,000. It should be. I had them replace all the furniture with mahogany, Su Chen said casually. But he didn't realize that what seemed ordinary to him was astonishing to Qianwei. He opened the various boxes in the living room. Sure enough, all the tables and chairs were made of mahogany. Just the furniture alone must cost 6 figures. Qianwei was greatly shocked and worked even harder. As for Ning Yu, she was so stunned that she couldn't speak. While Qianwei was busy, she took a simple tour around. The unopened furniture from Su Chen wasn't just in the living room. There were almost unopened boxes in every room of the 4-bedroom, 3 living room layout. In addition, the kitchen had a super large 3-door refrigerator already installed, along with a full set of imported kitchenware, all of which Ning Yu had longed for. Of course, she had only dared to dream about it before. How much did all this furniture cost? Ning Yu sighed. Su Chen was caught off guard by the question. I'm not too sure. The salesperson who sold me the house helped me with the purchases. It must have added up to over $1 million in total, Su Chen recalled. Anyway, it's not more than $1.5 million. He said it casually. Ning Yu was left speechless. The money Su Chen spent on furniture could fulfill her dream of settling down in Tianhong community. She glanced at Su Chen, wondering how this guy, who couldn't even afford rent not long ago, suddenly became so prosperous. Ning Yu turned back to look at Qianwei, who was bustling around happily, his eyes full of disdain. Sigh, she let out a long breath. Don't just stand there. Help me assemble that desk in the study. I can't manage it myself. Qianwei tugged at Ning Yu. If you want to pretend, go ahead. I'm not going to help you. Ning Yu was already annoyed, and with Qianwei pulling her like that, she snapped. Qianwei didn't say a word, just smiled brightly. Fine, I'll do it myself. Then sister Ning Yu, can you help me move the clothes into the wardrobe? After Qianwei left, Su Chen said to Ning Yu. Ning Yu thought for a moment and agreed. The two of them arrived at the wardrobe, and looking at the wardrobe that was about the same size as her bedroom, Ning Yu felt a bit uncomfortable. She opened the bag of clothes Su Chen had packed, and inside were clothes stuffed in haphazardly. The room was very clean, and fortunately, Ning Yu dumped the clothes on the floor and folded them one by one. She was wearing a brown dress. Today, the hem not very high, reaching the middle of her thighs. The dress was very fitted, with a black waist cincher that held the garment snugly against her body, accentuating her curves. She wore black stockings on her legs. Perhaps due to frequent wear, the stocking On her left leg was torn, almost splitting apart, giving it a unique charm. Ningyu thoughtfully hung her coat and other items on a hanger, placing them on the upper shelf of the wardrobe. Then she folded the other clothes neatly and bent down to put them on the lower shelf of the wardrobe. Suchen stood behind her, watching her swaying hips. Even Ningyu's details were laid bare. Ningyu worked quickly, soon finishing tidying up Suchen's few clothes. Suchen felt a bit unsatisfied. After Ningyu stood up, Suchen leaned closer. Ningyu kept retreating until her back hit the wall. Suchen leaned in as well, one hand propped against the wall, the other covering Ningyu's mouth. Shoo! Ningyu couldn't make a sound, and the room fell silent. In the stillness, all Ningyu could hear was her own heartbeat. Suchen's breath brushed against Ningyu's face, making her blush deeply. At that moment, Qianwei, who was assembling a desk next door, made a loud noise. No wonder it's mahogany, the feel is just great, let me touch it more. When I go to the bank, I'll brag a bit. Qianwei's voice was clearly audible. Ningyu's face turned even redder, unsure if it was because of Suchen or her husband. You don't want to be heard, do you? Ningyu nodded. Suchen then relaxed his grip. What do you want to do? Ningyu asked softly. She didn't dare look at Suchen's face. Ningyu didn't know where to look, feeling a bit dazed. I want to. Suchen nodded. Nonsense. Qianwei is right next door. Ningyu's first reaction wasn't to refuse, but to think about her husband being next door. Suchen shot her a glance, not angry but smiling. It's fine, he's serious right now. Let me see. Yes, this goes here. It seemed to validate Su Chen's words as Qianwei's voice came again. I can tell you really like it here. If you like it, you can come find me anytime. Su Chen had long noticed Ningyu's fondness for the place. Really? Ningyu said in surprise. Aren't you afraid your husband will find out? Su Chen said with a playful smile. Ningyu's face flushed first, then she playfully pinched the soft flesh at Su Chen's waist. Of course, she didn't use much force. The atmosphere became ambiguous. He's just a useless waste. Ningyu looked at Su Chen's face. So close, the scent of him enveloping her, making her feel a bit flustered. Looking at Su Chen's youthful and handsome face, she couldn't help but compare it to Qianwei, who simply couldn't compete. So now, are you still afraid he's next door? Ningyu paused for a moment, then bit her lip and slowly squatted down. The room was indeed very quiet. The sound of Qianwei assembling the desk was particularly jarring. Ningyu tidied up her clothes and walked out of the wardrobe. Her complexion was rosy and her eyes sparkled. Ningyu began to actively clean the room. She knew she couldn't be the mistress of this place, but in the future she would inevitably come here, so she had to clean it properly. Seeing his wife working so hard, Qianwei smiled knowingly with the diligent help of Qianwei and another person. Su Chen's furniture and appliances were quickly installed, and both the inside and outside of the house were cleaned up. Su Chen, we're leaving now. In the future, when you have time, come over to our place to hang out. I'll have your sister Ningyue cook for you, Qianwei said with a smile. His thoughts were simple, although he and Su Chen weren't familiar now. Over time, he could find opportunities for Su Chen to deposit money in his bank. Little did he know that his wife was already very familiar with Su Chen. Brother Chen, don't leave just yet. Su Chen quickly stopped the two. He walked into the house, then took out an envelope and handed it to Qianwei. Qianwei worked at a bank, so he was very familiar with this kind of thing. The thickness and size were enough for him to tell at a touch that there was 500 yuan inside. Su Chen, you really don't have to be so polite, he said, though he quickly stuffed the money into his pocket. He had originally planned to cover some gas expenses, but now, with this money, he was even better off. How can you say that? Thanks to you, I was able to move so quickly today, Su Chen continued, and your sister Ningyue, her work is truly top-notch. Right. I think so too. Qianwei naturally couldn't catch the meaning behind Su Chen's words and took it as a compliment about Ningyue's household skills, which made him even happier, filled with genuine pride. Time passed quickly, and before long, a week had gone by. During that time, Ningyue had come over once, and Gu Yuqing had visited twice. Other than that, Su Chen had been busy catching up on knowledge about appraising treasures. Su Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that the eye-shaped stone not only gave him the ability to appraise treasures but also allowed him to have an extraordinary memory. Moreover, it seemed that it wasn't just a simple photographic memory. As long as Su Chen saw the knowledge, he could quickly improve and understand it. In just a few days, Su Chen had already caught up on knowledge that would typically take an ordinary person 1 or 2 years to comprehend. Su Chen felt that if this continued, he would soon surpass those so-called appraisal masters. Everything he was doing was in preparation for the treasure appraisal conference he had agreed to with Yi Lan in a month. However, on this day, Su Chen did not continue studying. After persistent persuasion from Sun Hexayan, Su Chen finally agreed to attend a class reunion. Although he didn't like socializing, it was always good to see old friends. As for the instigator, Sen Xin, he arrived early at the pre-arranged hotel before Su Chen even left home. Unlike Su Chen, who disliked socializing, Sen Xin had been the class monitor since high school, organizing various activities for the class. Now, back in his old role, he was quite at ease. His arrival was like a starting gun, and one by one, classmates began to arrive at the hotel. San Xin sat at the entrance, greeting each arriving classmate without assigning seats. After all, everyone was familiar with each other. After greeting Sun Xin, they gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to chat. Zhu Yong, you made it. Come on, sit over here. The tall and thin Zhu Yong, after greeting Sun Xin, was immediately called over by 3 boys. Sun Xin looked over. Zhu Yong, Zhang Feng, Li Fei, and Han Jiadong had been close friends since high school. Zhu Yong, quick, look over there, one of them said. They were sitting close to Sun Xin, and he could hear their conversation clearly. Sun Xin had originally been waiting for Su Chen's arrival, but feeling bored, he wanted to listen to what these guys were chatting about. Zhu Yong, take a look over there. Han Jiadong's voice was very recognizable, still sounding like a duck's quack from high school. Not only Zhu Yong, but Sun Xin also curiously followed Han Jiadong's pointing direction. Isn't that Li Yuan from our class? Zhu Yong's voice rang out. Sun Xin naturally recognized that girl, if he remembered correctly. Zhu Yong had a crush on her for a while back then. High school crushes, aside from the parties involved, not noticing, everyone else could usually tell. What's wrong with her? Sun Xin noticed that Zhu Yong's expression was a bit awkward. I'll tell you, she's something else now. Han Jiadong deliberately lowered his voice to build suspense. Fortunately, Sun Xin was close enough to hear them, and Han Jiadong wasn't really trying to keep it a secret. She's married a rich second-generation guy. Didn't you see her arrive in a BMW? Seeing Zhu Yong's eager expression, Han Jiadong didn't hold back. Oh, really? Zhu Yong felt a mix of emotions he couldn't quite articulate. Stop talking about that. The speaker was Li Fei, and Sun Xin remembered that this guy was quite the smooth talker back in high school. Zhu Yong, do you remember Zhang Yu from our class? Li Fei was clearly changing the subject. Of course I remember. The one who borrowed my homework every day. Sun Xin recalled Zhang Yu's appearance. He had indeed invited Zhang Yu to the reunion, but he hadn't arrived yet. Zhang Yu's family is quite wealthy. He went straight to work at his family's company after graduating from college. You're still looking for a job, right? Zhang Yu's family is in foreign trade, which matches your English major perfectly. When he gets here, you should ask him. Zhu Yong seemed intrigued, putting aside his earlier discomfort. After all this time, he had long stopped thinking about Li Yuan. His job was more important. Sounds good, Xiao Fizi, you're quite the informant. Zhang Feng chimed in. Do you know anything else? Zhang Feng was a chubby guy with a rather sleazy look. Hey, I know what you want to hear. Li Fei was well aware of his friend's interests. Remember Li Yin from our class? Of course, the one with the amazing figure. Zhang Feng laughed even more lewdly. What's up? The other 2 guys leaned in closer. Sun Xin turned to look at the 4 heads huddled together, reminiscent of their high school days when they used to get into trouble together, and couldn't help but smile. She's not simple, even though she didn't get into college and went to a vocational school in the South. She's just too good looking. I heard she got plastic surgery and became an internet celebrity. As Li Fei spoke, he pulled out his phone and opened a short video on Douyin. Look, I even followed her. Nice. Zhang Feng laughed and forwarded the video to himself from Li Fei's phone. Sun Xin glanced at it. She was indeed curvy, and although she had undergone surgery, she was still quite attractive. Class monitor, you should take a look too? Li Fei quickly called out. You little rascal. Sun Xin laughed and declined. But he had to admit, Li Fei was quite well informed. He knew who was doing well and who wasn't in their class, almost everything. Of course, these guys mostly talked about the girls in class. Their laughter, filled with chuckles, occasionally erupted from their mouths. As more people arrived, 3 or 5 more guys joined them. The topics of conversation expanded to include football matches, stocks, and international affairs, basically, things that guys liked. But soon, they began discussing something that caught Sun Xin's interest. Su Chen. Do you have any news about Su Chen? How's that guy been doing lately? This was a newcomer named Ni Haiqiang, who had been skinny in high school but had grown taller now. Sun Xin frowned slightly. This guy had never been polite to Su Chen back in school. His tone now was even worse. Su Chen? No news, haven't heard anything about him lately. But from his social media, it seems he's planning to buy a car and is consulting someone about it. Li Fei knew only this much. Him? Buying a car? He couldn't even afford the class trip fee in freshman year, remember, Sun Xin. Another guy spoke up, his face full of flesh, and he was quite burly. This was Chen Nan, who had gone to the army after graduating high school and was now a fitness coach. Sun Xin's frown deepened. He remembered this guy. During the senior mock exam, he sat behind Su Chen and tried to copy his answers, but Su Chen wouldn't let him. That was how their feud began. Moreover, more importantly, Chen Nan had previously liked Tian Tian from their class, but Tian Tian later got together with Su Chen. Because of this, Chen Nan had been secretly plotting revenge against Su Chen. Exactly, that poor loser, how could he be in the same class as us? It's such a disgrace. And Haiqiang chimed in. Su Chen was from the countryside, but due to his excellent scores in the high school entrance exam, he was specially recruited to a high school in the urban area of Chun City. We're all in the same class, so don't say that. Li Fei and the others, who had a good relationship with Su Chen, were naturally displeased to hear these two speak about him like that. The four of them, including Li Fei, were the type whose grades were decent but whose family backgrounds were average, and they had always been close to Su Chen and Sun Xin. As for Chen Nan and his group, they had to pay a tuition fee to attend the same high school as them. Oh, isn't that Tian Tian? Just as they mentioned her, the girl they were talking about, Tian Tian, happened to walk in. Chen Nan immediately went up to her. However, upon seeing Tian Tian intimately hugging a man, Chen Nan's expression changed. But Chen Nan was not an ordinary person. He quickly assessed the man Tian Tian was hugging. The man was dressed in a perfectly fitted suit, with his shoulders and hips tailored to perfection, clearly custom-made. The belt around his waist and the watch on his wrist were both luxury brands, worth quite a bit, enough to buy a decent car. Chen Nan smiled and asked, "Who is this? Aren't you going to introduce us?" "This is my husband. We just had our wedding during the new year." "You didn't even inform us. That's quite rude." Haiqiang also stood up at this point, inviting Tian Tian and the man to sit down. Sun Xin looked at the current Tian Tian, her face heavily made up, with huge gold earrings and a glaring diamond ring on her finger. Tian Tian wore a tank top on her upper body, draped with a fur shawl. On her lower body, she wore a leather skirt, black fishnet stockings on her legs, and pointed high heels on her feet. Sun Xin could hardly see the pure and lovely Tian Tian from high school in her. Moreover, just after graduating from college, Tian Tian's figure had changed a bit, her face showing a slight sheen, and the fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes were barely concealed by makeup. "Then let's sit here, Mu Kai." "Okay." The guy Tian Tian was hugging, named Mu Kai, nodded. At this moment, Su Chen was completely unaware of the lively atmosphere at the class reunion. He had just left home not long ago, but the traffic was terrible. Although he drove a sports car, it was still no use. By the time he arrived at the hotel, it was already close to the agreed dining time. After parking in the hotel's underground parking lot, Su Chen took the elevator upstairs. The elevator stopped slowly on the first floor. When the doors opened, someone Su Chen did not expect walked in. "What are you doing here, Song Xing Yun?" Walking in was a girl in her early 20s. She was tall, and even in front of Su Chen, who was 1.85 meters tall, she did not appear short. Her long hair fell over her shoulders, and she wore little makeup, allowing Su Chen to clearly see the delicate, fair skin on her face. Her eyes were very clear, and they locked onto Su Chen's gaze. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Su Chen thought he saw a fleeting joy in her eyes. Name: Song Qingyun. Age: 23. Height: 174. Weight: 98 pounds. Measurements: 102, 65, 95. Rating: 97. Su Chen had a good relationship with Song Qingyun. Originally, they had no connection, but during their second year of high school, when Su Chen was working at a barbecue restaurant, he encountered Song Qingyun being harassed by some thugs. Seeing that she was his classmate, Su Chen decisively intervened, which resulted in breaking something in the restaurant and losing his job. After that, they became familiar with each other. Song Qingyun was also the only girl in the class who could match Su Chen. After that incident, they often discussed problems together. However, after Su Chen got together with Tian Tian, his relationship with Song Qingyun faded significantly, and his grades began to decline, and by the time they reached their senior year, Song Qingyun, due to her excellent grades, was sent by her family to study at an Ivy League school in the United States, and the two lost contact from then on. "It's you, Su Chen," Song Qingyun smiled gently as she stepped into the elevator, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Su Chen turned his head. Today, Song Qingyun was wearing a pure white dress, simply carrying a small white bag. It was still the style she liked in high school. From the side, her figure was perfectly visible, indeed curvy. "Long time no see." Song Qingyun also turned to look at Su Chen. They exchanged smiles. "Yeah, I haven't seen you since you transferred schools in high school." "I had no choice. My family arranged for me to study in Pennsylvania." "I see." Su Chen knew that school, an Ivy League institution, the top-ranked business school in the country. "What about you? How have you been?" Lately? I studied gem identification, but things have been going pretty well recently. Su Chen's university was far inferior compared to Pennsylvania, but of course that didn't matter now. So, are you leaving the country again? Not anymore, I'm back to continue my studies. After seeing the world outside, I realized that home is still the best. Song Qingyun seemed a bit lost in thought. That's quite nice. The two chatted casually. Song Qingyun quickly noticed that Su Chen was clearly more confident than before. The Su Chen she knew back then, although he had good grades, sometimes revealed a hint of insecurity. But now, Su Chen's composed demeanor made Song Qingyun secretly impressed. Let's hurry up, they should all be here by now. The elevator stopped, and Su Chen quickly called out to Song Qingyun. At that moment, Tian Tian and her boyfriend Mu Kai had just taken their seats. Most of the people had arrived. Su Chen pushed the door open, and he and Song Qingyun walked in, chatting and laughing. Look, it's Song Qingyun. She's back, Li Fei exclaimed. Everyone's gaze turned to the door, where they saw Su Chen and Song Qingyun entering, laughing together. Chen Nan was quite shocked. He had dared to pursue Tian Tian in high school but never had the courage to go after Song Qingyun. Although Song Qingyun was more beautiful, her beauty had an air that made her seem unapproachable, giving off a vibe of do not disturb. He tried to strike up a conversation but ended up with nothing. Seeing his rival Su Chen and Song Qingyun laughing together made him grit his teeth in frustration. Tian Tian also looked at Su Chen and Song Qingyun, and upon seeing Song Qingyun's flawless skin and graceful figure, her eyes turned green with envy. Especially when she noticed her boyfriend Mu Kai, who was fixated on Su Xiaoyu. She clenched her fists under the table. The others had varied expressions. Some were surprised that Song Qingyun had come, while others were astonished at how close Su Chen and Song Qingyun seemed. Why did you just arrive? Sun Xian immediately approached and punched Su Chen in the chest. Su Chen rubbed his chest and jokingly scolded, "You dare to hit your father right after we meet? Truly unfilial. There was traffic on the way, I couldn't help it." After saying that, Su Chen continued to explain with a smile. Su Chen, you better drink 3 cups as punishment later. Exactly. Li Fei, Han Jiadong, and others began to cheer. After greeting Su Chen, Sun Xian didn't forget to take care of Song Qingyun. I didn't expect you really came back, Song Qingyun. When I tried to contact you, I honestly didn't think I would reach you. After all, it was organized by class leader Sun. Song Qingyun smiled slightly. Sun Xian invited the two to their seats. Just right, at the table with Li Fei and Tian Tian, there were 3 empty spots. Su Chen and the others were the last to arrive, so the 3 had no choice but to sit down. Sun Xian called the waiter to bring the dishes and drinks. In no time, the entire private room became lively. Li Fei and Han Jiadong sat closest. Su Chen is quite something. Tian Tian is sitting across from him, and he doesn't seem awkward at all. Exactly, after Tian Tian got into a good university, she immediately dumped Su Chen. That was really ruthless. Yes, she can do so well because we, Su Chen, are tutoring her. Zhu Yong also joined the discussion. That's right, but looking at Tian Tian like this, Su Chen isn't really missing out. Su Chen probably doesn't care about Tian Tian anymore. Didn't you see him come with Song Qingyun? Song Qingyun is recognized as the most beautiful girl in our school, and no one dares to pursue her. I heard her family is quite wealthy. The 4 of them began to discuss back and forth. There were about 40 to 50 people in their class, plus a few who were married and brought their families, filling a private room with over 60 people. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was bustling with noise. Naturally, no one paid attention to what they were saying, except for Chen Nan, who was sitting next to them. Listening to them belittle Tian Tian, Chen Nan felt quite displeased, even though he knew it was the truth. Especially seeing Su Chen sitting with the acknowledged goddess Song Qingyun made him burn with jealousy. Some people are like that, they can't stand to see others doing well. They need everyone to be worse off than them to feel balanced. Like Chen Nan at the dining table right now. Su Chen, after graduating from high school, we lost contact. I don't know where you're working now. Chen Nan raised his glass and asked loudly. He was a fitness coach with a robust physique, and his voice was naturally loud. In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on him. Although they were still chatting about their own topics, they all turned their attention to Su Chen's table. I interned at a jewelry store in my senior year, but I quit and am currently unemployed, Su Chen replied calmly. Seeing Su Chen's indifferent demeanor, Chen Nan felt a bit irritated. He hoped to see Su Chen stammering, unable to say a word. That way, his act of humiliating Su Chen would bring him the greatest satisfaction. But soon, Anai Haiqiang also spoke up. That won't do, Su Chen. Your family is in such a difficult situation, how can you not have a job? Now that we're all together, surely someone can help you find a job. If not, we can all pitch in. Anai Haiqiang's words were filled with sarcasm. while pretending to think of Su-chen. Sun Xin couldn't stand it anymore. Even if our Su-chen needs help, it's not up to you. How do you know Su-chen isn't looking for a job but just doesn't want to work? Su-chen patted Sun Xin, signaling him that it was fine. Chen Nan was also surprised to see Ni Haiqiang speaking so harshly. However, Ni Haiqiang's words inspired Chen Nan. Tian, what about you? What does your husband do? Chen Nan said loudly. I'm not that capable, I just have a few small companies under my name. Nothing impressive, Tian's husband, Mu Kai, replied. He was very humble in his words, but in reality he looked down on Su-chen. Honey, can you help my classmate? Tian said sweetly. Seeing Su-chen not doing well now made her very happy. At least it proved that her choice to break up with Su-chen was wrong. Moreover, before coming, she had given her husband Mu Kai a heads up. In her words, Su-chen had become a desperate suitor who had harassed her for 3 years. Mu Kai naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to humiliate Su-chen. Of course, listen to your wife. Our company's warehouse has been losing things lately. I was thinking of buying a few dogs to guard the warehouse. If your classmate is willing, having him as a security guard wouldn't be bad. Su-chen, why don't you thank Mr. Mu? Ni Haiqiang immediately chimed in. The few of them seemed to have rehearsed this beforehand, working together to humiliate Su-chen. At this moment, Chen Nan felt extremely pleased. Seeing Su-chen unable to come to the stage was exactly what he wanted to see. Su-chen smiled and said nothing. A dog bites a person, but a person can't bite a dog, right? However, Li Fei, Sun Xin, and the other 5 were no longer calm. The one with the worst temper, Zheng Feng, stood up, his hand already reaching for the bottle. Seeing this, Sun Xin and the others also stood up in tacit agreement. Song Qingyun naturally noticed this and glanced at Su-chen, not expecting so many people to stand up for him. However, she didn't want the situation to become too awkward. Song Qingyun stood up. Zhang Feng, put down the bottle in your hand. The wine in your cup isn't finished yet, and pouring more isn't a good habit. Her actions surprised the 5 people, leaving them momentarily motionless. Sit down, there's no rush to drink, Su-chen said, looking at the standing Song Qingyun in astonishment, echoing her sentiment. Zhang Feng and the others laughed and sat down. Mr. Mu, isn't it a bit beneath you to only have a security guard? If you don't genuinely want to help, there's no need to put on a show. Is it that your husband can only afford a security guard's salary? It seems your company isn't that big after all. Su-chen, you could come work at our company. Although it's not large, I think with your talent, being a store manager would be more than enough. Some people just like to show off. With a few calm words, Song Qingyun deflected the pressure off Su-chen and even mocked Tian. Sun Xin watched Su-chen and Song Qingyun with interest, trying to discern something from their interaction. You kid are impressive. When did you manage to win over Song Qingyun? Don't talk nonsense, we're just ordinary friends, Su-chen quickly explained. Come on, Sun Xin didn't believe it. Looking over at the other side, Tian's face was a mix of green and purple. She had originally wanted to humiliate Su-chen thoroughly, but unexpectedly, this woman Song Qingyun stood up. Seeing Song Qingyun, who excelled in every way, Tian felt a surge of anger. Song Qingyun, didn't you study abroad for a few years and drink foreign ink? How come your taste is so poor? No matter what university you graduated from, you could still be a store manager. Tian couldn't help but retort. And what are you doing now? Mrs. Mu, Song Qingyun shot back. Tian was instantly left speechless. Currently, she was a full-time housewife. Su-chen didn't expect Song Qingyun to be so loyal, defending him at every turn. Watching Tian, who was standing up and spitting words, almost ready to curse, Su-chen felt the situation was indeed a bit awkward. He didn't want Song Qingyun to be bullied like this. Name, Tian age, 23 height, 1.6 m weight, 108 pounds measurements, 94. 67, 95 score, 84 secret matter, asset transfer. After marrying Mu Kai, Tian used her identity as Mrs. Mu to insert a few relatives from her family into Mu Kai's company, using them to transfer nearly over $1 million from Mu Kai's company account to her own name. Mu Kai age, 25 height, 1.72 m weight, 70 kilograms secret matter, playboy. Since the age of 18, Mu Kai has had countless girlfriends, leveraging his family's power and wealth. During university, he took a liking to junior Tian, and they married due to an unexpected pregnancy. However, after marriage, Mu Kai did not change his habits and had 2 steady lovers outside of his marriage, along with countless others. Su-chen looked at the seemingly mismatched couple and couldn't help but laugh. They really were a perfect match. Song Qingyun, don't be angry. Mrs. Mu has to share her husband with so many women. That's truly admirable. How can we be upset with her? Su-chen, what do you mean by that? Stop talking nonsense. Tian panicked. She vaguely knew Mu Kai was fooling around outside, which was why she secretly transferred assets. But for Su Chen to bring it up openly was truly embarrassing for her. Yeah, you better not talk nonsense. Otherwise, I'll get a lawyer to sue you for defamation. Mu Kai, being a seasoned player, naturally wouldn't admit it. Oh, I wonder if Mrs. Mu knows that her husband bought two two-bedroom apartments in Tianheng Real Estate. Has Mrs. Mu ever gone to see who lives in those apartments? Su Chen's eyes precisely indicated that Mu Kai was hiding a mistress in the Tianheng community. Unit 904, 905. Two adjacent rooms. Mr. Mu really knows how to enjoy himself. Tian's expression kept changing. She indeed saw the property certificates for the two houses. Mu Kai said they were purchased as investment properties, and she didn't pay much attention to it. Tian, let me explain. Mu Kai, having his secret revealed, momentarily panicked. The voices of the people around them grew quieter, all waiting to see the spectacle unfold. But Su Chen's counterattack was far from over. Strike the snake at its 7-inch mark. To eradicate the roots, one must cut the grass. However, Mrs. Mu isn't at a loss either. The over $1 million that Mr. Mu embezzled is worth it. Which of us can earn $1 million a year? I really envy you. Mu Kai was shocked upon hearing this. He no longer wondered how Su Chen knew about his secret affair. Since Su Chen was so accurate, what Tian did must also be true. And whether it was true or not, he could find out easily. Well, Tian, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I have to go back and check. If it's true, just wait to be arrested. Mu Kai was extremely excited. He wasn't foolish. At that time, he had signed a rental contract with two lovers, and Tian couldn't possibly obtain evidence of his infidelity. But what Tian did was different. If it were true, he could openly change wives. After all, the child was still young and wouldn't remember anything. With this thought, Mu Kai stood up and was about to leave. Tian quickly got up. Mu, don't go too far. I have evidence of your company's tax evasion. Upon hearing that she might go to jail, Tian no longer cared. Damn! Mu Kai cursed directly. The two were almost about to fight. At this moment, the private room had fallen silent, all captivated by this farce. Let's go home. The two had already torn their masks off, but quickly realized if they continued to make a scene, not only would they be laughed at, but they might also end up in jail together. They saw the two leave in disgrace. The private room immediately became lively again, as if nothing had just happened. Do you know what company Mu Kai's family owns? Han Jiadong leaned over to ask Li Fei. I have a rough idea, just check the name. Mu Kai. What's up? I doubt they would really report each other, otherwise things would get serious. Han Jiadong continued. But we can report their tax evasion. The whistleblower gets a 10% reward from the tax collected. Wouldn't it be great to split that among us? Han Jiadong had a mischievous grin. Good idea, you little rascal, you really have a plan. Li Fei and a few others chimed in. Su Chen, you really are something. Is it because you learned fortune telling that you're not working? But if there really is a reward, you won't miss out on your share. Han Jiadong was quite generous, using Mu Kai's money to do favors. Su Chen smiled and shook his head. His brothers were indeed kicking him while he was down, but he quite liked it. Song Qingyun was also amused by a few of them. So, can you really tell fortunes? Song Qingyun teased. Unlike their lively atmosphere, Chen Nan and Ni Haichun sat eating as if the food had no taste. They exchanged glances and quietly exited. They really couldn't stay any longer. After this incident, Sen Xin had originally planned to organize everyone to go to KTV, but that plan fell through. Alright, let's call it a day. Let's part on good terms. Soon Xin greeted each classmate and sent them off one by one. However, Han Jiadong and the other three waited for Sun Xin to go with them to an internet cafe to stay overnight and relive high school. As for the meal expenses, they agreed to split it later. Sun Xin also created a group chat to facilitate communication among classmates. Once most people had left, Sun Xin went to the front desk to settle the bill and ran into Su Chen. What's up, Su Chen? You didn't drink and you took so long in the restroom. Yeah, exactly. We're going to the internet cafe. Do you want to join? Forget it. Su Chen came with Song Qingyun. Maybe we'll be leaving together. Several people chimed in, one after another. Su Chen simply couldn't handle it and nearly fled in panic. The five of them linked arms and walked to the front desk. What? You're saying someone already paid? Sun Xin wanted to settle the bill but found out someone had already taken care of it. Yes, it was that gentleman you were just talking to. What the heck, that kid Su Chen has really made it big, hasn't he? Isn't he unemployed? Yeah, this meal plus drinks must be nearly 10,000. Li Fei and the others were chattering excitedly. San Xin. stroked her chin, preparing to turn around and interrogate Suchen thoroughly. Each flower blooms in its own way. After the meal, Song Ching-yoon was waiting for a ride at the hotel entrance. She had just returned to the country and hadn't bought a car yet. After all, she hadn't graduated when she went abroad. Isn't that Song Ching-yoon? We're classmates, how can I let you take a taxi? Where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Seeing Song Ching-yoon, a boy from their class mustered up the courage to approach her. While speaking, he even waved his BMW key. Thank you, but no. Song Ching-yoon wanted to decline, but before she could finish, the other boys saw her and chimed in. It was as if the first person to speak had given them the courage to talk to Song Ching-yoon. Forget your old BMW, I drive a Benz. Exactly, what's a BMW? I have a Porsche Macan. What's a Macan? Just because it has the Porsche badge doesn't mean it's anything special. It's just a lousy SUV. My car is a proper sports car. A lousy BMW Z4 over 600,000 and you dare call it a convertible sports car. The guy with the Porsche Macan spoke up. The men began to argue. Song Ching-yoon found it all quite amusing. A few girls from the class were also taking a taxi and were very jealous of her. But when they saw her face, the jealousy that had just ignited was quickly extinguished. In the end, after all the comparisons, it was the BMW Z4 owner who won with a final price of 800,000. Just as he was feeling smug and about to invite Song Ching-yoon, something unexpected happened. Look, what car is that? It must be a Ferrari. This hotel has such cars? Yeah, that bright red one, so cool. Way better than your lousy Z4. How much do you think that car costs? At that moment, a fiery red Ferrari, with a low rumbling sound, slowly drove out of the garage. Instantly, it caught the attention of countless people. That's just how it is with such cars, they become the center of attention the moment they appear. Wait, I have a college classmate who works at the biggest car dealership in our city. He said someone recently bought a LaFerrari for over 10 million. What car is that? So expensive, over 10 million? I don't know, probably a limited edition. If I had that kind of money, I definitely wouldn't buy it. You'd have to be able to afford it. I wonder whose car it is. I really want to touch it. At this moment, someone knowledgeable spoke up. The crowd buzzed with discussion, debating whether the car was worth over 10 million. A few girls were so mesmerized they felt weak in the knees, hoping to sit in that car for a spin. Only Song Ching-yoon remained calm. But she was the only one who could confirm that the car was indeed worth over 10 million. Her family wasn't without such cars. What surprised everyone even more was that the car didn't drive away. Instead, it slowly pulled up to the hotel entrance and came to a stop. Who are they? Here to pick up? I wish they were here for me. Under everyone's gaze, the car window slowly rolled down. What the heck? It's Suchen. Why is it him? Isn't he unemployed? Even if he had a job, he couldn't afford this car. This kid has really hit it big. No wonder. He looks down on Tian. Suchen's appearance left everyone in shock. They had originally thought that Suchen's impressive demeanor at the banquet was merely due to being well-informed. No one had thought highly of him, after all, even if Suchen is well-informed and ruthless, as long as he doesn't offend him, everything should be fine. However, seeing Suchen like this, many girls began to secretly regret. They regretted not having talked to Suchen a bit more, otherwise, perhaps it would be them sitting in the car now, envied by everyone. But there's no point in saying if only now. Song Ching-yoon was also quite surprised as she looked at Suchen. She didn't expect that this car actually belonged to him. What's wrong? Didn't Miss Song just say she was going to give me a manager position? Why? Is it that now you don't even have a ride home? Suchen teased. Song Ching-yoon smiled and said, then why don't you take this opportunity to curry favor with your boss? Sure, get in the car, Suchen said, kindly stepping down to open the other side of the car door for Song Ching-yoon. The cool butterfly doors immediately drew another round of cheers from the crowd. A busybody captured the moment of Suchen driving and posted it in the class group. Instantly, there was a wave of gasps. At that moment, Tian, who had just had a heated argument with Mu Kai, was sulking alone in a room. The constant message notifications on her phone caught her attention. She was the first to see Suchen driving and noticed that Song Ching-yoon had gotten into his car. Tian was so angry her teeth were grinding. Thinking of Suchen's handsome appearance, she had initially gotten back together with him for that reason, but they broke up later because Suchen's family was too poor. She never expected Suchen to deceive her. Such an expensive car, Mu Kai wouldn't even buy it. It must belong to Suchen's family. With such a background, how could Suchen say he was so poor he couldn't even afford a meal? Scoundrels! Tian cursed, but deep down, she was filled with regret. Meanwhile, the focus of the conversation, Suchen and Song Ching-yoon, had no idea how much shock they had brought to their former classmates. Didn't Subtitles say he was unemployed? How did he end up with such a nice car? I really was going to arrange a manager position for you. What you're doing is deceiving my feelings. I'm so heartbroken. Song. Xingyun said, feigning grievance. Suchen knew she wasn't truly upset, she was just joking with him. Sigh. When someone has good luck, money just comes knocking at the door. What can I do? Suchen laughed it off. Well, I really envy that, Song Qingyun continued along with Suchen's words. But the changes here are really big. She looked out the car window. If it weren't for you constantly following the navigation, I would have thought you were going to kidnap me, right? I also wonder how much I could sell you for, Suchen pretended to cackle. Song Qingyun playfully acted scared. The changes over the years are quite significant. If I hadn't been studying here all this time, I might not even recognize this place anymore. But the people haven't changed. Especially Sen Xin and the others. They're still so poor. They actually plan to report someone for making money. Song Qingyun felt that these people were still as mischievous as they were in high school. If you want to keep something a secret, you must not do it yourself, Suchen said, feeling helpless. Not expecting Li Fei to act this way. The atmosphere between the two was quite harmonious, as if they had returned to their high school days, studying together. Suchen was very curious about Song Qingyun's study abroad experience. She didn't shy away from sharing the details of her life with him. Suchen, on the other hand, didn't participate much, knowing relatively little. Most of the time, it was Song Qingyun talking while Suchen listened. Suchen drove steadily, the speed not too fast, but they quickly arrived at Song Qingyun's home. Wow! A villa area. So rich. When Suchen reached the location, he realized it was a villa area surrounded by trees. The environment was much better than Tianheng community. Suchen's home was not even in the same league. A small stream flowed through the villa area, the water crystal clear. The houses here were generally not tall, and from a distance, Suchen could see a low hill sitting at the end of the villa area. The security here is quite tight. Before Suchen could approach the entrance of the villa area, he was stopped by a security guard. Just drop me off here. If you want to go in, the registration process is quite troublesome. Suchen understood the hint. He wasn't naive. He had heard about this villa area long ago. Those who could live here were basically government officials or wealthy merchants, and ordinary people couldn't buy in even if they had the money. He didn't expect Song Qingyun to be so secretive. No wonder she was always talking about arranging work for herself. Aren't you going to leave a contact number? I have something going on recently, and if I have time, I'll treat you to dinner, Song Qingyun said, looking at Suchen. Sure. The scene shifted, and Suchen was already back home. The class reunion ended quite early, and even after dropping off Song Qingyun, he got home by 8 o'clock. Lying on his bed and pondering, Suchen felt that he might as well go find Sun Xin and the others. Seeing how they looked earlier, they probably hadn't gone home yet. Hey, are you guys still out? Suchen called Sun Xin without hesitation. Isn't this Su the official? What's up? Got money now, and over 10,000 isn't a big deal anymore? By the way, didn't you drive Song Qingyun home? Why are you looking for me now? Can't be. Is your young body having issues? Sun Xin started with sarcasm. Suchen didn't mind, that's just how he was. I was just simply dropping a classmate off. Are you still out? Yeah, I was planning to go to an internet cafe with Li Fei and the others. But Li Fei and Zhang Feng got called back to work. I'm going for barbecue with Han Jiadong in Zhuyong. Give me an address. Okay. A notification sound, and Suchen received the location sent by Sun Xin. By the way, the three of us are bringing our partners. It's normal for those two to have partners, they've always been local. You weren't developing in the south before. Where did your partner come from? Suchen was curious. Sun Xin explained that his family had arranged a blind date for him, and the other party's conditions were quite good, so he didn't plan to leave this time. With a good brother returning to develop locally, Suchen naturally wouldn't oppose it. At least they could still hang out on weekends. However, hearing that Sun Xin and the others were all bringing partners made Suchen hesitate. These three had liked to drink since high school, especially Zhu Yong, who looked tall and thin but was actually the best drinker among them. Now that they were all bringing partners, they could help block the drinks at critical moments, while he would be alone and surely targeted. But since they had already proposed to go, Suchen couldn't back out. He could just bring someone along. As for who to bring, Suchen found it difficult. The landlady had a nice figure, but she was too flirty, and besides, she had a husband. Yilan, forget it, she wouldn't accompany him to a roadside stall for drinks. As for Gu Yuqing, that was even less feasible. Sun Xin and the others all knew her. Moreover, bringing a girl with whom he had a monetary transaction to meet Sun Xin wouldn't be appropriate. After thinking it over, Suchen thought of someone, Chuanan. This girl looked quiet and was just graduated, making her quite Suitable. Suchen, are you free to go out for a meal with me? Suchen sent a message to Chuanin. At that moment, Chuanin had just finished work. She took a shower, changed into her bare pajamas, and lay on her bed playing with her phone. Although they were called pajamas, they were actually just a big t-shirt with a pink bear pattern printed on it. The loose t-shirt draped over her, exposing her smooth, long legs, which swayed in the air. Upon seeing Suchen's message, Chuanin quickly turned around and sat up. The hem of the t-shirt was pressed under her bottom, outlining her impressive figure. Should she go? Chuanin hesitated for a moment. Suchen was her big client, and thanks to his help, she was able to keep her current job. But it was already so late. Chuanin bit her lip, unsure how to decide. Chuanin, is it just a meal? Suchen, that's right, my brothers all brought their partners. Come with me to make it look good. Give me an address, and I'll pick you up. Seeing Suchen say this, Chuanin felt a bit relieved. After all, there were other girls present, so it should be fine. Chuanin sent Suchen the address and then started to pick from her limited clothes. Soon, Suchen arrived downstairs at Chuanin's place. Chuanin lived in a dormitory provided by Tianheng, not far from the Tianheng community, making it convenient for Suchen to find. When Suchen saw Chuanin, his eyes lit up. She was wearing a gray pleated skirt paired with a white shirt, exuding a youthful vibe. However, Suchen quickly frowned. Although Chuanin looked good in that outfit, the skirt was clearly cheap and the fabric was not great. Besides that, the only accessory Chuanin had, a shoulder bag, was also quite worn out. Thanks to his keen eyes, even in poor lighting, Suchen could see everything clearly. When Chuanin saw Suchen, she was obviously taken aback. She had never seen such a nice car. If it weren't for Suchen having the window down, she wouldn't have dared to approach. What are you dawdling for? Get in, Suchen urged. Chuanin's outfit couldn't be taken to meet Sun Xin and the others directly. Looking so shabby was unacceptable. Chuanin cautiously opened the car door and got in. Let's go, I'll take you to buy some clothes. After Suchen said this, Chuanin lowered her head, clearly lacking confidence. It's fine, you're just accompanying me for a meal, I'll cover the clothes. Saying this, Suchen didn't hesitate and took Chuanin to the nearest mall. Chuanin felt that Suchen had some misunderstanding about casually buying things. This outfit, along with shoes and a bag, cost at least 200,000 to 300,000. Wearing the new clothes, Chuanin felt stiff, afraid to move too much, worried about damaging them. She asked a sales assistant for a bag to take her old clothes with her, planning to return them to Suchen after the meal. Such expensive clothes, if Suchen hadn't said she looked ordinary and would embarrass herself, Chuanin wouldn't have dared to wear them at all. As for Suchen, he also changed into a new outfit, which, while leaning towards casual, still cost tens of thousands. He probably noticed Chuanin's little thoughts but didn't take them to heart. Meanwhile, as Suchen headed to the agreed location, Sun Xin and the others had already arrived at a large roadside stall near the school with their respective partners. Back in high school, they often ate here. Returning now, it inevitably brought a sense of nostalgia. Uncle Jean, we're here, Sun Xin shouted as he reached the entrance. The owner, seeing Sun Xin and the others, was all smiles. It's you guys. There are still seats inside, go on in. Sun Xin waved his hand. Let's sit outside. There are 7 or 8 of us, you decide. The owner busied himself. Sun Xin and the others didn't need his help combining 2 or 3 tables together and chatting among themselves. Sun Xin had been studying and working away from home and had just returned. Naturally, he was chatting excitedly with Han Jiadong and Zhu Yong. Sun Xin's partner, Han Yu, although they met through a blind date and wasn't particularly stunning, had a pleasant appearance and was the type that grew on you. Being brought to the roadside stall by Sun Xin, she didn't mind and kept busy pouring water for everyone. Don't fuss, sister-in-law, Zhu Yong said, taking the cup of water she handed him, repeatedly thanking her. You're lucky, Sun Gu, to have such a virtuous sister-in-law. Sun Xin had always been the big brother among this group, and only Suchen dared to call him by the nickname Dogsy. Hearing Zhu Yong's words, Sun Xin just smiled. In his view, Zhu Yong and Han Jiadong's girlfriends were also quite nice, looking like they were worth spending life with. He heard they all met in college, and it wasn't easy for them to get to this point. The 6 of them chatted happily, enjoying the moment. However, soon an unexpected guest arrived at the scene. Isn't this my brother Sun? A somewhat frivolous male voice called out. As soon as I saw your posts on Moments, I knew you guys came here to eat instead of school. Sorry, I just closed a big deal and missed the class reunion. I just dropped by uninvited. You won't mind, will you? Everyone turned to look at the newcomer, a man with a slicked-back hairstyle, wearing a loose suit and a glaring gold chain around his neck. He swaggered over with a group of 5 or 6 people. Beside him stood a heavily made-up woman, dressed in luxury. brands, with an LV bag, an Hermes belt, and clothes that were extravagantly flashy. It was hard to believe such an outfit belonged in a street stall rather than at a high-end gala. Mang Zhang. Come, sit down. This man was Su Chen's high school roommate. When Sun Xin invited him to the reunion, he had repeatedly declined, claiming to be busy, but now he had come sniffing around. Sure, it's been a while. I've missed you guys. Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Duan Yuqiu, a social media influencer on Douyin with a few million followers. Duan Yuqiu looked disdainfully at the table in the street stall. Honey, why did you bring me to such a place? It's so dirty. Ha, sorry, my girlfriend and I usually eat at Michelin 3-star restaurants. We don't come to places like this. Mang Zhang apologized with a hearty laugh. Then he turned to Duan Yuqiu and scolded, "What's going on? Didn't I tell you to be less talkative in public? What's wrong with eating here? This is called enjoying life with the people." Mang Zhang squeezed out that idiom with his not-so-high education. Although he said that, Sen Xin and the others didn't hear any reprimand in his tone. Instead, they felt even more put off by the two of them. Where did this guy come from? Han Jiadong's girlfriend, Shen Lingling, whispered. He was a classmate before. Just bear with it. It's just that Li Fei isn't here, otherwise, he would have confronted him already. Shen Lingling nodded slightly, not saying much more. Mang Zhang boldly sat down. Duan Yuqiu disdainfully wiped the chair with a tissue and sat down as well. Seeing Sun Xin and the others, Mang Zhang seemed to have found his stage and began to boast about his company and career. You three, oh right. And the three sisters-in-law, why not just quit your jobs and come work for me? I guarantee you'll live the good life. Mang Zhang patted his chest in assurance, but no one in the room took his words seriously. Sun Xin and the others, including their girlfriends, had already seen through what kind of person Mang Zhang was. Naturally, they wouldn't embarrass an old classmate. After all, it was just drinking and boasting together, nothing much. Their girlfriends were also of high quality, quietly sitting with smiles, not saying much. Compared to them, although Duan Yuqiu was prettier and dressed in luxury, her demeanor seemed quite low. Let me tell you, women need to find a good man. Look at me, I found Mang Zhang, and now I have everything. This bag is LV, and my clothes and shoes are all from big brands. Duan Yuqiu kept bragging, and Mang Zhang didn't interrupt. He felt it made him look good. However, someone saw through Duan Yuqiu's facade. Zhu Yong's girlfriend, Chen Song, was a fair-skinned young woman, but she was also quite tall, not appearing short next to Zhu Yong, who was over 1.8 meters. Chen Song worked as a sales assistant in a luxury goods store. She might not know much about other brands, but she immediately recognized that Duan Yuqiu's belt, claimed to be Hermes, was a high imitation, and not even the best quality. Of course, Chen Song didn't expose her. She just decided in her heart to let Zhu Yong have less contact with this person after they went back, as he seemed a bit unreliable. Mang Zhang and Duan Yuqiu were like a duet, each taking turns to boast. Even the restaurant owner couldn't help but glance over when he brought out the food. Just as a few people were starting to get a bit impatient, Su Chen finally arrived, a bit late. Uncle Zhang, busy? Could you please add 2 pairs of chopsticks? As soon as Su Chen got out of the car, he saw the bustling owner of the food stall. Su Chen, you're back. Go on, your friends are waiting for you. I'll bring you 2 of your favorite dishes later. Su Chen was quite familiar with the restaurant owner, and the two greeted each other warmly. Shuanan, being considerate, knew she was there to accompany Su Chen, hesitated for a moment, and then took the initiative to link her arm with his. However, she was still a bit surprised. It seemed so unusual for someone as wealthy as Su Chen to eat at such a food stall, and he appeared to be quite close with the owner. In fact, as soon as Su Chen arrived, he spotted Sun Xin and the others. But since he hadn't seen the food stall owner in a long time, he decided to greet him first. Guzi, Jiadong, Zhu Yong, did you miss me? Su Chen happily walked up to the group. So this is your sister-in-law and the younger sisters. Let me introduce, this is my friend Shuanan. Su Chen enthusiastically greeted everyone. As for Mang Zhang, Su Chen acted as if he didn't see him. Although Mang Zhang was his high school roommate, he had always relied on his family's wealth to bully others at school, showing no respect for the teachers. Su Chen had long grown tired of it. Shuanan followed Su Chen in calling out to people, Guzi good, Jiadong good, Zhu Yong gu. The 3 responded with smiles. Don't listen to Xiao Zhizi's nonsense, just call me Sun Xin. Sun Xian's girlfriend and the others also greeted Su Chen with smiles. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Shuanan, dressed up by Su Chen, looked truly beautiful, and with the right outfit she exuded even more charm than before. Sun Xian secretly sighed, feeling that his brother was really lucky. He had just sent away a Song Qingyun and brought in a Chu Anan, both stunning in their own right. While everyone was amazed at how cute and beautiful the girl Su Chen brought was, the neglected Mang Zhang and Duan Yuqiu each had their own thoughts. Meng Zhang had never gotten along with Su Chen. He looked down on the bookworm, who only studied hard and came from a poor family. Especially after Su Chen started dating Tian Tian, who was also quite attractive. Meng Zhang felt even more jealous. He believed someone like Su Chen should be working for his family after graduation. Why should he be so arrogant? As for Su Chen not greeting him, Meng Zhang didn't take it to heart. His attention was completely captured by Chuanan. The moment she got out of the car, his eyes were glued to her and didn't move away for a second. Meng Zhang had used his family's money to date quite a few girls, but someone as pure and lovely as Chuanan was truly rare. How could he win her over? Meng Zhang began to ponder. Duan Yuqiu, who came with Meng Zhang, was also attracted to Chuanan. She was well aware of her own situation. The money Meng Zhang spent on designer bags and clothes for her had all gone to buying fakes, and the remaining money was saved up. But this Chuanan, dressed in genuine luxury items, clearly hadn't worn them many times, especially the necklace around her neck, which was quite valuable. And that guy named Su Chen, driving a Ferrari, was indeed a luxury car. Compared to Meng Zhang's Cadillac, it was like comparing heaven and earth. The more Duan Yuqiu looked at Su Chen, the more she liked him, like a fox eyeing a chicken. Unaware of the little schemes of these two, Su Chen busily brought over 2 stools for himself and Chuanan. Eating at such a food stall, Chuanan was quite relaxed and soon began calling out Sister Lingling and Sister Hanyu with ease. She looked younger than everyone else, which made her quite endearing, and several girls kept serving her food. Su Chen was naturally very pleased with Chuanan's performance. Are you really not leaving this time? Upon learning that Sun Xian was staying in town, Su Chen was genuinely happy. Yeah, isn't it because I'm planning to marry her? Sun Xian looked at his girlfriend with happiness. Then when you have kids in the future, you must let me be the children's god-grandfather. Su Chen laughed. What a mouthful. No, forget it, you Su Chen, taking advantage of me. The atmosphere instantly became lively, and the few of them clinked glasses, enjoying themselves immensely. Meng Zhang looked at the happy faces of the group and disdainfully curled his lips. And then, right? Where do you work? I'm Su Chen's classmate. My family owns a big company. If you can't handle it, you can come find me. Meng Zhang looked at Chuanan with a face full of intimidation, not forgetting to pull his clothes open to show off his big gold chain. Duan Yuqiu, standing nearby, frowned slightly but didn't react, waiting to see Su Chen's response. No, thank you. My current job is quite good. Chuanan politely declined, but she was also wary of offending Su Chen's classmate. No worries, why be polite with me? Come on, let's exchange contact information. Meng Zhang became increasingly excessive, insisting on adding Chuanan's contact. What's so good about Su Chen? He doesn't even have money. If you add me, if you have any difficulties, I can help you out. Seeing Chuanan's pitiful expression, Meng Zhang's actions became more exaggerated. Su Chen initially hadn't noticed until Chuanan moved closer to him, then he realized Meng Zhang was holding up his phone, constantly leaning towards Chuan. And what are you doing? Su Chen interrupted Meng Zhang, swatting his phone away. Meng Zhang was momentarily taken aback, and only when the phone fell to the ground did he angrily stand up. Su Chen, what are you doing? I just wanted to add her contact information so I could help her if she has difficulties. Meng Zhang was indignant. I remember Sun Xian didn't invite you, right? Can you please leave now? Is this how you treat old classmates? Do you even deserve it? Su Chen said disdainfully. At this moment, Han Jiadong, Zhu Yong, and others had already stood up. Their girlfriends saw this and didn't stop them. Meng Zhang saw the 4 people in front of him, realizing he was in the wrong, and knew he wouldn't gain any advantage by getting physical. Fine, I'll leave. Meng Zhang left with Duan Yuqiu, looking dejected. But what he didn't know was that while he was confronting Su Chen, Duan Yuqiu had taken off her high heels and gently tapped Su Chen's leg with her stockinged foot. Su Chen felt something unusual and glanced at Duan Yuqiu in surprise. She winked at him and then pointed to a small mirror on the table. After Meng Zhang left, Su Chen picked up the small mirror, which had a phone number written in lipstick. He calmly noted down the number. Once the uninvited guest left, the atmosphere finally became lively again. Not bad, you little brat. Not only did you drive a Ferrari, but you also dared to confront Meng Zhang. Sun Xian threw her arms around Su Chen's neck. Yeah, Su Ge, that Meng Zhang's family is no joke. I heard they have a huge influence and are quite wealthy. What a downer. Does Su Ge even care about that? I've never liked that Meng Zhang. I say, he shouldn't have been allowed to sit down in the first place. Han Jiadong and Zhu Yang bantered back and forth like a comedy duo. The atmosphere grew even more vibrant. The drinks kept coming in boxes. Su Chen guessed correctly, these few were really drinking themselves to oblivion. Plus, with Chuanan occasionally blocking drinks for him, he would have been overwhelmed otherwise. As for Sun Xian and the others, they ended up getting drunk themselves. One by one, in a daze. After a hearty meal and drinks, Suchin called a taxi to take Sun Xin and the others home one by one. As for his Ferrari, he arranged for a designated driver to take it back. Let's go, I'll take you home. Suchen called a car to send Chuanan back. At this moment, Chuanan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid Suchen would do something to her. When Suchen dropped her off at home, she felt a bit lost. It was then she remembered that the clothes she had changed out of were still in Suchen's car. Forget it, I'll just get them next time. Chuanan murmured to herself at home, occasionally touching the clothes Suchen had given her. As for Suchen, after dropping off Chuanan, he turned around and took a taxi to a high-end hotel. There, someone had been waiting for a long time. The glaring sunlight hit his face and Suchen woke from his dreams. He had drunk a lot the night before, and his head was still heavy. Looking at the unfamiliar ceiling, Suchen stretched out lazily. His movements startled the person beside him. You're awake, Suchengij. You drank quite a bit last night, let me get you some water. Just wait a moment. A smooth, curvy body slipped out from under the covers, swaying gracefully. In no time, she returned with a cup of water. Suchen didn't hesitate and took the cup. The woman burrowed back under the covers, wanting to lay her head on Suchen's chest. However, her head bumped into a strong hand. It was Suchen who stopped her. Don't get the wrong idea, Duan Yuchio, we're just having fun. Suchengij. Duan Yuchio looked at Su Chen with a pitiful expression. That's right, the one acting cute with Su Chen was Meng Zhang's girlfriend, Duan Yuchio. Back at the dinner table, Su Chen had used the contact information she left to have her book a room and wait for him. Duan Yuchio was more than willing. She had long realized that she couldn't get much from Meng Zhang. She casually made up an excuse to send Meng Zhang away. Duan Yuchio had booked the hotel and was waiting for Su Chen's arrival. While Su Chen was taking a shower, she carefully examined his clothes, one by one, all of which were the latest luxury brand items. Together, they were worth hundreds of thousands. Meng Zhang wouldn't dare to dress like this. After all, his father was still alive, and he couldn't take over much of the family business. Knowing she had landed a big fish, Duan Yuchio naturally did her best to take care of Su Chen. Now, hearing Su Chen say they were just playing around, Duan Yuchio immediately became unhappy. But Su Chen wasn't soft-hearted. He had called Duan Yuchio out to get back at Meng Zhang. He originally looked down on girls like her. Name, Duan Yuchio. Age, 25. Height, 1.71 meters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Measurements, 95, 67, 94. Rating, 89. Secret matters. Coming from a poor rural background, Duan Yuchio had to drop out of school early to work and support her brother's education due to her parents' preference for sons. To live a better life, she constantly sought to attach herself to those in power. Seeing Duan Yuchio cling to him, Su Chen took out his phone and transferred her 100,000. Duan Yuchio's heart filled with joy upon seeing the payment notification. Just for spending one night with Su Chen, even though he had recorded it, she no longer cared. Such a small price for 100,000 yuan was a bargain. Duan Yuchio smiled so widely her eyes nearly disappeared. Alright, Suchengij, I'll leave now, I won't be in your way. Duan Yuchio hurriedly got dressed, fearing Su Chen would change his mind. Watching her retreating figure, Su Chen thought for a moment and stopped her. Wait, what is it? Suchengij. That's 100,000 yuan. I could do it for another night too. Duan Yuchio turned to look at Su Chen, licking her lips. Actually, with that 100,000 plus what you've saved over the years, you could go back to your hometown, buy a storefront, and open a small shop. That would be enough for you to live a decent life for quite a while, right? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the smile on Duan Yuchio's face gradually faded. She stood still for a long time, then bowed to Su Chen. I understand. But if it's Suchengij, it wouldn't be impossible to find someone else, right? Her smile returned. Su Chen could tell it was genuine. Duan Yuchio walked over, and Su Chen pulled out the video he had recorded yesterday, added a mosaic, and clicked send. The recipient, of course, was Meng Zhang. Meanwhile, Meng Zhang had just woken up and, upon receiving Su Chen's video, he sprang into action. Although the video was heavily pixelated, with that figure and voice, how could he not recognize that it was his girlfriend, Duan Yuchio? He picked up his phone and dialed Duan Yuchio's number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off. Please try again later. You bastard Su Chen. Meng Zhang angrily smashed his phone into pieces. Meanwhile, Su Chen was happily packing his things to go home. Su Chen's actions were not simply because Meng Zhang had flirted with Chuanan the night before. In fact, the falling out with his roommate Meng Zhang years ago was also due to Meng Zhang abusing his family's power against his brother's girlfriend. Initially, the girl's family did file a lawsuit against Meng Zhang. However, during the court confrontation, it was unclear what means Meng Zhang's family used, but the girl changed her statement on the spot, claiming she was willing. Then she transferred schools and never appeared again. At that time, Su Chen's brother was despondent for a long time and couldn't recover. After that incident, Meng Zhang indeed quieted down for a while, but soon his true nature was revealed again. He forced a female classmate's father, who worked at a construction site, into unemployment with money, leaving the girl with no choice but to accept Meng Zhang's pursuit. At that time, Su Chen didn't have the ability to change all of this, but now he finally could. Of course, prying Meng Zhang's girlfriend away was just that first step. With his family's strength, if he could get Duan Yuqiu, there would also be Meng Yuqiu, Chan Yuqiu, and Li Yuqiu. Only by bringing Meng Zhang's family to ruin could he fundamentally cut off all of this. However, this would take time. Su Chen recalled a famous saying, "Let the bullets fly for a while." Once home, Su Chen didn't idle around. He drove back to the place where he had made his fortune, the antique market at the porcelain factory. It wasn't that Su Chen was short on money, he still had over 10 million in his account. Su Chen learned that the treasure appraisal conference hosted by Yilan not only included the appraisal segment but also a display segment. In the field of treasure appraisal, it wasn't enough to just be able to identify, one also needed to have their own collection to be considered a legitimate appraiser. Yilan hadn't mentioned this to Su Chen. He guessed that the girl probably wanted to test his depth. Since he had agreed, Su Chen naturally wouldn't show any weakness. Unfortunately, after browsing around, Su Chen's gains weren't substantial. He spent nearly 10,000 yuan and acquired some items worth over 100,000. For Su Chen now, that could only be considered small change. Just as he was putting these items back in his car and preparing to leave, a stall caught his attention. The stall that attracted Su Chen was none other than the most appealing project at the porcelain factory antique market besides porcelain, stone gambling. The antique market at the porcelain factory had made its fortune from porcelain, and later, in pursuit of better development, the market management naturally thought of expanding their business. Spring City, being close to Myanmar, made jadeite rough stones a logical choice for them. The facts proved that their choice was correct. The monthly stone gambling conference attracted wealthy individuals from all over the country. What Su Chen was seeing now was this month's stone gambling conference. The market had designated a large area for the stone gambling conference, which, although not small, was currently packed with people who had come from all over the country. The venue for the stone gambling conference was so crowded that not a single drop could leak through. The entire area was filled with the voices of stone gamblers. Su Chen, relying on his youth and tall stature, easily squeezed to the front of the crowd. Although the outer crowd was extremely crowded, there were only a few people actually standing in the center of the venue selecting stones. The main characters of the stone gambling conference were precisely these few individuals. After listening for a while in the crowd, Su Chen managed to understand the rules of the stone gambling conference. Those who came to participate in the stone gambling conference were not just there to buy jade stones. The stone gambling conference was divided into 7 rounds, with each participant registering to select and purchase stones from the materials prepared in advance by the organizers and then opening the stones on site. The reason the stone gambling conference could attract so many people, besides the wealthy individuals there to buy jade, was that the rest were there for the betting opportunities offered by the organizers. Everyone can place bets. After the players open the stones, experts assess the value of the jade stones and set the market. By the time Su Chen arrived, the 6th round was already in progress. This stone gambling conference truly piqued Su Chen's interest, and he patiently watched. At this point in the event, there were still 8 players left. Among them, 3 stood out the most. After staying here for a while, Su Chen noticed that most people chose to bet on these 3. One of them was an old man with a big belly and a handlebar mustache, dressed in a tang suit. Su Chen heard people around him say that this man was named Tang Runli, the president of the local Jade Association in Spring City, and also the face of the association. Name, Tang Runli. Age, 48. Identity, president of the Spring City Jade Association. Ability, jade carving, raw stone. Appraisal. Tang Runli indeed had some skills. He often just weighed the raw stone in his hand a few times before immediately putting it down, as if that particular stone was not worth his time. Occasionally, when he was uncertain, he would shine a flashlight on it for a moment, but then he would quickly set it back down. Until he came across a fist-sized raw stone, Tang Runli weighed it and shone his flashlight on it. After pondering for a while, he finally made up his mind, bid on the stone, and after paying, this raw stone was tagged with Tang Runli's label, waiting to be opened alongside the other players. Betting. President Tang has won the city tournament for several months in a row. Betting with him guarantees a profit. Exactly, even though the odds are low, 10-3, it's still some income. Hee, I've already placed my bet, bought in for 100,000. You're quite sharp, kid. The surrounding gamblers exchanged words, seemingly convinced that as long as they followed Tang Runli's bets, they would make a profit. They knew that if Tang Runli didn't win, their bets would be lost. Besides Tang Renli, 2 others also attracted a large number of bets. Name, Shi Renjie, age 35. Identity, disciple of the National Jade Association. President. Ability, raw stone appraisal. Jade appraisal. Shi Renjie was the youngest, impeccably dressed in a suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and appeared quite humble. However, his demeanor was quite arrogant. He barely glanced at most raw stones, just a quick look before moving on. Yet, many admired him for this. After he placed his bet on a jade stone, quite a few people also bet on him. However, knowing his identity as the president's disciple, Su Chen wasn't surprised. The last one was a foreigner. Though he had an Asian face, his skin was dark. Name, Wu Chu, age 47. Identity, owner of a raw stone mine in northern Myanmar. Ability, raw stone appraisal. Combat. Su Chen understood that this was a Burmese man. He didn't expect him to participate in this stone gambling conference. Outsiders often have a good reputation. Wu Chu's identity also attracted a group of gamblers to place bets on the raw stones he bid on. As all the players selected their raw stones and placed their bids, the cheers from the gamblers grew louder, each calling out the names of their chosen players. Su Chen watched with great interest, even though he already knew the final outcome. Name, Jade raw stone, ice-type jade, value 7 million. This raw stone was the one chosen by Tang Renli. Although it wasn't the highest valued stone Su Chen had seen, it was enough to stand out among the other players. Just as Su Chen was eagerly watching the stone gambling conference, he suddenly felt a tap on his back. Turning around, he was surprised to see Yi Lan's outfit today caught Su Chen's eye. Perhaps due to attending the stone gambling conference, she was dressed very neutrally. She wore tight-fitting jeans that accentuated her beautiful legs and a loose trench coat that covered her completely. A brown fisherman's hat sat atop her head, with her long, sleek black hair cascading over her shoulders. This was the first time Su Chen had seen Yi Lan dressed like this. Long time no see, Mr. Su. I didn't expect you to attend this stone gambling conference as well. Yes, just here to broaden my horizons. Indeed, I've heard quite a bit about this stone gambling conference in the capital. It's really well organized. After that, Yi Lan didn't bring up the stone gambling conference again, and the two chatted casually while waiting for the results of this round of gambling stones. As expected, Tang Renli took the crown. Cheers erupted around them, and many people had bet on Tang Renli. Of course, there were even more wails of despair. Mr. Su, what do you think of the skills of these contestants? They're all quite impressive. Their skills are not to be underestimated. Su Chen praised. Oh, is that so? How do they compare to Mr. Su? Yi Lan wouldn't forget that Su Chen had identified the Vajrayana mask from a pile of bones. Mr. Su, why don't we join in and give it a try? Although there's a capital verification, I believe 10 million is nothing to you. Yi Lan began to encourage Su Chen to participate, which would definitely make the stone gambling conference more interesting. It was then that Su Chen realized that registration required capital verification. No wonder there were only 8 contestants. However, Yi Lan's words reminded Su Chen that since he was here, how could he not have some fun? To be honest, Miss Yi Lan, I'm quite interested as well, so I'll go up and give it a try. But I'm also a novice. I've never played this before. It's all about participation, Su Chen said modestly. No worries, I believe in you, Mr. Su. Yi Lan didn't believe that Su Chen was just going up to play around. After a few rounds, Su Chen's appraisal skills had deeply impressed Yi Lan. After a simple capital verification, Su Chen successfully registered for the final round of the stone gambling conference. This final round attracted even more spectators, with the number of contestants increasing from 8 to 13. A group of contestants took the stage. The stage was filled with raw stones on 3 three-tiered shelves, and some larger ones were placed on the ground. Su Chen glanced over and saw at least 100 pieces of jade raw stones. Just these stones alone were estimated to be worth over 100 million. As the competition began, the contestants entered the venue and started selecting their desired raw stones, seemingly afraid that good stones would be snatched away by others. Even Tang Renli and the others, who had been quite relaxed earlier, now wore serious expressions as they examined the raw stones one by one. However, Su Chen appeared out of place. He scanned the area roughly and headed straight for a small, pitch-black raw stone in the corner. The stone was not large, just slightly bigger than Su Chen's fist, and it was very inconspicuous. Su Chen took the stone and communicated with the organizers. This one. Sir, are you sure? This stone is worth 10,000, the organizer's representative asked uncertainly. This person, in his 30s, had participated in many stone gambling conferences, and it was his first time seeing such a casual contestant. If it weren't for Su Chen's capital verification, he would have thought Su Chen was there to cause trouble. After receiving Su Chen's affirmative response, the representative took Su Chen's money and placed his raw stone on the final display stand. Su Chen clearly heard a wave of hissing. What's this kid doing, trying To be funny? Right, what can that black egg possibly yield? He must have capital verification. Maybe he's a rich second generation. Just playing around. Forget it, I won't buy from him anyway. Yilan was also quite surprised. She believed in Su Chen's judgment. That raw stone would definitely yield something good, but this was too fast. She looked left and right but couldn't discern anything unusual about Su Chen's raw stone. While Yilan pondered over the raw stone, Su Chen had already walked up to her. Mr. Su? Yilan blinked. Miss Yilan, dare you to play a big game with me? Su Chen smiled at her. What do you have in mind? Yilan became interested. Lend me 20 million. I want to bet on myself to win. After the stone is opened, double the return. Although she was prepared, Su Chen's words still surprised Yilan. The stone gamblers did not recognize Su Chen, and coupled with the fact that his raw stone was unremarkable, the odds for Su Chen to win had already reached 5 to 1. With a 20 million bet, the organizers would have to pay Su Chen 100 million. Alright. Yilan did not hesitate and directly took Su Chen to find the organizers. Not only did she lend Su Chen 20 million to bet, but she also placed a bet of 20 million herself. Although the organizers could receive several hundred million in bets over the course of the stone gambling event, this was the first time for such a large amount. The person in charge looked at Su Chen's plain raw stone and then at the two of them as if he had seen the god of wealth. Okay, sir and miss, I will place the bets for you two right away. The person in charge hurriedly took the bank card, afraid that Su Chen and Yilan would change their minds. Soon, he returned with the betting certificates, respectfully handing them to Su Chen. Here, one for each. Whether I can make money depends on Mr. Su. Yilan smiled as she took the certificates and bank card, casually stuffing them into her trench coat pocket. At this moment, the other contestants had finally chosen their raw stones. The host had already announced that the betting would soon close. Then I'll take my leave first. Su Chen said goodbye to Yilan and walked towards the competition area. Look at Master Tang's raw stone. Although it only has a small opening, look at that water quality, the jade's luster is rippling. Master Tang is amazing. I bet 100,000. How stingy. I bet 200,000. TCH, your taste is lacking. I bought Wu Chu's. The Burmese guys have a knack for raw stones. Wu Chu's raw stone is just bigger. What's worth betting on? I think Master Rinjie's stone is better. On his way back to the competition area, Su Chen mostly heard praises for these three people. To encourage betting, the organizers had set up an electronic screen in the center of the competition area displaying the betting amounts and real-time odds. The bets for these three had already exceeded 100 million. The odds were also the lowest at 10 to 1. A bet of 10,000 could yield 1,000. As for Su Chen, the bets on him winning, excluding his and Yilan's bets, were only a few 100,000, with the highest odds at 5 to 1. I can't believe someone is betting on that black egg. I wonder what they're thinking. It seems that guy brought a girl to place the bet. Just a rich second generation experiencing life. Sigh, they have money, we can't envy them. Su Chen ignored all these derogatory comments. By the time Su Chen arrived at the competition area, the stones were already being opened. In reverse order, the first to open was the last person to submit their raw stone. Su Chen was at the end of the line. 5 million, Su Chen murmured. Sure. Enough. After the raw stone was opened, several elderly appraisers discussed for a while and then told the host a number. 5 million. The loud voice echoed throughout the venue through the host's microphone. Some were happy while others were worried. A 5 million raw stone was indeed not impressive in this final round. Soon, the next raw stone was opened, revealing a large piece of emerald green jade, with the host quoting 6 million. Following that, several others had prices fluctuating around 5 to 6 million. By the 7th, the master cutting the stone kept slicing but still couldn't find any jade. Value 0. The host announced such a number. The stone. Gamblers in the audience burst into laughter. The contestants and the gamblers who had bet on him all had dark expressions. However, the laughter was brief, and there was no further discussion. After all, opening a stone without jade was common here. In the following rounds, aside from a jade stone worth over 50,000, the remaining jade stones were all around 4 to 5 million. After all, to make the stone gambling event visually appealing, the raw stones prepared by the organizers were not low in value. Soon, only 4 jade stones remained unopened, excluding Su Chen's raw stone, which was saved for last. The remaining 3 pieces were the jade stones purchased by the most supported individuals: Wu Chu, Shi Renjie, and Tang Renli. Tang Renli's jadeite, valued at 6,500,000, was even less than the jade stones from the previous round. However, old Tang still smiled with satisfaction. He bought this piece of jade for just 1 million, which meant he would pocket over 5 million. Tang Renli's supporters were even more arrogant, as this 6,500,000 was already the highest price so far. But soon, their joy faded. Wu Chu's raw stone was revealed to be worth 8 million. The Burmese man grinned with delight. Those who had bet on him were even more pleased than he was. In the end, sure. Renjia did not exceed the 8 million mark either. His jade was only worth 7 million. Wu Chu's supporters erupted in cheers, almost unable to contain themselves from claiming their prizes. What? There was still Su Chen's jade stone to be opened. Don't joke around. What? Could that dark, murky thing possibly yield? This was the consensus of almost everyone present. Hurry up and cut it open. Don't delay. My prize claim. Exactly, don't waste time. Even the organizers thought the same, but to maintain the rules, Su Chen's stone still had to be cut. Wait a minute, master. Polish the stone skin little by little, take it slow with your hands. The stone cutter had never heard such a request before. Generally, jade raw stones are cut from the middle, and for finer work, they are sliced layer by layer and then polished. The stonecutter, who was already reluctant to open such a stone, grew increasingly impatient. This worthless stone. Just cut it from the middle. If there's no jade, we can throw it away, the cutter said impatiently. The crowd below also booed, especially those waiting to claim their prizes after Su Chen's stone was opened. Then I'll do it myself. Su Chen was about to take the stone cutter's place, and the man didn't mind. Doing less work was a good thing. He simply let Su Chen take his position. Su Chen sat down at the stone cutting station, turned on the angle grinder, and steadily held the stone, rubbing it against the grinder. Su Chen's technique was quite amateurish. When the raw stone first touched the grinder, it nearly slipped from his hands due to the vibration. Can you do it, kid? Just admit defeat already. You're wasting time, the gamblers jeered. These young people nowadays. Right, not humble. At all. The members of the jury and the contestants were also growing a bit impatient. Only Yilan, watching Su Chen's actions, had increasingly brightening eyes. She knew Su Chen well. Previously, he had casually handed her the secret Buddhist mask without fear of breaking it, yet now he was treating this stone with such seriousness. Yilan's anticipation grew. She felt this stone would surely yield something good. Soon, Su Chen had rubbed off a corner of the raw stone, revealing a pure emerald green. The pristine green made one of the judges gasp in surprise. Don't talk, look quickly. What's revealed from that raw stone is pure imperial green. To be able to be called imperial, such jadeite's value was evident. As the judge's voice rose, more and more people noticed the jade stone in Su Chen's hands. The organizer's camera also stopped filming other jade pieces and focused on Su Chen's raw stone. The entire venue saw the content captured by the camera through the projection set up by the organizers. The noise in the room gradually diminished. Why are you all so quiet? A gambler who had bet on Wu Chu's victory was still speaking loudly but was tugged at by his companion. Look at the big screen. The gambler turned to the screen and was immediately struck by a sense of suffocation. He sensed something was wrong. The raw stone in Su Chen's hands, just revealing a corner, already far surpassed Wu Chu's jade. Next, they would see just how large that jade was. The raw stone continued to reveal more, and that touch of emerald green was showcased even better before everyone. What a pure green! The original stone master had already begun to regret. If this stone had been opened by him, it would have been such an honorable achievement. Little brother, I was reckless just now. How about I open it instead? The over 60-year-old master said humbly. Su Chen shook his head. He could open the stone himself because he could see the full picture of the jade, and he didn't dare let anyone else intervene. The stone master sighed and stopped talking, standing in the corner with a look of disappointment in his eyes. As the stone skin fell away bit by bit, the crowd grew increasingly uneasy. This jade was not just a pure imperial green, it was something more. Is that a dragon head? Yes, it really is a dragon head. Soon, someone noticed that the jade Su Chen had opened was not only imperial green, but also naturally formed into a dragon head. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have dared to believe it. The wonders of nature were truly astonishing. The dragon head was vivid and lifelike, roaring with its head held high. Little brother, stop opening it. I'll offer 10 million. I'll offer 12 million. 20 million. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. The one who spoke was none other than Tang Renli, the president of the Spring City Jade Association. And little brother, if you want, you can choose any piece of jade from what I purchased today. Tang Renli spoke up. He naturally knew the value of this jade. So many people could attest to it. This was a naturally formed dragon-shaped jade, and it was worth that price. Not to mention it was pure imperial green. Su Chen smiled and shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, but I would prefer to open the jade first. Su Chen remained neither humble nor arrogant. Tang Renli wouldn't say more. If the shape of the jade that followed was not satisfactory, it would require manual carving, or they might simply and crudely remove the dragon head. Its value would naturally decrease. He was quite happy about that. However, the situation with this raw stone turned out to be beyond everyone's expectations. Once the entire raw Stone was opened, it revealed a lifelike, majestic dragon image, standing tall. Moreover, it was entirely imperial green, without a hint of impurities. Those present, if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, would not have dared to believe it. The gazes directed at Su Chen were filled with envy, admiration, and greed. Can we announce the results now? After a long silence, Su Chen reminded the host. I announced that the champion of this stone gambling conference is this young man, valued at. The host cast a pleading glance at the judging panel. The judges looked at each other, unable to determine a price. Such natural jade could almost be said to be priceless. Even if it were designated as a national treasure, it would not be an exaggeration. If it had been discovered in ancient times, it would have been regarded as an auspicious sign, only to be presented to the emperor of the time, with no private collection allowed. Ultimately, it was the elder who had spoken first who made a decision, signaling to the host with a 5. Valued at 50 million. The host understood. The scene shifted. Su Chen rejected countless requests to purchase the jade and hurriedly returned to his car. Yilan helped Su Chen collect his winnings and soon approached his car as well. Mr. Su, your performance this time was truly remarkable. As soon as Yilan got into the car, she gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Seeing Su Chen casually place the jade worth 50 million on the car as if it were a trinket bought from a street vendor surprised even Yilan. If you like, feel free to play with it, I don't mind. Yilan naturally wouldn't refuse. She handed Su Chen a card and, while playing with the jade, said, there were too few people betting on Mr. Su's victory. It was 5-1. Mr. Su bet 20 million, so you ended up with a full 100 million. This time, I really benefited from Mr. Su. Yi Lan's eyes sparkled. That 100 million felt like it had come effortlessly. Miss Yi, just transfer 60 million back to me later. I promised you before, including principal and interest. That's 20 million. Su Chen casually handed the card back to Elan. Yi Lan did not respond. She played with the piece of jade, growing fonder of it with each glance. Moreover, this piece of jade held special significance for her. Mr. Su, why don't you sell this piece of jade to me? I won 100 million. Plus the principal I lent you. Is that enough to buy this jade? Yilan was quite generous, offering 14 million right off the bat. Su Chen felt that the jade was not worth that price. Perhaps, like the last time with the Tibetan mask, it had special meaning for certain people. Su Chen thought, isn't that a bit taking advantage of Miss Yilan? He voiced his thoughts. It's fine, I really like this item, and for those who appreciate it, it's worth that price. Yilan carefully set the jade down and looked directly at Su Chen. Su Chen sensed Yilan's seriousness. However, he still chose not to sell the jade to her. To be honest, I came to the porcelain factory today to find a collectible for the appraisal conference. With Su Chen saying this, Yilan felt it was inappropriate to press further. Then, Mr. Su, after the appraisal conference, if you want to sell it, you must consider me first. I am willing to pay the highest price for it. Yilan took a deep look at the jade. That goes without saying. Su Chen found Yilan a bit strange today in his perception. Such an item was not worth her repeatedly asking to buy it. However, he did not dwell on it. After bidding farewell to Yilan, he happily returned home. Yilan took the bank card, and before Su Chen even got home, 60 million had already been transferred to his account by her. After staying at home for a few days, Su Chen thought that with sufficient funds now, it would be better to buy a larger house. He couldn't keep his parents living in the countryside forever. Yunnan is rainy and humid, and the countryside houses become damp during the summer. He had long wanted to bring his parents to the city so they could enjoy a better life, and he decided to act on it. Su Chen drove directly to Tianhong Real Estate. The house he bought here before was quite comfortable. He entered the sales office of Tianhong with ease. As soon as he walked in, Gu Yuqing approached him. Su Chen, are you here to find me? I haven't finished work yet. But if you're in a hurry, I can take leave early. Gu Yuqing blinked her eyes, looking at Su Chen with anticipation. Su Chen glanced at Gu Yuqing. He wasn't here to find her today. He looked around. Where's Chuanan? I haven't seen her. Gu Yuqing, upon hearing this, spat inwardly. She felt unwilling as she watched Su Chen ignore her. However, Gu Yuqing still explained, that girl Chuanan seems to have someone at home, and she has taken leave for several days. I heard she wants to resign. Su Chen frowned upon hearing this. He knew how hard Chuanan had worked to stay at Tianhong. Now she actually wanted to quit. Moreover, the last time he asked her to have dinner, she excitedly told him that the benefits after becoming a regular employee were much better than before. With this in mind, Su Chen called Chuanan. The call connected, but no one answered. The same went for WeChat. He sent a message but received no reply. Su Chen began to feel that something was off. Something must have happened to Chuanan. Just then, Gu Yuqing's phone rang. What? I'm on my way. she exclaimed in surprise after answering the call. Su Chen originally didn't care about Gu Yuqing's matters, but seeing her noticed that he was still trying to call Chuanen. She hesitated for a moment and then tugged at Su Chen's sleeve. Stop calling, Chu. Anan can't answer. Su Chen looked at her in confusion. Gu Yuqing continued to explain. Chuanen is my intern, under my supervision. Just now, someone from the dormitory told me that there's trouble at her home and I need to go over. Then I'll go with you, Su Chen said, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Gu Yuqing nodded. The two drove to Tianhong's dormitory. Seeing Su Chen's familiar demeanor, Gu Yuqing knew in her heart that Su Chen must have come to find Chuanen before. Last time, Su Chen had only picked up Chuanen at the door, and under Gu Yuqing's guidance, he entered the dormitory building. As soon as they walked in, they saw a middle-aged couple and a young man with yellow hair, looking about 17 or 18, beating Chuanen with punches and kicks in the corridor. Chuanen was crouched on the ground, protecting her head with her hands. Around her, 3 or 4 female employees of Tianhong were trying to intervene, but they were all girls, and the 3 attackers looked fierce. They didn't dare to step forward, and their attempts to stop the violence were futile. The fists and feet of the 3 continued to rain down on Chuanen. Stop hitting her. If this goes on, someone will get seriously hurt, shouted a petite girl standing nearby, holding a phone in her hand, her voice filled with urgency. The young man with yellow hair, wearing a short-sleeved shirt that revealed his tattooed arms and torn jeans, was wearing a pair of flip-flops. Hearing the girl's words only made him more arrogant. This is our family matter. What does it have to do with you? He said, kicking Chu Anen again. This kick sent Chuanen sprawling to the ground. Exactly, the woman echoed. She looked like a typical rural woman, dressed well but striking without mercy. Often, a punch would leave a bruise on Chuanen's arm. The middle-aged man, while also hitting Chu Anen, targeted her buttocks and stomach. However, his words were the most chilling. You two, be careful, don't hit her face. If you hurt her face, it won't be worth anything. Yeah, Mom, if her face gets hurt, we won't get much of a bride price, the young man chimed in. Anen, did you hear that? Behave and come back with us to get married, and my mom won't hit you anymore. The scene before Su Chen was shocking. In the short corridor, Su Chen quickly closed the distance, taking 3 steps at a time until he reached the 3 attackers. He kicked out 3 times, sending each of the bullies flying. The few girls from Tianhong screamed and dodged, allowing the 3 to crash to the ground. Su Chen ignored them and helped Chuanen up. At that moment, Chuanen looked like a frightened rabbit. Once she was lifted, she hurriedly hid behind Su Chen, crouching on his back and trembling uncontrollably. By this time, the 3 had already gotten back up, supporting each other as they approached Su Chen. Kid, this is our family matter. I advise you not to meddle. Chuanen's father, Chu Tianhe, glared at Su Chen with a fierce expression. Hearing Chu Tianhe's words, the young man with yellow hair, Chu Fei, and the woman, Li Wan, were eager to take action. The 3 were not good people to begin with, and they were not afraid of a 3-on-1 situation. Looking at the 3 of them, Su Chen felt that fighting with such people was beneath him. Do you want to make a move? If any of my clothes get damaged, you 3 wouldn't be able to pay for it even if you sold yourselves, Su Chen said with a cold smile. The 3 who had intended to strike paused. Chu Tianhe's face twitched as he said, Kid, do you really think I haven't seen the world? How much could your clothes be worth? Before Chu Tianhe could finish, his son Chu Fei tugged at his shirt. Dad, that kid's belt looks like it's from Hermes. If it's real, it could be worth several tens of thousands. Chu Fei's words weren't entirely accurate. Su Chen's Hermes belt was a limited edition that cost 200,000 when he bought it. But that was enough to intimidate Chu Tianhe. He looked Su Chen up and down, sensing a certain air of wealth about him. At that moment, the few girls who had been trying to intervene also recovered from their shock. Chu Fei's words drew their attention to Su Chen. What tens of thousands of belt? That's a limited edition. You can't buy it for less than 100,000. The girl who called to inform Gu Yuqing was Zhang Xia, an old hand at Tianhong Real Estate. She had seen her fair share of wealthy people, so she had some discernment. What's a belt? The suit he's wearing is probably 3 or 4 times the price of that belt. It's a high-end Armani piece. Forget the clothes, just look at the watch on his wrist. Patek Philippe. Right, it's probably worth at least $1 million. The girls at Tianhong Real Estate guessed the price of Su Chen's clothes. Although not entirely accurate, they were close enough. The more Chu Tianhe listened, the more his heart raced. The betrothal gifts promised by the village chief couldn't even buy Su Chen a pair of shoes. Chu Tianhe instinctively grabbed his wife and son, whispering, we absolutely can't make a move. We can't afford the consequences. What about Chuanen? Are we just going to let him protect her? Without the betrothal gifts from the village chief, how am I supposed to get married? Chu Fei was a bit anxious. Marrying off Chuanen for the betrothal gifts was his idea. But he wasn't foolish, he just stared at Su Chen, not daring to act. Seeing that the Three were intimidated and not planning to make a move. Su Chen, however, was not going to let them off so easily. Name: Chu Tianhe. Age: 50. Personality: greedy, impulsive. Secret matter: fugitive for murder. Chu Tianhe, while wandering in another place, got into a fight and accidentally killed someone, then fled back to his hometown and is now wanted. He promised his son, Chu Fei, to exchange Chuanan for betrothal gifts, ostensibly to help his son get married, but in reality, it was to escape the country. Name: Chu Fei. Age: 17. Personality: gambling addict, impulsive, greedy. Secret matter: loan sharking. Chu Fei, having incurred a huge debt due to gambling, came up with the idea of using his sister to obtain betrothal gifts. Name: Li. 1. Age: 48. Personality: greedy, selfish. When Su Chen saw the identities of the three, he couldn't help but laugh in anger. None of them were good people, and the father and son had their own ulterior motives. Especially Chu Tianhe, who was actually a fugitive. Murderer. Anan, did you hear what they said? They want to marry you off to the village chief's family for betrothal gifts. Do you agree? No, I don't want to. Chuanan covered her head, looking fearfully at her parents. The village chief's son is an idiot. I don't want to marry him. Hearing this, Su Chen became even angrier. You little brat, you better not meddle. I can marry my daughter to whoever I want. Oh, is that so? I'm going to meddle. If you have the guts, call the police. Seeing Chu Tianhe shouting, Su Chen said, with a playful tone, right, Dad, let's call the police. Chu Fei was somewhat tempted. Chuanan, however, was even more frightened, hiding behind Su Chen, repeatedly mumbling, I don't want to go back home. I don't want to get married, and similar phrases. More nervous than Chuanan was Chu Tianhe. Seeing his son really pull out his phone to call the police, Chu Tianhe swatted his son's phone away. Call the police. What the hell are you calling for? The more Chu Tianhe thought about it, the angrier he became, looking at his useless son, his teeth itching. Watching the father-son duo in conflict, Su Chen turned back, wrapping his arms around Chuanan's shoulders. Feeling Su Chen's presence, Chuanan finally calmed down. I can help you, but do you really not want to go back home? Chuanan, like a drowning person seeing a lifeline, hugged Su Chen tightly. Help me. I don't want to go back. If you help me escape this misery, Chuanan said, getting so excited that she even stuttered. I'll be your servant. Chuanan's eyes widened, looking sincerely at Su Chen. Seeing the closeness between the two, Gu Yuqing glared fiercely at Chuanan, stamping her feet in place. Su Chen chuckled lightly, then you better not go back on your word. Su Chen didn't take Chuanan's words to heart. Could it be that he would really let Chuanan be his servant? Gu Yuqing, call the security over. Gu Yuqing was startled when Su Chen called her and quickly dialed the security. After all, this was the employee dormitory of Tianhe Group, and the security arrived quickly. At this moment, Chu Tianhe was already panicking. Only Chu Fei and Li Wan continued to shout. What are you doing? Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you called security. Seeing Chu Fei like this, Su Chen didn't hold back either, kicking him hard on the calf, causing Chu Fei to fall to the ground in pain. The security guards were also confused. Although they had been called over, they didn't know what they were supposed to do. What are you standing there for? They are murderers. Su Chen pointed at Chu Tianhe and the others. A few security guards hesitated, unsure whether to support Su Chen since they didn't know him. But Chu Tianhe couldn't hold it any longer and took off running. Now the security guards realized there was a problem, and a few big men easily caught up with him and subdued him. Inside Chuanan's room, she looked at Su Chen in disbelief. Everything felt like a dream. For the past few days, her parents and younger brother had been pestering her to return to the village and marry the village chief's foolish son. At first, they had been patient in their persuasion, but today, just because she refused, the three of them had started hitting her. At that moment, Su Chen appeared like a divine savior, rescuing her. It became even clearer that her father was a murderer, and he had solved her family problems once and for all, freeing her from the torment that had plagued her for over 20 years. Thinking about how she had promised Su Chen to be his servant, Chuanan felt her face flush. Su Chen looked at the girl helplessly, as if she had been scared silly. However, Su Chen wasn't in a hurry. After all, the crowd of onlookers had been dispersed by the police, and Chu Tianhe and the others had been taken away. As for Gu Yuqing, she had left early, out of jealousy. Now, in Chuanan's dormitory, there were only the two of them. Su Chen patiently waited for Chuanan to calm down. After all, no one could take such an experience lightly. After a while, Chuanan seemed to suddenly realize that Su Chen was still in her room. She suddenly looked up and gazed deeply at Su Chen. Then she knelt down directly. What are you doing? Su Chen was startled. I said I would be your servant. Chuanan said softly. If it weren't for the silence in the room, Su Chen wouldn't have been able to hear her. No, I was just joking. I didn't take it seriously. As soon as Su Chen said this, Chuanan burst into tears. Horror. tearful appearance was truly heart-wrenching. You. Chuanan stammered, and after a while she finally sorted out what she wanted to say. They have never treated me well since I was young, and they favored my brother. They wouldn't even let me go to school. Now that you saved me, I want to repay you. Suchen helplessly helped the kneeling Chuanan up. The disparity in their strength made it impossible for Chuanan to resist. She was forced to sit back down in the chair. Before Suchen could continue to refuse, she added, moreover, even though my dad, Chu Tianhai, is in jail, we still have a bunch of relatives, and Chu Fei and Li Wan are also around. They won't let me off. I definitely can't continue working here. If you don't take me in, I might as well have gone back with them just now. Xuanen's words were reasonable. After listening, Suchen thought seriously for a moment. First, he had saved her, so he should see it through. Second, if he brought his parents to live in the city, they would be unfamiliar with the place, and at their age, they indeed needed someone to take care of them. Suchen looked Xuanen up and down. She was obedient and diligent in her work, making her a good candidate. All right, then you can work for me from now on. No need to be a servant, just be my maid and help me take care of my parents. Really? Xuanen exclaimed in surprise. However, as she touched the wound, she quickly let out a hiss of pain. Su Chen looked at Xuanen's numerous injuries and then glanced around her dormitory. Aside from the sheets and a few faded clothes hanging on the rack, there was almost nothing here. The only striking item was the clothes Su Chen had given to Xuanen last time, neatly wrapped in a plastic bag and hung on the rack. Noticing Su Chen's gaze, Xuanen seemed to remember something. She moved to the rack and pulled out the jewelry Su Chen had bought last time from one of the pockets of the clothes. Here, I'm returning this to you. Luckily, I hid it well, or they would have taken it away. Su Chen smiled as he accepted it. After a moment of thought, he took out his phone and transferred 500,000 to Xuanen. Hearing the notification of the transfer, Xuanen could hardly believe her ears. Su Chen didn't give her a chance to refuse. This 500,000 is your settling-in fee. Buy yourself a few decent outfits. Something nice, don't embarrass me. And also, take care of your injuries. Xuanen obediently nodded. Now I'm assigning you your first task. I want to bring my parents to live in the city. Help me pick a suitable villa. A bigger one, don't worry about the cost. Su Chen continued. After giving his instructions, Su Chen stood up and left, leaving behind a dazed Xuanen. On the other side, Su Chen walked out from Tianhong Real Estate. It wasn't far from the sales office. From a distance, Su Chen spotted a somewhat familiar van parked at the entrance of the sales office. He drove closer and, upon a better look, confirmed it was indeed the vehicle of the landlord, Xianwei. Xianwei and Ningyu were also in the car, seemingly arguing about something. Su Chen could vaguely hear Qianwei saying, selling that house at home won't even be enough to buy a place here, it's simply not worth it. You've seen the house too, stop making a fuss. What a coincidence, Su Chen. Didn't expect to run into you here. Xianwei wanted to say more, but as he looked past Ningyu and saw Su Chen, he immediately broke into a silly grin and greeted him. His eyes showed no attempt to hide his envy of Su Chen's sports car, and even while talking to Su Chen, his gaze kept wandering over the car's body. While Qianwei was looking at Su Chen's car, Su Chen was also observing Qianwei's vehicle. Perhaps because Su Chen caught them arguing, the landlord's wife looked a bit uneasy. However, Qianwei didn't mind. He still remembered the scene from when he helped Su Chen move last time. This was a wealthy person, even a little benefit from him was worth a month's salary for Qianwei. Su Chen's car was parked to the right of theirs, so Qianwei could only greet Su Chen by leaning over Ningyu. Seeing her husband's sycophantic demeanor, Ningyu's eyes were filled with undisguised disdain and disgust. Long time no see, brother Qian, didn't expect you and sister Ningyu to still be so affectionate. Su Chen replied politely. Yeah, Qianwei mumbled, then continued with small talk. You're so busy, what brings you here today? I'm looking to buy another house. Su Chen replied nonchalantly. Ningyu, who had originally dared not look at Su Chen, was surprised and raised her head to look at him. Wow, impressive, Qianwei exclaimed in surprise. Next time when you're not busy, remember to come over for dinner. Qianwei was even more ingratiating. Sure, the handmade sausages Ningyu made before were really good. If I didn't have something to do at home tonight, I would definitely come over to disturb you. Su Chen's words had a double meaning. Qianwei was very pleased. He couldn't wait for Su Chen to come over for dinner. Really? Then you must come when you have time. But Qianwei didn't notice that Ningyu gave Su Chen a deep look, and the two exchanged a smile, with Su Chen nodding slightly in acknowledgement. After a few pleasantries, Su Chen drove home. He believed that the landlord's wife understood his hint. The next morning, Su Chen woke up leisurely. Ningyu exchanged a glance with him. Su Chen felt that there was a glimmer of water in Ningyu's gaze. After a long while, looking at Ningyu, who was facing Him in her clothes, Su-chen noticed that her chest was covered in bruises. This was not his doing. Moreover, rather than being an accidental bump, Su-chen felt that these large bruises looked more like injuries from being hit. "What happened to you?" Su-chen asked, pointing at the bruises. I wasn't careful while taking a shower and fell," Ningyu stammered, taking a long time to squeeze out a sentence. Su-chen didn't believe her. He made Ningyu stand up and turn around. Seeing Su-chen's undeniable gaze, Ningyu hesitated for a moment before slowly getting up and turning around. Ningyu's figure was still as alluring as ever, but at that moment, Su-chen had no mood to appreciate it. Just one glance, and Su-chen was taken aback. Perhaps it was because the night before, he had only turned on the dim red ambient light, which made it hard to see clearly. Now, upon closer inspection, Su-chen discovered that Ningyu's legs, back, and chest were all covered in bruises. And it was obvious that they weren't all from the same day. Some bruises were still a noticeable blue, while others had already turned black and purple. Su-chen's face darkened as he asked, "Do you fall every day when you take a shower? At this point, you're still hiding it from me." Hearing Su-chen's deep voice, Ningyu realized she could no longer keep it a secret. Actually, these were all caused by Qianwei. As she said this, tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes, and she began to sob. She had kept this matter hidden for a long time, afraid to tell her parents and younger brother, especially her brother. If he found out, he would definitely do something foolish. "Isn't he good to you? Yesterday when you told him you were going to stay at your best friend's house, didn't he let you go?" Although he had long suspected it, Su-chen still found it hard to believe. Qianwei had always appeared to be honest and straightforward in front of others, though it couldn't be ruled out that he was acting that way to curry favor with him. At this moment, Ningyu was already crying like a mess. The long-standing grievances finally had an outlet. Her legs went weak and she collapsed into Su-chen's arms. He is older," Ningyu cried as she spoke, and Su-chen felt his chest getting soaked. Although her words were broken and unclear due to her sobbing, Su-chen still grasped the general idea. Qianwei was already past his 40s, and his physical condition had long deteriorated. At first, Qianwei had been very remorseful and apologized to Ningyu. He had tried to take various medications, but they only treated the symptoms, not the root cause. Recently, nothing seemed to work anymore. In the end, Su-chen wondered if this was the reason Qianwei's temper had become increasingly irritable. In front of others, he still managed to be polite, but when it was just him and Ningyu, he would lash out and hit her. "When he hears me cry out in pain, a satisfied smile appears on his face." By the end, Ningyu had stopped crying, but her eyes were filled with despair. Su-chen fell silent. Initially, he had looked down on Ningyu for being with Qianwei for money. Later, she had no principles, abandoning her chastity and becoming close to him. Su-chen thought she was a person without principles. Now it seemed that every family had its own difficulties. Su-chen put himself in her shoes. If it were him, he would have long since been unable to bear it and would have sought a divorce. Su-chen silently kept this matter in mind, saying nothing more. It wasn't that he wouldn't take action, the time just wasn't right. He would resolve this issue. Looking at the now calm Ningyu, Su-chen took out 20,000 yuan in cash from his bag. He had considered this so that Qianwei wouldn't find out about the money. "Take this to treat your injuries, and buy some food you want with the rest." Hearing Su-chen's calm voice, Ningyu felt he was somewhat indifferent, but the long-lost feeling of being cared for brought her a sense of warmth. Ningyu nodded. In the days following Ningyu's departure, Su-chen immersed himself in the study of gem appraisal. At this point, without needing to rely on his eyes, he could discern most of the fakes on the market with considerable accuracy. Finally, on this day, after getting up and washing up as usual, Su-chen received a call from Yilan. "Hello, Mr. Su-chen. I hope I'm not disturbing you this early." Yilan's voice was still as cool as ever. "No, I just woke up. Miss Yi, is there something you need? The gem appraisal conference is about to start, and I was wondering if Mr. Su has decided what to exhibit?" Yilan's words were pointed. Clearly, Su-chen had already indicated that he would be showcasing the Jade Dragon. Su-chen picked up on the implication in her words. "Didn't I tell Miss Yi last time? I'm going to exhibit that Imperial Jade Dragon. How could someone as young as you forget so easily?" Su-chen pretended to be oblivious. "Oh, I see. Then I wonder if Mr. Su is free today. Let's meet." Yilan paused for a moment before speaking slowly. Su-chen raised an eyebrow. He knew Yilan was very fond of that Jade Dragon, and he hadn't expected her to value it so highly that she still thought about it. However, Su-chen did not refuse Yilan's invitation. If she wanted the Jade Dragon so much, she would have to pay a price to take it. After agreeing on a meeting place with Yilan, he hung up the phone. He set his phone down and turned to see Gu Yuqing lazily stretching in bed. "Here. I have things to do today. You don't need to stay here." Su Chen casually grabbed a handful of money from the drawer and tossed it onto Gu Yuqing. She had just heard the female voice on the other end of Su Chen's call. "Alright, brother Su Chen, are you really not going to keep me company?" Gu Yuqing's voice was sultry as she collected the money, throwing a flirtatious glance at Su Chen, trying to hold on to him one last time. Although she had come to terms with their current situation, knowing that she was merely a plaything for Su Chen, seeing him so high and mighty, making plans with another woman right in front of her, still left her feeling a bit melancholic. After all, this was not at all what Gu Yuqing had envisioned from the start. But alas, there was no turning back once the arrow was shot. Su Chen was completely oblivious to Gu Yuqing's feelings, and even if he had noticed, he wouldn't have cared. After getting ready, Su Chen headed straight out for the banquet. Following the location Yilan had sent, he drove to a resplendent building. Soon, a waiter approached, took Su Chen's car keys, and parked the car for him. As Su Chen entered, the first thing that caught his eye was 2 rows of female attendants dressed in matching teal capellos. Each of these attendants had an upright posture, and it was clear they were almost all of the same height. Upon seeing Su Chen enter, they all placed their hands on their left side and bowed slightly in greeting. At that moment, the earlier attendant had parked Su Chen's car and returned the keys to him, before heading back to the entrance. After receiving the keys, one of the female attendants stepped forward, smiling at Su Chen. "Sir, our club operates on a membership basis and does not serve non-members. You seem unfamiliar, you're not one of our members." Someone invited me, named Yilan," Su Chen nodded. Hearing this, the female attendant smiled even more warmly. "In that case, please follow me, sir." The attendant gestured for Su Chen to follow her. Su Chen noticed that, at some point, another female attendant had appeared in the spot where the first one had just stood, still with the same upright posture and smiling face. Su Chen followed her inside. The air was filled with a faint scent of incense, accompanied by elegant music in the background. The attendant led him to the entrance of a room on the first floor. "Miss Yilan, your guest has arrived." The waiter lightly knocked on the door. Yilan, however, couldn't wait to open it. This was the first time Su Chen saw Yilan so anxious. "You can leave now." Yilan waved her hand, then pulled Su Chen into the room. The environment here was indeed elegant. Inside, an incense burner emitted a faint fragrance. Su Chen recognized that this was at least a creation from the Republic of China period. Aside from that, there was only a table and 2 stools, but the materials were not simple Hainan yellow rosewood. Although it was a modern item, it was already quite valuable. There was also a door in the room, but it was only covered by a few bamboo curtains. Su Chen looked through the curtains and saw a garden outside. The garden even had a rockery and a pond. It was clear that Yilan had put a lot of thought into choosing this place. Su Chen increasingly felt that Yilan's desire for the Jade Dragon exceeded his imagination. Seemingly realizing she had just acted a bit out of line, Yilan sat down properly, then poured tea for Su Chen. However, when Su Chen picked up the teacup to taste it, she became a bit restless again. Yilan looked at Su Chen with a serious expression. "Mr. Su Chen, you must sell the Jade Dragon to me, no matter the price you ask. I can accept it." Su Chen had never seen Yilan with such an expression before. Combining it with everything that had happened earlier, he increasingly understood the importance Yilan placed on the Jade Dragon. However, Su Chen still wanted to know the reason. "Of course, that's possible." Su Chen set down the teacup and looked at Yilan calmly. "Really, Mr. Su?" Yilan was very excited. "But," Su Chen interrupted her, "but Miss Yilan must tell me the reason. Why is Miss Yilan so obsessed with this Jade Dragon?" Yilan hesitated. She glanced at Su Chen, then lowered her head in thought. Su Chen was not in a hurry and quietly watched her. After a long while, Yilan finally nodded. "Since that's the case, then I will tell Mr. Su." From Yilan, Su Chen learned the backstory. It turned out that this naturally formed dragon jade was a treasure that absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This kind of treasure had its own unique title in the industry, spiritual object. Yilan's words shocked Su Chen. After all, when he looked at that piece of jade, he only knew it was a piece of imperial green with excellent waterhead. His eyes had not seen any other hints. Seeing Su Chen's puzzled expression, Yilan did not continue to explain but instead asked him a question. "Mr. Su, have you noticed that the country has been vigorously collecting various antiques and artworks that have flowed overseas? Moreover, antiques from ancient times are even prohibited from being traded privately?" Yilan's words made Su Chen fall into deep thought. Could it really be as simple as protecting cultural relics? She continued. "And not just in China, many countries around the world are the same? Are these things really worth such a high price?" Yi Lan's words reminded Su Chen of a news story he had seen while brushing up on knowledge a few years ago. A patriotic businessman spent hundreds of millions to buy back a bronze beast head. At that time, Su Chen found it strange. It was clearly just something from the Qing dynasty, not even produced by a famous master, and it was not worth spending so much on. Moreover, he had seen many such news stories. He hadn't paid attention back then, but now, with Yi Lan's reminder, he recalled them all. At that time, Su Chen thought those wealthy merchants simply liked these things. But Yi Lan's words made him question his previous assumptions. Could these things have other values besides being collectibles? Hearing Su Chen's question, Yi Lan nodded. That's right. Those antiques and precious artworks contain value that goes beyond mere collection. For a country, they are objects that suppress national fortune. The term suppressing national fortune made Su Chen feel a heavy sense of oppression. He found it hard to believe what Yi Lan was saying. Yi Lan looked at Su Chen's expression, unfazed. After all, when she first learned about this concept, she was even more shocked than Su Chen was now. If these things didn't have the value to suppress the national fortune, why would they be taken so seriously by those above? Yi Lan continued. You must understand, whether it's archaeology, building museums, or recovering national treasures from overseas, a huge amount of funding is spent every year. This money isn't just for fun. Exploring history, searching for history, seeking national treasures is itself a part of the national fortune. Yi Lan's words opened up a whole new world for Su Chen. Some of his previous confusion was now completely resolved. Then why does your Antiquities Pavilion want to acquire these things? Su Chen still felt puzzled. Because we, the Antiquities Pavilion, are red-roofed merchants, Yi Lan hinted. On the surface, the Antiquities Pavilion is in the antique business. But the real task is to collect the nation's vital artifacts and enrich the national fortune. Every antique acquired by the Antiquities Pavilion goes through a selection process. The vital artifacts are kept, while those that are not will continue to be sold. So, while it may seem that the Antiquities Pavilion has made a lot of money, all of that money is invested in acquiring vital artifacts. After hearing Yi Lan's explanation, Su Chen felt enlightened. Moreover, natural spiritual items like dragon-shaped jade are rare among vital artifacts. Their value even surpasses some artificial vital artifacts. Before Yi Lan could finish her sentence, she looked intently at Su Chen. So I still hope you can sell the vital artifact to me. Otherwise, if this jade dragon appears at the treasure appraisal conference, foreign forces are bound to take action. Whether it's through purchasing it or secretly sending people to seize it, it's something we cannot accept. After Yi Lan finished speaking, she fell silent. She knew the information she had shared was substantial, and Su Chen needed time to think and accept it. But little did she know, Su Chen had been bestowed with a divine eye technique, and his capacity to accept these matters had long surpassed that of ordinary people. He even felt that his eye technique might have been granted by a spiritual item. What Su Chen was pondering now was something else. The Gambling Stone Conference at the porcelain factory wasn't attended only by Chinese people. Compared to the Treasure Appraisal Conference, that place was truly a mixed bag, with people from all nations. Who knew if he had already been targeted by some unknown forces? If he didn't sell the Jade Dragon soon, it might bring him danger. However, if he really sold the Jade Dragon, it would be one thing if he didn't know the truth. But now that he understood the situation, the Jade Dragon was undoubtedly a tricky matter. After much contemplation, Su Chen decided to sell the Jade Dragon to Yi Lan. Since this Jade Dragon is related to the national fortune, if I were to sell it to someone from abroad for my own selfish gain, that would be truly unacceptable. Su Chen's words made Yi Lan's eyes light up. Before she could make an offer, Su Chen continued, since this Jade Dragon is so important, I ask Miss Yi Lan to donate it to the country on my behalf. What? Yi Lan stood up in surprise. Mr. Su, do you know how much cash we at the Antiquities Pavilion have prepared for this transaction? Su Chen nodded. He could roughly guess. After all, at the Gambling Stone Conference, Yi Lan had offered 14 million. Now that she was approaching him, it certainly wouldn't be less than that figure. Miss Yi Lan, please don't tell me, so I won't have second thoughts, Su Chen said, clutching his chest in a pained expression. Yi Lan couldn't help but laugh at Su Chen's antics. It was truly a captivating smile that could outshine the beauty of the six palaces. But she quickly composed herself, standing seriously, and then bowed solemnly to Su Chen. I apologize to Mr. Su here. I originally thought that after knowing the truth, Mr. Su would instead drive a hard bargain. I underestimated your character. Su Chen waved his hand. It's fine, Miss Yi Lan can come home with me to get the Jade Dragon. Such an important item, I certainly didn't bring it with me. Yi Lan nodded. The two of them got into Su Chen's car together. In the passenger seat, Yi Lan still found it hard to believe that because they needed to purchase the Jade Dragon, the country had actually investigated Su Chen's background. Yi Lan also knew that Su Chen came from an ordinary background and achieved his success entirely on his own. Now, Su Chen was actually able to selflessly donate that jade dragon for the country. Mr. Su Chen? Su Chen was driving and couldn't turn around, only asking lightly, "What's wrong?" "Your noble intentions, to be honest, I never thought you would make such a choice. Don't worry, I will definitely report this to the country. They will not mistreat anyone who is wholeheartedly devoted to the nation." "That's what I should do," Su Chen said calmly. Yi Lan didn't say much more, just silently noted the matter. Along the way, the two of them chatted a lot about appraising treasures. Su Chen was no longer the naive person he once was. His knowledge of appraising treasures was not much less than Yi Lan's. They laughed and talked all the way until they arrived downstairs at Su Chen's home. As soon as they exited the elevator, Yi Lan noticed Su Chen's expression turned serious. Following Su Chen's gaze, she only saw a tightly closed front door. Nothing seemed amiss. "What's wrong?" Yi Lan asked. "I'm afraid something's not right," Su Chen slowly exhaled. The front door of his home had been modified later at a cost, and the security measures were top-notch in the market. However, just as they exited the elevator, he noticed signs of tampering on his door. Although minor, Su Chen still caught it through his eye technique. "Then let's hurry in and take a look," Yi Lan urged. Su Chen opened the door. Sure enough, the inside was in disarray. In the living room, almost all the drawers and cabinet doors were open. The floor was littered with various items. Yi Lan thought it was bad news, but Su Chen remained calm as he walked inside. Yi Lan followed closely behind. She saw that all the doors were open and everywhere was a mess. Su Chen walked to the innermost room. Under Yi Lan's watchful gaze, Su Chen lifted the bedboard in the bedroom, revealing a hidden compartment. Upon seeing the safe inside the compartment, Yi Lan noticed. Su Chen visibly relaxed. As Su Chen entered the password and fingerprint, the safe opened with a click. The jade dragon was indeed inside, shining brilliantly in Su Chen's hands. Yi Lan also felt relieved. Although it hadn't been stolen, given today's situation, Su Chen knew he had long been targeted, and this place was definitely no longer safe. "Mr. Su, your place. It should no longer be safe. It's best not to stay here any longer. But don't worry, I will report this to the higher-ups. They will ensure your safety." Yi Lan paused. "As for now, just come home with me. Don't worry, no one is audacious enough to steal anything from the Yi family." Yi Lan almost patted her chest in assurance. She didn't want to see anything happen to Su Chen. When she saw Su Chen's home, her first reaction wasn't whether the jade dragon had been stolen, but rather that it was no longer safe for Su Chen to stay here. Su Chen's expression was serious. He had always been the type to not provoke others unless provoked, and now that someone had come knocking, he was naturally quite displeased. However, there was no other way at the moment. He could only go home with Yi Lan and take it one step at a time. Su Chen drove, following Yi Lan home. On the way, Yi Lan explained that the place wasn't really her home. If she had to say, it was just one of the Yi family's outposts. "Mr. Su, you know that our Yi family has similar antiquities shops across the country. The place I'm taking you to is just a resting point for the employees of the antiquities shop. Places like this almost coexist with the antiquities shop. Wherever there is an antiquities shop, there will be such outposts. Some relatively valuable town artifacts, once identified, would be immediately sent to the base. There are dedicated personnel guarding it here." Yi Lan patiently explained to Su Chen, which was also to assure him that the Boguzai base was absolutely safe. Su Chen nodded. The car was not heading towards the commercial residential area of the city, and Su Chen understood that it would be too conspicuous there. Soon they arrived in the suburbs, and although he was mentally prepared, Su Chen was still somewhat surprised to see the technology park covering over 3,000 acres. "Is this the place? I know about it. It's said to be a newly built tech park. I didn't expect. After all, it needs to be discreet," Yi Lan explained. Su Chen expressed his understanding. Although it appeared to be a tech park on the surface, the security exceeded Su Chen's expectations. Before they even reached the entrance, Su Chen used his eye technique to spot a dozen hidden sentries in the shadows. This reassured Su Chen. After a round of identity verification, Su Chen was allowed to continue driving in. Not only that, but Yi Lan also recorded Su Chen's identity. "Mr. Su can come here anytime in the future. The security personnel will let you through. A room will always be prepared for you here." Su Chen nodded, knowing that if he had chosen to sell the jade dragon to Yi Lan at that time, he might not have received such treatment. Once inside the tech park, the security was even tighter. Guards armed with weapons were visible everywhere. Each team of guards even had police dogs with them. The sense of security was overwhelming. Thus, with Yi Lan's help, Su Chen settled in here. The night passed without a word. Su Chen stayed in a room specifically reserved for the Yi family within the tech park. Now, apart from Su Chen, only Yi Lan lived here. When Su Chen left his room, Yilan was already dressed neatly. She was in a suit, sitting at the dining table, sipping coffee. Upon seeing Su Chen awake, Yilan immediately stood up, inviting him to sit down and have breakfast together. Su Chen felt, perhaps it was just an illusion, that Yilan seemed much closer to him. Soon, breakfast was served, with both Chinese and Western dishes available. Su Chen was not polite and began to eat in an orderly manner. Mr. Su, Yilan said after taking a sip of coffee, I have already sent the Jade Dragon out through Boguzai's channels yesterday. Rest assured, it is absolutely safe. With Miss Yi handling it, I naturally feel at ease. No, Mr. Su, you don't know how important this Jade Dragon is. Seeing Su Chen's nonchalance, Yilan emphasized again. We have already appraised it yesterday. The value of this Jade Dragon, Yilan recalled the astonished expressions of the appraisers yesterday, is simply immeasurable. Rest assured, the country is already aware of your situation and will definitely reward you. Su Chen was not particularly concerned about the value of the Jade Dragon. However, what Yilan said about being noticed by the country made Su Chen feel very honored. The two continued to chat and the topics became much lighter. By the way, Yilan, Su Chen thought of something. What is it? I promised you I would attend the appraisal conference. Now that the Jade Dragon has been submitted, I have nothing to exhibit. I plan to go to the antique market later. Great. I'll go with you. Yilan was also excited. She had witnessed Su Chen's incredible appraisal skills. Although she had seen it many times, she was always amazed. Just then, Yilan's phone rang. She gave Su Chen an apologetic look and found a place to take the call. When she returned, it was clear that Yilan's expression was not as relaxed as before. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, but I may have to excuse myself. I have something to attend to. Su Chen expressed his understanding and nodded. Yilan hurriedly left. After finishing breakfast, Su Chen also drove away directly, heading straight to the antique market. Upon returning to the porcelain factory, Su Chen found that there were many fewer stalls here. Unlike the previous Stone Gambling Conference, where there were numerous stalls, this place seemed very desolate. Su Chen remembered that at the time, the porcelain factory was bustling, with stalls packed closely together, leaving almost no space. But now, there was a stall every few meters. Even so, the porcelain factory was still crowded, and it seemed that there were even more people than last time. Su Chen was puzzled. Just then, he spotted a nice porcelain vase worth around 100,000. He approached the owner to chat and casually inquire about the situation. Su Chen's intention to buy was quite obvious, and the stall owner was happy to share information. Young man, you can tell you don't come to the porcelain factory often. The regulars here know that when this happens, it means the inspection team is here. The stall owner said in a lowered voice, sounding mysterious. Inspection team? Su Chen asked curiously. Yes, the inspection team. They are from the Tianji Association, specifically checking markets like ours for antiques and collectibles. If they catch anyone selling fakes or counterfeit goods, there will be penalties, the stall owner explained. So, young man, everything at my stall is guaranteed authentic, you can buy with confidence. Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder the stall owner was explaining so thoroughly. Seeing the stall owner so eager to promote, Su Chen spent a few thousand yuan to buy the vase, making a small profit of over 100,000. As for the Tianji Association mentioned by the stall owner, Su Chen happened to know about it. It was an official organization, ostensibly responsible for managing antique trading markets across the country. However, according to Yilan, the main purpose of this organization was to collect national treasures. His own Jade Dragon had also been submitted to this organization. Since the inspection team was here, it was normal for there to be no stalls selling fakes. It was understandable that there were more visitors than before. After all, who wouldn't want to find a bargain? Su Chen didn't think much of it, feeling that this organization didn't concern him much. After placing the vase back in his car, he continued to wander around the antique market. He had to admit that the quality of the items at the stalls today was indeed much better than before. Returning to the antique market, Su Chen found that what the previous stall owner had said was true. There were basically no fakes to be seen, even the few modern crafts were ones that the stall owners themselves couldn't identify as fakes. For items like these, the inspection team wouldn't make a fuss or impose penalties, otherwise there would be no stalls left here. However, just because there were no fakes didn't mean everything was an antique. There were also modern collectibles, like walnut bracelets. These were part of the knowledge Su Chen had been brushing up on. Good walnuts or bracelets weren't cheap, ranging from hundreds to thousands. Naturally, Su Chen had no interest in these items. Although there were more good things, he quickly discovered a downside. The prices of these items had also significantly increased. After all, the stall owners who dared to sell at this time were somewhat knowledgeable about what they were selling. They either marked up the prices unrealistically, leaving little room for negotiation, or simply set a firm market price, take it or leave it. If someone were buying to collect, they wouldn't be afraid of making a mistake, which was quite suitable for newcomers. But for Su Chen, there was no way to find a bargain. Moreover, these items, generally valued at over 100,000, were simply not feasible to take to the appraisal conference for exhibition. After wandering the antique market for a whole morning, Su Chen hadn't found a suitable item. Just as he was about to give up, he heard a dispute coming from an antique shop he passed by. "I say this painting is a fake, it is a fake. No one dares to refute what my money in Gu has appraised. That's how it is today, I'm taking this item. As for you, just wait to be penalized." A domineering voice came from inside the shop. Su Chen turned to look, seeing a young man in a bright purple suit holding a scroll of paintings, looking down on everyone. As if he were above them, the crowd kept insisting that the scroll of paintings in the young man's hand was fake. From his tone, it seemed he was part of the inspection team. However, after glancing at the painting in the young man's hand, Su Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. Title: Tang Empress's Procession Artist, Zhang Xian. Creation year: the first year of the Tian Shou era during the Tang Dynasty. Value: 37 million. This was clearly an authentic piece. The first year of the Tian Shou era was the reign of Wu Zetian. Therefore, the Tang Empress's procession, as the name suggests, depicted Wu Zetian during her outings. As for the artist Zhang Xian, Su Chen had recently brushed up on his knowledge and found records about him. He had served as a court painter during Wu Zetian's time. If that were the case, the actual significance of this painting could not be underestimated. Whether the young man intended to use his identity as part of the inspection team to seize it by force, or if he truly lacked the discernment to recognize its value, Su Chen could not stand by idly. "What if I say this painting is real?" Su Chen took the initiative. He simply couldn't bear to look at the young man's expression any longer. As he stepped inside, all eyes in the shop turned to him. Before Qianinj could speak, his lackey stepped forward. "Where did this brat come from, daring to question the results identified by our young master Qian?" "Exactly, be careful or we'll charge you with obstructing justice." A group of people chimed in, hastily assigning blame to Su Chen. As for Qianinj, after casting a glance at Su Chen, he ignored him completely, clearly not taking Su Chen seriously. "Humph. If you lack skill, don't come out to show off. This is clearly a painting from the Tang Dynasty." Su Chen fearlessly confronted the group. He had never been intimidated by such people. The shop owner, Wang Dongyang, seeing someone stand up for him, could no longer remain silent as before. He hurried over and grabbed Su Chen's sleeve. "Young man, I know you're well-meaning, but young Master Qian is the head of this inspection team. If you provoke him, I won't have it easy either. I thought that painting was a song imitation of the Tang style, and I paid less than 1 million for it, considering it a small loss to avoid disaster." Wang Dongyang lowered his voice, his tone filled with fear of Qianinj and the inspection team. He had been in the antique business for over 20 years, known for his integrity and loyalty, and everyone respected him. However, when it came to the inspection team, Wang Dongyang preferred to avoid trouble. Su Chen had already guessed these were members of the inspection team, and with Wang Dongyang's confirmation, he felt even more compelled to intervene. "Inspection team? Exactly. I advise you not to meddle, kid." Qianinj finally spoke, still with an arrogant demeanor. Right, go where it's cooler." Seeing Qianinj speak, his lackeys were already eager to push Su Chen out. "What kind of people can be part of the inspection team?" Su Chen scoffed. Qianinj's expression darkened, his face becoming frighteningly grim. He had just carefully appraised the painting and was certain it was a counterfeit, which was why he dared to act this way. Qianinj felt that this kid in front of him hadn't even looked at the painting and dared to question him, purely looking for trouble. Seeing Qianinj's expression, his followers realized their leader was angry. The inspection team had traveled south, and every antique market they visited welcomed them. No one dared to question their appraisals. Now, being challenged by Su Chen, they were losing face. Wang Dongyang's reputation was not to be underestimated, and the argument between Su Chen and the inspection team attracted a large crowd of onlookers. Not only were there tourists coming and going to purchase items, but even shop owners from nearby stores had come over. Seeing the commotion and listening to the argument, they quickly understood the situation. Everyone looked on as if watching a show. At this moment, Su Chen noticed the crowd was growing larger and came up with a plan. "I wonder if this so-called young Master Qian dares to bet with me. If I can prove that this painting is not a forgery, but a genuine artifact from the Tang Dynasty, how about young Master Qian kneeling before the shopkeeper and admitting his mistake?" As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. The members of the inspection team all wore dark expressions, coldly staring at Su Chen. The onlookers were all eager for the spectacle. As for the shopkeepers, they seemed to be pondering, if Su Chen really disproved the inspection team's appraisal. It might just dampen the inspection team's arrogance. It would be a chance for them, the oppressed shopkeepers, to vent their frustrations. At that moment, a curious shopkeeper, hiding among the crowd, whispered, "The esteemed inspection team wouldn't dare, would they?" This remark caused quite a stir. People began to discuss among themselves. "No way, I heard the inspection team has quite a reputation, otherwise, they wouldn't be here." "That's not certain. What if there are some who are just occupying a position without merit?" "True, then these shopkeepers would be suffering for nothing." As the chatter continued, Xian and Ge's expression faltered. "Fine. Then I will lower myself to take this bet with you." Xian Engu was quite confident in himself. He felt that this unknown kid betting against him was akin to lighting a lantern in a toilet. "And if you lose? It's all up to you. If you lose, you have to roll from this shop to the entrance of the antique market, and you can never enter the antique business for the rest of your life." Xian and Ge's terms were indeed harsh. However, Su Chen showed no fear. "It's a deal." After Su Chen agreed, Xian Engu could hardly contain his excitement. Seeing the crowd gathering, he didn't change locations but found a spot to let his two subordinates slowly unfold the painting. Before them appeared a woman dressed in luxurious, wide-sleeved robes, adorned with a dragon and phoenix crown. Surrounding her were strange rocks and bamboo trees, along with 3 guards standing by her side. 2 were armored and wielding halberds, while 1 was unarmored, holding a golden staff. The remaining 25 were eunuchs and female officials, serving her. On either side, the brushwork was fluid, the lines strong yet lively, and the forms were sculpted without hesitation. The various official garments depicted were rich and diverse, with bright colors. As Su Chen gazed at the painting, his confidence grew even stronger. The onlookers were equally amazed. Wang Dongyang looked at the painting with admiration. If it weren't for the exceptional quality of the artwork, he wouldn't have offered $1 million. Xian and Gu observed the crowd's reaction with disdain, thinking these country folks had never seen the world. Besides Qian and Gu and his lackey, there were several appraisal experts over 60 years old in the inspection team. At Qian and Ge's signal, they all took out their tools and began their appraisal. At this moment, some knowledgeable tourists and shopkeepers started to worry for Su Chen. Although the painting was well done, the styles of the clothing and jewelry did not match those of the Tang dynasty's empress. The experts each conducted their appraisals and then gathered together to whisper among themselves. Soon, they quietly shared their appraisal results with Qian and Gu. The smile on Qian and Ge's face grew increasingly sinister. "Kid, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Kneel before me now and call me Grandpa Qian, and I will let you go." Su Chen was so angry he laughed. "Just announce the appraisal results. I bet the experts behind you have already made their judgments and you're just putting on a show here." "Exactly, don't tell me you're afraid. Hurry up and announce the results. Waiting to kneel and you call yourselves experts." The crowd's jeers grew louder. Even shopkeeper Wang Dongyang felt a glimmer of hope. If this young man truly vindicated him, not only would he avoid punishment but he could also save his reputation. "All right, Oldly, you come and announce the results." Chen and Gu was also completely confident in his appraisal results. Hearing this, Oldly stepped forward. "First, let's examine the paper of this painting. If this is indeed a court painting from the Tang dynasty, it must have been made on Chengdu's hemp paper, also known as shoe paper. During the Tang dynasty, shoe paper was a royal tribute, and especially Chengdu hemp paper could only be used by those in the court. Even nobles and aristocrats spent a fortune to purchase shoe paper from Chengdu for their poetry and paintings." Li Lao paused for a moment and continued, "However, this paper is smooth and glossy, which clearly does not match the characteristics of hemp paper. This type of paper only appeared later. Secondly, regarding the clothing of the figures in this painting, the woman wears a phoenix crown, but is dressed in a robe with sun and moon patterns, which completely contradicts the clothing style of Tang dynasty women. Lastly, there is no seal on this painting, which cannot prove that this is a Tang dynasty artwork." This so-called expert's analysis convinced the onlookers. Wang Dongyang's eyes were filled with disappointment. However, he kindly stepped forward. "All right, young man, since the expert has said so, why not quickly apologize to young Master Qian and let this matter pass?" Wang Dongyang did not mention the gambling agreement. Su Chen naturally noticed this and gestured for Wang Dongyang to remain calm. "How about we hear my analysis instead of this?" "Experts." Before the so-called Li Lao could speak, Qian Eng interjected. "Fine. I want to hear what you have to say. Today I'm in a good mood, so let's see you die a clear death." Su Chen ignored him and continued speaking. "First of all, the paper that Li Lao just mentioned, shoe paper, was indeed a tribute at that time. But I wonder if everyone has heard of hard yellow paper. The Tang people, building on the previous generation's yellow paper, evenly coated it with wax, giving the paper a glossy and beautiful quality. This perfectly Matches what Li Lao just said. Moreover, hard yellow paper is also resistant to insect damage, making it more suitable for preservation. Which is why we can see this painting. Su Chen's words sparked a flurry of discussion among the crowd. Those with knowledge recalled the existence of hard yellow paper. Even Li Lao nodded slightly. Ignoring the crowd's reaction, Su Chen continued, as for the clothing style issue, although there are differences, what if the person in the painting is Wu Zetian? Rather than calling this painting Tang Empress Procession, it would be more accurate to call it Tang Emperor Procession. Wu Zetian, also known as Wu Zhao. With the sun and moon in the sky, the character Zhao was created by Wu Zetian herself. Therefore, the sun and moon patterns on the figure's clothing are also easily understood. Qian'an's expression had already turned sour. As for the last point mentioned by Li Lao, Su Chen took out his phone, turned on the flashlight, and shone it on the lower left corner of the painting. There was a faint outline of a seal. This seal is identical to the one I saw on the Diaolian 2, which belongs to the Tang Dynasty painter Zhang Xian. Li Lao was taken aback. Qian'an's face was now dark enough to drip water. This is a painting that Zhang Xian made for the Tang Emperor Wu Zetian. How could he dare to leave his seal on the painting? He could only bind two pieces of hard yellow paper into one, leaving his seal on the bottom piece. This is also why Li Lao couldn't recognize the hard yellow paper, because the characteristic of hard yellow paper is that it is semi-transparent. Su Chen's words convinced everyone present. Even several experts, after some discussion, agreed that what Su Chen said was indeed true. Su Chen crossed his arms and looked at Qian'an with a mocking expression. Wang Dongyang was filled with gratitude. This Tang Emperor Procession could be considered the treasure of his shop. Bow down, you won't lose your words, will you? And the inspection team, they are no match for this young man's identification skills. Oh, why are you not so arrogant anymore? Seeing Qian'an like this, Wang Dongyang wondered whether he should step in to mediate, but Qian'an gave him no chance at all. He glared fiercely at Su Chen, as if trying to memorize his appearance. Then he threw down a line, "You wait for me," and squeezed his way out of the crowd. The remaining inspection team members also felt it inappropriate to linger, while Li Lao bowed to Su Chen before leaving. Su Chen accepted it calmly. After all, in this line of work, the accomplished are the teachers. With the inspection team leaving, the crowd dispersed significantly, as no one dared to insist on staying, given their official status. A few shop owners, however, cheerfully congratulated Wang Dongyang on acquiring a treasure. Wang Dongyang returned their greetings one by one. Soon, after dealing with those people, Wang Dongyang turned his attention back to Su Chen. "Little brother, I owe you a lot this time. But after all, they are from the inspection team. How could they really apologize to us? You're too polite, big brother. I just couldn't stand him, so I took action." Su Chen replied courteously to Wang Dongyang. As for Qian'an, who acted like a clown, Su Chen naturally didn't take him to heart. Even if he didn't bow and apologize, he would have to change careers for the rest of his life. The power of the Tianji Association is indeed substantial, as it is the official body governing the antique trade, directly overseeing the entire industry. The inspection team can confiscate fakes and punish counterfeiters. However, Qian'an forcibly seized antiques this time, and even when someone pointed out that they were not fakes, he remained obstinate. This situation was indeed a serious violation of industry taboos. After all, in the antique business, reputation is paramount. If one loses credibility, no matter how capable they are, who would still trust their appraisal results? If the inspection team were filled with such people, how could they command respect? Those truly engaged in the antique trade are not easy to deal with. Behind each of them stands a few big shots. Qian'an has already buried himself with his own hands, so Su Chen didn't need to worry about him. Instead, Wang Dongyang's gratitude caught the attention of several shop owners nearby. Birds of a feather flocked together. The surrounding shops had been in business for over 10 or 20 years. Each shop owner was a prominent figure in the industry. Su Chen's previous composed and well-reasoned appraisal had deeply impressed these people. Moreover, his sense of justice naturally endeared him to these big shots. "Old Wang, you really need to thank this little brother properly." "Exactly. Little brother. Make sure to take him for all he's worth. This old guy has hidden quite a few good things. My shop is right next door. Come by often." Faced with the olive branches thrown by the big shots, Su Chen smiled and greeted them one by one. Go on, don't let these old fellows speak for you." Wang Dongyang laughed and scolded from the side. As the pleasantries wrapped up, the big shots began to leave. All knowing that Wang Dongyang valued loyalty, and with Su Chen's intervention, this guy would surely offer some benefits. Staying any longer would be a bit out of place. Once most people had left, Wang Dongyang briefly introduced himself to Su Chen. "Little brother, you've really helped me a lot this time. Setting aside this painting, you've preserved my face and business reputation." The gratitude in Wang Dongyang's words was almost overflowing. Su Chen had indeed been a great help to him. If you need anything, little brother, I may not have much to offer, but I do have some connections in the antique business, Wang Dongyang said earnestly. Su Chen hesitated for a moment before stating his purpose. He was looking for treasures to participate in the appraisal conference. What's so difficult about that? Little brother, just follow me. Wang Dongyang patted his chest confidently. Su Chen wanted to decline, but Wang Dongyang didn't give him a chance to refuse. He had his assistant watch the shop and then enthusiastically pulled Su Chen upstairs. With no choice, Su Chen could only follow in his footsteps. Wang Dongyang asked Su Chen to wait a moment, then began pulling out box after box, opening them one by one in front of Su Chen. Wang Dongyang was truly investing heavily to help Su Chen. Su Chen could tell that these were all genuine treasures. A blue and white porcelain jar with seahorse patterns, a dotsai bowl with basket patterns, a Shoshan stone seal. Any one of these items could be exchanged for a house in a first-tier city, especially the scroll of calligraphy that Wang Dongyang brought out. Name, copy of Lantingisu creation period, Southern and Northern dynasties, value 50 million. Just this calligraphy piece alone is enough to show Wang Dongyang's sincerity. The calligraphy of the sage of calligraphy, Wang Shiji, has almost no authentic works preserved due to the passage of time. To this day, the copies made by Tang people of Wang Shiji's authentic works are regarded as treasures and are collected in the Palace Museum. Not to mention, this is a copy from the Southern and Northern dynasties, which is almost the closest to Wang Shiji's Eastern Jin dynasty. However, these items do not quite meet Su Chen's requirements. He subtly expressed to Wang Dongyang that he had no use for these things. Little brother, what do you mean? Since I've brought them out, feel free to choose. I won't mind. As soon as he said this, Su Chen realized he had misunderstood and quickly explained. I'm really not being polite. This appraisal conference isn't about the value of the treasures, but more about the cleverness and the oddities. Brother Wang, your treasures are undoubtedly valuable, but they really don't fit the criteria of cleverness and oddity. Why didn't you say so earlier? Little brother, wait a moment, I'll tidy these up and take you to my warehouse to pick some out. After saying that, he busied himself. Su Chen increasingly felt that Wang Dongyang was someone worth befriending. He was straightforward, generous, and loyal. He was very clear about his own requirements. Once he finished tidying up, he took Su Chen downstairs towards the backyard. The backyard of this shop was a hidden gem, a small garden full of ancient charm. A rockery stood in the center, and beside it was a stone table and a rocking chair, with tea placed on the stone table, just for resting. Wang Dongyang explained with a smile. He led Su Chen to a door in the backyard. Su Chen was surprised to see Wang Dongyang press on the ancient wooden door, which then revealed a fingerprint lock. After Wang Dongyang entered his fingerprint, a device for scanning irises popped out from the wooden door. These devices seemed quite out of place with the wooden door. After a series of operations, the wooden door opened. Su Chen then realized that this wooden door was merely a disguise. Right next to it was a thick 10-centimeter alloy door. Upon entering, Su Chen was almost blinded by the dazzling array of treasures before him. Just the jade and agate alone filled an entire shelf. But it was understandable, as this place often held stone gambling events benefiting from its proximity. Then there were some antiques, calligraphy, and purple clay ceramics. Su Chen activated his eye technique and glanced around. Everything was genuine, with not a single counterfeit item. Wang Dongyang didn't rush him, allowing Su Chen to examine each piece at his leisure. He himself was playing on his phone, completely unconcerned that Su Chen might have ulterior motives. Finally, Su Chen's gaze landed on an inconspicuous object. He noticed a statue of the Nine Heavens Mysterious Lady. The statue depicted the Nine Heavens Mysterious Lady standing on clouds, with the blazing sun behind her and birds surrounding her. The craftsmanship was exceptionally fine. However, the statue was carelessly placed on the ground, as if it were overlooked. Upon seeing the statue, Su Chen was instantly stunned, unable to tear his gaze away for a long time. Even Wang Dongyang, who was playing on his phone, noticed that his little brother was standing still for quite a while. Following Su Chen's gaze, Wang Dongyang didn't see anything particularly noteworthy. Little brother, he called tentatively. Ha! Su Chen finally came to his senses. What are you looking at, little brother? Wang Dongyang was very curious. When he took out the treasured calligraphy piece, Su Chen hadn't shown this expression. That, Su Chen pointed at the statue. What is this? Wang Dongyang said, picking up the statue and placing it on the table. He did it with such force that Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. This is a statue of the Nine Heavens Mysterious Lady made of dark wood. I kept it purely because I cherished the material. It truly is an old piece. Wang Dongyang handed the statue to Su Chen, who took a sniff. A primitive Scent wafted through the air, transporting one back to the ancient times when trees flourished. This fine sinker wood can be considered the essence of trees, the soul of wood. That's why the ancients regarded sinker wood as a treasure for warding off evil, attracting fortune, and protecting homes. I wonder what the sculptor was thinking. With such good material, they could have carved a guanyin or something and sold it long ago. Why carve a Xian Nu? Wang Dongyang weighed the sinker wood in his hands. It was indeed heavier than ordinary wood. What? Little brother, you fancy this? I'll have someone modify it into a Zisen guanyin and send it to you later. You can look for something else. Su Chen grinned, showing his teeth. Forget it, big brother, this one is enough. Really? Although sinker wood is rare, it wouldn't do well at a treasure appraisal event. Seeing Wang Dongyang still weighing the Xian Nu statue, Su Chen quickly took it from his hands. This is it, my big brother Wan, just don't drop it. Are you serious? Don't try to save money for your brother. Aha! Su Chen nodded repeatedly. So what's the story behind this thing? Wang Dongyang had seen Su Chen's skills, and since Su Chen said so, the Xian Nu statue must have some hidden significance. Wang Dongyang was naturally very curious. There is a secret, but I can't tell you, big brother. Knowing too much isn't good. Su Chen placed his index finger on his lips, making a shushing gesture. Alright, I won't ask. Then this thing is a gift for you. Wang Dongyang was quite generous. Su Chen thanked Wang Dongyang, exchanged pleasantries, and was about to leave. Wait a moment. Wang Dongyang indeed called out to Su Chen. Where is it? Su Chen looked puzzled. As he watched Wang Dongyang rummaging through the warehouse, then he pulled out a wooden box. He blew off the dust from the wooden box and wiped it with his sleeve. I remember. This box is just about the same size as that Xian Nu statue. I'll send it to you. Together. Su Chen looked at the box Wang Dongyang handed over, feeling a wave of emotion. This was small Wang Wali, quite valuable. Alright. Su Chen didn't hesitate, taking the box from Wang Dongyang's hands. It indeed fit perfectly. Let's go. I know you. Young folks prefer chatting with us older ones. Just come by to see your big brother when you have time. Wang Dongyang waved them off. Su Chen, however, didn't feel offended. Instead, he felt a sense of warmth. Having accomplished his goal, Su Chen headed straight home. Mr. Su is back. Did you find something good in just one morning? Yi Lan had also returned home. Seeing the wooden box in Su Chen's hands, she naturally understood he had found something valuable. Yeah, I met an interesting big brother, and he gave this to me. As Su Chen said this, Yi Lan became even more curious. The jade dragon Su Chen had planned to take to the event was quite valuable, and this item in his hands, while not comparable to the jade dragon, was likely worth a lot too. The fact that such a thing was given to him by someone he had just met piqued Yi Lan's interest even more. What is it? Let me have a look, Yi Lan said, reaching out to grab it. But Su Chen dodged. Wait until the treasure appraisal event, and you'll know. If you look now, it won't have the same mysterious feel. Su Chen said with a smile. Alright, then let's keep the mystery. After saying this, Yi Lan turned her head away, not looking at Su Chen. Once Su Chen smiled and returned to the room, Yi Lan realized that she usually wouldn't be so rude and casual. Even if she was at home, she shouldn't act like this. Her face flushed instantly. As for Su Chen, he was naturally unaware of all this. After returning to his room, he took out the Xian Nu statue again and examined it closely. Although Su Chen had said to maintain the mystery, the next day, he still handed the box to Yi Lan. What? Didn't you say I couldn't look? Yi Lan recognized the item immediately. It was the one Su Chen had brought back yesterday. Anyway, I'm going to the treasure appraisal event, so you can help me take it there. Can I take a look? Of course. Su Chen did not refuse. After all, Yi Lan wouldn't be able to discern anything. With a positive response, Yi Lan eagerly opened the wooden box. She had some knowledge of appraisal, but could only tell that it was a finely crafted statue of the Nine Heavens Xian Nu made of dark wood, yet she couldn't see anything else. Unwilling to accept defeat, Yi Lan lifted the statue, examining it from left to right, even scrutinizing the base. There was no inscription or the name of the artist, so it seemed it wasn't a work by a renowned master. No wonder you handed it to me so easily. Yi Lan shot a glare at Su Chen. What's so special about this Xian Nu statue? I can't see it. Su Chen merely smiled mysteriously, refusing to speak. Yi Lan grew anxious, revealing a rare childlike demeanor. Just tell me, she exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Miss Yi also has times when she needs help? Su Chen's words made Yi Lan's face flush. She decided to throw caution to the wind. After all, she had already embarrassed herself in front of Su Chen, and they were familiar. Enough. Yes. I really can't see it. You should hurry up and tell me. Faced with Yi Lan's coaxing, Su Chen remained tight-lipped. Fine, I won't say anything. Yi Lan stomped her foot again, ignoring Su Chen as she walked out with the statue. Watching Yilan act a bit childish, Su-chen couldn't help but chuckle. Yilan left with Su-chen's statue but didn't rush to the venue of the appraisal conference. Instead, she glanced back at the villa behind her, feeling a bit guilty, and once she confirmed that Su-chen wasn't paying attention, she quickened her pace, taking small steps deeper into the park. The security here was tighter than at the entrance. If Su-chen were to come, he could use his eye technique to see that there was almost a lookout every 10 steps. Of course, Yilan moved through without hindrance. She entered a house filled with ancient charm, where several elderly men, all over 60, were busy with their work. Anyone with a bit of knowledge about antiques could tell they were engaged in restoration work. Old Li, Old Zhang, Old Wang, come here. Help me take a look at this item. Yilan shouted as soon as she entered, showing none of the coldness she had in front of outsiders. After all, these elderly men were practically her mentors in the appraisal field. In the outside world, they were all remarkable figures. What's the matter, Yi girl? Old Li was the first to put down the porcelain vase in his hands. Help me take a look at this. Is there anything unusual about it? Oh, let me see what it is that can stump our Yi girl. Old Li picked up the statue and examined it closely. The other elderly men also gathered around. They discussed it enthusiastically, and in the end, it was Old Li who spoke up. Yi girl, why are you regressing in your studies? This is just a statue made of dark wood, and while the material is a bit better, the carving isn't even outstanding. If you like it, let Old Wang modify it for you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Exactly. I'll modify it into a Guanyin statue for you. You should find a good husband soon. After Old Wang finished speaking, the group of elderly men burst into laughter. Hey, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm leaving. Yilan's face showed a rare shyness. She hurriedly picked up the statue and turned to leave. Since these few couldn't identify it, Yilan knew that asking others would be futile. After all, there were only 3 days left until the appraisal conference, and everything would be revealed then. However, Yilan became even more curious about Su-chen. If Old Li and the others couldn't figure it out, how did Su-chen know that the statue held deeper secrets? Speaking of which, not long after Yilan left, Su-chen received an unexpected phone call. The caller was none other than Song Qingyun. What's up, Miss Song? Observing the people's sentiments? Su-chen teased. Pa, if I had known, I wouldn't have let you take me home last time. I knew you'd just joke around. On the other end of the phone, Song Qingyun let out a soft huff, thinking that Su-chen was still as cheeky as ever. Let's get serious. I'm inviting you to dinner. Are you coming? There was a hint of anticipation in Song Qingyun's voice. During this time, after reconnecting with Su-chen, the two had been chatting casually on their phones. Sure, you pick the place. How about the food stall at the school gate? I can't afford anything fancy. Song Qingyun was referring to the place where Su-chen had gathered with Guzi, Sen Xian, last time. Su-chen was somewhat surprised. He knew about Song Qingyun's family background from when he had taken her home last time. A wealthy young lady was actually willing to eat at such a place. Alright, but Su-chen still didn't refuse and readily agreed. After hanging up the phone, he tidied up a bit and drove over. Hey, Xiao Su, there's a beautiful girl waiting for you in the private room upstairs. She says she's your classmate. As soon as he entered the restaurant, the owner winked at Su-chen. Su-chen knew that Song Qingyun was already waiting for him. Got it, uncle. I'm heading up. Su-chen greeted and made his way to the private room. Upstairs. It was midday, and there weren't many people in the restaurant, so Su-chen easily found Song Qingyun. When he saw her, she was wearing a white dress, sitting quietly in the sunlight, casually flipping through a book, occasionally mumbling something to herself. The sunlight illuminated her face, making her shine brightly. Noticing Su-chen's entrance, Song Qingyun immediately put down her book and stood up. Su-chen, you're here. Song Qingyun exclaimed with a hint of joy, her voice as crisp as a lark. Yeah, as soon as I walked in, the owner said a beautiful girl was waiting for me upstairs, so I knew it was you. Song Qingyun's face turned slightly red, and she looked up at Su-chen. Am I not a beauty? Of course. Song the Great Beauty is the school flower. I don't know how many boys had crushes on you back then. Then you think? Song Qingyun almost blurted out but quickly caught herself, covering her mouth. What? Su-chen didn't hear clearly. Then you should hurry up and order. The school flower is hungry. Song Qingyun let out a quiet sigh. She scolded herself inwardly for being so unassertive, almost saying it out loud but unable to ask. Alright, do you have any food restrictions? Song Qingyun shook her head. Su-chen didn't even look at the menu. He was too familiar with this place. Then I'll ask the owner to make a few of his signature dishes. Su-chen stepped out of the private room and called down to the owner. The small restaurant wasn't big, so the owner could hear Su-chen's voice perfectly. Song Qingyun could vaguely hear the owner's response. She looked at Su-chen's back and seemed to see the big boy from a few years ago. Unfortunately, so many years had passed in the blink of an eye. Alright, let me tell you, the owner's spicy chicken cubes are absolutely amazing. You must try them later. Su-chen naturally sat down next to Song Xing-yun, skillfully unwrapping the utensils for her. Wait a minute. What made you suddenly want to invite me to dinner? Su-chen asked curiously. Well, Song Xing-yun hesitated. I just wanted to come here to eat and find someone to keep me company. Is that so? I've eaten at so many places, but I still think the food here is the best. Delicious? Then why didn't you agree when I invited you to dinner back then? Song Qing-yun was referring to a time after a monthly exam when the last math problem was one that Su-chen had explained to her, and only the two of them managed to solve it. She wanted to treat Su-chen to thank him for always helping her with her studies, but Su-chen stubbornly refused to go. It's not a big deal. Su-chen waved his hand. He was a bit surprised that Song Qing-yun remembered that incident so clearly. He had refused to go simply because of his family's financial situation, feeling he couldn't reciprocate. However, this time, the two of them opened up and started chatting about funny stories from their school days. During this time, the boss came in twice to serve dishes. Seeing the two chatting happily, he didn't disturb them, just set down the food and left thoughtfully, bringing them a bottle of drinks. Su-chen noticed that, for some reason, he felt a long-lost ease while having a meal and chatting with Song Qing-yun. This was something even Sun Xin and the others couldn't achieve. However, throughout the process, Song Qing-yun seemed to have something to say but hesitated, as if she wanted to express something. Su-chen speculated that she couldn't possibly be looking for his help with something, but given her family situation, it shouldn't be the case. If Song Qing-yun knew what Su-chen was thinking, she would definitely think he was a typical straight man. But the pleasant atmosphere was soon shattered when Su-chen's phone rang. He took out his phone but couldn't see the caller ID. The place where the number should have been displayed was now a string of garbled characters. Su-chen signaled to Song Qing-yun that he needed to take a call, then stepped outside the private room. I didn't expect Mr. Su to be so nostalgic. With a fortune like yours, you're still willing to eat in such a small restaurant. On the other end of the line was a man with a strange accent. Hearing his words, Su-chen immediately became alert. Who are you? Are you spying on me? Mr. Su, do you want to know what your parents are doing at this time? Let me see. They're also having a meal, but it's not as good as yours. They've only prepared 2 dishes. In response to Su-chen's question, the man on the other end didn't answer but continued talking to himself. What do you want? Upon hearing this, Su-chen realized that this person was not only monitoring him but also keeping an eye on his parents. Su-chen was filled with rage and couldn't help but punch the wall. Inside the room, Song Qing-yun was a bit curious, but out of respect for Su-chen, she remained composed and sat still. It's nothing serious, I just want to meet Mr. Su. Last time we were at Mr. Su's house, we left empty-handed, which was quite disappointing. You were the ones who came to my house last time? Su-chen understood now that it was this group of people who had targeted him, breaking into his home, stalking him, monitoring his parents. Su-chen could no longer tolerate it. Fine, give me an address. Su-chen was somewhat angry. He wanted these people to know that not just anyone could trample over him. He hung up the phone, took a deep breath, and calmed himself down. Sorry, Xing-yun, I have something urgent to attend to. I need to excuse myself. Su-chen walked back into the private room and said apologetically, You're just leaving such a beautiful woman here by herself. Song Qing-yun said somewhat sadly, but then quickly changed her tone. Just remember to treat me to a meal next time. She smiled, and Su-chen knew she was joking. But the situation was urgent, and he couldn't afford to think too much. He turned and headed downstairs. What Su-chen didn't know was that after he left, Song Qing-yun looked at his back and revealed a strange expression. Following the address sent by the mysterious man, Su-chen opened the navigation, but the route kept veering off, and before he knew it, he was out of the city. Ahead lay the suburbs of Spring City. In his anger, Su-chen didn't care about much, even if it was the underworld he would dare to barge in. After all, using one's parents as leverage was truly despicable. When the car arrived at the destination, Su-chen noticed something unusual. It was already close to the suburbs, yet there was a yard of such a large area. Su-chen roughly estimated that it was at least twice the size of Yilan's Tech Park. This was a building resembling a traditional Chinese garden. However, Su-chen had never seen such a garden. The bricks and tiles of the courtyard were actually blue. The entrance door, although also traditional, had an indescribable feeling. It seemed to lack a sense of grandeur and dignity. Su-chen didn't think much of it. After parking the car, he walked to the entrance. He knocked on the door, and it opened with a sound. As Su-chen walked in, he realized something was off. This is hardly a Chinese garden, it's clearly a Japanese building. The attendants inside the door are all dressed in traditional samurai attire, and the female attendants passing by are wearing kimonos. A tiny nation, no wonder their methods are so despicable. Su-chin did not shy away from the people around him. My name is Su-chin. You should know why I'm here. Hey! Attendant at the side of the door shouted with his head down, then turned to gesture for Su-chen to follow him. Su-chen followed this person to the entrance of a building, only to be stopped by two burly men. Although these two were strong, they were not very tall, only reaching Su-chen's chest. Sorry, routine search, one of the men said in clumsy Chinese. Cowardly. Su-chen naturally did not give them a good face, but still spread his arms, allowing them to search him. The two men were very thorough in their inspection. One used a metal detector to scan Su-chen from head to toe, not even missing his shoes. The other man checked for any oversights, using his hands to inspect again. Once the search was complete, the two men returned to their positions, signaling that Su-chen could enter. Su-chen strode in boldly, knowing that in Japanese buildings, one is supposed to take off their shoes upon entering. There were new indoor slippers at the entrance, but Su-chen pretended not to see them and walked in boldly. Pushing open the paper-covered wooden door, Su-chen indeed saw a man kneeling on the floor. The furnishings inside were very simple, a side table and two cushions. The man inside was dressed in a pure black samurai outfit with a white belt around his waist and a top knot on his head, kneeling on the cushion. Is it you who called for me? Su-chen sat directly on the cushion, but even so, he was still a head taller than the man, facing Su-chen's elevated perspective. The man straightened his back awkwardly. Allow me to introduce myself, Mr. Su. I am He-chan Yang. I have long admired your name, and seeing you today, you truly are impressive. The man clapped his hands in the air. Then a woman in a kimono walked in. Although this man was unimpressive, short and stout, Su-chen thought his taste was still quite good. The woman, though dressed in a kimono, revealed smooth, delicate skin on her calves, and her feet, resting on the floor, were very exquisite. The rest of her body, though covered by the wide kimono, still could not hide her proud figure. The woman knelt beside the side table with a tray, arranging the snacks, teapot, and cups neatly. Su-chen noticed that the woman stole a glance at him, and when he caught her, her gaze flitted around in confusion. After placing everything down, she hurriedly left. Mr. Su, please try this. It is our empire's famous black tea, the man said with a smile, politely pouring tea for Su-chen. He then poured himself a cup and began to sip it leisurely. Su-chen was too lazy to engage in pleasantries with such a person. Whatever, you went through so much trouble to bring me here, it can't just be to offer me tea. Besides, this thing originally comes from China. How good can it be? The man's face twitched slightly, then he quickly regained his refined demeanor. Of course, Su-chen noticed all of this. Mr. Su, please don't be so angry. Although the methods are a bit crude, it's all just to meet you. Since Mr. Su has requested it, I will get straight to the point. I've heard that you have a naturally born jade dragon. So it's indeed about the jade dragon. The jade dragon is not in my possession. Of course, even if it were in my possession, I wouldn't give it to you. Su-chen refused without hesitation. But the man took Su-chen's refusal as mere evasion. Mr. Su, please don't be in such a hurry to refuse. As long as you are willing to transfer the jade dragon to me, I can offer 300 million. Su-chen's disdainful expression provoked the Japanese man, who then spoke up. As long as Mr. Su is willing, then he is my friend. In my club, Mr. Su can enjoy himself freely. All the women here come from my great empire. I'm sorry, but I have already donated the jade dragon to the country. What? Mr. Su, do you not know the value of that jade dragon? The Japanese man became anxious, forgetting to maintain his genteel facade, and stood up abruptly. Mr. Su, you must have been deceived. The value of that item is immeasurable. As long as Mr. Su gives it to us, everything can be negotiated. Su-chen waved his hand dismissively. Don't think everyone is like you, driven solely by profit. I know its purpose well. What's wrong with donating it to the country? People like you from such a small nation will never understand. With differing paths, Su-chen was too lazy to argue further with the Japanese man. As for his parents, once he returned, he would just ask Elon to help him out. Su-chen stood up and turned to leave, casting a disdainful glance at the Japanese man before exiting. What he didn't know was that after he left the room, He-chan Yang angrily flipped the table and gritted his teeth as he watched Su-chen's retreating figure. I'll kill him. He-chan Yang's expression turned fierce as he raised his hand and made a slicing motion across his neck. Hey! A voice responded from somewhere. Those not of my race must have different hearts. After Su-chen exited the inner room, he felt it was not a good place to linger and quickened his pace towards the exit. Little did he know, just a few steps later, he bumped into the kimono-clad woman who had brought him snacks earlier. The woman was still holding a cup of water, which flew out of her hands, spilling water all over Su-chen. Su-chen frowned. The woman immediately placed the tray on the ground and began to wipe Su-chen with the sleeve of her kimono, speaking loudly in a language he couldn't understand, likely apologizing. Su-chen frowned, cursing his bad luck. He pushed the woman away and continued walking forward. The woman bowed to him several times in place. After Su-chen had taken a few steps, he felt something was off. It seemed the woman had tugged at his pocket a few times. Su-chen reached into his pocket and indeed found an extra note. He immediately became alert. Using his eye technique, he observed that there were no cameras or hidden sentries around, and only then did he feel safe enough to pull out the note. Danger! Escape! The two conspicuous characters were glaringly clear. The intent was very obvious. Escape? Do they really dare to kill me? After all, Su-chen was just an ordinary person, living in a peaceful and lawful society, having spent over 20 years growing up, and the worst people he had encountered were merely street thugs bullying students. However, holding on to the belief that it's better to be safe than sorry, Su-chen quickened his pace. It wasn't until he sat in the car that he let out a long breath. He was about to start the car and drive away. But before starting, Su-chen noticed something was off. When he got out of the car, he had straightened the steering wheel, but now it was indeed crooked and the keyhole had been tampered with. The Ferrari's keyhole originally had a cover, which Su-chen had always neglected to close out of convenience, but now the cover was securely in place. Connecting this with the earlier note, Su-chen realized that someone had definitely tampered with his car. He couldn't risk driving it. Su-chen quickly took out his phone, sent Yilan his address, and then called her. Don't say anything yet, just listen to me. I'm currently at a club of the Japanese and they want to buy my Jade Dragon. The ones who came to my house last time were also them. Now I'm in the car, but my car has been tampered with. Help me. Upon receiving Su-chen's words, Yilan heard his anxious voice. Fortunately, although Su-chen was worried, he still managed to explain everything in an orderly manner. Though he was burning with anxiety, Yilan forced herself to calm down. Okay, we'll go save you right away. You have your phone with you, and we'll track its location, Yilan instructed Su-chen. Take care of yourself, wait for me. She then hung up the phone and immediately organized a rescue team. However, being in the suburbs, the location was so remote that when Su-chen searched on his phone's map, there wasn't a police station within 10 kilometers. At this point, all he could do was pray for them to arrive quickly. But the enemy was not to be underestimated. They had set up a trap in Su-chen's car that would cause it to catch fire, disguising it as an accident. Soon, a group of them began to monitor him from the shadows. However, when Su-chen got into the car, it failed to start as expected, and the enemy sensed something was off. It seems he's on the phone, one of the enemies, perched on a nearby tree branch, whispered into his walkie-talkie. The boss instructed us to ensure nothing goes wrong. Don't worry about that, just act, came the voice of a small leader from the walkie-talkie. Understood, the group of enemies responded. After finishing his call, Su-chen remained vigilant of his surroundings. The enemy jumped down from the tree, immediately catching his attention. Staying in the car at this point would surely lead to his capture. Su-chen pushed the car door open and bolted. Chase him, don't let him get away. The enemies around him revealed themselves and began to pursue him. The moment Su-chen exited the car, he had already mapped out his escape route. He had just seen on the map that to the north of this building was the largest mountain in Chun City, Yuanan Mountain. Although it was just a branch of Yuanan Mountain, it was still filled with tall camphor and cypress trees. Su-chen dashed towards Yuanan Mountain. Once he entered the mountain, he would have room to maneuver. He's heading for Yuanan Mountain. The enemy quickly reacted. However, they were already at a distance from Su-chen, and armed only with daggers and other cold weapons, they found it difficult to catch up. Damn it! The boss won't let us use guns. Otherwise, this guy would have been dead by now, one of the enemies complained. But at this point, it was nearly impossible for them to enter the mountain and pursue him. Damn it, how did he find out we wanted to take his life? The enemies were baffled by Su-chen's sudden escape. Meanwhile, Su-chen had already managed to escape. He emerged from the mountain with some minor injuries. Exhausted, he had been taken care of by Yilan for a while, and she felt very guilty about his injuries. If it weren't for her dragging Su-chen into this situation, he wouldn't have found himself in such a predicament. Thus, they spent a period of calm days. The appraisal conference arrived as scheduled. Although it was called an appraisal conference, Su-chen felt it resembled more of a gathering in the appraisal world. Because besides the appraisal segment, there was also an exhibition segment. In the appraisal segment, appraisers participated by signing up and going through layers of selection, ultimately receiving certification from the 5 major families appraisal masters, making it a top-tier event for appraisers. As for the exhibition segment, major collectors showcased their treasured collections, and through evaluations, the King of Treasures was selected among the exhibits. This segment was a grand event for collectors, where they could display their collections and financial power, often more of a spectacle than of actual significance. However, this attracted both appraisers and collectors to the conference, and the organizers made a good decision. Su Chen had originally planned to participate, as the appraisal segment was almost a piece of cake for him, just a matter of talking. But due to his injuries, Yilan insisted he not participate, and Su Chen himself had lost interest, as winning would be too easy. So in the end, it came to nothing. The organizers rented a huge exhibition hall, and all the exhibited items were securely stored behind bulletproof glass. Yilan, feeling guilty, stayed by his side the entire time. Yilan, I've already said that my leg is almost healed, I don't need anyone to support me. He felt a bit awkward. Yilan was just too close. Su Chen had already noticed several men glaring at him with gritted teeth. There was no helping it. Yilan's looks were truly outstanding, and she was so dependent on Su Chen. It was hard for any guy not to feel jealous. No way. Yilan shook her head firmly. Su Chen had gotten injured because of his own mistake, and he couldn't let her negligence cause him to get hurt again. Unable to argue with Yilan, Su Chen had no choice but to agree to let her support him. The appraisal conference also had a threshold for exhibits. Only those that had been screened once, ensuring they were genuine and valuable, would be placed in the exhibition hall. Su Chen's 9 Heaven Shin Nu, although the appraisers couldn't identify it, was still pushed in by Yilan. Coming here, Su Chen felt that this trip was worthwhile. The rare treasures along the way were quite common. Moreover, not only were there domestic exhibits, but there were also quite a few items from abroad. Name, Pumpkin Creator, Yayoi Kusama Creation Time, 1960 Value, 30 million RMB Yayoi Kusama? Su Chen murmured softly. That's right. Yilan, being so close, naturally heard him. When these exhibits were sent over, they didn't have specific information marked. It all depended on the exhibitor's knowledge. Of course, Yilan, as one of the organizers, knew the specific details. She originally thought Su Chen could only appraise domestic items, but she didn't expect he could also appraise foreign sculptures. A little bit. Su Chen nodded. Seeing Su Chen's modest demeanor, Yilan vaguely remembered that when he helped her appraise the mask, he had the same expression. It's worth noting that some appraisal masters often specialize in just one category, like jewelry and jade being one category, while antique pottery is another. There are hardly any all-rounders. But what Su Chen displayed had already exceeded the limits of Yilan's imagination. Yilan was also eager to test Su Chen's knowledge. Today, I must get everything out of you. Yilan excitedly pulled Su Chen to another painting. This was an oil painting featuring 2 clowns, one playing the saxophone and the other playing the accordion. The painting was quite abstract, and Su Chen thought his own doodles looked better than this. Name, clown musicians and saxophonist, painter, Bernard Buffet Creation Time, 20th Century Value, 15 million. This thing is worth over 10 million, and the painter is Bernard Buffet. Yilan nodded. This watch is called Era Giant Casting, inlaid with rose quartz and diamonds, an Hermes crocodile leather bag, over 20 million. This is a traditional Chinese painting, Spring Dawn in the National Fragrance. As they walked along, Yilan took Su Chen to see all the exhibits. The two of them were quite the pair, attracting many envious and jealous glances. I really admire you. Yilan rarely, but playfully, bowed to Su Chen. In this exhibition hall, ancient and modern, sculptures, jade, luxury goods, abstract paintings, realistic paintings, traditional Chinese paintings. Yilan listed a bunch of items as if she were calling out a menu. I can't even finish saying them all, and you actually know them all. I really want to open up your head and see what's inside, she exaggeratedly said. What's impressive is my eyes. Su Chen hinted. Alright, got it. The appraisal competition is about to start, let's go. Yilan skillfully pulled Su Chen along. After a round of browsing, the two had grown much closer. You're good at appraising things, but you probably don't know these contestants, right? At this moment, quite a few people had already gathered at the viewing platform, and Yilan led Su Chen to the front. She somewhat flaunted to Su Chen, although she wanted to say that if these contestants wanted to, they could all be recognized. Seeing Yilan's proud expression, Su Chen dismissed that thought. Look quickly, that old gentleman in the tang suit is a professor from the history department of Qingbei University. He wins prizes every time he competes and uses the money to support impoverished students. How impressive! Even Yilan couldn't help but praise the old man. Su Chen nodded. What Yilan said matched what he observed. This old man truly deserved respect. And over there, that's a expert from Hong Kong, the designated appraiser for the Shijia auction house. That one is from Guang province? Yilan patiently introduced. These contestants all had notable reputations and exceptional skills, and they were not limited to just one specialty. The props prepared by the organizers were quite tricky, covering almost every aspect, yet their were always contestants who could identify them. Even the first few items were recognized at a glance for their authenticity and value. The process of appraising treasures was tedious, but everyone present watched with great interest. When the finals began, the host built suspense. In the center of the display, a piece covered with red cloth slowly rose. He lifted the cloth, revealing a bronze artifact, filled with the breath of time. This object was square, supported by 4 feet on its base. The top converged upward at an angle, forming a conical peak. Its color was the common dark green of bronze, a result of copper oxidation. Additionally, its sides were adorned with various floral and avian patterns, exquisitely detailed. Observant audience members had already recognized it as a ceremonial vessel, scientifically named a bronze fani. It could be considered a standard type of bronze artifact. This is the topic for our finals. The first one to identify it will be the champion of this conference. As soon as the host's words fell, Su-chen could almost see the flames of competition in the contestants' eyes. After the host announced the start of the competition, the contestants showcased their skills and began their appraisals. Su-chen watched with great enthusiasm as they pulled out various tools, magnifying glasses, flashlights, calipers, all quite standard. Even more impressively, Professor Su from Qingbei University, after obtaining the organizer's permission, gently poked at the rust on the bronze artifact with a steel needle. Su-chen vaguely remembered that this was to determine the age of the bronze. By examining the hardness of the rust, he had read about it but had not yet had the chance to practice. At this moment, however, Yelan was not watching the competition. Instead, she looked around to ensure no one was paying attention to her before quietly leaning her mouth close to Su-chen's ear. Actually, we, the organizers, couldn't identify this bronze fani either. Yelan was afraid of being overheard, so she leaned in closely, and Su-chen felt her breath tickling the back of his neck. Seeing Su-chen's surprised expression, Yelan put her index finger to her lips. Be quiet, it wouldn't be good if others found out. She waved her hand, signaling Su-chen to lean in closer. Then how did this thing come about? Su-chen asked, lowering his voice in response. Their heads were very close together. Yelan nodded in satisfaction. The organizers searched for a long time. It said that a mysterious person found it in an ancient tomb. The experts from the organizers couldn't identify it either, otherwise, such a high-level antique wouldn't be brought out for outsiders to appraise. You mustn't tell anyone, otherwise, it would be illegal. What about you? What do you think? Yelan noticed that. After she finished speaking, a mysterious smile appeared on Su-chen's face. She quickly asked for his opinion. However, Su-chen just smiled and shook his head, unwilling to tell Yelan. Then he straightened up. Yelan wanted to press for more information but was afraid of leaking secrets, so she could only stomp her foot in frustration. Their little actions, though subtle, were still noticed by observant individuals. As soon as Yelan and Su-chen entered the audience area of the competition, they were spotted by a young man named Wang Hao. This Wang Hao, relying on his family's business dealings with Yelan, had been persistently bothering her. However, Yelan had long known that this person had issues with his lifestyle and had been too lazy to engage with him. Originally, Wang Hao was seated quite far from Yelan in the audience. His initial plan was to find Yelan after the competition ended. However, seeing Su-chen and Yelan being so close, Wang Hao felt a surge of jealousy and didn't wait for the match to finish. He squeezed his way through the crowd towards Yelan. Fortunately, there were no assigned seats at the event, and everyone was standing to watch, otherwise, it would have surely caused a public uproar. Yelan, long time no see. As soon as Wang Hao saw Yelan, he put on a familiar demeanor. In front of others, Yelan returned to her cold demeanor. Upon seeing Wang Hao shamelessly approach her, and with so many people around, Yelan frowned slightly. She naturally moved to Su-chen's left and whispered to him, "Help me block him, this guy is so annoying." Su-chen looked at Yelan with a teasing expression. Yelan noticed Su-chen's gaze and shyly bit her lip. "Hey, Yelan, why did you leave? It's been so long since we last met, we should catch up properly." A shadow flickered across Wang Hao's face. He then pretended to be innocent, trying to strike up a conversation with Yelan. He even attempted to bypass Su-chen to get closer to Yelan again. But Su-chen wasn't about to ignore Yelan. He casually glanced over and used his eye technique to see that this person was indeed a scumbag, using money to pave his way while maintaining relationships with many girls. "Hey, bro, we're somewhat familiar, how about we chat?" Su-chen pulled Wang Hao in. "Who are you?" Wang Hao was about to push Su-chen away but found his arm locked in a grip as strong as steel, unable to break free. "Let go of me." Wang Hao was a brash and arrogant rich second generation, but he wasn't a fool. Just looking at Su-chen's attire, he could tell he was no ordinary person. Now that he couldn't escape, his tone naturally weakened. Su-chen didn't want to keep holding onto a guy, so after leaving Wang Hao behind, he naturally let go. Remember to treat me to a meal. Suchen bent down and whispered in Yilan's ear. She blushed and nodded. Wang Hao watched Suchen's actions, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. Although he couldn't act out now, he was already preparing to find an opportunity to trip Suchen up. Yilan, who do you think will win in the end? I think it's Professor Su. He's not an ordinary person and is well known in the industry. Wang Hao didn't give up and kept pushing. After boasting about Professor Su, he revealed his true intentions. Yilan, you might not know, but Professor Su has agreed to be a guest elder for our Wang family and will be evaluating for us. Wang Hao stated proudly. The reason Professor Su agreed was that the Wang family promised to cover the expenses for 20 impoverished students from the college where Professor Su works every year. That's no small amount. Yilan couldn't help but look at him with a bit more respect. Professor Su was indeed a well-respected and skilled appraiser in the industry. Wang Hao noticed Yilan's expression and felt even more smug, arrogantly glancing at Suchen, seemingly forgetting that he had just softened towards him. At this moment, the competition had entered a heated phase. All the contestants had completed their evaluations and provided their answers. However, it was quite exaggerated that everyone's answers were different. Eastern Zhou, Western Zhou, Modern, Imitation, Warring States, the answers varied widely. Originally, if the organizers had a correct answer, the situation would have been more straightforward, they could just announce it. But the key was that the organizers were also uncertain. Scholars often belittle each other. Several contestants immediately began to argue. I just tested it. The hardness of that copper rust color is definitely from the Western Zhou. That may be, but the patterns on this bronze square vessel are clearly from the Eastern Zhou. I think it's obviously a modern imitation. Impossible, then show us the evidence. The audience below had never seen such a scene before. They were all esteemed appraisers, yet they were arguing in public. Even in the end, the appraiser from the organizing party joined in. I say our Wang family's appraiser is right, Wang Hao said proudly, and at this moment Professor Su had become his own appraiser in his words. Yilan found this person increasingly irritating, but there was nothing she could do to drive him away. She could only shake her head helplessly. Actually, I also think it's from the Western Zhou. The appraiser from the organizing party initially judged it that way too. Yilan whispered in Su Chen's ear. The bronze square ritual vessel is a common ceremonial object from the Western Zhou, and the manufacturing techniques and casting methods align with the main techniques of that time. If it were me, I would also think it's from the Western Zhou. Yilan shared her insights with Su Chen. However, she quickly noticed a mysterious smile fleeting across Su Chen's face. How do you see it? Among the people I've met, your appraisal level is the highest. Yilan spoke without avoiding others. Wang Hao immediately jumped up. Yilan, I think this kid is just a pretty boy. Although he looks good, he doesn't seem like someone who knows how to appraise. Don't trust him easily. If you have something to appraise, you can come to me. I'm quite familiar with Professor Su. In my opinion, Professor Su is undoubtedly the champion of this event. Wang Hao chattered on. However, there was one point Yilan agreed with. The winner should indeed be Professor Su. As for Su Chen, he merely regarded Wang Hao as a clown. Soon, the discussion between the contestants and the appraisers from the organizing party came to a halt. One of the appraisers stepped forward and whispered a few words to the host. Everyone, please be quiet. Our appraiser has just given me the final result. The host walked to the center of the venue and spoke into the microphone. The scene immediately fell silent. Even the noisy Wang Hao stopped talking. After the discussion between the contestants and the appraisers from the organizing party, it has been unanimously determined that this bronze square ritual vessel is indeed a product of the Western Zhou, valued at 100 million. Therefore, the winning contestant is Professor Su from Qingbei University. The host invited Professor Su onto the stage, and he humbly cupped his hands to the audience. The audience below began to murmur. Su Chen could hear nothing but praises for Professor Su. What did I say? It's our Wang family's appraiser who won. Wang Hao glanced at Su Chen, as if to say that such a person was unworthy of competing with him. As for Su Chen, he had endured for a long time and could no longer hold back. He laughed out loud. Upon seeing this, Yilan recalled Su Chen's earlier actions and felt that he must have seen something. Quickly tell me, what did you see? Su Chen still wore a smile, unwilling to say more. Looking at Su Chen, a hint of surprise flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. What? Do you think Professor Su is wrong? Wang Hao deliberately raised his voice, and since they were in the front row, the contestants on stage, including the organizing party, turned their attention to the few of them. Are you implying that the organizing party is biased towards Professor Su? This is a treasure appraisal conference. How could such a thing happen? Seeing so many people looking over, Wang Hao's voice grew louder. A rare silence fell over the competition venue. You can't just because you Are friends with Miss Yi from the organizing party and speak recklessly. Aren't you questioning the fairness of the treasure appraisal conference? The conference has been held for so long without such incidents. Wang Hao's words were undeniably harsh, even dragging Yi Lan's name into it. Now, the situation was becoming somewhat uncontrollable. They were all from the treasure appraisal circle, and many people knew Yi Lan and Wang Hao. Moreover, many young people had more than a passing interest in Yi Lan. Seeing Su Chen and Yi Lan so close, they could easily guess Wang Hao's intentions. That's right. How can we question the authority of the conference? This is unacceptable. Kid, you have to give us an explanation today. Those people began to stir up trouble as well. With 3 people spreading rumors, even the organizers couldn't ignore it. The host was one of the 5 prominent families, otherwise, he wouldn't be here to host such an important event. Seeing this situation, he looked at Yi Lan with some difficulty. Yi Lan, you are also from one of the 5 families. Why don't you come up and let this young brother apologize and clarify things? Otherwise, we won't be able to handle it. At this moment, Yi Lan looked at Wang Hao as if she were looking at the 4 people. Others might not know the truth, but Wang Hao had been standing nearby all along. Su Chen clearly hadn't said anything, so how could he be made to apologize? We clearly haven't said anything. So you mean I'm framing him? When the host announced the results just now, he was the one who scoffed and laughed. Wang Hao continued to embellish the story. Wang Hao, you. Yi Lan wanted to explain but was stopped by Su Chen's hand. I didn't want to meddle and wanted to save face for everyone. But since a clown has jumped out to cause trouble, I don't need to save face anymore, Su Chen said coldly as he walked onto the competition stage, coming right up to the host. Can I say a few words? Su Chen's aura was quite intimidating at this moment, and the host didn't dare to refute him. Moreover, he wanted this young man to say a few words. If they made sense, that would be fine. If it was nonsense, the organizers would have to deal with the consequences. Seeing Su Chen take the microphone, Wang Hao looked triumphant, crossing his arms and waiting to see the show unfold. Yi Lan, you should stay away from people like him and not believe just anyone. After the competition ends, I'll take you and Professor Su out for a meal. Yi Lan's eyes were only on Su Chen, and she didn't care what Wang Hao was saying. Seeing Yi Lan's expression, Wang Hao sneered. He thought that once Su Chen embarrassed himself, Yi Lan would know who to believe. At that time, he could still manipulate Su Chen a bit. Ahem. Su Chen cleared his throat. This guangfangi, no, it can't even be called a guangfangi. It's actually a counterfeit, and it hasn't been faked for more than 7 days. It's definitely not from the Western Zhou. It's clearly from last week. Name, imitation Western Zhou bronze guangfangi. Production time, within 7 days. Counterfeiting technique, ancient method of splicing transplanting flowers in trees. Value, 1,000. As soon as Su Chen's words were spoken, the scene erupted in an uproar. How is that possible? Kid, don't be overconfident. I've authenticated the patina on this bronze guangfangi. It is indeed from the Western Zhou, and it wasn't made by gluing other bronze artifacts together, Professor Su interjected. Knowing Professor Su's character, Su Jia and others respected such people. I wonder if Professor Su has heard of transplanting flowers and trees? Transplanting flowers and trees? Professor Su seemed to recall something, his face filled with shock. As a professor from a top university in the country, he naturally had some knowledge. This is a method of splicing. I've seen it in an ancient text, but it has long been lost. The splicing method refers to taking apart several different bronze artifacts and then reassembling them into a new bronze artifact, finally covering the surface with soil and patina to deceive others. Professor Su looked at the bronze guangfangi with uncertainty. If it was indeed the transplanting flowers and trees from ancient texts, it was indeed possible. What Professor Su said is correct, Su Chen nodded. Transplanting flowers and trees improves upon the splicing method. Instead of using glue to connect, it uses cutting and piecing together. The sides of this guangfangi come from different bronze artifacts, and then the exterior is covered with a shell cut from another bronze artifact, which is why the patterns appear cohesive and without any sense of discord. Kid, this is just your word against his. How can you prove it? Wang Hao, seeing Professor Su's thoughtful expression, suddenly became anxious. If what Su Chen said is true, then haven't I really become a clown, about to make a fool of myself? Yeah, little brother, even if there really is a method of swapping flowers and trees, how are you going to prove it? We can't just dismantle this artifact, can we? If there's any loss, who will bear the responsibility? The host chimed in, as this artifact was purchased by their family, originally costing 10 million. With Professor Su's words, it was privately sold for 90 million. If it were identified as fake, the loss would be significant. What's so difficult about it? Just have a few experts verify whether the inner wall of this ding is from the same dynasty. Su Chen scoffed, having anticipated that someone would stubbornly resist. Ah, good lad, truly. A hero in youth. A hearty laugh came from the audience. The voice was old but full of vigor. Suchen curiously looked towards the source of the voice. It turned out to be a sprightly old man with white hair. Upon seeing him, everyone greeted him warmly. Old Tian? Suchen listened to their words, curiously sizing up the newcomer. Yilan hurried over and whispered, Old Tian is one of the heads of the Southwest branch of the Heavenly Machine Association. Suchen understood. The Tianji organization is divided into 7 major regions. In Huaguay, North China, East China, Central China, South China, Northwest, Southwest, and Northeast, each with its own branch. Each of the 7 branches has 7 heads overseeing the association's affairs. According to Yilan, Old Tian is one of the 7 elders of the Southwest branch of the Tianji organization. If the Tianji organization merely superficially managed the antique and cultural relic trade, that would be one thing. Suchen knew its true purpose was to collect national treasures. Thus, Old Tian's status was self-evident. Old Tian. Seeing Old Tian approach, Suchen calmly stepped forward. Old Tian did not advance but instead happily patted Suchen on the shoulder. What a good lad. I almost thought no one today would be able to tell that this ding is fake. With Old Tian saying this, Suchen's words no longer needed verification. Even Wang Hao, who had been the most vociferous earlier, hung his head, not daring to refute. He even occasionally glanced around, noticing that not many were paying attention to him, and began to retreat step by step into the crowd. Stop. I'm talking about you, that kid from the Wang family. But one person noticed, and that was Wang Hao. Wang Hao naturally recognized that it was Old Tian's voice. If it were any other time, he would have proudly held his head high. But now, that voice sounded like a death knell. Wang Hao's legs trembled, and he slowly raised his head, forcing a smile. Old Tian, I'm here. What can I do for you? You were the loudest just now. Weren't you the one who thought this little brother was wrong? Now's your chance to refute. But in this situation, even if Wang Hao had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to contradict Suchen. Old Tian, you're joking. I'm just trying to uphold the integrity of the conference. Wang Hao's smile was more pitiful than crying. He had already imagined what kind of punishment he would face when he returned home. Humph. Old Tian wasn't going to bicker with a junior. He was there to admonish the organizers. You young ones, each claiming to be great collectors and appraisers, I see you're all just empty names. This young man has pointed out the method of forgery? Can't you verify it yourselves? The host buried his head even lower, knowing Old Tian was referring to him, but he dared not refute. Old Tian looked around at the appraisers, all with their heads down, not daring to meet his gaze, and the more he looked, the angrier he became. Forget it, I can't stay any longer. The more I look at you useless people, the angrier I get. Old Tian waved his sleeve and was about to leave. Before departing, he said to Suchen, I wonder if this young brother has no interest in accompanying this old man for a stroll? When Old Tian's words came out, everyone present understood that this little brother, who was unaware, was no longer someone they could provoke in the future. All right, but, Old Tian, I have a companion. Suchen pointed at Yilan. Yilan didn't expect Suchen to think of her at this moment. After all, being able to accompany Old Tian around was a privilege for those in the antique world of the Southwest region. However, Old Tian didn't mind. Come along then. Hearing this, Yilan was extremely excited. If it weren't for the crowd, she would have shouted out in joy. Seeing that Old Tian had already turned to leave, Yilan hurriedly went to support Suchen. The 3 of them walked through the exhibition hall, and at this time, naturally, no one dared to disturb them. Suchen, at such a young age, you have such abilities. Who is your master? After walking for a while, Old Tian asked this question. Suchen didn't want to reveal the secret of his eye technique, and there was also other information in Old Tian's words. Just learned a bit here and there. Have you known me for a long time, Old Tian? Suchen couldn't remember introducing himself to Old Tian. If you don't want to say, I won't press you. Old Tian shook his head. What, didn't the young lady Yilan tell you? The person in charge of the Tianji organization regarding your previous Jade Dragon is me. From the moment Yilan reported the Jade Dragon incident, I have been in charge of it, Old Tian said, sizing up Suchen. Logically, I should apologize to you for letting that little devil hurt you. Humph. These people are getting more and more outrageous. At this point, even Old Tian showed a hint of anger. What's the big deal? If it weren't for that, how could I have killed the little devil myself? Suchen waved his hand. As a descendant of the Dian army, how could he care about such matters? Suchen's words made Old Tian laugh. Ha, good boy, I almost forgot that your grandfather was from the Dian army. You certainly haven't brought shame to us Yunnan people. Seeing Old Tian so easygoing, Suchen also asked about the matter that had been troubling him. Old Tian, I have a question I'm not sure if I should ask. Just ask. That bronze ritual vessel, was it created by you as a test? The design of that bronze vessel was indeed tricky. If it weren't for the hints from his eye technique, he would never have accurately identified it as a counterfeit. But if it was something old Tian had created to test others, it would make sense. After all, while the craft of forgery may not be highly regarded, its value is substantial. A master forger would undoubtedly be a master appraiser, capable of creating fakes that could fool so many people, and such a person would certainly possess considerable skill. Old Tian's identity fit this description well. Old Tian didn't expect Su Chen to ask this. He hesitated for a moment, looking at Su Chen and Yi Lan. You two better not let this out. The two nodded. Although this counterfeit was something I had someone incorporate into the test, the counterfeit itself is a fake that has been passed down from overseas. In other words, it was created by Westerners. I originally thought that in my vast southwest region, even if there weren't 17 or 18 people who could recognize it, at least 7 or 8 should be able to. Who would have thought? Old Tian sighed at this point. He patted Su Chen's shoulder with appreciation. Yi Lan has indeed discovered a talent for us. Yi Lan smiled shyly. However, Su Chen felt the deep concern in old Tian's words. Once such high-level counterfeits flooded the market, it would be a devastating blow to the entire antique market in the southwest region and even the country. Su Chen hadn't expected that this matter contained such a significant secret, but old Tian didn't want to discuss it further at this time. Su Chen also had the sense not to press on. The three continued to browse. Soon, they arrived at the exhibition area for rare treasures. Naturally, there were some highlights here, otherwise, just for viewing, it wouldn't attract so many people. The collections sent by major collectors were not only for appreciation, the expert panel will also determine the king of rare treasures this time. Before the results are announced, everyone can place bets on what they believe to be the king of rare treasures. Although the prize pool is not as large as the previous stone betting pool, it still amounts to over 100 million. To facilitate betting for the audience, the organizers have thoughtfully prepared a large screen to update the betting situation in real time. Currently, the top 3 items displayed on the screen are a pot and 2 pieces of calligraphy and painting. Among them, the pot has received more bets than the second and third items combined. Su Chen has also taken an interest in this pot. Name: 5 Dynasties Ding Kiln Melon Ridge Style Teapot Production Period. Late 5 Dynasties. Value: 200 million. This pot is round and smooth, close to a melon shape, with a twisted handle resembling a melon vine, and the end branches out into fine tendrils, connected by a paste technique with 3 triangular leaf veins. Su Chen noticed that this pot features the rare wrapped foot glaze, and, in terms of the characteristics of the body glaze and the level of craftsmanship, the only comparable piece is a porcelain vase unearthed from the Northern Song Dynasty Royal Tomb of Emperor Taizong, which was also produced by Ding Kiln. However, that vase is a fragment and cannot be restored. Su Chen did not expect to see such a pot here. It could indeed be considered a national treasure of Huaguo. He couldn't help but marvel. It truly is a treasure appraisal conference where such valuable items can be exhibited. However, at this moment, Yi Lan was not paying attention to these. She looked around the betting leaderboard but did not find anyone placing bets on the statue of the 9 heavens. Xian knew that Su Chen had sent. Su Chen, did you miss the mark? No one is betting on the statue you sent. Hearing Yi Lan's words, Su Chen smiled but said nothing. It was old Tian who heard Yi Lan's comment. What? Young brother Su Chen actually sent an exhibit? Miss Yi Lan, take me to see it. Old Tian was quite impressed by Su Chen's earlier display of skill, and anything that caught his eye must be extraordinary. Seeing the two of them so eager, Su Chen found it hard to refute and decided against continuing to watch, following them to find his exhibit. Old Tian, I found it, it's this one. After finding Su Chen's statue, Yi Lan quickly called old Tian over to take a look. Oh, let me see. Old Tian walked over with a smile, but upon seeing the statue of the 9 heavens, Xian knew. His expression suddenly turned serious. Little Su, you actually. Old Tian looked at Su Chen, revealing a meaningful smile. Yi Lan quickly asked old Tian for the reason, but old Tian, like Su Chen before, just smiled and refused to tell her. The scene shifted, and the organizers had already begun to reveal the results of the selection. With the previous disclosures from the appraisal venue, the organizers had specially invited the appraisers to conduct several more evaluations to ensure there were no mistakes before announcing the results. The host did not directly announce the champion but introduced each treasure according to the amount of bets placed. Each time the host introduced a treasure, it often drew rounds of applause, especially when it came to the introduction of the Melon Ridge style teapot, where the applause from the audience even echoed throughout the entire venue. This pot uses the wrapped foot glaze method, and its exquisite craftsmanship is rare in the world. Based on this pot, we can also see the transition from the realistic melon-shaped objects that appeared in the Tang dynasty to the gradual departure from realism in the Jin dynasty, reflecting the shift from concrete beauty to abstract beauty. The host spent a considerable amount of time reading out the evaluation of this pot, and almost everyone present believed it to be the king of rare treasures for this conference. Next, the host introduced some exhibits that had hardly any bets placed on them, except for a snuff bottle that was of higher value because it had been used by everyone. The remaining exhibits received no bets, indeed due to their low value. Dark wood is a rare material, and the craftsmanship of this statue is exquisite. When it came time to introduce Su Chen's statue, the appraisers from the organizers failed to determine its value. The host briefly praised the rarity of dark wood and hurriedly moved on to the next item. The audience exchanged glances, feeling that the value of the Nine Heavens Xian Nu statue was far inferior to the previous treasures, and it shouldn't even be present at this conference. It felt like being at a grand banquet and suddenly spotting a plate of plain steamed buns. Such disappointment. But Yilan didn't care what others thought. She had long wanted to know the secret of the statue. With Su Chen and old Tian's previous behavior, this statue must be extraordinary. However, neither of them seemed inclined to enlighten Yilan. It left her feeling as if a cat's paw was scratching her heart, restless and itching. Not a single person from our southwest region could recognize this item. Truly, talent is dwindling. When I return this time, I must organize things properly. Old Tian was somewhat angry, feeling that these people were blind to the obvious. It's fine, old Tian, this thing is so rare that it's normal for them not to recognize it. It just means the treasure is hidden. They can't help it, Su Chen comforted. But before old Tian could respond, a foreigner standing not far from Su Chen suddenly approached. Treasure? You guys in Huagua have treasures? The foreigner, dressed in a purple suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looked quite flamboyant. His words drew the attention of those around him. Seeing that he had stirred up a wave of anger, the foreigner remained shameless. Hey, did you see that pumpkin pot? That's what I brought. How many of your Huagua treasures can compare to it? I didn't expect that. The king of rare treasures in Huagua would actually be something I brought from the corrupt country. The foreigner looked around with pride. Many people frowned but couldn't refute him. Given the current trend, there truly was nothing more precious on stage than that pot. They dared to be angry but couldn't voice it as they lacked the confidence. But Su Chen was different. You can't say it so definitively. What if there's something more precious than that pot on stage? The foreigner became even more arrogant upon hearing Su Chen's words. No, that's impossible. My great-great-grandfather said he got this from your Chinese emperor's home. How could you possibly have treasures more precious than the emperor's? The foreigner's demeanor was infuriating, and his words were shocking. How about we make a bet? Su Chen sneered. Since this foreigner was being so presumptuous, he wouldn't hold back. Oh, what kind of bet? If there's nothing more precious than your pot on stage, I'll give you 300 million. As soon as Su Chen's words left his mouth, the crowd erupted in an uproar. 300 million. Although many people present had assets exceeding that amount, 300 million in cash was not something just anyone could produce. The foreigner's eyes lit up upon hearing Su Chen's words. He had done his homework and confirmed that what he brought was the most precious, which was why he was so arrogant. Now, this kid in front of him, provoked by his words, was actually offering to give him money. Alright, it's settled then. Don't be hasty. What if you lose? You just say it. The foreigner waved his hand dismissively, looking as if he had already won. If you lose, you'll give me that pot and then bow and apologize. Deal. The foreigner was unconcerned. He would agree to these stakes, even if it were 10 billion more, since he was sure he would win. Old Tian's eyes were filled with amusement. He hadn't expected this kid to have such a side to him. He glanced at Su Chen, who looked somewhat melancholic as he gazed at the pot on stage, not realizing it had been taken from Huagua. But now it was fine, it could go home. Yilan also looked on as if watching a show. Having known Su Chen for so long, she had never seen him at a disadvantage. Under the gaze of the crowd, Su Chen walked up to the judging panel. Wait a moment, don't start the evaluation yet. You all failed to identify my previous exhibit. Nonsense. An elderly man, over 60, stood up from the panel. Where did this young brat come from, daring to question our appraisal results? The judge's words only made the foreigner more smug. Who are you calling nonsense? Elder. Tian knew it was time for him to step in. Little Su was not someone these judges could bully. He was contributing to the country and upholding its dignity. Elder Tian, the judge, seeing Elder Tian, dared not retort. However, he still felt that if this kid couldn't provide evidence, even with Elder Tian backing him, he couldn't back down. Otherwise, his reputation would be tarnished. Then tell me, which of your exhibits is it? When Su Chen took the stage, Yilan had thoughtfully requested the organizers to bring out the statue of the Nine Heavens Xian Nu. The organizers, recognizing Yilan, opened the bulletproof glass around the statue without following procedures. It's this one. Upon seeing the statue placed in the center of the display by Yilan, the judge burst into laughter. This was his chance to shine. He had personally appraised this statue. It was indeed just ordinary dark wood, with nothing special about it. Elder Tian, this is just ordinary dark wood. Ordinary? Suchen wasn't going to beat around the bush to convince these people. He needed to present evidence. He took out a bottle filled with rootless water that he had prepared earlier. In front of everyone, he uncorked the bottle and slowly poured it over the statue. After pouring an entire bottle of rootless water over the statue, not only did it not spill everywhere, but the statue slowly absorbed it. In an instant, the entire statue transformed, becoming as translucent as white jade, radiating a dazzling white light. The statue appeared incredibly sacred, evoking an involuntary desire to worship. What is this? I've been in the appraisal business for 40 years, and I've never seen anything like this. It's beautiful. As the audience witnessed the true form of the statue, they immediately began to murmur among themselves. The foreigner, seeing this, collapsed to the ground, muttering, "Impossible, impossible, what is happening?" Yilan looked at the statue in astonishment. It was completely different from the dark, dull appearance she had held moments ago. This statue could also serve as a protective talisman. No wonder Elder Tian and Su Chen had been so secretive, refusing to tell her. At that moment, Yilan finally understood. Humph. Elder Tian saw the judge who had just spoken kneeling before the statue in public and couldn't be bothered to argue with him. As for Su Chen, he had seen this scene before. He had tested the statue in his room on the very first day he bought it. So now, he was the calmest person on stage. Elder Tian noticed Su Chen's composure and nodded in satisfaction. "Little brother, are you selling this?" Qian Shushan shouted from the audience. Qian Shushan was a well-known tea merchant in Spring City, and his family was never short of cash. Spending billions on antiques was common for him. He was also an audience member at this appraisal conference. Upon seeing the statue, Qian Shushan felt an overwhelming urge to worship it. Such an exquisite statue, backed by the renowned Elder Tian, would surely be a good purchase. His words seemed to stir a wave of excitement. Those who came here were all wealthy. "So, little brother, is this statue for sale?" Voices began to rise from the crowd. Seeing the scene, Chen Shushan became anxious. He was the one who asked first. "Little brother, I'll offer 2 billion. Sell me this statue." Chen Shushan squeezed to the front of the crowd, looking eagerly at Su Chen. 2 billion, and you dare to make an offer? Behind him, there immediately came opposing voices. "That broken pot is worth 200 million. This statue of the Xian girl is not better than a broken pot." The pot that had just been revered by everyone was now referred to as a broken pot by this person. "I'll offer 250 million plus a villa in the city." 280 million. The shouts echoed throughout the venue. The Grand Rare Treasures conference suddenly resembled a rural market. Qian Shushan gritted his teeth as he watched the people around him continuously raising their bids, then glanced at the statue of the Xian girl. 380 million. Qian Shushan hesitated for a moment before shouting loudly. As soon as he said this, the exhibition hall fell silent. 380 million is not a small number. Few people present could produce that much cash. Qian Shushan looked at his recently defeated competitors with a sense of pride. Seeing them all rendered speechless, he couldn't help but feel a bit smug. "How about it, little brother? I've made the highest bid. If that's not enough, I have plenty of businesses in the city. You can choose as you like." As soon as Qian Shushan finished speaking, even Yilan looked at Su Chen with some nervousness. "This is a town treasure." But Su Chen, unhurried, shook his head. "Thank you for your kindness, big brother." Su Chen cupped his hands towards Qian Shushan. He then turned to look at the person who had just placed a bid. "This item, Su does not intend to sell. Just so happens that Elder Tian is here. Elder Tian can help me donate this statue of the Xian girl to the country." Hiss. As soon as Su Chen said this, everyone present gasped in shock. Qian Shushan looked at Su Chen in astonishment. If Su Chen was refusing to sell because he thought the money was too little, that would be one thing. But donating to the country means he wouldn't get a single cent. Qian Shushan felt that his perspective was too narrow. Su Chen's image suddenly grew taller in the eyes of everyone present, especially Yilan, whose eyes reflected an indescribable complexity. Elder Tian was also somewhat shocked. After all, Su Chen had already donated a town treasure. He felt embarrassed to approach Su Chen again. Elder Tian had already prepared that if Su Chen really intended to sell the statue of the Xian girl, he would secretly have the Tianji Association people bid for it. Unexpectedly, Elder Tian's gaze towards Su Chen grew increasingly satisfied. In fact, Su Chen was very clear he would have plenty of opportunities to make money in the future, and he certainly did not lack this little bit. But a town treasure was different. It was related to the fate of the nation. As a citizen of Huagua, it was only right to offer up the town treasure. Suchen stopped thinking about it. At this moment, he had more important matters to attend to. Sir, I wonder if our previous bet still counts. Suchen looked at the foreigner. At this moment, the foreigner looked bewildered at the statue of the Xian girl. Hearing Suchen's question, he finally came to his senses. He wanted to refuse. After all, this was a treasure worth 200 million, and losing it to Suchen would be painful. But he wasn't a fool. Given the current situation, he feared he wouldn't win that pot. We, the people of the corrupt country, naturally do not care about such small money. Willing to bet means willing to lose. That pot is yours. Since he had to give away the pot, the foreigner naturally had to put on a good show. He couldn't lose both face and reputation, could he? Suchen laughed at the foreigner's words. Corrupt country? Your corrupt country is probably not even as big as our province. I don't know how you can act so magnanimous. This item is originally a national treasure of our Huagua. Suchen pointed at the pot, indignantly saying, it was your ancestors who, through war, snatched it from our land. Moreover, the style of this pot is clearly that of a burial item. Suchen's eyes were filled with rage. In front of his country, even Suchen could not remain calm. I wonder who this gentleman is. How could he obtain our Huagua's burial item? Suchen's questioning left the foreigner momentarily flustered. This was passed down from my ancestors? Oh, your ancestors were soldiers? Yes. When it came to his ancestors, the foreigner proudly lifted his head. Are they soldiers or thieves? Taking even the burial goods from our Chinese territory? Are they soldiers or grave robbers? Truly a barbaric land, not even sparing those who rest in the earth. The foreigner's originally fair face turned crimson. Suchen's words left him no room for rebuttal. His great-great-grandfather was indeed an invader. Who gave you the courage to flaunt the national treasures of China in our territory? Get lost. Suchen glared at the foreigner. The single word get lost was filled with menace. The foreigner felt utterly humiliated. Trembling. After hearing Suchen's words, he felt as if he had been granted amnesty, stumbling out of the crowd without looking back. Well said, little brother. Chen Shushan was the first to lead the applause. He had long been unable to tolerate the foreigner's arrogance, but had no antiques to show for it. Exactly. Little brother has truly brought us honor. The praises and applause for Su Shen were incessant. Young people who were both passionate and patriotic were rare these days. However, what Su Chen did next was truly astonishing. Old Tian, I want to offer this pot to the country as well. It is originally a national treasure of China and should be kept in a museum, so that future generations can witness the exquisite craftsmanship of our ancestors. Su Chen looked at Old Tian with sincere eyes. If it weren't for Old Tian's belief, he would have thought he was hearing things. The previous town artifact could be understood, as it was a significant matter. But this pot, good. What a good kid. Old Tian exclaimed 3 times, his gaze towards Su Chen even more fervent. At this point, the audience fell silent, all looking at Su Chen with great admiration. After praising Su Chen, Old Tian's expression turned somewhat serious. A hesitant look flashed across his face. After some contemplation, Old Tian waved to the host, requesting the microphone. Ahem, quiet down. Old Tian's words still held weight. The audience looked at him expectantly, unsure of what he was about to say. I want to announce something. In fact, little brother Su Chen has not only offered 2 national treasures to the country this time. Old Tian naturally wouldn't mention the town artifact but referred to the statue of Xian Nu as a national treasure. Previously, he also donated another treasure to the country, which is also of national treasure level, comparable in value to the statue of Xian Nu. After Old Tian finished speaking, the entire venue fell silent. If Su Chen's public offering of treasures to the country had a hint of showmanship, there were even those who might take advantage of it. After all, some people simply cannot stand to see others do well. But now that Old Tian claimed Su Chen had privately donated national treasures, no one could criticize him. Moreover, Su Chen's expertise in appraisal is evident to all. Just now, at the appraisal conference, Su Chen took first place, achieving the exam question when all other participants could not accurately appraise. Old Tian spoke again, giving the audience time to absorb this information. What? This little brother is so young. Yeah, I heard that Professor Su was also present at that appraisal conference. I just came from there, and Professor Su was also impressed. No way. The audience below immediately began to murmur. Su Chen was indeed young. Reputable appraisers in the antique industry were generally built over time. But with Old Tian's endorsement and the eyewitness accounts, the audience had no choice but to believe. They could only sigh. Heroes emerge from youth. Therefore, I have decided, on behalf of the Tianji Association, to appoint Su Chen as the inspector of the inspection team in the southwest region. Su Chen was naturally familiar with the inspection team, having encountered it before. It was also during that time that he befriended Wang Dongyang. But what kind of position was the inspector of the inspection team? Yilan was also shocked by old Tian's words. She knew the Tianji Association would reward Su Chen, but she never expected it to be the inspector of the inspection team. Su Chen, congratulations, Yilan said softly to Su Chen. I know about this inspection team, but what exactly is the position of an inspector? Su Chen voiced his confusion. Everyone in the antique business knows. The Tianji Association has a council of 7 elder leaders in every major district. Below the 7 elders are 14 inspectors. So each inspector holds significant power, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they have law enforcement authority. Yilan's voice dropped to a whisper at this point. Of course, the law enforcement authority only applies to the antique trade. As long as there is solid evidence, inspectors have the power to shut down counterfeit shops on the spot. Don't even mention small shops, even Arbogakchuan. If caught counterfeiting, you would have the authority to close it down. Yi Lan made her point very clear. Given this, the power of the inspectors was indeed substantial. Moreover, Su Chen felt that if he were to become an inspector, he would also bear a heavy responsibility alongside that power. Su Chen wasn't sure, but the audience below was filled with veterans of the antique trade. They knew exactly what inspectors did. Although surprised, Su Chen's character was well recognized. Furthermore, it was undeniable that Su Chen, at such a young age, had won the championship at the appraisal conference, showcasing his undeniable talent. Appointing someone like him as an inspector, while a bit abrupt, was not out of the question. Elder Tian looked on with satisfaction at the audience's reaction. Originally, the Tianji Association had other rewards planned for Su Chen. However, now that Su Chen had presented 2 treasures, the previous rewards seemed somewhat inadequate. Moreover, there was already a vacant position among the 12 inspectors of the Tianji Association. Elder Tian knew well that all the major families were eyeing this position, all gearing up to secure it. Elder Tian was quite astute. He understood their motives. After witnessing Su Chen's eloquence and talent during today's exchange, how could such a person, with a guaranteed character, not be appointed as an inspector? Elder Tian smiled with pride. This way, a long-standing dilemma of his was resolved. Su Chen's reward was secured. A win-win situation. Congratulations, Inspector Su. Chen Shushan was the first to step forward to congratulate Su Chen. He wasn't involved in the antique trade anyway, he just dabbled in buying antiques occasionally. Now, with such a young, capable, and good-natured inspector, someone like Chen Shushan, who enjoyed buying antiques, couldn't be happier. Chen Shushan's words reminded everyone. Everyone accepted Elder Tian's appointment and stepped forward to congratulate Su Chen. Those who loved antiques believed that this inspector's good character would ensure he performed his duties fairly. For those in the antique trade, this was their future superior. After contemplating the position of inspector, Su Chen accepted it calmly. Given that he had the eye technique, he wouldn't make mistakes and could correct market practices. It was indeed a suitable role for him. Su Chen calmly cupped his hands to the crowd. Thank you for Elder Tian's misplaced affection. I, Su Chen, will certainly do my utmost in the future. Elder Tian had other matters to attend to, so after bidding farewell to Su Chen, he hurriedly left. The remaining people wanted to come up and build rapport with Su Chen for future dealings. However, Su Chen couldn't stand such a scene and left the venue with Yilan. Inspector Su personally driving for me, I can't bear such a luxury. In the car, Yilan, in the passenger seat, teased Su Chen. From now on, I will be relying entirely on Inspector Su's care. You can't forget your old friends just because you've become wealthy overnight. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. Although Yilan appeared cold on the surface, she was quite amusing once they became familiar. Humph. Upon meeting this inspector, Su Chen hadn't finished his sentence when they both burst into laughter. Out of the corner of his eye, Su Chen caught a glimpse of Yilan's radiant smile, which was truly beautiful. After this experience, the relationship between the two had warmed up a bit. Although he had become an inspector, Su Chen did not let it go to his head. He was aware of the strength of the Yi family. They were a publicly listed company with branches all over the country. Not to mention, they were red-top merchants, secretly working for the state. As an inspector, in front of the Yi family and someone like old Man Tian, he could only be considered insignificant. Su Chen stopped thinking too much. He and Yilan chatted and laughed all the way back to Yilan's villa. Coincidentally, shortly after arriving home, Su Chen received a call from his father. Son, your mother and I have arrived in Spring City. Don't worry, everything at home is settled. We're at the station right now. Hearing his father's words, Su Chen felt relieved. After a long time of persuasion, his parents finally agreed to come to Spring City with him. After chatting for a while, Su Chen hung up the phone. Your parents are here? Yilan blinked, looking at Su Chen. Su Chen had just made the call and did not hide it from Yilan, who heard everything clearly. Why don't we bring them here to stay? There's plenty of space, and it's safe, Yilan suggested. Yilan was very enthusiastic and genuinely wanted Su Chen's parents to move in. She even offered to drive her own car to pick up the two elders. However, Su Chen declined. He knew very well that the waters on the Yi family's side were very deep. He could take risks, but his parents could not. Moreover, persuading his parents to move to Spring City was a decision he made knowing the dangers before encountering any threats. If it weren't for the fear of worrying his parents and not daring to tell them the truth, Su Chen wouldn't even want them to move to Spring City. But now that it had come to this, he was still very happy about their arrival. After all, during university he only went back home during the new year due to concerns about travel expenses. By now, it had been over half a year since he last saw his parents. Su Chen immediately set off. Spring City has two train stations. One is the newly built West Station, which serves high-speed trains. The other, East Station, is older and has been in use since before the founding of the country. Although it has been renovated, it still looks a bit shabby. It does not serve high-speed trains, only some old green trains still in operation. It is said that it will be shut down soon. A train slowly pulled into the station. Su's father Su Jianjun and Su's mother Li Liwa were sitting on this train. Why didn't you let me talk to our son? After hanging up the phone, Li Liwa looked at Su Jianjun reproachfully. What's the point of calling? We'll see him soon. Save some money for our son. The city is not like the countryside, where everything costs money. Our son is going to get married. Su Jianjun replied. That's true. Li Lihua nodded. She looked out the window and saw the tall buildings of Spring City through the station's courtyard wall. So tall. Our son should buy a house in one of those buildings. Li Lihua looked on enviously. They rarely came to the city. Dear passengers, we are approaching Spring City Station. Please take your belongings and prepare to disembark. We wish you a pleasant journey and thank you for your cooperation. The train's announcement echoed. Hurry up and get off. Su Jianjun reminded. The two of them were carrying a lot of bags. They had brought quite a few things. Besides clothes, Su's mother had pulled up a lot of vegetables from their home garden and packed them in a snakeskin bag. Su's father even brought 2 live chickens on the train. Their hometown only had an old train station in the town, which was very shabby and small, and no one cared if you brought things on board. Seeing the live chickens and Su's father's hands flapping their wings and feathers flying everywhere, the people on the train all showed looks of disdain, quickly avoiding them. Su's father smiled innocently. The two of them, carrying a load of luggage, got off the train. They were not dressed well. Su's father had specifically dug out the Zhongshan suit he wore at his wedding, although it was preserved in excellent condition and Su's mother had even washed it. It no longer fit at this moment. Worn by Su's father, it looked wrinkled and baggy, especially the leather shoes on Su's father's feet, which had lost a few pieces of leather. But Su's father didn't mind wearing them just like that. Su's mother was also dressed very neatly, in coarse cloth trousers and a top. However, the gray clothes had become somewhat faded from washing. Because of their attire and the live chickens in their hands, people around them couldn't help but avoid the two. After getting off the bus, they felt a bit lost, unsure of how to exit the station. Su's father hesitated for a moment, then approached a young girl who looked familiar and asked for directions. The girl covered her nose, looking disdainfully at the chicken in Su's father's hands, frowning as she pointed the way for them. Su's father repeatedly thanked her. The two of them carried their things and exited the station, standing by the roadside, waiting for Su Chen to pick them up. However, with so much stuff, they couldn't fit everything on the curb, so 2 of the snakeskin bags were placed on the road. Suddenly, a luxury car drove by and stopped right in front of the 2 elderly people. In their puzzled gaze, a stunning woman stepped out of the car. She wore a body-hugging dress and carried a small handbag, swaying her hips as she approached the roadside. She looked at the 2 of them with disdain, covering her nose with one hand while waving the other hand in the distance. You, that one, the security guard, come here. The security guard recognized the car. He couldn't afford to offend the person driving it. What's wrong? He asked, bowing slightly. Look at these 2 people. Their things are scattered everywhere, blocking my way. And they are such an eyesore for the city. It's embarrassing to have them standing here. Get them to leave. This woman was actually just looking for trouble. The road was so wide that the 2 elderly people only occupied a tiny bit of space, hardly blocking her path at all. She had come here to meet her best friend, having specially groomed herself and dressed up beforehand. She wanted to ensure she didn't fall short compared to her friend, to show her friend that she was doing well. But if her friends saw these two old folks, she might look down on Chun City again, the woman thought. The security guard felt a bit awkward. These two people weren't really breaking any rules, and it wasn't right to chase them away. TCH. The woman snorted coldly, then pulled out 200 yuan from her handbag and threw it at the security guard. He collected the money without showing any emotion. You two, your things are blocking traffic here, do you know that? Hurry up and leave or you'll get fined. The security guard stood with one hand on his hip and the other pointing his baton at them. Sue's father and mother listened to their conversation, but kept their heads down, not daring to retort. Hearing about the fine, they didn't dare to delay any longer and quickly started packing their belongings. To make it easier to move things, Sue's father had to put the live chicken he was holding down on the ground. Perhaps he wasn't paying attention while moving, and some items stacked on the large snakeskin bag fell to the ground. One of the chickens got startled, broke free from the rope, and flapped its wings. Cluck, 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 the rooster squawked and flew up, heading straight for the woman. Get it away, the woman shouted, waving her handbag in an attempt to escape. But wearing high heels made it difficult for her to walk, and in her panic, the heel got stuck in the pavement. Rural folks know that chickens can fly quite high. Some chickens can even fly up to tree branches to look for bugs. The rooster easily landed on the woman's hair, which resembled a chicken's nest. Seeing this, Sue's mother quickly put down her bundle to help, but it was too late. The chicken was caught, but it left droppings on the woman's face. The woman felt a warm sensation on her face and wiped it with her hand. Upon seeing what it was, she was horrified. Ah, what is this? Ah, she screamed. Sue's mother hurriedly handed the chicken to Sue's father and grabbed her sleeve, wanting to wipe it for the woman. Get away! Are you dirty or what? Don't come near me! The woman exclaimed, pushing Sue's mother away in disgust as she approached. Before the woman's hand could touch Sue's mother, she felt a tremendous force coming from her body. A sharp pain shot through her waist, and then she was sent flying. The heel of her shoe, caught on the floor tiles, broke off with a snap. The one who kicked her was none other than Su Chen, who had come to pick up his parents. From a distance, Su Chen saw his parents seemingly in a dispute with someone, so he quickened his pace to approach them. Su Chen's car only had 2 seats, and he had taken a taxi. Seeing the woman trying to shove his mother, Su Chen naturally wouldn't let her have the upper hand. This kick was powerful and forceful. After kicking the woman away, he didn't bother with her but hurried to support his mother, worried she might fall. Sorry, Mom. I should have come earlier. It's fine. Sue's mother looked at Su Chen, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, and was so excited she couldn't find her words. Son, you've lost weight. Sue's father put down what he was holding and scrutinized Su Chen closely. Su Chen chuckled. Once he saw his parents, he didn't know what to say. He could only let them fuss over him. But just as this warm moment unfolded, someone wanted to interrupt. The kicked woman, Zhangli, was originally a domineering person, and now that she had been treated this way, she certainly wouldn't let it go easily. She trembled as she stood up. However, with one shoe missing its heel, she couldn't stand steadily. Fortunately, Zhangli took off the shoe and stood barefoot on the ground. Noticing the mess on her face, she disdainfully pulled out a tissue from the car to wipe it off. Then she walked up to Su Chen. Who do you think you are, daring to hit me? You want to die? Su Chen was reminiscing with his parents and didn't notice Zhangli at first. When she got closer and began to accuse him, he turned around with some impatience. Seeing her so loud and annoying, he slapped her again. Zhangli was stunned and fell backward onto the ground, completely dazed. Once she regained her senses, she felt pain all over her body. Her face was also sore and numb. Do you know who I am? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, but she couldn't fight back against Su Chen. She wanted to call the security guard who had just taken the money, but the guard had already run away when he saw the fight break out. Zhangli felt increasingly helpless and started to cry. Just wait, I'll make you pay. Don't you dare leave. She moved to the side of the car and took out her phone. Leaning against the car, she glared fiercely at Su Chen and the others while starting to make a call. She had her own backing. Her boyfriend, Li Fei, was the young master of the famous antique shop Duoba Pavilion near the Spring City train station. In the antique business, one meets all kinds of people. Li Fei had taken Zhangli to meet many so-called influential figures. With a wealthy boyfriend and connections, Zhangli became increasingly arrogant. Su Chen, however, was not afraid. He wanted to see who Zhangli could call. But his parents had a different perspective. Xiaoxia, Mom is fine. After all, we did hit someone, why don't you apologize, and let's leave. Quickly, an apology might not be enough. Sue's father gritted his teeth and continued, how about we compensate her a bit? Don't worry. We haven't touched the money you sent home last time. Su Chen looked at his parents with some heartache. He had clearly told them over the phone to take a car, but they still took the train to save money. Besides their clothes, they had brought only their favorite foods. Seeing their somewhat aged faces, Suchin felt a pang of guilt. This woman could not be let off easily. Don't worry, it was her fault. To begin with, we are in the right. Besides, I've made quite a bit of money now. Mom and Dad, your son is doing well. Suchin spoke with confidence. Sue's father and mother also noticed that their son had become more decisive than before. They felt a bit more at ease. Sue's father nodded. All right, my son has grown up, we'll follow your lead. Originally, Sue's mother had some hesitation, but seeing Sue's father say this, she didn't say much more. She just looked at Suchen with concern. Suchen noticed all of this but chose not to point it out. He started chatting with the two elderly people about everyday matters. Although they were just discussing things like the Zhang family's wedding and the Li family's marriage, Suchen still listened with great interest. Soon, the promised helpers arrived. Duobao Pavilion was originally not far from the train station, established here because of the large flow of people, making it convenient. A Mercedes-Benz MPV drove up, followed by a large Jinbei van. The MPV stopped, and the driver hurriedly got out and opened the back door. A man in his 30s stepped down. He wore a jade amulet around his neck, had a circle of bracelets wrapped around his arm, and sported a pair of sunglasses. This man was Li Fei, Jiang Li's boyfriend. As Li Fei got out, a group of tall individuals followed him from the Jinbei van. All of them were quite tall. In early autumn, everyone was dressed in coats, their waists bulging, and it was obvious they were carrying weapons. The tall guys walked awkwardly, as if they thought it looked cool. They all followed closely behind Li Fei. Li Fei strode over to Jiang Li's side, and upon seeing his girlfriend in such a sorry state, without shoes, her makeup smudged, and her clothes dirty, he angrily took off his sunglasses and held them in his hand. Xiao Li, what happened to you? Li Fei's voice was somewhat rough. I want to see who is so impatient with life that they dare to bully my girl. He waved the sunglasses in his hand. Upon seeing her boyfriend, Jiang Li seemed to find her backbone. She pressed herself against Li Fei. It's all these people, they bullied me. She pointed at Su Chen and the others, her voice forlorn. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. He had already asked his parents about the situation, and this woman truly deserved a beating. Is it you, kid? Li Fei stepped in front of Su Chen, pointing at him with his sunglasses. His companions followed Li Fei's lead and stepped forward as well. Seeing Li Fei's demeanor, they also cooperatively pulled out their weapons from their waists. Wrenches, screwdrivers, baseball bats, all legal items that were quite intimidating. Su Chen calmly looked at these people. Then he reached out and swatted away the sunglasses that Li Fei was pointing at him. Li Fei glared at Su Chen, not expecting this kid to dare to resist. My parents are standing on the side of the road. Your girlfriend paid to hire security to drive my parents away. Then our chicken flew out and my mother kindly came over to help, but this woman, not recognizing a good person, actually tried to push my mother. I'm not someone who stirs up trouble. If you let her apologize to my parents, we can consider it over. But if you really want to stand up for this woman today, then I will have to have a word with you. Su Chen coldly stated the truth of the matter. I don't care what your issue is. Li Fei was stunned for a few seconds after hearing Su Chen's words. But he didn't care about those things. He had money and power, and Jiang Li was not an ordinary woman. Taking her out gave him face. Naturally, he couldn't let this slide, nor could he allow her to apologize. It would be too embarrassing to say, my woman is always right, no matter what. Li Fei flipped his hair, striking a pose he thought was cool. Jiang Li was quite taken with this, tracing her finger on Li Fei's chest, sweetly saying, darling, I know you care about me. Name, Li Fei. Age, 28. Identity, young master of Duobao Pavilion. Personality, overbearing, reckless. Duobao Pavilion? Su Chen looked at Li Fei's identity information. This was within his jurisdiction. Such antique shops, to some extent, always had a bit of counterfeit goods, and it was inevitable to overlook some. As long as he investigated carefully, they would definitely end up being shut down. The young master of Duobao Pavilion? Do you believe I can make your shop go out of business? Su Chen mocked Li Fei, knowing that his combat power was not something these thugs could compare to, and he was even less afraid now. Oh, you little brat, still acting tough. Knowing I'm from Duobao Pavilion, you dare to act like this. Brothers, let's go together. Li Fei waved his hand, but the scene he imagined of his subordinates standing shoulder to shoulder did not materialize. He turned back in confusion. It turned out that his driver and secretary was firmly blocking the group behind him. You can't go. Whatever you do, don't start a fight. Zhang Lei desperately tried to stop the gangsters. He knew that once a fight broke out, Duobao Pavilion would be finished. Zhang Lei had been with Duobao Pavilion for a long time and was entrusted with important responsibilities, watching over this troublemaking young master. At first, he didn't recognize Su Chen, but when Su Chen called out the name of Duobao pavilion, Zhang Lei sensed that things were going south. Wasn't this the newly appointed inspector? These people in their line of work had their own chat groups, and as soon as Su Chen took office, news spread in the group. Since it was taken with a phone, some parts were blurry, and Zhang Lei didn't recognize him right away. What's going on? Zhang Lei, you eat my food and use my resources, why are you turning your elbow outwards? Li Fei was not fond of this person because he was sent by his father to take care of him, though he said that it was really just to monitor him. Zhang Lei knew what kind of person Li Fei was. Seeing him frown and look impatient, Zhang Lei realized that if he didn't explain soon, things would really get out of hand. He ensured that the gangsters wouldn't act impulsively before running to Li Fei's side. Young master, this person is the newly appointed inspector. What the hell is an inspector? I'm afraid of. What? An inspector? Seeing Li Fei's incredulous expression, Zhang Lei nodded firmly. Li Fei felt his legs go weak, unable to stand firm. Fortunately, Zhang Lei was quick and supported him. But Jiang Li wasn't so lucky. She was leaning against Li Fei and fell directly to the ground. Darling, what's wrong? Why aren't you making a move? Jiang Li pouted in dissatisfaction. She didn't dare to be angry with Li Fei and could only urge him to take action against Su Chen. But Jiang Li quickly sensed something was off. Li Fei was being supported by Zhang Lei, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Is he scared? A ridiculous thought crossed Jiang Li's mind, one she couldn't even believe herself. Li Fei, as her benefactor, was supposed to be powerful. But soon, reality slapped Jiang Li hard in the face. I'm sorry, Inspector Su. It's not that I didn't recognize you. In front of everyone, Li Fei bowed and nodded to Su Chen. Though he was reckless, he certainly didn't want to court death. The inspector was the one person they absolutely couldn't offend in the antique business. They were the ones who held their lifeline. Moreover, as Zhang Lei had made clear, this Su Chen had the backing of old Tian. Bowing his head for now could allow him to be a rich second generation for life. If he wanted to save face, that might not be the case. Come, everyone, come meet Inspector Su. Quickly, bow. The gangsters brought by Li Fei were puzzled by his sudden change. But if Li Fei couldn't afford to offend him, they certainly couldn't. We greet the inspector. A group of people bowed to Su Chen. Su Chen looked at them as if they were clowns. He exchanged a meaningful glance with Zhang Lei. Li Fei's drastic change was all because of this person's words. Zhang Lei noticed Su Chen's gaze and felt a chill run down his back, also bowing along with the gangsters. Su Chen waved his hand, signaling them to rise. Inspector? Xiaozhe, you haven't gone down the wrong path, have you? Su's father looked at the gangsters, bowing to Su Chen, resembling a mafia boss from a TV drama. Seeing his parents' worried expressions, Su Chen felt a warmth in his heart. Hi, you two may not know, but the inspector is a real big shot. Li Fei was not far from Su Chen and naturally heard this clearly. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to the two elders. Today, it's all this woman's fault for disturbing you and causing you to be frightened. Please give me some face and allow me to treat you to a meal. I still have some connections with the hotels in Spring City. Li Fei stepped forward and spoke sincerely. Su's father and mother naturally didn't care. They were more concerned about what Li Fei said. That Su Chen was a high-ranking official. You mean Xiaozhe has become an official? Su's mother was somewhat surprised. The shock she had just received was somewhat diluted. Yes. Supervisor Su is indeed a big official. The entire southwest region has to give Supervisor Su some face, Li Fei replied with great understanding. Su Chen's expression also softened considerably. Xiaozhe, is what he said true? Su's father was very excited. He had originally thought that Su Chen was already quite capable just by making money, but he never expected that he had actually become an official. Their Su family had never produced an official before. Meanwhile, Su's mother was already considering how to share the good news with their relatives. Well, I contributed to the country, didn't I? It's just like I told you before about appraising treasures. Upon hearing Su Chen's response, Su's father finally became happy. Seeing the smiles on his father's and mother's faces, Su Chen's mood also improved a lot. Supervisor, do you think I can still roll away now? Li Fei knew he had done the right thing and cautiously looked at Su Chen. When Su Chen glanced at Li Fei, he quickly continued, this woman, I have no relationship with her from now on. She should apologize to the two elders here. Hearing Li Fei's words, Su Chen nodded slightly. Let's go. Li Fei felt as if he had received a royal pardon, bowed to Su Chen, and hurriedly led his people away without looking back. The group of thugs quickly followed suit. Zhang Lei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Li felt as if everything in front of her was like a dream. She was almost 30 this year. When she graduated from the film academy at 24, she was full of hope to dive into the film industry, looking forward to becoming famous in one fell swoop. But reality was cruel. Her background was decent, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to maintain her entrance into the film academy. However, she wasn't from a wealthy family. By chance, at a drinking party, Jiangli met Li Fei. One was rich, the other was good-looking. The two quickly hit it off, like thunder, striking fire. Later, with Li Fei's financial support, Jiangli finally had the opportunity to play one of the leading roles and became increasingly famous. Li Fei was also very satisfied, taking Jiangli with him wherever he went. It was simply for face. Jiangli had always been wholeheartedly devoted to Li Fei because she knew that her current status was given to her by him. But today, her support had unexpectedly abandoned her like this. Jiangli knew clearly that she had hit a wall. She considered herself knowledgeable and, seeing the situation before her, did not apologize to Su Chen. Instead, she walked up to the two elders. Her years of training in acting came into play. Uncle, auntie, today it's all my fault. I was too anxious at the time, which is why I spoke disrespectfully. Please forgive me. Jiangli's voice was melodious yet sorrowful, filled with tears. The two elders, seeing this girl crying so pitifully, were also moved with compassion. Xiaozhe, Su's mother, called out to Su Chen. Su Chen naturally understood his mother's intention. Name, Jiang Li. Age, 29. Occupation, actress. Measurements, 109, 65, 101. Personality, snobbish, greedy. Rating, 91. Su Chen could tell that Jiangli was acting in front of his parents, but he was unwilling to go against his mother's wishes. Since my mom has spoken, you should bow to them and apologize. Let's consider this matter settled. Jiangli dared not refuse. She knew that this was the best situation she could hope for now. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, auntie. Today it's all my fault. I deserve to die. I'm sorry. Jiangli knelt on the ground, her head knocking loudly. All right, dear, you can get up. Su's mother wanted to help her up, but Jiang Li didn't dare. She quickly stood up by herself. At this moment, Su Chen noticed someone in the distance secretly taking pictures of him. Xiaoma was a college student who had come to the train station today to prepare to go home. As he walked along the road, he saw a Porsche drive past him, driven by his love for luxury cars, and with time still on his side, Xiaoma followed. Then he saw a woman get out of the car and approach the two elderly people. I can't be seeing this wrong. Xiaoma could hardly believe that he had spotted the somewhat famous actress from Spring City, Zhang Yiyun, at the train station. Indeed, this was Zhang Li's stage name. After that, he witnessed the entire scene unfold. By the time Jiang Li was bowing to Su's father and mother, there were already quite a few onlookers around. Xiaoma promptly took out his phone, eager to record this moment. He felt he was destined to make a fortune. Just by selling this footage to any reporter, the money he would earn could probably buy him a new phone. A few people around Xiaoma also pulled out their phones. Some were merely there for the spectacle, while others wanted to post it on social media. Noticing these people, Su Chen naturally wouldn't let them continue filming. After all, not to mention anything else, his parents might also have been caught on camera. He quickly walked up to Xiaoma and snatched his phone away. Xiaoma felt a tremendous force in his hand, and then the phone was gone. Hey, what's wrong with you? Xiaoma scolded. But Su Chen paid no heed. He deleted the video from Xiaoma's phone, confirmed there were no backups, and then returned the phone to him. The remaining onlookers wanted to put their phones away, but Su Chen was quick and seized all their phones. What are you doing? Exactly. This is illegal. Do you know that? The crowd was indignant, but Su Chen merely shot them a cold glance. Some of the people had arrived later and hadn't seen the earlier scene where Li Fei and the others bowed, so they felt no fear. But Xiaoma was different. He had been there for a while. Su Chen's gaze reminded him that this was a tough character. Just moments ago, everyone had been too afraid to act. Stop talking. Xiaoma hurriedly tried to help Su Chen fend off these people. Your phone was snatched too. Why are you helping him? Exactly. Facing the crowd that was blaming him, Xiaoma didn't get angry. He began to explain patiently. Su Chen didn't care about any of this. He checked each of their phones one by one. By the time Xiaoma finished speaking, the other onlookers had also realized Su Chen's power and fell silent. Only two people muttered quietly, "But you can't just steal phones. I could have deleted it myself." After checking, Su Chen returned their phones. What happened today must not be spoken of. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. Guess if I can find you. Sun Hongbin, Chao Yuxiang, Zhang Xinghua. Su Chen called out the names of several onlookers in turn. The crowd was taken aback, quickly assuring him they would keep it a secret. Once they got their phones back, they immediately dispersed. Zhang Li was too busy trying to please Su Chen's parents and didn't notice anyone taking pictures. When Su Chen walked over, Zhang Li looked in his direction and was instantly alarmed. Her public persona was that of a cold, aloof beauty. If today's video got out, it would be disastrous for her. Once Su Chen deleted the video, Zhang Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. She tidied her hair and clothes, feeling that Su Chen was helping her because of her looks, a point she was still confident about. Thank you for helping me. Zhang Li smiled at Su Chen as he walked back. Su Chen had initially acted for his parents, but at that moment, Zhang Li's approach did change his mind. Zhang Li was wearing a body-hugging dress, often referred to as a stepmother dress, which accentuated her figure perfectly. Her proud chest and perky backside were on full display for Su Chen. Standing barefoot on the ground, her toes were delicate and fair. Su Chen's thoughts began to shift. He leaned closer to Zhang Li's ear and whispered softly, "Wait for my command, be ready to serve me at any time. Otherwise, I'll let today's events slip out. You know, Li Fei can't protect you. Dare to defy me, and I'll make it impossible for you to get by." Su Chen's actions also carried the intention of punishing Zhang Li. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Zhang Li felt a wave of dizziness. She already regretted coming to the train station today. "Do as I say." After greeting Su Chen, Chuanan politely said hello to the two elderly people. Su's father and mother had never seen anything like this and were momentarily at a loss. "Just treat her like a nanny." "Exactly." Chuanan nodded with a smile. Su's mother looked at the little girl, who was both polite and pretty, thinking she would make a good daughter-in-law. Chuanan instructed the property management to take the luggage brought by Su's father and mother upstairs. Then she led everyone on a tour of the house. It was also Su Chen's first time here, and he appeared very interested. Although it was called a villa, it resembled a small estate more. Upon entering the yard, the first thing that caught the eye was a small stone path paved with pebbles. On both sides of the path were wide lawns, clearly just trimmed and very even. There were flower beds on the lawn, but they were empty, devoid of flowers. "I had the previous owner's flowers removed. If you have a preference, just let me know, and I'll arrange for new ones to be planted," Chuanan explained. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. He could tell that the yard had been carefully arranged by Chuanan. Besides the flower beds, there was also a rockery and a pond on the left side of the path. Small fish swam in the pond, occasionally surfacing. Su's father and mother were very pleased, exchanging glances that revealed their mutual surprise. Then they entered the villa. The first thing that caught their eye was a huge shoe cabinet. After everyone changed into slippers, they continued walking. Ahead was a semi-open kitchen, and as they walked, the lights turned on automatically. Su's father and mother were amazed. All the lights in the house are voice-activated and infrared. They turn on automatically when someone is present and turn off when no one is around. "I've also prepared various dishes, so just tell me what you like and I can change them at any time," Chuanan patiently explained. Further inside was the living room. The living room had excellent lighting, with sunlight streaming through the glass. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, one could even see the scenery behind the house. Behind the living room was a glass door, and pushing it open led to the backyard. Inside the yard was a huge swimming pool. "To protect privacy, I've replaced the fence with solid walls. It used to be a railing. You could see the lake view." "I don't know what kind of view you prefer," Su Chen nodded. "This is great as it is." Next was the second and third floors. The second floor had rooms prepared by Chuanan for Su's mother and father, complete with a bathroom and a walk-in closet. In addition, there was a children's room and 2 guest rooms. The third floor was the master bedroom, equipped with a gym, study, and esports room. As for Chuanan, her nanny room was on the first floor. It was clear that Su's father and mother were very satisfied with the house. They looked around, touching this and that. "Xiaozhe, this must have cost a lot." Originally, Su's father had thought about buying a house for Su Chen in Spring City to find a wife, but he didn't expect Su Chen to have already taken care of it himself. "The owner spent 50 million, sir." Su's father and mother were momentarily unable to accept it. However, thinking that Su Chen had become a high-ranking official, they felt relieved, replaced by immense pride. Seeing their child do so well brought great comfort to the two elderly people. "From now on, you just need to enjoy your life without worrying too much. If there's anything, just tell Anan, and let her handle it," Su Chen reassured them. Chuanan also nodded in agreement. Su's father and mother naturally agreed. Chuanan helped them settle in, and they made themselves at home. Su Chen also went to check his bedroom, and he found that Chuanan had considered everything. He was very satisfied with her. By the time Su's father and mother arrived, it was already afternoon. Soon, night fell. Chuanan drove the car borrowed from the property management and took everyone to the restaurant that had been reserved long ago. This was the best restaurant in Spring City, a 5-star hotel restaurant equipped by the Spring City Hotel. It was said to reach Michelin 3-star standards. During this meal, Su's father and mother also gained new insights. They had seen abalone and lobster only on television, but now they were all present. According To the waiter, all the ingredients were air freighted from Australia. The family enjoyed their meal together in harmony. At first, Chuanan was just serving on the side, not joining the table for dinner. "Girl, why aren't you eating?" Sue's mother noticed this. Chu. And then shook her head. "I am a servant. How can I eat with the host family?" "Oh, our family has no such rules. If you don't eat, it will be a waste." Sue's mother pulled Chuanan to sit down. Suchen nodded at Chuanan, and only then did she feel justified in starting to eat. Watching his son continuously toasting him, Sue's father truly felt that his son had grown up at that moment. After a hearty meal, the family returned home. Suchen lay in bed, recalling how happy his parents looked today, feeling that making money had finally become meaningful. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Suchen noticed someone standing at the door, and when he looked up, it was Chuanan. "I came to serve the master." On the first night in the new home, Suchen slept very soundly. The next morning, he woke up slowly, and Chuanan was already there. The climate in Spring City was comfortable even when sleeping without clothes. Chuanan's snow-white body was revealed before Suchen. "Why are you up so early?" Suchen had just woken up, his voice still a bit slurred. "To serve the master." Getting up, Chuanan's voice was sweet. "You worked hard last night too. Why not sleep a little longer?" Suchen said thoughtfully. Hearing Suchen's words, Chuanan immediately snuggled into his arms, resting her head on his shoulder. Feeling Chuanan's smooth skin, Suchen's heart stirred again. "I'm not tired. If it weren't for the master, I would still be living under their shadow. How could I have such a good life? Everything I have is given by the master." Suchen could tell that Chuanan's words came from the heart. He affectionately rubbed her head. Chuanan also happily squinted her eyes. Under her service, Suchen quickly changed his clothes. Seeing Chuanan preparing to put on her maid outfit, Suchen interrupted her. "Just wear what you would go out in. I'll take you out to buy a few cars." Yesterday, when Chuanan borrowed a car from the property management, it reminded Suchen that it was indeed time to buy a few cars, otherwise, it would be quite inconvenient. The previous sports car was fine for himself, but now that his parents were here, too, cars were not enough. Suchen's tone made it sound as if he was casually taking her out to buy groceries. Suchen was already counting on his fingers. "You usually go out to buy groceries, and then there's also buying for my parents." "Never mind, just hurry up and get dressed, we can check it out on site." Hearing Suchen's words, Chuanan was very surprised. She thought one car would be enough. Immediately, she quickened her pace. Suchen admired Chuanan changing clothes while still giving instructions. "There are a few more things. We need to find a few more servants for the house. Just you alone isn't enough. You can consider yourself the housekeeper, just instruct them to do their jobs. But for my parents, you need to take personal responsibility." Chuanan nodded, indicating she understood. "And then for my parents' clothes, you handle it. Find those few stores I usually buy from, and have the designer come over to customize." Chuanan knew that the clothes from the stores Suchen frequented never cost less than 100,000 each. But since they were his parents, it was normal for Suchen to be generous. "You should also get a few sets for yourself. Don't be stingy with spending." Suchen's next words left Chuanan in shock. Cars, custom clothes, and being a maid to give orders. All she had to be responsible for was Suchen's parents. So what was the difference between her as a maid and a rich lady? The way Chuanan looked at Suchen was almost as if she could drown in her emotions. She increasingly felt the need to repay Suchen well. After explaining to her parents, Chen took Chuanan out. Yilan had thoughtfully arranged for someone to deliver Suchen's sports car. It was parked in the garage. Chen glanced around. The garage was spacious enough to hold 7 or 8 cars. The two of them arrived at the place where he had bought the car last time. Suchen directly dialed Shin Yufei's number. Upon receiving Suchen's call, Shin Yufei quickly set aside his work. He spotted Suchen's red sports car from a distance and hurried over. "Suchen, you're here. You're a distinguished guest. What car do you want to buy today? It's all on me." Shin Yufei patted his chest in assurance. He looked at Chuanan beside Suchen, momentarily dazed. However, it was quite normal for a wealthy person like Suchen to have different companions. When Suchen mentioned he was looking for some everyday cars, Shin Yufei felt a bit disappointed. Nevertheless, eager to please Suchen, he diligently began showing him around. Soon, Shin Yufei wondered if he truly understood the everyday vehicles of the wealthy. SVP, MPV, SUVs, Beetles. Suchen bought 6 cars in one go, and they were all luxury vehicles. The total cost of these cars exceeded 20 million. Shin Yufei roughly calculated that his commission alone would amount to over 100,000. "Mr. Su, please take your time. Don't worry, I'll take care of the photos for these cars and deliver them all to your home. I guarantee everything will be perfect." Shin Yufei looked at Suchen as if he were gazing at the god of wealth, his eyes squinting with joy. The surrounding salespeople were also astonished. They had never seen anyone buy cars like this. Su Chen waved his hand, signaling that he trusted him. Then, under the envious gazes of many, he left. The two had a meal outside, and Su Chen asked Chuanan to go home alone as Yi Lan had arranged to meet him today. What's the rush? Su Chen arrived at Yi Lan's house feeling as comfortable as if he were returning home. No rush, sit down and chat. Su Chen shrugged and took a seat. Why are you staring at me? Yi Lan felt a bit shy under his gaze. Just say it. When did you, Miss Yi, start speaking so hesitantly? Alright, my dear supervisor Su. After Yi Lan finished speaking, the two exchanged smiles. Alright, I'll get straight to the point. Now that you're a supervisor, have you considered your future path? Future path? Su Chen repeated. Yes. Although the supervisor has some authority, other supervisors are backed by powerful families, which is why they can wield their power effectively. Compared to the established supervisors and other local big shots, you still have some catching up to do. Yi Lan patiently explained. Su Chen didn't feel she was underestimating him. After all, it was the truth. Although the supervisor held considerable power, it was impossible to use that power for personal gain. Moreover, Su Chen was aware that he was pushed up by old Tian. If he made a mistake and got caught, it would implicate old Tian as well. At that time, old Tian would likely be the first to come forward and hold him accountable. Therefore, while some small antique shops might fear him, the larger, truly influential antique shops would not be intimidated by a supervisor like him. Of course, that excluded those who genuinely had issues. Yi Lan's words made Su Chen roughly guess her intentions. However, he remained silent, quietly observing her. Alright, I admit I have an agenda. Yi Lan confessed. I hope you can join our family. Don't refuse just yet, listen to my offer. With your status, as long as you nod, your annual salary alone could exceed 10 million and we'll also give you shares in the Yi family. Although it's not much, the year-end bonus would be at least 100 million. After finishing, Yi Lan looked at Su Chen expectantly. Her offer was undeniably high, and even Su Chen felt tempted. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Su Chen knew that if he really signed the contract, he would be tied to the Yi family's chariot from then on. It could be said that they would rise or fall together. Su Chen didn't like that feeling. Is that all? Su Chen asked. What's wrong? Do you want to give me yourself too? That would cost more. Yi Lan replied with a smile. Oh, and what would that cost? You really want it? Ha! Yi Lan pretended to be angry. Well, there's nothing I can do. I can only refuse your kind offer. Su Chen shrugged helplessly. Yi Lan understood what Su Chen meant, but she wasn't angry about it. Long before discussing this matter with Su Chen, she had already figured it out. It was highly likely that Su Chen would not agree. However, Yi Lan still wanted to give it a try. Well, in a few months, it's my grandfather's birthday. Come with me. Yi Lan feigned a pitiful look. Su did Jiansha sure you wouldn't deny me this little favor, would you? Su Chen was quite surprised by Yi Lan's invitation. The old man of the Yi family held a significant status. Even old Tian wouldn't measure up in front of him. By then, many big shots and political figures would probably attend. He never expected Yi Lan would invite him. Sure, such a grand occasion was not something Su Chen would miss. After finishing their conversation, Su Chen didn't linger. He had promised his parents to return for dinner together. Just as he was about to say goodbye to Yi Lan, a commotion erupted outside. Hearing that familiar voice, Yi Lan couldn't help but frown. She already knew who it was. Well, Yi Lan, isn't this the Yi family place? What's the matter? Am I no longer a member of the Yi family? Your subordinates actually won't let me in. Before seeing her, Su Chen heard a sharp and sarcastic voice. Then he saw a tall woman walk in. This woman bore a resemblance to Yi Lan, but her eyebrows were thinner, and her cheekbones were higher. Unlike the icy beauty impression Yi Lan had given him when they first met, this woman exuded an unapproachable vibe. What she said next only reinforced that impression. Oh, I see. I was wondering why your people would stop me. Turns out you're here secretly meeting a pretty boy. You must have ordered them to do this every day, not doing your job. The authority your family gave you, is this how you use it? You might as well give it to me. Do whatever you want with your pretty boy. Humph. Yi Yun rolled her eyes dramatically. Then she sized up Su Chen. Oh, your taste isn't bad. No wonder you're secretly meeting here in broad daylight. Those words were truly unpleasant. Even Su Chen found it hard to hold back, but he didn't explode. He believed Yi Lan would give him an explanation. Yi Yun, what nonsense are you talking about? This is Su Chen, the Su Jianchasher from the Southwest region. I'm here discussing matters with Su Jianchasher. You keep saying secret meeting. Be careful that Su Jianchasher gets Angry, even your uncle won't be able to protect you. Yilan stood up from her chair and directly confronted Yi Yun. Yi Yun was so frightened that she kept retreating. But Yilan didn't take any further action. She just looked at Yi Yun with a cold smile. Do you want to know why the family entrusted most of the matters to me? Yilan's next words were not only to mock Yi Yun but also meant for Su Chen to hear. You've never been as good as me since we were kids. Your grades can't compare to mine, and your skills in appraising treasures are lacking. You've been following your second aunt, mingling with all sorts of people, and picked up a bunch of bad habits. Let me tell you, as long as I, Yilan, am in the Yi family, there's no place for you here. From their conversation, Su Chen also learned about Yi Yun's identity. She was the daughter of the second branch of the Yi family who had never gotten along with Yilan since childhood. No wonder she was so arrogant. Yi Yun had been at odds with Yilan for so long. She was not someone to be trifled with. Aren't you just relying on your dad being the boss? And are you really discussing matters? I don't believe it. Yi Yun was so infuriated by Yilan's words that her nose crinkled and she spoke even more recklessly. I know this Su, and do you really not understand why he can become an inspector? Isn't it just because he sent a few things up? In the end, it's just buying his position with money. Old Tian also said that Su Chen is very talented. Don't think I don't know. The day's exam questions were handed over by Old Tian. Who knows if you all had colluded beforehand? Logically, Yi Yun's status should not allow her to offend the inspector. However, her ingrained mindset made her believe that Su Chen was pushed up by Yilan through means. Now, in broad daylight, having a private meeting. Here, isn't that just Yilan's little white face? So naturally, she wouldn't hold back when speaking to Su Chen. Su Chen wasn't angry either. There was nothing to say to such a person. He just sat quietly, watching Yi Yun throw a tantrum. When Yi Yun finally stopped talking, Su Chen coldly said, Miss Yi, you didn't come here today just to mock me, did you? I don't think you're that idle. Does the Yi family really have nothing for you to do? You? Yi Yun pointed at Su Chen, wanting to say something. If you have something to say, just say it directly, or I might just leave. Su Chen didn't give Yi Yun a chance to retort, and as he spoke, he stood up as if he really intended to leave. Yi Yun did indeed come here because of Su Chen. It was just that she didn't know he would be here. Encountering him was merely a coincidence. She was exposed by Su Chen and immediately stopped pretending. That's right. I came here to slap Yilan in the face. The Yi family is saying that Yilan befriended an inspector before he even rose to power, showing good judgment, which is a blessing for the Yi family. I don't believe it. Since you're here, do you dare to have a treasure appraisal competition with my people? As Yi Yun spoke, she clapped her hands. Two old men waiting outside walked in. Compared to Yi Yun, the two elders appeared much steadier. Dressed in tang suits, one in black and the other in white, they walked at a leisurely pace, exuding a strong presence. Interestingly, apart from their clothing, the two looked almost identical. They were indeed a pair of twin brothers. Upon seeing the two, Yilan was dumbfounded. These two were the top appraisers of the Yi family, Lin Xian and Lin Ming. Because they were brothers, they were referred to in the industry as the Xian-Ming duo. Their appraisal skills were evident. Moreover, there were only a few top appraisers in the Yi family, and she didn't expect Yi Yun to actually recruit these two. Yilan cast a pleading glance at Su Chen. She couldn't force Su Chen to compete, but now she had to rely on him. What do you think, Inspector Su? The Xian-Ming duo is renowned in the industry. Didn't you rise to your position based on your own appraisal skills? Do you want to compete with them? Surely you're not afraid. Yi Yun provocatively looked at Su Chen, her eyebrows raised, and her mouth crooked, afraid that Su Chen wouldn't see her smugness. Yilan nervously watched Su Chen. She wanted to help him refuse the bet, but her own people were indeed not as good as the Xian-Ming duo. Su Chen ignored Yilan's gaze. Compete with them? Su Chen's voice was filled with disdain. Not to mention whether these two were worthy of competing with him. Why would he engage in such a thankless task? Was he that idle? Why should I compete with them? Su Chen rejected. Yi Yun. The originally arrogant expression on Yi Yun's face turned into one of disbelief. Even the Xian-Ming duo looked somewhat surprised. It was rare for someone in the industry to refuse a duel with other appraisers. First, every duel was an opportunity to learn something, to complement each other's strengths. Second, avoiding a fight didn't sound good for one's reputation. Why won't you compete with them? Yi Yun questioned. Why should I compete? Su Chen was utterly speechless. Aren't you afraid of the bad reputation of avoiding a fight? Besides, if you win, Yilan can also prove she's better than me in the Yi family. Although very reluctant, Yi Yun still pointed out the benefits of competing with her. She believed that with the strength of the two elders Xian-Ming, as long as Su Chen agreed, she would definitely win. At that time, Yilan and the Yi family would no longer be able to suppress her. First of all, I am not Yilan's person, we are just friends. Secondly, I don't care about reputation, my strength speaks for itself, and I am not afraid of others questioning it. Su Chen laughed in anger. If you really want to compete with me, why don't you bring something to the table? I don't want those mundane things. Su Chen stroked his chin and continued, how about this, I just moved into a new house, and I haven't found a servant yet. You seem decent, so come over and be my foot masseuse. As Su Chen spoke, he sized up Yi Yun. No matter how you looked at it, Yi Yun was the pride of the Yi family. How could she endure this? The men she usually encountered treated her with utmost respect, or in modern terms, they were her sycophants. You! Yi Yun gasped, pointing at Su Chen, unable to find her words. Yilan, on the other hand, did not feel repulsed by Su Chen's words. Seeing Yi Yun's embarrassment made her somewhat happy. After all these years, Yi Yun had been a nuisance to her, and even Yilan found this cousin a bit annoying. You wouldn't be too scared, would you? If you can invite the two elders Xian Ming, you shouldn't be such a timid person. Besides, Su Chen is right, he has the strength and doesn't need to prove anything. Unlike you, seeking Su Chen just to prove yourself, right? Yilan understood Yi Yun well. Her last sentence was like a fuse, completely igniting Yi Yun's anger. Yilan, you! Yi Yun was about to curse loudly, but then turned to glance at the two elders Xian Ming behind her. What am I afraid of? The two elders Xian Ming are so powerful, they should be the ones to fear. Yi Yun thought. After realizing this, Yi Yun couldn't help but sneer. In her eyes, Su Chen was just someone with a bit of ability, but definitely not enough for the two elders Xian Ming to take notice. The only reason he dared to say such things was to provoke her, making her hesitant to continue discussing the bet. As for Yilan, she was also helping Su Chen. People, especially self-centered ones, like Yi Yun, once they convince themselves, they will believe it without a doubt. The more Yi Yun looked at Su Chen, the more she felt he was all talk. Fine, I bet with you. Yi Yun watched Yilan and Su Chen like it was a show, eager to see the changes on their faces. But she was disappointed. Su Chen and Yilan remained unfazed. There will be a time for you to cry. Yi Yun stated the rules of the competition. Our Yi family recently spent a lot of money acquiring a batch of items, but they haven't been carefully appraised yet. You and the two elders Xian Ming will go to the warehouse and each select 3 items. The one with the higher value wins. Yi Yun then sized up Su Chen. If I lose, I will be your foot servant. But if you lose, you will be my slave, serving me hand and foot. Hearing Yi Yun's words, Su Chen agreed without a second thought. After all, he couldn't possibly lose. He could easily gain a maid and help Yilan get rid of this annoying pest. Seeing Su Chen nod, Yi Yun was already eager to see him make a fool of himself. She had made up her mind, as long as Su Chen lost, she would order him to kneel and put on her shoes, and then record it. That would be Su Chen's biggest leverage. Whether to expose it and ruin Su Chen's reputation or to make him work for her, either way, it was a good choice. Not wanting to wait a moment longer, Yi Yan led Su Chen and the others to the Yi family's temporary warehouse. The warehouse was located in Yilan's Tech Park. The group, consisting of the two Yi sisters, Yilan and Yi Yun, the well-known elders Xian Ming, and the newly appointed hotshot Inspector Su Chen, quickly attracted the attention of many people from the Tianji Association. Those who had nothing to do or whose tasks were unimportant couldn't help but follow the group, eager to see what was happening, especially Yi Yun, as she felt confident of her victory. While being watched, she kept inviting people to follow her. Supervisor Su wants to compete with my subordinates. You can come and watch, and learn something too. Yi Yun greeted with a smile. Coupled with the tacit approval of Yilan and Su Chen, those who were initially hesitant decided to join in. Some even called their friends. By the time they reached the warehouse, a large crowd had gathered around. Yi Yun opened the warehouse door. Inside, there were densely packed shelves filled with goods. Since these items were acquired from a collector, the Yi family hadn't conducted a thorough appraisal. After all, the collector's reputation was worth protecting. Wow, so many treasures. Yeah, indeed, it's the Yi family. Our Yi family collects these items every quarter. Do you know how to compete? I came early, I know. It seems like we select antiques and then compare prices. As more people gathered, the chatter increased. The Yi family members mingled with those from the Tianji Association. While people were amazed at the Yi family's strength, they quickly understood the situation. Everyone knew that Su Chen was about to compete with the two elders of Xian Ming. Those who came to watch were eager for the spectacle. Although they didn't know the stakes, they were all looking forward to seeing Su Chen and the others. Gentlemen, please. At the warehouse entrance, Su Chen and the two elders of Xian Ming nodded to each other. Su Chen and the two elders had no vested interest, they were merely doing a favor for Yi Yun. Su Chen still held great respect for his seniors. The warehouse was originally closed off, with no light at all, to preserve many antiques. But as the warehouse door opened, the bright lights made it as bright as day inside. The two elders of Xianming were indeed professional masters, quickly assessing the items. This kind of competition required not only judging the value of the items but also knowing how to make choices, as only 3 items could be taken, and once picked up, they couldn't be put down. This was also why Yi Yian dared to take on the challenge. After all, there were 2 elders of Xianming, and their ability to appraise items would surely surpass Su Chen's. However, they clearly didn't know that Su Chen's speed was faster than both of theirs combined. With just a glance, Su Chen's eye technique had already revealed all the information about the items. Moreover, whether it was an illusion or not, as he used the eye technique, Su Chen felt that it was becoming increasingly effortless, and the range of its use had expanded significantly. Unlike the tense and anxious demeanor of the 2 elders, Su Chen moved leisurely among the 3 items, placing his labels on them. Yi Yun had planned this in advance. Everything was prepared beforehand. Look, Supervisor Su has already finished selecting. So fast. No wonder he's Supervisor Su. But being fast doesn't necessarily mean winning. It's still about the price. Exactly. The 2 elders of Xianming are the best in the industry. The person saying this even gave a thumbs up. The crowd quickly began to discuss. Su Chen then walked out at a leisurely pace. How did it go? Yi Lan asked anxiously. Su Chen nodded. He had chosen the 3 items with the highest value from the warehouse. The remaining items, the 2 elders could pick at will, and they definitely wouldn't exceed his price. Seeing Su Chen's confident demeanor, Yi Lan also felt relieved. Yi Yun, who originally wanted to provoke Su Chen, couldn't help but feel nervous seeing the 2 elders so composed. Could it be that this person would really win? But Yi Yun quickly shook her head. She still had to believe in the 2 elders. As more than 20 minutes passed, Yi Yun began to feel anxious. At the warehouse entrance, she couldn't help but stomp her feet. You all are out. Fortunately, the 2 elders of Xianming came out at that moment, and Yi Yun hurriedly welcomed them. The 3 exchanged glances, and Yi Yun felt relieved. Soon, someone placed the items selected by the 3 onto 2 tables that had been prepared in advance. The items selected by the 2 elders of Xianming were clearly of considerable value. A scroll of ancient painting, a pair of porcelain vases. Especially that pair of porcelain vases, which shone brilliantly under the sunlight, appearing quite extraordinary. As for the items chosen by Su Chen, they seemed somewhat shabby, small and unremarkable, placed on the table, barely discernible from a distance. Yi Yun glanced at the items Su Chen had picked and sneered. We don't even need to find a judge, we're all in the antique business. Su Chen, why don't you quote a price for the items you selected for the elders? Let's see you lose clearly. Yi Yun had her own motives. If Su Chen quoted an incorrect price or deliberately undervalued them, she wouldn't have to continue competing and could humiliate him properly. Su Chen didn't think much of it and nodded. He pretended to step forward to take a look. In fact, he had already used his eye technique to see the prices of the items. Name, pair of famille rose vases with 9 suns picking peaches pattern era, Ming Dynasty, Jiajing. Period value, 1.7 million. Name, Autumn Mountains with Red Trees, by Zhang Daqian. Copy, era, Republic of China value, 1 million. This pair of porcelain vases is probably from the late Ming period. The pattern is quite festive, with 9 suns picking peaches, symbolizing many children, blessings, and longevity. Moreover, it's a pair, and it's very precious to have survived to this day. Unfortunately, one of the vases has a slight chip at the mouth. Therefore, I estimate this pair of vases to be worth 180,000. Su Chen gave a reasonable price based on his judgment. Lin Xian and Lin Ming exchanged glances and nodded. They agreed with Su Chen's valuation. Su Inspector is impressive. I could only tell this is from the late Ming period. I couldn't estimate the price. Impressive. I can't even tell that. But the 2 elders of Xianming are also remarkable for being able to pick out these items. The onlookers had their own opinions. However, one thing was evident. Su Chen's appraisal skills were indeed as rumored, far surpassing ordinary people. Yi Yin did not want to see this. She was unwilling to let Su Chen gain fame on the stage she had set. Go on, don't tell me you can't tell. Su Chen glanced at Yi Yin impatiently. This woman was quite annoying. This painting, Autumn Mountains with Red Trees, is a copy of Tang Yin by Zhang Daqian. Although Zhang's paintings are quite good, he cannot capture Tang Yin's realm, so it falls short. However, considering Zhang's reputation, I can estimate it at 120,000. These 3 items total 3 million. Lin Xian and Lin Ming knew that Su Chen's valuation was already quite generous. If they had estimated it themselves, they could only have given a total price of 270,000. Their impression of Su Chen improved. Indeed, there are no false scholars under a great reputation. I admire the strength of Su Inspector, Lin said. Su Chen cupped his hands towards the two. Please, gentlemen, take a closer look. Su Chen pointed to the items he had selected. A quote of 3 million was already quite high, and since the items Su Chen chose were unremarkable in appearance, many still did not have faith in him despite his display of skill. The two elders of Xianming are indeed seasoned veterans. Right, that's a total price of 3 million. Su Inspector is in trouble. Humph, who told him to just glance at them and decide on the items? Exactly. Too complacent. Don't say that. Su Inspector is still young. A few voices spoke up for Su Chen, but they were quickly drowned out in the crowd. This collector likely favored Ming Dynasty artifacts, so the items he collected were all related. The items Su Chen selected were no exception. Name, Longquan Kiln Snuff Bottle Era, Ming Dynasty, Wanli. Period value, 1 million. Name, Shipeng Purple Clay Teapot Era, Late Ming Dynasty value, 1.2 million. Name, Seal Era, Ming Dynasty, Yonla. Period value, 1.5 million. Lin Xian walked to Su Chen's table and was the first to pick up the snuff bottle. Looking at the small snuff bottle in Lin Xian's hand, many people showed disappointed expressions. At first, it was understandable not to see clearly. But now that it was clear, how much could this snuff bottle be worth? I estimate it at 1 million. Lin Xian was the first to make a bid. Everyone was taken aback. Lin Ming glanced at his brother and nodded. He explained, this is a snuff bottle from the Longquan Kiln. Although it looks ordinary, if you hold it up to the light, you can see it's extraordinary. Lin Xian cooperatively lifted the snuff bottle. There are characters inside, someone in the front exclaimed. That's right, these were carved in before firing. You must know that the snuff bottles before firing were not as transparent as they are now, and the difficulty of carving can be imagined. Moreover, this is from the late Ming Dynasty, so its preservation is quite rare. Lin Xian stated the estimated value of the snuff bottle, and Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Truly a senior, worthy of the title of respected elder. Next was the purple clay teapot. This is a purple clay teapot from the late Ming Dynasty made by Pang. Pang was one of the 4 great masters of purple clay teapots in the Ming Dynasty. With the current scarcity of purple clay, these teapots are becoming increasingly rare. I estimate this teapot at 1,400,000. Lin Xian said. This had already exceeded Su Chen's expectations, as Lin Xian's bid also took into account the current market situation. That makes 2,400,000. So, if the last item exceeds 600,000, Miss Hier will lose. Someone in the crowd spoke up. Yi Yun's expression was not good, dark enough to drip water. But she still had a chance. The item Su Chen chose last was black and unremarkable. Even she could tell that it wasn't worth much. Lin Xian picked up the long strip of stone, initially feeling a bit disappointed. After all, the items Su Chen had chosen before were already quite good. This last piece was truly lackluster. Lin Xian could see that it was just a piece of ordinary black stone carved into shape, almost ubiquitous. However, professional ethics compelled him to pick up the seal and examine it. At first, Lin Xian's expression was normal, but when he saw the inscription on the bottom of the seal, his expression changed, revealing surprise. Lin Yun's heart skipped a beat. Lin Xian called Lin Ming over to take a look. The two elders huddled together and discussed for a long time. The onlookers also showed curious expressions. Su Chen. Yi Lan tugged at Su Chen's sleeve. Su Chen knew what she wanted to ask but just smiled and remained silent. This can't be the private seal of Yu Xiaobao. Lin Xian's words caused an uproar among the crowd. The Yu Xiaobao he mentioned was none other than Yu Qian. From the Ming Dynasty. Yu Qian, courtesy name Yenny, was a famous military strategist, politician, and national hero of the Ming Dynasty. He could almost be said to have supported half of the Ming Dynasty at that time. The seal bore the characters Yenny. Impossible. Yi Yun immediately retorted. She snatched the seal and examined it closely. Could it be a later reproduction? Yi Yun looked hopefully at the two elders. Unfortunately, although these two were hired by her, they would not abandon their principles for her. Absolutely impossible. Lin Xian and Lin Ming said in unison. As those 4 words came out, Yi Yun collapsed to the ground. The onlookers began to murmur. If that were the case, the winner was undoubtedly Su Chen. I estimated at 1,500,000, but in an actual auction, Lin Xian did not continue as it was impossible to estimate. If it were someone who truly appreciated Yu Qian, they would likely spend even more. You admit it. Su Chen was still very respectful towards the two. Alas, heroes emerge from youth. I humbly bow to you. Lin Xian truly recognized Su Chen's abilities, realizing he was indeed superior. Lin Ming, not good with words, also cupped his hands towards Su Chen. The situation was clear. Just when everyone thought the matter was settled, Su Chen's words made everyone stop in their tracks, wanting to leave. Missy said that if she lost, she would be my foot washing maid. Is that still true? This was something Yi Yoon had not said publicly before. Many people looked at Su-chan with amusement. The second miss of the Yi family, washing the feet of the inspector Su. It's strange just to think about it. It could be a topic of conversation. Yi Yoon also recovered from her failure. She first glared resentfully at the two elders, Xian Ming. Why? Didn't I hire you? Why are you speaking for this brat? Faced with Yi Yoon's accusations, Lin Ning remained silent. Lin Xian spoke up. We will not violate our professional ethics. If Miss Yi continues like this, we will no longer work for her in the future. Lin Xian's voice carried a sense of distance, clearly disappointed in Yi Yoon. No, we agreed to her bet. I am the second young lady of the Yi family. How could I agree to such an outrageous thing? Is that so? Seeing that Yi Yoon wanted to breach the contract, Yilan certainly wouldn't stand by. Should we let the two elders of Xianming explain what the bet you set was? Yi Yoon immediately panicked. She knew the two elders wouldn't lie for her. Moreover, the Yi family valued integrity above all, especially in the antique business. If she breached the contract in front of everyone, she would definitely face dire consequences when she returned home. She wouldn't be able to survive in the antique business anymore. Yi Yoon knew Qianeng. He was the one who had previously bet with Su Chen and failed to fulfill it, and now everyone in the antique business was calling for his head. Fine. It's just washing your feet, right? I agree. Yi Yoon gritted her teeth. Alright, let's go. My foot washing maid. This scene was no longer suitable to watch, especially since many were from the Yi family. The crowd dispersed. Yi Lan smiled and said to Su Chen, "Congratulations, Mr. Su, you've got yourself a foot washing maid. Just be careful, this maid is quite unruly, so you'll have to put in some effort." Although this wasn't directed at Yi Yoon, her face was burning with embarrassment. But she couldn't afford to retort anymore. Su Chen was naturally not joking. He took Yi Yoon back to the flat he had previously purchased. Chuanen had already cleaned the place up. Originally, Yi Yoon had looked at Su Chen's Ferrari with admiration, but when they arrived at Su Chen's home, she mocked him. The great Inspector Su lives in a place like this? Even my maid's room is better. So shabby. Hearing Yi Yoon say this, Su Chen didn't indulge her. Maid, go fetch me water to wash my feet. Yi Yoon hated Su Chen to the core. With no outsiders around, she began to act spoiled. I won't go. What can you do about it? Humph. You better send me back now. I am the second young lady of the Yi family. If you know what's good for you, I might forgive you, otherwise, you'll regret it. Su Chen laughed. He didn't expect that at this moment, Yi Yoon still hadn't realized the truth. Name, Yi Yoon. Age, 24. Measurements, 101, 80. 103 rating, 94. Secret, illegitimate daughter. Yi Yoon's mother was her father's mistress, brought back home because he had no heirs and was always disliked by his legitimate wife. Only the old master Yi and the second couple of the Yi family knew about this. Yi Yoon's secret had long been known to Su Chen, just an illegitimate daughter. As soon as Su Chen's words came out, Yi Yoon jumped up like a cat whose fur had been ruffled. What did you say? What illegitimate daughter? Yi Yoon pointed at Su Chen, forcing herself to stay calm, but her evasive eyes had already betrayed her. She had been brought back to the Yi family when she was 5 years old. Everyone thought she couldn't remember, but Yi Yoon knew very well that her biological mother was not her father's legitimate wife. However, Yi Yoon had never thought of looking for her biological mother. The reason was simple: she couldn't bear to give up the life in the Yi family. Now her deepest secret was unexpectedly known by Su Chen. Yi Yoon felt a loss of confidence. She didn't know how much Su Chen actually knew. Actually, you oppose Yilan everywhere. Isn't it because you know your identity? I feel like I'm an illegitimate daughter, so I won't be taken seriously, which is why I always want to prove myself. Su Chen pointed out Yi Yoon's little thoughts. This woman's schemes were almost negligible. Don't talk nonsense, I don't. Yi Yoon retorted, but her tone had softened considerably. And in my eyes, you're not even comparable to Yilan. Su Chen didn't care what Yi Yoon said. He continued speaking to himself. Yilan is the one who can accomplish great things, adaptable and respectful of the talented. When you barged in, she was indeed trying to recruit me. In contrast, you're just a chicken raised in a phoenix's nest. No matter how hard you try, you can't compare to Yilan. Su Chen's words left Yi Yoon silent. Deep down, she was still insecure, otherwise, she wouldn't always want to prove herself. Someone like you, who has no ability and no magnanimity. Can't you just be a good young lady? Wanting to compete with Yilan is simply a pipe dream. You can leave. Even if you're washing feet, I would still look down on you. Su Chen's last sentence was like a needle deeply piercing Yi Yoon's heart. It also stirred her strange competitive spirit. I won't leave. Ian, say what I mean, isn't it just washing your feet? I'll do it right now. As Ian spoke, she didn't wait for Su Chen to refuse and turned to head towards the bathroom in Su Chen's house. Fortunately, Su Chen's home really had a foot bath bucket. Yi-Yun, not very skilled, carried the foot bath bucket to the bathroom and turned on the shower head. Water sprayed out, splashing all over her. But Yi-Yun didn't care. She wiped her face and filled the foot bath bucket with water using the shower head. Perhaps overestimating herself, she could hardly move the filled foot bath bucket. However, like she was stuck in a dilemma, she struggled to carry the heavy bucket of water to Su Chen. Water splashed everywhere. Seeing Yi-Yun's awkward appearance, Su Chen chuckled softly. What are you laughing at? Yi-Yun glared at Su Chen. At that moment, she was drenched, her clothes clinging tightly to her body. Without a coat, Su Chen could almost see her figure clearly. Su Chen was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect this young girl to be quite impressive. Yi-Yun pulled Su Chen's shoes off her feet, then disdainfully tugged at Su Chen's socks, pulling them down. After taking off the socks, she hurriedly tossed them aside, her face showing a look of contempt. Yi-Yun placed Su Chen's feet into the foot bath bucket and then stood up. Is that it? Is this how you wash someone's feet? Yi-Yun was momentarily at a loss for words. I just wanted to get you a towel, she made an excuse. Alright, the white one in the bathroom. By the time Yi-Yun returned with the towel, she had run out of excuses. She could only squat back down helplessly, mimicking how the maids at home used to wash her feet, rubbing Su Chen's feet. It must be said that Yi-Yun was indeed a pampered young lady. Her hands were smooth and delicate. Su Chen was being served very comfortably. Alright, wipe it. Su Chen decided to let Yi-Yun off the hook. Hearing this, Yi-Yun placed the towel on her lap and lifted Su Chen's feet, wiping them earnestly. The maids at home did the same for her, but she forgot that her clothes were already sticking to her body. When Su Chen's feet were placed on her lap, they naturally brushed against her chest. Yi-Yun's face turned red instantly. She had never been this close to a man before. But with things as they were, Yi-Yun gritted her teeth and continued to help Su Chen wipe her feet. Alright, you can sleep in the side room tonight. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Yi-Yun felt as if she had been granted amnesty. She dropped the towel and left. But your professional skills still need improvement. The second young lady of the Yi family can't even do this well, right? Yi-Yun paused for a moment but quickly fled back to her room. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During these 2 days, Yi-Yun diligently fulfilled her duties as a maid, serving Su Chen wholeheartedly. Today, Su Chen was preparing to go out. Yi-Yun picked up Su Chen's shoes and helped him put them on. Although there was still indignation in her eyes, her hands moved with practiced ease. Not bad. I admit, you're better at washing feet than Yi-Lan. At first, Yi-Yun felt quite proud, thinking she was superior to Yi-Lan. But she quickly realized, I'm not a maid. Seeing Yi-Yun's gritted teeth, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh heartily. Despite this, Su Chen still admired Yi-Yun. This woman, though proud, was incredibly resilient. She had taken care of him for the past few days without a single complaint. Of course, Su Chen would never say this out loud. Today, Su Chen's destination was the Tianji Association. It was time for him to report there. Previously, due to procedural issues, Elder Tian needed some time to handle things. Now that everything was sorted out, Su Chen needed to check in. This was Su Chen's first visit to the Tianji Association. It was located in a large building in the city center. As a unit responsible for cultural and artistic affairs, it exuded grandeur, with the entire building belonging to the Tianji Association. Su Chen parked his car and entered the building. A woman approached him immediately. The woman was dressed in a standard business suit with a neatly pressed blazer over a white shirt. She wore a black pencil skirt and stockings, looking very professional. Hello, Inspector Su. My name is Bai Lu. I am your secretary. The woman adjusted her glasses and introduced herself while holding a folder. As Su Chen assessed Bai Lu, she was also evaluating her superior, thinking to herself that he indeed looked as young and handsome as in the photos. This way, Inspector. I'll take you to your office and introduce you to the situation. Here. Su Chen nodded. So far, this secretary seemed quite capable. Bai Lu walked ahead in her high heels, with Su Chen following closely. Although there was a security system on the first floor, the two entered without swiping any cards. Bai Lu explained before Su Chen could even ask. Before your arrival, I had already registered your facial recognition in our system, so you don't need a security card or anything like that. Instead of waiting for the elevator like others, Bai Lu led him directly to a room. Inspector Su, please step forward. Upon hearing Bai Lu's words, Su Chen walked up. The door opened immediately. Su Chen then realized that this was not just a room. It was an elevator. However, unlike ordinary elevators, this one was exceptionally spacious, even equipped with a refrigerator, water dispenser, and seating. This elevator can only be accessed by the 7 elders and the 14 inspectors through facial recognition. Bai Lu explained as Su Chen took a seat. She remained standing beside him. The headquarters of the Tenji Association's Southwest Division has a total of 60 floors. The top 7 floors are the office areas for the 7 elders. Ordinary people cannot summon them, and are not allowed to go up. Below that are the offices for the 14 inspectors. Bai Lu paused. As one of the inspectors, in addition to me as your secretary, you will also have a personal assistant, 3 secretaries, and 7 staff members. They are all waiting for your arrival upstairs. Bai Lu's words made Su Chen look forward to his upcoming life. He knew the inspectors held significant power, but he hadn't expected to have so many subordinates. The elevator slowly came to a stop. Since it recognized Su Chen's face, it defaulted to the 49th floor where he was. Su Chen stepped out of the elevator. What greeted him was a row of cubicles, which was no different from an ordinary company. However, contrary to his expectations of everyone working diligently, many people were chatting in small groups. Some were even watching dramas while munching on sunflower seeds. When they noticed someone entering, they merely glanced up. Without saying a word, Su Chen almost thought he had walked into the wrong place. Everyone, gather around. This is the new Inspector Su. Bai Lu's voice was somewhat cold, yet she still held a degree of authority. Hearing Bai Lu's words, these people calmly put down their snacks and slowly stood up. We have met Supervisor Su. Su Chen thought they would stand in front of him, but they merely bent slightly at their workstations, continuing with what they had been doing. Su Chen frowned but did not lose his temper. He walked further inside. The innermost room was Su Chen's office. It was larger than he had expected. In addition to the front office area, there was even a connected lounge. Su Chen sat at his desk, resting his chin on his hand. What's going on with those people outside? For now, Bai Lu still seemed reliable. It's like this, Bai Lu patiently explained. Su Chen understood the situation. The reason for the vacancy in the supervisor position was that the previous supervisor had been promoted to another district, taking on the role of a senior advisor. Although the person had left, their influence remained. Originally, according to the previous supervisor's intentions, the vacancy would be filled by someone from their circle. However, Su Chen's sudden arrival disrupted the previous supervisor's plans. The group of people in the office were all left behind by the former supervisor, so naturally, they wouldn't treat Su Chen kindly. So, I'm worried that they won't just be two-faced, they might even try to trip you up. Bai Lu said this with a worried expression. And you? Whose person are you? Don't tell me you're one of mine. Su Chen was indifferent to this. As long as he wanted, he had ways to handle those people. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Bai Lu's expression remained unchanged, but Su Chen noticed her ears had turned red. I was sent by Elder Tian to assist you. Oh, so that means you're on my side? Su Chen continued to ask. He had already figured it out, since Bai Lu was sent by Elder Tian, she was naturally in the same camp as him. Please don't joke around. I don't know what you plan to do with these people, Bai Lu said seriously. Just fire them, Su Chen replied somewhat casually. Those who disobeyed were not needed. That might not be possible, Bai Lu said, looking a bit troubled. She had thought this supervisor would have some means, but it turned out to be just this. Their positions were obtained through proper examinations. If you need to fire them, you have to consult the higher-ups. Moreover, firing even one is quite troublesome, let alone all of them. Su Chen nodded, indicating he understood. And these people are all long-term employees who have worked diligently here for many years. If you really do this, it won't sound good if it gets out, Bai Lu continued to persuade, worried that Su Chen would act recklessly. From the looks of them, they don't seem diligent at all. These people are just pests in the association. If I can find their weaknesses and get rid of them, that would be a service to the association. Bai Lu understood this reasoning as well. She had been in the association for a long time and knew that many people were just occupying positions without contributing. But those who have been in the association for so long are all old foxes. It's hard to find their weaknesses. Elder Tian thought about it too, but he failed. Since they were in the same camp, Bai Lu felt relieved to speak openly. Just because Elder Tian couldn't do it doesn't mean I can't. Su Chen was very confident. Supervisor Su. Bai Lu wanted to dissuade him again, but was interrupted by Su Chen. Su Chen stood up, leaning forward with both hands on the desk. Originally, there was a desk between Bai Lu and Su Chen, but now they were very close. Bai Lu looked at Su Chen, who was now within arm's reach, and saw determination in his eyes. When I say I can, Su Chen said emphatically. Bai Lu felt an immense pressure from Su Chen. He then sat back down, and Bai Lu let out a sigh of relief. How about we make a bet? If I win, you won't keep calling me Supervisor Su. Ha! Bai Lu was taken aback. For a moment. Then, what should I call you? Just call me Su Gu. Bai Lu nodded. Her face flushed. Su Chen laughed triumphantly. Alright, let's go meet them. Let them get lost. As he spoke, Su Chen stood up, ready to head outside. Bai Lu was still in a daze. Ha! Now! In her mind, even if they were to expel these people, it should be done according to an investigation, looking for evidence. Su Chen clearly had no intention of explaining to Bai Lu. Watching Su Chen's departing figure, Bai Lu gritted her teeth and followed him. When Su Chen returned to the office area, the employees were still engrossed in their own activities. It was obvious they treated this place like a retirement home. You can pack your things and leave now. Su Chen's words were like a bombshell. He didn't call over those seasoned employees, saving himself from being ignored later. As expected, after hearing Su Chen's words, those who seemed to be lost in their own worlds immediately stood up. No more chatting, no more snacking. They all gathered in front of Su Chen. Who do you think you are? A nearly 40-year-old clerk stepped forward. It seemed these people were all looking to him for guidance. Name, Wang. Ton age, 46. Personality, greedy, cautious. Secret affairs, acts as a protector for antique shops like Duoba Pavilion, Wenchuan Pavilion, and Hanlin Pavilion, receiving benefits guarantees for Duoba Pavilion, involved in forging antiques. Well, this is a big fish. Wang Tong still didn't know that Su Chen had seen through his background and was still boasting. When I joined the Tianji Association, you were just a little brat who didn't even know how to pee and play in the mud. As soon as Wang Tong spoke, the remaining few laughed heartily in agreement. Exactly, when brother Wang Tong came to the Tianji Association, you were still a kid. Clerk Zhang Wu chimed in. Moreover, as an inspector, you have no authority to expel us. Wang Tong continued, don't think that just because you became an inspector, you can take yourself too seriously. We treat you as an inspector, but you really are one. If you knew how to handle things, everyone would mind their own business and you could keep your position. With Wang Tong leading the charge, Zhang Wu also stepped forward, almost pointing at Su Chen's nose. But no one found it inappropriate. Instead, they all looked on at Su Chen's misfortune. They weren't unaware that Su Chen had Tian Lao backing him, but so what? They had their own support too. Don't say you can't do it, even if you could drive us away. That would be no different from self-destruction. I guarantee no one would want to come here. Name, Wang. Wu age 37. Secret affairs, cheating during exams, helping relatives enter the Tianji Association. Su Chen shook off Wang Wu's hand. This is my territory, everything here must obey me. Seeing Wang Wu's defiant expression, as if he wanted to continue approaching, Su Chen kicked him away. You can leave on your own now and I can still give you some dignity. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wang Wu fell to the ground after being kicked, fortunately being helped up by Wang Tong and another clerk. Tuesday, Su Chen, UT. Seeing Wang Wu charge forward, Su Chen pointed at him. You stand right there, don't think that no one knows about you helping your cousin cheat to get into the Tianji Association. As soon as Su Chen's words left his mouth, Wang Wu froze in place, looking at Su Chen with uncertainty. What nonsense are you talking? Do you have evidence? This was something Wang Wu had never mentioned to anyone, only the examiners who swapped with him might have guessed something. Su Chen ignored him and turned to Wang Tong. Duoba Pavilion, Wenchuan Pavilion, Hanlin Pavilion. Su Chen slowly recited the names of the shops where Wang Tong acted as a protector. With each name he mentioned, Wang Tong's expression darkened. Every time the Tianji Association conducts an inspection, you notify them in advance to back off. Over the years, the amount of money exchanged must be over 50 million, right? Wang Tong, you thought no one knew about the ledger you hid under the bed? Wang Tong's eyes widened. Don't think about leaving, just wait for your prison report. Su Grand Inspector, just treat me like a fart and let me go. Wang Tong fell to his knees with a thud. Su Chen's words were almost a death sentence for him. This crime was enough to get him executed 10 times over. Humph, where were you earlier? Bai Lu, seeing Wang Tong's expression, realized that Su Chen was not joking. She immediately called for security. Wang Tong didn't run, he knew he couldn't escape. Looking at Wang Tong, who was desperately kneeling on the ground, the surrounding staff felt a wave of sorrow for the doomed. Each one wore a grim expression, afraid to speak. In contrast, Bai Lu stood calmly behind Su Chen, though her heart was a mix of emotions. Su Chen was clearly well prepared, while she had been the one speaking in despair. Watching Su Chen point out the situation, Bai Lu felt she must have looked ridiculous in his eyes. Soon, security arrived and took Wang Tong and Wang Wu away. If verified, they would face prison time. Seeing Wang Tong and Zhang Wu truly being taken away, the remaining staff members all looked like quails' heads. down, afraid to meet Su Chen's gaze. Su Chen scanned the room. The remaining few were minor offenders, not as egregious as Wang Tong and Zhang Wu. Aren't you all leaving yet? Su Chen's words sounded like heavenly music to their ears. If such a hidden matter as Wang Tong's could be uncovered, Su Chen surely had no trouble finding evidence of their own misdeeds. He simply couldn't be bothered to deal with them. The few of them were quite perceptive. Grand Inspector Su, I was wrong. Thank you, Inspector, you have a generous heart. Inspector, may you be blessed. They kept saying flattering things, but their hands didn't stop moving. They carelessly stuffed items into boxes, not caring if they missed anything, and fled like they were escaping a disaster. They feared that if they lingered too long, Su Chen might change his mind and expose their own issues. Bai Lu looked at Su Chen with admiration. Now, there were only the two of them left, and Bai Lu spoke without reservation. Brother Su, you must have finished your investigation long ago. You should have said so instead of teasing me. Bai Lu looked at Su Chen with a hint of grievance. Had she known this would happen, she wouldn't have tried to dissuade him. But, even so, there might still be big trouble ahead, Brother Su. Bai Lu had been at the Tianji Association for a few years and understood the nature of some people. They likely wouldn't let Su Chen off so easily. When soldiers come, I will block them. When water comes, I will cover it. Su Chen was not afraid at all. As expected, just as Bai Lu had said, those people had barely left when someone else walked in. The newcomer was a young man in his 30s, dressed in a suit. Grand Inspector Su, Elder Tian wants to see you, he said respectfully. Hearing that Elder Tian was calling for him, Su Chen naturally agreed to go. After all, Elder Tian was a highly respected elder, and Su Chen held him in great esteem. Lead the way. The man guided Su Chen to a private elevator, taking him to Elder Tian's floor. The elevator stopped on the 59th floor. Su Chen pondered. It seemed Elder Tian held a high position. The man pointed the way for Su Chen and then left, not accompanying him further. Su Chen hurried forward, and Elder Tian was already waiting. There. Su Chen, you've arrived, come sit. Elder Tian called out as he saw Su Chen, quickly inviting him to take a seat. As expected of Elder Tian, this tea set is made of rosewood, right? Indeed. I brought this back from Hainan. Elder Tian was delighted to hear Su Chen praise his tea set. He skillfully poured a cup of tea for Su Chen. Su Chen quickly thanked him. So, how was your first day reporting? Getting used to it? Try this, if you like it, I'll have someone send you a can later. Su Chen picked up the teacup and took a light sip. After a hint of bitterness, a rich aroma surged onto his tongue. Su Chen's eyes lit up. You like it, right? I'll send you a jar. Later, Old Tian looked at Su Chen with a grin, like an elder. Thank you, Old Tian. What are you being so polite for? Later, let Xiao Bai change your facial recognition and come up to keep this old man company more often. Su Chen nodded. Since Old Tian didn't pursue the matter of dismissing someone, he wouldn't bring it up either. The two of them started drinking, one cup after another. During this time, Old Tian showed Su Chen his various tea pets. It was the first time Su Chen had seen this side of Old Tian, like a child at heart. Su Chen, do you remember that Fan Yi we talked about last time? Old Tian brought up the previous matter. I remember, you said it was a foreign imitation. That's right. Old Tian sighed. The thing I feared the most has happened. That batch of imitations has already spread in the market. Since they were smuggled in from Manhwa, there are especially many in our Spring City. Manhwa is close to Spring City. Fortunately, you publicly identified it last time, so many people have become cautious. Otherwise, even more would have fallen for it. Seeing Old Tian's worried expression, Su Chen understood that if this continued, the antique market in Spring City would suffer a heavy blow. Even if the Tianji Association stepped in to remind people, it would still affect the trading of other antiques in the market. Just the taxes from the porcelain factory's antique market brought astronomical figures to Spring City. This was something the Tianji Association couldn't afford. The association takes this matter very seriously. Old Tian hesitated a bit but still spoke up. I hope you can lend a hand. After all, your abilities are well recognized. Su Chen nodded. Old Tian had shown him kindness, so he was willing to help with this small matter. After receiving Su Chen's positive response, Old Tian chatted a bit more, and then Su Chen took his leave. Not long after he left, Old Tian's phone rang. Looking at the name on the caller ID, Old Tian frowned. I know what you're going to say. It's just a few pests from the association. If they want to leave, let them. If you keep bringing this up, come to my office and say it to my face. What? You still want to hold Su Chen accountable? Do you dare? By this point, Old Tian's eyebrows were raised, and he scolded the person on the other end of the line. Once he felt better after venting, Old Tian continued, a talent as outstanding as Su Chen. Are you blind? What's your problem with me? After saying this, old Tian angrily hung up the phone. He stared out the window, lost in thought for a long time. Meanwhile, Su Chen returned to his office and Bai Lu knocked and walked in. Inspector Su. The higher-up said that if you're willing, you can arrange your own personnel. The association will resolve their staffing issues. Su Chen nodded. This was indeed good news. He could start arranging candidates. Bai Lu also placed a folder down, containing matters that needed Su Chen's attention. As Su Chen was looking through it, his phone rang. Xiao Zhe. His father's voice came through the phone. Dad, what is it? Remember to come home early for dinner tonight. Your second uncle said he's coming to visit us. Su Chen agreed, but, to be honest, he wasn't very fond of this so-called second uncle. Su Chen's grandfather had 2 sons. The eldest, Su Jianjun, is Su Chen's father, and the second is named Su Jianwei. According to his mother, Grandpa favored the second uncle more since childhood, always giving him the good things first. Especially after they started school, the family was poor and could only afford to send one child to school. Su Chen's father and second uncle were both equally excellent in their studies, and although they were only 2 years apart, Grandpa chose to send Su Chen's second uncle to school. As for Su Chen's father, being too honest, he went to work on construction sites early on to help support the family and pay for his brother's education. This second uncle indeed went to university later and found a wife in Spring City, settling down. It is said he has made quite a name for himself. However, the brother who supported him through school was forgotten. Su Chen had been studying in Spring City for 4 years, yet he had never met this second uncle of his. Now, suddenly, he was coming to visit, and even if he said there were no ghosts, Su Chen wouldn't believe it. However, since he had promised his father, Su Chen still returned home early as agreed. He was curious to see what kind of tricks this second uncle was up to. When Su Chen got home, he found that Xin Yufei had already delivered the car he had chosen. In addition, there was an older S6. It was obvious without guessing that this was his second uncle's arrival. Upon entering the house, Su Chen indeed saw a man in a suit sitting on the family sofa, chatting and laughing with his father. Beside him was a woman dressed like a socialite. This was Su Chen's second uncle and second aunt. The coffee table was piled high with various nutritional products, boxed and looking quite impressive. Su Chen knew his mother's character. Usually, these things would be put in the bedroom. The way it was now suggested that his second uncle and second aunt had deliberately placed them there. In that brief moment of entering, Su Chen noticed quite a few things. Big brother, we haven't seen each other in so many years. I'm really busy here. You won't hold it against me, will you? How could I? Su's father chuckled, while Su's mother, with a knowing look, sat beside them watching TV. As soon as I heard you were coming to Spring City, I rushed right over. I didn't bring much, so don't mind it. Hey, second, what are you talking about? Exactly, how could Big Brother, as the elder, dislike you? The younger brother. The second aunt chimed in. Right. Back in the day, it was Big Brother who took care of me. Later, when I stopped going to school, he supported my education. I even told my parents that I wouldn't study and let Big Brother go instead. But my parents wouldn't allow it. As the second uncle said this, he lowered his head, seemingly wiping away tears. But Su Chen could see clearly that there was nothing there. Su's father seemed to be moved, quickly addressing his younger brother. Su Chen finally couldn't stand it anymore, and instead of lingering at the door, he walked in. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Su Chen's voice interrupted the conversation. Upon seeing him return, the second uncle and second aunt exchanged glances and then stood up. Is this Xiaoxia? Look how big you've gotten. Su Chen's second uncle approached him, pinching his arm. Not bad, quite sturdy. Wow, Xiaoxia is so handsome. I just heard your parents say you're studying in Spring City. Why haven't you come to visit us? Exactly. Your dad was so good to me back then. If you have any difficulties, you can come to your second uncle. Su Chen felt reluctant to engage with these two hypocritical relatives. But at that moment, his father stood up. Come on, call them. Xiaoxia. Jianwei, this kid has always been shy since he was little. Second uncle, second aunt. Since his father had said so, Su Chen could only respond with a couple of words. Hey. The two of them smiled so wide their eyes nearly squinted. All right, everyone sit down. Su's father pulled Su Chen to sit between himself and Su Jianwei. The group resumed chatting about family matters. During the conversation, Su Chen noticed that the second aunt seemed to want to say something several times but was interrupted by the second uncle. Name, Su Jianwei. Age, 45. Personality, smooth, greedy. Secret matter, prodigal son. Su Jianwei son, spoiled since childhood, involved in gambling and drugs. He even ended up in jail for fighting and injuring someone. In desperation, Su Jianwei could only seek out his long-lost brother, whose son seemed to have become a high-ranking official, hoping they could help get his son out. Su-chen finally understood why this second uncle had come to visit suddenly. It turned out he was seeking help. No wonder he brought so many things. But seeing his father's happy expression, Su-chen felt embarrassed to say anything directly. As dinner time approached, Chuanin came over. "Mr. Su, isn't it time for Chef Li to prepare tonight's dinner?" Chef Li was the cook hired by Chuanin. "No, just have the Spring City Hotel deliver it directly." "Yes." In front of outsiders, Chuanin still behaved very appropriately. The Spring City Hotel was where Su-chen hosted his parents for a welcome dinner. Hearing Su-chen's words, Su Janwei's eyes lit up. Due to his business dealings, he often needed to entertain clients and was a regular at the Spring City Hotel. However, even so, it wasn't always possible to book a table there, let alone having the Spring City Hotel delivered to his home. "Big brother, is Xiaozhi talking about the biggest hotel in Spring City?" "It should be. We had dinner there last time, and the manager personally attended to us." Su's father was puzzled, thinking that the manager was just a friend of Su-chen's. But Su Janwei knew that having the manager attend to you was not something just anyone could achieve. "Xiaozhi, I've never seen takeout from the Spring City Hotel. How much does that cost?" Su-chen's second aunt asked. "It should be the normal price, but it seems they don't deliver to just anyone, you need some connections," Su-chen said deliberately. His intention was clear, to let this so-called second uncle and aunt know that he was quite wealthy. The two of them fell for it, exchanging glances and nodding. Su-chen noticed all of this. He instructed a few people to wait at the dining table. Su Janwei was a bit confused. After all, he had just given the order, and it shouldn't be this quick. But since he needed something from Su-chen, he didn't argue. The group arrived at the dining table. Su Janwei was still planning to chat a bit more with his older brother. Who would have thought that at that moment the staff from the Spring City Hotel had already arrived? Plates of dishes were brought in by the waiters and placed on the table. In a daze, Su Janwei felt as if he were not at his brother's house but in a private room at the Spring City Hotel. Seeing his older brother and sister-in-law's nonchalant demeanor, Su Janwei felt he had underestimated this nephew. Meanwhile, Su Janwei's wife was nudging him under the table, reminding him to mention their son. She saw hope for their son's rescue here. Su Janwei signaled her to be patient. Boiled cabbage, black fish egg soup, 3 treasure duck, grilled skirt steak. Su Janwei looked at the dishes on the table, many of which he usually wouldn't dare to order. "Anun." Su-chen called out to Chuanin. Chuanin understood this was what Su-chen had arranged in advance. 4 or 5 young and beautiful girls walked in, all wearing the same uniform. These were the nannies that Chuanin had recruited, all professionally trained and required to pass strict exams to graduate. Su Janwei was astonished to find that the young girl standing behind him could tell what he wanted to eat just by looking at the dishes on the table, without him having to say a word. She would then thoughtfully serve the food onto his plate. As for Su-chen, he was personally attended to by Chuanin. Su Janwei was dumbfounded. He had never dared to imagine such a life before. There was also the wine prepared by Su-chen, which needed no introduction, the finest wine from Huaxia. Various foreign wines were also available, all laid out on the table, already opened. Su Janwei also drank foreign wine. He knew that once these red wines were opened, their flavor would diminish quickly. A family like Su-chen's would definitely not drink it all. So, most of this wine would probably end up being poured out. To spend so much on a single meal if it were like this every day. Su Janwei shook his head, not daring to think further. Because at this rate, his company wouldn't be able to afford even a few meals. After witnessing Su-chen's financial power, Su Janwei's confidence in speaking was no longer what it had been before. Instead, he became somewhat timid. "Big brother, your son, this is incredible." Su Janwei looked at his brother with envy. He felt that such opportunities shouldn't be something the son of a simple, rural farmer like his brother could enjoy. Such opportunities should belong to his own son. Of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to say that out loud. This meal was perhaps the most leisurely one Su Janwei had ever enjoyed. After they had eaten their fill and the nanny cleared the tableware, Su Janwei weakly said, "Big brother, actually, I came this time to ask Xiaozhi for help." Upon hearing this, Su's mother displayed a knowing expression. However, Su's father patted his chest and said, "We're all family, what's there to ask for?" Su Janwei glanced at Su-chun. "Just say it, second uncle." "Well, second uncle has said it. Your brother, my useless son, has gotten himself into trouble and is in jail. Just look at." Su Janwei looked at Su-chen with anticipation. "Alright, I'll remember that." Su-chen nodded. "Oh, I told you Xiaozhi has the ability now. He won't refuse to help. See, I told you so." Su Janwei remained silent, but his second aunt stood up, praising Su-chen incessantly. "My abilities aren't Something I show to everyone. I only reveal a thing or two to those I have grudges with, Suchen said meaningfully, looking at his second uncle and aunt. With Su Chen's affirmation, Su Jianwei felt he had achieved his purpose for this visit, and he kept praising Su Chen in front of Su Jianjun. As for Su Chen's second aunt, she was already grinning from ear to ear. She had been worried sick about her son for a long time. After learning about Su Chen's success, she was the first to drag Su Jianwei over. Su Chen's father was a simple-minded man, somewhat lost in the flattery from his brother and sister-in-law. The two brothers hadn't seen each other for a long time, and Su Chen could tell that his father was genuinely happy today. After dinner, when Su Jianwei took his leave, Su Jianjun was somewhat reluctant to see his brother go and asked Su Chen to see them off properly. Because of his father's request, and since Su Chen wanted to handle some matters, he needed the two to feel that he genuinely wanted to help them. Thus, Su Chen accompanied them all the way to the garage. No need to see us off, Xiaozhe, you're really putting in a lot of effort for your brother. Su Jianwei waved his hand at Su Chen, signaling him not to continue. Su Chen thought to himself, it's not like I want to see you off. After watching the two get into the car, Su Chen turned to leave without looking back. The smile on his face faded, and he no longer had the enthusiasm from before. However, just as he was about to exit the garage, he saw an unexpected person. Mom, what are you doing here? Su Chen said, stopping in his tracks. He had long sensed something was off with his mother. When he returned home, she seemed to want to say something, but she had held back because his father was present. In Su Chen's memory, his mother had always cared deeply for his father. Now that she had chased him to the garage, it was clear she had something to discuss privately. Sure enough, Xiaozhe, while your dad isn't around, I want to share some heartfelt words with you. Su's mother looked at Su Chen earnestly and said, your second uncle's family came here with no good intentions. You need to be careful of them, or you might end up harming yourself. If it weren't for your dad, we wouldn't even need to put on a good face for them. Su Chen nodded. I know, but my dad is happy today. I can only go along with what he wants. You know how much he values his brotherly bond with second uncle. Nonsense brotherly bond. It was the first time Su Chen had heard his mother curse, and he was somewhat taken aback. Back when you were in college, your tuition wasn't enough, and your dad specifically called him for help, but he brushed it off. In the end, it was still me who had to go to your uncle for a loan. Hearing his mother's words, Su Chen was also shocked. He had only known that it was his uncle who lent him money for college, not realizing it was such a situation. Moreover, his second uncle's family was even worse than he had imagined. With this in mind, Su Chen's determination to completely bring down his second uncle's family grew stronger. However, he still didn't tell his mother about this and merely comforted her, saying, all right, I understand, your son has grown up now and knows how to distinguish right from wrong. Whoever treats me well, I still don't. No, just leave it to me to handle. The sky was already darkening, and even in the spring city where it was always like spring, a light breeze began to blow. Su Chen wrapped his arm around his mother's shoulder, urging her to hurry back inside. It's windy outside. Let's get back quickly. Su's mother felt a warmth in her heart. Her son had really grown up a lot recently. All right, Xiaozhe, I'll take your words to heart. By the way, there's some Zweiking tea your uncle sent in the fridge, along with the cured meat you love. I'll have an and prepare it for you tomorrow. Great, Su Chen replied with a smile. When I was little, I loved the cured meat from my uncle's house the most. I didn't expect he still remembers. Of course, Su's mother was quite pleased when talking about her brother. Your uncle has been doing business in Sichuan these past few years, and all this cured meat is specially prepared by him every time he returns to his hometown. Hearing his mother's words, Su Chen couldn't help but recall his uncle's old house, where he had spent a long time. When he was mischievous as a child, it was always his uncle and aunt who protected him from his mother's punishments. Thinking of this, Su Chen smiled. Unlike the insincere family of his second uncle, his uncle's family was genuinely good to him. Mom, now that you mention it, I miss my uncle a bit. Please tell him to come visit us when he has time. Su's mother nodded. After sending her back inside, Su Chen indicated that he was going back to his apartment in Tianheng Community. Su's mother couldn't help but complain. The house is so big, why do you always run outside? What's wrong? Now that you're grown up, you don't want to live with us anymore? Su Chen didn't argue and just smiled as he walked away. The scene shifted, and by the time Su Chen arrived at Tianheng Community, someone was already waiting outside. The person was dressed in a coat, wearing a scarf and hat, making it hard to tell who they were. But Su Chen knew in his heart that it was the actress Jiangli who had offended him that day. Upon seeing Su Chen arrive, Jiangli looked around anxiously, and when she saw no one was paying attention to her, she approached him. Mr. Su, I already know I was wrong, please let me off. Jiang Li's voice carried a hint of panic. Since returning last time, she had asked friends to specifically inquire about Su Chen's identity. After realizing how important the position of inspector was, she became even more frightened. An inspector was not someone to be compared with the previous Li Fei. Not to mention Li Fei, even Li Fei's father, the behind-the-scenes boss of Daobao Pavilion, was not worth mentioning in front of Su Chen. Offending someone like him, Jiang Li knew that if she didn't handle the situation well, her years of hard work in the entertainment industry would be over. So, as soon as she received the address from Su Chen, she cancelled all her activities and rushed over alone. Seeing Jiang Li's worried expression, Su Chen smiled indifferently. If you want me to let you go, then it depends on your performance today. After saying this, Su Chen opened the door and walked inside. Jiang Li gritted her teeth and followed him in. Once inside, Jiang Li was taken aback by the mess in the room. Since the last time it had been ransacked by the Japanese, Su Chen had not allowed anyone to come in and clean up. Even when he brought Yi Yun over, they had only tidied up 2 bedrooms. Although surprised, Jiang Li didn't show it. Having been in the entertainment industry for so long, she had seen all sorts of outrageous things and was no longer easily shocked. As for why Su Chen let her into his home, Jiang Li had a vague idea of what might happen. But she didn't care at all. Su Chen was young and handsome. Being with him was much better than being with those old and frail directors and producers. Go change your clothes, it will be easier to handle things later. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Jiang Li smiled knowingly. Just as she thought. Hearing Su Chen's words, Jiang Li let out an ambiguous laugh. But when she saw the clothes Su Chen wanted her to change into, she was dumbfounded. Is this the outfit? Jiang Li asked uncertainly. She originally thought that Su Chen wanted her to change clothes for the sake of atmosphere. After all, many men have strange preferences. But when she saw the outfit, Jiang Li was dumbfounded. Wasn't that just an apron? Right. You're helping me clean the house, aren't you supposed to wear an apron? Su Chen said, somewhat confused. Jiang Li looked at Su Chen's serious expression and then at the messy room, feeling speechless. It seemed she really had to do housework, but she didn't dare to resist and obediently took off her coat. Jiang Li was already used to disguising herself when going out, otherwise, it would be inconvenient to do anything. She took off her sunglasses and scarf, revealing a delicate face. Before coming, Jiang Li had spent a full hour on her makeup. Next came the oversized trench coat. After removing the trench coat, Jiang Li revealed the outfit underneath. It was a fitted dress, and she was wearing stockings on her legs. Jiang Li looked at Su Chen with some anticipation. Having dressed so exquisitely, Su Chen couldn't possibly have the heart to really make her do housework, right? But she miscalculated. As Su Chen remained indifferent, Jiang Li could only helplessly wrap the scarf around her neck and put on gloves, clearly transforming from a city beauty into a housewife. Su Chen looked at Jiang Li's current appearance with great satisfaction. However, when Jiang Li really started doing housework, Su Chen stopped her. What's wrong? Are you going to do it? You're a big star, it's not easy to do housework, aren't you going to post to Weibo? Jiang Li was taken aback. Normally, posting on Weibo would be fine, it could enrich her persona and attract more fans. But it was already midnight. If she sent that out, who knew what those netizens would say? Seeing Jiang Li's troubled expression, Su Chen asked, what? You don't want to do it now? No, how could I? Jiang Li quickly agreed. Her professional quality was still very high. She walked around Su Chen's living room, quickly found a good angle, and started taking selfies with her phone. Wait a moment, I'll edit the photo. Jiang Li bit down on one glove with her mouth and began to operate on her phone. A wonderful weekend, with no poetry or distant places, only cleaning. Let's go. Jiang Li edited the caption and then paired it with her recent selfie. Gritting her teeth, she clicked send. Truly, what you fear comes to pass. Although it was midnight, there were still many night owls online, passing the time. Among them were quite a few of Jiang Li's fans. Li Cohen was one of them. He was a student at Spring City University, and he initially noticed Jiang Li simply because they were both from Spring City. Later, he was attracted by Jiang Li's looks. Li Cohen, quick, look at Weibo. Your favorite star posted. Li Cohen's roommate reminded him. Li Cohen hurriedly opened Weibo and saw the photo Jiang Li had posted. In the picture, Jiang Li was wearing an apron and gloves, making a heart gesture towards the camera. There was a little smudge on her face which she had deliberately applied, making her look as if she had just finished doing housework. No wonder she's my wife. Still doing housework late at night. Li Cohen smiled and saved the photo, looking like a lovesick fool. Come on, who does housework late at night? And is this even her own house? Isn't she at someone else's place? Li Cohen's roommate mocked. Of course, he didn't know that his words were very close to the truth. Get lost, get lost. Li Cohen cursed at his roommate, but he still felt a bit shaken. The situation is tricky. Is my wife doing housework late at night in her own home? Lee Cohen left a comment under Jiang Li's Weibo. He also found that many netizens shared the same thoughts. Some were discussing the mahogany furniture in the background, speculating whether Jiang Li had gone to some big shot's house. Others were defending Jiang Li, saying that this was indeed her home. In short, there was a flurry of opinions. More and more people were paying attention to this matter. But at this moment, the female protagonist at the center of the topic had no time to care about all that. She had already started complaining about who had made Su Chen's house so messy. Clothes and ornaments were scattered everywhere. The trash in the bin had been pulled out completely. Even the toilet tank had been opened. It was as if a thief had come in. Jiang Li was on the floor, pouting, folding Su Chen's clothes one by one. Su Chen looked at Jiang Li's perfect curves and thought, no wonder this woman has such a bad temper and so many fans. Jiang Li felt a burning gaze and wasn't shy at all. Instead, she began to sing, swaying her body to the rhythm of the song. Soon, Su Chen couldn't sit still anymore and started guiding Jiang Li on how to do housework. Jiang Li and Su Chen were happily doing chores. Although it was tiring, Su Chen felt quite pleased looking at the clean and tidy house. The time spent working seriously was always short. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next morning. Su Chen was scrolling through his phone when he saw that the term, Jiang Li doing housework, had already trended on Weibo. Netizens were buzzing, discussing what Jiang Li had been up to late at night. Was she really doing housework? Where was she doing it? Su Chen smiled silently at the vivid comments from the netizens. It had to be said that Jiang Li was indeed good at housework. As someone who liked cleanliness, Su Chen decided to often have Jiang Li help him with chores in the future. Of course, Su Chen also understood the importance of priorities. Right now, he had another matter to attend to, dealing with his second uncle. Yes, not dealing with his second uncle's family, but getting rid of the whole family. Su Chen had already asked his second uncle in detail yesterday. His younger brother's fight with someone was actually a minor issue. For an ordinary person, a bit of money would get him out. But he just happened to have fought with a young master from a wealthy family. Su Chen had deliberately gone to observe that nobleman from a distance to understand his likes and dislikes. Only then did he arrange to meet his second uncle. At Su Chen's villa, his parents were out shopping with Chuanan, and the household staff had also been sent away by Su Chen. Only Su Chen and his second uncle Su Jianwei and second aunt Yan Danying were in the villa. Su Chen calmly sipped the bamboo leaf green tea sent by his uncle. It had to be said, this tea was indeed delicious. As for Su Chen's second uncle and second aunt, although there was tea brewed by Su Chen in front of them, they had no intention of appreciating it. Su Chen called them over, saying he had already done his investigation. However, when they arrived, only Su Chen was at home. With his brother absent, Su Jianwei and this nephew were not close, making conversation inevitably awkward. Yan Danying kept poking Su Jianwei under the table, but Su Jianwei pretended not to notice his wife's hints and remained still. Drink up, second uncle and second aunt. Su Chen feigned surprise as he looked at the two. This is a specialty from Sichuan, quite nice. Seeing her husband silent, Yan Danying couldn't hold back anymore. Xiaozhe, you called us here, is it because there's news about your brother? That's right, Xiaozhe. Su Jianwei could only chime in. I just called you over for a chat. Didn't you say relatives should keep in touch more? Su Chen pretended not to understand. He held back his laughter as he watched the two. Sure. Enough. Upon hearing Su Chen say this, both of them looked a bit dumbfounded. However, Su Chen quickly continued, but about my brother's matter, I really did look into it. A look of surprise appeared on their faces. It was truly a roller coaster of emotions. Xiaozhe, hurry up and tell us. Second uncle is dying of anxiety. Su Jianwei was no longer calm. Seeing how anxious they were, Su Chen didn't keep them in suspense. I can handle my brother's matter, but it's a bit troublesome, Su Chen said slowly. Su Jianwei and his wife were anxious but didn't dare to rush him. Second uncle, I found a way to get my brother out. But this matter, I can't get involved. You have to handle it yourselves. Hurry up and tell us, Xiaozhe. That's your own brother. Yan Danying was anxious. Actually, what my brother did isn't complicated. It's just that he got into a fight with that nobleman's son over jealousy at a nightclub. Although he was arrested, as long as that nobleman can forgive him and sign a letter of understanding, my brother will be released. And it won't leave a stain on his record. But if the nobleman doesn't forgive him, it won't just be a detention, he could end up in prison. The record will follow him for a lifetime, affecting 3 generations. Su Chen was speaking the truth. These were all things he had seen with his eye. Technique. I found out that the nobleman likes calligraphy and paintings. So if you really want to save your brother, go find 2 pieces of calligraphy or paintings to give to the nobleman. Then promise to bring your brother to apologize in person. This way, both face and substance will be covered and he naturally won't hold a grudge. Su Chen's words were very reasonable. This was indeed a way to solve the problem. To convince his second uncle, Su Chen had been truthful so far. However, his second uncle, Su Jianwei, was in a dilemma. What Su Chen said made sense, but their family finances were just average. If they really wanted to bail out his son, they might have to sell their car and house to gather enough money for the calligraphy and paintings. Yan Dongying also knew their family's financial situation. If they took out that amount of money, life would be tough afterward. Her maternal family had some wealth, but she was reluctant to let them spend money. Yan Dongying's eyes turned and she suddenly had a plan. Xiaozhe, you must save your brother. Yan Dongying suddenly exclaimed, startling Su Jianwei beside her. We can't come up with that much money. What should we do? After all, she was a woman, and she started to cry. Yan Dongying looked at Su Chen with tearful eyes. Su Chen felt a bit awkward. Second uncle, second aunt. You see, I just bought this house. How can I take out money to help you? You need to think of a way quickly. Otherwise, in a few days, when the case is judged, there will be no room for a turnaround. My poor brother. Su Chen pretended to be genuinely distressed about his brother. Yan Dongying kept tugging at Su Jianwei under the table, signaling him to quickly borrow money from Su Chen. But Su Jianwei knew very well that all the money in his brother's family was earned by this nephew, and his brother Su Jianjun had no money either. Now that the nephew was unwilling to lend money, Su Jianjun had no way out. Su Jianwei hurriedly pulled Yan Dongying away, saying he needed to gather money. What are you doing? Why are you dragging me away? Let me try a little longer, maybe I can borrow some money. As soon as they stepped outside, Yan Dongying wiped away her tears and scolded Su Jianwei. You won't even speak up, and you're stopping me from borrowing money. Oh, he already said he wouldn't lend. If you keep pushing, I'm afraid he won't help us. Humph, what a little ingrate. That's his brother, the offspring of the Su family. How despicable. Right. A little ingrate. Su Jianwei echoed angrily. They thought that once they were outside, Su Chen couldn't hear them. Little did they know, Su Chen's senses were sharp and he heard their conversation clearly. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh in anger. After the two left, Su Chen also went out. He needed to move around and plan for the upcoming matters. Su Chen's destination was the antique shop at the porcelain factory, the one owned by Wang Dongyang, whom he had saved last time. As soon as Wang Dongyang saw Su Chen, he came out to greet him. Ah, Su, my old brother, long time no see. As soon as Wang Dongyang spoke, he felt something was off. He knew Su Chen was now an inspector and couldn't act like before. I'm sorry, Inspector Su. I tend to speak too freely. Wang Dongyang looked at Su Chen in panic. Hey, no need to call me Inspector, just call me Su Chen. Brother Wang. Wang Dongyang was someone worth forming a genuine friendship with. The last time they met, he had taken Su Chen to the warehouse to pick out antiques without any pretense and even gifted him the statue of Xin. Knew Su Chen was like this. If someone respected him an inch, he would return the respect a foot. Seeing Su Chen still being so close to him and not putting on any airs, Wang Dongyang breathed a sigh of relief. He still admired Su Chen very much. Last time, when he was troubled by the inspection team, although Wang Dongyang had prepared a backup plan, he was still very grateful for Su Chen's proactive help. Alright, then I'll be bold and continue to call you Brother Su. Wang Dongyang laughed heartily. He took Su Chen to the second floor, then personally brought over tea and filled Su Chen's cup. The view here was quite nice, and Su Chen could clearly see the entire antique street. Brother, your view here is really great. Hearing Su Chen's compliment, Wang Dongyang was very pleased. Right? I bought this building precisely because of this. Su Chen and Wang Dongyang chatted while drinking tea on the upper floor. Both of them had a far deeper understanding and insight into antiques than the average person. Wang Dongyang had seen many bizarre counterfeiting techniques, while Su Chen had his own unique insights into appraisal due to his eye technique. The two of them hit it off more and more. Of course, Su Chen's gaze was also constantly paying attention to downstairs. After a long wait, when Su Chen finally saw two familiar figures appear in his line of sight, a smile crept into his eyes. Brother Wang, actually, I came here with a small request. I need your help. Oh, Brother Su, go ahead. Wang Dongyang was curious. With Su Chen's status and means, there was actually something he needed help with. Su Chen noticed Wang Dongyang leaning in closer. Wang Dongyang complied. Su Chen whispered a few words. Wang Dongyang nodded. Brother Su, don't worry, for such a small matter, they will still give face to me. Wang Dongyang. After hearing Su Chen's words, Wang Dongyang patted his chest and assured him. Su Chen's request might be difficult for others, but Wang Dongyang had been running a shop in the porcelain factory for nearly a decade, and he was generous and loved making friends. 8 out of 10 people here had benefited from him. After agreeing to sue Chen, Wang Dongyang took out his phone, sent a few messages in the WeChat group, and then nodded at Su Chen. It's all taken care of. Then thank you, brother. Su Chen didn't expect things to go so smoothly. His unintentional actions back then had brought such great convenience for the future. Wang Dongyang waved his hand dismissively. He truly valued this friendship. The two continued to enjoy their conversation. The figures Su Chen saw were his second uncle Su Jianwei and second aunt Yan Dongying. After leaving Su Chen's home, they didn't dare to delay. Su Jianwei used his connections to mortgage all the houses and cars at home. They had a total of 3 million, combining the money from the mortgaged properties and their previous savings. After raising the money, the two hurried to the antique market at the porcelain factory. You keep telling me how good your brother is to you. Look at them now, they've made it big, yet they don't help you at all. I see your brother's new house, it must cost at least tens of millions. Yan Dongying complained to Su Jianwei. As they walked, Su Jianwei was also filled with resentment. The house and car he had worked so hard for over the years were just mortgaged away. He felt truly unwilling. Don't worry, once my son is out, I'll go find my brother. I'll have him help us redeem the car and house. If he doesn't agree, I'll make a scene at the old man's place. Su Jianwei gritted his teeth. Only then did Yan Dongying nod in satisfaction. The two didn't understand antiques, so they didn't dare to buy calligraphy and paintings from the street stalls at the porcelain factory. They could only go to the slightly more expensive but quality-assured antique shops. This was also why Su Chen knew he would definitely see the two of them on the street with antique shops. However, Su Jianwei and Yan Dongying didn't know that because of a single sentence from Su Chen, their fate would be completely changed. The two entered an antique shop where the shopkeeper was looking at his phone. Upon seeing the two enter, his eyes lit up. Oh, two distinguished guests. What are you looking for? Our shop just received a batch of calligraphy and paintings, all old items from before the Qing dynasty. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, Su Jianwei and Yan Dongying exchanged a glance, both knowing they had come to the right place. Ahem, we're just browsing. Su Jianwei, ever the seasoned player, didn't immediately reveal his intentions. Instead, he led Yan Dongying around the store, deliberately putting on an air of expertise, commenting on the antiques. This one's nice, quite old. This one's not so great. Su Jianwei nodded and shook his head, pretending to be very knowledgeable. The shopkeeper watched the two, suppressing a laugh. If he hadn't received prior information, he might have been fooled by them, the shopkeeper thought. Seeing that the time was about right, Su Jianwei frowned and looked at the shopkeeper. Here it comes. The shopkeeper suppressed his excitement. Shopkeeper, didn't you just have a batch of calligraphy and paintings? Bring them out for me to take a look. I don't really fancy these items in your store. The shopkeeper felt a surge of joy inside but didn't show it. Alright, you two wait upstairs. I'll have my assistant fetch them. The shopkeeper personally led the two upstairs. Su Jianwei suspected nothing, thinking he had successfully intimidated the shopkeeper. Yan Dongying looked at her husband with admiration. The shopkeeper brought the two to a private room and personally busied himself pouring water. Su Jianwei's vanity was greatly satisfied. He didn't know that after they went upstairs, the shop's assistant rushed out to collect a pile of paintings from Wang Dongyang's shop and hurried back. Why is it taking so long? Su Jianwei pretended to be impatient. Just a moment. There will be plenty of time to fleece you later. The shopkeeper wore a broad smile. The assistant, panting, brought the paintings back. The shopkeeper quickly took the paintings and hung them on the wall one by one. Please evaluate these, sir. Su Jianwei had no idea about this. He could only tell that some paintings depicted landscapes, some figures, and one featured an old cow licking its calf. Shopkeeper, why don't you explain it to us? Su Jianwei feigned profundity. This painting is a landscape from the Ming dynasty, priced at 5 million. This one is a beauty from the Song dynasty, the style, priced at 470,000. The shopkeeper diligently introduced each piece, but Su Jianwei and Yan Dongying's brows furrowed deeper. It was clear they couldn't afford any of it. This painting is the old cow-licking calf from the Ming dynasty. The meaning of this story is unmistakable, reflecting the love parents have for their children. This painting is priced at 4 million. This was the last painting. Moreover, our store offers a signed agreement for authenticity and pricing. If there is any breach, we will compensate double. The shopkeeper patted his chest in assurance. Su Jianwei was tempted. It was the first time he had heard of an antique shop offering a guaranteed price in a contract. However, the price was far beyond his expectations. This painting is quite well done, but this price. Su Jianwei pointed at the old cow-licking calf painting, which was almost the cheapest. This one is on consignment from someone else. The owner needs money urgently. If you pay in full today, I can make a decision. 3 million. The shopkeeper revealed a proud smile but quickly reined it in. Su Janwei's eyes lit up. He wanted to negotiate further, but the shopkeeper spoke first. But this is the lowest price. If you try to haggle, I won't sell. The shopkeeper's demeanor seemed to say that if Su Janwei tried to negotiate again, he would be shown the door. Su Janwei wanted to struggle a bit more, but someone didn't give him that chance. Go outside and ask around. We're the only shop that guarantees authenticity, the shopkeeper shouted, pointing to the door. This statement was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. We'll buy it. Yan Dongying, not waiting for Su Jianwei's response, handed her bank card to the shopkeeper. What a decisive move. The shopkeeper, fearing Su Jianwei would back out, hurriedly had the assistant pack the painting. They completed the transaction, and right in front of them, they signed the contract. At this point, Su Jianwei had no better choice. To save his child, he could only do this. He took the painting and the contract, along with his wife, and left the antique shop. After they left, the shopkeeper watched their departing figures with a meaningful smile. Su Jianwei, having obtained the ancient painting, didn't want to wait a moment longer. He had spent so much money just to save his son. The sooner he presented the painting and apologized, the sooner his son could be released. The couple took a taxi to the address Su Chen had given them, which was the courtyard of a big shot. As for the big shot's phone number, that too was provided by Su Chen. Su Jianwei nervously dialed the number. Hello, are you home? Me. My useless son Su Feng had a dispute with your young master, and we are here to apologize. After saying this, Su Jianwei clearly felt a moment of silence on the other end of the line. All right, tell the security guard that I sent you in. After a long while, a voice finally came through. Then the call was disconnected. Su Jianwei let out a long breath. It worked. He looked at Yan Dongying. Hearing his words, a hint of relief appeared on Yan Dongying's face. I'm here to see Master Wu, Su Jianwei said to the security guard at the entrance. The guard sized them up and nodded. Get in the car. I'll take you there. The two got into the guard's patrol car. This courtyard, just the front hall's garden, was as big as a football field, and they could even see security guards patrolling with wolfhounds. The two dared not look around, fearing they might see something they shouldn't. They were taken by the guard to a garden where a 30-something nanny was already waiting. Following the nanny through the garden, they finally met the person they wanted to see. The man was dressed in a Zhongshan suit, appeared to be in his 50s, with slick-back hair that lay flat against his scalp. He was reclining in a rocking chair, listening to the radio. Although they couldn't see his face, Su Jianwei could clearly feel a sense of pressure. Master Wu? Su Jianwei didn't even know his name. The man nodded, sat up, and scrutinized Su Jianwei. I heard you like calligraphy and paintings, so here's a small token of appreciation. Su Jianwei beamed with a smile. His money had already been spent. Whether he could save his son depended on this man's thoughts. Yes, we spent 3 million. Yan Dongying quickly added. Su Jianwei hurriedly interrupted her. This woman was more likely to ruin things than help. Someone of this level wouldn't care how much they spent. Just a small token. My wife doesn't speak well. Seeing that Yan Dongying wanted to say something else, Su Jianwei quickly held her back. Finally, under Su Jianwei's expectant gaze, the man slowly stood up, picked up the scroll, and began to unfurl it from top to bottom. A cold snort escaped his lips. His previously calm expression turned dark. Good. You've investigated me. Su Jianwei sensed something was off. But Yan Dongying was completely clueless. Yes. We worked really hard to find this out, she boasted. Rip. In front of the two, the man tore the painting in half, and in a fit of rage, he crumpled the painting into a ball and threw it at Su Jianwei. Get lost. Master Wu's eyes were ablaze with fury. As he spoke, several men rushed out from some corner, grabbing the arms of the two. I'm telling you, this matter isn't over. The two were dragged away by the men, but that furious shout still echoed in the garden. Su Jianwei's eyes went blank. He didn't know what he had done wrong, but he could roughly guess that this time he was finished. A few days later, Su Chen came home for dinner as usual. As soon as he walked into the house, he saw his father sitting in the living room, looking worried. His mood didn't seem very good. What's wrong, father? Su Chen sat down beside Su Jianjun. Xiao Zhehua. Su Jianjun came back to his senses and looked up at Su Chen. It's nothing, just that your second uncle's family has gone abroad. I fear that the two of us brothers won't see them again. It's fine, it's so convenient to go abroad now. You can have an and help you get a passport, and when you have time, I'll take you and my mom abroad too. Have some fun, Su Chen comforted his father. Although he said this, he knew in his heart that his father would probably never see his second uncle again in this lifetime. Su Chen had seen that fifth master that day. Although he was far away, he still caught a glimpse of the secret hidden in fifth master's heart. Fifth master was the fifth son in the family, and due to a poor upbringing, he was not well regarded. His four older sisters had all been married off by their alcoholic father for dowries. Moreover, both his father and mother were gambling addicts, so fifth master had never experienced parental love. The few sisters who had treated him well had all married, and were now untraceable. Later, when fifth master ventured out to make a name for himself, it wasn't easy for him to establish a career. His parents, like wild dogs drawn to the scent of blood, actually came looking for him. They blackmailed fifth master, living off him like vampires. Several times they caused trouble for him. It could be said that his parents were fifth master's greatest taboo. When Su Chen was selecting the statue of the Xian Nu, he happened to see an old Ming dynasty painting of an ox licking its calf. The painting was indeed beautiful and worth 3 million. However, it happened to bring bad luck to fifth master. That day, Su Jianwei and Yan Dongying went to the antique street at the porcelain factory to buy antiques. Su Chen had instructed Wang Dongyang to help, so no matter which antique shop they went to, they ended up buying that painting. Wang Dongyang and the people in the antique business were shrewd. They wouldn't lose money, could sell the painting, and even do a favor, so why would they refuse? Of course, aside from Wang Dongyang, no one knew that the mastermind behind it was Su Chen. Naturally, Su Chen did not deceive his second uncle. Their son was indeed released, but the price was that their family was sent to northern Myanmar by fifth master. They probably wouldn't come back in this lifetime. Even if they did return one day, it was uncertain whether everyone would still be intact. Su Chen executed the plan of using a knife to kill someone without leaving a trace. Su Jianwei couldn't figure out what he had done wrong, even in his dreams. At the Spring City airport, Li Jingchu's family of 3 followed the crowd, slowly making their way to the exit. Your cousin is really something, insisting on picking us up. A phone call would have sufficed. Wang Jilan complained, it's so far, we could just take a taxi, no need to waste time. Alright, Xiaozhi is just being kind. Li Zhengchu knew his wife was concerned about their nephew. Okay, mom, let's go, Li Shiting said, clinging to her mother's arm and acting cute. Wang Jilan had no way to deal with her daughter and continued walking forward. Li Zhengchu followed behind the two, smiling as he watched them. These 3 were Su Chen's uncle's family. After Su Chen finished chatting with his mother that day, he realized he hadn't seen his uncle in a long time. After his mother married over, she had only taken him back to her family for a while when he was little. After that, the two families only communicated through phone calls and sending items. Su Chen knew his mother really wanted to visit her younger brother, so he personally contacted his uncle's family, bought them plane tickets, and invited them to visit. His uncle's family truly loved this nephew. Initially, his aunt Wang Jilan opposed, saying that even if they went out to play, taking a bus would suffice. But that was a journey of over 9 hours. Su Chen refused. Now that he had money, how could he let his uncle's family suffer like that? Li Zhengchu couldn't go against his nephew, so in the end, the family discussed it and decided that if it really came to it, they would give Su Chen a red envelope when they arrived. After all, they couldn't let their nephew spend money unnecessarily. Su Chen was aware of the flight information and had pushed aside his tasks in advance. He drove the family MPV and waited at the airport exit. Uncle, aunt. Su Chen saw his uncle's family from a distance and hurriedly got out of the car to greet them, fearing they wouldn't recognize his vehicle. Cousin. Li Shiting saw Su Chen and ran straight towards him. You've grown taller. Su Chen looked at his cousin, who had transformed from a little kid into a graceful young lady. Xiaozhi has bulked up quite a bit. Li Zhengchu was also very pleased to see his nephew. The group chatted and laughed as they got into the car. When Li Zhengchu saw Su Chen's MPV, he was a bit surprised. He recognized the vehicle. A 7-seater MPV would likely cost around $1 million. Generally, ordinary families wouldn't buy such a car. However, Li Shiting and Wang Jilan were unaware of this and thought it was just a van, at most commenting on how well Su Chen maintained it, with the interior being clean and tidy. The group continued to chat and laugh. Soon, Su Chen drove the car back to the villa. Cousin, you live here now. Li Shiting, just graduated, looked at the villa in front of her with stars in her eyes. She wanted to hug Su Chen affectionately like when they were kids. We're all grown-ups now, still clinging to your brother. Wang Jilan rolled her eyes at her daughter, who had always liked following Su Chen around. Today, there were no outsiders at home. Even Chu Weinan had been sent away by Su Chen. Sister. Li Zhengchu looked at Li Liwa, his eyes moist. They hadn't seen each other for several years. Li Liwa looked at her brother, who had once been a young man, now with some gray in his hair. She knew her brother's family wasn't doing very well. Both he and his wife were company employees. Li Shiting hadn't found a job either. Alright. Since we haven't seen each other in a while, we should be a bit happier today. Su Jianjun understood his wife and quickly invited everyone to sit down. Exactly. Since today is so joyful, I'll cook a few dishes for you to try. Su Chen looked at his aunt. Aunt, you can't stop my uncle from drinking today. All right. Wang Jilan nodded with a smile. As soon as they heard about drinking, the two older men perked up and Su Jianjun mysteriously took Li Zhengchu to the family's wine cellar. Su Chen covered his mouth and laughed. He knew his uncle loved to drink and had prepared quite a few good bottles. All right, Mom. I'm going to cook. Su Chen rolled up his sleeves, ready to get to work. Mom, Aunt, I'm going to help too. Li Shiting was still Su Chen's little shadow. Su Chen didn't make a big fuss, it was just some home-cooked dishes. However, he was still very attentive, specifically asking Chu Ainin to prepare some local mushrooms like truffles and fresh ones from Spring City. Besides that, there were some seafood that weren't commonly found in the Yunnan Guizhou Sichuan region. Li Shiting claimed she was helping, but in reality she was just causing a bit of chaos, poking at one fish and then checking out another mushroom. Su Chen wasn't annoyed, it reminded him of their childhood. Soon, Li Lihuan and Wang Jilan came to help as well. Su Chen's kitchen was quite large and the few of them didn't feel crowded. Hee, this bottle of wine is really good. Jilan, you promised not to stop me from drinking today. Not long after, his uncle and Su's father returned. Li Zhengchu was holding 2 bottles of wine. If the dishes weren't ready yet, he would have opened them right away. The family didn't stand on ceremony and didn't go to the restaurant to eat. They gathered around the coffee table, watching TV and chatting. Shiting has graduated too, right? As the wine flowed, Su Chen asked his uncle. Yes, just graduated today. I remember my sister studied accounting, right? Why not? Come work with me? I can even help you with the paperwork. Paperwork? Cousin, you're not kidding me, are you? Li Shiting paused Su Chen's words, putting down the crab shell in her hand and reaching over to grab Su Chen's arm. Go away, your hands are all greasy. Of course, I'm not kidding. If you want to go, I can take you to report right away. Your brother is now a big shot with over 10 positions in hand. Seeing Li Shiting retract her greasy hand, Su Chen continued. He wasn't wrong. Now in his 49th floor office, aside from Bai Lu, there wasn't a single employee. Great. Li Shiting was extremely happy and reached for another crab. Stop. It's not good for girls to eat too much. Wang Jilan tapped her hand with chopsticks. Li Shiting stuck out her tongue. It's fine, I don't eat it all the time. Su Chen reached out to grab one for her. This won't cause you any trouble, will it? Li Zhengchu, although having had a drink, still retained his rationality. He already knew that Su Chen had just taken a high position, but since he had just been appointed, it was concerning to have family members placed in. Li Zhengchu couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Don't worry, uncle. It's specially approved by my leader. I was just struggling to find someone. Hearing Su Chen say this, Li Zhengchu felt relieved. I think you too should just stay. I have another apartment nearby. You can cook there and spend more time with my parents. They don't know many people, so it would be good for them to have each other. Su Chen was referring to a spacious flat in the Tianheng community. Li Zhengchu was somewhat tempted. Yating works for me and her salary plus bonuses is quite a lot. It can be over 10,000. Besides, you wouldn't feel at ease with Yating here alone. Li Zhengchu and Wang Jilan exchanged glances. They were swayed by Su Chen's words. The next morning, Su Chen took his uncle's family to the building of the Tianji Association. This was Su Chen's own request. After all, his uncle and aunt only had this one daughter, and they cherished Li Shiting dearly. It truly echoed the saying, afraid it will melt in the mouth, afraid it will fall from the hands. So Su Chen took the initiative to offer to show them around the Tianji Association. Is it convenient? Upon hearing Su Chen's suggestion, Li Zhengchu's eyes lit up. Although he trusted his nephew, seeing it with his own eyes would still be more reassuring. If it didn't affect his nephew, this would be perfect. The group got into Su Chen's car. Although Sichuan has big cities, 60-story buildings are still quite rare. After all, this is the headquarters of the entire southwest region, which carries some weight. Li Shiting stood at the bottom of the building, looking up at the tall structure, almost unable to see the top. Is this where I'll be working in the future? Li Shiting was very excited. Yes. Su Chen nodded. He led the way, with Li Zhengchu's family following closely behind. Hello, Supervisor Su. Along the way, many people greeted Su Chen. Su Chen was in his prime. He had just dismissed all his subordinates and acted as if nothing had happened. The entire Tianji Association knew that Su Chen was not to be trifled with, and naturally, they showed him great respect. The members of the association bowed to Su Chen and made way for him. Li Zhengchu's family looked at Su Chen in astonishment. They only knew that Su Chen was an official, but they didn't expect him to be such a high-ranking one. especially when Su Chen took them to his exclusive elevator. Li Shiting was even more stunned. Wow, cousin, this elevator is bigger than my bedroom. Li Shiting curiously looked at everything inside the elevator. Can I drink any of these drinks? Just take what you want. Su Chen smiled warmly at Li Shiting, who was rummaging through the fridge. Soon, the elevator came to a steady stop. They arrived at Su Chen's floor. Since the employees had moved out, it felt a bit empty here. However, the basic facilities like computer equipment and the tea room were still intact. Li Zhangchu could see that the environment here was quite nice. Li Shiting looked around. Is everything here up to you, brother? Su Chen nodded. Li Shiting felt as if she were dreaming. She had originally worried about not finding a job, and now she could work in such a grand building. Xiaozhe, thank you so much. Li Zhangchu looked at Su Chen with mixed feelings. The little boy who used to urinate and play in the mud at home and climb trees to steal bird eggs had now become so impressive. Uncle, you're being too formal. We're family, so why speak like outsiders? Shiting is definitely here to help me. Exactly. I can definitely help my cousin. No, I mean, Supervisor Su. After saying this, Li Shiting burst into giggles. Li Zhangchu felt helpless with this daughter. Then I'll leave Shiting in your care. Take good care of her. Right. Don't cause your brother too much trouble. Got it? Wang Zhilan tugged at Li Shiting's ear. Got it, Mom. Li Shiting nodded. With no outsiders around, she felt more lively. Li Zhangchu and his wife also knew that their daughter understood the gravity of the situation. Now that they saw the environment here, they felt reassured and handed Li Shiting over to Su Chen before leaving. Phew, they finally left. Seeing the two depart, Li Shiting relaxed again. Let's go. I'll take you to handle your onboarding procedures. Okay. It had been some time since she started her job, and Su Chen was still familiar with the structure of the association. He took Li Shiting to the Human Resources Department on the 35th floor. The Tianji Association had a clear division of labor with dedicated personnel responsible for onboarding new employees. Knock knock. Su Chen tapped on the door. Come in. A middle-aged man's voice came from inside. Su Chen led Li Shiting into the office. Hello, I'm Su Chen from the 49th floor, here to handle onboarding procedures today. A man in his 40s, half-unbuttoned suit, and a beer belly sat at the desk. He kept his head down, fiddling with his phone, not even looking up. Su Chen? Sorry, we can't process that today. Come back another day. Isn't this the department responsible for onboarding new hires? How can you not handle it? Su Chen frowned. I said we can't do it, so we can't. Wang Hai put down his phone and glared at Su Chen. Are you the HR or am I? I said we can't do it. Just leave. As soon as Su Chen arrived on the 35th floor, Wang Hai received the news. The message he got was to block Su Chen and not assist his people with onboarding. With someone backing him, even facing the inspector, Wang Hai felt confident. He believed Su Chen couldn't do anything to him. Su Chen could tell that this person simply didn't want to help him. As an HR officer, he surely didn't have such power. Someone must have signaled him from behind. His sudden arrival and the dismissal of all employees from the 49th floor must have created some animosity with the previous inspector and the current 7 elders. While they might not act openly, they would likely resort to underhanded tactics. Su Chen wasn't prepared to back down. If he took a step back today, these people would dare to ride on his head in the future. Su Chen stepped forward but was pulled back by his sister. Maybe we should just forget it, brother. Li Shiting shook her head at Su Chen. She didn't want to put him in a difficult position. Su Chen gave her a look, signaling her to trust him. Li Shiting hesitated for a moment before letting go of Su Chen. What? Do you want to hit me? Wang Hai looked at Su Chen as he approached, seemingly unafraid. He held his head high, as if waiting for Su Chen to make a move. Seeing that Su Chen hesitated to act, Wang Hai grew more arrogant. Did I hear that right? This little girl just called you brother, using your position for personal gain. Su Inspector dismissed his subordinates, and now he's probably trying to bring in his own relatives. Li Shiting stammered, realizing she had misspoken. Su Chen waved his hand at her. He truly wasn't afraid of others attacking him for this. You must get this done for me today, or you'll face the consequences. Su Chen was genuinely angry now. He knew that the former inspector had been in the Tianji Association in the southwest region for over a decade and was now serving as one of the 7 elders in another district. The influence that person had here was not something a newcomer like him could compare to. But he wasn't a pushover. These people would have to pay a price. Oh really? I want to see what Su Inspector can do to me. Wang Hai swaggered to the office door and swung it open. Come quick. The new inspector is showing off and bullying this old man. Wang Hai shouted to the outside. As an old-timer in the HR department, he had quite a bit of influence. Soon, many people from the HR department began to emerge from their offices. Even several people who had come to handle their own business gathered around to watch the commotion. Seeing so many people, Li Shitting started to panic. She was worried that her own issues would cause her cousin to lose his job. However, Su Chen remained remarkably calm, which eased Li Shitting's mind a little. Everyone, look! Su Inspector is abusing his power, trying to get his own sister in. This statement carried significant weight, as the Tianji Association was seen as a lucrative opportunity by outsiders, with plenty of ways to profit. Therefore, many aspired to join the Tianji Association each year, while some did manage to get in through connections operating behind the scenes was one thing, but bringing it to light was another. What? No way! Su Inspector has only just arrived and is already doing this? Exactly, young people are just too impatient. How can they expect to last if they start like this? Sigh. Let's go. This isn't something we can know. After all, he's the inspector. Everyone's gaze towards Su Chen turned strange. Li Shitting, having just graduated, had never seen anything like this. Her face was already flushed with embarrassment. In Su Chen's heart, Wang Hai had already been sentenced to death. Name, Wang Hai. Age, 45. Personality, lecherous, greedy. Secret matter, indescribable secrets, keeping a mistress. Indescribable secret. After turning 40, Wang Hai's male capabilities declined, and despite seeking famous doctors, it was to no avail. Keeping a mistress. Unable to bear his wife's disdainful gaze, Wang Hai sought a lover outside and even bought her a house. I, Su Chen, act with a clear conscience. The authority to appoint subordinates was given to me by Elder Tian. There is no abuse of power. Su Chen rebutted Wang Hai. Although he didn't care about his reputation, those who are clear will clear themselves, and those who are murky will muddy themselves. His sister Li Shitting would still have to work and live in the association, so some clarification was necessary. What about you, Wang Hai? I didn't expect you to be incapable and still looking for a mistress. Su Chen's words struck at Wang Hai's sore spot. No man wants to be told he is incapable. You're talking nonsense. Wang Hai's eyes turned red. He had kept this matter hidden. But there are no walls in the world that do not leak. Oh right, Brother Wang never joins us for foot baths. A voice chimed in from somewhere. The looks directed at Wang Hai became strange. At this point, Wang Hai no longer cared. Such matters were unverifiable anyway. But Su Chen's next words were something Wang Hai could not accept. But I didn't expect you to be like this. Buying a house to keep a mistress. You really know how to enjoy life. Su Chen looked at Wang Hai with amusement. This is a violation of the association's regulations. Wang Hai, you are in human resources, you must know this. After all, the Tianji Association is an official organization, so it is managed very strictly. Wang Hai panicked. Disciplinary matters are a red line that cannot be crossed in the association. Just as he was about to retort, Su Chen recited the address of his mistress's residence, leaving him no room to argue. I have already notified the association to investigate. If all goes well, we won't see you in the association tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Wang Hai slumped to the ground. He did not plead with Su Chen. After so many years in the association, he knew the fate of those who chose the wrong side. Watching Wang Hai sitting there, his eyes vacant, many from the Human Resources Department felt a sense of sorrow for the rabbit and the fox. When they heard that Su Chen had exposed his subordinates' dark secrets and forced them to resign, they merely laughed it off, thinking Su Chen had investigated his subordinates in advance. But now, Wang Hai was from the Human Resources Department. A person like him had at least 50, if not 80, connections in the department. Su Chen understood him so thoroughly. In that moment, Su Chen became someone they could not afford to offend. Now, there were not just people from the Human Resources Department present. This matter would likely spread quickly. Soon, the entire association would know of Su Chen's methods. Is there anyone who can help me with the onboarding procedures? After dealing with the minor character Wang Hai, Su Chen ignored him and instead scanned the personnel department staff, as the paperwork still needed to be completed. Upon meeting Su Chen's gaze, everyone felt a jolt of surprise. I'll do it. It wasn't until someone stepped forward that they all breathed a sigh of relief. Next, Su Chen smoothly assisted Li Shitting in completing her onboarding procedures. After this, Li Shitting became a member of Su Chen's department, enjoying the benefits of being an official member of the Tianji Association. Cousin, you're amazing. After taking photos and receiving her work ID, Li Shitting felt as if she were dreaming. The cousin she had admired since childhood was now so impressive, effortlessly solving her employment issues, and with a formal position no less. Considering the importance of the Tianji Association, Li Shitting felt that as long as she didn't make mistakes, she could stay here for a lifetime. Moreover, the benefits were top-notch. The way Li Shitting looked at Su Chen had turned into starry eyes. On the way back to the 49th floor, Su Chen instructed her on what to do next. There are still 6 or 7 cars at home. Later, you can choose 2 from Chuanan. One for you to drive, and one for your uncle. I remember you. Both have driver's licenses, right? Li Shitting nodded obediently. Whatever Su Chen said, she would follow. After that, your family can move into my place in the Tianhong community. It's quite spacious and just tidied up. Got it, cousin. The two chatted about family matters and soon returned to the office. Seeing Su Chen and Li Shitting smoothly complete the procedures, Bai Lu was secretly astonished. She knew Su Chen would face difficulties, but it seemed that nothing had stumped him. Supervisor Su. Seeing Su Chen beckoning her, Bai Lu hurried over. Shitting has completed her onboarding. Take her to familiarize herself with the work environment and processes. Bai Lu nodded. Su Chen returned to the office, and he felt relieved to hand Li Shitting over to Bai Lu. This marked the end of the arrangements for his uncle's family. He felt he had repaid them for all the care they had given his family over the years. Moreover, with his uncle's family settling down in Spring City, his mother could also visit them often. Just when Su Chen thought nothing else would happen today and prepared to focus on his tasks, Bai Lu returned. What's wrong? Supervisor Su. The association has a meeting. That requires your attendance. The 7 elders and the other supervisors will be there. Bai Lu's voice was somewhat urgent. This was the first major meeting Su Chen would attend since joining the Tianji Association. Bai Lu led Su Chen to the conference room on the 30th floor, where all the association's meetings, big and small, usually took place. The conference rooms varied in size, but this time, Su Chen was headed to the largest one, capable of accommodating several hundred people. It could easily be called a small auditorium. On the way, Bai Lu explained to Su Chen. Although the association held regular meetings, they typically occurred at the beginning and middle of each month, mainly to arrange the association's affairs. Such a large meeting, especially with sudden notice, was uncommon. After hearing Bai Lu's explanation, Su Chen furrowed his brow. He had a premonition that something significant was about to happen. The appearance of the conference room was indeed not much different from that of an auditorium. On the podium were the seats for the 7 elders. Su Chen's seat was in the front row beneath the podium. The other supervisors were also present. The remaining attendees were some department heads. Su Chen found his seat according to the nameplate. The other supervisors had mostly arrived, and although there were both men and women, they were all middle-aged individuals. Su Chen stood out among them. After exchanging greetings, they quietly waited. Meanwhile, the supervisors behind them were chattering away. After a while, the conference room suddenly fell silent, and not a single sound could be heard. Curious, Su Chen looked up as Elder Tian led 2 other elders onto the podium. Su Chen was clear that although the nominal spokesperson of the Tianji Association was the 7 elders, the daily management was handled by Elder Tian and the other 2. The remaining 4 served as 7 elders due to their high moral standing, but they did not often come to the association. Everyone's gaze was focused on the podium. The few did not linger. I suddenly called everyone here to show you something. Elder Tian's voice spread throughout the conference room through the loudspeaker. As he finished speaking, several staff members pushed in a cart, on which lay a piece of bronzeware. It was a Bosan furnace. The furnace body was round, supported by 4 animal and bird feet. The body was intricately carved with hollow patterns of flowers, birds, fish, and insects. The Bosan furnace was a common incense burner from the Han Dynasty, simply put, an incense burner. It was named after the mythical mountain Bosan. Does anyone have any comments on this incense burner? Elder Tian calmly looked at the crowd. The 2 7 elders beside him, Elder Zhao and Elder Yi, wore serious expressions. Let me do it, Elder Tian. A supervisor stood up behind Su Chen. Those who could be in the Tianji Association generally had some appraisal skills. This supervisor, surnamed Zhang, was particularly skilled in the appraisal of bronzeware, especially confident about Western Han bronze artifacts. All right. After receiving Elder Tian's approval, Supervisor Zhang stepped forward to examine it carefully. Although he had no tools to assist him, he had already taken a good look. Elder Tian, I'm going to embarrass myself. This incense burner is called a Bosan furnace, a very common style of incense burner from the Western Han, as I'm sure all my colleagues are aware. The greenish patina on this Bosan furnace is very consistent with the copper smelting techniques of that era. After all, the color of bronze artifacts varies due to the metal ratios in different periods. Moreover, the use of animal and bird feet as supports for the furnace body was also common at that time. The hollow carvings on the body were designed to allow the incense to diffuse better. So, this is undoubtedly a Bosan furnace from the Western Han. Supervisor Zhang appeared quite pleased with his assessment. Oh, I remember. Supervisor Zhang is particularly skilled in appraising Western Han bronze artifacts, Elder Tian remarked. Hearing Elder Tian's words, the pride on Supervisor Zhang's face grew even more pronounced. Not at all, my appraisal skills are still far from Elder Tian's. It's nothing to boast about. Humph. Elder Tian remained silent, and Elder Yi also snorted coldly. This person was his subordinate. Han, why? Don't you share your thoughts? Zhang Yihan was also Elder Yi's subordinate, but he was under the supervision of the inspector. After Elder Yi spoke, a man in his 40s stood up. He was dressed in a suit, tall and slender, exuding an air of competence. Zhang Yihan walked up to the podium and began to examine it closely. He understood that since Elder Yi had asked him to come up, he was clearly dissatisfied with Supervisor Zhang. Supervisor Zhang was evidently aware of this as well, standing there awkwardly. Zhang Yihan scrutinized the piece very carefully. Although it appeared to be a Bosan furnace from the Western Han without a doubt, it was certainly not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Soon, he noticed a detail. Elder Yi, I'll speak now. Seeing Zhang Yihan like this, Elder Yi nodded, and the displeasure on his face eased slightly. This should not be from the Western Han, but rather from the Eastern Han. Although, as Supervisor Zhang mentioned, the style and material are indeed from the Western Han. The pattern on the lid of this incense burner is characteristic of the late Eastern Han. As Zhang Yihan spoke, he carefully picked up the lid of the incense burner. Supervisor Zhang looked and realized it was indeed the case. He knew he had been careless just now. However, Elder Ye's expression did not soften. Instead, it grew even darker. At this point, everyone present could sense something was off. Neither a supervisor's nor an inspector's appraisal had satisfied Elder Yi. Could this be a counterfeit? A thought crossed Zhang Yihan's mind. He looked closely again but quickly dismissed it. The style and material were indeed as Supervisor Zhang had said, typical of the Han dynasty. Alright, you can all step down. At this moment, it was still Elder Tian who stepped in to defuse the situation. Director Zhang felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. However, Zhang Yihan was deeply worried, unable to discern what was amiss. What secrets did this Bosan furnace hold? Su Chen, you speak. After the two descended, Elder Tian called out Su Chen's name. Yes. Su Chen's expression was also somewhat grave. He had noticed the irregularities with the Bosan furnace, but he hadn't expected his colleagues to miss it. Everyone, what the two of you said earlier was correct. However, this Bosan furnace is indeed a counterfeit. As Su Chen's words rang out, even with Elder Qi present, the crowd began to murmur. They couldn't see where the problem lay. After some discussion among the inspectors, they still couldn't identify any errors. Su Chen chose not to elaborate further, quietly waiting. Soon, everyone realized and stopped talking, waiting for Su Chen to continue. Both Director Zhang and Inspector Zhang are capable individuals. However, I have seen similar counterfeits before, which is why I dared to make this judgment. Su Chen was still reluctant to offend his colleagues, knowing he might need their help in the future. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the expressions of the two men indeed softened considerably. This Bosan furnace employs the same forgery technique as the bronze artifacts I saw last time. It is made from fragments of bronze artifacts, pieced together. That's why the two of you couldn't detect anything unusual. Su Chen's words enlightened Zhang Yihan. If that were the case, it indeed made sense. But he quickly realized that as an inspector he had failed to recognize the forgery technique. The others were not fools either and soon came to the same conclusion. If such counterfeits were to circulate, it could cause turmoil in the market. The atmosphere in the conference room grew heavy. Indeed, Su Chen is right. Among us, there are still those who can see through it. Elder Tian's voice revealed no hint of emotion, although it sounded like praise for Su Chen. Everyone present knew that Elder Tian was angry. I called you all here today not for any other reason but to address this counterfeit issue. This is not the first counterfeit that the association has discovered. To my knowledge, a large number of counterfeits have been smuggled into the country from abroad. Almost all of them are of the kind that can easily be mistaken for the real thing. The methods are varied, all employing ancient forgery techniques. Elder Tian's words shocked everyone. This could be considered the worst-case scenario. Spring City could almost be said to be the southernmost point of Huagua. If the southern gate could not hold, the entire Huagua would be the one to suffer. Other regions would likely shift the blame onto the southwest region. In an instant, everyone felt uneasy. There are no eggs left unbroken under a collapsed nest. But in such a situation, only Su Chen was able to identify this as a fake. I initially wanted you all to investigate, but with your performance, how can I entrust this heavy responsibility to you? Elder Tian's tone, filled with disappointment, deeply stung some people. He was indeed dissatisfied with them. Su Chen, fearing to offend his colleagues, was unafraid. In that case, the responsibility for investigating the counterfeit will be assigned to Su Chen. The entire association must take unconditional responsibility for this matter. Su Chen has the authority to act as he sees fit, Elder Tian said with a cold face. The remaining two elders also changed their expressions. This authority to act freely was quite significant. Otherwise, you can send someone to investigate. Upon hearing Elder Tian mutter this, the two swallowed their words. Neither of the two elders refuted him, and the others lacked the courage to oppose Elder Tian. Moreover, it was indeed only Su Chen who had identified this as a counterfeit. After arranging the matters, Elder Tian announced the meeting was adjourned. Congratulations, Inspector Su. Zhang Yihan and the previous director approached to congratulate Su Chen. Although they were Elder Ye's people, Su Chen had just given them face. This made them develop a favorable impression of him. Inspector Su, if you need anything, just let us know, we will fully support you. Yes, Inspector Su, the stability of our southwest market relies on you. Besides these two, many others also gathered around, flattering Su Chen. Many of them are from the Tianlao faction, and there are also some fence-sitters. No hair on the mouth, unreliable in action. Just a young brat. At this moment, a sharp voice rang out. It was Chen Haihua, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, with dyed red hair, dressed quite glamorously. She was also one of Yi Lao's people. She couldn't stand someone like Su Chen. Soon, others began to echo her sentiments. After all, Su Chen was new and had been entrusted with significant responsibilities, which made these people envious, and it was understandable. So, Inspector Chen, did you just realize that was a counterfeit? Manager Zhang's words left Chen Haihua speechless. Su Chen just smiled at the scene. He didn't care about these people's opinions at all. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the others, Su Chen returned to his office. He sank into his office chair, feeling completely empty. Inspector? Bai Lu knocked on the door and walked in. She was holding a cup of coffee. The inspector has been entrusted with important duties by Tian Lao. I've heard about it in the office. Tian Lao wants you to act freely, and the whole association is at your disposal. Bai Lu set down the coffee and congratulated Su Chen. Su Chen was genuinely troubled at that moment. He sipped the coffee Bai Lu brought him and confided, I don't know how to say it. I really have a headache over this matter. Tian Lao didn't discuss it with me before assigning me this task. This responsibility came a bit too suddenly. Su Chen put down the coffee, closed his eyes, and leaned back in his chair. Suddenly, he felt a pair of soft little hands massaging his temples. Opening his eyes, he saw it was Bai Lu. Inspector, you might as well tell me. Sigh. Su Chen closed his eyes again, enjoying the moment. The relationships involved are too complex, touching on many people and matters. Moreover, it concerns significant issues. If I don't handle it well, not only will I be gossiped about behind my back, but it could also jeopardize the entire antique market in the country. Su Chen felt a bit depressed. He was originally someone who went with the flow. Now, in this situation, he really wanted to throw in the towel. Bai Lu looked down at Su Chen's expression. It was the first time she had seen the inspector show such a face. Ever since Bai Lu met Su Chen, she had always thought he was capable of anything. From the moment Tian Lao told her that Su Chen was the only one to identify the counterfeit bronze artifacts at the appraisal conference, Bai Lu had been paying close attention to him. After he managed his subordinates and dealt with the personnel department specialists, Bai Lu felt that Su Chen was indeed capable of anything. Inspector, there's something I don't know if I should say. Go ahead. Su Chen nodded, opening his eyes. Actually, I've always thought the inspector was capable of anything. I can't think of anything that could stop you. Is that so? You believe in me that much? Su Chen smiled, but Bai Lu nodded seriously, looking very earnest. Seeing her like this, Su Chen also became serious. He began to ponder. All right, then I'll give it a try. After a moment, Su Chen revealed a confident smile. Seeing him like this, Bai Lu knew that the all-capable Inspector Su was back. Once he decided to act, he would do it. Continuing to enjoy Bai Lu's massage, Su Chen began to clarify his investigative thoughts. According to Huagua's laws, trading bronze artifacts from before the Eastern Han Dynasty is prohibited. Previously, Su Chen thought this was to prevent the loss of cultural relics. However, after learning about the matter of town objects, Su Chen changed his perspective. Especially after joining the Tianji Association, Su Chen realized that the control over bronze artifacts was even stricter than he had imagined. Therefore, such transactions would not be made public. If the antique market in the porcelain factory was an encouraged trading venue, then there must be underground markets in Chunchang that Su Chen was unaware of. These antiques, which cannot be seen in the light, should all be traded there. Su Chen asked Bai Lu, and to his surprise, she actually knew. Those things are traded in the ghost market. Because it has been repeatedly banned, the ghost market has always existed in Chuncheon. Bai Lu's answer brightened Su Chen's eyes. Su Chen did not expect Bai Lu to bring him unexpected joy. The ghost market in Spring City had always existed, and there was more than one location. Due to the massive flow of people, the traders were not fixed. Therefore, large shipments often appeared in the ghost market. Although bronze artifacts were rare, the ghost market was not without them. Su Chen had a premonition that what he was looking for was in the ghost market. He instructed Bai Lu to inform the personnel assigned to him by Elder Tian to disperse into groups of 2 or 3, posing as customers, and head to various ghost markets. The next step was to wait for good news. Seeing Su Chen perk up, Bai Lu was happy to assist him. Inspector Su. On this day, as soon as Su Chen arrived at the association, Bai Lu was waiting in his office. With a smile. You guessed right, our insider really found a clue at the largest ghost market in Spring City. Bai Lu's eyes were filled with admiration for Su Chen. It had only been 2 days since the meeting, and there was already a result. Really? Su Chen was also extremely surprised. After taking on the investigation of this antique counterfeit, he had quickly become a prominent figure in the association. Wherever he went, he was met with envious gazes. Many people were eager to curry favor with him. Although the counterfeit issue was indeed urgent, many did not see it that way. They thought this was just a gilded task given to the new subordinate by Elder Tian, something that could be easily accomplished. So they believed that as long as Su Chen was on the list, they could ride his coattails to success. Others, however, were waiting to see Su Chen make a fool of himself. Handling this matter with such fanfare and the full support of the association, if no results were produced, both Elder Tian and Su Chen would lose face. So overall, this matter was not easy to handle. Now that there was finally a lead, Su Chen was very happy. Bai Lu handed the insider's information to Su Chen. The more he read, the more his brows furrowed. The ghost market had been in existence for a long time and was vast in scale, which was truly alarming. Therefore, it was impossible to send the association's people to investigate directly. Inspector Su, we should send someone to. Bai Lu had not finished speaking when she saw Su Chen shake his head. I'll go myself. No way. That's too dangerous. Bai Lu quickly refused. Then I need your help. Su Chen looked at Bai Lu with intense eyes. Ha? You? Say it. Bai Lu felt a bit shy under Su Chen's gaze. Lean in. Su Chen whispered in Bai Lu's ear. She was initially a bit confused but nodded affirmatively after a moment. Moments later, Bai Lu went out and returned with a box. Then, under Li Shiting's gaze, she let a strange man out of Su Chen's office. Seeing the confused look on his cousin's face, Su Chen knew that Bai Lu's efforts had not been in vain. The strange man in Li Shiting's eyes was Su Chen. Last time, Li Fei had given Su Chen a wake-up call. At that time, Su Chen had just taken office and was recognized by the driver next to Li Fei. Now, Su Chen was a prominent figure in the Tianjie Association, and the chances of being recognized were even higher. So Su Chen had Bai Lu do his makeup. After hearing Su Chen's instructions, Bai Lu admired him even more, feeling that he was indeed thorough in his planning. After an hour of Bai Lu's efforts, the originally sunny and handsome Su Chen had transformed into a mature man in his 30s. Even his hairstyle had changed to a buzz cut thanks to Bai Lu's wig. Su Chen handed his car keys to Bai Lu, then drove her car alone to the ghost market. This ghost market did not only operate at night, it was located in the basement of a shopping mall in the suburbs. According to the insider, it was very concealed. Before taking action, Su Chen had specifically bought a trench coat. Paired with his shoulder-length hairstyle, he looked like a 30-something artistic youth. Thus, Su Chen arrived at the ghost market. The ground level of the mall was indeed quite ordinary. Following the information, Su Chen arrived at a corner on the first floor where there was an elevator, which had a sign saying the elevator was out of order. After entering, no matter which floor button was pressed, the elevator wouldn't start. However, as soon as the elevator alarm button was pressed, it would take a person down to the underground ghost market. Upon entering the underground ghost market, the first thing that caught Su Chen's eye was 2 security guards. After confirming that Su Chen was not a lost customer, the guards let him through. The scene inside was far beyond Su Chen's expectations. Antique shops lined the way, with stalls everywhere. It was even more bustling than a porcelain factory. There were quite a few customers here as well. Most of them were dressed quite ordinarily. After all, the entrance was in a shopping mall. But Su Chen's eye technique revealed that each of these people was not simple. Just among the wealthy ranked high in Spring City, Su Chen spotted 2 or 3. Moreover, many of them frequently appeared in local magazines. Among them, even Mr. Tian had to give some respect. Su Chen nodded. No wonder this ghost market had been able to exist for so long. Instead of heading straight to the antique shop he was targeting, Su Chen began to browse casually. He even spent a few hundred to pick up a Qing Dynasty fan, holding it in his hand to make himself look more like a customer. Only then did he head to his destination, Yenyu Tower. This name didn't sound like that of an antique shop, it was more reminiscent of a brothel. The decor was very modern, as if he had walked into a luxury goods counter. Upon seeing Su Chen enter, the shop owner's wife's eyes lit up. Dressed in a dark green cheapao, the dress slid up to her thigh. She wore black stockings that accentuated her legs. On her feet were a pair of greenish-blue cloth shoes. Yet, even with this simple attire, the shop owner's wife still had a tall and slender figure. Su Chen noticed that the round fan she waved was even an antique from the late Ming to early Qing dynasty. "Oh, this big brother, what are you here to see?" The shop owner's wife covered her mouth with the fan, her eyes blinking continuously. It must be said that Bai Lu's makeup skills made Su Chen's charm even more pronounced than before. Su Chen was not shy either, casually surveying the antiques in the shop, looking every bit like a seasoned antique buyer. This demeanor was something his uncle, who had previously bought calligraphy and paintings, could not imitate. The light in the shop owner's wife's eyes grew brighter. She could tell what kind of person was a big customer. "May I ask how to address you, shop owner's wife?" "Just call me Hong Jie." Hong Jie continued to cover her mouth. "I wonder what this young man is looking for. I can introduce some things to you. Anything goes?" When saying this, Su Chen did not look at the antiques but kept his gaze fixed on Hong Jie. "Of course. As long as this young man can afford the price, you can have whatever you want." The end of this sentence was emphasized by Hong Jie. After speaking, she shyly covered her face with the fan and peeked at Su Chen from behind it. This scene inevitably led one's imagination to run wild. "What if I can't afford the price?" Su Chen looked at Hong Jie with amusement. "If it's you, it's not impossible to give a discount," Hong Jie said ambiguously. "All right, then you help me pick out 2 items to give to my elders at home." Su Chen didn't want to get into anything with Hong Jie at this moment. "All the items in my shop are treasures." Hong Jie pointed to the display cases in the shop. Each compartment was filled with various antiques. Moreover, this person seemed to have a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Calligraphy, jade, porcelain, all neatly categorized, almost at a glance. Su Chen scanned over. With genuine and fake items all mixed together, and even pairs of antiques could have one real and one fake. The most exaggerated was a set of Ming Dynasty teapots. The body was real, but the lid was fake. The remaining half of the teacups were also fake. This was quite rare in an antique shop under the supervision of the Tianji Association. Even if such tricks existed, they wouldn't be so blatant. Su Chen smiled slightly, picked up the teapot, and then placed the lid down. He then began to pick out the genuine teacups one by one. Behind Su Chen, Hong Jie's expression immediately darkened. But when Su Chen turned to look at her, she returned to her usual demeanor. If it weren't for Su Chen's incredible eyesight due to his eye technique, one would hardly notice her change of expression. Su Chen placed the selected teapot on the counter. Ignoring Hong Jie's gaze, he returned to the porcelain shelf he had just been at. After a moment of picking and choosing, Su Chen took all the genuine items from the shelf and placed them on the ground. "Hong Jie, your goods can't compare to you." Su Chen smiled at Hong Jie. At this moment, Hong Jie realized she had encountered an expert. If Su Chen were in his 20s and displayed such appraisal skills here, Hong Jie would have been extremely cautious. However, Su Chen's appearance now seemed to be in his 30s. Although he looked somewhat young, it wasn't too surprising. "Look at what you're saying. If you have this ability, you should have told me earlier. I wouldn't have brought these things to offend your eyes." Hong Jie had seen such scenes before and knew how to handle them. "I still have plenty of good stuff in my warehouse. Wait a moment, I'll get it for you." "Oh, aren't you afraid I'll just take your store's things and run?" After saying this, Su Chen clearly noticed Hong Jie's expression stiffen. "Hong Jie, you're not easily teased. To be honest, the junk in your store is not only looked down upon by my elders, but I also find it unworthy. Just give me the bottom line. I was introduced by Chen Nan, the master of Baiaochuantang. In a place like the Ghost Market, how could the Tianji Association allow it to grow unchecked?" Chen Nan was an informant planted by the Tianji Association in the Ghost Market. He had been a veteran of the Ghost Market, opening his shop almost since it began, and many people recognized him. Calling him an informant isn't entirely accurate, as the Tianji Association had leverage over him, which is why he regularly provided intelligence to the association. Originally, Hong Jie wouldn't easily trust a stranger like Su Chen, but upon hearing Chen Nan's name, she hesitated. Su Chen sensed Hong Jie's thoughts and decided to stoke the fire further. "Chen Nan said you have some serious goods here, and I'm planning to take them all. 2 items for my elders, and I can still make a bit of profit by reselling the rest." Hearing this, Hong Jie realized she was dealing with a tough character. Since this person knew about the items in her possession and was ready to buy them all, he must be quite wealthy. She gritted her teeth and looked at Su Chen. "All right, I'll trust you this once. As she spoke, Hong Jia walked to the door, pulled down the rolling shutter, and locked it. Since you were introduced by Chen Nan, I'll take you to have a look. This is all because I'm friends with Chen Nan's wife. As Hong Jia moved, Su Chen noticed a flaw in her words. When did Master Chen get married? I wasn't aware. If Su Chen hadn't reviewed Chen Nan's information beforehand, he might have been deceived by Hong Jia. Although Chen Nan was in his 40s, he was still unmarried. Oh, his mistress. Don't you dare tell anyone. Hong Jia laughed lightly. Su Chen didn't mind, he knew Hong Jia was testing him. An ordinary person, even if they knew of Chen Nan, wouldn't know his family background. After this exchange, Hong Jia trusted Su Chen much more. Little brother, come with me. Hong Jia held a fan in one hand and beckoned Su Chen with the other, her flirtatious gaze giving her a certain charm. Come on. After saying this, Hong Jia turned and led the way. At the back of the shop was an iron door. Hong Jia took a red string from her chest, at the end of which was a key. Why don't you open it? It's still warm. Hong Jia laughed lightly again. As the iron door opened, another row of shelves appeared before Su Chen. He realized that Hong Jia truly had obsessive-compulsive tendencies. The left shelf was filled with fake goods, while the right shelf held genuine items. At the innermost part of the room was a neatly arranged row of bronze artifacts. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Is this what you call serious goods? These items could probably sustain you on official meals for half a lifetime. Red Sister isn't afraid at all. Oh, what are you saying? Aren't you just afraid to buy? Red Sister provoked, then she changed her tone. Isn't this all for making a living? On this street, who sells things without a bit of involvement? Otherwise, why would they come here to sell, just to evade taxes? Red Sister made a valid point. Su Chen didn't want to dwell on this issue any longer. He leaned in closer, carefully examining the bronze artifacts. From the smallest wine cup to the largest cauldron, although they varied in size and age, the methods of forgery were indeed identical to the previous two pieces. Moreover, the imitation techniques were extremely sophisticated, even subtly surpassing the previous two fakes. If old Tian had brought the fakes from here that day, the people from the association would probably have been even less able to spot the issues. To outsiders, these would be top-notch bronze artifacts. Seeing Su Chen's serious demeanor, the shopkeeper was extremely pleased. So, what do you think? I told you these are genuine antiques. Not to mention, look how well preserved they are. You can't find this outside. Red Sister was enthusiastically promoting. The cup you're holding is from the Western Han Dynasty, and that cauldron is from the Western Zhou Dynasty. After getting these items, she had been worried. Few could afford them, and even fewer dared to show them off. Now that she had encountered someone reliable and capable of buying, she didn't want to miss this opportunity. So how much do all these things cost together? Su Chen asked. Upon hearing this, Red Sister's smile became even more enthusiastic. She thought her sales pitch was working. Just one of these would sell for at least 200 to 300 million, but if you're sincere, I can sell you the whole lot for $1 billion. I can see you know your stuff. This is a sincere price. Red Sister looked at the pile of bronze artifacts with a pained expression. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. What's wrong? You realize how good Red Sister is to you, huh? You're all smiles now. Red Sister laughed alone, but she quickly sensed something was off. Su Chen's expression was growing darker. 1 billion? If you take this scrap metal to a recycling station, no one would even want it for 500. After Su Chen said this, Red Sister's smile froze on her face. What nonsense are you talking? Don't think just because I gave you a bit of a good face, you can't see your own worth. While Red Sister was still angrily scolding, Su Chen was already preparing to take action. He stepped forward and walked straight up to Red Sister. After all, having fought against the Japanese, Su Chen's movements were very agile. He reached out and grabbed Red Sister's arm. Caught off guard, she didn't expect Su Chen to act suddenly. Her hands were easily captured by him. Su Chen pulled her hands behind her back and pressed her to the ground. What are you doing? Let me tell you, don't think about blackmailing me. Be careful, or I'll make sure you can't leave the ghost market. Red Sister had seen her fair share of storms and was not panicking at all. I see you're a person of some standing. If you need money, Red Sister can lend it to you. Just write an IOU, and no one will bother you. You can fill in the repayment date as you wish. If you're after something else, Red Sister wouldn't mind, but your tone is a bit perverted. Red Sister cautiously probed Su Chen's limits and intentions. If he were truly up to no good, he might have let her go. I am the inspector of the Tianji Association. But Su Chen was different. Revealing his identity, Red Sister realized that the situation was beyond saving. The Tianji Association and the merchants of the ghost market were like cats and mice. Moreover, Red Sister was well aware of her own situation. Inspector Su. Red Sister's eyes rolled as she guessed Su Chen's identity. The ones who know you best are your enemies. Even if the inspector of the Southwest District was painted gray, the people of the ghost market would recognize him. The only one they weren't very familiar with was the newly appointed Inspector Su Chen. Good to know. Su Chen was not surprised. We at the Tianji Association have been aware of this batch of counterfeits for a long time. With so many fakes here, you must have connections with your superiors. If you cooperate and tell me about your superior, I can give you a chance to redeem yourself. What? Fakes? Impossible. I received everything as genuine. Hong Jie insisted vehemently. But Su Chen did not believe her. If these bronze artifacts were received as genuine, their value would be considerable. Even if everything in Hong Jie's store and warehouse were sold at genuine prices, it wouldn't be enough to buy a few pieces. It's not that I look down on you, Hong Jie. If you were to collect at genuine prices, could you afford it? Is your money so tight that you have to make up the difference with flesh? Su Chen's disdainful tone revealed the truth. Hong Jie, who had been smiling playfully, suddenly turned sullen. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, or you might find yourself in trouble. Hong Jie's voice lost its previous charm and became low and threatening. Humph, you really underestimate me. Su Chen knew that having reached his current position, he would undoubtedly face many people like her. If he were afraid, he wouldn't have accepted the position in the first place. Name, Chen Hong, age, 34, height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Measurements, 103, 79, 104. Rating, 90. Secret matters. Dealing in counterfeit goods. Seeing Hong Jie being stubborn, Su Chen tried to use his eye technique to view her information. However, he did not obtain the desired information. Su Chen had tested that the eye technique could only see the most secret matters of a person's heart. But human nature is complex, and there are countless hidden thoughts. Even with the eye technique, it cannot see everything clearly. After all, it is not mind reading. But Su Chen was not discouraged. The eye technique is not omnipotent, but he could use other means to interrogate Hong Jie. If you speak, I can treat this matter as if it never happened. You can continue buying your goods. But if you don't say anything, you can expect to live off the government for the rest of your life. Su Chen threatened and tempted her. But Hong Jie remained unyielding. Su Chen pressed his lips together. Since it had come to this, he had to use some methods. He took off his belt and bound Hong Jie's hands. Hong Jie lay on the ground, her hands tied behind her back. Su Chen had helped his family tie up pigs in his rural hometown, so the knots were particularly tight, and Hong Jie could hardly move. Feeling that Su Chen was no longer pressing down on her, Hong Jie began to panic. She lay on the ground, unable to see what was happening behind her. The unknown is what is truly terrifying. All Hong Jie could hear were Su Chen's footsteps fading away. She struggled to turn over but heard Su Chen's footsteps slowly approaching. Sorry to keep you waiting, Hong Jie. Luckily, your store still has this. Su Chen brought over a feather quill from Hong Jie's shop. It was clearly one that she used regularly. What do you want to do? Hong Jie panicked, quickly thinking about what in her store could pose a threat to her. But she soon realized. Hong Jie felt a chill on her left foot. The shoe on her foot had already been removed by Su Chen. He tossed the shoe aside and squatted down, grabbing Hong Jie's left foot. The stockings were slippery, and as Hong Jie struggled, Su Chen gripped her ankle tightly, almost leaving a mark. Hong Jie squirmed on the ground like a worm, her bottom swaying left and right with her body. Su Chen stopped after a few minutes. At this point, however, he had not ceased his actions. Hong Jie's fair foot was exposed before Su Chen's eyes. The flesh on the sole was layered. In the end, she lay on the ground continuously moaning. But even so, Su Chen did not stop his actions. There was a reason for what Su Chen was doing. In medieval England, there was a form of torture where salt was rubbed on a person's soles and goats were made to lick it. The goat's tongue has small barbs, making it itchier than feathers on the soles. In the end, the victim would laugh themselves to death. As Su Chen continued his punishment, while continuously asking Hong Jie, "Who is your superior? How did he trade with you?" Hong Jie either remained silent or claimed she didn't know. If Su Chen were just an ordinary person, he would surely gain nothing. But he wasn't. Name, Chen Hong, age, 34, height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Measurements, 103, 79, 104. Rating, 90. Secret matter, bronze artifacts. Bronze artifacts. One day, someone suddenly approached Chen Hong through a channel for purchasing counterfeit goods, bringing her a batch of valuable bronze artifacts for her to sell. Even with Chen Hong's 10 years of experience in the ghost market, she couldn't discern the authenticity of the bronze artifacts. She was tempted. She noticed the change in Chen Hong. However, Su Chen wasn't overly pleased. The information was indeed vague. This didn't mean the eye technique was malfunctioning. It indicated that Chen Hong didn't know more either. Even about her superior, she only knew it was a man in a trench coat. Forget it, this is pointless. Su Chen pretended to be tired and stopped. Chen Hong, panting with pride, took deep breaths. You don't even know who those people are, yet you're keeping secrets for them. How do you know? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Hongjie blurted out, but she quickly realized she had let something slip. You don't need to hide it. My people captured footage of you trading with a man in a trench coat. Su Chen revealed what he had seen. So the inspector has known all along. Why did you keep me in the dark for so long? Chen Hong swallowed hard and forced a bitter smile. She suddenly felt how ridiculous her earlier secrecy was. All right, since the inspector knows, I'll speak up. Chen Hong organized her thoughts. Actually, I don't know who those people are. They approached me out of the blue. I just agreed because I thought I could make money. But I don't know where these goods came from. Su Chen stood up, untied the belt binding. Chen Hong's hands, and casually tossed it on the ground. Get up. Do you need me to help you? Chen Hong spoke the truth, and Su Chen knew he couldn't extract anything more, so he let her go. Chen Hong felt her hands loosen, her confinement lifted. She quickly stretched her arms and crawled up. She looked at Su Chen with a resentful gaze, rubbing her wrists as she said, "The inspector is really rude. You hurt me." One of her feet was bare, and she limped over to Su Chen. What does the inspector want to do with me? Just say it, I can't resist anyway. As she spoke, she pretended to wobble, almost falling into Su Chen's arms. Fortunately, Su Chen quickly dodged. He had indeed decided to let Chen Hong go, but he didn't expect this woman to sense it. His eye technique had also revealed other secrets about Chen Hong. Although she sold counterfeit goods, she hadn't committed any other crimes. Coming from an orphanage, she donated money to her former orphanage every year. It wasn't in her nature to do bad things. So rather than handing Chen Hong over to the association, it was better to keep her in the ghost market where he could have an informant. I can give you a chance to make amends. Help the inspector find those people? I agree. Chen Hong immediately reacted to Su Chen's words. All right, since you're willing, stay in the ghost market and follow my orders. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Chen Hong had managed to survive in the ghost market for so long for a reason. Thank you, Inspector. From now on, I will be your person. Chen Hong smiled, her eyes narrowing into slits upon hearing Su Chen agree to let her go. She quickly brought tea and offered it to Su Chen. Inspector, now that I'm your person, I won't make you compensate for the socks you ruined. Chen Hong's courage gradually grew. She lifted her bare left foot, her toes wiggling. Su Chen ignored her. At this moment, no matter how she acted, Chen Hong would only become more excessive. All right, you have time to please me. Why not think about how to find them? Rest assured, Supervisor Su, as long as they contact me, I will report to you. I also want to settle the score with them. We clearly agreed that no one would be able to tell the goods were fake, yet the supervisor spotted it at a glance. Chen Hong spoke sincerely. To her, it seemed she had been deceived. Su Chen merely smiled at her words, saying nothing more. This person was indeed unfortunate. If it weren't for encountering him, this batch of bronze artifacts could have been sold without detection. Watching Su Chen's calm demeanor, Chen Hong felt even more admiration. By the way, Supervisor, it's not just me who has bronze artifacts, others do too, and I've heard that quite a few have already been sold. Chen Hong suddenly said, as if she had just thought of something. Su Chen was taken aback. He had thought Chen Hong was an isolated case, but it turned out this batch of goods had already circulated. Since Chen Hong said so, there must be many others who had sold bronze artifacts as well. Su Chen hadn't expected things to develop this way. He initially thought the counterfeit goods would be a small batch. After all, even a single large item would attract attention from all sides. But the thieves behind this were audacious, daring to sell such a large quantity of bronze artifacts at once. This was a direct provocation to the authorities of Huagua. It seemed the motives of these people were not just to disrupt the market, they likely had other intentions. Su Chen realized this matter was not simple. He planned to return and sort things out. Inside, Su Chen was in turmoil, feeling the undercurrents behind this issue. An organization that could oppose Huagua was certainly not ordinary. However, in front of Chen Hong, he maintained an unruffled appearance. Su Chen slowly finished the tea in his cup. Chen Hong waited patiently beside him. When Su Chen finally set down his cup, he said, "All right, I'm leaving. Remember to keep an eye on those people. Notify me immediately if you have any news." Okay, Supervisor, do you have any other instructions? Chen Hong blinked, as if expecting something. Just keep what I said in mind. Remember, I have evidence of your crime, Su Chen said. Seriously, but Chen Hong was not afraid at all. Then Supervisor, remember to accompany me with socks later. Chen Hong nudged Su Chen with her foot. Su Chen glanced down and then looked deeply at Chen Hong. This woman was truly not simple. After leaving the ghost market, Su Chen went straight back to the Tianji Association. Since he hadn't removed his makeup, it was still Bai Lu who brought him back to the office. Li Shiting looked at the unfamiliar uncle in surprise, realizing that this person was actually her cousin. Su Chen didn't linger in the office and went directly to Old Tian's office. Old Tian was somewhat surprised by Su Chen's arrival. He hadn't expected Su Chen to make progress in just a few days. Have a seat. Su Chen. Old Tian was still drinking tea as he had last time. Old Tian, I've found something. The situation might not be good. Su Chen got straight to the point, telling Old Tian that he had found clues from Chun Hong in the ghost market, and to avoid alarming the snake, he had left that batch of bronze artifacts in the ghost market and developed Shen Hong into his informant. You've done well. You've been very cautious in this matter. Next, we just need to wait for that group to contact your informant, Old Tian said with satisfaction. But he quickly noticed that Su Chen's expression was not relaxed. However, according to Chen Hong, there is also a large batch of fakes circulating in other places, which must also be the work of that group. What Su Chen could think of, Old Tian could naturally think of as well. Since there was a large-scale distribution of counterfeit goods, it meant that these counterfeiters were not simply after money. Old Tian had more experience in this area than Su Chen. Because bronze artifacts were already very rare, a transaction of 1 or 2 items a year would be about right. If a large-scale transaction occurred, it would quickly alert the association. In the past, in such situations, the association could directly ban this type of transaction, leaving counterfeiters with no way to conduct business. Alright, you did well. The rest will be handled by the association. I will report this matter to the higher-ups. You've worked hard during this time, so take a good rest. With Mr. Tian saying this, Su Chen didn't insist further. He took his leave from Mr. Tian and happily went home after work. He had always been resistant to such tasks, and now that he could legitimately hand it over to the association, why not? In the following days, Su Chen returned to his previously calm and leisurely life. Even under Mr. Tian's special permission, he enjoyed a brief holiday. Su Chen thought to take this opportunity to take his parents and his uncle's family out for some fun. After all, although they all came from the Yundian region, they hadn't spent much time enjoying themselves here. It wasn't that they didn't have time, it was just that they didn't have the money. During his university years, Su Chen hardly left the campus. Now he could finally make up for that regret. During a weekend family dinner, Su Chen brought up this suggestion. Yay! Li Shiting was the first to stand up. Although her work at the Tianji Association had been quite easy these days, and she could even slack off in the office when Bai Lu was absent, work and university life were still different. Now that they could go out and have fun, she was the first to raise her hand in agreement. Naturally, Su Chen's parents and uncle and aunt wouldn't refuse. Rural people are inherently restless. They often go out to play in the countryside. Now that they had their son and niece with them, they certainly wouldn't say no. So, Su Chen instructed Chuanan to get everything ready for the family outing. Chuanan had become increasingly accustomed to her role as a housekeeper, organizing everything in an orderly manner. Considering that there might be more such family gatherings in the future, Su Chen even instructed Chuanan to buy a motorhome. A light truck motorhome costing over 3 million, easily accommodating 2 families. Thanks to Su Chen's connections, that evening, Chuanan called to book the vehicle, and by the next day, the motorhome was delivered. Chuanan took on the role of driver, and the family sat happily in the back of the vehicle. Su Chen's destination was a minority scenic area in the southern part of the Yundian region. This place is a settlement for ethnic minorities, preserving its original ecological state. Both families are Han Chinese, and they were quite looking forward to such a scenic area. The group chatted and played cards in the car, and soon they arrived at Shua Ancient Town. Shua Ancient Town is an important well-preserved market town on the ancient T-Horse Road, with all the buildings maintaining the architectural style of that time. When they arrived, they coincidentally caught the market at Shua Ancient Town. The market was located in a large square at the center of the ancient town. Surrounding the square were shops with old wooden facades painted in dark red. The black, shiny bluestone in front of the shops and the mottled stone slope underfoot added to the atmosphere. It is worth mentioning that this market is not only for tourists but also meets the needs of the local indigenous people, making it particularly authentic. Additionally, since this place was once a fur distribution center, local hunters still hunt animals that can be captured and sell their pelts. As soon as Su Chen's mother and aunt arrived at the market, they were captivated by the various furs and unique tie-dyed fabrics. Su Chen's father and uncle exchanged glances and naturally followed the 2 ladies carrying their bags. There's no helping it, my mom is like this when she shops. Let's just have fun ourselves. Li Shiting was quite happy. Without her mother around, she felt more at ease. Su Chen accompanied her and Chuanan as they strolled around. The 2 of them bought some things. However, soon after, Li Shiting felt thirsty, and while they were looking for a place to buy water, an unexpected incident occurred. A large crowd had gathered by the roadside. Li Shiting, excited by the commotion, pulled Su Chen and Chuanan forward. Su Chen, being someone who often frequented antique markets, was already accustomed to such scenes. Since his sister was interested, he took one of them by the hand and quickly made his way to the front of the crowd. What everyone was watching was a couple of girls from a minority ethnic group and two Han people. The Han were a man and a woman. The man was carrying a backpack, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, with a face full of excess flesh. Clearly a tourist here for fun. Perhaps unaccustomed to the climate of Yunnan and Tibet, he was sweating profusely, wiping his sweat while pointing at the two girls. The other Han was a woman, dressed quite well but with a fierce expression. She was assisting the man in accusing the two minority girls. Suchen stood by and listened for a while, getting the gist of the situation. The two Han people claimed their wallet was lost, containing a significant amount of cash. Coincidentally, the two minority girls were nearby. The couple accused the girls of stealing their wallet. You minority people are just not clean-handed. Exactly. If we had known this would happen, we wouldn't have come here to play. I'm going to post this online when I get back so everyone can avoid coming here and falling into this trap. Suchen found it a bit strange. The two Han people were quickly defining the situation and they were working together seamlessly. What was even stranger was that they showed no signs of panic. Over the lost wallet, they didn't appear anxious at all. Suchen sensed something was off. The two girls being accused didn't look like thieves at all. They were likely from the Masua ethnic group, wearing blue felt hats, dressed in self-woven linen clothes, adorned with printed earrings, and draped in woolen blankets. They were wrapped up tightly, but it was still evident that they had excellent figures. They looked to be in their early 20s, both very beautiful, with skin that was not the dark tone typical of minorities but rather very fair, their faces delicate, especially their eyes, which, although filled with anxiety, had a clarity that Suchen rarely saw. The girls were desperately explaining, and their Mandarin was quite good. However, the two tourists were not listening at all. They kept insisting that it was the minority people who stole things, drawing the attention of other tourists. More and more tourists gathered around. Now, the local minority people began to accuse them as well, as they had truly offended the tourists, jeopardizing the livelihood of the entire town. Cousin, I don't think they look like thieves, Li Shitting said cautiously, tugging at his sleeve. Suchen nodded. I don't think it's them either. Should I go help? Yes, you should go. Li Shitting quickly agreed. Although Chu Ainen stood by silently, her worried expression also indicated that she didn't believe the two girls were thieves. Suchen signaled for Chu Ainen to call the police, then confidently stepped forward. He was sure, having already used his eye technique to see through the two individuals. Name: Schweben. Age: 34. Personality: greedy, cunning. Secret matters: fraudster, wanted. Criminal name: Sun Xin. Age: 31. Personality: greedy, alert. Secret matters: fraudster, wanted. Criminal. These two were habitual offenders. They had partnered in fraud back in their hometown and were now wanted by the police, which was why they had fled to the border of Yunnan and Tibet, preparing to escape abroad. I say, your things were stolen by these two girls. My wallet was lost once before. Suchen interjected. The two girls immediately panicked. It wasn't us, really wasn't. Seeing Suchen's support, Shui Bin's eyes squinted with joy. Right, little brother. These people are truly despicable. I say, they should pay for it. Yes, exactly. I had quite a bit of money in my wallet. You should compensate. Shui Bin was overjoyed. He didn't expect that before he even spoke, a fool would come to help him. The girls were instantly flustered. They had no money. It really wasn't us who stole it. And we don't have any money. The two were at a loss for words. But they have no money. What should we do? Suchen asked Schwebin. We still have to compensate. I think the silver ornaments on their ears are quite nice. If it really doesn't work, we can have their family bring money to redeem them. Schwebin assessed the twins. They really didn't look like they were wealthy. It was his own oversight. Then why don't we just call the police? Suchen slapped his thigh. Right, call the police. Schwebin was thinking about how to extort money, and as soon as Suchen finished speaking, he thoughtlessly echoed him. But Sun Xian had been listening nearby, and she was very wary of the suddenly appearing Suchen. Hearing Suchen's words, she quickly poked Schwebin discreetly. No, forget it, don't call the police. Schwebin quickly realized. If they really called the police, it would definitely be them who got caught. Why not, big brother? I hate these kinds of scammers the most. Suchen pretended to be indignant. He looked just like a hot-headed youth standing up for justice. Schwebin cursed his bad luck. He had thought he encountered a fool to help, but he didn't expect the trouble to be this big. Forget it, we came here to have fun, let's not waste time calling the police. Besides, these two girls are still young. Yeah, we're not that heartless. Sun Xian also joined in persuading Suchen. No matter what Su Chen's intentions were, they just couldn't let him call the police. At this moment, the two young girls were already a bit flustered upon hearing about the police. Why not call the police, Schwebin? Sun Xin? At this point, Suchen had vaguely heard the sound of a police siren. He no longer had the patience to continue playing with these two. Upon hearing Suchen call out their names, the first reaction of the two was to run. "Stop them, these two are the scammers, they're wanted criminals," Suchen shouted loudly. The onlooking Han people didn't react, all adopting an attitude of indifference. However, a few men from minority ethnic groups gathered around. If these two were indeed scammers, then the reputation of their town wouldn't be affected. At this moment, the sound of the police siren was getting closer. Seeing that escape was impossible, Schwebin's face turned ashen. "It's all your fault, we could have just left. You actually wanted to scam again." Once the truth was revealed, Sun Xin frantically hit Schwebin with her bag. Soon, the truth came to light. With a quick scan using connected devices, they discovered the identities of the two wanted criminals. Naturally, they were taken away. Whether the two young girls had stolen anything was also soon clarified. The tourists, seeing that there was no excitement left, began to disperse. "Cousin, you're amazing. How did you know these two were wanted criminals?" Li Shiting looked at Su Chen with admiration. "Did you forget? I'm officially affiliated." Su Chen tapped Li Shiting's head with his finger. The three of them laughed as they prepared to leave. The two young girls who had just been wronged were still a bit dazed. It took them a while to realize that Su Chen was there to help them. "Thank you." The two hurriedly walked up to Su Chen and bowed to him. "My surname is Yoshi. My Han name is Yang Shui." Yang Shui introduced herself to Su Chen. "This is my sister. Her Han name is Yang Yu." Yang Shui and Yang Yu looked at Su Chen with grateful eyes, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. "You came here to travel, right? Today our village is having a bonfire party, why don't you come with us?" Yang Shui suggested. The two had just discussed it and could only express their gratitude to Su Chen this way. "Yeah, the villagers will also express their sincerest thanks to you when they find out you're here today. You are our village's honored guests." Yang Yu chimed in. Come on. You helped us today. If we don't get to show our gratitude, we will feel bad about it. And aren't you tourists? Our village is much more fun than the town." Since they weren't as tense as before, Yang Shui and Yang Yu worked in perfect harmony, each taking turns to invite Su Chen to return to the village with them. At the invitation of Yang Shui and Yang Yu, Su Chen was initially somewhat disinterested. He had already planned his itinerary before coming, and changing it at the last minute felt a bit inconvenient. However, Yang Shui and Yang Yu were incredibly enthusiastic, almost as if they would follow him around until he agreed. Plus, Li Shiting was fanning the flames from the side. "Just go, cousin. Didn't Yang Shui and Yang Yu say there's a bonfire party in their village today? And I heard that the ethnic minorities are great at singing and dancing. Right, Yang Shui and Yang Yu?" "Yes. We'll all dance around the bonfire," Yang Shui said. "And we'll be dressed beautifully," Yang Yu added. "There will also be all kinds of delicious food," Yang Shui chimed in. "Just come with us," Yang Yu urged. Listening to the sisters, Su Chen felt a bit tempted. After all, he was here to have fun. If necessary, he could just postpone the rest of his itinerary by a day. Su Chen had asked Yang Shui and Yang Yu, and they were indeed local Manhwa people. The Manhwa are quite famous in Shuha ancient town, known for their singing and dancing. Moreover, visiting their village isn't easy. Such villages are generally exclusive. If one isn't genuinely accepted by them, ordinary people would typically be turned away. Compared to the still hesitant Su Chen, Li Shiting and Chu Ainen were already excited. Chu Ainen was more restrained, as she was seen as the housekeeper in the eyes of outsiders. But Li Shiting was different. She acted like a child throwing a tantrum at Su Chen's grandmother's house. "Alright, then you talk to my dad and mom, and your dad and mom." Su Chen relented. "Yay!" Li Shiting happily quickened her pace, eager to find her parents right away. Watching Li Shiting dash ahead, Su Chen could only shake his head helplessly. Seeing this, Chu Ainen quickly followed suit, leaving Su Chen with Yang Yu and Yang Shui. The three of them felt no awkwardness. Su Chen introduced himself, telling them he was traveling with his parents and uncle and aunt. By the time Su Chen caught up with Li Shiting, she had already gathered his parents and her own by the car. "Cousin, you're so slow. I already told my dad, mom, and aunt and uncle about what just happened. Hurry up and get in the car. We're leaving." Su Chen facepalmed. Yang Shui and Yang Yu looked curiously at the large vehicle before them. They had never seen a car like this. Cautiously following Su Chen into the vehicle, they soon realized this was no ordinary car, it was practically a moving house. Li Shiting pulled the two of them along, explaining. Su Chen's parents were also very welcoming to the two lovely girls. Under Yang Shui and Yang Yu's guidance, Chu Ainen quickly drove the car to the Manhwa village. Although the Manhwa are exclusive, the Yunnan-Guizhou region had built external roads for them. However, the architecture here was indeed different from that of the Han people. Although Su Chen's parents lived in the countryside of Yunnan-Guizhou, their house was made of concrete bricks. In contrast, the Manhwa village featured elevated bamboo houses constructed in a unique style. As Su Chen's RV drove into the village, it attracted the curious gazes of the Manhwa people. Once the vehicle came to a stop, many curious Manhwa people gathered around to watch. They had seen cars before, but this vehicle, which resembled a bus yet wasn't quite one, was still quite rare here. Who are you? Our village doesn't entertain outsiders, a few Manhwa men approached as soon as Su Chen got out of the car. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Uncle, we ran into trouble in town today and it was thanks to him that we got help. Before Su Chen could explain, Yang Shui and Yang Yu hurriedly got out of the car. Hearing their words, the middle-aged man's expression softened. Since you saved our chief's daughter, you are honored guests of the Manhwa. The middle-aged man spoke a few sentences in a dialect that Su Chen couldn't understand to the surrounding people. The onlooking Manhwa quickly dispersed, including the few strong young men. Su Chen was surprised. When they were in the car, Yang Shui and Yang Yu had not mentioned that their identities were the daughters of the clan leader. At this moment, Chuanan and Li Shiting were also helping several elderly people down. Come on, brother. Yang Shui and Yang Yu said they want to give us Manhwa clothing. Seeing the Manhwa village, Li Shiting was curious about everything. Su Chen had no way to deal with this sister and could only let her act recklessly. The group headed towards Yang Shui and Yang Yu's home. Perhaps the news that Su Chen had saved Yang Shui and Yang Yu had spread among the onlookers. The Manhwa people along the way greeted them with smiles. Even a few aunties on the road offered various fruits. When they arrived at Yang Shui and Yang Yu's home, their parents were not at home. They were preparing for the evening's party in the square. Yang Shui and Yang Yu took out the clothes they promised to give to Su Chen and the others. By the time they finished changing, the sky had already darkened. They followed Yang Shui and Yang Yu to the village square. Surrounding the bonfire were mostly young people, while the older ones sat at tables further away. Su's father and the others also preferred not to mingle with the young crowd and went to find the village elders to eat and drink. Li Shiting dragged Chuanan around, causing a ruckus. Meanwhile, Yang Shui and Yang Yu stayed close to Su Chen. Hey, outsider man, you can come to my flower house tonight. Before Su Chen reached the bonfire, a Manhwa woman ran over. The woman was quite fair-skinned, but her words took Su Chen by surprise. Are you coming or not? I'll save you a window. Seeing Su Chen silent, the woman grew a bit impatient. Su Chen was stunned. He was now sure that what the woman said was exactly what he thought it meant. Originally, spending a pleasant night here wasn't out of the question, but saying it so openly caught Su Chen off guard. Shouldn't such things be said privately? However, the people around seemed to take it for granted. Agree. Yeah. Zhuoma is quite popular in our village. Several young men urged Su Chen to agree. A hint of displeasure flashed across Yang Shui and Yang Yu's faces as they exchanged glances. Zhuoma, what are you doing? Yang Shui stepped forward. Exactly. We saw him first. This kind of good fortune shouldn't fall to you. Yang Yu chimed in. Their status was clearly not low, and Zhuoma looked regretfully at Su Chen before leaving. Su Chen looked at the two in astonishment. Did these two girls also want to sleep with him? Don't get me wrong. We just want to help you out. Yang Yu and Yang Shui chased away Zhuoma and quickly turned back to explain to Su Chen. It was hard to tell if it was the firelight from the bonfire that made their faces flush or if they were genuinely shy. In Su Chen's eyes, the way their cheeks turned rosy was quite adorable. After Yang Shui and Yang Yu's explanation, Su Chen finally understood. It turned out that the Manhwa people were different from the outside world in that they practiced a walking marriage system. After tonight's bonfire party, if a girl liked a boy, she would leave a window for him. The boy could climb in after dark and leave before dawn. If there were children, they would live with the girl. So when Zhuoma invited Su Chen earlier, the people around found it quite normal. Oh, so that's how it is, Su Chen realized. But in a place he couldn't see, the sisters both breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they had managed to get through that moment, both thinking in unison. Of course, there are exceptions. After all, the village isn't completely closed off from the outside world. Our parents have always lived together. Yang Shui glanced at her phone. Su Chen, come with us to meet our father. He wants to see you. Your father? The leader of your clan? Yes, Yang Shui and Yang Yu nodded. Su Chen had no objections. He followed the two into a tent. One man, draped in a dark blue woolen blanket, was seated at a long table. Upon seeing Su Chen enter, the man quickly stood up. This must be young friend Su Chen. I am Yang Feng, the father of Yang Shui and Yang Yu. Thank you so much for helping my daughter. Yang Feng tightly grasped Su Chen's hand. It's nothing, just helping out when I saw injustice. Su Chen felt a bit embarrassed by Yang Feng's enthusiasm. Su Xiaoyu, you may not know this. It's not a simple matter. If word gets out that there's a thief among us Manhwa people, it would greatly affect our reputation. Moreover, Yang Shui and Yang Yu are my daughters. Yang Feng patiently explained. Su Chen then realized that the Nearby ethnic minorities lived together in tribes, and if one tribe had a bad reputation, it could have significant repercussions. By a stroke of luck, he had managed to save the Manhwa tribe's reputation. Su Xiaoyu, you must let me represent the tribe and properly repay you. Yang Feng looked at Su Chen with sincere eyes. However, Su Chen did not want anything in return. I appreciate your kindness, but just being able to visit your village is already a great reward for me. After all, many people want to visit but can't. On his way there, Su Chen had already noticed that the village was not wealthy. He had heard that the Manhwa people used to rely on hunting for a living, but now, in order to protect the environment, many animals were off limits for hunting. The Manhwa village had lost a significant source of income. If it weren't for the development of tourism, their living conditions would likely be even worse. That won't do. It's not good for the Manhwa people to not repay their benefactor. Yang Feng frowned when he saw Su Chen refuse. That's right. Su Chen, just agree. Otherwise, my father would feel bad, and we would too. Yang Shui and Yang Yu, who had not left, urged from the side. Exactly. Su Xiaoyu, although our village isn't affluent, we still have some things that the outside world doesn't. Just consider it a keepsake. Yang Feng insisted. After hearing this, Su Chen thought Yang Feng wanted to give him some local specialties. After some thought, he nodded in agreement. He followed Yang Feng to a secluded area. However, Yang Shui and Yang Yu did not follow. Su Chen assumed they had other matters to attend to and did not think much of it. This was a remote cellar, and Yang Feng pulled out a key from his pocket to unlock the door. Su Chen followed Yang Feng down a wooden ladder. He could see that there were candles on the columns, but they had already turned on the lights. Once inside the cellar, Su Chen realized he had misjudged the situation. He had thought it was a storage room for local specialties, but upon seeing the items inside, he knew it was something else entirely. The things here were strange and unusual. Without his eye technique, he probably wouldn't have recognized them at all. Moreover, many of these items were likely unavailable in the outside world. This was no mere storage room, it could be called the Manhwa tribe's treasure vault. Inside the vault were wooden shelves made from common local trees. Some were new, looking like they had been made in the last 2 years, while others were over 100 years old. The items on the shelves were bizarre and varied. Some unknown bottles and jars, which his eye technique revealed to be medicinal potions. There were also animal skins piled together, with 3 tiger skins on top, and many others like black bear and wolf skins beneath. Yang Feng enthusiastically encouraged Su Chen to choose. Xiaoyu, I see you brought your parents, why not take that tiger skin? Just cut it up a bit, and it can be used as knee pads, which would be good for the elderly's knees. Yang Feng strongly recommended. And this is our homemade wine. It's all wild game inside, but unfortunately, Xiaoyu came too late. The tiger whip wine was finished years ago. Su Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Yang Feng was genuinely serious in his recommendations. He didn't refuse and planned to take some of the miscellaneous items as a keepsake. He casually rummaged through and picked up some bone decorations, thinking the women in his family would like them. Why are you only taking these things? Yang Feng was somewhat dissatisfied. Look at these skins, aside from the tiger skin, the rest are all good stuff. Yang Feng was trying hard to recommend them. Su Chen couldn't resist and started rummaging through the skins. As soon as he looked, trouble arose. Hunting had been banned for many years, and the skins here were all stockpiles. The most recent ones were decades old. Among them was a piece of cracked skin, very tough, and its material was unidentifiable. It was covered in dense, intricate patterns. Su Chen was a bit curious and used his eye technique to examine its condition. Name, Wu Sangui's treasure map era. Great Zhou Zhao Wu. Su Chen's hand trembled, almost dropping it. During the Ming dynasty, there was a Mu Wangfu in Yunnan and Guizhou. After the Ming dynasty unified the world, the Mu Wangfu took root in Yunnan and Guizhou, guarding the southwest from then on. After Wu Sangui killed the last Mu Wang, he was granted the title of Prince Bingxi and stationed in Yunnan and Guizhou. Wu Sangui thus became the undisputed king of Yunnan and Guizhou, the actual ruler of this land. Later, Wu Sangui declared himself emperor and established the Great Zhou. Although it was destroyed in just 5 months, the national treasury after its destruction was never found. This was not just Wu Sangui's Great Zhou treasury, but also included the wealth accumulated by the Mu Wangfu over more than 200 years of the Ming dynasty. Su Chen was shocked to the point of being a bit dazed by what he held in his hand, but he forced himself to calm down. Turning his head, he saw that Yang Feng was not paying attention to him, so he flipped the treasure map over, wrapping it around the small ornaments he had just selected. He then held it in his arms. Chief Yang, I also took a piece of skin, so it's easier to carry these things, Su Chen said casually. Yang Feng looked at the skin in Su Chen's hand, and instead of feeling distressed, he actually thought Su Chen had taken too little. However, Su Chen insisted on not taking more, and Yang Feng agreed. Though look he gave Su Chen became increasingly friendly. Su Chen waited for Yang Feng to lock the treasury door again, and the two chatted as they walked back. He tentatively asked, "There are indeed many good things in Qithiang's treasury. How were these items collected?" Perhaps Su Chen had taken too few items, making Yang Feng feel a bit guilty, or maybe he was very reassured about Su Chen. Yang Feng did not avoid the question. "These are all things left by our ancestors. The Manhwa people used to hunt in the mountains, and whenever they found something good, they would bring it back. Over time, it piled up into a mountain." Speaking of the pain, Yang Feng's tone became a bit heavier. "The items are good, but our place is too remote, and things from the mountains can't be sold. Although the road has been repaired, it's still very troublesome for people to go out, let alone vehicles." Su Chen nodded. It was indeed the case. If it weren't for the expensive RV he had bought, which also had off-road capabilities, ordinary vehicles couldn't get in. But even so, Chuanan had stopped several times along the way to adjust the direction of the vehicle. Having taken someone else's things, Su Chen also thought about repaying them. "Chief Yang, I actually have some connections that can help the village sell these items. If the chief has things to sell, or if there are other items in the village that need selling, I can help facilitate," Su Chen said with a smile, but what he said casually sounded like heavenly music to Yang Feng's ears. "Really?" Yang Feng was overly delighted, his eyes wide open. He didn't expect Su Chen could bring him such good news. Su Chen nodded seriously. In fact, aside from helping the village, he also had his own selfish motives. Wu Sangui's treasure map was only half a piece. There was a high possibility that the other half was also in the village. If the items from the village passed through his hands and were sold, it would be equivalent to him having showcased the village. Naturally, the remaining half of the treasure map would also have a lead. Su Chen was a decisive person, and on the way back he reached a preliminary cooperation goal with the chief regarding this matter. Yang Feng had not stopped smiling the entire way. He followed Su Chen and put the items back in the car. Then he pulled Su Chen back to the square. "Everyone, quiet down." Yang Feng's prestige was still very high. As soon as he spoke, the men and women by the bonfire, as well as the elderly in the distance, all quieted down, looking at him and Su Chen. This young friend, Su Chen, not only saved my daughter today and upheld the reputation of the Manhwa tribe, but also agreed to help us sell the goods that have been squeezed out of the village. I declare that from now on, Su Chen will be our tribe's eternal friend. Seeing him is like seeing me." Yang Feng finished speaking in Mandarin and then repeated it in the Manhwa language. After a brief silence, the square erupted with cheers for Su Chen's name. The Manhwa people began to sing and dance again. After finishing his speech, Yang Feng did not continue to hold on to Su Chen. He knew that the young man was not someone he could easily engage with. Su Chen's father and others had never seen such a scene and hurried over to inquire about the situation. "It's nothing, just seeing that it's too poor here and wanting to help a bit." At this moment, Su Chen's father and the others were all filled with various wild game and items woven by the Manhwa people. Su Chen's father nodded. "Well done, son." The group was then pulled away by the Manhwa people to drink. Su Chen was happy in his heart and wanted to join in. Seeing this, Yang Shui and Yang Yu each took one of Su Chen's arms and pulled him into the crowd. Others, seeing this, did not come over to disturb them. "Want to drink? Su Chen, it's our homemade brew," Yang Shui whispered in Su Chen's ear. "Yeah, it's really good, no less than what my father has in the cellar." Yang Yu leaned in to whisper in Su Chen's other ear. Su Chen felt the warm breath of the two as they spoke tickling his ears. He did not refuse and agreed. If it weren't for his concern about the treasure map, he might have asked Yang Feng for a jug of wine. Yang Shui and Yang Yu exchanged a glance, a glint of triumph in their eyes. Su Chen was led to the table where many young men and women were already seated. Upon seeing Su Chen's arrival, everyone stood up. Their thoughts were simple. Su Chen was a noble in the tribe, and now he was with the tribe leader's daughter, so they naturally could not disturb him. "Why did they leave?" Su Chen asked curiously. "Oh, they went to dance," Yang Shui responded quickly. Su Chen, not understanding the Manhwa language, took it at face value. At this time, Yang Yu had already brought over several jars of wine. Although they were glass jars, it was clear that the two had gone to the town to buy them. But when opened, it was indeed their homemade brew. He didn't know what the two had added, but it smelled particularly fragrant and mellow. Yang Shui obediently poured wine for Su Chen. Yang Yu, being more lively, kept toasting Su Chen. Naturally, Su Chen did not want to be outdone by the girls. He drank as much as Yang Yu did. Eventually, Su Chen could no longer tell which was Yang Shui and which was Yang Yu. As long as he saw someone drinking, he would raise his glass to join in. In the meantime, Zhuoma also brought a few sisters over to toast Su Chen. Su Chen naturally returned the gesture. However, for some reason, Su Chen felt that Zhuoma's gaze towards him and Yang Shui and Yang Yu was somewhat ambiguous. The previously tense relationships among the girls also became warmer. Because of the treasure map, Su Chen was genuinely happy. He had no idea how much he had drunk. By the end, even with Su Chen's drinking capacity, he was somewhat disoriented. He only vaguely remembered that Yang Shui and Yang Yu helped him back to his room. Then he had a splendid dream where Yang Shui and Yang Yu were always present. The next morning, Su Chen opened his eyes to see a somewhat unfamiliar ceiling. His head was aching from drinking too much the night before. He wanted to rub his temples but felt that both of his hands were being held by something. Su Chen turned his head to look and found Yang Shui and Yang Yu hugging him, one on each side. Su Chen instantly became alert. The events from before flooded back into his mind. It truly was a splendid dream. Su Chen suddenly sprang up from the bed. The absurdity of last night made it hard for him to accept his movements were large, and Yang Shui and Yang Yu slowly woke up as well. The cup fell, revealing snow-white skin in front of Su Chen's eyes. The two of them said nothing, smiling brightly at Su Chen. Su Chen felt a bit at a loss. But don't panic, we both did this willingly. Seeing his expression, Yang Shui burst out laughing. Yang Yu nudged closer and continued to hold Su Chen. That's right. You really could drink last night. We almost couldn't keep up with you. Thank goodness for Zhuoma helping out. Yang Yu playfully winked. Su Chen then understood why Zhuoma's gaze had been so ambiguous the night before. Actually, we were also forced into this, Yang Shui explained, with a hint of grievance, tears welling in her eyes. Because they were the daughters of the clan leader, they had been destined to become the next clan leaders from a young age. Once Yang Feng stepped down, the two of them would jointly lead the tribe. Therefore, they could never marry. Their father was able to marry because it happened before he became the clan leader. So you got me drunk for a moment of pleasure? Su Chen felt like he had been taken advantage of. No. Yang Yu's explanation made Su Chen feel dizzy. The wine we drank with you last night was indeed brewed by my sister and me. Drinking that wine almost guarantees pregnancy. What? If it were just for one night, Su Chen could accept it. After all, he considered himself the one benefiting. But having a child was something he couldn't accept. Don't worry, we know you are just a passerby in our lives and won't stay in the village. We won't be like the women outside who expect you to take responsibility, Yang Shui said. That's right. And we won't have other men in the future, Yang Yu said shyly. We are not casual people, we genuinely like you. Su Chen looked at the two women who appeared so wronged. He knew they were also victims of the Manhwa customs, just unfortunate women. Sigh. Alright, it has come to this. I'm not the kind of person who shirks responsibility. When the child is born, I will take on my responsibilities as a father. Really? The two women asked in unison. After receiving Su Chen's affirmation again, they hugged him tightly. Don't worry, we mean what we say, you will be the only man in our lives. After a tender moment, the day brightened. The two helped Su Chen get dressed and wash up. Su Chen bid farewell to Yang Feng and returned home with his parents and others. The mountain road back was difficult to navigate, and Su Chen sat in the passenger seat. The driver's cabin of the RV was separate from the back, with good soundproofing. Su Chen noticed that although Chuanan was focused on driving, there was an indescribable sadness in her brows. And on? Su Chen called several times before Chuanan snapped back to reality. What's wrong? Su Chen asked gently. Chuanan smiled and said, I'm fine. But in fact, Chuanan was not as calm as she appeared. Last night, she had rejected many invitations from Manhwa youths, watching Su Chen alone from a corner. So she witnessed Yang Shui and Yang Yu getting Su Chen drunk. Being a woman, she could see their feelings for Su Chen. But she didn't stop them. Instead, she watched as Yang Shui and Yang Yu took Su Chen back to the room. Chuanan's heart was already filled with jealousy. Su Chen had saved her from peril. Although her outward identity was that of a servant, in reality, she held a position akin to a steward in the household. Besides taking care of Su Chen's parents' personal matters, almost everything else was handled by other servants. Moreover, Su Chen's parents treated her like their own daughter, especially Su's mother, who had several times held her hand and said she should marry Su Chen. Her heart had indeed been given to Su Chen. However, over time, the nights Su Chen spent with her had become fewer, especially after Su father and Su mother moved in. Last night, although Chuanan did not stop Yang Shui and Yang Yu, she had different thoughts about Su Chen in her heart. The car drove along the road again. Chuanan tried to speak to Su Chen, saying, I've learned a few new dishes recently. Would you like to try them? I can cook for you another day. Su Chen smiled and agreed. Chuanan's feelings were written all over her face. Su Chen could easily tell what she was up to. However, to spare Chuanan's feelings, Su Chen did not call her out on it. After settling his parents, Su Chen returned to his place alone. Yi Ian had not left. Seeing Su Chen come back, she puffed up her cheeks. You were out for so long without taking me with you. Su Chen ignored her and plopped down on the sofa. Yi Ian stopped complaining and obediently squatted down to help Su Chen take off his shoes and socks. Then she brought over a large basin of hot water. I'll burn you. Yi Ian said this, but she carefully held Su Chen's feet and placed them in. The basin. In fact, the water was not hot at all, the temperature was just right. The water temperature is not suitable. Miss Yi, you can't even do a maid's job properly, Su Chen teased, deliberately, lifting Yi Yun's face to make her look at him. During this time, Yi Yun and Su Chen's interactions had been almost like this. But perhaps because no one had treated her this way since childhood, Yi Yun had developed a special feeling for Su Chen. Logically, the agreed-upon bet should have expired long ago. However, since Su Chen did not mention letting Yi Yun leave, she acted as if it didn't exist. Thus, with Su Chen holding her face, a warm sensation spread from his palm. Yi Yun and Su Chen exchanged glances for a moment, feeling their cheeks flush, not daring to look at Su Chen any longer. Then, I'll change the water for you, Yi Yun said, her face red, mumbling softly. Forget it, let's leave it like this. Keep up the good work next time. Okay. A sense of competitiveness, the source of which she did not know, surged within Yi Yun. She secretly vowed to make Su Chen satisfied next time. Su Chen lay on the sofa with his eyes closed. Yi Yun had gotten used to it, squatting there, washing Su Chen's feet. Su Chen noticed that her technique was getting better and better, perhaps she had specifically learned it. But Su Chen said nothing. The more he did this, the more Yi Yun vowed to keep trying harder next time. She had gotten herself into a corner, fixated on washing Su Chen's feet and making him happy. In fact, traveling was quite tiring, especially since the entire journey was on mountain roads. Although Su Chen spent a lot of money on a vehicle with strong shock absorption, after the long journey he still felt exhausted. Yi Yun looked at Su Chen and did not disturb him. After wiping his feet, she poured out the water and washed her hands. She began to massage Su Chen. Su Chen felt Yi Yun's breath so close, yet he kept his eyes closed, simply enjoying it. Unknowingly, he became so comfortable that he was almost asleep, letting out faint snores. Yi Yun tiptoed away and brought a blanket to cover him. Then, in a place where Su Chen could not see, she triumphantly clenched her fist. I've done all this, and you still can't be satisfied? Yi Yun thought to herself. Seeing Su Chen's comfortable expression greatly satisfied her competitive spirit. However, what she did not know was that after she left, a triumphant smile appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. The holiday came to an end. The first thing Su Chen did when he returned to the Tianji Association was to call for Bai Lu. Hey, open it and take a look. Su Chen pointed at the box on the table, one of the accessories he had chosen from the treasure trove of the Maswa chief. Some of them were given to the women in his family, and Su Chen still had a few left. Is this for me? Bai Lu's eyes lit up. She did not expect Su Chen to bring her something back from his vacation. The box was prepared by Su Chen. Bai Lu picked up the box and slowly opened it. Inside was a finely polished bone hairpin. Made from bird bone, it felt incredibly light in Bai Lu's hand, almost weightless. The pin's head was also carved into the shape of a butterfly. Bai Lu set the box down, then held the hairpin in one hand while she loosened her tied-up hair with the other. With a casual twist, her hair was neatly arranged again, and the hairpin was inserted into her hair. Does it look good? Bai Lu turned her head to show Su Chen the hairstyle she had just created with the pin. Not bad. Su Chen clapped in praise. This hairpin wasn't just given to you, Su Chen said. What? The inspector brought me a souvenir, and there's a fee for it? Bai Lu joked. That's not it. For now, let's not focus on the hairpin. Let me test your knowledge. What do you think about this hairpin? Bai Lu recalled. Although this hairpin is made of bone, it is still as white as new. It can be determined to be from the last 100 or 200 years. The Han people rarely use bone products, so it should belong to an ethnic minority. It's likely from a minority that lives by hunting. This item isn't worth too much, but if someone likes it or is researching ethnic minorities, it could fetch a good price. Bai Lu's assessment was quite reliable. Su Chen nodded. That's right. I brought this hairpin back from a minority tribe in the mountains. No wonder you're the inspector. I heard that the minorities there are very exclusive. Well, I have some connections with their chief. Su Chen didn't elaborate much, but it was true. He not only had connections with the current chief but also with the next chief, and their relationship was quite deep. So what you mean is, Bai Lu, having followed old Tian, had a rough idea of what Su Chen was implying. Sure enough, you should help the association establish a connection with that tribe to assist in opening up sales channels. I've checked, there are quite a few antiques there. Bai Lu nodded. The association had done similar things before. It was a win-win situation, benefiting both profit and the development of people's livelihoods. The only challenge was the exclusivity of these tribes, which Su Chen had already resolved. It could be said that it was almost a free achievement. By the way, if there are antiques, let me see them first, Su Chen instructed as Bai Lu was about to leave. She naturally wouldn't refuse. Taking the contact information Su Chen provided, she set about her tasks. After Bai Lu left, Su Chen went out to briefly shitting on her work. This girl, wanting to make him proud, was quite serious about her job. After a busy spell, Suchen found he had no work left on his hands. Just as he was happily lounging in his office chair, ready to take a break, Bai Lu returned. Suchen thought Bai Lu had taken care of everything, but noticing her expression, he realized things were not simple. Bai Lu's eyes were red, clearly having just cried. What happened? Did someone bully you? Suchen stood up and walked over to Bai Lu, speaking gently. Perhaps seeing her pillar of support made Bai Lu unable to hold back any longer. Choking back tears, she said, I just went to the procurement department to follow up on what you instructed, and they made things difficult for me. Suchen understood. He had sent Bai Lu to handle this matter to leverage the association's connections. He didn't expect that someone would dare to make things difficult for his people. Alright, stop crying for now. I'll go help you settle this. Suchen's tone turned grim. He had already given those people a chance, but to be repeatedly made difficult while working for the association was unacceptable. As he spoke, he headed towards the door. No! Bai Lu, not caring about her own distress, quickly grabbed Suchen. The other party has quite a background. There's no need to provoke them over this. And if it's just a small tribe's procurement, I have other ways. Bai Lu explained pitifully. But Suchen wouldn't agree. He had tasked Bai Lu with official business. How could he let it go like this? No! You have to listen to me, Suchen said with an undeniable tone. Bai Lu had no choice but to follow. Li Shitting saw Bai Lu enter Suchen's room with red eyes, and then Suchen stormed out angrily. She guessed that Bai Lu had been bullied. Cousin, let's go. Follow me to get justice for sister Bai Lu. Okay. Li Shitting jumped up happily. She walked over to Bai Lu, wrapped her arm around her, and the two followed behind Suchen. The procurement department was a large department of the Tianji Association with independent financial authority, which even old Tian found hard to interfere with. It was Suchen's first time here. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he could see the entrance of the procurement department flanked by two stone lions from the Ming dynasty. The procurement department was wealthy, as evidenced by this. But Suchen was not someone to be trifled with. He pushed open the door to the procurement department. Where's your supervisor? Come out and see me. Suchen shouted loudly, disregarding the staff coming and going inside the procurement department. He didn't know what scoundrel had bullied Bai Lu, but finding the head of the procurement department was definitely the right move. Suchen was also well known in the Tianji Association, and soon someone reported his presence. The head of the procurement department, Zhang Tianhui, quickly came out. This person had a delicate name and looked quite refined. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and had slicked back hair. He was tall and thin, dressed in all white. He appeared very scholarly. As soon as Zhang Tianhui stepped out of his office, the entire procurement department fell silent. All eyes were on Suchen and Zhang Tianhui. Oh, isn't this Supervisor Su? Supervisor Su, you work efficiently. You finished your duties so quickly and come to inspect our procurement department. Hurry up and welcome Supervisor Su. His subordinates shouted in unison, Welcome, Supervisor Su. Zhang Tianhui smiled at Suchen. His words were laced with sarcasm. Zhang Tianhui's tone implied that he thought Suchen was idle. However, Suchen was not swayed by this. I just came to see how Supervisor Zhang handles things. Why did my people say that you couldn't arrange a channel for procurement? What's going on? Isn't this the job of the procurement department? Suchen's words were quite reasonable. The supervisor indeed had this authority. Moreover, the tasks he assigned to the procurement department were within their scope. There was nothing inappropriate about it. Upon hearing Suchen's words, Zhang Tianhui realized he had to give Suchen an explanation. Even if it was just for appearances, he said. Did you hear what the supervisor said? This is a task assigned by the supervisor. Who was it that received Supervisor Su's subordinates? Step forward. Zhang Tianhui's words seemed to be reprimanding his subordinates. However, neither his tone nor his expression conveyed any blame. His subordinates naturally picked up on this. Supervisor, it was me. A middle-aged man with a round face stepped forward. Supervisor Su, you are just listening to your subordinates. The middle-aged man looked like just a staff member, but he showed no fear in front of Suchen. I never said we wouldn't handle it. It's just that we in the procurement department have to follow procedures. Usually, we can finish quickly, but when there are many tasks, it could take a month or so. The middle-aged man looked aggrieved. Supervisor Zhang, you have to stand up for me. Hearing his subordinate's words, Zhang Tianhui looked troubled. Supervisor, what he said is not wrong. We're just following procedures. Exactly. Our procurement department isn't as idle as some other departments. Even the supervisor has to follow procedures. Isn't this just bullying? Our procurement department really has it tough. Not only Zhang Tianhui but others in the procurement department also began to murmur. From their expressions, it seemed they were discussing quietly, but their voices were loud enough that even Bai Lu, standing at the door, could hear them clearly. Bai Lu felt extremely wronged. This person hadn't said that at the time. What he meant was to make her wait, saying that maybe one day when he was in a good mood, he would take care of it. If he was in a bad mood, it could take ages. Moreover, his attitude was extremely poor. Bai Lu was just about to tell Su Chen what was going on when Su Chen interrupted her with a wave of his hand. Bai Lu didn't have a recording, so this person could say whatever he wanted. Even if Bai Lu explained, no one would take it seriously. Those who wronged you often understand your grievances better than you do. Fine. It's just following the process. Then I'll go through the process with you, Su Chen said. Zhang Tianhui became even more arrogant. He had originally thought that this legendary Inspector Su would be difficult to deal with, but he didn't expect to have him so easily under his control. Su Chen had already seen through the situation in the procurement department. It was obvious that Zhang Tianhui was yet another person sent by the previous inspector. Since taking office, Su Chen had already dealt with quite a few of his people. One could say he had thoroughly offended that person. Now, this head of the procurement department was probably sent to make things difficult for him again. Su Chen had already sentenced this group of people to death in his mind. Come, take Inspector Su. No, wait. This is an inspector. I'll personally attend to him, Zhang Tianhui emphasized. The title of inspector, making it clear that even if you were an inspector, you still had to obediently follow my process, right? In the end, wouldn't you still have to beg me to get things done? Not only Zhang Tianhui, but the whole group from the procurement department also became arrogant. Su Chen observed all of this without showing any emotion. All right, you all can go back. Su Chen signaled for Bai Lu to leave. Bai Lu wanted to stay with Su Chen but was pulled away by Li Shitting. She had the utmost trust in her cousin. Let's go. Supervisor Zhang, to your office. Sure. Inspector, please, follow me. Zhang Tianhui showed no sign of respect on his face. Su Chen followed Zhang Tianhui into the office. Zhang Tianhui pulled out a stack of forms, thick and hefty. Inspector, look at this. This is the process. Seeing that Zhang Tianhui wanted to use the same old trick to brush him off, Su Chen was not going to give him any face. The moment he laid eyes on Zhang Tianhui, he had already grasped his weakness with his eye technique. The reason he didn't expose him in front of everyone was that this person had considerable power and was still somewhat useful to him. Su Chen didn't even look at the forms and walked over to the bookshelf by Zhang Tianhui's desk. This was actually standard for the Tianji Association's staff. Su Chen's office had one too, but Zhang Tianhui's bookshelf held other secrets. Sure enough, when Zhang Tianhui saw Su Chen's actions, he immediately became nervous. Inspector, let's hurry up and finish the process. My subordinate can help you with your matters. But Su Chen pretended not to hear and continued flipping through the books one by one. Inspector, Zhang Tianhui could no longer sit still and walked directly in front of Su Chen. Why is Supervisor Zhang so nervous? Su Chen raised his hand and picked up a book from the top shelf. Zhang Tianhui's eyes widened in alarm. A mechanical sound echoed. Su Chen casually walked to a corner of the office where a painting hung on the wall. Even if you are an inspector, you can't just mess with my things. Zhang Tianhui was completely flustered and hurried over to block Su Chen. But being thin and frail, he couldn't stop Su Chen, who pushed him back 3 to 5 meters. Stumbling, he barely managed to steady himself. In that moment, Su Chen had already lifted the painting off the wall, revealing a safe behind it. Su Chen entered the password. He moved with such ease, as if this were his own office and the safe's password was set by him. Click. The safe opened. Zhang Tianhui, who had been standing still, suddenly collapsed to the ground. Inside the safe, there was nothing but a few notebooks. These contained records of Zhang Tianhui's bribery and dealings with outside parties using his power over the years. This was something Zhang Tianhui had never disclosed to anyone, not even to his subordinates or family. He never expected Su Chen to uncover it. As Zhang Tianhui looked at the ledger in Su Chen's hands, this was no ordinary ledger. It was his lifeline. Supervisor Su. Zhang Tianhui wanted to say something, but he felt his throat tighten, unable to speak. His gaze towards Su Chen was filled with a hint of terror. Previously, when some people in the association were caught by Su Chen, he thought it was just those individuals who were not clean enough. But now, he realized that the problem lay with Su Chen himself. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he had connections everywhere. A chill ran down Zhang Tianhui's back. He felt as if there were eyes belonging to Su Chen watching him from behind. How else would he know about the matters concerning his ledger? It was laughable that he had once considered making an enemy of such a person. Zhang Tianhui slumped to the ground, bitterly smiling. Su Chen casually flipped through the ledger, just one page was enough to get Zhang Tianhui executed. Suchen took out his phone and snapped a few photos. Then he stuffed the ledger back in, thoughtfully closing the safe and resetting the mechanism. This ledger involved too many people. Suchen didn't want to act just yet. As long as he could keep Zhang Tianhui under control, that was enough. Watching Suchen's actions, a sudden glimmer appeared in Zhang Tianhui's deadpan eyes. That glimmer was called hope. Supervisor Su. Zhang Tianhui tentatively spoke up. From now on, I will definitely follow Supervisor Su's lead. Zhang Tianhui was a smart man. Suchen had only taken a few symbolic photos before putting the ledger back. He must want to leave him a way out. As long as he was still useful, Suchen wouldn't do anything to him. Although being under someone else's control felt unpleasant, it was better than losing his fortune and life. Suchen looked at Zhang Tianhui, who had his head down and said nothing, quietly observing him. Just as Zhang Tianhui began to doubt whether he had misunderstood, Suchen slowly spoke. Good. After saying this word, Suchen turned and left. He believed that Zhang Tianhui, being a clever man, would understand his meaning. Zhang Tianhui watched Suchen's departing figure and let out a long sigh of relief. He knew he had escaped this calamity. Zhang Tianhui propped himself up with both hands to stand, and sat back down in his office chair. He didn't move the ledger. Even if he did, Suchen would know where it was. After a moment of recovery, once the cold sweat on his back evaporated, he quickly called his subordinates. Supervisor? It's still you. That kid Suchen has no way to deal with us. The middle-aged man from earlier walked in, immediately giving a thumbs up and flattering Zhang Tianhui. Zhang Tianhui looked around and quickly stood up from his chair, kicking his subordinate to the ground. What Suchen? That's Supervisor Su. The kicked subordinate looked at Zhang Tianhui in confusion. When Suchen had just left the office, although he appeared calm, the procurement department was discussing how he must have been put in his place. Unexpectedly, looking at the situation, it was clear that the one who had been put in his place was their own supervisor. But this man didn't show it. Instead, he echoed, yes. Supervisor Su. What about the matters Supervisor Su instructed? Do I still need to say, go handle it immediately? And you, pass it down, from now on, regarding Supervisor Su's matters. Zhang Tianhui thought for a moment, stood up and walked out. I'll say it myself. Zhang Tianhui pushed open the office door and walked into the procurement department's workspace. Ahem. Everyone, quiet down. Supervisor Su just guided my work in my office and I was greatly inspired. From now on, our procurement department must learn from Supervisor Su. By the way, the matters Supervisor Su instructed regarding the Tianji Association are simply a win-win. Go handle it immediately. After saying this, Zhang Tianhui walked back into his office without looking back. He was still a bit shaken from the earlier encounter, leaving everyone in the office with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. When Suchen returned to his office, Bai Lu excitedly informed him that the procurement department was already handling the matters he had instructed. Suchen smiled under the odd gazes of Bai Lu and Li. Shitting, he returned to the office. Although he had resolved the matter, Suchen's mood was not good. During this time, Suchen discovered that the Tianji Association had been deeply infiltrated by the previous inspector. Besides the procurement minister, there were quite a few others involved, entangled in regional power struggles. Today, he could threaten the head of the procurement department purely by chance, having caught him in a compromising position. However, such good fortune was not something that happened every time. After all, the eye technique was not mind reading. It couldn't always accurately capture evidence of others' crimes. A few days later, Suchen finally received intelligence from Hong Jie. There had been progress regarding the counterfeit goods. However, for the details, Hong Jie wanted to meet with Suchen. Since this was not a private investigation, Suchen was not worried about being recognized. He drove straight from the Tianji Association to the ghost market. Before he even reached Hong Jie's shop, he heard a commotion. This was unusual. Although the ghost market was named as such, the people who came here were not ordinary folks. They held themselves in high regard and rarely got into conflicts. Suchen quickened his pace. Inside Hong Jie's shop, a bald man in a black trench coat and sunglasses was pointing at a porcelain bowl on Hong Jie's counter, chattering incessantly. By this time, Suchen had gathered most of the story. This bald man had bought a Qing dynasty official kiln porcelain bowl from Hong Jie's shop yesterday. Hong Jie had assured him that it was absolutely genuine. However, the bald man claimed that after returning home, he felt something was off, so he had someone authenticate it, only to find it was a counterfeit. Name, Ma Qing, age 38, height 1 meter 91, personality, greedy, cunning, bold, secret matter, counterfeiting family. Ma Qing's ancestors made a living through counterfeiting, but by his generation, the craft had declined. Ma Qing could only replicate some porcelain from after the Qing dynasty. However, due to stricter inspections by the Tianji Association recently, it had become difficult for Ma Qing to sell his fakes, so he set his sights on the ghost market. Su Chen chuckled. It turned out this man was out to scam because of the recent crackdown on counterfeit goods by the association. From the information he gathered through the eye technique, Ma Qing's methods were evident. It was clear he had taken Hong Jie's genuine item, then went home to create a fake, coming out to pull a scam. Su Chen used the eye technique to examine the fake porcelain bowl on the counter, and indeed, the production date was yesterday. Ma Qing was aware that although this was the ghost market, the clientele consisted of high-ranking officials and nobles, unlike the antique markets outside where transactions were final and no responsibility was taken afterward. Admitting it was genuine while selling a fake would tarnish his reputation. The fakes in Hong Jie's shop were merely meant to deceive those who were inexperienced and lacked connections. Ma Qing, feeling justified, was already considering using force, relying on his strong physique. Boss lady, do you have surveillance in this shop? I took it home for less than a night, and here I am this morning. If you don't refund me, don't blame me for being rude. Ma Qing kept shaking his head, making cracking sounds that, combined with his towering figure, created an overwhelming sense of pressure. Although Hong Jie had been in the ghost market for many years, she was ultimately a weak woman. She kept explaining, but Ma Qing, being a counterfeiter himself, naturally wouldn't listen. As Hong Jie continued to explain, he grew impatient. The thing is right here. I'll just take the money. 200,000. I won't take more from you. As he spoke, he reached to rummage through Hong Jie's counter. Those in this line of work always kept some cash on hand. Don't! Hong Jie naturally didn't want that and stepped forward to stop him. But she was no match for Ma Qing. With a shove, she fell to the ground, helplessly watching Ma Qing open her drawer. A deep sense of powerlessness surged in Hong Jie's heart. If only someone could help me, she thought. It was at this moment that Su Chen arrived. He was originally hiding in the shadows, assessing the situation. By the time he saw Ma Qing trying to snatch the money for himself, even pushing aside Hong Jie, it was already too late for him to step in. When Su Chen entered the store, Hong Jie was already lying on the ground. Fraud and robbery are not the same concept. Su Chen didn't have time to think much. He hurried over to help Hong Jie up. Then, in the astonished gaze of Hong Jie, he kicked Ma Qing away. The eye technique not only granted Su Chen enhanced vision but also improved his physical abilities. Coupled with the training he had undergone during this time, his physical fitness had visibly increased. Who? Ma Qing, being a man over 6 feet tall, didn't fall down from Su Chen's kick. He merely staggered back a few steps. Upon seeing Su Chen protecting Hong Jie, he immediately reacted. Oh, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just this woman's lover. Ma Qing brushed off the dust from his clothes. Kid, your woman is selling counterfeit goods. Can't I just take my compensation myself? Ma Qing had a face full of flesh and a sinister grin. If it were an ordinary person, they might have shown fear. But Su Chen was not afraid of such things. He ignored Ma Qing's words and instead turned to Hong Jie. How are you? Are you okay? Hong Jie, who was usually independent and self-reliant, felt cared for the first time. I'm fine. At that moment, she had lost her usual confidence and appeared somewhat girlish. Su Chen could naturally see that Hong Jie was trying to appear strong and composed. He patted her forehead and whispered, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." But Ma Qing couldn't stand it any longer. Hey, kid, I'm talking to you. Your woman is selling counterfeit goods, did you hear that? Ma Qing's eyes rolled. You two are selling counterfeit goods and still won't admit it? This can't be a black market, right? Come and see. There's a black market here, selling counterfeit goods and refusing to take responsibility. Ma Qing was just a hot-headed youth, usually hanging around the antique market, and this was his first attempt at a ghost market. Naturally, he didn't know what kind of people were here. The people from the ghost market were also seeing this for the first time. Many sellers and buyers gathered at the entrance of Hong Jie's store to join the commotion. Everyone, let's judge this. I bought a porcelain bowl here yesterday. She promised it was genuine, but when I got home, I found it was fake and wanted to return it, and she wouldn't even acknowledge it. She even sent her lover to beat me. As more people gathered, Ma Qing began to feel excited. The over 6-foot-tall Ma Qing put on a wronged expression that didn't match his stature. If Su Chen didn't know the truth, he might have really thought he was suffering a great injustice. On the other hand, Hong Jie, protected behind Su Chen, didn't care about this little loss anymore. Ma Qing kept calling her a lover, which stirred something in Hong Jie's heart. Su Chen watched Ma Qing's performance like he was watching a clown. Actually, I don't want much. She said this porcelain bowl was real, and if I don't want it, that's fine. I don't care if it's real or fake, just give me back my money. Seeing the crowd starting to discuss, Ma Qing felt a sense of triumph. He had sold that porcelain bowl and could make quite a profit. If he could get his money back, it would be a lucrative deal. This money would be enough for him to get through this period of strict inspections by the Tianji Association. However, Su Chen didn't want Ma Qing to have his way. Oh, is that so? Can you guarantee that the bowl you brought back today is the same one from yesterday? Su Chen's words made Ma Qing a bit flustered, but he was still confident in his skills. Of course. Doesn't your store have surveillance? Just check it yourself. It's exactly the same. Is that so? Su Chen paused. The smug look on Ma Qing's face grew even more pronounced. But how does this bowl look like it was fired long ago and then painted afterward? Su Chen pointed out the key issue. Firing porcelain bowls is quite labor-intensive. It can't be done in just a day or two. If someone wanted to counterfeit, they would have to first fire a batch of porcelain blanks. Then, they would buy a similar porcelain bowl from Hong Jie's store and paint it back at home. If it weren't for this, there would be no way to ensure they could return with a fake bowl the next day. Hong Jie also knew that Ma Qing was up to no good, but she couldn't articulate why. Don't talk nonsense. You were only together for a moment, of course, you're helping her. Although Su Chen had exposed him, Ma Qing still held his ground. Seeing this, Su Chen didn't say much more and asked the landlady for a candle, which she lit. Ma Qing immediately became a bit flustered. His family's craft could indeed burn the porcelain first and then paint the patterns, but that relied on a secret family formula for the paint. This paint was most afraid of heat. Sure enough, as Su Chen slowly brought the candle closer to the porcelain bowl, the paint on the bowl bloomed and flowed down. The onlookers gasped in amazement. However, in this situation, Ma Qing instead calmed down. See? I told you it was you guys who were faking it. Otherwise, how would you know what was going on with this bowl? Su Chen, hearing this, didn't argue with him. He directly took out his credentials. Can you read? Su Chen held the credentials in front of Ma Qing's eyes. Heaven, Pole, Association, Supervision. Ma Qing looked at the credentials, reading each word slowly. Then he turned and ran. Su Chen had long anticipated Ma Qing's move. He stuck out his foot to trip him. The man, standing at nearly 2 meters tall, lost his balance and fell over. Ma Qing heard the laughter of the onlookers and his face burned with embarrassment. He knew he was done for this time. Su Chen gestured to the crowd. The things in this ghost market are indeed good, but there are some unscrupulous people who come to disturb the peace here. I'm taking him away. Su Chen's meaning was clear. He told the people who came to the ghost market that although he was from the association, he was just here to catch a counterfeiter. He posed no threat to the ghost market. Naturally, everyone here was smart. After understanding Su Chen's intention, they dispersed. Su Chen grabbed the pale-faced Ma Qing and threw him into Hong Jie's small storage room. He then called for members of the Tianji Association to take Ma Qing away. Throughout the process, Hong Jie stood quietly to the side, watching Su Chen arrange everything. She enjoyed this feeling immensely. Su Chen was on a roll, and rumors spread that even the head of the procurement department couldn't handle him. The members of the Tianji Association dared not defy Su Chen's orders. Although the ghost market was in the suburbs, members of the Tianji Association arrived quickly. Inspector, 3 agents stood respectfully in front of Su Chen. Take that kid in the storage room away. He's a counterfeiter. Interrogate him thoroughly, he has a lot of fake goods at home. Yes. By the way, Su Chen glanced at Hong Jie and continued, that kid has a bowl just like this one, which belongs to the victim. Remember to return it later. Upon hearing this, Hong Jie looked deeply at Su Chen. She had indeed received money for the porcelain bowl. After the members of the Tianji Association left, Hong Jie closed the door. She had Su Chen sit down, serving tea and bringing many snacks. Her attitude was much better than before. Su Chen didn't rush her, just sat quietly on the sofa watching her. Once Hong Jie finished her tasks, she sat beside Su Chen. Inspector, recently, that group has sent another batch of goods to the ghost market. They've even contacted me. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Such frequent shipments of counterfeit goods indicated that this group was indeed unusual. When are they selling the goods? It's today. Hearing Hong Jie's words, Su Chen immediately became restless. Last time, Hong Jie had mentioned that this group usually contacted trusted shop owners after bringing the goods. They didn't care how much each person bought, they sold everything and left without lingering. If it was the same today, they could catch them red-handed. Hong Jie noticed Su Chen's anxiety. Why don't we go now? Alright, let's go. Su Chen stood up from the sofa, but Hong Jie remained in place, not moving. What's wrong? Su Chen asked, puzzled. If the inspector goes like this, the people will be scared away, Hong Jie said, covering her mouth and laughing. How about this? I'll link my arm with yours, and we can pretend to be a couple. It will be a bit of a burden for you, Inspector, Hong Jie said, throwing a flirtatious glance at Su Chen. Naturally, Su Chen wouldn't refuse. He extended his arm, and Hong Jie naturally wrapped hers around it. This woman has quite a bit of substance, Su Chen thought. The two walked towards the sales location. According to Hong Jie, the trading spots were not fixed. This ghost market was originally on the second underground level, and this time the sales location was even further down. The last trading spot wasn't even in the ghost market. The two descended the stairs. Upon opening the door, Su Chen was taken aback. Using his eye technique, he saw that all the security here were foreigners. Not a single Chinese person in sight. Su Chen felt a bit worried. He hadn't asked Hongjie in detail about the trading venue before coming. He couldn't speak a word of Japanese. But at that moment, Hongjie deliberately nudged Su Chen, signaling him to relax. With her arms still around Su Chen, Hongjie confidently conversed with the foreigners in Japanese. During the conversation, the two even smiled at Su Chen. He had no idea what they were saying, but he smiled back. After dealing with the first foreigner, it became easier. However, the security was still quite tight. Su Chen followed Hongjie and handed over his phone to one of the foreigners. Next, a man and a woman, both foreigners, used metal detectors to search the bodies of the men and women coming in. The search didn't end there was even an X-ray security check. Once they completed these procedures, the two were finally allowed to proceed inside. This place had been turned into an auction venue by the foreigners. The sales method was the same as last time, very simple, using a bidding process. For each batch of goods, the foreigners would set a base price, and after all bidders placed their bids, the results would be revealed. The highest bidder wins. Su Chen and Hongjie arrived early, and there weren't many people yet. They casually found a place to sit down. At this moment, Su Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. Does Inspector still not trust me? I said I would bring you here, and I did. Hongjie playfully winked. Isn't it because I can't understand what the foreigners are saying? Su Chen changed the subject. What did you just say to the foreigners? They were both smiling at me. Ahem. Hongjie, who had been relaxed, suddenly blushed. I told them you are my new boyfriend. Hongjie replied dismissively. It couldn't be that simple. Su Chen didn't press further. Some things didn't need to be clarified. However, Hongjie's fluent Japanese made Su Chen a bit curious. He had used his eye technique on her. She was indeed a pure Chinese. If she had even a hint of foreign blood, he wouldn't have felt so at ease working with her. Su Chen didn't shy away from it. You're quite impressive. I didn't expect you to speak Japanese. If it weren't for you, I might have shown my weakness. I can speak more than just Japanese. Russian, Latin, French. In our line of work, you have to deal with many people. If you don't have some skills, you can't survive in the ghost market. Actually, I noticed that bald guy was looking for trouble, but what could I do? If I called the police, everyone in the ghost market would be after me. Hongjie's voice carried a weariness that belied her age. Then you're quite remarkable. I originally thought you were just some street punk, a little delinquent. Turns out I misjudged you. After hearing Su Chen's words, Hongjie seemed to fall into deep thought. Suggestions? Hongjie pulled out a cigarette and asked Su Chen. He shook his head. She lit the cigarette, took a deep drag, and then exhaled slowly. I got my doctorate from the Capital University of Foreign Studies. A hint of nostalgia and pride shone in Hongjie's eyes. I was just a step away from entering the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. What a pity. Hongjie stopped there. Forget it, talking about this now is meaningless. Being able to make a living with what I learned before is already a blessing from heaven. Su Chen looked at Hongjie and decided not to press further. Everyone has difficult pasts they prefer not to revisit. However, Su Chen's perception of Hongjie improved significantly. The two continued their conversation, and time passed quickly. More and more people entered the venue, some from the ghost market and others outsiders. Su Chen and Hongjie, one young and handsome, the other charming and alluring, naturally attracted a lot of attention. Isn't that Hongjie? I spotted you from afar. A few middle-aged men approached. These men were all vendors from the ghost market, considered competitors to Hongjie, especially the one speaking, Han Lang. He was a widower who had been fixated on Hongjie. After being rejected multiple times, he grew resentful and began to oppose her. At every turn, I said, why doesn't Hongjie look at our brother Han? Turns out she's keeping a pretty boy. Hey, kid, how much does Hongjie pay you a month? The few men behind Han Lang also provoked. Horror. Hongjie had been in the ghost market for so many years and was not one to back down. I just like pretty boys. Much better than you old geezers. If you had the heart, you wouldn't be so weak. As she spoke, Hongjie leaned into Su Chen's embrace. Han Lang's face naturally couldn't hold up, and he spat out a few more nasty remarks. But Hongjie shot them all back at him. Unfortunately, with so many people around, Hongjie still found herself at a disadvantage. As more and more people noticed the commotion, Han Lang, fearing embarrassment, left with his few cronies. Throughout this, Su Chen said nothing, quietly observing the group. Because of this, they genuinely mistook Su Chen for a pretty boy. What's wrong? Are you a bit upset? I didn't help you speak up? After Han Lang left, Su Chen smiled at Hongjie. Although Hongjie was annoyed that Su Chen didn't help her, she wouldn't admit it. However, her puffed-up expression was something even a 3-year-old couldn't hide, let alone Su Chen. Su Chen waved his hand, signaling Hong Jia to lean in closer. Despite her feigned anger, Hong Jia obediently complied. That Han Lang, he's having an affair with the wife of your Ghost Market's manager. And those guys behind him, Zhu Kai is dirty and keeps videos of the wealthy who visit his shop. Zhao Hu has connections with the cops and wants to inform them about his other rivals' warehouses. Before Su Chen could finish, Hong Jia turned her head, looking at him in shock. Su Chen didn't explain, just placed his index finger to his lips, making a should gesture. If it weren't for the mission and the inappropriateness of causing a scene here, Su Chen wouldn't let those guys off so easily. Now that he had shared their dirt with Hong Jia, she would know what to do. Hong Jia composed herself, realizing that the person before her was an inspector. It would be easy to handle a few ghost market vendors. She immediately leaned sweetly against Su Chen's shoulder. In the distance, Han Lang, who had been watching, was seething with anger. The auction quickly began. The first item displayed was a set of fakes. It was a set of porcelain from the Ming dynasty, a pair of porcelain vases, 10 porcelain bowls, and a porcelain teapot. The starting price set by the Japanese was 500,000. This was a very low price. If it were genuine, it could fetch at least 10 times that in the market. Moreover, Su Chen had seen these items. Although the counterfeiting technique wasn't as advanced as the previous bronze artifacts, it was sufficient for porcelain. Most people wouldn't be able to tell the difference. This was just one set. According to Hong Jia, the last auction sold over 20 sets of fakes. With such quantity and enough counterfeiting skill to confuse the genuine with the fake, it was clear that the little Japanese wanted to muddy the domestic market. Su Chen felt a bit regretful. If his phone hadn't been confiscated at the entrance, he could have notified the Tianji Association to sweep the place. Every single one of these Japanese would be caught. For now, the only plan was to get these fakes in hand. Once they were out of this place, they could come back and catch them red-handed. What should we do? Red Sister leaned close to Su Chen's ear and whispered. Su Chen patted her hand, signaling her to be patient. After the Japanese introduced this batch of fakes, many people couldn't hold back and went to place their bets. Name, bid document, description, a paper bid document stating a total of 800,000 yuan. Su Chen's eye technique clearly saw the bids of all the participants. After all, it was fake goods, so these people wouldn't bid too high. Once most people had submitted their bids, Su Chen quietly said to Red Sister, 830,000. Don't worry, this money will be reimbursed by the association. Red Sister nodded and submitted the bid document. As expected, Su Chen successfully secured this batch of goods. Those two are really lucky. Han Lang also participated in the bidding, and 80,000 was his bid. After the host announced Red Sister's victory, Han Lang glared at the two with red eyes filled with resentment. Su, you're really impressive. Red Sister didn't reveal Su Chen's identity. She didn't expect that with just a casual bid, Su Chen would secure this batch of goods so steadily. Su Chen smiled but said nothing, continuing to observe. He didn't keep bidding continuously. After every 1 or 2 rounds, he would place a bid. After securing 5 or 6 groups of fakes, he stopped. Too much is as bad as too little. Bidding too much would be counterproductive. At this moment, Han Lang also realized that it wasn't just Red Sister's luck. We really underestimated this Red Sister before, Han Lang said to a few friends. However, Zhu Kai disagreed. Brother Han, this woman has been here before and only managed to grab one group. She even overbid quite a bit. The real impressive one is that pretty boy. Exactly. From what I see, it's all that pretty boy strategizing. Zhao Hu chimed in. Listening to their words, Han Lang also caught on, looking at Su Chen with apprehension. The remaining bidders, unaware of the underlying reasons, assumed that Red Sister was simply very capable and had a steady valuation. The auction quickly came to an end. After Su Chen followed Red Sister to the back to pay, he would be able to collect the items he had won. It was quite a distance to that place. Red Sister wore a proud expression all the way, knowing that this batch of items would eventually be taken away, but others were unaware. As the two reached a corner, suddenly a woman in a kimono appeared. The tea she was holding spilled all over Su Chen. The same scene, the same woman in a kimono. Su Chen was taken aback. He remembered that last time at the Japanese's clubhouse, this woman in a kimono had saved his life. If it weren't for her, he would have been blown to pieces by the bomb in the car. However, Su Chen wasn't foolish enough to recognize her now. Her sudden appearance surely had ulterior motives. What's wrong with you? This outfit is ruined, you'll have to pay for it at least. Su Chen said angrily, looking disdainfully at the wet spots on his clothes. The woman in the kimono repeatedly bowed her head, saying something in Japanese. She kept gesturing with her hands, pointing in one direction. She says she's sorry and wants to take you to the changing room to tidy up. Red Sister acted as a translator at this moment. Sigh. What bad luck for me. You can go get the goods yourself, Su Chen said to Red Sister. Then he turned to the woman in the kimono and said, "Let's go." Su-chen gestured with his hand. Red's sister naturally wouldn't stop him. After all, collecting the goods was just for evidence. The two parted ways. The woman in the kimono also stood up and walked in the direction she had just pointed to. Su-chen followed behind her, winding through to a secluded dressing room. Once inside, the woman in the kimono immediately placed her finger over her lips. The two exchanged glances. Su-chen understood this meant to keep quiet, so he nodded in agreement. The woman first closed the door and then locked it tightly. She then began to search the dressing room thoroughly. The wardrobe, the ceiling, under the chairs, she searched meticulously, not even overlooking under the water cup. To Su-chen's surprise, there was indeed a button-like device there. It was undoubtedly a listening device. Finding these things is not enough. The woman stood on the chair and took out a small black box from the ceiling. The box was covered in buttons. After she fiddled with it, Su-chen heard a ding sound coming from the box. Then he saw the woman in the kimono let out a sigh of relief. Only after doing all this did she speak to Su-chen. "Do you know you're playing with fire? Do you know you're playing with fire?" This was the first thing the woman in the kimono said. "If you had really gone in to get the goods just now, He Chong-yang would have been right there, and you would definitely have been recognized. You wouldn't have made it out alive today." Her words sent a chill down Su-chen's spine. What kind of existence was the He-chong family? He had learned about it after narrowly escaping last time. They were the largest Yakuza force in Japan. Although He Chong-yang had significant power in Huagua, he was actually just a small branch of the He-chong family. But even such a small branch could easily deal with him. Su-chen couldn't imagine what the consequences would have been if he had run into He Chong-yang just now. "Thank you. Counting last time, you've saved me twice." Now, Su-chen sincerely thanked the woman in front of him. "By the way, I still don't know your name." The woman shook her head. "You don't need to know my name. I am an agent from the Domestic Special Operations Agency infiltrating the He-chong family in Japan. Codename, Nightingale. So that's how it is." Su-chen looked at Nightingale in front of him. No wonder she had saved him multiple times. "But you don't need to thank me. I know about your situation." Nightingale continued. "You have donated 2 town-protecting artifacts to the country. That is an indelible contribution, something that someone like me, a covert operative, cannot compare to." Su-chen could tell that Nightingale was not lying. However, he still didn't understand. "Although I donated the artifacts, which counts as a sacrifice, I also gained a position and the honor given by the country. I don't dare to compare myself to frontline intelligence personnel like you." Nightingale did not answer Su-chen's confusion. "The importance of the artifacts is beyond your imagination. You will understand in the future." Su-chen wanted to ask more questions, but at that moment, noises came from outside the room. Nightingale signaled for Su-chen to be quiet. She repositioned the listening device and then peeked outside. Seeing that no one was around, she let Su-chen leave. The two parted ways. Su-chen retraced his steps along the path he had come from. The corridor was filled with choking smoke, and cries for help echoed all around. Su-chen frowned tightly. This situation must be a fire. He thought it was bad. A perfectly good venue suddenly caught fire. He couldn't believe it was caused by those devils. If this fire spread, it would truly leave no trace behind. Moreover, it indicated that his arrangements had been discovered. The flames grew larger, and the smoke became unbearable. Su-chen couldn't afford to think about much. He covered his mouth and nose with his clothing and crouched down to walk. Fortunately, Su-chen's eye technique was still effective, otherwise, with so much smoke in an unfamiliar place, he would surely get lost. But even so, Su-chen found it very difficult to move. Cries for help were everywhere, and people were running around in panic trying to escape. Suddenly, Su-chen stopped in his tracks. He saw not far away, Hong Jia was in the venue, panicking. Su-chen couldn't think much and rushed over. "It's me, Su-chen." Hong Jia was suddenly grabbed by someone and, startled, her first reaction was to resist. Su-chen could only shout loudly in her ear. His name seemed to have a magical effect, and Hong Jia quickly calmed down. She hugged Su-chen tightly and then quickly let go. Escaping was the priority now. "Follow me." The surrounding environment was extremely noisy, and Su-chen had to shout loudly. Hong Jia nodded. Su-chen pulled her along, and they hadn't gone far when Hong Jia heard a loud crash behind her. She turned to look and saw a spotlight from the ceiling, sparking as it fell. There was no time for Red Sister to feel fear. Su-chen quickened his pace. The situation at the venue was dire. Flames were everywhere. Su-chen chose the path with the least fire and the closest exit. But even so, the two of them were still in a sorry state. By the time they left the fire scene, they were both covered in soot and dirt. After exiting the warehouse, Su-chen didn't bother to clean himself up. He immediately sought a way to contact the association members. Although neither of them had a phone, fortunately, Su Chen's eye technique revealed that a member of the Tianji Association was hiding not far away. As Su Chen approached, the person was still unsure if Su Chen was coming toward him. When Su Chen stood in front of him, the association member incredulously jumped down from the tree trunk where he had been hiding. "Inspector, how did you find me?" The association staff recognized Su Chen. "What's the situation now?" Su Chen had no time for small talk. Seeing Su Chen's grim face, the staff member didn't dare to ask further and quickly reported, "We received news from the inspector and surrounded the warehouse immediately. However, we hadn't heard from you and didn't dare to act rashly." The staff member's voice gradually grew quieter. When the smoke started billowing from the warehouse, our team leader realized something was wrong and led a search inside. But the fire was too intense. The person didn't dare to continue. "So, you gathered no intelligence at all?" Su Chen's expression darkened further. The atmosphere was heavy, and the Tianji Association staff member felt almost suffocated. "Yes, our team leader said over the radio that they found nothing. Moreover, it said that many people died. I was guarding outside, and you are the third person I saw come out," the staff member said tremulously. "Damn it!" Su Chen punched the tree trunk. The trunk shook a few times in response. Red's sister wanted to say something beside him but ultimately held her tongue. The staff member was so frightened he didn't dare to make a sound. Even his breathing was cautious. Su Chen felt he had underestimated this gang of thugs. Truly, they were a ruthless underworld family acting so heartlessly. They were nothing but a bunch of beasts. There were quite a few people attending this auction, yet only 3 waves managed to escape. By the way, what about the thugs inside? Su Chen suddenly remembered something and grabbed the staff member by the collar. I don't know about this direction, but other colleagues over there. The staff member hesitated to continue. Speak. There indeed was a group of people, but the team leader led a large group inside, and there were only a few outsiders. Su Chen released his grip. This was truly the biggest setback he had ever experienced. He turned and headed toward his car, where he had a spare phone. He didn't give further instructions for the next actions. The Tianji Association members on the scene were seasoned veterans. They knew how to handle the aftermath. Red's sister did not follow him and returned to the ghost market alone. Su Chen went home and tidied himself up a bit. He didn't want to return to the Tianji Association looking disheveled. Sure enough, not long after he finished cleaning up, he received a call from Elder Tian. He asked to meet Su Chen at the Tianji Association. Su Chen went straight to Elder Tian's office. In the large office, only Elder Tian was present. He was still sitting by the window at the tea table, drinking tea alone. Although Elder Tian's expression was as inscrutable as usual, Su Chen could sense that he was suppressing his anger. As for who this anger was directed at, Su Chen could only guess. "Su Chen, sit down. You've worked hard this time." Elder Tian beckoned Su Chen to take a seat. Su Chen noticed that when Elder Tian saw him, it seemed like he let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that this anger was not directed at him. Once Su Chen sat down in front of him, Elder Tian scrutinized him closely. "So, how was it? I heard the fire was quite severe. Were you hurt?" Elder Tian's eyes were filled with concern, like an elder caring for a younger one. "No, I got out in time." Su Chen shook his head. "That's good. You are the seedling I've set my sights on. If anything goes wrong, I won't let them off the hook." Old Tian sighed. "What are your thoughts on this operation?" In response to Old Tian's question, Su Chen pondered carefully. He first reported the events to Old Tian. This counterfeit transaction was orchestrated by the He-Chong family from Neon. Old Tian's gaze sharpened. He only knew that there had been a significant fire at the scene, but the specifics were unclear. He didn't expect this incident to be linked to the Japanese. Old Tian remained silent, continuing to listen to Su Chen's report. "When I entered the scene to dispose of the stolen goods, although there were Japanese inspecting, I had an insider's cover, so nothing was revealed. The auction process went very smoothly, and I managed to bid on several sets of counterfeits, preparing to catch them red-handed." Su Chen paused and continued. "It was only after the auction ended and I sent people to collect the goods that the fire broke out. It must have been at that moment that my personnel were discovered." Su Chen finished his speculation. He looked up at Old Tian, only to find that Old Tian's expression was somewhat unnatural. "Is there something else going on?" Old Tian did not answer Su Chen's question but instead began discussing another topic. "This operation has caused such a significant incident, with a death toll that is unprecedented in recent years. Although it's not our fault, someone has escalated the matter to higher authorities and they will definitely investigate." Old Tian did not state it outright. Su Chen recalled the anger he had seen in Old Tian's eyes earlier and had already guessed the general situation. Although his plan was not foolproof, it was meticulously arranged. Aside from himself, only people within the association knew about it. Now that he had just come out of the scene. Someone had already reported the matter to the higher-ups. It was clear that there was a mole within the association. He Chongyang must have known about his capture attempt and set the fire to destroy the evidence, likely due to the mole's betrayal. The mole wanted to use the He Chong family to eliminate him. How could they do this? They are the Japanese. Su Chen could no longer sit still. He could handle direct confrontations, whether overt or covert. He was not afraid of either. But these people were actually collaborating with the Japanese, and right when he was executing the capture operation. Don't they realize how much chaos that batch of counterfeits would cause if it got out? Su Chen was furious. Old Tian looked at Su Chen's outburst, not angry but rather relieved. Sit down. Let's talk slowly. Old Tian's voice was calm and steady, as if it had a magical power that soothed Su Chen's emotions. I know you've been wronged. None of this is your fault. But we still lack evidence, and everything needs to be planned carefully, Old Tian said, comforting Su Chen as if he were his own disciple. On a professional level, Su Chen was capable, his appraisal skills were unmatched. In the Tianji Association, and his investigative abilities were also superb. In just a few days, he had caught the He Chong family in a bind. On a personal level, Su Chen was someone Old Tian had personally promoted, naturally belonging to Old Tian's faction. No matter what, Old Tian did not want to see Su Chen get into trouble. Rest assured, the pressure from the association has nothing to do with you. As long as I'm around, no one can touch you. Old Tian spoke sincerely, and Su Chen felt deeply moved. So what should we do next? Old Tian gestured for Su Chen to come closer, and the two began to whisper their plans. When Su Chen walked out of Old Tian's office, his mood had improved slightly. Although there was a mole in the association, Old Tian also had countermeasures. But there was no rush, they could only take it one step at a time. Su Chen returned to his office and saw Bai Lu and Li Shitting chatting and laughing about something. It was the first time Su Chen had seen Bai Lu with such an expression. She usually handled matters in a very businesslike manner. Ahem. It's work hours now, what are you two doing? The sudden voice startled the two. Bai Lu, who had been sitting upright in her office chair, straightened her posture. Li Shitting, standing beside her, also stood up straight. But soon, Li Shitting, who knew Su Chen the best, sensed something was off. She turned her head and saw that it was indeed her cousin who had come. Cousin, you scared me. Li Shitting stomped her foot. I'll tell Aunt when I get back that you're bullying me at the company. Li Shitting pouted, looking just like when she was a child and had been bullied by him. Su Chen couldn't help but step forward and poke her cheek. Bai Lu, who had been sitting so straight, relaxed a bit. Supervisor Su, you're back. She had been at the association for a long time and naturally knew that Su Chen had encountered a fire during his mission. She also knew that he might be blamed by the higher-ups. However, she didn't say anything, partly to avoid worrying Li Shitting and partly because she assumed Su Chen wouldn't want to hear about it right now. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, Su Chen noticed Bai Lu's concerned gaze. And that girl, hiding behind Li Shitting, was constantly sizing him up, seemingly checking if he was hurt. None of this could escape Su Chen's notice. A warmth spread in his heart. Yes, I'm back. That's good. At that moment, seeing Su Chen unharmed, Bai Lu let out a sigh of relief. What are you two playing at? Li Shitting looked at the two, feeling that the atmosphere was a bit strange. She didn't know about Su Chen's mission, as it was to prevent her family from worrying about her. Children shouldn't interrupt when adults are talking. Su Chen ruffled her hair, messing it up. This was his favorite thing to do when he was a child. Seeing this, Li Shitting pretended to be angry and lightly punched Su Chen. Looking at the two in front of him, the pent-up frustration in Su Chen's heart dissipated significantly. Especially Li Shitting, she was simply Su Chen's source of joy. What were you two talking about? You were laughing so happily just now. Su Chen was quite curious. He wanted to know what could make the usually serious Bai Lu laugh so joyfully. You want to know? Li Shitting waved her hand behind Bai Lu, signaling her not to speak. I won't tell you. Actually, it's nothing much, just Bai Lu pretended not to see and was about to spill the beans. Hey, never mind, I'll say it. Li Shitting hurriedly covered Bai Lu's mouth. It's just some gossip about the previous supervisor and the head of the finance department. Li Shitting said it as if she were showing off. You didn't know, right? The head of our association's finance department is married to the previous supervisor, the one who was reassigned to be a senior elder. Su Chen understood that supervisor had been his longtime rival and had caused him quite a bit of trouble recently. He also had some impression of the finance department head that Li Shitting mentioned. When Tian Lao called a meeting, Su Chen had seen that woman. She was a woman in her late 30s, often dressed in a fitted black suit, looking very capable. She spoke in a cool tone and handled matters very decisively. The only interaction Su Chen had with her was when he took his department's financial reports to the finance department. She personally received him, and her demeanor was quite proper. She had never made things difficult for Su Chen, always treating matters with a professional attitude. The reimbursements for his department had never been short, always transferred on time. Su Chen had a pretty good impression of her. He didn't expect her to be the wife of his predecessor. Logically, it shouldn't be the case since they were a couple. She shouldn't have made things difficult for him. While Su Chen was puzzled, Li Shiding continued, now everyone in the association is saying that these two are having a divorce. Normally, a divorce wouldn't be something everyone in the association would discuss. But the previous supervisor is now a senior elder. That's practically the highest position in our association. It was obvious that she was about to rise to prominence. Yet the supervisor unexpectedly brought up divorce. Many people in the association were saying that this woman must be crazy. When I just entered your office, some of our colleagues were still discussing this matter, Li Shiding chattered, revealing the background of the situation. Su Chen had his own calculations in mind. The two of them had just been laughing so happily they were probably concocting a story about the previous inspector. Su Chen chose not to expose it. I see. Please wait for me a moment, Su Chen said as he walked out. The people in his department were all recruited by Bai Lu later, so they could be considered his people. Even if they weren't, they had heard of Su Chen's reputation. Moreover, Su Chen never exploited his subordinates or engaged in any underhanded tactics. Everyone was expected to do their job well. Therefore, these people had great trust in Su Chen. When they saw Su Chen come out, looking like he had something to say, everyone quieted down and focused their attention on him. I want to say a few words. Usually, I turn a blind eye when you do your jobs well, chat in the office, or even handle your personal matters. However, recently, I've heard that you've been discussing the supervisor of the finance department. Let me clarify, our department's reimbursements have never been delayed by the finance department, they have always been processed promptly. That is quite generous. So, I do not wish to hear any more gossip about her in the office. Did you hear that? Yes. Inspector Su, everyone replied in unison. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Although the issue of the counterfeit goods had temporarily come to a close, Su Chen still had matters to attend to. He was busy in the office until closing time. After tidying up, he went to the garage to drive home. Unexpectedly, he ran into the finance department supervisor, Huang Chuman. She was still wearing her usual suit, without socks, exposing her ankles, barefoot in high heels. The comments from Li Shiding and the others during the day did not change Su Chen's impression of Huang Chuman. He nodded at her from a distance. However, Huang Chuman walked straight towards him. Inspector Su? Is there something wrong, Supervisor Huang? Su Chen was a bit curious, the two seemed to have no connection. My car broke down, could you give me a ride? Huang Chuman smiled. It was the first time Su Chen noticed that. Huang Chuman had two dimples when she smiled. Of course, that wasn't the main point. This woman clearly had something to say to him. Su Chen nodded. I'd be happy to. He opened the passenger door for Huang Chuman and then got into the car himself. The car started and slowly exited the parking lot. Thank you, Inspector Su, Huang Chuman said with a hint of meaning. Su Chen was taken aback for a moment, then recalled what had happened in the afternoon. I didn't expect it to reach Supervisor Huang's ears. I was just stating the facts. They were chatting in the office, which delayed work. Su Chen paused. And I don't think Supervisor Huang is the type of woman who climbs up by relying on men. Su Chen had seen Huang Chuman's work speed. It took her just over 10 minutes to verify a month's financial report from his department and point out the errors. Such ability truly matched her position. Huang Chuman raised an eyebrow at Su Chen's words. She hadn't expected to be seen this way in Su Chen's eyes. All along, people in the association believed she had risen through connections with men. But anyone who had been in the association long enough knew that when she was with that man, they were merely both deputy supervisors. When he became the inspector and later took on the role of the elder, it was not without her planning and strategizing. Now that the man had cheated and she had initiated the divorce, rumors immediately spread in the association. Huang Chuman did not believe it was not his idea. She only felt that she had been blind to have been attracted to such a person. Moreover, no one from the association stood up to speak for her. Instead, it was this Su Chen who could speak on her behalf. Huang Chuman found Su Chen increasingly pleasing to the eye. Where are you going, Supervisor Huang? At the traffic light, Su Chen looked at the somewhat dazed Huang Chuman. She came to her senses and smiled sweetly at Su Chen. There's a nice restaurant down that street that I often go to. How about I treat you to a meal, Supervisor Su? Su Chen instinctively wanted to refuse. To him, he had no connection with this woman. He wouldn't naively think that Huang Chuman inviting him to dinner was because he had taken her home. Moreover, Huang Chuman was still the wife of the previous supervisor, and they hadn't even divorced. Getting involved with her now seemed quite inappropriate. Are you worried about the rumors in the association, Supervisor Su? Huang Chuman smiled lightly. These rumors aren't something I can't handle, I just don't care. If I wanted those people to shut up, I have plenty of ways. Huang Chuman was petite, but when she said this, she exuded a sense of power that made it hard to question her. With her words hanging in the air, Su Chen found it difficult to refuse. Besides, she was the head of the finance department, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she held the association's lifeline. Compared to the procurement department head he had previously caught in a bind, she was in a completely different league. It was always wise to build good relationships. The red light turned green. Su Chen started the car and drove towards the restaurant Huang Chuman mentioned. Upon arrival, Su Chen couldn't help but regard Huang Chuman with newfound respect. This was no ordinary restaurant. The exterior decor was far superior to the five-star hotel he had visited before. At the entrance, the waiter first checked if they were members before allowing them in. Su Chen had seen the world. From the sign at the entrance, he learned that this was a Michelin 3-star restaurant. It seemed to be membership-based, and ordinary people couldn't get in at all. Was this the level of the place where Supervisor Huang usually dined? Su Chen silently complained in his heart but didn't voice it. He handed the car keys to the doorman. The two walked into the restaurant, with the waiter leading the way. Everything seemed normal at first. Suddenly, Huang Chuman wrapped her arm around Su Chen's, leaning against him like a little bird. Before Su Chen could react, he heard Huang Chuman whisper, "Supervisor Su, you help me put on a show, and I'll help you get rid of all the nails in the association." The supervisor wouldn't refuse me, would he? Su Chen was still a bit dazed. He then saw a middle-aged man not far away, holding a delicate young girl as he walked by. Huang Chuman deliberately raised her voice, "Waiter, give us a couple's private room." The waiter looked a bit surprised but nodded in agreement due to professional decorum. Huang Chuman's voice caught the attention of the middle-aged man, who turned to look at Su Chen. Then Su Chen saw that the man was angrily striding towards him. At this point, Su Chen realized that the man was his predecessor, the former supervisor and now one of the 7 elders in the Northwest region, Zhang Guotao. "You've set me up, Supervisor Huang," Su Chen muttered quietly. Huang Chuman playfully blinked at him. With things having come to this, Su Chen had no choice but to play along. Otherwise, even if he explained that he was just acting, Zhang Guotao would likely think he was insulting his intelligence. Su Chen held Huang Chuman tighter, as if he hadn't seen Zhang Guotao at all. "All right, darling, it's just a couple's room. How about we order a couple's set meal tonight? I want to have a candlelight dinner with you." Seeing Su Chen get into character so quickly, Huang Chuman also sweetly exclaimed, "Okay, I'll do whatever you say." No man could watch his wife cheat right in front of him, even if they were about to divorce. "You, Huang Chuman, we aren't divorced yet. Are you in such a hurry to find someone else?" Zhang Guotao pointed at Huang Chuman. "Who is this person?" "Darling," Su Chen mimicked the green tea character he had seen in a drama. "It's fine. Don't mind him, let's go eat." Huang Chuman had never seen such a Su Chen before, and her heart was filled with joy. Especially when she saw Zhang Guotao at a disadvantage, her happiness grew even more. Zhang Guotao had never met Su Chen, but he had seen his photo. So at first, he didn't recognize Su Chen. Seeing the two of them like this, Zhang Guotao waved his hand to let the waiter step aside and block the two. Only then did he see clearly that the person beside Huang Chuman was Su Chen. "Huang Chuman, you couldn't find a decent man. I thought you had found someone worthwhile, but it turns out to be a leftover waste." Hearing Zhang Guotao's words, Su Chen was not angry. Name, Zhang Guotao. Age, 45. Personality, cautious, shrewd, arrogant. Secret matter, keeping a wealthy mistress. Su Chen used his eye technique to check Zhang Guotao's information. It was a pity that aside from the matter of keeping a mistress, he didn't find any other dirt on him. For someone in their position, such matters were no longer a threat. Moreover, it had already been rumored that the two were in the midst of a divorce. It was the woman beside Zhang Guotao that puzzled Su Chen. Even when encountering Zhang Guotao's ex, she still obediently stayed by his side. If it were an ordinary rich girl, she would have long since started to mock him with words, not waiting until now. Her current demeanor seemed to suggest that she was used to such scenes. Su Chen's curiosity was piqued. Name, Zhang Ru. Age, 25. Personality, greedy. Measurements, 101, 79, 99. Rating, 89. Secret matter, escort. Zhang Ru had relied on escorting during her university years to earn extra income beyond her living expenses, satisfying her love for luxury goods. After being discovered by the school and expelled, she lingered around the university, pretending to be a wealthy young lady, using her student identity to attract rich businessmen. Over time, she even contracted an STD. However, for the sake of her material desires, she did not give up her previous behavior. Su Chen instinctively moved a little further away from Zhang Ru. No wonder the woman in front of him looked so calm. It turned out she was a fake socialite. Su Chen looked at Zhang Guotao with a hint of sympathy. At this moment, Huang Chuman was already retorting Zhang Guotao. What's wrong with Su Chen? He became an inspector at such a young age. At your age, you're still just an operative in the association. If it weren't for my planning, you would still be dreaming of rising to power. Huang Chuman also showed a look of disdain. Zhang Guotao was furious. If it weren't for his status as a senior elder, which made it inappropriate to lose his temper, he would have already torn his face apart. Moreover, Su Chen is strong and capable, far better than you, Huang Chuman said, while drawing her hand across Su Chen's chest. Zhang Guotao's face turned ashen. Humph. Just wait, as long as I'm in power, this Su Chen will forever only be an inspector. Seeing this, Su Chen didn't indulge him. Although he hadn't caught Zhang Guotao's weakness, he could still disgust him. At the very least, it could relieve some of the grievances he had suffered earlier. Old Jiang, I admit I'm not as good as you right now. But to be honest, your judgment of people is really lacking. Su Chen, under Huang Chuman's suppressed gaze, patted Zhang Guotao on the shoulder. You should find a woman better than my man. Why would you choose one who's sick? You should go to the hospital for a checkup. Su Chen's tone and gaze were filled with pity. Zhang Guotao's eyes widened at these words as he looked at Zhang Ru. Beside him, she instinctively took a step back. Zhang Guotao, being a senior elder, naturally had some ability to read people. Seeing the woman beside him step back, he knew things were not looking good. What Su Chen said might be true. Zhang Guotao immediately panicked. Coupled with the loudness of Su Chen's voice, people around them began to point and whisper. Those who could come here were all elites. And some even recognized Zhang Guotao. Seeing his face lose all dignity, Zhang Guotao glared fiercely at Su Chen and Huang Chuman. You two just wait, this matter is not over. After saying that, he hurriedly headed towards the hospital, ignoring the female companion he had brought along now. Regardless of whether Su Chen's words are true or not, this matter is likely to spread. Even the upper class enjoys gossip. Huang Chuman had been suppressing her laughter, and it wasn't until Zhang Guotao left that she burst out laughing. The two followed the waiter into the private room. Throughout the journey, Huang Chuman's smile never faded. Thank you, Inspector, you really helped me vent my frustration. Huang Chuman finally calmed down once she sat down. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. Huang Chuman didn't ask Su Chen how he knew so much about the woman beside Zhang Guotao, assuming he had investigated beforehand. In her eyes, Su Chen had become even more mysterious. The waiter indeed brought them to a couple's private room, serving a couple's set meal. However, at this moment, the two were merely in an ordinary cooperative relationship, lacking any romantic undertones. Once all the dishes were served, Huang Chuman returned to her usual cool demeanor at the association. It wasn't an act, she was just like that. During the meal, Huang Chuman proactively pointed out some work-related matters for Su Chen to pay attention to. Although she had never been an inspector, she had assisted Zhang Guotao before. Su Chen benefited greatly from her insights and gained a deeper understanding of Huang Chuman's talents and abilities. He recalled something Huang Chuman had just said. Director Huang, you mentioned that when Zhang Guotao became the inspector, you were the one strategizing for him? Huang Chuman nodded. Yes. When we were together, we were both deputy directors, managing different departments. His rise to that position was largely due to my strategies. Of course, there were also his own reasons. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but regard the woman before him with a higher opinion. I know him well. He is not a magnanimous person. At that time, we hadn't fallen out yet, and before I discovered he was seeing someone on the side, he had already asked me to trip you up at the association. Oh, then I must thank Director Huang. Su Chen raised his teacup in a toast to Huang Chuman. Since they had matters to discuss, they didn't drink alcohol. Su Chen had always thought that Huang Chuman hadn't set him up because they had already fallen out. He didn't expect it was her refusal. If this woman had truly agreed with her capabilities, it wouldn't have been as simple as just blocking him procedurally. I owe you this favor, Director Huang. Huang Chuman shook her head. It was just her nature. You still need to be careful. Su Chen nodded. In the future, if Director Huang needs anything, just let me know. We're even now. Huang Chuman smiled and shook her head. One thing at a time. Who knows, in the future, Director Huang might need my help playing the role of a boyfriend? After Su Chen said this, Huang Chuman rarely showed a hint of shyness. After finishing their meal, Huang Chuman didn't ask Su Chen to see her off. The restaurant arranged a car to take her home. Su Chen, on the other hand, headed to the nearest shopping mall. His phone had been taken by the enemy and was likely burned in the fire. Although he had a backup phone, he still needed to buy a new one and replace his SIM card. After leaving the phone store, Su Chen spotted a familiar figure, Yu Qinggu, the belle of the courtyard. She was also shopping alone in the mall. Although winter had set in, Spring City was still warm. Gu Yuqing was wearing a chic little coat over a shirt and a JK short skirt. Su Chen had been extremely busy lately, with many tasks on his plate. Plus, with Yi Yan always at his home, he hadn't contacted Gu Yuqing. Now that he saw her, he felt a pleasant surprise. Just as Su Chen was about to approach, he noticed a man getting close to Gu Yuqing. Su Chen's expression darkened, and he stopped in his tracks. In fact, this was the first time Gu Yuqing had met this person. He was a blind date arranged by her family. It had been a long time since she last saw Su Chen. Initially, she was full of confidence, believing that even if their relationship was based on money, over time, she could still win Su Chen over, but over time, Gu Yuqing had to consider herself as well, so she agreed to her family's arrangement. This person turned out to be quite nice. After shopping and feeling tired, he even specially bought 2 cups of milk tea. Just as Gu Yuqing took the milk tea, she saw Su Chen walking over. Long time no see. Su Chen greeted Gu Yuqing with a smile. Gu Yuqing felt a bit flustered. If she really had something with the man beside her, that would be one thing, but this was their first meeting. The blind date, Shui Yufei, looked somewhat displeased. Who is this person, Yuqing? Gu Yuqing didn't answer him but instead explained to Su Chen. Su Chen, I didn't expect to meet you on my first blind date arranged by my family. What a coincidence. Su Chen, with his current knowledge, could tell that Gu Yuqing was speaking the truth even without using his eye technique. His mood improved significantly. Seeing that Gu Yuqing was ignoring him and instead explaining to Su Chen, Shui Yufei felt visibly angry but quickly suppressed it. Su Chen found it strange. He then used his eye technique to examine the man. Su Chen's gaze sharpened, and then he smiled at Shui Yufei. Hello, my name is Su Chen. I'm Yuqing's male best friend. What a coincidence to run into you. You wouldn't mind if I give Yuqing some advice, would you? Gu Yuqing was a bit surprised by Su Chen's words but didn't refute him. Shui Yufei was certainly very displeased, but after looking at Gu Yuqing, he nodded in agreement. Gu Yuqing thought he agreed because he found her attractive and didn't think much of it. The two were preparing to watch a movie and Su Chen went along. Yuqing, what do you want to watch? A romance film? When they arrived at the cinema ticket counter, Shui Yufei asked thoughtfully. Yuqing likes comedies, remember that for next time. Su Chen interrupted him, pretending to be an experienced person, teaching Shui Yufei. Shui Yufei's face stiffened. All right, then 3 tickets for XXX. Shui Yufei gritted his teeth as he spoke. Su Chen raised an eyebrow but said nothing. The 3 of them sat aside, waiting for the movie to start, with Su Chen sitting next to Gu Yuqing. It was a booth with 2 seats on one side of the table. Shui Yufei had no choice but to sit opposite Gu Yuqing. During the wait for the movie to start, Shui Yufei felt like an outsider. Gu Yuqing also noticed that Su Chen was particularly talkative today. However, she didn't mind. They were chatting and laughing. If it weren't for Shui Yufei trying to interject a few times, Gu Yuqing might have forgotten he was even there. When the movie finally started, Shui Yufei was determined to separate the two. But as he sat in the middle of the 3 connected seats, Su Chen spoke up directly. You sit on the side. I want to sit next to Yuqing. At that moment, Gu Yuqing also sensed something was off with Su Chen. Seeing that Shui Yufei's expression was about to crack, she took the initiative to smooth things over. Then I'll sit in the middle. Shui Yufei gritted his teeth and held back. Alright, no problem. You guys chat first, I'll go buy some snacks. When Shui Yufei came back with popcorn and chips, he found that Su Chen had already taken his unopened milk tea. You're here. Thanks, Su Chen said, taking the snacks from Shui Yufei, each of them with a bucket. Shui Yufei held back again. Finally, when the movie started, Shui Yufei wanted to chat with Gu Yuqing. Don't talk during the movie, didn't you know? Su Chen appeared again. Seeing Shui Yufei's frustrated expression, Gu Yuqing couldn't help but want to laugh. The hour and 30-minute movie felt like a year to Shui Yufei. Finally, when the movie ended, Shui Yufei took out his phone, pretending to glance at it. Sorry, Yuqing, I have to leave early. Gu Yuqing looked apologetically at Shui Yufei, but Su Chen pulled him over. Leave? You still want to leave today, Shui Yu? Su Chen sneered. Name, Shui Yu, age, 27, personality, greedy, bold, cunning, secret, human trafficker, after being deceived. To northern Myanmar, Shui Yu relied on his outstanding scamming abilities and was entrusted with important tasks, using telecom fraud under the guise of a multinational company to lure people to northern Myanmar. Whether selling them or forcing them to join, when Shui Yu was called by his real name, he immediately panicked. He wanted to escape, but he was no match for Su Chen. Su Chen wrapped his arm around his shoulder, exerting force with his foot to trip him. Then he pinned Shui Yu down. This series of movements was so fluid that by the time Shui Yu realized what was happening, he was already unable to move. Su Chen timed it perfectly with the end of the movie, sending a text to call the police. Gu Yuqing stared wide-eyed at everything happening before her. What's going on? She didn't understand why Su Chen suddenly had her blind date pinned to the ground. How did this person introduce himself to you? He said his name was Shui Yufei and that he worked in IT for a multinational company. After hearing This, Su Chen laughed. This kid isn't entirely lying. His real name is Shuiyu. He helps with cross-border fraud in northern Myanmar, luring people over to sell them. He's a human trafficker. Su Chen had long seen that something was off with this person. If it had been a decent person on a blind date with Gu Yuqing, Su Chen might have just laughed it off and not intervened. But this guy was probably here with ulterior motives. Throughout the time, he had been irritating him, and a normal person would have left long ago. Hearing Su Chen's words, Gu Yuqing was so scared that cold sweat broke out on her back. Stupid. Not figuring things out beforehand and coming to a blind date like this. Do you think he wants to marry you or sell you? I want to marry her, bro, just let me go. Shuiyu was still not being honest. Su Chen simply punched him, knocking him out. The two of them didn't leave until they finished taking statements. Gu Yuqing was still in a daze. Everything was clarified, and it was indeed as Su Chen said. Gu Yuqing felt a wave of fear. After this ordeal, Su Chen's mood improved significantly. As for the punishment he had built up, it was about enough. When he pretended to be Gu Yuqing's best friend, it was not only a test for Shuiyu but also a kind of torment for Gu Yuqing. Alright, now that you figured it out, let's part ways. Su Chen was not just talking about the present. Gu Yuqing came back to her senses, looking at Su Chen in disbelief. This is really my first time going on a blind date today, and it was also to deal with my family. Su Chen waved his hand. He didn't care about that. I initially wanted to punish you. Your arrogant demeanor back then was really annoying. Now that I think about it, it's unnecessary. You go live your life. With the money I've given you so many times, you can go back home and open a supermarket or something. Not to say you'll be rich, but at least you won't have to worry about food and drink. Su Chen turned to leave. Gu Yuqing fell silent. She watched Su Chen's departing figure, feeling truly unwilling. Gu Yuqing rushed up behind Su Chen and hugged him tightly. Su Chen, don't go, okay? The reason I'm with you isn't what you think. I admit I like money, but I've seen rich people before and I never accepted their pursuits. I genuinely like you. Su Chen felt the warmth of Gu Yuqing behind him, especially at the nape of his neck. It was damp. This girl must have been crying. He turned his head to look, and Gu Yuqing was indeed looking at him with tear-streaked cheeks. Su Chen was momentarily at a loss. Do you really like me? He asked uncertainly. Again, Gu Yuqing nodded. Although Su Chen's eye technique wasn't mind-reading, he could still judge from subtle cues whether someone was lying. He had originally thought Gu Yuqing wanted to continue clinging to him for his wealth. But the eye technique told Su Chen that Gu Yuqing was telling the truth. She really liked him. A heartfelt kind of love. Su Chen let out a long sigh. He thought to himself, this truly is a fateful connection. He looked at Gu Yuqing in front of him, feeling a bit reluctant. In fact, he did have some feelings for Gu Yuqing. Back in school, she arrived early, and although they were in the same class, it was she who welcomed him. They even made a joke out of it. Su Chen thought she was his senior. It wasn't until they met in class that Su Chen realized she would be his classmate in the future. But at that time, she wasn't the proud person she later became. She was a warm and generous girl. Her smile was radiant, like the warm sunlight in winter. Su Chen once had a crush on her. However, she gradually became snobbish, indifferent to her classmates. Su Chen couldn't bring himself to like this version of Gu Yuqing, and they grew distant. This memory was from their freshman year, and Su Chen had almost forgotten it. Now, it seemed he was seeing that pure and generous girl again. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "All right, I'll give you a chance." Gu Yuqing was overjoyed and hugged Su Chen. She got into his car, and together they elevated this beautiful love. The sunlight shone on their faces. Gu Yuqing opened her eyes to a strange ceiling. She felt a bit dazed and then remembered that she hadn't gone home yesterday but had come to the nearest hotel with Su Chen. Thinking of the absurdity of yesterday, Gu Yuqing felt her face flush. She turned her head. Su Chen was still asleep. Gu Yuqing nudged Su Chen's shoulder and nestled herself in his arms, quietly watching him. Back in their freshman year, Su Chen was still a sunny and handsome boy, and in the blink of an eye, so much time had passed. Although Su Chen was already very handsome, he had taken on some of the charm of a mature man. Unconsciously, Gu Yuqing found herself entranced. She didn't know how long it had been. When Su Chen finally opened his eyes, he saw Gu Yuqing staring at him intently. "When did you wake up?" Su Chen hugged Gu Yuqing. Her warm body felt wonderful. "I've been awake for a while," Gu Yuqing said softly. "Then why didn't you call me?" "I just wanted to look at you a little longer." She said this shyly, lowering her head. "Get up." Su Chen tried to sit up, but Gu Yuqing not only didn't let go, she held on even tighter. After getting Su Chen, she didn't want to lose him anymore. "Su Chen, I know I had many bad habits before. I was greedy and vain, but don't worry, I will change in the future. I want to be someone worthy of you. After today, I will go for further studies, learn massage, cook, whatever you need, I will learn." Gu Yuqing spoke sincerely. While Su Chen was asleep, she thought a lot. She felt that Su Chin agreed to her more out of the bond they had during their university days. But if that was the case, that bond would eventually run out. She didn't know Su Chen's current situation, but a man like him would certainly not lack women. If she didn't strive for improvement, she would eventually be abandoned by Su Chen. She was still young now, but what about later? Everyone ages eventually. Su Chen didn't expect Gu Yuqing to have such awareness. When he agreed to her before, it was purely out of feelings, without thinking too much. Since Gu Yuqing could think this way, Su Chen felt very gratified. Alright, I'll give you a card. You can learn pastry, massage, and whatever else interests you. Work hard, and I believe in you. MHM. Gu Yuqing nodded happily. Seeing her like this, Su Chen was no longer in a hurry to get up. He burrowed back under the covers and hugged Gu Yuqing again. Don't! Gu Yuqing pushed Su Chen out of the covers. We really can't today. Gu Yuqing pleaded repeatedly. Su Chen finally gave up, comfortably enjoying Gu Yuqing helping him get dressed. Su Chen took Gu Yuqing home and then returned to the villa where his parents were. He usually lived alone in a spacious apartment in Tianhong community, where Yi Yun was still there. When he had something to do, he would find the nearest five-star hotel. He rarely returned to the villa, which made Su's father and mother complain on the phone. Even Li Shitting had urged him several times in the office, saying that his uncle and aunt wanted him to come home. Su Chen felt that he indeed should return regularly. He parked the car in the garage, tiptoeing, wanting to surprise his parents. But at that moment, the whole family was chatting in the living room. Even his uncle and aunt were there. Su Chen fortunately walked out confidently. Su Chen, come here, come here. Upon seeing Su Chen, Su's mother was obviously happier. She quickly stood up and invited Su Chen to sit next to her. Thus, Su Chen sat between his parents and his uncle and aunt. Chuanan was obediently serving them on the side. However, Su Chen noticed that Chuanan's expression was a bit off. It seemed she didn't dare to look at him, but Su Chen didn't think much of it and planned to ask her privately later. After calling everyone, Su Chen couldn't contain his curiosity. Mom, what are you talking about? You all seem so happy. Su's mother was delighted to talk about this topic. We were just talking. Do you remember your great-aunt? The whole family looked at Su Chen. Su Chen began to recall. The great-aunt should be the cousin of his uncle and mother. I have a bit of an impression. I remember she lived at my grandparents' house for a while when I was staying there. She always secretly gave me and Li Shitting food without telling you. Su Chen remembered. That's right. I knew my Su Chen would remember. Su's mother was especially happy. The whole family laughed. What about the great-aunt? I haven't seen her since I returned to school from my grandparents' house. Su Chen was a bit puzzled, seeing the elders so happy. It must be something good about the great-aunt. Your great-aunt married a foreigner back then. When you were at your grandparents', she came back to visit. Not long after you returned, she went abroad. Su's mother spoke with a hint of nostalgia. Now she's back from abroad. Oh, is that so? Su Chen understood. No wonder the elders were so happy. It's not easy to come back from abroad. Don't worry, I will definitely treat her well. You little rascal, there's no need for you. Su Chen's uncle spoke up, tapping Su Chen on the head. Your great-aunt has us elders to host her. Exactly, Su Chen's aunt chimed in. We were just saying that your great-aunt brought her mixed-race granddaughter back this time. The aunt looked at Su Chen, covering her mouth and laughing. We thought, isn't this a great match? And she's mixed race. I've heard she's not lacking in looks or knowledge. Plus, she's here to develop in Huagua. You guys should try to get to know her. Who knows, you might become even closer. The aunt said, her eyes squinting with laughter. I've heard mixed-race kids are really good-looking. Su Chen's father, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up. The whole family laughed along. Seeing the atmosphere so good, Su Chen didn't intend to disturb the elders' mood. All right, I'll follow your arrangements. Su Chen smiled and nodded. However, he noticed that the elders seemed to imply that it wasn't just him agreeing to a blind date. It felt like they had already held the golden-haired, blue-eyed mixed-race granddaughter in their arms. Su Chen felt helpless. But at that moment he suddenly realized why Chuanan had just been unable to look at him. He turned to see Chuanan, only to find her standing pale beside him. Su Chen noted the change in Chuanan in his heart. As usual, he went to prepare dinner for the family. During the meal, his parents wanted to talk about their blind dates, but Su Chen diverted the conversation. The family atmosphere remained very harmonious. After dinner, his parents went out for a walk. Su Chen grabbed Chuanan, who was about to leave. Why are you in such a hurry to go? Don't you want to talk to me? Chuanan shook her head. Her expression was still quite unpleasant. You're in a bad mood today. I can see that your face hasn't looked good for a while, Su Chen asked. Chuanan kept her head down and remained silent. She was in a bad mood, naturally because of Su Chan's upcoming blind date. But it wasn't because she was worried about Su Chen having other women. Ever since Su Chen saved her from peril, her heart had been completely occupied by this man. However, she never dared to hope for anything. She never thought that Su Chen would be devoted to her. When she was younger, Xuanin had dreams of a prince riding in on a white horse to marry her. But reality had shattered her dreams mercilessly. Xuanin had always had a clear understanding of her identity, that she was Su Chen's maid. As long as she could stay in Su Chen's home, take care of his parents, and occasionally receive his affection, that was enough for her. Even if Su Chen had other women, Xuanin didn't care. Well, she had always thought that way before. But now it was different. Su Chen was going on a blind date, and both Su father and Su mother were very optimistic about it. But Xuanin still had no identity. She was a bit worried about what would happen to her after Su Chen got married. She couldn't even dare to imagine a life without Su Chen. Wouldn't that be like before, living in deep water and scorching fire? As she thought about this, her face grew even paler. But how could she hide such thoughts from Su Chen? I've always known what you're thinking, Su Chen said as he pulled Xuanin into his embrace. She was so small, resting against Su Chen's chest. Her pale face suddenly flushed bright red. I won't let you down, you can rest assured. Su Chen stepped back and wrapped his arms around Xuanin's shoulders, looking straight into her eyes. Xuanin saw the sincerity in Su Chen's gaze. Nun, I have indeed neglected you a bit during this time. If you don't want to continue being the housekeeper here, I can arrange for you to do something else. You could even work with me at the Tianji Association. Likely shitting. Xuanin shook her head. I'm willing. Helping you manage the household and taking care of your parents is the only thing I can do. Xuanin said softly, her face flushed. Even if you get married in the future and have a legitimate wife, as long as you have me in your heart, I will be content. After saying this, she buried her head even lower, not daring to look at Su Chen. Seeing Xuanin's understanding demeanor, Su Chen felt he needed to cherish her even more in the future. Xuanin usually dressed like this at home, wearing a black and white maid outfit, round-toed shoes, and white stockings. And even though the loose maid outfit couldn't hide her ample curves, it still stirred something in Su Chen's heart. At this moment, there were only Su Chen and Xuanin in the house. Su Chen felt quite bold. He lifted Xuanin onto his shoulder. Since you want to continue being a maid here, then I'll teach you how to be a good one. Su Chen took Xuanin back to the room and locked the door. Xuanin was indeed more obedient than before, following Su Chen's every command. The tasks she had previously been unwilling to do, she now complied with readily. Su Chen was very satisfied with Xuanin. That night, maid Xuanin was very diligent. It was a long night. Although she felt a bit sore when she woke up due to the hard work, Xuanin, who had developed a routine, still got up to prepare breakfast for Su father and Su mother. The land was not overworked. Xuanin felt more energetic than ever. While heating the milk and frying eggs, she even happily hummed a tune. Su father and Su mother looked at Xuanin, who was glowing with vitality, and felt pleased. This little girl took care of them very comfortably. What's wrong, Anan? Why are you so happy today? Su mother walked up behind Xuanin. Only then did she realize someone was behind her. Ah, mistress, I just slept quite comfortably last night, Xuanin mumbled. In fact, this wasn't really a lie. Is that so? Mother Su was none the wiser. With their backs turned, Xuanin was already blushing furiously. Returning to the dining table, she prepared meals for both of them. After asking for permission, she went back upstairs to Su Chen's room. Master, it's time to get up. Su Chen was still sleeping soundly. The weather in Spring City had been lovely, and he was bare-skinned, having kicked off the blanket. Xuanin hesitated to look any further, but she couldn't help herself. Even with her hands covering her eyes, she peeked through her fingers. Last night, although Xuanin had been bold, she still didn't dare to look directly. Now that she finally had the chance, she gazed unabashedly. So big. Xuanin was a bit surprised. Ahem. Su Chen woke up as she entered. Seeing Xuanin sneaking glances at him, he felt both amused and exasperated. Xuanin, caught in the act, jumped up like a cat that had been caught stealing. Come here. Su Chen's voice brooked no argument. What's wrong? Aren't you embarrassed to be peeking? Su Chen thought this maid was quite disobedient. So, he decided to give her a new round of training. Xuanin felt a mix of pain and pleasure. An hour later, with a flushed face, she helped Su Chen get dressed. Su Chen looked her over and nodded in satisfaction. What's wrong? Just as they were about to head out, Su Chen noticed that Xuanin still looked a bit anxious. Don't worry, even if I have a wife, no one can bully my lovely little maid. A smile returned to Xuanin's face. Su Chen took her downstairs. Why are you only getting up now? Your great aunt and the others are about to land. Mother Su complained. Knowing the reason, Xuanin's face turned red again as she hid behind Su Chen. Oh, I didn't sleep well last night. Couldn't get up. Su Chen casually brushed it off. You should learn from Anan. She goes to bed early, sleeps well, feels Good, and even sings while making breakfast in the morning. Oh, Su Chen shot a strange look at Chuanan. She didn't dare to meet his gaze. Alright, Mom. Great aunt is almost here. Let's go. Don't worry. The pickup is all arranged. It's not too late for us to go now. Su Chen pushed his mother out the door, not allowing her to continue her nagging. He didn't brush off his mother, though. After learning that his great aunt was coming back, he had asked his parents for her flight information. As for the specific arrangements, of course, Su Chen didn't need to handle those himself. He just had to give the orders, and his subordinates would take care of everything. However, when they arrived at the airport, Su Chen realized he had somewhat underestimated his standing in the eyes of his subordinates. He clearly remembered telling them, "I have a relative coming back from abroad tomorrow. I sent you the flight information, just arrange it, nothing too extravagant." Yet here at the airport, Su Chen was greeted by 3 black, extended Rolls Royces lined up in front of him. He wondered if his subordinates had misunderstood his intentions. Seeing the eager looks on their faces, Su Chen didn't want to embarrass them. "Alright, you did well," he said, patting one of their shoulders. The subordinate was taken aback and didn't dare to disturb Su Chen's family, quickly stepping away. But seeing him grinning from ear to ear, Su Chen knew this was a win-win situation. At the exit, the throngs of people were drawn to the sight of the 3 luxury cars, all curious about who such a grand reception was. 4. Some even pulled out their phones to take pictures, and a few sneakily ran to the back of the cars for a group photo. Su Chen felt a bit annoyed and called over security to disperse the crowd. The flight was on time, and soon Su Chen's great-aunt and her party disembarked. Although it had been a long time since he last saw her, Su Chen recognized them at a glance. An elderly lady dressed in a light yellow suit, wearing a yellow top hat, had a fur shawl draped over her shoulders. She was unmistakably a Chinese face. Behind her, however, were several people with blonde hair and blue eyes. The great-aunt had returned with her entire family. According to Su's mother, after her husband passed away, the whole family took on the great-aunt's surname, even the son-in-law and daughter-in-law, who followed the foreign tradition of adopting their partner's surname after marriage. The great-aunt's cousin was her mother's cousin, with the surname Wang. Thus, the group behind her was easy to identify. A middle-aged man and woman, both with green eyes but black hair, were naturally the great-aunt's daughter, Shirley Wang, and son, Martin Wang. The 2 purebred foreigners, with blonde hair and blue eyes, were presumably the great-aunt's daughter-in-law, Bella, and son-in-law, Hans. The remaining 3 young people were also of mixed heritage. A pair of twins, the great-aunt's grandchildren, were Tom Wang and Mary Wang. The last girl was Su Chen's blind date, Ida Wang. Su Chen observed the group, recalling his mother saying that the great-aunt was very beautiful in her youth, and her foreign husband was also quite handsome. Although the great-aunt was now old and it was hard to tell, the people behind her were indeed strikingly good-looking. Except for Ida, who had only a quarter Chinese ancestry. Ida inherited her father's blonde hair and blue eyes, and her petite, delicate nose was quite charming. However, her mouth was not like that of a foreigner with thick lips. Instead, she had inherited the great-aunt's Eastern beauty, with a small cherry mouth and thin lips. A perfect blend of foreign beauty and Chinese intellect. Compared to her looks, Ida's figure was equally impressive. Foreigners typically had enviable physiques, having grown up drinking milk and eating beef, which contributed to their excellent development. Her waist was slender, and the most striking feature was her long legs. Even in sneakers, she appeared to be around 1.8 meters tall. Her white, athletic legs were exposed to the air. Both sides had not seen each other for a long time and were blood relatives. Su's mother and uncle rushed forward to greet her. Having been away from home for so long, the great-aunt was also teary-eyed. Her descendants, thanks to the great-aunt's teachings, were very humble and polite. Great-aunt! Su Chen quickly stepped forward to greet her. At that moment, Li Shiting had already obediently supported the elderly lady. The great-aunt looked over her nephew. He had been chubby as a child, and in the blink of an eye, he had grown into a young man. He was indeed worthy of her granddaughter. Ah, the great-aunt responded with a sigh. A crowd of people surrounded her as they got into the car. The car that Su Chen's family had arrived in was driven back by the driver. When the great-aunt got into the car, she still couldn't believe it. Back when she was in her home country, her niece and nephew, Su Chen's parents, were farmers. When she was making calls back home, she had hesitated, wondering if her sudden return would trouble them. Unexpectedly, she heard that both families were now living together. According to Su Chen's mother, Su Chen had even become an important official. It was only when she saw the convoy that the great-aunt finally felt at ease. The way they dressed and their demeanor was unmistakably genuine. Now, it was clear that their family had indeed prospered. The great-aunt felt a deep sense of comfort in her heart. Especially after seeing Su Chen, she liked him more and more. After getting into the car, besides Su Chen's parents and uncle and aunt, she specifically invited Su Chen to share a car with her. Regarding the matter of deepening family ties that Sue's mother had mentioned earlier, the great-aunt was increasingly attentive. In another car, several of the great-aunt's children were together. Did mother not say before returning home not to look down on others' family conditions? This condition is much better than ours. Alright, you talk too much. We're all family. Isn't it better to live well? Did you see that young man just now? Tall and handsome, deserving of Ada. Humph, our Ada is the best. A few others were also discussing, but only Ada's father, reluctant to part with his daughter, felt a bit sour. As for the remaining car, Li Shiting had already joined her older siblings in play. Their whole family could speak Chinese. The convoy headed straight for Su Chen's villa. A few younger ones were visiting China for the first time and were unaware of the local customs. Auntie was a true blue Chinese. The villa's landscaping, security, and especially its location right by the lake were impressive. In the vast and sparsely populated country of the West, people lived in courtyards, so they weren't surprised. Auntie knew in her heart that her niece's family had truly made it big. This villa must be worth a fortune. Moreover, they hadn't forgotten their relatives after becoming successful, which was invaluable. Sue's mother had mentioned that all of this was thanks to Su Chen. For Auntie, her grandson-in-law Su Chen had already won her over. Before getting out of the car, the villa had been tidied up neatly by Chuanen's arrangements. Even the flower bouquets had been replaced with those more common in the West. Auntie's children looked on in amazement. It had been a long time since Auntie's family had returned, so Su Chen had put in extra effort this time. For lunch, Su Chen had arranged for a chef from the exclusive restaurant he had visited with Huang Chuman last time, bringing in ingredients that had been airlifted in advance. It wasn't just one chef, it was an entire team. They could prepare both Western and Chinese cuisine. Since the restaurant was not large enough, Su Chen simply set up tables in his garden. The prepared dishes were placed on the table and everyone could eat whatever they liked. This buffet-style arrangement was quite familiar to the Westerners. They did the same during their gatherings. However, the table only had some drinks and snacks, and if it were a bit more lavish, it would just be some barbecued meat. But lunch could hardly be described as lavish, it was simply extravagant. The Chinese chef's job was relatively simple. Most of the dishes had already been prepared before Su Chen and the others returned home. Each person had a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall, with the broth prepared the night before. When Su Chen lifted the lid of the soup bowl, steam rose up. The entire courtyard was enveloped in the fragrant aroma of various ingredients in the soup. Martin took a sip and looked at the chef in disbelief. Chinese cuisine, I had heard so much about it before I came, but I didn't expect it to be this delicious. The others remained silent, but their expressions showed their satisfaction. Most Chinese dishes were like this. The remaining Western chefs were on standby. Auntie, if you can't get used to it, there are steaks and such. Su Chen pointed to the Wagyu beef in the freezer nearby. It's not that complicated. Just as Martin was about to ask for a steak, he received a glare from his mother. However, after Su Chen gestured, the chef, being perceptive, prepared a steak and brought it over. After finishing, Martin gave his nephew a thumbs up repeatedly. Although Hans was not fond of this young man who was set to date his daughter, he was quite satisfied with the meal. Besides the food, Su Chen had also prepared some liquor. Is this mutai? Martin, not being shy, picked up the bottle and examined it. Su Chen nodded. That's right, this is mutai. Martin seemed to have had mutai before. He skillfully opened the bottle and poured himself a small glass. After just one sip, he couldn't stop praising it. He quickly poured a glass for his mother and then shared it with his sister and others. He wanted the younger ones to try it too, but Auntie stopped him. No. This isn't mutai. The mutai I've had before wasn't this good. As they drank and discussed, it was Martin, the least reserved, who leaned over to Su Chen. Tell me the truth, what kind of liquor is this? I've had mutai before. The company of my great-aunt has domestic partners, Su Chen said. Martin had to get used to the custom of doing business over drinks with the Chinese. He was somewhat familiar with mutai. Mutai isn't that good, he remarked. It's mutai, specially supplied. Only our company has it, Su Chen replied casually. He thought the Brits wouldn't understand. However, the looks Martin and the others exchanged with Su Chen changed. They knew the significance of the term specially supplied. The group huddled together, whispering, Hans, you have to agree. Our cousin is quite something. Martin, you're just thinking about the liquor. But this young man isn't bad either. Originally reluctant, Hans's impression of Su Chen improved significantly. Even the Brits hoped for their children to marry well. As Su Chen called over his foreign cousins, his great-aunt and mother were also whispering nearby. I think Su Chen is a good kid. Let's have him spend some time alone with Ada. Good. Su's mother was very fond of Ada. The young girl was beautiful and well-educated. The great aunt signaled to Mary, who was busy tasting the delicacies, to come over and instructed her on something. Once everyone was full and satisfied, Su Chen had his subordinate bring over 2 boxes. From his car, Martin and Hans's eyes lit up, knowing there was something good inside. "Oh, my dear nephew, let me see what this is." Martin had drunk quite a bit and was slurring his words. Hans, feeling a bit shy, also leaned in. "These are cigarettes and cigars from our company." Su Chen opened the boxes, revealing neatly arranged cigarettes and cigars. Su's father and uncle also came over. Martin eagerly picked one up and used a cigar cutter to snip it open. After just one puff, Martin's eyes widened. "Oh, my God, this is even better than Monte Cristo." Hearing Martin's words, Hans couldn't wait to take one out as well. The brand Martin mentioned was the best cigar in the UK. "How can there be such cigars?" Martin couldn't believe it. "Specially supplied," Su Chen replied with a faint smile. The group of men began to puff away. "Su Chen, come here. Don't mess around with your cousins," the great aunt called him over. "Take your younger siblings out for a stroll." Su Chen nodded and turned to invite Ada and the others. Hans watched as Su Chen took his daughter out, curling his lip. He glanced at the table full of dishes, along with the drinks and cigars, and didn't stop them. In that brief meal, Hans realized that Su Chen was far wealthier than he had imagined. It wasn't just about money, there was power involved as well. The great aunt looked at her son-in-law and knew he tacitly approved of Su Chen and Ada's relationship. Su Chen was of similar age to his younger siblings, but his experiences were far beyond theirs. What Su Chen spoke of were things they had never even heard of. Although they didn't know what ancient Chinese bronze artifacts worth tens of millions of pounds were, Mary and Tom listened intently. However, Ada was different. She listened while pondering. Just as they were about to leave the villa area, Mary snapped back to reality and poked Tom. They exchanged glances. "Cousin, we want to explore on our own, we're leaving first," Tom said, pulling Mary out. "Hey, that way is the exit from the villa area." Su Chen wanted to remind them, but they had already run far away. Only Su Chen and Ada were left. At that moment, Su Chen realized that the two were creating an opportunity for him to date. Originally eloquent, Su Chen found himself at a loss for words. After all, it was his first blind date and he didn't know what to say. On the other hand, Ada was very calm, having grown up in the UK. "Cousin, take me around nearby. I want to see the country where my grandmother grew up. My grandmother said it's beautiful here." Ada's natural demeanor relaxed Su Chen as well. After all, she had seen the world. Su Chen didn't treat this as a blind date, he considered it more like taking his sister, who had just returned to the country, to appreciate the beautiful landscapes of Huagua. In fact, that was exactly what it was. Su Chen pondered for a moment. There were many famous attractions in Spring City, as it was not only the provincial capital but also a tourist city. However, if he was to take Ada sightseeing, he thought it would be better to show her some places that the corrupt country didn't have. Compared to the Mediterranean climate of the corrupt country, the scenery of Spring City was quite distinctive. "How about we go to the stone forest?" The stone forest is a typical karst landform, which is not rare in the vast and resourceful Huagua. But the corrupt country doesn't have it. "Sounds great." Ada's eyes lit up. Su's mother wasn't just being polite when she praised her for being academically excellent, her knowledge was quite extensive. "I've only seen karst landforms in textbooks." Ada quickened her pace. Seeing her excitement, Su Chen knew he had made the right choice. "Don't rush, the stone forest isn't close." The stone forest scenic area is located in the southern suburbs of Spring City. Su Chen casually called over a patrolling property security guard to help him drive the car to the community entrance. Then he quickly caught up with Ada. After explaining a bit, Ada realized she had been a little too hasty. She playfully stuck out her tongue. The two waited for the security guard to bring the car before continuing their journey. In fact, even if they didn't go to the scenic area, the scenery in the urban area of Spring City was quite nice. After all, it was a city famous for its flowers, and the green belts in Spring City were filled with colorful, vibrant blooms. Ada curiously leaned against the window, admiring the various flowers along the way. Su Chen smiled faintly. Having spent a long time in Spring City, he had grown accustomed to it all, not realizing that Ada had just returned to the country. "Those clusters of red flowers over there are camellias. They are the city flower of Spring City. And this one is a rhododendron." Su Chen was quite the qualified tour guide, introducing Ada to the different types of flowers they passed. The two gradually became more familiar with each other. The initial awkwardness and distance had vanished. Although Ada kept asking questions, Su Chen didn't find it bothersome. They started talking about flowers and then moved on to the customs of Spring City. Soon, they were chatting freely. The drive to the stone forest took nearly an hour, but neither of them found it dull. When the navigation indicated they were about to reach the stone forest, Suchin even felt a bit reluctant to stop. It wasn't peak season, so there were no tour groups, and the stone forest was mostly filled with locals and independent travelers, sparsely wandering through the stone formations. Did you know? In our textbooks, these stones are just tiny dots. But, standing here, I realize how big they are. Ada stood under a stone that had stone forest inscribed on it, spreading her arms wide. The wind blew through her golden hair. The girl's cheeks were as radiant as flowers. Unable to resist, Suchin took out his phone. Click. A stunning photo. Suchin smiled and tucked his phone back into his pocket. I saw that, cousin. Ada laughed as she walked up to Suchin. Before he could react, Ada grabbed his hand and pulled him back to the stone. Hey, here, take my phone. I'm making you take a picture with me. Suchin smiled helplessly. He posed a heart shape with Ada. She looked at the photo, clearly satisfied. Then, like the wind, she dashed into the stone forest. Suchin could only follow her. Soon, both of them grew tired. After all, the path wasn't smooth. Seeing Ada panting, Suchin suggested she sit on a rock to rest while he went to buy some water. It wasn't far. There was a small shop in the stone forest. From where Ada was sitting, she could even see it. But just during the time it took to buy water, Suchin spotted a familiar figure. The landlady. It had been a while since he last contacted her, and their relationship had faded quite a bit. Especially after more girls started appearing around him, Suchin didn't want to disturb her life, but now, seeing the charming figure of the landlady, Suchin couldn't help but start reminiscing about her allure. The landlady wasn't alone, her husband was with her. Qianwei, the bank manager. From a distance, he spotted Suchin and pulled the landlady over. Isn't this little brother Suchin? Long time no see. Qian, Wei said somewhat obsequiously. Brother Qian, what a coincidence. Although Suchin had made a fortune, he didn't put on airs. Qianwei was a bit flattered. He knew just how wealthy Suchin was. You didn't even say hello. He tugged at his wife's arm. Suchin. Ningyu looked up and greeted him. Qianwei wouldn't let her continue speaking, pulling Suchin into more small talk. Little brother Su. Chen, the scenery here in Shilin is quite nice, right? Suchin nodded perfunctorily. Our bank is planning to collaborate with this place to create a commemorative gold bar. Little brother Su, are you interested? Qianwei climbed the ladder of conversation, starting to introduce his bank's products. Suchin was getting a bit impatient. Next time, brother Qian, introduce it to me next time. My friend is waiting for me. Alright, I thought so. Little brother Su doesn't seem like someone who comes out to play alone. Just then, Ida curiously looked in Suchin's direction. Qianwei followed Suchin's gaze and was astonished. Little brother Su, this is it. He gave a thumbs up. You really bring glory to us Chinese men. And with a foreign woman. Qianwei smiled obsequiously. I can't compare at all. He realized he had just misspoken. Suchin's companion was not someone he could casually comment on. He quickly tried to remedy the situation. With this interruption from Qianwei, Chen also sensed something was off. The landlady, who was originally outgoing and even a bit bold, was now silent, having only greeted him at the beginning. Suchin looked at Ningyu. She wasn't dressed too revealingly, hiding herself in a black hoodie. Even her arms were covered up tightly. But sharp-eyed Suchin still noticed a small patch of deep purple bruising on her wrist, clearly not from just a day or two. It was a dark shade of purple. Ningyu noticed Suchin's gaze and quickly pulled her sleeves down. But not only did that fail to cover it, the scars on her other hand were also exposed. Chen's expression darkened. If it were just bruises, it could be explained. But the scars on Ningyu's hand were another matter entirely. Plus, she had previously mentioned that Qianwei had a habit of domestic violence. After all, she was a woman who had shared a moment of joy with him. Suchin certainly couldn't allow himself to stand by and do nothing. He understood that he wouldn't be responsible for the landlady. The previous lack of contact and not disturbing her was based on the assumption that she was living happily. Now, seeing this situation, Suchin naturally wouldn't stand idly by. Qianwei was also perceptive. He noticed Suchin's gaze and the change in his expression, his brows slightly furrowing. Little brother Su, don't keep your companion waiting. We won't disturb you any longer. As he spoke, he was about to pull Ningyu away. Suchin wanted to stop them. Suddenly, Ningyu reached out and stopped him. I'm doing just fine. Seeing this, Qianwei smirked with satisfaction. Suchin was taken aback. By the time he regained his senses, the two had already walked far away. Cousin? What's wrong? At that moment, Ida had come over and tugged at Suchin's sleeve. Suchin glanced at her. I ran into two friends from before. Since that was the case, Suchin didn't plan to get involved any further. You should quickly see what you want to drink. Ida leaned over the counter and started picking things out. Suchin reached for his phone. But as he put his hand in his pocket besides his phone, he also felt a piece of paper. Wait a minute. This is the new outfit I changed into today. Su Chen wondered as he pulled out the note. Ida leaned in closer. Cousin, my Chinese isn't very good, but this says help, right? Su Chen said with a gloomy face. After leaving the house today, the only person he could reach out to was the landlady. Reflecting on her recent actions, Su Chen increasingly felt that something was off. Ada noticed Su Chen's expression and realized that things were not looking good. This was the sister who slipped it into your pocket earlier. I saw it, she confirmed Su Chen's suspicion. Let's go take a look. Ada was always eager to help. You wait here, I'll go by myself, Su Chen said with an undeniable tone. Ada assessed her cousin's physique. He was indeed very robust. Even through his clothes, the outline of his muscles was vaguely visible. All right. Ada nodded in agreement. After Su Chen left, she blushed as she watched his back. Su Chen, of course, didn't notice. The landlady's behavior today was indeed a bit unusual. He could almost conclude that this danger was brought on by Qian Wei. Fortunately, there was only one path along the river by the stone forest. Su Chen followed the stone forest, relying on his strong physique, and quickly caught up. From a distance, he could hear the voices of two people. They were in a very concealed corner formed by two stones. He lightened his footsteps. Don't think I don't know about your little affair with Su Chen. I've had a tracker installed on your phone for a long time. I was wondering why you were so nice, always bringing me food. You must be feeling guilty. Qian Wei cornered Ningyu in the crevice. As he spoke, he twisted the flesh on Ningyu's arm with his hand. Ningyu's hat had already been taken off. There were bruises on her mouth and the corners of her eyes. The darkening around her eyes clearly indicated it had been a while. The redness at the corner of her mouth was fresh, indicating a recent hit. Ningyu lowered her head, her teeth chat. He is young and promising, and so gentle with me. You sold me out. That just means more people will put a green hat on you. Ningyu shot a disdainful and pitying glance at Qian Wei's lower body. Waste. These two words deeply pierced Qian Wei's heart. He looked around, picked up a stone, and was about to throw it at Ningyu. Su Chen had been lurking in the shadows, trying to understand the situation. Ningyu's attitude surprised him. He thought this woman was with him only for money. But unexpectedly, she turned out to be a chaste and virtuous woman. And that virtuous object was actually himself. Su Chen realized that Ningyu initially married Qian Wei for her family and brother. Moreover, Qian Wei was not good to her and could not fulfill his duties. Everything seemed quite normal. At this moment, Qian Wei had already raised the stone to smash it at Ningyu. Ningyu did not dodge, standing tall and accepting everything with indifference. Being crushed to death now was still better than truly being sold. Looking at Ningyu's fearless gaze, Qian Wei, who initially just wanted to put on a show, found himself unable to back down. Just as he was about to throw it, Ningyu's expression changed. Her eyes suddenly widened and hope appeared in her gaze. Qian Wei had not reacted yet when he felt a tremendous force coming from his waist. His whole body flew out and crashed against the stone wall. The stone in his hand naturally slipped away and fell to the ground. The one who acted was, of course, Su Chen. He knew Qian Wei was not seriously hurt. He stood between Ningyu and Qian Wei. Ningyu did not expect Su Chen to appear here. She felt as if hope had been injected into her. Qian Wei, who had been kicked away, wore an angry expression. But when he saw that it was Su Chen, a flattering smile appeared on his face. He had no idea how much Su Chen had seen, because he did not care about that at all. Qian Wei was left with only one thought: Su Chen has money. Mr. Su, your kick was really powerful. It's clear you exercise often, you have a great physique. Qian Wei supported his waist and slowly stood up, not forgetting to give Su Chen a thumbs up. This was the first time Su Chen had encountered such shamelessness. But soon, Qian Wei's behavior refreshed Su Chen's understanding of the word shameless. He pointed at Ningyu. Mr. Su, do you like her? I know, although she can't compare to the one beside you today, but don't worry, in our hometown, there has always been a custom of marrying a concubine. As long as you are willing, she can be at your disposal. Marrying a concubine sounded nice. In plain terms, it meant Su Chen would spend money to buy Ningyu. If he weren't familiar with antique knowledge, Su Chen might not have even heard these two words. This tradition, if one had to say, had already disappeared since the Republic of China. But seeing Qian Wei's natural demeanor, Su Chen almost thought he had misread something in his books. You are shameless. Before Su Chen could speak, Ningyu could no longer hold back. She never expected this man would say such things in front of Su Chen. First, he sold her out. Then, he talked about marrying a concubine. It was as if she was not a wife in his mouth, but a commodity that could be sold at a price. Qian Wei, however, acted as if it were only natural. As if what he did was completely justified. When I have money and am happy, I'm willing to indulge you. Now you're spending my money and still trying to turn against me. So what if I trade you for money? Xianwei had one face when facing Su Chen and another when facing Ningyu. Mr. Su, rest assured. As long as you can afford the price, I will sell her. Immediately. This woman has nothing to do with me. Moreover, I have her secrets in my hands. Don't worry. She will definitely go with you, no need to care whether she is willing or not. Ningyu wanted to continue cursing this shameless man, but she didn't know how to start. Xianwei was speaking the truth. She knew in her heart that in this situation, wanting to end the marriage amicably was already impossible. Firstly, if what she did were to be exposed and Xianwei took her to court, according to the latest laws, the house she currently lived in actually belonged to Xianwei. Not only would she not gain any benefits, but she would also implicate Su Chen. It was possible that she would be required to pay Qianwei a sum in compensation for his emotional distress. Secondly, the money she had previously sent home would also be exposed. This didn't even require Qianwei to find evidence himself. The bank statements were clear as day. If it weren't for these two matters, Ningyu wouldn't have been willing to be controlled by Qianwei. She longed for Su Chen's help in her heart, but she also knew that she was currently a burden. Both Qianwei and Ningyu's gazes were fixed on Su Chen. At the center of the incident, Su Chen was frowning in thought. He inadvertently glanced at Qianwei. His eyes lit up. Su Chen sneered and said, "All right, it's just money. Name your price." Qianwei immediately beamed with joy. "Young Master Su, you truly have an eye for talent. Just 50, no, 1 million will do." Qianwei calculated that with so much money, he could cover the amount Ningyu had previously stolen from him, as well as his debts, and still make a small profit. But thinking about the car Su Chen drove, which was quite valuable, Qianwei felt a bit regretful, wondering if he had offered too little. Just as he was about to raise the price, he heard Su Chen say, "All right, then you give me 1 million. What? The other two couldn't believe their ears. "Young Master Su, are you joking? What I meant was, you give me 1 million and I'll give you this woman." Su Chen remained silent, looking at him as if he were a fool. Ningyu felt a bit disheartened. She wouldn't blame Su Chen, but the disappointment that had initially risen now felt empty, which was somewhat uncomfortable. Watching Su Chen's teasing expression, Xianwei couldn't believe it. "Young Master Su? You really don't want to pay this money?" he probed again. Su Chen shook his head. Xianwei was anxious. He felt as if the 1 million in his hand had been snatched away by Su Chen. Although he couldn't beat Su Chen, Xianwei still stepped forward. "You, Su, are offering me a price out of respect. Don't be ungrateful. Now I'm giving you another chance. You give me 2 million. We can still negotiate. You take this woman away. I'll pretend I don't know what happened between you two before. Otherwise?" Xianwei gritted his teeth and said, "I'll make a scene at your company. I'll ruin your reputation." Su Chen felt as if he were watching a clown. Xianwei's demeanor amused him greatly. It was getting late, and he was worried about Ida being anxious, so he stopped teasing him. "Xianwei, don't think I don't know about your little secrets. Name." Xianwei age 40 secret matter X impotence. When Xianwei worked in a factory in his early years, he had ill intentions towards a female worker in his group. After work he followed her, intending to commit a crime. However, when she fiercely resisted, Xianwei was kicked hard in the lower body twice. He was almost rendered unrecognizable and lost his manhood. Ningyu had previously spoken vaguely about Qianwei's impotence. Just as Su Chen was pondering, he remembered to use his eye technique to take a look. That's when he discovered Qianwei's secret. Qianwei didn't understand what Su Chen was talking about. Su Chen simply pointed it out directly. "You thought no one knew about your ill intentions towards your female colleague when you were working?" Su Chen looked at him with disdain. "I know there are records of you working at that factory, and if we check your injuries, we'll know what happened. But there's no statute of limitations on this. The case file is still with the police. You're not pretending to be ignorant, are you?" Su Chen spoke very clearly, even telling Qianwei the name of that female worker and the name of the factory. Qianwei immediately panicked. He thought that in the environment at the time, what he did had no evidence. He never expected Su Chen to know. But what happened next was even harder for Qianwei to accept. Su Chen pulled Ningyu into his arms. Ningyu was still in shock from what Qianwei had done. After being embraced by Su Chen, she instinctively showed a shy expression. "As for what you said about me and your wife, do you have any evidence? Be careful, or I might accuse you of defamation. You won't be able to come out for the rest of your life," Su Chen said, and then kissed Ningyu. Ningyu became even more bashful. On Qianwei's side, he was both angry and afraid. He watched Su Chen holding Ningyu right in front of him, furious to the point of wanting to rush over and fight him. It had nothing to do with Ningyu. Qianwei was angry because Su Chen had taken his property. He was afraid because his life, or rather his fate for the rest of his life, was now in Su Chen's hands. He trembled all over, calculating in his mind. He could come up with this 1 million, but he would have to sell his current house. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to pay off his gambling debts. Qian Wei didn't want to part with that money at all. With a thud, he knelt down, crawling to Su Chen's feet. "Young Master Su, I beg you, spare me a way to live. You are magnanimous and shouldn't hold a grudge against a small person like me. I really can't come up with that much money." Su Chen looked at Qian Wei, who was snotting and crying, with great disdain, fearing that he would get something dirty on his feet. Holding back his disgust, he kicked him away. Qian Wei did not resist. After falling down, he immediately got up and tried to hug Su Chen's feet. "Fine. If you want me to let you go, that's easy. You apologize to my yaya and bow your head. Then, go back and sign a divorce agreement, leaving with nothing. We'll consider this matter settled." Hearing this, Qian Wei was overjoyed. He had no idea how much money he had. Su Chen wouldn't know either. He composed himself and began to bow towards Ningyu. "I'm sorry, it was all my fault before." His head hit the stone slab with a loud bang. Ningyu had become numb to this man's shamelessness and didn't look at him. Get lost, get lost." When Qian Wei heard Su Chen's words, he was overjoyed. He crawled away, not caring how embarrassed he looked at that moment. After this person left, Su Chen looked at Ningyu with some reproach. "You encountered such a big trouble, why didn't you come to me for help?" Ningyu snapped back to reality from her joy, unable to help but lower her head. "I have no clear standing with you, so how could I ask you for help?" She didn't dare to look at Su Chen. "Today, I was forced into a corner. I don't care about my worthless life, but he even knows about the money I send home. Actually, I'm not a sister-in-law who supports her brother. My brother became disabled while saving me when he was young." Ningyu choked up with grievance. The bitterness of these past days surged in her heart. "I don't deserve it. I'm already worthless and I've been married before. Qian Wei told me that your house and car are worth over 10 million combined. How could I ever aspire to you?" Su Chen looked at Ningyu, who was crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, feeling very heartbroken. Although she was dressed simply in a sweatshirt and jeans, Ningyu's figure could not be concealed. Especially since, despite her age, time had left no marks on her face. Approaching 30, her face had no wrinkles, almost as if it could be said to be flawless. Moreover, Su Chen had been secretly observing her for a long time. Clearly, if she just agreed to Qian Wei and cooperated with his scheme, she wouldn't have to suffer and her life would be easier. But she just wouldn't agree. How could Su Chen let such a woman go? "Alright, stop crying. From now on, you'll be innocent. Just follow me," Su Chen said, wiping away her tears with some tenderness. Upon hearing this, Ningyu excitedly rushed into Su Chen's arms. The stone forest already covered a large area. The place Qian Wei chose was almost deserted. Such a location was simply a gift from heaven. Su Chen pressed Ningyu against the stone wall. Ningyu, feeling inspired, naturally understood Su Chen's intentions. Sparks flew. They continued until the sky turned dark. Ningyu leaned against the stone wall. "Are you really going to let Qian Wei go just like that?" Ningyu felt somewhat unwilling. She had also heard from Su Chen that Qian Wei had not only taken advantage of her but had also bullied other women, although it is said now that Su Chen agreed to let him go for his own sake. What about that girl who was bullied for no reason before? I feel a bit sorry for that girl. With the current relationship, Ningyu naturally expressed her thoughts. Su Chen gently stroked her hair. "Just wait and see. Things won't be that simple." Another fragrant kiss was given. Ida had no complaints about Su Chen bringing the person back. She looked at Ningyu's wound with concern, feeling a bit pained. She bluntly stated that Su Chen couldn't let the domestic abuser go. Su Chen nodded. After sending Ningyu back, he returned home as well. Ida took out her phone to show her family the photos of her and Su Chen together. Su's father and mother were naturally all smiles. Only Hans felt a bit unhappy, but thinking of the cigarettes and alcohol Su Chen had given him, he quickly calmed down. Isn't it better to vent his anger on the cigarettes and alcohol? For Ningyu, the experiences of these past few days felt like a dream. She was awakened by the notification sound of the rent payment from the tenant on her phone. Seeing that it was getting late, she turned off the alarm early. She took a shower, got dressed, and put on her new uniform. Everything related to Qian Wei in this house had been thrown away by Ningyu. Although this home felt a bit empty now, Ningyu looked at the photo of Su Chen on her bedside and revealed a happy smile. In these few days, Qian Wei had already signed the divorce agreement and left with nothing. Even this property had been transferred to her name. She heard that Qian Wei was robbed on his way back to his hometown to escape his debts. The debt collectors even found his home, and his tendons were cut, leaving him to spend the rest of his life in bed. Ningyu had asked Su Chen if he was behind this. Su Chen shook his head. It was all done by the debt collectors, and it had nothing to do with him. Ningyu didn't press further. It was no longer her concern. Now she had a new job. The uniform she wore was the best representation of that Tianji association. That's right, it was arranged for her by Su Chen, and he even secured a position for her. Today was her first day at work. Ningyu stepped out of her house, taking deep breaths as if the air had become fresh. Arriving at the Tianji Association building, she looked up at the 60-story skyscraper. Social elites came and went around her. Various luxury cars roared past her, entering the company's parking lot. Ningyu could hardly believe this would be her future life. But the man in front of her made her realize she wasn't dreaming. Good morning, secretary. Ning, I'll take you to your orientation. Ningyu looked at Su Chen nervously. Gee, good morning, Supervisor Su. She followed Su Chen into the building. A new chapter in her life had begun. Su Chen looked at Ningyu in front of him. Although she was wearing the uniform of the Tianji Association, compared to how she looked a few days ago in Shilin, she had changed dramatically. She was no longer gloomy, but had become cheerful. In fact, she seemed to surpass the Ningyu he had known before. Not only that, her change in mindset made her appear much younger. Her skin was smoother. This transformation was even reflected in Su Chen's eye technique rating. Originally, Ningyu had a score of 91, but now, the Ningyu in front of Su Chen had a score of 95. It could almost be said that she was on par with Yilan and others. Even when alone with Su Chen, she had become bolder, providing him with a brand new experience. In these past few days, aside from helping Ningyu deal with the mess, Su Chen had spent almost all his time at her home. Su Chen used his exclusive elevator to take Ningyu upstairs. Ignoring the other subordinates, he brought Ningyu directly to his office. He also called for Bai Lu and Li Shitting. This is my life secretary. Today is her first day. Bai Lu, please show her around. Su Chen sat in his chair while Ningyu obediently stood behind him. Hearing Su Chen's words, Bai Lu assessed her new colleague and wasted no time, signaling for Ningyu to follow her. Ningyu looked at Su Chen with some reluctance. The air felt thick with tension. Su Chen gave her a thumbs up as encouragement. Only then did Ningyu feel reassured enough to follow Bai Lu. Bai Lu didn't notice any of this. However, Li Shitting did. She knew that Su Chen hadn't been home for the past few days. After all, Ada was at home. Li Shitting didn't point it out on the spot. After Bai Lu and Ningyu left, she mysteriously locked the office door. Standing in front of Su Chen, she wore a mischievous smile. Big brother. Su Chen was all too familiar with this voice. Whenever Li Shitting wanted something as a child, she would call him that. At other times, she only referred to him as cousin. Come on, what do you need me to do? Su Chen said helplessly. But what could he do? She was his little sister. Tell me, what's going on between you and Ada? Li Shitting half squatted in front of Su Chen. She didn't ask about Ning Yu, that was Su Chen's own business. But during these past few days, she had gotten along well with Ada. They were of similar age and had plenty of common topics. You haven't been home these days, and Ada goes to your villa every day to chat with your aunt and uncle. I don't believe she's just going to see them. Clearly, they're busy settling down themselves. I've been busy. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. According to Li Shitting, Ada probably did have feelings for him. I haven't even started anything with her. Su Chen sighed lightly. He had indeed not met Ada these past few days because he was busy with Ningyu. It was somewhat impolite. Who said that? Your uncle and aunt really like Ada. And Ada seems to want to keep in touch. Li Shitting lowered her voice, looking at Su Chen with a knowing expression. Today, she wasn't saying this on her own accord, it was all due to pressure from her parents and Su Chen's parents. With Su Chen not returning home these days, everyone thought he wasn't suitable for Ada. Su Chen nodded. Ada is indeed a good girl. I'll find her later. You go ahead and get busy. Su Chen dismissed Li Shitting. In truth, he felt helpless. If it came to marriage, Ada would indeed be a great choice. She was good-looking and came from a good family. But there were other women around him besides Ada. He didn't know if Ada could accept that. He was sincere with all of them. It wasn't possible to casually sever those feelings. If he hid it from Ada and continued to keep in touch with the others, that wasn't Su Chen's style, and it wouldn't be fair to Ada or the others. Su Chen scratched his head. Rather than tormenting himself here, it would be better to clarify things with Ada. If she couldn't accept it, it was better to cut ties cleanly now than to be discovered later. Su Chen called Ada to invite her to dinner that evening. On the other end of the line, Ada answered the phone with a hint of surprise. After hearing Su Chen's invitation, she readily agreed. After work, Su Chen picked Ada up and took her to the restaurant. It was a pure Chinese restaurant, Fuzhou Building. A century-old establishment in Spring City. Anyone who had lived in Spring City for a while would have heard of its name. It was renowned for its Yunnan cuisine. The decor of Fuzhou Building was quite interesting, reminiscent of an ancient inn. Before they even entered, Ada showed a strong interest. Once they entered the private room, she began to look around eagerly. The windows in the room were all in an antique style, with carved designs and papered over. The menu was made up of wooden plaques mounted on the wall. So, what do you want to eat? Su-chen asked, amused by her curious expression as he pointed at the menu. Ada shook her head. I recognize the characters, but I don't know what they mean. Ada admitted this quite decisively. Su-chen wasn't in a hurry, he patiently explained things to her. In the end, they ordered some local specialties from Spring City, including mushrooms, cold chicken, roasted duck, and some flour cakes, according to Ada's preferences. After the dishes arrived, Su-chen sat next to Ada, explaining how to eat them and how they were made. Ada was not averse to it. Instead, she propped her chin on her hand, listening to Su-chen while occasionally glancing at her. Su-chen explained everything in great detail, and Ada listened attentively. Open your mouth. After Su-chen finished introducing all the dishes, Ada picked up a small piece of flour cake and fed it to Su-chen. This is to thank you for explaining these dishes to me. Ada smiled sweetly. Seeing her radiant smile, Su-chen finally began to discuss serious matters. Ada, what do you think about our blind date? Even asking such a question made Su-chen feel a bit awkward. However, Ada responded quite straightforwardly. I have never been in a relationship. There's no concept of blind dates in my country. But I think it's quite nice. Very refreshing. If I were to date you, I think it would be a wonderful thing. Then she started to praise Su-chen. You are great. Very patient with me, knowledgeable, and always willing to help. In our country, we call such people gentlemen. And you are even gentler than those gentlemen. You respect women more. Su, you are a good person. Ada looked directly at Su-chen, no longer calling him cousin. It was the first time Su-chen heard Ada's opinion of him, and he felt somewhat moved. Since she was so open, he decided not to hide anything from her. I think you are great too. But before you, I had some close female friends. I think if I were to give them up for marriage, it would be disrespectful to them and to myself. After Su-chen finished speaking, he looked at Ada. The atmosphere became tense. Su-chen had thought through all the possible outcomes beforehand. Whether Ada got angry or upset, it was clear that clarifying things now would be beneficial. However, to Su-chen's surprise, Ada not only did not get angry but instead smiled. It's fine. I really appreciate that you didn't hide this from me. I don't care about that. I believe love shouldn't be a constraint. As long as after we get married, you can still make me feel that your love for me hasn't diminished, I can accept it. Su-chen did not expect such a result. The mindset of people from her country was indeed somewhat advanced. The more he looked at Ada, the more he found her pleasing. The two continued to eat, toasting and exchanging drinks, sitting closer and closer together. The atmosphere grew increasingly ambiguous. They spent a long time having this meal. When it was time to leave, Su-chen stood at the door of the restaurant, wanting to call a taxi for Ada to take her home. Unexpectedly, this action made Ada somewhat dissatisfied. She still felt a bit reluctant to part with Su-chen. Ada stopped Su-chen from calling a taxi with his phone. Su, am I now your girlfriend? She hugged him from behind, resting her head on Su-chen's shoulder, gently whispering in his ear. Of course. Su-chen felt a bit helpless. Ada seemed so independent, yet after establishing their relationship, she was so reliant on him. Then why should we separate tonight? Su-chan's eyes lit up. He understood Ada's meaning, surprised that she was so open. Since that was the case, Su-chen felt he could not refuse Ada. He could only go with the flow. The next day, Su-chen opened his eyes. Through the window, the entire scenery of Spring City was in full view. Truly, it was Spring City, a city surrounded by flowers. Su-chen couldn't help but exclaim, indeed the most upscale hotel in Spring City lived up to its name as the Sky Garden. Just this view was worth it. Reflecting on the wild events of last night, Su-chen couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary combat power of Western women. Although Ada was a bit inexperienced at first, under Su-chen's patient guidance, the two gradually became evenly matched. In the end, Ada even wanted to surpass him. Fortunately, he was more skilled and did not embarrass the men of Huagua. The hotel windows were one-sided. It was impossible to see inside from the outside, but one could see outside from inside. When they were in the heat of the moment, they fortunately opened all the curtains. The room was circular, with glass on all sides. It was Su-chen's first time experiencing such a novel setting, and to be honest, the atmosphere was quite stimulating. Su-chen leaned back on the bed, lost in thought. Ada had just come out of the bathroom, her tousled golden hair cascading over her shoulders. She wore only a tight sports bra, her figure strong and exuding a sense of powerful beauty. You're awake. Su. Ada jogged over, leaning down to give Su-chen a long morning kiss. After a while, she stood up, looking at Su-chen, licking her lips, seemingly reluctant to part. I'm going for a morning workout. Do you want to join? Su-chen glanced at his phone. It's getting late, I still have to go to work. He shook his head regretfully. Ada didn't cling to him either. Nodding, she quickly got dressed and left. Su-chen watched her retreating figure. They had fought until midnight yesterday. He didn't expect her to still have the energy. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't even be able to get up for a morning workout, let alone endure the last few battles. Su Chen admired Ada's lifestyle. No wonder her combat ability was so formidable. But thinking about how Ada enjoyed her fitness for herself, Su Chen felt relieved. After tidying up, Su Chen changed into the clothes that the hotel had washed and dried. The car he couldn't drive home after drinking was also brought over by the hotel. In this way, Su Chen returned to the Tianji Association in a good mood. Along the way, many people greeted him. Whether he knew them or not, Su Chen responded to each one. In the office, there were only Su Chen and Ning Yu. The life secretary, as the name suggests, was sent by the association to take care of Su Chen's daily needs. This position could only be assigned to those above the rank of supervisor. Even if it wasn't appointed by himself, it was still chosen by the supervisor. Ning Yu was very happy to see Su Chen. However, Su Chen gestured for her to be patient. He was on the phone with his family. The person on the other end was his mother. "Son, what's wrong? Your dad and I just finished breakfast and are out for a walk." Su Chen smiled. The old couple's routine was quite similar to that of a future daughter-in-law. "Well, you two can accompany Ada for morning workouts from now on." "Really? What? Ada?" His mother's voice was loud. Su Chen even heard his father lean in to take the call. "Move over, give me some space. You old man, can't I just put it on speaker?" Su Chen patiently listened to the two elders bickering. "Son, it's me. What did you just say about Ada?" his father asked eagerly. Su Chen knew that his mother had turned on the speaker. "Ada and I have confirmed our relationship. You don't have to worry about my marriage anymore." After Su Chen finished speaking, he could vaguely hear cheers from the other end of the line. There were discussions about wanting grandchildren and one grandchild not being enough. After a while, his father's voice rang out again. "All right, next time I'll invite your great-aunt and your cousin Hans to have a meal together. Let's celebrate properly. By the way, prepare more of the cigarettes and alcohol that your cousin Hans likes." Su Chen agreed with a smile, quickly hanging up the phone. On the other end, the old couple had already started discussing kindergartens in Spring City. If they continued chatting, who knows what else they would say. Su Chen put down his phone, and what caught his eye was Ning Yu's resentful gaze. "I know, with a sister from the corrupt country, I'm no longer appealing." Ning Yu knew Ada. That day in the car, Ada had even comforted her for a long time, helping to vent her frustrations about her previous boyfriend. Su Chen knew that Ning Yu wasn't really angry. He took her hand and pulled her onto his lap. All right, don't be mad. Look, you're getting wrinkles from frowning." Su Chen gently touched Ning Yu's delicate face. Of course, he was just teasing her, but Ning Yu cared a lot, picking up a mirror to check. "Just kidding. Our Ning Yu has the best skin," Su Chen said, extending his hand. "Cousin, Tian." Li Shiting burst through the door with great energy. In the entire Tianji Association, only she dared to do so. Upon seeing the scene before her, Li Shiting coughed lightly and stepped back out to close the door. Ning Yu glanced at Su Chen and quickly stood up from beside him. Li Shiting waited outside for a moment before walking back in. She had long since become accustomed to her cousin's behavior. Moreover, in her eyes, it was only natural for such an impressive man like her cousin to have more women around him. "Cousin, our department has taken on a new task." Li Shiting approached Su Chen. The latter showed no sign of embarrassment. Instead, it was Ning Yu, standing behind him, whose expression seemed a bit awkward. "What task?" "It's a verification task." "Verification task?" Su Chen repeated. It was indeed somewhat unexpected for such a task to fall to his department. If it were a routine inspection, a task that could offend people without yielding any benefits, Su Chen wouldn't have reacted so strongly. A verification task typically involved antique shops or companies in that field where, due to forgery or other reasons, stolen goods were confiscated from their homes. The Tianji Association needed to send people to inventory and then submit everything uniformly. To put it bluntly, it was like a raid. Such jobs had always been lucrative throughout history. After all, how many stolen goods a family truly had was often unclear even to the ones being raided. Even if they had a rough idea, they wouldn't dwell on it too much. Once raided, who would still report the raiders for hiding things? Yes, it's a verification task. Li Shiting noticed the confusion on Su Chen's face and repeated it again. She understood the reason for his puzzlement. She had been in the association for a while now. Li Shiting knew that her cousin had been parachuted in and hadn't been in his position long enough to establish a solid foundation. He couldn't be compared to those inspectors who had climbed their way up. This was the first time such a lucrative task had fallen to their department. But there was a reason for it. "This was assigned by Old Man Tian," Li Shiting said. Su Chen understood, recalling that when Li Shiting first entered, she seemed to have called out Old Man Tian's name. He considered himself one of Old Man Tian's trusted aides, and the previous tasks had all been laborious work. This lucrative task could be seen as Old Man Tian's favor. What kind of person could make Old Man Tian personally assign a task? Su Chen asked curiously. If it was assigned by Old Man Tian, it certainly couldn't be a small-time vendor. Such small fry would never catch Old Man Tian's eye. Li Shiting was also a bit excited. Normally, she might have kept it a secret. It's said to be called Wanbao Pavilion. Their boss has run into trouble and all of their assets are to be confiscated. This matter is being handled by Old Man Tian. Moreover, I've heard that the Yi family is assisting in the process. That's why such a task has fallen to us. If you go now, the Yi family's people should still be on site. Su Chen understood. He had some knowledge of the antique shops under his jurisdiction. Wanbao Pavilion was a rival of the Yi family, one of the few shops that could compete with Yi Lan's Boga Studio. It was true that Wanbao Pavilion had encountered problems. However, the Yi family must have had a hand in it to some extent. Now, with the confiscation specifically assigned to him, Old Man Tian was clearly giving his subordinates a benefit. Both he and the Yi family were direct affiliates of Old Man Tian. Su Chen didn't hesitate. Such a task was naturally one he couldn't refuse. All right, I understand. Find someone reliable from your team and you go along too, Su Chen said to Li Shiting, revealing a meaningful smile. Don't say your cousin doesn't take care of you. You'll benefit from this. Make sure to show proper respect to uncle and aunt when you get back. With no outsiders in the office, Su Chen spoke plainly. For such a task, it was best to bring his own people along. Li Shiting was no longer a child. Her face lit up with joy as she left happily. In the office, only he and Ningyu remained. You're not going to report me, are you? Su Chen smiled as he looked at Ningyu. It was clear he was teasing her. Then the inspector will have to find a way to shut my two mouths. Ningyu smiled sweetly. Su Chen nodded. Wait for me. After saying that, he walked out. Ningyu was just a life secretary. It wasn't appropriate to take her along. Besides, there was no need for the two of them to be so divided. Ningyu also understood that what belonged to Su Chen was hers as well, and she was already very satisfied with her current life. The scene shifted, and Su Chen had arrived at the car, accompanied by his subordinates, at the task location. Although he had already guessed that this inspection site would not be simple, he was still somewhat surprised when he stood in front of the manor. This was a manor located in the western suburbs of Spring City. The first thing that caught the eye was the extremely luxurious gate. This was a Western-style manor, and the gate was modeled after the Caesar Gate of Country F. The massive marble door was magnificent and grand, towering 3 stories high. On either side of the gate were tall walls. Just these walls could deter quite a few ill-intentioned individuals. Su Chen got out of the car, and the Yi family members were already waiting at the entrance. They were not members of the Tianji Association and did not have law enforcement authority, so they had to wait for Su Chen's arrival. The person leading the Yi family was someone Su Chen was very familiar with, the eldest daughter, Yi Lan. The two had not seen each other for a long time. Upon seeing Su Chen, Yi Lan signaled her subordinates to wait in place and approached him herself. Li Shiting, with her keen insight, took the members of the Tianji Association to a distance. Long time no see, Yi Lan. Su Chen had already guessed who was leading the Yi family. Yi Lan smiled broadly. Inspector Su, it's been a while. This time, what I'm giving you is a big gift. A win-win situation, right? The two were quite familiar with each other, having lived under the same roof for a while. Yi Lan did not hold back and directly explained the situation. This family has completely disappeared due to some unmentionable reasons. Yi Lan pointed to the sky. Su Chen understood. But even so, the remaining assets will either be auctioned by the association and acquired by his former peers, or taken over by related organizations. After we finish the inspection, the land and buildings of this manor will also be taken over by other organizations. Su Chen nodded. The only potential rival to the Yi family in the antique business might be the Wanbao Pavilion. Other industries would surely have their hands in it as well. The Tianji Association alone would not suffice, at most just handling the antique aspect. Moreover, this manor could not be auctioned off since it was not an asset. That's why such matters required his involvement. Su Chen looked at the grand gate of the manor with some emotion. Such a manor must have belonged to a family of great power in the past. Now, it had suddenly turned to nothing, to be divided among a bunch of people. Jinling's jade trees and the song of orioles at dawn, the Qinhuai waters bloom early, who knows how easily it all fades away. Watching him build his red tower, watching him host his guests, watching his tower collapse. Truly, the world is unpredictable. Su Chen followed Yi Lan into the manor. Initially, Yi Lan wanted to drive in. Su Chen found it a bit strange. Who would have thought that as the stone gates slowly opened, what greeted them was a vast expanse of lawn. The villa was at the end of the lawn, only vaguely visible. Su Chen felt he had gained some insight. On the lawn were various shrubs of different shapes, along with some stone sculptures. Just these sculptures, each one was worth a considerable amount. Of course, these were counted as part of the manor and had nothing to do with Su Chen. The car drove to the entrance of the villa. Yilan signaled Su Chen to open the door. Su Chen stepped in first. Inside the villa's hall, a dazzling array of rare treasures greeted the eye. Most were calligraphy and paintings, almost counted by the bundle. There were also some porcelain items, neatly arranged. Compared to these, jade and jewelry seemed somewhat less valuable. Su Chen thought it was a pity that all these items would have to go through his hands for appraisal before being stored away. But in the end, they all belong to the association. It has nothing to do with me. The remaining subordinates did not drive, they all walked in. Taking advantage of this moment, Yilan lowered her voice. It's your first time doing this job, and you have no experience. I estimated the value before I came. The association also said that as long as the seized assets are worth 20 billion, it will be fine. After Yilan finished speaking, she looked at the antiques with some worry. I wonder if these things can be worth 20 billion, she said to herself. Su Chen caught the hidden meaning in Yilan's words. As long as he completed the task and gathered enough antiques worth 20 billion, the rest would be up to him to manage. Here, apart from the Yi family, it was just his people, so he had the final say. Moreover, when it comes to valuing antiques, it is normal for an item worth 5 million to fluctuate between 4 million and 6 million. As for how it fluctuates, it all depends on Su Chen. In the entire Tianji Association, who doesn't know that Su Chen's appraisal skills are only below the 7 elders? In fact, there are even claims that he might be stronger than the 7 elders. Su Chen looked at Yilan and found that she was also looking at him. They exchanged a smile, and everything was unspoken. At this moment, the people from the Tianji Association also walked in. Su Chen instructed them to unfold the paintings one by one and then waited for his quotes. The remaining people only needed to be responsible for recording and summarizing. Initially, some subordinates wanted to show off, but after seeing Su Chen complete the appraisal of an item in less than a minute, clearly identifying the dynasty and the author, and then estimating the value based on the auction prices of similar works, the entire process was smooth and flowing. At first, some people were skeptical, as Su Chen's speed was truly astonishing. They were also worried about making mistakes. Su Chen directly asked a few of them to appraise again. The results they took 10 minutes to arrive at were identical to Su Chen's. They immediately gave up. With such efficiency, it didn't take long for the people from the Tianji Association, who were recording and summarizing, to struggle to keep up with Su Chen's appraisal speed. After this incident, the people in Su Chen's department gained a deeper understanding of his abilities. The looks they gave him were filled with admiration. Not only the people from the Tianji Association, but Yilan and the Yi family members she brought were also amazed. In fact, Su Chen had played a little trick. Although his pricing was reasonable and justified, it was generally about 10 to 20% higher than the market price. Soon, before the jade and stone items were classified and organized, they had already gathered the 20 billion required by the association. Yilan looked at Su Chen, feeling as if she were looking at a monster. Such operations, even if others could think of them, they could not execute them like Su Chen. While the association's people were moving out the antiques that had been appraised, Su Chen signaled the Yi family members to take half of the antiques from the jewelry and jade section. These items, lacking detailed features, were very easy to sell. When the people from the association returned and saw the discrepancy in numbers, they did not raise any objections. After all, this kind of thing had almost become a customary practice within the association. Otherwise, there would be no need for everyone to move out an antique together. Su Chen exchanged glances with a few people and nodded, then continued to classify and organize. Although it seemed like he had taken a lot, Su Chen still couldn't feel happy about it. Compared to the 20 billion worth of antiques, the items he had just let Yilan take could only be considered scraps. After splitting with Yilan, giving a little to his subordinates, there wasn't much left. On the other hand, Yilan was quite pleased. Su Chen's keen insight and unique estimation methods were impeccable, maximizing their income while leaving no room for criticism from above. Yilan was very satisfied with the items she had taken. After all, they were free. After the treasures in the hall were organized, Su Chen instructed his subordinates to disperse and check the villa for any overlooked items. Those who understood knew that if it were large items, it would be one thing, but for small things, slipping them into one's pocket would go unnoticed. The subordinates knew that Su Chen was doing this for his own benefit. They hurriedly left one after another. You all go help out too. Yilan waved at her eager subordinates. Upon receiving Yilan's order, they rushed out as well. Su Chen, it's fortunate that this time the partner is you. Your appraisals are both accurate and ruthless. If it were someone else, it wouldn't have been so easy. I estimate our profits wouldn't be this substantial either. Others wouldn't remember the auction prices of similar antiques each time. Naturally, the appraisals would be lower. Su Chen could tell that Yi Lan was genuinely praising him. He just smiled. Shall we take a look around too? Yi Lan naturally wouldn't refuse. At first, she thought Su Chen also wanted to pick up some bargains in the villa. But Su Chen was truly just wandering around the villa as if he were sightseeing. He didn't take anything. Not only did Yi Lan hold Su Chen in high regard, but his subordinates also admired him greatly upon seeing him like this. Because it concerned their own interests, both the Yi family members and the Tianji Association members were very serious about their search. Small items might have been pocketed. They actually found quite a few larger antiques that were difficult to hide. With these included, the overall appraisal of the antiques was heading towards 2.5 billion. Su Chen himself had pocketed quite a bit. The association's tasks were also completed beyond expectations. It could be said that he balanced both sides well. After finishing the last batch of antique collection, the members of the association and the Yi family loaded the antiques onto the transport vehicle. They then began to gradually withdraw from the scene. At this point, Su Chen had completed his task and could leave. However, he greeted Yi Lan. I'm going to the restroom. You arrange for them to leave first. I'll be back shortly and we can leave together. Yi Lan was a bit surprised but nodded in agreement. Su Chen bid farewell to Yi Lan. Now, in the entire villa, apart from the people in the hall who were withdrawing, there were only the security personnel outside. No one else could come in. He walked straight towards the restroom on the second floor. Confirming that no one was following him, Su Chen closed the restroom door. Here was what he wanted. When Su Chen had just inspected the entire villa, he had been paying attention to whether there were any hidden compartments. Initially, after making around and finding nothing, Su Chen felt a bit disappointed. But as he passed by the restroom on the second floor, he was surprised to notice that one of the tiles on the innermost wall was slightly different from the others. The difference wasn't very significant. It was just that one tile had a slightly different color from the surrounding ones. Moreover, it wasn't perfectly aligned with the wall. If it weren't for Su Chen's remarkable eyesight after acquiring the eye technique, he truly wouldn't have noticed it. In other places, it could be understood. But such a discrepancy in a villa with this kind of decoration felt a bit out of place. Su Chen kept a close eye on it. Although he was surprised, there were many people around at the time. Su Chen only took a quick glance, not even looking at it closely. After everyone had left, Su Chen returned to this spot. He used the eye technique to confirm that it was indeed a hidden compartment. Using the Swiss Army knife he carried, he pried open the tile. Inside, there was indeed something. Su Chen reached in. The object was small. He pulled it out. His breath caught in his throat, unable to believe his eyes. It was a piece of animal skin, seemingly wrapped around something. Su Chen held his breath and slowly opened the animal skin in his hand. Inside was a piece of mutton fat jade, quite valuable. But Su Chen's gaze was entirely on that piece of animal skin. Name, Wu Sangui's treasure map, incomplete, era, Great Zhou Zhaowu. This was the remaining half of the treasure map. Su Chen gasped for air. Looking around, he repeatedly confirmed that there was no one nearby. Then he folded the animal skin neatly and tucked it into his bosom, finding something without effort after searching high and low. After the Manhwa tribe established contact with the Tianji Association, they gradually bought a lot of antiques from the Tianji Association. The head of the procurement department, Zhang Tianhui, naturally didn't dare to contradict Su Chen's intentions and followed his orders without question. He handed over all the antiques collected from the Manhwa tribe to Su Chen for inspection. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. At first, Su Chen was full of enthusiasm, carefully examining each antique. However, after each appraisal, it was never what he wanted. By the end, even Su Chen began to wonder if the remaining piece was a map no longer belonging to the Manhwa people. To his surprise, it truly was the case. The remaining half of the map was actually discovered here. As Su Chen walked back, he felt a bit lightheaded. When he finally found the treasure, let alone the 2 billion worth of antiques, the total value of the Tianji Association's collection might not even match that. This was the accumulation of over 200 years from the Mu Wangfu during the Ming dynasty, plus years of plundering by Wu Sangui. Even Su Chen couldn't suppress his excitement. A smile was plastered on his face. Of course, before leaving, Su Chen restored everything to its original state. Yi Lan was still waiting in the hall. Seeing Su Chen come down the stairs, her smile never faltered. Supervisor Su, did you find something good? You look so happy, Yi Lan teased Su Chen. Su Chen wasn't angry. He handed her the piece of jade wrapped in the treasure map. Your subordinates weren't very thorough. This jade is for you. Among the people I know, only you deserve such a fine piece. The value of this jade was high, otherwise, it wouldn't have been stored separately in a hidden compartment. Yi Lan accepted the jade, feeling quite pleased. It wasn't just because of the jade's value, but also because of Su Chen's compliment. The two of them walked out together. The association staff sealed the villa's entrance with a sticker. After that, no one could enter again. Su Chen glanced back at the villa. Thankfully, he came today, otherwise, the treasure and the treasure map would have remained hidden forever. Yi Lan wanted to invite Su Chen to dinner, but his mind was already elsewhere. Yi Lan assumed he had other matters to attend to and didn't press the issue. She watched his departing figure with some disappointment. However, looking at the jade in her hand, her mood improved significantly. After bidding farewell to Yi Lan, Su Chen went directly to one of his properties. He couldn't even wait to report back to the Tianji Association. Although it was also located in the Tianheng community, it was a different layout. 1 unit per elevator. Su Chen bought the top floor. Without the access card in his hand, no one could come up. Su Chen purchased this place for its privacy. Not only here, but he also bought multiple properties in different communities. Some of these houses were bare, while others were fully renovated. But, without exception, they all had enormous appreciation potential. Besides living in them, even if he just left them after buying, they would gradually increase in value. This was much safer than putting money in the bank. The house Su Chen was currently in had been specially renovated by a trusted construction team he found through Sun Xin after he bought it. The security door had been replaced with a solid one. After unlocking the door with a key, it also required verification of Su Chen's fingerprint and iris. This technology was sourced through the association and was considered the most advanced. The reason for such tight security measures was that this place could be considered Su Chen's treasure vault, specifically used to store his own collection. Su Chen also installed specialized maintenance facilities. The humidity and temperature in each room were different, adjusted according to the items in the collection. It was akin to a museum's storage. Moreover, after being robbed once by the He-chong family, Su Chen had more than one such house. Some were even purchased under names other than his own. Su Chen walked straight into the innermost room. This room was empty, with only a table in the center. On it lay the treasure map of Wu Sangui that Su Chen had previously found in the Masua tribe. Su Chen took out the piece he had just discovered from his pocket. He slowly unfolded it and pieced it together with the original map. It fit perfectly. Su Chen thought he had obtained all the treasure maps. But it wasn't like that. 2 pieces of animal skin, although they already took up a large part of the treasure map, were still somewhat incomplete. It seemed that 1 or 2 smaller pieces were still needed to complete it. Su Chen was very confident. With a treasure map like this, he could find it himself. The rest would definitely be possible as well. Moreover, the treasure map already revealed a general idea. It depicted mountains, rivers, and a dense array of lines. It was clearly a map from that time. However, so much time had passed, and this map was originally from the Ming dynasty. So many of the landmarks were different from now. Su Chen couldn't discern the places and specific locations indicated on the map. Although he couldn't make much out from the map, he still vaguely felt that it looked somewhat familiar. To solve this problem, Su Chen decided to seek outside help. He didn't delay, and the security in the house returned to their posts. He drove to his alma mater, Spring City University. Although he hadn't been gone long, looking at the entrance of the university gave Su Chen a surreal feeling. However, the guard still recognized him and easily let him through. The helper Su Chen was looking for was at Spring City University. This was an old professor he had met during his time at the college. Professor Xiang Yulin. Professor Xiang specialized in ancient history and geography and was quite famous in the field. Besides Spring City University, he also served as a visiting professor at several other universities. Naturally, Su Chen wouldn't report the treasure map matter to the Tianji Association, so he could only privately seek help from acquaintances. Since he contacted Professor Xiang on short notice, the professor had a class today. Su Chen quietly arrived at the classroom where Professor Xiang was teaching, sitting in the corner of the last row. The lecture hall at Spring City University had doors at both the front and back. Su Chen's entrance didn't disturb anyone. He had barely sat down when a head peeked in through the back door. Seeing Professor Xiang writing something on the blackboard, the student tiptoed in and sat down next to Su Chen. This was one of Professor Xiang's students, with a ponytail, wearing a white sweatshirt and blue jeans. She had a youthful look, no makeup, just a light application of lipstick. She looked pure and lovely, with an adorable beauty mark at the corner of her eye. This girl was not shy at all. After sitting down, she placed her book on the desk and poked Su Chen's arm with her hand. When Su Chen turned to look at her, she leaned down, hiding behind the person in front, and whispered to him, "Classmate, has Professor Xiang taken attendance yet?" Su Chen wanted to laugh. This girl could be considered his junior. It was obvious she was late and had found a chance to sneak in. Su Chen held back his amusement and leaned down as well. This reminded him of how he used to talk to his deskmate during class. "You came late, we've already taken attendance." Professor Xiang was very angry and said that anyone who didn't respond during attendance would lose. their usual points, and it wouldn't matter even if they came in later. After saying this, Suchen straightened up. He was afraid that if he kept looking at this junior, he would burst out laughing. The girl took Suchen's words seriously and started to stomp her feet anxiously. This is bad, my scholarship is probably in jeopardy now. After saying this, she pouted, clenched her fists, and lightly hit the desk, looking very regretful. Suchen was a bit puzzled. He had chosen to take Professor Xiang's course back then because he was poor and couldn't afford a computer. By the time he got to the library to grab a course, there were no options left, which was how he got to know Professor Xiang. Suchen clearly remembered that this course didn't carry many credits. Even if she lost some usual points, as long as her final exam score was good, it wouldn't affect her credits at all. Her GPA wouldn't drop either. How could it prevent her from getting a scholarship? Someone who truly had the ability to earn a scholarship like Suchen back then wouldn't care about 1 or 2 credits. Hey, you're overreacting a bit, aren't you? Suchen wanted to comfort her. After all, he had scared her. But the girl still looked very regretful, lost in her own world, with no time to respond to Suchen's question. Perhaps the girl was a bit too loud. Or maybe she noticed her long-lost student. She pretended to be angry at the professor. The 2 students in the last row, stop talking, it's disturbing the other classmates. If you don't want to listen, you can leave. In an instant, all the students turned to look. Suchen exchanged a glance with the professor. He clearly saw the amusement in the professor's eyes, realizing that the professor was joking with him. Got it, professor. Suchen sat up straight. The professor smiled and continued the class. However, Suchen forgot that the girl beside him had no idea what was going on. She was clearly startled by the professor's reprimand. But she also noticed the way Suchen and the professor exchanged smiles. It was obvious that they had a good relationship. She seemed to have grasped at a last straw for help. Classmate, please help me plead my case. The girl looked at Suchen, her hands clasped in front of her chest, bowing towards him with a pitiful expression. Soon, class was over. The old professor didn't rush to leave. He walked straight towards Suchen. Suchen, you haven't come back to see your teacher in a long time. The old professor's face was full of wrinkles from smiling. The girl next to Suchen was stunned. When the professor taught them, he was always very serious, rarely showing a smile. It was unprecedented for him to be like this today. This made her certain that their relationship was not ordinary. Suchen could help her speak. It's just that I've been busy with work. As soon as I have time, I'll come back to see you. And who doesn't know that Professor Xiang is the pillar of our college? People wanting to attend your class are lined up from our school all the way to France. Suchen's words also made the professor laugh. He knew his students liked to joke and wasn't angry. Well, there's still one more. Came in halfway through, thinking I wouldn't know. Suchen knew the professor was joking with him. Their relationship had always been good. The professor treated him like family. When Suchen was in school, he often went to the professor's house for meals. After Suchen selected his courses, he ended up sitting in the front row because he was playing around and was designated as the class representative by the professor. He created a group to notify everyone about class times and classrooms and was also responsible for collecting assignments. The professor was always very serious. Assignments given that day were due the next day. Suchen's part-time job delayed him a bit, so he directly delivered the assignment to the professor's dormitory at Spring City University. When he arrived, he found that the professor had suddenly fallen ill. Suchen carried the old professor to the infirmary. Fortunately, they got there in time, and the infirmary was able to treat him. Otherwise, if they had been late, even the infirmary wouldn't have been able to save him, let alone get him to the hospital in time. After that incident, their relationship improved significantly. Suchen also knew that the professor's spouse had passed away early, leaving behind 2 daughters who had married off. The old professor was selfless and lived in the faculty dormitory. Besides research, he had no other hobbies. He was overly serious and strict, and due to his upright nature, he didn't have a good relationship with students and had few friends at the school. Therefore, during the professor's hospitalization after leaving the infirmary, Suchen visited him multiple times. Over time, they developed a sense of camaraderie that transcended age. They had kept in touch over the years, which was why Suchen dared to ask him such an important question. The girl, upon hearing the professor's words, realized that he knew she was late. She lowered her head, not daring to look up. Suchen found her dejected appearance somewhat amusing. It was just being late once, yet it had turned into this. Professor Xiang, won't you introduce me? This junior seems quite interesting. Oh, this is our department's student assistant recruited for the archaeology research direction this year. Her name is Hiyuya. Suchen nodded, understanding now. No wonder this girl was so afraid of being caught for being late. The student assistants at Spring City University receive an extra allowance. However, This money requires approval from the department. Given Professor Xiang's temperament, if the approval is denied, there would be no place for her to argue. Su Chen is not an outsider. After introducing him to Professor Xiang, he began to scold He Yueyao. Professor Xiang is notoriously strict, and He Yueyao didn't dare to explain herself. Su Chen found it amusing. It had been a long time since he had seen such a scene after graduating. Professor Xiang, I still have something to discuss with you. You see, and this junior didn't do it on purpose. You've already taught her a lesson this time. She definitely won't make the same mistake again. He Yueyao, seeing Su Chen speak up for her, glanced at him gratefully, nodding her head like a chick pecking at grains. Yes, Professor. I won't do it again next time. Professor Xiang still gave Su Chen face. Moreover, He Yueyao was very efficient in her work, which he appreciated, so he wasn't really going to punish her. Alright, this is the last time. Professor Xiang took the opportunity to let her off the hook. Thank you, Professor. He Yueyao quickly bowed to Professor Xiang and was ready to leave. Then, as if she remembered something, she turned her head and playfully winked at Su Chen. Thank you, senior. After saying that, she grabbed her backpack and left, her ponytail swaying energetically. He Yueyao's youthful and lively demeanor lifted Su Chen's spirits considerably. Only Su Chen and the professor were left in the classroom, making conversation much easier. Su Chen, you didn't mention on the phone that you had something to discuss with me. Professor Xiang was a bit puzzled. Although Su Chen often texted to check on him, it was the first time he sought him out without a holiday or special occasion. Isn't it that I need your help? They were quite familiar, so Su Chen didn't hold back. Professor Xiang looked at Su Chen curiously, thinking that he had devoted his life to academia and didn't have his own business outside of school like other professors. There were probably very few things he could help Su Chen with. But since the student had spoken up, Professor Xiang didn't refuse. Alright, go ahead, I'll do my best. Let's not talk about it here, Professor. It's been a long time since we saw each other. You must let me treat you to a meal. I often came to your house for dinner during college. Su Chen checked the time. It was about time for lunch. It would be better to discuss this over a meal, which wouldn't interfere with the professor's afternoon class. Plus, the matter he wanted to discuss was best kept private. Professor Xiang nodded. Su Chen led him downstairs, stating that his car was parked right outside. When they arrived, Su Chen noticed that many students were gathered around his car, taking pictures with their phones. Su Chen was quite tolerant of these juniors and seniors. He unlocked the car door with his key, signaling to the students that the owner had arrived, and then he helped the old professor into the car. Su Chen took him to a decent restaurant near the university. He booked a private room, avoiding overly expensive places, partly because Professor Xiang didn't like such things, and partly because it was too far, making it inconvenient for the professor to attend class. Su Chen ordered a table full of dishes that suited Professor Xiang's taste. When he reached the fourth dish, Professor Xiang directly said that was enough. Su Chen repeatedly assured him that he would take the leftovers home and not waste anything. Only then did the old professor agree. Su Chen, after you graduated, you never told me about your work. I don't have much ability. If it doesn't work out, you can come back to school and study for a master's degree with me. You could even teach here. Professor Xiang didn't know how Su Chen was doing. He didn't care for material things and couldn't tell the value of Su Chen's car and clothes. He didn't even recognize the brand of the car. Although he didn't know why Su Chen sought him out, if it was for this reason, he was willing to set aside his pride. Moreover, it was better for him to say it than for a student to lower their head and plead with him. Su Chen could roughly guess the old professor's intentions and felt a wave of emotion in his heart. He quickly opened his mouth to explain. No need, Professor. I found a job at the Tianji Association. Before Su Chen could continue, he noticed the professor's brow furrowed. With your major, how did you end up at the Tianji Association? Seeing the professor's expression, Su Chen didn't mention that he was working as an inspector. Don't worry, I'm just doing clerical work. I just need to type at the computer. It has nothing to do with antiques or anything like that. I can't even see them. Upon hearing this, the professor seemed to relax a bit. Alright, if you want to change jobs, come find me. I can still help with that. The waters at the Tianji Association are too deep, and the connections aren't right. Don't get too deeply involved. I'll listen to you. I'll be careful. Faced with the professor's concern, Su Chen didn't argue. He nodded obediently. The soundproofing in this private room wasn't very good. From time to time, he could hear the sounds of drinking and chatting from the rooms on either side. Su Chen felt a bit apprehensive and didn't bring up the treasure map. Instead, he turned to inquire about the professor's current situation. Professor, how have you been lately? As for me, it's still the same, occasionally teaching and doing some research. Sigh. I thought you were quite suited for my line of work. It's a pity you didn't go for graduate school in the end. The professor shook his head, a bit regretful. Hearing that the professor was doing well, Su-chen felt relieved. What about your daughter? Isn't the Mid-Autumn Festival coming up? Are they coming back to see you? Su-chen knew that although the old professor didn't say it, he was actually concerned about his two daughters. Otherwise, he would have invited the professor to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival at his home. During the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, the old professor had no friends. It was Su-chen who kept him company before. At that time, Su-chen couldn't bear to buy a ticket, so the two of them kept each other warm. When the old professor heard Su-chen's words, his expression changed slightly. They are coming back. Not only are they coming back, but they are also bringing my grandson to see me. Only when mentioning his grandson did a hint of a smile appear on the professor's face. Su-chen didn't notice the professor's awkwardness. That's great news. He felt happy for the professor. After dinner, Su-chen skillfully drove the professor back to the old residential building. Before coming to the university, he had specifically gone to buy some medicinal wine and supplements, which he had placed in the front trunk of his car. The old professor sat in his rocking chair, watching Su-chen go up and down the stairs, constantly carrying gifts. He felt warm inside, especially since Su-chen knew the professor's temperament and bought things that weren't very expensive. Alright, no need to fuss about. Seeing Su-chen helping him open the window for ventilation and wanting to clean, the professor quickly stopped him. I'm not old enough to not be able to do these things. Su-chen didn't say anything, just watched the old professor chuckle a couple of times. He moved a chair and sat beside the professor. Alright, now you can tell me what you need my help with. Su-chen didn't stand on ceremony. He took out a piece of white paper from his clothing pocket. It was a map he had copied. Because of his eye technique, this map was almost identical to the one on the animal skin. As soon as Su-chen unfolded the paper, the professor exclaimed, "Oh, Professor, do you recognize it? How could I not recognize it? This is a map from the Ming and Qing dynasties." The old professor recognized it at a glance. Su-chen was quite impressed by his keen eyesight. It wasn't because of his own eye technique. At that time, Su-chen had thought the lines on the animal skin were just random scribbles. That treasure of Wu Sangue had nothing to do with him. The professor truly was an expert in this area. Su-chen's heart raced. It seemed that the truth was not far from being revealed. "Professor, where is this?" Su-chen suppressed his eager feelings. The professor looked at Su-chen as if he were a fool. That gaze made Su-chen involuntarily lower his head to check himself. There was nothing wrong, though. "What's wrong, Professor? Your expression seems strange." Xiang Professor suppressed the impulse to pat his student's head. "Where else could this be? It's right here beneath our feet. When I was teaching, I used to use maps of this place from various periods as examples. Have you returned everything I taught you back then?" Su-chen dared not retort, listening to the old professor's scolding. He thought to himself, no wonder this map looks familiar. It turns out to be Spring City. But it makes sense, as the Mu Wangfu and Wu Sangue both chose Spring City as their stronghold. Hiding treasures here is just perfect. It seems he is really only a step away from the truth. Xiang Professor noticed this was a copy and didn't pay much attention. He took out a pencil and began marking the map. "Look here, this is a high rise. The contour lines are a circle. Higher than the surroundings, this is Shishan, and over here is a large body of water, Dianchi. And here, this is Shilin." As Xiang Professor looked at the map, it was as if he had returned to the time when he was teaching Su-chen. With the professor's explanation, Su-chen suddenly understood, connecting the places on the map with the real Spring City. Although Su-chen had never been to Shishan or Dianchi, he had heard of them after so many years in Spring City. As for Shilin, he had just been there not long ago. He even absorbed the essence of the sun and moon there with Ningyu. Su-chen noted down those iconic locations so that when he returned, he could compare this map with the current map of Spring City. Professor Xiang was still tirelessly explaining. Su-chen patiently listened for a while. "Professor." Xiang himself realized he was talking a bit too much. "I've marked a few iconic locations for you. You can understand them when you go back. I'm getting old and I tend to talk more." Professor Xiang was aware of his verbosity. Su-chen, however, didn't mind. "Look at what you're saying. How many people outside want to hear you teach but have no chance? Don't worry, I'll come to see you often in the future." Su-chen knew it wasn't easy for the old man. He hardly saw his daughter once a year. Professor Xiang shook his hand. "As long as you remember this old man in your heart, I'm very happy." Seeing that Su-chen was about to leave, Professor Xiang hesitated for a moment and then spoke up. "Regarding your matter with the Tianji Association, I shouldn't really say much. But still, as long as you're willing to come to school to work, this old man will do his best to help you out." Looking at Professor Xiang's serious expression, Su-chen nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, I will consider it." The old professor knew Su-chen was a child with his own opinions and didn't press him. Having perfectly achieved his goal, Su Chen felt great. He walked with a bit of a spring in his step. Downstairs, he encountered an unexpected person. It was the junior, He Yueyao. The girl was holding a book and several notebooks, presumably looking for Professor Xiang. At the dining table, the old professor had mentioned this girl. The reason he made an exception to let a university girl serve as a student assistant instead of finding a graduate student was that her research in historical geography was quite impressive. Not only was she diligent, but she also had a certain flair. According to the old professor, she was second only to Su Chun from back in the day. In fact, such talent was rare not only in universities but also in the Tianji Association. "Hello, senior." He Yueyao greeted Su Chen sweetly, her eyes squinting with a smile, and two shallow dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth. "Thank you so much for your help today, or else my scholarship would have been in jeopardy. Actually, Professor Xiang didn't intend to punish you. At the dining table today, he praised you quite a bit." "Really? What did he say? I want to hear." Seeing Su Chen's astonished expression, He Yueyao chuckled mischievously. "Just kidding, senior. But I still want to thank you." Su Chen shook his head, thinking this girl was quite quirky. The two of them had just met, and Su Chen didn't linger too much. He lifted his foot to continue walking. He Yueyao hesitated for a moment. "That's Senior Su. What's wrong?" Su Chen asked, a bit curious. "Let's exchange contact information." He Yueyao placed the item she was holding on the ground and took out her phone. Su Chen thought for a moment and agreed. The two added each other as friends. "Bye, senior." After achieving her goal, He Yueyao picked up her books and left happily. Su Chen watched her retreating figure, along with her swaying ponytail, and shook his head. He had some thoughts about He Yueyao as well. It wasn't for any other reason. Even Professor Xiang praised her highly, which showed that this girl really had something special. Su Chen originally wanted to invite Professor Xiang to join his department. However, seeing how Professor Xiang was dismissive of the Tianji Association today, Su Chen couldn't bring himself to speak up, saying it would only put the old professor in a difficult position. But if it was He Yueyao, a college student, Su Chen felt he could still try to get to know her. After solving the treasure map issue, Su Chen felt much more comfortable sleeping than before. He stretched and got out of bed. "Ahem, where's my little maid? I'm awake. Why aren't you here to help me get dressed?" Su Chen, bare-chested, leaned against his bed. Yi Yin barged in, shouting, "Are you a child? You still need someone to help you get dressed." "Oh no. Why are you not wearing anything?" She pushed the door open and saw Su Chen without a shirt. She screamed, shut the door, and ran out. However, before leaving, she still sneaked a glance at Su Chen. Not bad, she thought. Su Chen didn't continue to tease her. After getting dressed, he walked out. Pervert. Yi Yun was still waiting at the door. "Go wash up. I've already squeezed the toothpaste for you." Su Chen went to the bathroom. Sure enough, not only was the toothpaste ready, but the water in the rinsing cup was also just right, not too hot and not too cold. The towel was hanging nearby. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that his training during this time had been quite successful. By the time Su Chen finished washing up and walked to the dining room, Yi Yun had already prepared breakfast. She, who used to be a pampered young lady, of course, didn't know how to cook. All of this was ordered from the restaurant every day. Every meal was ordered in 2 portions. Even if Su Chen didn't come, it was the same. Su Chen noticed all of this. After they finished eating together, Yi Yun instinctively started to clean up. It seemed she had gotten quite used to it here over this time. Su Chen remembered when she first arrived, she was quite clumsy. Now, not only could she wash his feet and do laundry, but she also took care of the household chores. Although this was Su Chen's first house, which wasn't very large, it was still a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room place. It was surprising that a young lady like Yi Yun could stick to it every day. "Alright, once you finish cleaning up, you can leave. Our bet ends here." Su Chen, full from the meal, lay back on the sofa. Really? The surprise on Yi Yun's face was impossible to hide. She stopped cleaning the trash, wiped her hands, and walked up to Su Chen. "What's wrong? Are you scared now? You thought of having the young lady of the Yi family as your maid. I'll tell you, once I go back, you're done for." Yi Yun looked so proud that if she had a tail, it would surely be wagging high in the air. Su Chen had long anticipated that Yi Yun would react this way. He smiled disdainfully, and then took out his phone. He showed it to Yi Yun. It was filled with photos of her doing housework that Su Chen had taken. As he flipped through the photos, he said, "Go ahead and retaliate. That way, others will know that you, the second young lady of the Yi family, are at my place, scrubbing toilets and washing my feet. I wonder what they would think of you." Yi Yin glanced at Su Chen, then snatched the phone from him. After achieving her goal, she looked at Su Chen triumphantly. While deleting the photos, she laughed and said, "How about that? Are you dumbfounded? Now let's see how you threaten me." Su Chen sat calmly in place. Did you think I didn't have a backup? Yi Yun panicked instantly. I tell you, if you send it out, the Yi family will retaliate against you too. Oh, is that so? You lost to me on your own. Besides, even if there is retaliation, who do you think will suffer more between us? In Yi Yun's eyes at that moment, Su Chen, who was fearless, was like a devil without horns. No, even a devil was not as terrifying as her. Watching Yi Yun speechless, Su Chen stood up and laughed recklessly. If looks could kill, Su Chen would have died countless times already. Unfortunately, they couldn't. Su Chen easily took the phone from Yi Yun's hand. There were still a few photos left that hadn't been deleted. He put on his coat and was about to walk out. After opening the door, Su Chen seemed to think of something and pulled back the foot he had just stepped out with. Just kidding. I actually don't have a backup. Su Chen turned his head and said to Yi Yun. After saying that, he continued to walk out. Get lost. Yi Yun gritted her teeth in anger, glaring at the closed door. Su Chen ignored the furious Yi Yun. He went to the Tianji Association as usual, handling matters. Ning Yu was serving him from behind, not disturbing him. For her, watching Su Chen work every day was also a kind of enjoyment. Due to the excellent performance in the investigation task, old Tian was increasingly valuing him. The most obvious sign was that Su Chen found many matters that were not originally under his jurisdiction had been handed over to him. Old Tian didn't care how much Su Chen took, he only knew that Su Chen had exceeded the association's tasks. Who wouldn't like a subordinate like that? While Su Chen was busy, Li Shiting walked in with a pile of documents. Upon seeing her enter, he instinctively locked the door. Su Chen knew that she had something to report. Cousin, the money you asked me to keep an eye on yesterday, Yilan has already transferred it. Although Ning Yu was also present, Li Shiting, who knew the situation, spoke without avoiding her. Among Su Chen's 3 secretaries, Li Shiting was responsible for finance due to her previous studies in accounting. Ning, you took care of daily life, while Bai Lu continued to oversee the overall situation. After Li Shiting finished speaking, the smile on her face was unstoppable. Guess how much it is? Li Shiting wanted to keep it suspenseful, but Su Chen had already given the answer. Over 80 million, right? Li Shiting's smile froze on her face. Su Chen chuckled to himself. When the Yi family took action, he was watching from the side. Even with Yilan, Su Chen had kept an eye on things. He used his eye technique to take a look. That batch of goods was valued at 160 million. Yilan giving him this much could be considered not embezzling his share. Alright then. Seeing that Su Chen was unwilling to say more, Li Shiting opened the documents in her hand. In total, it's 800. No need to say how much more. The rest is your share. Su Chen interrupted Li Shiting. Those who went to the scene with him all got a piece of the pie. There was no reason to leave his cousin out. The leftover was just a few 100,000. Not much, but it was a consolation. The others didn't receive cash, they still needed to sell the goods themselves. Consider it your bonus. Don't spend it recklessly. I will tell uncle and aunt. Thank you, cousin. Li Shiting beamed with joy. This 80 million, although not a lot, didn't matter to Su Chen. After all, he had only spent a morning there. He hadn't wasted much time, so he should know to be satisfied. Moreover, since it was Yilan who sold the goods, it was very likely that Yilan hadn't taken action yet. After estimating the price, she just transferred the money to him. But no matter how you looked at it, this money had a legitimate source, so there was no fear of any ill-intentioned people investigating. As for how to use this money, Su Chen needed to plan it out carefully. Li Shiting was still immersed in the joy of receiving a bonus of over 100,000 when Bai Lu's knock on the door interrupted her. Through the blinds, Bai Lu saw Li Shiting standing at the door and quickly opened it. Bai Lu looked at the few people with some surprise, not understanding what they were talking about and still needed to lock the door. But she didn't care. They were a family, perhaps discussing family matters. Supervisor Su, an emergency meeting has been called by the association, and you need to go over. She clarified her purpose. Another emergency meeting. Su Chen quickly set aside what he was doing and headed to the conference room. Upon arriving, Su Chen noticed something was off. In the last meeting, Elder Tian had only summoned the heads of various departments. But this time, even the second-in-command of the departments had come. It seemed that all the supervising officials who were out had been notified in advance. 13 supervising officials, along with Su Chen, were all present. Even those elderly members who were retired at home participated via video conference. It could be said that this was the entire upper echelon of the southwest region of the Tianji Association, not a single one missing. Su Chen still hadn't figured out what was happening. Elder Tian was already waving at him. Su Chen, come, sit next to me. Only then did Su Chen notice that even Elder Tian was not sitting at the podium but in the position where the supervising officials had sat during the last emergency meeting. Elder Tian's call naturally attracted countless gazes. Envious, jealous, all kinds of looks were present. But Su Chen didn't care at all. He was guessing in his heart that if even Elder Tian didn't have the qualifications, there must be some extraordinary figure-making. An appearance. Su Chen sat down beside Elder Tian. Just as he was about to speak, Elder Tian gestured for him to remain silent. Su Chen looked in the direction Elder Tian was pointing. There was no table. At the podium, instead, there was a huge screen. Elder Tian then stopped speaking. Su Chen patiently waited. The conference room quickly fell silent. The screen lit up. An extremely aged but very imposing face appeared on the screen. Su Chen heard several people gasp. Some even exclaimed, Elder Lan. Upon hearing this name, Su Chen naturally thought of who the person on the screen was. Elder Lan, the president of the Tianji Association. He was also the only president of the Tianji Association for so many years. It could be said that the Tianji Association was founded entirely by him. Elder Lan's name is synonymous with legend within the Tianji Association. Su Chen remembered that Elder Lan was born in the last century and had lived across 3 centuries, now being over 130 years old. In his prime, Elder Lan was active during the most chaotic times in Huagua. He went against the tide, sold his family assets, and invested in a great cause. He supplied a large amount of materials and funds for the battles at that time. After everything entered a new chapter, it was also Elder Lan who, using his family's expertise in appraisal, retrieved many lost national treasures and important artifacts from abroad. Many national treasures and important artifacts that were controlled by foreigners were also negotiated and retrieved by Elder Lan. Not only that, many of the elderly members in the association learned their skills from Elder Lan. Seeing such a legendary figure, many people in the association were extremely excited. The sounds of exclamations and gasps echoed in Su Chen's ears. For such a person, Su Chen could only sum up his evaluation in 2 words: heroic figure. Rising in chaotic times, he established the Tianji Association's solid position with his own strength. He also salvaged immeasurable losses for the country. Now, within the association, there were many ironclad rules that had been in place since its inception. Many of these were established by Elder Lan. Even from Su Chen's current perspective, these regulations were farsighted, filled with wisdom and foresight. Faced with such a figure, Su Chen felt a bit excited. It was said that Elder Lan hadn't appeared in a long time, and some even speculated that he had passed away. He never expected to see him again. Although Elder Lan appeared on the video, the person responsible for hosting the meeting was a middle-aged man beside him. The man wore a Zhongshan suit, had a square face, and wore a serious expression. The person in front of them was none other than the true leader of the Tianji Association today, Feng Jingtian. After all, Old Man Lan had limited energy. It was said that Feng Jingtian was also trained by Old Man Lan himself. After consulting with Old Man Lan, he began this meeting. He looked seriously at the camera. As soon as he opened his mouth, it was a bombshell. Dear colleagues, our association is facing unprecedented challenges and crises. Feng Jingtian's words felt like a splash of cold water on everyone. The meeting room, which had been somewhat noisy due to the presence of Old Man Lan, suddenly fell silent. The atmosphere in the entire room became somewhat oppressive. With Feng Jingtian's expression, coupled with the fact that even the long-absent Old Man Lan had to come out to stabilize the situation, everyone had bad premonitions in their hearts. Those who were well-informed or clever had already guessed that this online meeting was likely not just for the Southwest region. It seemed that all branches across the country would have to participate. Such a large gathering, such a grand scale. What could possibly be so significant that even Old Man Lan had to step in? Feng Jingtian did not keep them in suspense. His figure disappeared from everyone's sight, replaced by a data report. Feng Jingtian's voice rang out. This is a recent national survey report on the antique market. The main statistic is the recent counterfeit rate. Everyone present was a supervisor, so they could naturally understand the report. Since 2 months ago, the market share of counterfeits had been growing at an alarming speed. The curve representing the counterfeit rate was almost on a steady rise. Everyone knew what this represented. Someone was purposefully manufacturing and selling fake goods on a large scale. The meeting room in the Southwest region fell into silence. Other regions might not be aware, but the situation in the Southwest had been quite tumultuous. The recent counterfeit scandal had just passed not long ago. The source of the counterfeiting pointed directly to the He family from Neon. The enemy's desire to destroy us was unyielding. However, Su Chen knew that the last time, the He family was most likely only responsible for high-end counterfeits. If a single family's counterfeiting output could shake the entire market of Huagua, Su Chen did not believe it. This large-scale counterfeiting must have a gap compared to high-end goods. But high-end goods were not affordable for everyone. Those low-end counterfeits were even more lethal. Whether in terms of the difficulty of eradication or the harm to the market, the far-reaching impact was far greater than that of the previous high-end goods. If this continued unchecked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Faced with such a severe situation, everyone fell silent. Suchen knew that if it weren't for Old Man Lon stepping in, the scene would have been even more chaotic. Just Feng Zhengtian alone might not be able to control the situation. This matter is clearly an organized and premeditated dumping of counterfeits by foreign organizations targeting our Huagua antique market. At this critical juncture, we must. Feng Zhengtian's voice rang out again. After some analysis, he delivered a long speech to boost morale. It was evident that it had some effect. Suchen noticed that many people around him had regained their composure. However, how many were truly inspired was hard to say. In any case, Suchen was not in the mood to listen further. His mind was filled with memories of his previous struggles with the He family. All right, that's all I have to say. In short, from now on, each branch must take immediate action. Treat resolving the counterfeit dumping incident as the most important task. Comrades, our actions are closely related to the future of the country. Do not slack off. I want to see your success in a week. After Feng Zhengtian finished speaking, the screen went dark. The meeting was considered over. Suchen sighed inwardly. He hadn't expected that just after joining the Tianji Association, he would have to face such a significant issue. He didn't know if it was because he had just arrived that things were like this, or if the Tianji Association had always had to deal with foreign counterfeiting organizations. After the meeting ended, the conference room was far from the clamor it had before the meeting began. The heads of various departments, and even the inspectors, looked worried. After all, Old Man Lon had intervened, which showed how seriously they regarded this matter. Regardless of their usual internal strife and scheming, most people still understood the greater good of the nation. Old Man Tian signaled for Suchen to follow him. The two of them arrived at Old Man Tian's office. What do you think about this matter? This time, Old Man Tian was not in the mood for tea. After speaking, he looked at Suchen, waiting for his response. What else could he do? Of course, we must fight those people to the end. Our Hua country is not a place they can disrupt at will. Due to his family upbringing, Suchen's patriotism was quite strong. What he said was also his heartfelt opinion. Old Man Tian felt somewhat gratified. He valued Suchen partly because of his talent and partly because this young man truly loved his country. However, Old Man Tian did not show it. Instead, he shook his head and said, "Things are probably not as simple as you think." Why? Suchen did not quite understand Old Man Tian's meaning. Before acquiring the eye technique, he was just an ordinary person. Moreover, he had only joined the Tianji Association for a short time, and although he had done outstanding work, there were still some complexities he could not grasp. You are still young and do not know what Old Man Lon means to the Tianji Association. Old Man Tian tapped the table. They, the older generation, knew how formidable Old Man Lon was. When he was active, no foreign counterfeit dealers would dare to come. Even domestic fakes were few and far between. It was only in recent decades that Old Man Lon had retired. Old Man Lon has been immersed for a long time. His sudden appearance this time cannot be so simple. If it were just about counterfeits, there would be no need for Old Man Lon to take action. Old Man Tian patiently explained. However, constrained by the current intelligence, both of them could not make sense of the matter. Old Man Tian was also not in the mood to continue drinking tea with Suchen. The discussion about this matter was thus put to rest. The immediate priority was still to prepare for dealing with the counterfeits. Compared to other regions, the Southwest region could be said to be in the best situation. Tianji Association Headquarters. After the meeting ended, Feng Zhengtian let out a sigh of relief. He turned to Old Man Lon, who was sitting upright in the armchair, and bowed. Old Man Lon, everything you instructed has been taken care of. Only after finishing his report did he dare to straighten his back. In front of Old Man Lon, no one in the association was disrespectful. Old Man Lon indicated that he understood. Then he slowly stood up and walked outside. We respectfully send off Old Man Lon. Everyone present, including Feng Zhengtian, bowed deeply. Once Old Man Lon had walked far away, they straightened up. In fact, it was not just Suchen and the others who could not understand why Old Man Lon appeared at the meeting. Even Feng Zhengtian himself did not know. Old Man Lon had come unexpectedly. As a disciple, Feng Zhengtian naturally did not dare to question Old Man Lan's decision. He looked at Old Man Lan's seat. On the table beside the armchair lay a tablet. Inside were the live surveillance feeds from various meeting venues during the meeting. President Old Man Lon was just watching the surveillance of the Southwest region. A subordinate of Feng Zhengtian came to report. He had been standing behind Old Man Lon, always ready to serve, and had thus seen a few more glances. If you do this again, go and accept your punishment. Feng Zhengtian shot him a glance. The subordinate felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, knowing he had made a mistake. He quickly took his leave. Soon, only Feng Zhengtian remained in the conference room. Curiously, he picked up the tablet and began watching the playback of the Southwest region's surveillance. However, after watching it twice, Feng Zhengtian found nothing unusual. Perhaps the Southwest region discovered it early and took precautions. Feng Zhengtian thought he was overthinking it and shook his head. The Tianji Association, Southwest Region. The thorough investigation of counterfeits was set in motion with great momentum. Old Tian issued a death order. No one could leak any information. The entire association, like a finely tuned machine, began to operate under Old Tian's command. Su Chen naturally received his own task. However, this time, Su Chen would not need to go to the front lines again. The incident of the fire at the last counterfeit auction had not yet been resolved. Old Tian could only assign Su Chen to be responsible for the identification and storage of some high-value counterfeit items. Of course, this was also because, in the entire Southwest region, apart from Old Tian and a few others, only Su Chen could distinguish those expertly crafted fakes. Su Chen had no complaints. When Bai Lu informed him of the task, he showed no surprise. Such a job, once his subordinate summarized it, he could simply use his eye technique to identify the items. If he worked quickly, it could be done in just over 10 minutes. It was quite leisurely. Bai Lu, call Li Shitting over. Looking at Bai Lu, who was still standing by after finishing the task, Su Chen instructed. Bai Lu assumed Su Chen had something to say and quickly called for Li Shitting. What's up, Inspector Su? Is there something you need? Seeing the bustling activity outside, Li Shitting felt she was about to embark on a big task. To her surprise, Su Chen pulled out a wooden box from his office drawer. Opening the box revealed a complete set of bone mahjong. This was also sold by the Manhwa people, which Su Chen had directly purchased. This is an old item from the Qing dynasty. You three move some chairs over, let's play a few rounds. Li Shitting was momentarily taken aback, then dashed out. Ningyu also ran out from behind Su Chen to move chairs. This is an order. Bai Lu complied as well. Su Chen played mahjong in the office, and the group laughed and chatted. In fact, the three women noticed that Su Chen seemed a bit unhappy. Other departments were out on fieldwork, while Su Chen was forced to stay in the association, unable to do anything. The assigned task felt like a waste of his talents. Originally, Su Chen did not want to join the Tianji Association. If it were for money, with his eye technique, he could make a name for himself in antiques, gambling stones, or even at the casino. He could earn much more than he did now. The reason he agreed to join the Tianji Association was simply because Su Chen understood the importance of the town's artifacts to the country. His family had a military background from the Dian army. Su Chen had always felt a strong sense of mission. If he hadn't gotten into university, he would have already enlisted. However, now that he had joined the Tianji Association, just as he started to make some contributions, he was being sidelined by various petty individuals. Logically, his abilities were most suited for such actions. Yet, he was receiving such treatment. Su Chen had a strong urge to throw in the towel. With these three accompanying him, Su Chen's mood improved somewhat. Su Chen's skills were indeed impressive. Even without using his eye technique, he could see the mahjong on the table quite clearly. 8 dots. All one suit. I win again. Ningyu had just played a tile when Su Chen pushed all the mahjong in front of him over. Let me see where to stick it. Su Chen held a white paper strip, gesturing on Ningyu's face, but it was already covered. The remaining few, only Bai Lu was slightly better off, while Li Shitting also had a face full of paper strips. Ningyu had lost so much that she let Su Chen play with her. Alright, there's no place left on your face. Su Chen's eyes twinkled as he aimed to stick it on Ning Yu's thigh. Ningyu was wearing a short skirt today, paired with sheer stockings. Her full, smooth thigh glistened. Su Chen reached out towards her leg. Ningyu felt a bit shy. It was one thing at home, but this was in the office. Just as Su Chen was about to succeed, the office door swung open. The faces of the four were filled with shock. There should only be the four of them on the entire floor. The rest were out on fieldwork. The person who entered was Huang Chuman, the supervisor from the finance department. Initially, she wore a smile, but upon seeing the scene inside, the three women with their faces covered in paper strips, and even Inspector Su with a similar expression, her smile faded. The table was also cluttered with mahjong. Suddenly, it became clear what they were doing. Her expression darkened. What are you doing? Is this your mahjong parlor? The Tianji Association is a legitimate national law enforcement agency, and we are doing things for the country and the people. What you are doing is utterly inappropriate. This was Huang Chuman. Even though Su Chen was the inspector, she showed no respect. Her voice was filled with anger, and it seemed she was genuinely upset. Su Chen knew he was in the wrong and waved his hand. The three women understood and wiped the notes off their faces. It was quite orderly. Ningyu collected the mahjong tiles. Bai Lu swept up the scattered sunflower seed shells. Li Shiting moved the chairs outside. Soon, the three of them left, leaving Su Chen alone to face Huang Chuman. Su Chen didn't explain, just slumped in his office chair. Then, as if he thought of something, he peeled the note off his face. Inspector Su, aren't you going to give me an explanation? Instead, it was Huang Chuman who spoke first. She felt that Su Chen was not that kind of person. What's there to explain? You're right, the Tianji Association does things for the country and the people. I thought the same when I first arrived. But what did I do wrong? Su Chen suddenly stood up from his chair. I've investigated the counterfeit issue thoroughly, but in the end, it was leaked, and an accident happened, and now it's my responsibility. You saw it too. My task is to be responsible for the identification and summarization of counterfeits. I could solve those issues in just a few minutes. Su Chen slumped back in his chair, arms spread wide. I've been sidelined to the point where I can't do anything. They won't let me investigate the Yano incident, and if I'm not playing mahjong in the office, what else can I do? The vacant look in Su Chen's eyes made Huang Chuman feel a bit heartbroken. She had seen the original Su Chen full of vigor. Huang Chuman's previously ashen face softened. She pulled over a chair and sat beside Su Chen. Sigh. I misjudged you. Huang Chuman's voice became gentler. But you can't keep being so dejected. Isn't that exactly what those people want to see? I really admire your abilities as an inspector. As long as we get rid of those petty people who tarnish your reputation, you can shine again. Or are you just going to let others scheme against you and watch you become a joke? Su Chen forced a strained smile. I'm not afraid of one or two, but now, more than half of the people in the association are against me. I know I came in and disrupted a lot of interests. You must know how Jiang Guotao arranged for his supporters after he took office. Huang Chuman nodded. She probably knew that before Jiang Guotao left, he had already arranged who would take his position and how to mobilize his sycophants in the association. Almost everyone could get a piece of the pie. The position of inspector was not as simple as it appeared. Only someone like Su Chen wouldn't abuse his power. So do you want to resolve this matter? Huang Chuman smiled gently, noticing Su Chen sitting up straight. Didn't I promise you before? I'll help you root out the nails. I'm not someone who goes back on my word. As long as you cooperate, I can help you solve the problem from the root. Su Chen became interested. If that were the case, it was certainly possible. Huang Chuman was pleased to see the fighting spirit in Su Chen's eyes. She already had a plan. We just need to overthrow Jiang Guotao. Once we do that, his subordinates will naturally scatter like monkeys when the tree falls. Plus, I can completely rid myself of him. Huang Chuman was willing to cooperate, and Su Chen knew it. Well, their interests aligned. A woman like her would never tolerate her man being unfaithful, let alone getting sick. So how do we resolve it? Su Chen asked, a bit impatient. Huang Chuman smiled charmingly. The allure of a mature woman was unmistakable on her face. Didn't Inspector Su say before that you might have to pretend to be my boyfriend in the future? Now is the time. Huang Chuman looked at the calm Su Chen, thinking to herself that this person was indeed not as simple as he appeared. You need to dress a bit sharper tonight and accompany me out. The rest will be revealed later. Su Chen did not press further. Got it, boyfriend. I'll be waiting for you, girlfriend. Huang Chuman, who had already risen and walked to the door, turned back to glance at Su Chen upon hearing his voice. A few girls were waiting outside. After Huang Chuman left, Su Chen stepped out with a spirited demeanor. Everyone was wondering what kind of magic this woman possessed, but their attention quickly returned to Su Chen. Seeing him like this, they felt reassured. That afternoon, Su Chen deliberately went home to tidy up before heading to the address Huang Chuman had given him to pick her up. He even returned his sports car home and chose a more businesslike sedan. Huang Chuman slowly walked out, coming into Su Chen's view in a black backless gown that highlighted her noble and elegant aura. Her hair was styled in a bun with a black and gold hairpin, a combination that was simply complimentary. Su Chen got out of the car and opened the door for Huang Chuman. Throughout the journey, Su Chen could no longer contain his curiosity. Can Manager Huang tell me what we're going to do now? Why all the mystery? Huang Chuman glanced at Su Chen, who seemed completely oblivious to the outside world. Today is the birthday banquet of the former president of the Tianji Association. Invitations have been sent out to various peers for a gathering. Hearing Huang Chuman's words, Su Chen's expression changed. Even she had received an invitation. But what about him? Huang Chuman, being astute, quickly guessed Su Chen's thoughts. Jiang Guotao was the former president's confidant. They are just two of a kind. How could he possibly invite you? So if I go now, wouldn't I be the one forcing my warm face against his cold backside? Su Chen was somewhat displeased. However, Huang Chuman shook her head. She leaned down and whispered something in Su Chen's ear. Su Chen's expression turned a bit strange, then he smiled and said, I can't miss such a good show. One could only say that the former president of the Tianji Association truly lived in splendor. His home was as magnificent as the one Su Chen had previously sealed. Just the hall on the first floor of the villa was enough to host this banquet. In the hall, various foods were laid out on both sides. Servers continuously moved through the crowd, serving champagne. Not many people were genuinely there to eat. Most were holding a glass of champagne and chatting with those around them. Such a banquet was undoubtedly a great opportunity for networking. Businessmen and members of the Tianji Association could openly converse here. The arrival of Su Chen and Huang Chuman was like two dazzling pearls. Even without the spotlight, they radiated a brilliant glow. Although Huang Chuman was a bit older, her poise was excellent, exuding nobility and elegance. Su Chen, on the other hand, radiated strong confidence coupled with a robust physique and outstanding looks. The two could be said to be a perfect match. Their entrance attracted a multitude of gazes, and they naturally became the focus of the crowd. Conversations began to revolve around them. It was not surprising that Huang Chuman could come here. Her status guaranteed her an invitation, even without considering her husband's connections. But Su Chen, surely no one was unaware of the animosity between Zhang Guotao and the former president towards Su Chen. Although Huang Chuman wore high heels, she was still a head shorter than Su Chen. She naturally linked her arm with Su Chen's, leaning against him as she looked up at him. The two walked together, chatting and laughing, their intimacy leaving onlookers dumbfounded. Everyone present was astute, but their shrewdness led them to side with Zhang Guotao. After all, he was an elder with the former president backing him. They certainly wouldn't care about Su Chen's feelings. That person must be the inspector. How did he come with manager Huang? Right. Isn't Supervisor Huang keeping him as a sugar baby? Maybe. Just look at his pretty boy face. He offended old Jiang, so naturally he can't get by. He can only be a pretty boy. I say, he's not ruthless enough. He should find someone older and wealthier. The crowd buzzed with discussion, not bothering to lower their voices. Su Inspector, do you want me to introduce you to a rich woman? Someone provocatively shouted at Su Chen. But Su Chen seemed to ignore their taunts, unaffected by their mockery. He held his composure. But someone else couldn't hold back. Zhang Guotao, the elder, stepped out from the crowd and approached the two. He had clearly dressed up for the occasion, but he walked too fast, causing his tie to be slightly askew. Zhang Guotao pointed at Huang Chuman with a dark expression. You woman, are you being a bit too shameless? Their divorce was still unresolved, and Zhang Guotao had been dragging it out. So, nominally, they were still a couple. However, Huang Chuman showed him no respect. It was as if she didn't see him at all, leaning affectionately against Su Chen's chest, gazing at him with infatuation. Looking like a little bird relying on its mate. Zhang Guotao was even angrier. Huang Chuman had never treated him this way. Say something, he couldn't help but growl under his breath. Huang Chuman seemed to just notice him, slowly turning her head. Who do we have here? An old man. Who do you think you are? As she spoke, she even touched Su Chen's chest muscles. So soft, how can you compare to our Su Chen? This is my little wolf dog. Even with Zhang Guotao's composure, he couldn't hold back anymore. He pointed at Huang Chuman, squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. You wait and see. The way he looked, Su Chen feared he might bite his own teeth to pieces. Both were the main characters. How could Su Chen let Huang Chuman take the lead? He swatted Zhang Guotao's hand away from pointing at Huang Chuman. Then, as if he had just touched something disgusting, he wiped his hand on the side of his clothes, his face showing a matching expression of disdain. Have some self-respect. Once the divorce is finalized, you two will have nothing to do with each other. We have a normal relationship with Man. Please show some respect for my woman. Su Chen emphasized the word my. Under their combined pressure, Zhang Guotao indeed couldn't hold up anymore. His facial control was lost and he was nearly bursting with rage, gasping for breath. But he had no way to defend himself and left in a huff. Su Chen and Huang Chuman exchanged glances, both surprised by the intensity of the performance. If Zhang Guotao didn't leave soon, he might end up in a worse situation. Especially Huang Chuman, who was overjoyed. This wasn't the first time Su Chen had stood up for her. Ignoring Zhang Guotao, Huang Chuman stepped out of Su Chen's embrace and continued to hold onto him. He had some familiar colleagues and friends. Huang Chuman introduced each of them to Su Chen, helping him expand his network. Most of these people were women, past their shy years, continuously sizing up Su Chen. Old Huang, you're really an old cow eating tender grass. Exactly. I really envy you for finding a young and strong one. Right. A few teased Huang Chuman, but they didn't go too far. Then they greeted Su Chen, marking their acquaintance. That was the purpose of the banquet. With Huang Chuman by his side, Su Chen mingled in the circle of wealthy women, provoking jealousy among the surrounding men. But the unavoidable focus was the hostess of the banquet, the president's wife. The old president had retired due to age, but his wife was not a woman in her 60s or 70s, she was a woman in her 30s, clearly a later marriage. She was dressed quite conservatively in a white gown that only revealed her arms. Yet even so, it couldn't hide her graceful figure. The president's wife approached Su-chan with a group of people, merging the two groups together. Compared to the enthusiasm of friends like Huang Chuman, the president's wife appeared somewhat aloof. Huang Chuman raised her champagne glass, wanting to toast her. However, she was engrossed in conversation with the people around her. Not just anyone can toast me. Ever since I got together with our old Wu, I've been quite proper. The ones I disdain the most are those fickle women. It was obvious who she was hinting at. Huang Chuman felt a bit embarrassed. With her hand holding the glass, she didn't know whether to put it down or keep it raised. Su-chen naturally wouldn't let Huang Chuman be like this. He naturally took hold of her hand holding the champagne, took the glass from her, and drank it himself. Mrs. Wu is truly stunning. What a pity, a branch of pear blossoms overshadowing the begonia. I'm afraid the pear blossoms won't do, and the begonia won't get the nourishment it needs. A branch of red apricots comes out of the wall, Su-chen said to himself. The president's wife's face turned pale. She didn't retort to Su-chen's sarcastic remarks. Instead, she left with the people around her. Su-chen watched her retreating figure, his lips twitching. What a flirt, pretending to be so proper. Su-chen certainly didn't let his subjective assumptions cloud his judgment. He dared to mock because he had his reasons. The banquet didn't come to a halt because of a small incident. After all, it was the former president's birthday party. The main character finally made an appearance. An elderly man slowly descended the stairs from the second floor. Although he was old, his face still appeared quite fair and rosy, with hardly any wrinkles. But Su-chen knew this was just a facade. The man was clearly aging. The rosy complexion and the lack of wrinkles were all covered up with makeup. Although the technique was superb, Su-chen saw through it. Moreover, even the rosy complexion couldn't hide his shadowy expression. If Su-chen had to describe it, it was like an old, cunning wolf, ready to pounce on anyone at any moment. After the former president came down the stairs, a group of people surrounded him, exchanging pleasantries. For instance, they would say how sprightly President Wu was, not showing any signs of aging. The former president accepted these compliments with ease. Su-chen didn't like this atmosphere and was unwilling to join in. However, he couldn't resist the persuasion of Huang Chuman and the surrounding crowd. Old President Wu. Su-chen cupped his hands in greeting. The formerly smiling old president, Wu Kuan, glanced at Su-chen, and his expression turned somewhat cold. His smile was no longer as warm as before. You must be the Inspector Su. Since you've come to my birthday banquet, you should have a piece of cake before you leave. But Inspector Su, be careful to eat only your share, and don't touch what you shouldn't. The people present, those who knew Su-chen or were aware of his conflict with Jiang Guotao, looked at him with strange expressions. Huang Chuman quietly tugged at his sleeve, fearing Su-chen would act impulsively. Su-chen wasn't as simple as she thought. What you say is true, old president. So please be careful when you cut the cake. Later, Su-chen pointed to a cake that was a story high not far away. Cutting that cake would even require climbing a ladder. If the person holding the ladder isn't paying attention, you might fall. Not only would you get hurt, but you'd also lose face. Su-chen's words seemed to imply something. Humph. I trust my people, I don't need you to sow discord here. Wu Kuan was an old hand, and he naturally caught the meaning behind Su-chen's words. The latter was suggesting that there were petty people around him. However, even if Wu Kuan had his suspicions, he couldn't show it. I have other matters to attend to, Inspector, feel free to wander around. Wu Kuan waved his sleeve and left with the crowd. Su-chen wasn't angry. He noticed someone leaving the banquet. After apologizing to Huang Chuman and the others, he left alone. The person Su-chen saw was the president's wife, Wang Yuan, whom he had confronted before leaving. She had been scolded by Su-chen and didn't dare to retort, feeling frustrated. Inside, she returned to her exclusive lounge, avoiding another awkward encounter with Su-chen. This lounge had only a wardrobe, a huge sofa, and a mirror. It was meant for her to change clothes during the banquet. It had been left by Wu Kuan's previous wife, but now it belonged to her. Wang Yuan had barely sat down when she heard the sound of the door opening behind her. It was Su-chen, who had just said goodbye to Huang Chuman. What are you doing here? Is it not enough to slander me just now? Be careful, or I'll have someone throw you out, Wang Yuan said, her voice laced with tension. Su-chen smirked and turned to lock the door. He glanced around the room, ensuring there were no cameras or anything similar, and the soundproofing was decent. Am I really slandering you, madam? Perhaps you should think about it, he replied. Why did you close the door? I'll call someone, Wang Yuan said, a hint of fear creeping into her voice as she took out her phone. Go ahead. The moment I step out, I'll spill the beans about you and Wu Jia, Su-chen threatened. You, Wang Yuan panicked. Su Chen had mocked her earlier because he had seen the evidence. Name, Wang Yuan, age, 35, height, 1.75 meters. Weight, 104 pounds, measurements, 112, 84, 116, rating, 96, secret, an affair. After marrying Wu Kuan, Wang Yuan was not satisfied. One stormy night, she met Wu Kuan's youngest son, Wu Jia. For the first time, Wu Jia knew that the woman before him was his stepmother, yet they spent a wonderful night together during the storm. Whenever Wu Kuan was not home, they would relive the events of that stormy night. That was a stormy night, right? Wang Yuan's face turned pale. Yet she remembered it clearly. It was the first time she experienced pleasure from an affair. The sound of thunder almost drowned out her excited cries. Su Chen spoke with certainty, hitting the nail on the head, and Wang Yuan had reason to believe that Su Chen had evidence of her infidelity. Aren't you going to make that call? Go ahead, Su Chen urged, but Wang Yuan's hands trembled uncontrollably. She just couldn't bring herself to make that call. Madam, you wouldn't want anyone to find out, would you? Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan slumped onto the sofa. In truth, if it were just a typical affair, she wouldn't be so scared. After all, Wu Kuan had more than just her as a woman, she was merely one of many he had chosen to present as his partner. Since she had been a teacher, it sounded good to say so. Over the years, she had gained quite a few benefits from Wu Kuan, and she could always leave if it came to that. But her affair was with Wu Kuan's own son. If it were exposed, she would surely face Wu Kuan's wrath. She didn't mind for herself, but there were others in the family. What do you want? Money? Or power? I can give you money, but power? Wang Yuan licked her lips. The wind in your ears is the most useful. I can help you too. At this critical moment, Wang Yuan surprisingly calmed down, feeling a sense of reckless abandon. As long as Su Chen would let her off the hook, she could do anything, with no limits. Su Chen seemed to ignore Wang Yuan's words and laughed. Wang Yuan stepped back in fear. Su Chen continued, speaking to himself. I can understand your situation, madam. It's just that old President Wu is no longer capable of meeting your needs. But as far as I know, this Wu Jie is also a party animal. Can he meet your needs? Wang Yuan felt her face flush from Su Chen's words. But it was the truth. Even if the father and son took turns, it probably wouldn't be enough. What Wang Yuan didn't expect was that Su Chen knew far more than she could imagine. Actually, you and Jiang Guotao have something going on too, right? Wang Yuan's phone slipped from her hand in shock. She couldn't believe how well Su Chen seemed. To know her affairs, indeed, she and that Jiang Guotao were in a stage of ambiguity. But this was still a secret. The two had not even engaged in substantial communication. Apart from the two of them, no one else knew about it. But this Su Chen in front of her. Wang Yuan's expression betrayed her. Su Chen knew he was right. For other matters, Su Chen had seen and learned through his eye technique. However, the affair between Wang Yuan and Jiang Guotao was something Huang Chuman had told him. What she mentioned in Su Chen's car was precisely this matter. This time, Huang Chuman brought him here to expose it. In this way, both Jiang Guotao and Wang Yuan would be ruined. However, Su Chen did not intend to follow Huang Chuman's original plan. After all, Wang Yuan and Jiang Guotao had not reached that level. The evidence in Huang Chuman's hands was not enough to pin Jiang Guotao down. Su Chen understood the principle of not killing the snake and instead suffering harm from it. This was also why he came to see Su Chen. Su Chen remained silent, but Wang Yuan could not sit still. However, she had also thought it through. If Su Chen wanted to expose it, he would have done so long ago. Why bother to ramble on with her here? As long as she could satisfy Su Chen, she could still enjoy wealth and honor for the rest of her life. Su Inspector, please don't make it difficult for a little woman. Just tell me what you want. I will comply. Wang Yuan actively pulled down her dress, revealing her fair shoulders. She licked her lips, looking at Su Chen with a seductive gaze. Su Chen assessed Wang Yuan. This woman was indeed exceptional, curvaceous and slim-waisted. Madam, that Jiang Guotao is just a softie. Not long ago, he was deceived by a fake socialite, and now he's probably still recovering. Su Chen loosened his tie, using the excuse of his shirt buttons. He revealed his solid chest muscles. Wang Yuan couldn't help but lean closer to Su Chen, exploring. Not only the chest muscles, but even the abs were perfectly defined. Wang Yuan's eyes became dreamy. Drywood met fierce fire. The mirror in the lounge provided Su Chen with an even more astonishing experience. Wang Yuan could see herself in the mirror. The enjoyment on her face was genuine. Su Chen's robust physique was fully visible. This was also an experience she had never had before. The wild horse was completely conquered by the warrior. Little adversary, why are you so fierce? Wang Yuan leaned against Su Chen's chest, her eyes glistening. From now on, I will be yours. Originally, Wang Yuan had no choice but to submit because Su Chen had leverage over her. But once Wang Yuan saw Su Chen's muscular build, things were out of her control. Su Chen's strength drove Wang Yuan wild. After tasting delicacies, Wang Yuan did not want to return to the plain meals of the past. Su Chen, however, remained quite indifferent. Don't worry, I will keep you well fed. But there is one thing I need you to help me with. Oh, adversary, just say it. Su Chen returned to the banquet scene as if nothing had happened. Upon seeing Su Chen, Wang Chuman quickly bid farewell to her friend and approached him. Why did you take so long? The banquet is almost over. We need to find a good opportunity to expose Jiang Guotao and Wang Yuan's affair. Huang Chuman's usually calm eyes showed a hint of fluctuation. Su Chen gently patted her hand. I've arranged everything. Just be patient. We just need to wait and enjoy the show. Huang Chuman was somewhat skeptical. Meanwhile, the banquet was nearing its end. Wu Kuan stood in the center of the hall, microphone in hand. Ahem. Thank you all for attending my birthday banquet. He began his speech. Huang Chuman initially waited patiently. But soon, as Wu Kuan's speech was about to conclude, the venue remained quiet. Afterward, Wu Kuan's voice continued. Huang Chuman grew anxious. What you're doing is risky. We only have this one chance. Su Chen nodded. Don't worry. Alright, I'll say one last thing. Wu Kuan was about to finish his speech. After that, those who had no business could leave. Huang Chuman could no longer hold her ground. If you don't go up, I'll go by myself. The opportunity was right in front of her, and Huang Chuman couldn't let it slip away like that. But Su Chen held her back tightly. Huang Chuman shot him a glare. Who would have thought that at this moment, Wang Yuan burst into the venue, disheveled. The once perfectly pressed gown was now somewhat wrinkled. There were also clear signs of tearing on her shoulders. Wang Yuan was crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. After entering, she hugged Wu Kuan and began to weep. Is this your doing? Huang Chuman leaned closer to Su Chen's ear and whispered. But Su Chen remained silent. Husband, I've been bullied. Although she had a premonition, it was different when Wang Yuan said it herself. The guests present were all taken aback. Those with good sense were already preparing to leave. Witnessing such a scene was not a good thing. Only Su Chen remained calm. Women are natural actors. If Su Chen didn't know the truth, he might have been deceived. Wu Kuan was even shorter than Wang Yuan. She simply pretended to be weak, collapsing to the ground and directly hugging Wu Kuan's thigh. This had its advantages. Wu Kuan was old and frail, unable to lift her. Someone bullied me. You have to stand up for me, Wang Yuan said while wiping her tears. She looked as if she had suffered a great injustice. Her voice was melodious yet sorrowful. Wu Kuan felt a bit embarrassed. No matter the reason, he couldn't just let this happen now. His first reaction was not anger at someone bullying his wife, but rather that this woman was crying without regard for the occasion. Get up first, we'll talk about it when we get back, Wu Kuan said softly. But Wang Yuan seemed not to hear him. Ignoring him, she continued to cry. Cough, stand up. Whatever you have to say, we can discuss it when we get back. This is no way to behave. Wu Kuan couldn't lift her either, so he raised his voice slightly. If it had been before, Wang Yuan might have agreed. But ever since she enjoyed Su Chen's care, she found Wu Kuan increasingly displeasing. Moreover, with leverage in Su Chen's hands, completing Su Chen's task would surely be fine. At worst, she would just offend Wu Kuan. Wang Yuan was afraid the situation wouldn't escalate. You heartless bastard, your own woman has been bullied and you don't dare to stand up for her. You're selling your wife for glory, Wang Yuan cried, continuously pounding the floor. Others dared not speak at this moment. Her voice was naturally clear. Seeing that Wu Kuan still hadn't reacted. If that's the case, I might as well just crash into a wall and die. Even if I die, I want to die with a clear conscience. It was truly heartbreaking to hear, and tears fell. As Wang Yuan spoke, she staggered to her feet, wanting to crash into a pillar. Wu Kuan felt overwhelmed, unsure whether to stop her or not. At this moment, Su Chen gently nudged Huang Chuman. Huang Chuman understood what to do. She quickly stepped forward to support Wang Yuan, who was about to crash onto the steps. Madam, please don't do this. If you have grievances, just speak them out. With so many of us here, how could we not stand up for you? The president wouldn't want to see this either, would he? Wang Yuan was clever enough to realize these were her allies. She cried even louder. President Wu is kind-hearted and doesn't want to create conflict. But we, as subordinates, cannot ignore this. Su Chen mixed into the crowd and shouted loudly. Sure enough, some wanted to show their loyalty and joined in. We will stand up for madam. That's right. The scene immediately spiraled out of control. Wang Yuan knew the moment had come. With fear, she pointed in the direction she had just come from. Just now, I came out of the lounge, and that beast Zhang Guotao came up and bullied me. If I hadn't fought back, he would have succeeded. Those who had been shouting their loyalty fell silent. Wu Kuan was indeed the president. But Zhang Guotao was not someone to be trifled with. The loyal supporters also disappeared, leaving only whispers of discussion. Zhang Guotao had actually come along too, but he didn't want to step forward. He didn't know what had happened. When he came out of the bathroom, a well-dressed Wang Yuan appeared and beckoned him with her finger. At that moment, most of the guests were waiting in the banquet hall for Wu Kuan's summary. Zhang Guotao felt bold enough to approach her. He originally thought he could get a closer look at her beauty. Looking at Wang Yuan's graceful figure, Zhang Guotao couldn't help himself and started tugging at her clothes. She didn't resist. Zhang Guotao felt like he was about to bleed from his nose. But then, things took a turn. Wang Yuan started crying and slapped Zhang Guotao twice. Then she began to grab him and kicked him. By the time Zhang Guotao realized what was happening, Wang Yuan had already run away in tears. Although confused, he chased after her. He witnessed everything. He knew that if he didn't show up, it would be hard to explain. Zhang Guotao could only step out from the shadows. Although his clothes were already tidied up, there were visible scratch marks on his face and chest. There were also footprints on his pants. It was hard not to let people's imaginations run wild. President, it's not like that. This woman is really slandering me. She clearly seduced me. Zhang Guotao tried to explain. When Wang Yuan saw Zhang Guotao appear, she didn't say anything. She just looked at him in fear, stepping back one step at a time until she fell to the ground. This guy has long had ulterior motives towards me. I thought he wouldn't dare do anything in the villa, but who knew he chased me all the way and even laid hands on me. If I hadn't fought back with all my might, my innocence would have been lost. Wang Yuan continued to cry, slowly crawling to Wu Kuan's feet, clinging to his thigh. Zhang Guotao was truly at a loss for words. The people around him looked at him with disdain. We might as well check the surveillance footage, Su Chen said from the crowd. Yes. There are cameras in the villa. Honey, you have to stand up for me. Wang Yuan seemed to have grasped a lifeline, pleading desperately. When Zhang Guotao heard this, it felt like he had fallen into an ice pit. He thought that since Wang Yuan dared to seduce him, there surely wouldn't be any cameras on the way, nor any witnesses. Otherwise, her trouble would be greater than his. Given the current scene, he was definitely being set up. The situation was overwhelmingly in Wang Yuan's favor. To be honest, it was just a woman. Wu Kuan had plenty of them. Given his relationship with Zhang Guotao, which was akin to a rat and a snake, as long as Zhang Guotao spoke up, he could easily give him one. But with such a commotion, Wu Kuan had no choice. He valued his face above all else. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed someone to do his makeup just to appear more spirited while being cuckolded without reacting. It wouldn't sound good if it got out. This relationship was now completely shattered. Since it had come to this, he could only go all out. He directly ordered Zhang Guotao to be thrown out, to preserve his dignity as much as possible. Come here, throw this little man out. Wu Kuan frowned. There was no turning back now. His subordinates were unaware of the intricacies. 4 or 5 burly men stepped forward. Zhang Guotao still wanted to explain, but the big men didn't give him a chance. They pulled out their batons and electric rods, beating and shocking him, driving Zhang Guotao out of the hall. From now on, I will not rest until you are dead, Wu Kuan said. The security guards worked even harder. After all, Zhang Guotao was an elder from another region. Wu Kuan had deep roots. The followers didn't even need Su Chen to lead them. They made their choices. Dare to covet President Wu. I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. I misjudged him. Yeah, really. With that, Zhang Guotao's connections and arrangements in the southwest region were completely ruined. The local officials were not as good as the current ones. Since he had left the southwest region, he could no longer reach in. The matter came to a close. Regardless of whether Wu Kuan genuinely wanted to expel Zhang Guotao, the two could no longer cooperate. The banquet should have ended anyway. Now, with such an incident, no guests would stay any longer. Huang Chuman had already pretended to be Su Chen's girlfriend, linking her arm with his as they returned to the car. Unlike Su Chen, who was beaming with joy and felt at ease, Huang Chuman wore a face full of confusion. Once they were in the car, Su Chen started the engine. Huang Chuman could no longer hold back. Su Chen, don't say it. Let me guess if you're wondering what exactly happened after I left today. Exactly. Didn't we agree to expose Zhang Guotao and Wang Yuan's affair together? How did it turn into Wang Yuan betraying Zhang Guotao on her own? Huang Chuman's small head was filled with big questions. The evidence you have in hand is just photos of that person meeting, taken by a private detective, and some chat records found by a hacker, right? Yes. Huang Chuman had already shown these to Su Chen. Think carefully, aren't these sources questionable? They can't be used as evidence at all. Plus, if you want to use Wu Kuan's hand to deal with Zhang Guotao, isn't it too rash to report him? It could easily offend Wu Kuan. Su Chen's words made Huang Chuman calm down and think carefully. When she first obtained the evidence, her sole focus was to bring down Zhang Guotao. Now that she thought about it, if Wu Kuan was unwilling to give up Zhang Guotao as an ally, he could easily deny all of this. At that point, she would be in trouble. Huang Chuman broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, she had arranged to act with Su Chen. Su Chen saw Huang Chuman's expression in the rearview mirror and patiently began to explain. I also have evidence of other matters involving Wang Yuan. Moreover, she and Zhang Guotao haven't developed anything substantial yet. So I directly took that evidence and approached Wang Yuan, making her actively seduce Zhang Guotao and then expose her. As Su Chen spoke, Huang Chuman realized the benefits of this approach. Since Wang Yuan was caught by Su Chen, she couldn't possibly threaten him with anything. So, in the eyes of outsiders, it would appear that Zhang Guotao was the one scheming against Wang Yuan. Furthermore, Wang Yuan's own words would be more convincing. She and Su Chen wouldn't offend Wu Kuan. It was a win-win situation. Huang Chuman's gaze towards Su Chen changed. This man was deeper than she had believed. Phew, I really owe you one. Just thinking about it makes me scared. If we had gone with my plan, we would have most likely failed. Su Chen, you really are. Huang Chuman held back for a while before finally spitting out 4 words. Cunning as a fox. No, as long as you don't blame me for acting on my own. Don't worry, this time I owe you a favor. From now on, we are allies. After this incident, Zhang Guotao's influence in the Southwest Division will probably collapse. I will help you with matters in the association from now on. Su Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. Alright, then I'll be relying on my girlfriend to help me. Su Chen teased, looking at Huang Chuman, making her face turn red. After dropping Huang Chuman off at home, he went back to his usual routine. The next day, when he arrived at the company, everyone in the department looked cheerful, smiles on their faces. They hadn't been this happy even when he took them to raid a house last time. Good morning, Supervisor Su. Everyone sincerely greeted Su Chen. He responded to each one. Finally, he arrived at his office to prepare for work. Li Shitting pushed the door open and walked in, also wearing a smile. Cousin, you won't believe it. Yesterday at our former president Wu Kuan's birthday party, Zhang Guotao flirted with the president's wife and was kicked out by the president. Li Shitting was quick to catch up on the association's gossip. And judging by the looks of the people in Su Chen's department, this matter had probably spread throughout the company. Oh, and then? Su Chen asked nonchalantly. You have no idea, after that incident was exposed, the president and the previous supervisor completely fell out. The forces he left behind were all purged. How ruthless Wu Kuan was. Either he wouldn't act, or he would go all out. Although this person has retired, it seems that their influence should not be underestimated. Su Chen was still sighing inwardly. Li Shitting had already come over. Cousin, this is our opportunity, she said, looking at Su Chen with eager eyes. In fact, she wasn't the only one thinking this. Nearly everyone in the department felt the same way. With Zhang Guotao's power toppled, the most sought-after figure in the association was now Su Chen. However, Su Chen might disappoint them. He said nothing and simply shook his head. Su Chen had never been very interested in power. His journey was merely to ensure a smoother experience in the association without being constantly interrupted by others looking for faults. Moreover, this way, he could root out the pests within the association and satisfy his desire to genuinely do something for the country. Even so, the task of clearing out the fakes had mostly been assigned already. Su Chen still trusted old Tian. Even without him, the issue of the fakes would be resolved. During this time, there was nothing else to do. Su Chen took a look in the warehouse. He didn't quote each item individually. He had someone bring sticky notes, and with just a glance, he could complete the valuation. Su Chen underestimated himself. He finished this task in just over 10 minutes. If there was anything going on at the association, Bailu would report it. Su Chen took a break for himself and went home to accompany his parents. During this time at home, Ida came by quite frequently, almost every morning. Foreigners are very open, directly stating that they came to see Su Chen. Su Chen's parents were naturally delighted. At this moment, the 4 of them were having lunch together. Su Chen had arranged for Chuanan to go to the company during this time. Only the 4 of them were at home. Su Chen's parents looked at the 2 who were getting along well and exchanged glances. Su Chen's father spoke up. Su Chen, when are we going to arrange your wedding? I'll leave it to you. Su Chen replied. Ida glanced at Su Chen and nodded obediently. Yes, we'll listen to you. Alright, then let's first hold an engagement party. Seeing the 2 say this, Su Chen's parents were overjoyed. This meant they were getting closer to having a grandchild. Since they were going to hold an engagement party, there was quite a bit to prepare. Suchen's mother made a list. Suchen took Aida's hand, and the two of them happily went out. It was Suchen's first time taking Ida shopping, and they weren't in a hurry to buy anything. Hand in hand, they chatted away, feeling quite joyful. However, Suchen's happiness didn't last long. The scene before him made his brows furrow tightly. He and Ida were enjoying their shopping. Suchen was introducing some items needed for weddings in Huagui to Ida, who was listening attentively. Suddenly, a man in a blue floral suit jumped out in front of Ida. "Are you Ida?" Ida was taken aback. She didn't recognize the man in front of her. Before Ida could ask who he was, the man began pointing at her and questioning, "You are my wife. How can you be with someone else?" The man looked furious, as if he had suffered a great humiliation. Ida ignored him and instead tightly held Suchen's hand. They exchanged glances and then shook their heads. Suchen understood Aida's meaning. She truly did not know this man. Her expression did not seem feigned, and Suchen's eye technique revealed no lies. Since that was the case, this person was just here to cause trouble. "Do you know Ida?" Suchen asked. The man had just nodded when Suchen threw a punch. The man was already quite frail, and the sudden blow sent him tumbling to the ground. "If you dare say another word, I'll make you disappear." Suchen bared his teeth. No matter who sent this person, Suchen admitted he was disgusted. "Suchen, I really don't know what's going on." Suchen nodded. "It's okay, I believe you." While saying this, he patted Ada's hand that was linked with his. The man on the ground, who had been too scared to speak after being beaten by Suchen, still felt a bit unconvinced upon seeing the scene before him. "Look for yourself. Isn't this Ada?" The man pulled out his phone, revealing a photo of Ada. In the picture, Ada stood upright, and the background was clearly in the corrupt country. Suchen and Ada exchanged glances. Taking the opportunity, the man stood up. "My family once had a favor from Ada's grandmother's family. So this time they returned to express their gratitude and sought us out, saying they wanted to arrange a marriage. They even showed me their granddaughter. I immediately chose Ada." After finishing, the man gazed at Ada with affection. "Ada, don't worry, I will treat you well in the future." Ada glanced at him, feeling a bit disgusted, and took a few steps back. Suchen also felt something was off. Clearly, it was Auntie's family that arranged for him and Ada to meet. Both families had agreed on this. Why would he bring out a photo of Ada? "Ada, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, I can swear." The man, seeing Ada retreating, became a bit anxious. He wasn't lying. Suchen could tell. Ada also felt speechless. She was genuinely with Suchen. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and tugged at Suchen's sleeve. "Suchen, come with me for a moment. You just stay here." After saying this, Ada turned back to the man. Suchen followed Ada to a corner. Ada spoke a bit shyly. "Although they seem to really like you on the surface and support us being together, I overheard my mom talking to my grandmother. Your family are all farmers, but my dad is a noble in the corrupt country. She has some." Ada trailed off here, becoming hesitant. If what that man just said is true, then it must be my mom who wants to break us apart. Previously, my grandmother would persuade my mom, but if my mom interferes, it's still possible. Suchen listened to Ada's words and began to recall her mother. His interactions with her mother had been off. She was indeed a very beautiful woman, not showing her age at all despite being the same age as his own mother. The two had previously gotten along well. Suchen thought she would grow to like him more as a son-in-law. He never expected she would look down on him instead. Seeing Suchen's expression change continuously, Ada felt a bit scared. She tightly hugged Suchen. "Su, don't worry. I will never compromise. I love you." In the end, the two still briefly separated. With this incident, neither of them had the heart to continue shopping. As for that man, Ada's so-called fiancé, they both ignored him. Suchen went straight home. He still needed to clarify this matter with his father. After all, if there was such a situation, it would be hard to explain to Ada. He didn't want his parents to be disappointed later. When Suchen got home, his parents were a bit surprised to see him alone. "Mom and Dad, come here for a moment." Suchen called the elderly couple to the living room. Sitting on the sofa, Suchen truthfully shared what he had witnessed today and Ada's speculations. "I originally thought Shirley was nice and that with such a mother-in-law, life would be good in the future. I didn't expect her to be one way in front of me and another behind my back." Suchen's mother reacted strongly. It was she who hosted the women from Auntie's family that day. After all, Auntie's family was her relative. All right, you sit down first." Suchen's father began to comfort his wife, finally managing to calm her down. "But this matter still needs to be resolved." Suchen's father looked at Suchen. "Son, call your auntie and ask if there's any misunderstanding that could hurt the harmony between our two families." "I'll call." Su's mother was still a bit angry, and directly dialed the phone, putting it on speaker. "Aunt. Oh, it's me. Today, I heard Suchin say he met a young man who claims to be Aida's fiancé. Do you know about this? Sue's mother got straight to the point. Well, I think I heard Shirley mention it. It was all her idea. Suchin is a good kid. I cherish him. But you know, Shirley is the child's mother. What can I? Alright, I got it. Sue's mother hung up the phone abruptly, fuming. Sue's father didn't try to persuade her either. But after all, they were relatives from his wife's side, so he didn't say much. He just kept his head down, frowning. It was this family that had suggested the blind date in the first place. Suchen's family took it seriously and treated them well. During the few days Ida had been there, Sue's father and mother had regarded her as their daughter-in-law. They were already preparing for an engagement. Suddenly, a fiancé popped up out of nowhere. It was simply rubbing their family's face in the dirt. No one could tolerate that. Suchen quickly figured out the crux of the matter. Aida's mother looked down on their family. Now she had found Ida a fiancé. Wasn't that climbing the social ladder? Suchen comforted his parents a few times, saying he would handle it well. Then he arranged for his subordinates to investigate the so-called fiancé, the Wine Group, a well-established local giant in Spring City, specializing in antiques. The earliest porcelain factories and antique shops had the shadow of this group behind them. It was said to have assets exceeding 10 billion. Suchen's subordinates reported that Aida's fiancé was the only son of the chairman of the Wang Group, Wang Pengcheng. After receiving the news, Suchen thought back. He had seen this family at Wu Kuan's birthday banquet but hadn't approached them. No wonder his aunt would make such a choice. Regardless of whether she was willing at first, she probably agreed after realizing the scale of the Wine Group. The so-called familial ties turned out to be worthless in the face of such temptations. An unprecedented anger surged in Suchen's heart. He had made a decision. He needed to put an end to things with Ida. Ida, about us, I just called my aunt. Let's just forget about this. It would save both families from hurt feelings. After the call connected, Suchen directly stated his thoughts. After all, they were relatives, and it wasn't good to tear the facade apart. Ending it this way could give both families some dignity. Suchen didn't wait for Aida's reply. He could only hear her intermittent sobs through the receiver. After a while, Ida choked out. I don't want to. I love you. Come find me. Take me away. I don't want to marry someone else. Her response shocked Suchen. He had originally thought Ida was so open-minded that even if she changed her fiancé, it would just take some time to adjust. Suchen felt a bit guilty. He hadn't even asked Ida how she felt. He didn't expect her to be so devoted to him. Alright, Suchen gritted his teeth. Since that's the case, I'll take a gamble. Good. I'll wait for you. Ida broke into a smile through her tears. The two talked for a long time, sharing their innermost feelings. After the call ended, not long after, Aida's parents knocked on the door from outside. Soon, the whole family rushed in. Except for the two younger ones, the family was all present. A few of them exchanged glances. Aida's mother, Shirley, took a few steps forward and sat by Aida's bed. Ida, let's discuss something. I won't listen. I just want to be with Suchen. Ida didn't let her finish and directly refused. It's not what you think. Xiao Wang's family background and education are far superior to Suchen's. Anyway, it's all blind dates. Xiao Wang and Suchen are the same. Ida buried herself under the covers. I'm doing this for your own good, my daughter. Right, dear granddaughter, your grandmother is right. Exactly. A family began to persuade each other. I don't want to. You all go away. Ada was annoyed by their chatter. She got out of bed and kicked them out of her room, then locked the door. Leaning against the door, she stared blankly at the photo of Suchen on her bedside. The next day, Su Chen returned to the company early in the morning. Several secretaries were in Suchen's office. They were a bit surprised to see Suchen suddenly back. Cousin, why are you back? Are you here to tell us that you and Sister Ada are engaged? Li Shiting asked, a bit excited. The matter between Ada and Suchen had not yet been announced by Su's parents. Even his uncle's family was unaware. Ning Yu and Chu and then exchanged glances at Li Shiting's words, their expressions showing disappointment. No, I was called off the engagement. Suchen's words shocked the girls. They surrounded him, especially Li Shiting, who asked with concern about the reason. She really liked Ada as a sister-in-law. The others, though silent, looked at Suchen with concern. It wasn't something to be ashamed of, so Suchen explained the situation. How can this be? Li Shiting said, puffing up with anger. Actually, you are already an inspector, with such a large group. Bai Lu also rarely spoke up to hint. Ning Yu and Chuanen's expressions were complex, a mix of happiness and anger. Suchen understood Bai Lu's meaning. It was simply to let him exercise his power and create trouble for the Wine Group. Suchen nodded at Bai Lu. He had originally planned to do just that. No matter how rich the Wine Group was, it couldn't compare to his own power. As long as he could find a handle, he could definitely take a bite out of them. Su Chen voiced his thoughts, and everyone expressed their support. Li Shitting and the others hadn't been involved deeply yet, but Bai Lu knew that the consequences of such actions wouldn't entirely benefit Su Chen. It would be difficult to confront such a large asset, even for Su Chen. He naturally understood this principle, but since Ada had said so, he wouldn't let her down. With the help of Bai Lu and the others, Su Chen intercepted all the application documents submitted by the Wang Group to the Tianji Association. Such a group, primarily engaged in the antique business, naturally had many transactions that needed to be reported to the Tianji Association. Su Chen didn't need to violate regulations, he simply rejected them all. That would be too risky. He just told the person in charge of the review that he needed to check. Naturally, he could reasonably stall their reports. As for how long the check would take, that was Su Chen's business. These were all within the rules. The reason these companies had previously been reviewed quickly was simply that they had greased the wheels with money at the association. Su Chen's move was undeniably clever. Delaying each project by a day might not cost much, but added together, it was no small sum. As long as the documents in Su Chen's hands weren't approved for a day, the Wang Group would be in a state of suspension for a day. The Wang Group indeed couldn't sit still. Su Chen took all the documents needing review in the morning. By the afternoon, someone from the Wang Group came. The visitor was a female lawyer dressed in a gray suit with a cold expression. As if everyone owed her money, she marched straight to Su Chen's office. Before her subordinates could react, she had already pushed open the office door. Su Chen was not surprised. He looked at the visitor with a teasing gaze. Her figure was decent, but her face was icy and unappealing. Su Chen's gaze made the lawyer even more uncomfortable. The Wang Group was a major taxpayer in Spring City, and almost no one dared to provoke them. This female lawyer was naturally used to being overbearing. I am the legal representative of the Wang Group, Wang Muyun. On what grounds have you detained our groups? Documents? Do you know how much tax the Wang Group pays to Spring City in a year? Are you not afraid that you won't be able to survive in Spring City after offending the Wang Group? This aggressive tone, for those in the know, recognized it as a lawyer. For those unaware, they might think this was someone sent by the Tianji Association headquarters. Wang Muyun waited obediently. However, Su Chen was busy handling matters and didn't even glance at her. Su Inspector, she reminded him. Su Chen seemed to just remember her. About this matter, we're not saying we won't handle it, but, well, we haven't said that there's any specific outcome we can guarantee, right? It's not that I won't help you, we're just saying that things depend on human effort, right? We can find a way. So, let's delay this a bit, and when the time comes, right? We can, well, you can take a look then, and I'll handle this matter for you. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. At first, Wang Muyun listened with great interest, thinking Su Chen made a lot of sense. But she quickly realized that all this talk was just him stalling. Wang Muyun's face twisted in anger. She had been patiently waiting here, only to receive this response. Su Inspector, I'm here waiting for you, and this is the answer you give me? Didn't I say, our matter? Su Chen continued with an innocent expression. Wang Muyun covered her ears and directly interrupted him. If you're going to have this attitude, then we have nothing more to discuss. I will report your actions directly to our chairman. Su Chen was least afraid of threats. Look, you see for yourself. The documents he had just flipped through were precisely those submitted by the Wang Group. He had circled various points in red pen. You Wang Group really knows how to play tricks. Not to mention, in the first half of this year alone, the taxes you've underpaid through procedures accounted for 10% of your total revenue, right? Su Chen seriously examined the Wang Group's documents, even using his eye technique for assistance. He indeed found quite a few loopholes. In the antique business, there were still many gaps to exploit. Just considering the antiques from the late Ming to early Qing dynasties, whether to calculate them according to the Ming or Qing dynasty, the tax differences owed to the Tianji Association were not trivial. As someone within the Wang Group, Wang Muyun could certainly see that these were loopholes exploited by her own group. If they were all to be rectified, not to mention the trouble, the amount of back taxes would be no small sum. The wasted time and lost work costs would be even more. Wang Muyun felt a chill run down her spine. If this were to be accepted, she would have no way to explain it when she returned. Su Inspector, you just arrived. And might not know, but we all operate this way. The association allows it. We had a 70-30 split with the previous inspector. If you're willing, we can do it this way this time too. Am I only getting 70%? Su Chen sneered. 70%? That's for the Wang Group. Wang Muyun jumped in anger. She looked at Su Chen's strange smile and quickly realized he was still toying with her. On the surface, Su Chen appeared calm, but inside, he was already in turmoil. According to this female lawyer, such practices should not be an isolated case. It seemed that the Tianji Association was indeed as deep as the old professor had said. Wang Muyun had dealt with the Tianji Association more than once or twice. She initially thought the Wang Group was being held up because this inspector wanted his share of the benefits. Just rectify it and that would be it. She didn't expect this person to be so unyielding. A truly incorruptible official? It wasn't that easy. Since Su Inspector insists on making things difficult for us, let's wait and see. Let's see how you continue to be this inspector. Wang Muyun looked at Su Chen with disdain. Su Chen was also furious. He had indeed wanted to make things difficult for the Wang Group, but now that he had uncovered real issues within the group, things had changed. Moreover, he even dared to threaten me. My position is due to my contributions to the country. This is given by the nation. You, a mere lawyer from the Wang Group, dare to threaten me. Wang Muyun still wore a face full of arrogance. Name, Wang Muyun. Age, 27. Height, 1.67 meters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Measurements, 101, 80, 91. Score, 91. Secret matter. Father-son duo in battle. Father-son duo in battle. Wang Muyun relied on her connections, navigating between the head of the legal department of the Wang Group and a father-son pair from a side branch of the Wang family. Later, even the two fathers and sons joined forces. With this, she thrived in the legal department, unbeknownst to outsiders. Well, it turns out she rose to power through connections. You dare to be so arrogant in front of me, isn't it because you have ties with that father-son duo in the Wang Group's legal department? Tell me, what will you do if the Wang Group finds out about this? For such a woman, Su Chen was also unyielding. He directly stated what he had seen with his eye technique. Wang Muyun had not mentioned this to anyone. Her relationship with that father-son duo in the company was quite ordinary. Unexpectedly, Su Chen actually knew. The look Wang Muyun gave Su Chen was like staring at a devil. A seemingly ordinary lawyer like her could grasp Su Chen's weakness, let alone others from the Wang Group. What do you want? Wang Muyun stammered. At this moment, she had no choice but to soften. She was indeed a clever person. But it was already too late. Weren't you very tough just now? Su Chen grabbed Wang Muyun's face, observing her terrified and fearful expression, unable to retaliate. Su Chen lost some interest. Kneel and bow your head until I am satisfied. However, Su Chen was not planning to let her off that easily. Upon hearing this, the female lawyer immediately knelt down. No wonder she could captivate the Wang father and son. She indeed had some skills. After she knelt, her suit was tight, and from the back she looked so curvaceous, especially her hips, which were incredibly full. Su Chen suddenly had other thoughts. Watching the female lawyer bow her head until it bled, Su Chen grabbed her ponytail, making her stop. A worthless woman like you actually has someone who wants you. If you want to keep this matter from being exposed, you can. As long as you listen to me. Wang Muyun's eyes were filled with resentment. She knew that if the Wang Group found out about this, none of the three of them would have a good ending. She could only blame herself for being eager to show off in front of Su Chen today. I'm giving you a way out. Otherwise, you know very well that continuing like this is tantamount to playing with fire and getting burned. Wang Muyun obediently nodded. As long as you do your job well for me, you can still enjoy wealth and honor in the future. As Su Chen spoke, his eyes glanced downward. She followed Su Chen's gaze and immediately understood his meaning. Slowly crawling to Su Chen's front, she opened her mouth. An hour later, Wang Muyun was gagging, covering her mouth as she ran out of Su Chen's office. She looked disheveled, with a bruise on her head, a stark contrast to her earlier proud demeanor. Everyone in Su Chen's department saw this and admired his superb methods. After dealing with the female lawyer, Su Chen finally vented his suppressed emotions. I must say, this woman's professional skills are quite good. No wonder she could impress that father-son duo. However, although he had legitimately seized this batch of documents, how to handle the aftermath still required careful consideration. These documents, while restricting the Wang Group, would also bring him crazy retaliation. The Wang Group's methods would likely become even more intense. Su Chen was not afraid. With the help of his eye technique, he would always find a way to counterattack. But that was too passive. There's a saying, you can catch a thief for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against a thief for 1,000 days. After all, Su Chen had just taken office not long ago and still lacked depth. If given a year, no, even half a year, the Wang Group wouldn't dare to act rashly in front of Su Chen. The only thing that could bridge the gap brought by time, after much thought, was the treasure left behind by Wu Sangue. Since the town's artifact concerns the fate of the nation, there would certainly be artifacts among Wu Sangue's treasures. As long as these are submitted, Su Chen's status would be elevated. This is not just Su Chen's imagination. The path to promotion in the Tianji Association is quite clear. Besides performance, the submission of artifacts is also required. Su Chen now has achievements in handling counterfeit items, but he lacks artifacts. The reason Zhang Guotao was able to rise so quickly, according to Huang Chuman, was that he invested heavily. He presented artifacts all at once, allowing him to leap from an inspector to one of the 7 elders. Even Su Chen, up to now, has only found 2 items. During this time, he has come across quite a few treasures, but none worthy of being called artifacts. This time, Su Chen was determined. He left the office and headed straight for the room where he kept the original map. He planned to show the original to Professor Xiang, hoping the professor could discern something from the fragments. Of course, even in his urgency, Su Chen brought enough gifts. He parked his car downstairs from the professor's building. Along the way, many of his former teachers recognized him. Seeing Su Chen carrying bags to visit the professor, they praised him as a filial student. Su Chen politely responded to each of them. With his own concerns hidden, he didn't notice the strange looks from those teachers. Before reaching the professor's floor, Su Chen heard a commotion. He felt anxious and quickened his pace. The noise was indeed coming from the professor's home. Without a second thought, he kicked the door open. What he saw was hard to believe. 2 middle-aged people were pointing fingers at the old professor. Su Chen recognized the man and woman. They were the professor's youngest daughter, Xiang Yuyu, and her husband, Li Tianzhua. The couple had cornered the professor. "Dad, just agree to us. I've already found a nursing home for you. Anyway, this house was given to you by the school, and many of your colleagues have sold theirs. We really need the money." Su Chen immediately understood the situation. Seeing the professor's pitiful expression, he was about to speak up when he saw Li Tianzhua move to push the professor. The professor, furious, tried to resist, but he was no match for Li Tianzhua and was pushed to the ground. Su Chen knew the two were despicable, but he never expected this and immediately panicked. "You 2 bastards." Su Chen dropped what he was holding and slapped Li Tianzhua on the back of the head. Li Tianzhua was stunned, covering his head and looking back in disbelief. "Who do you think you are, an outsider meddling in our family affairs?" Xiang Yuyu was disrespectful to the professor, and naturally, she was even more fierce towards Su Chen. "Look at what you did to our Tianzhua," Li Tianzhua said, pretending to be injured while covering his head. "Think about how you're going to compensate. Otherwise, you won't be leaving here today." Su Chen didn't want to hear another word from that woman. He walked straight over to help the professor up. The professor was already quite old. He couldn't afford to get hurt. "Professor, are you all right?" The professor shook his head, but his hand was still on his waist. Su Chen's expression grew darker. The body and skin are given by one's parents, and now this woman allowed her husband to lay hands on her father. Su Chen helped the professor to his rocking chair. The old chair creaked as it moved. Seeing the professor more comfortable, Su Chen turned back to the rebellious younger generation. "Professor Xiang is your biological father, right? How can you let your husband push him around like this? Is it acceptable for you to bully your own father? And you, what are you pretending for? I know how much strength I have. Where's that fierce energy you had when you just hit someone?" Su Chen left the 2 of them speechless. The old professor did not stop him, crying profusely in his rocking chair. "Professor, how do you want to handle this?" Alas! The professor sighed, unwilling to speak. The 2 were already preparing to sneak away. "You 2, stand right there. Let's see who dares to leave today." After a while, the old professor calmed down. "You handle it as you see fit. I don't plan to deal with them anymore." As soon as he said this, Su Chen understood what he meant. Hitting parents and abusing the elderly, they were suspected of abuse. Although Su Chen arrived in time and the old professor wasn't seriously injured, a 2-year prison sentence was inevitable. Su Chen called the agents. Due to his special status, 2 agents arrived quickly. The evidence was conclusive. After the agents took photos for evidence at the scene, including pictures of the professor's injuries, they took the 2 away. Su Chen looked at the somewhat dazed professor and comforted him for a long time. The professor's mood had mostly settled. "Su Chen, I'm sorry you had to witness this." The professor forced a smile. It was only seeing Su Chen like this that made him feel a bit better. "To be honest, I've failed in raising my children. My eldest daughter rarely comes back after getting married, and when she does, it's always because there's something going on at home. My youngest daughter is a spendthrift, married to a worthless man, and keeps coming back to ask for money." As the professor spoke, he felt a bit relieved, letting out another long sigh. Hearing this, Su Chen felt a deep sympathy for the old professor. No wonder the last time he mentioned his 2 daughters, the professor's expression was somewhat grim. He hesitated for a moment. "Professor, if you're willing, why not come work with me? I'll take care of your food, clothing, and housing, and I can come by to see you often." After Su Chen finished speaking, the professor looked at him with a strange expression. He was old but not a fool. Su Chen had previously said he was just a clerk at the Tianji Association. However, the police officer's attitude towards him just now was something the old professor had noticed. It was very respectful, even to the point of not taking him back for a statement. Realizing he could no longer hide it, Su-chen thought that if the professor agreed to join the Tianji Association, his identity would soon be exposed. It was better to tell the professor directly now. I, by chance, became an inspector at the Tianji Association. As soon as Su-chen finished speaking, the professor's face turned ashen. He looked at Su-chen, closed his eyes, and remained silent for a long time before letting out a long sigh. You've walked into a den of thieves. You child. The professor's disappointment was something he had not shown even when facing Xian Yoyo. Su-chen began to reflect. He had heard the professor mention before that the Tianji Association was not a good place. At that time, he hadn't taken it seriously, thinking the professor might have some misunderstandings about the association, or perhaps it was simply a case of literary disdain for such institutions. But now it seemed that there was definitely more to the story. The Tianji Association, while having many issues, such as collusion between officials and businessmen and internal strife, was not unique to it. Such situations could happen anywhere. Moreover, after Su-chen took office, he had indeed accomplished quite a bit. It was far from the chaotic and corrupt state the professor described. Su-chen shared his views with the professor, speaking in a relatively fair tone. The professor still trusted his student, regardless of the reasons, whether it was a reluctance to see Su-chen continue to get involved or something else. He slowly revealed the truth of the matter. If you hadn't come to ask, some things I might have kept bottled up for the rest of my life. The professor's eyes were filled with memories, a certain unspoken weariness. Su-chen sat up straight, listening as the professor recounted events from years ago. It turned out that many years ago, a large tomb was discovered here in Spring City. It was the tomb of Chen Yuan, the favored concubine of Wu Sangue. It could be said to be a very important archaeological discovery at the time. At the time, the old professor was still a passionate young man. Due to his outstanding research in historical geography, he was assigned to join the collaborative work with the Tianji Association. He felt very proud, believing he was involved in something of great significance. According to the regulations at the time, items from such tombs were to be submitted to the museum. The old professor didn't think much of it, confident that the association's reputation would ensure everything was handled properly. After submitting the excavated items, he didn't ask many questions. However, at a later banquet organized by the association, the old professor saw a family member of an important figure in the association wearing the most precious set of gemstone headgear that belonged to the tomb. He was immediately furious, feeling that someone in the association was lining their own pockets. After all, in such a large association, it was normal to have one or two bad apples. Without a second thought, he decided to file a complaint. But later, the association forcefully suppressed the matter, using various channels to silence him. Even my wife was persuaded by her workplace to come back and advise me. I've never spoken about this matter to anyone. The old professor sighed after finishing his story. Su-chen furrowed his brows tightly upon hearing this. He never expected the association's audacity could reach such heights. It's important to note that tombs developed by the association were a completely different matter from raiding a family's home. The benefits gained from a raid were ultimately just the illegal gains of that family. Even old Tian's attitude towards this matter was one of tacit approval. However, activities related to tombs required everything to be submitted. Although Su-chen had benefited, it was what he was entitled to. He had never crossed the line and had no intention of doing so. After listening to the old professor, Su-chen finally understood why he was so averse to the Tianji Association. Professor, don't worry, I won't collude with them, he assured, patting his chest. At this moment, Su-chen no longer concealed anything. My position is because I donated 2 town objects to the country at that time. Town objects. Su-chen wanted to explain what town objects were, but upon seeing the old professor's eyes widen when he mentioned the term, he understood. The old professor must have known about the existence of town objects long ago. Ha ha ha. The professor, who had been gloomy, suddenly burst into laughter. Su-chen's expression was somewhat strange, but the professor was clearly excited. After laughing, the professor kept patting Su-chen's shoulder vigorously. Good lad, I really didn't misjudge you back then. Those are 2 town objects. If it weren't for the fact that these things shouldn't be publicly discussed, I would be bragging about it everywhere. I didn't expect that a student of someone would actually find 2 town objects and donate them to the country. You should be the inspector. If you don't take the position, someone else will, and I won't be happy about it. The professor spoke somewhat incoherently, continuously praising Su-chen. Even Su-chen felt a bit embarrassed from the professor's compliments. The emotional shift of the professor was too drastic. The power of the 2 town objects was surprisingly significant. Su-chen couldn't help but feel puzzled. This reminded him of the previous incident with the nightingale. Just because he donated 2 town objects, the nightingale risked exposure to help him. When Yilan said that town objects were of great importance and even closely related to the fate of the nation, Su Chen thought she was exaggerating. He didn't expect the old professor to value town objects so highly as well. Professor, are town objects really that important? I've only found 2 in the past 6 months? With someone who understood in front of him, Su Chen certainly didn't want to miss this opportunity, especially since every time he asked Yilan, she always had a mysterious expression, like a riddle. The old professor was momentarily speechless. He was indeed genuine. He had just been praising Su Chen for his integrity. Now, his expression changed as he tapped Su Chen's head. Su Chen didn't resist. You've already become an inspector, yet you still don't understand anything. Su Chen did not refute. After all, the professor would still say it for himself. Just like when he was in school. I have 2 questions for you. The first one, why is it that every time a dynasty changes, they must find the imperial seal? Is that thing really that important? As the professor mentioned it, Su Chen thought of it. This thing, history books say, is related to the legitimacy of the state, but isn't he aware of the legitimacy himself? And the story of the he sure by returning to Zhao, Su Chen had been puzzled about since he was young. The Zhao state did not hesitate to offend the Qin state to protect the predecessor of the imperial seal, the he sure by. Second, why do the palaces of every dynasty hide so many treasures? Take the modern Yuan Mingyuan for example. When Yuan Mingyuan was mentioned, the old professor's expression darkened, and then he continued, at that time, the treasures of Yuan Mingyuan were countless. Moreover, after the city was breached, it was the first to be looted. Why not rob the national treasury? The professor's words made Su Chen fall into deep thought. Su Chen was constantly brainstorming. The professor's words inspired him greatly. However, he still did not dare to jump to conclusions. Professor Xiang, please continue. Professor Xiang did not keep him in suspense and explained directly. The ancient palaces collected these treasures to arrange feng shui. The imperial seal was originally the he sure bai, nurtured by heaven and earth, later obtained by the Qin dynasty from the Zhao state, carved into a seal, and it embodies the dragon energy of the ancestral dragon. It is the eye of the feng shui formation that suppresses the national fortune. Professor Xiang's words opened a new world for Su Chen. Of course, he had not finished speaking. As for the other parts of the feng shui formation, various rare treasures are also needed. The rare treasures mentioned here can be natural wonders or works left by ancient heroes. These things are born of this land and have gathered an immense amount of fortune. So the so-called town objects are the spiritual objects that suppress the feng shui formation? Su Chen understood. Professor Xiang was not angry at Su Chen's interruption. On the contrary, he was very pleased. He patted Su Chen on the shoulder and continued. The decline of the Qing dynasty was partly due to the corruption of the dynasty. In Yuan Mingyuan, various treasures and town objects were swapped out. Over time, the feng shui situation fell apart, and the fortune dissipated, ultimately leading to destruction. Su Chen understood. In this way, it was also understandable that the Allied forces rushed to Yuan Mingyuan first. What national treasury? Those silver coins were nowhere near as important as the town objects. But suddenly receiving this information, Su Chen was shocked. He could not calm down for a long time. This was even harder to accept than his own eye technique. In an instant, Su Chen understood the truth behind history. But Professor Xiang's words were impossible for Su Chen not to believe. This statement completely shattered Su Chen's understanding over the years. No wonder that after he had only donated 2 town objects, the country's reward was so exaggerated. Professor Xiang also praised him greatly. Naturally, the more town objects, the better. So, collecting town objects is very important. After saying this, Professor Xiang sighed. Su Chen believed in Professor Xiang, and how could Professor Xiang not believe in his student? During his university years, Professor Xiang had already understood Su Chen's character. Now that he knew the importance of town objects, he not only did not see any regret or pain in Su Chen's expression but instead saw a strong sense of mission. Professor Xiang was extremely gratified. Regarding Su Chen serving as the inspector of the Tianji Association, he had become much more open-minded. Su Chen, Professor Xiang advised, since you have joined the Tianji Association, I can't say much. I believe in your character, but you must promise me, as long as you are in the Tianji Association, you must continue to collect town objects. This is your mission as a citizen of Huagua. And remember, you must maintain your original intention. Don't let those people in the association lead you astray. Su Chen nodded. Even without Professor Xiang saying this, he would do it. Understood, I will remember the professor's teachings. Su Chen took a deep breath. He immediately clarified his purpose. Professor, actually, I came to see you this time because of the map from last time. Oh? Professor Xiang looked at Su Chen, waiting for him to continue. That map is not an ordinary map, it's the treasure map of Wu Sangue. Professor Xiang's pupils trembled. Even a history novice would have heard of Wu Sangui's name. Not to mention Professor Xiang himself. He had excavated the tomb of Wu Sangui's concubine back in the day, and the opulence of that burial was comparable to that of some princes. If it were his treasure, then it would be. So what do you plan to do? I don't recommend telling anyone from the Tianji Association about this. Professor Xiang was somewhat troubled. He was concerned. No, he knew that as soon as Su Chen handed over the map, it would definitely catch the attention of the association. At that point, whose treasure it was would be hard to say. Su Chen had nothing to hide. I never intended to hand over the map. After hearing about your past with the association, I have even less intention to do so. My foundation is too shallow. I wouldn't be able to keep it safe if I handed it over. But you, rest assured, as long as I find the town's artifact, I will definitely submit it to the country. Such things, even if they had the guts, no one would dare to touch. Su Chen assured him. This aligned perfectly with Professor Xiang's thoughts. All right, then I will help you with this. The professor nodded. Just remember what I said before, and it won't be in vain for me to help you. When Su Chen had come with the map last time, the professor had guessed a bit. He knew it was likely a treasure map from the Ming and Qing dynasties because some of the markings were meant to indicate directions. He just didn't expect this treasure to be so important. Plus, since Su Chen was his student, if he didn't take the initiative to speak, Professor Xiang wouldn't say much either. Su Chen was overjoyed. It couldn't be better that Professor Xiang was willing to help. It saved him from having to study something he clearly couldn't understand. Su Chen took out the beast skin he had been holding and handed it to the professor. Professor Xiang stroked the map, his hands trembling slightly. In this way, he could be considered to have helped the country find the town's artifact. Professor Xiang's gaze gradually became resolute. Even if it weren't for his student, for the country, he would ensure the matter was handled well. Seeing the professor's serious demeanor, Su Chen finally felt a weight lift off his mind. He was very reassured to leave this matter to the professor. After the map issue was settled, Su Chen returned to the Tianji Association. He also instructed Bai Lu to personally handle matters regarding Professor Xiang. Bai Lu had just left for a short while when she hurried back. Supervisor Su. Seeing Su Chen's puzzled expression, Bai Lu quickly explained. As soon as you instructed me, I went to find a house and a nanny for Professor Xiang. I found the best nanny from that company, and the house is very close to where the old professor works. But when I met the professor, he absolutely refused to come with me, saying that the place was quite good. Bai Lu's expression was somewhat troubled. Su Chen smiled lightly. He comforted Bai Lu, saying, "This isn't your fault. I know the professor's character. He is a person who is indifferent to fame and fortune. If he really craved comfort, he wouldn't be living in such a shabby place." Bai Lu sighed in relief when she saw that Su Chen wasn't blaming her. "Don't worry, I still have arrangements. Since the professor is unwilling to move, I found a house in that neighborhood and had the nanny settle in. She will specifically take care of the old professor's daily meals. It's close by, so she can go anytime." Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Bai Lu was indeed very thoughtful in her work. This method was quite good. Make sure to pay attention to the old professor's needs and meet them promptly. Su Chen reminded her again. Bai Lu agreed. Not long after Bai Lu left, Wang Muyun rushed into Su Chen's office holding a large stack of documents. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. "What are these?" "That's right." Wang Muyun nodded. She held a thick stack of documents in her hands, all of which contained incriminating information about the Wang group. She had secretly gathered them, initially intending to secure her own position as a backup plan. But now, threatened by Su Chen, she had no choice but to hand them over. "Do we really have to do this?" Wang Muyun clutched the files, still somewhat hesitant. "The information I've collected, while lethal to the Wang group, is still a centipede. Even when dead, does not stiffen." Wang Muyun didn't finish her sentence, but Su Chen understood her meaning. Even if he could bring down the Wang group, he would still face their retaliation before they fell. At this point, Su Chen no longer cared about that. "Are you teaching me how to do things? Don't forget your own identity." Su Chen merely glanced at her. Wang Muyun was startled, shivering at his gaze. After the Wang group, she had tested the waters several times. No one knew about her relationship with that father-son duo. Even the few hotels she frequently visited, Wang Muyun had discreetly investigated, and there was no one watching her. It was as if Su Chen had a divine eye observing everything. This made Wang Muyun feel like everyone she saw was a spy for Su Chen. "You're right, I'll listen to you," she said with a hint of flattery, smiling at Su Chen. "Since you acknowledged me as your master last time, just call me master." "Yes, master." Wang Muyun dared not hesitate. She immediately agreed. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Given how obedient Wang Muyun was, he decided to teach her how to be a good subordinate. Su Chen smiled at her. Wang Muyun understood, her face turning red. "Half an Hour later, she left Su Chen's office, her cheeks flushed. As for Su Chen, he appeared unfazed, picking up the documents Wang Nguyen had left behind, deep in thought. At the Spring City Hotel, Aida's family took the initiative to invite Wang Lang, the chairman of the Wang Group, and his family to meet. Why haven't they arrived yet? Aida's mother, Shirley, the organizer of the banquet, anxiously waited in the private room. It's fine, they should be here soon. They're busy, we need to be understanding, her husband Hans reassured her. Auntie Gu sat calmly in the main seat, looking composed, but her hands tapping on the table revealed her nervousness. She was quite satisfied with Su Chen's family affairs, but compared to the Wang Group, it was still insignificant. After learning about the current scale of the Wang Group, Auntie Gu reluctantly agreed to her daughter Shirley's request to call off the engagement. The family had to persuade Ida to join the gathering. This was also the first meeting between the two families, which was significant. Whether they could climb the social ladder depended on this moment. Even Martin and Bella's family were anxiously waiting together. Several pots of tea had been replaced, but the Wang Group's people had yet to arrive. The attendees were growing anxious. Only Ida remained calm. If it weren't for gathering intelligence, she wouldn't have come. After a while, a commotion was heard outside the private room. Shirley's eyes lit up. She quickly opened the door to greet them. The others also stood up. In-laws, you're here. It was indeed Wang Lang and his family, accompanied by a group of bodyguards and secretaries, with Wang Lang's wife, Huang Ying, and son, Wang Pengcheng, following behind. You all stay here, Wang Lang instructed his subordinates, then turned back to smile at Shirley. However, Huang Ying couldn't hide her disdain. Although the Spring City Hotel had a prestigious name, truly wealthy people wouldn't come here. When she went out for afternoon tea or meals with her sisters, they frequented exclusive members-only establishments. Since she was already reaching out to her in-laws, Huang Ying didn't hold back. I say, Shirley, if you can't find a place, just let us arrange it. If word gets out, people will think our Wang Group can't find a better venue. Shirley's face showed a brief moment of embarrassment, which quickly faded. Meanwhile, Wang Pengcheng pulled his mother to walk inside. It's quite nice, Mom. Is Aunt Shirley here? Is Ida here? Huang Ying was even angrier. Her son hadn't even married yet, and he treated her like this. If it weren't for being out in public, she would have lost her temper for sure. Ida is here. Hurry up and go in. She's been missing you, Shirley said, turning her body to open the door. Once Wang Lang's family entered, she followed them inside. The family of her aunt and great-aunt greeted them with smiles. Wang Lang's family responded calmly. Even Wang Pengcheng simply nodded. He didn't care much for these elders. His eyes were only on Ida, and he had already moved closer to her. Seeing the scene, the great-aunt took the initiative to welcome Wang Lang to the main seat. Facing the elder generation, Wang Lang was not polite at all and took his seat directly. Soon, the dishes began to be served. The great-aunt's family kept toasting. Pengcheng looks really handsome. Shirley, who had struggled to engage in conversation a few times, knew that just their presence was already a show of respect. She began to praise Wang Pengcheng. Huang Ying and Wang Lang finally showed a hint of a smile. This only son was their treasure. Yes, I heard Pengcheng studied abroad and came back. He has a good education and talent. He and our Ida are simply a perfect match. Seeing that Shirley's topic was effective, the great-aunt also started to speak. In-laws, you don't know, Ida has wanted to meet Pengcheng for a long time. Shirley continued. Right. That Suchen is just a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Hans also joined in. But being from a foreign country, he wasn't very articulate. Wang Lang, who had been smiling, suddenly changed his expression. That kid is not worth mentioning. Compared to our group, he's nothing. We have plenty of ways to deal with him. Exactly. How can he compare to our Pengcheng? Huang Ying was also quite unhappy. If he doesn't know his place, he shouldn't blame me for not giving him a way out. The great-aunt felt a bit awkward. After all, Su Chen had grown up under her watch. Right. Yes. But she still echoed. The atmosphere returned to its previous harmony. Only Ida kept brushing off Wang Pengcheng's concern. In her heart, she was only worried about Su Chen's well-being. The Wang Group had the confidence to say such things. Ida wanted to persuade Su Chen to give up and stop risking himself for her. Yet deep down, she vaguely hoped that Su Chen would continue as he was. The meal continued amidst the compliments from Aida's family and the indifference from the Wang family. But soon, a phone call shattered the tranquility in the private room. The Wang family and Aida's family were already discussing marriage. Wang Pengcheng was excited, wishing he could get married tomorrow. But at that moment, Wang Lang's phone suddenly rang. His brows furrowed. Wang Lang had 2 mobile phones and 4 numbers. One of them could only be dialed in times of crisis at the company. Once this call was made, Wang Lang would answer it immediately, no matter the occasion. Today was no different. He disregarded Aida's family's feelings and took out his phone to answer. President Wang. Bad news. Our warehouse at the port and the Jade Pit bordering South Vietnam have been sealed. No matter what, agents have come to our company, a lot of them, along with the tax department and the Tianji Association. His subordinates spoke rapidly. The port warehouse and the Jade Pit were the two largest sources of fixed assets for the Wang Group. The fact that people from the tax department and the Tianji Association had come along indicated a serious problem. Wang Lang's brows knitted together, completely losing the calm and proud demeanor he had just moments ago. Anxious and restless, he couldn't care less about continuing the discussion. Just the issues with the warehouse and the raw stone pit could cost the Wang Group dearly. It could almost be described as a devastating blow. We'll talk later. We have things to handle. Wang Lang forced a pale smile, although Huang Ying did not hear the content of the phone call. After so many years of interaction with Wang Lang, along with the different ringtone, she knew something was wrong. She quickly pulled Wang Pengcheng to leave. Outside the private room, Wang Lang quickened his pace, almost running. The Ida family was not foolish either. Seeing Wang Lang so anxious, it was clear that something had gone awry. "Grandma, look here quickly." Mary and Tom, who had been playing on their phones, suddenly changed their expressions. They hurriedly handed their phones to Su Chen's great-aunt. The whole family gathered around. Wang Group's warehouse has been sealed? Possible illegal items? Tax authorities have arrived. What will happen to Wang Group? Unraveling the mystery of Wang Group's Jade Rough Stone Pit. A history of blood and tears in their rise. News headlines flew everywhere. With such a large group in trouble, it instantly became a trending topic. Online, the Ida family watched in shock and fear. What if they had just finalized the marriage? Would their family also be implicated? Ida felt a bit pleased. She vaguely guessed who was behind it. Of course, these matters were being pushed forward by Su Chen from behind the scenes. After obtaining the information, Su Chen immediately confirmed its authenticity. Once he ensured that the information in his hands was correct, he promptly took action. Tax authorities, operatives, and the Tianji Association all worked together. Coupled with the evidence in Su Chen's hands, as long as he wanted, the Wang Group would have no way to turn the tables. Some of these routes were newly established alliances between Huang Chuman and Su Chen. For instance, in the media aspect, Su Chen was almost clueless. The fermentation of these events was all orchestrated by the media introduced to Su Chen by Huang Chuman, ensuring that the news headlines would attract attention and draw the public in immediately. This was Su Chen's first time taking action. Huang Chuman's group reacted quickly to Su Chen as well. Moreover, it wasn't about fabricating slander, there were real materials involved. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, these people were also looking to make a big score and earn some bonuses for a good holiday. The efficiency was high. However, with so many people involved, it was inevitable that news would leak. The furious Wang Lang in front of Su Chen was the best proof of that. The main character had found himself right in front of Su Chen. Su Chen looked at Wang Lang, who was spitting out words in anger, pointing at him as if he were a clown. In fact, Wang Lang had wanted to have a good conversation with Su Chen. A young man with such great energy, after all, was just a woman. He didn't care. It would be best to turn enemies into friends. But seeing Wang Muyun beside Su Chen only made Wang Lang angrier. His role as a director came after Wang Muyun joined the group. Previously, he was in charge of the legal department and had brought Wang Muyun in. Seeing his lover standing behind Su Chen, serving him so attentively, how could Wang Lang contain his fury? "All right, I see President Wang has been talking for so long, he must be thirsty. You go get him a glass of water." "Okay, master." Since she had followed Su Chen, Wang Muyun had no way back. She didn't even glance at Wang Lang and walked straight out. Wang Lang gasped, almost losing his breath. But after all, he was an old hand. He forced himself to calm down. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. I admit I underestimated the inspector before. I wonder what the inspector really wants. The fall of the Wang Group brings no benefit to the inspector? Wang Lang's tone was still somewhat stiff. Seeing that he was still unconvinced, Su Chen was not in a hurry. "Let's not talk about what I want to do. Let's discuss the Wang Group. That batch of antiques in your port warehouse and the rough stone mine bordering Manhwa is the biggest cash flow for the Wang Group, right?" "That's right." Wang Lang nodded. "This was something that could be easily checked. But your tax situation is problematic, and the procedures for trading antiques are also illegal. Both of these places will be sealed first to prevent you from being unable to pay taxes. Even your accounts will be frozen. But you still have bank debts to repay, right?" Wang Lang's face turned cold. "If it can't be settled, the consequences will indeed be severe, and the Wang Group cannot bear it. Moreover, I have a batch of payments that need to be sent to the other party. So, do you understand your situation? From now on, the Wang Group will follow Su Jiancha's lead." Wang Lang was also quite straightforward. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged. Wang Lang felt even more that he couldn't see through this young man. When he was as old as Su Chen, he relied on his second-generation status, indulging in a life of excess. My demands are not many. If you want me to see your sincerity, that's fine too. I despise untrustworthy people the most. Those who violated our agreed-upon engagement back then. Su Chen did not continue. Wang Lang nodded, feeling determined. He knew what scene Su Chen wanted to see. It was nothing more than dealing with Ada's mother and those people. This was his specialty. Even if that person had helped him before, it was not as important as his own company. Watching Wang Lang's departing figure, Su Chen called Huang Chuman, instructing his subordinates not to act hastily. He did not intend to truly take action against the Wang group. First, as long as he didn't throw out the evidence in his hands, he could keep the Wang group in check. Second, it was not them who broke the engagement, but rather Ada's mother who came looking for trouble. The Wang family could at most be considered accomplices. Ada had returned to Su Chen's side as she wished. Having tasted forbidden fruit, she was eager for more. As soon as she saw Su Chen, she clung to him, constantly seeking his affection. Su Chen had also been suppressing himself for a long time, indulging freely. Su Chen! Ada's eyes sparkled as she nestled in Su Chen's arms, her eyes glistening with tears. It seemed as if water from elsewhere had surged into her eyes. Can we get married now? That way, I can stay at your house forever. Ada was a bit anxious. During the days she couldn't see Su Chen, her longing for him grew stronger. All right. Su Chen playfully pinched Ada's delicate nose. Should we bring your parents back from Nanhua? Sherry and others, along with Aunt Gu, had been sent to the emerald mining area in Nanhua by Wang Lang. Only Ada and her two younger siblings had escaped unscathed. Wang Lang was determined if Su Chen didn't speak up, they wouldn't be coming back. But Ada shook her head. Let's wait a while. Don't they love money? The emerald pits are full of emeralds, so let them stay there a bit longer. They should think carefully about what happened before. Ada was puffed up with anger. At that time, the whole family had advised her not to be with Su Chen. Su Chen looked at Ada's adorable expression, so concerned for him, and felt a deep sense of comfort. So obedient. Then we'll do as you say. Let them continue to be with the emeralds. But since you're so good, I have to reward you even more. Su Chen stroked Ada's head, gently pressing her down. No, I haven't recovered. An hour later. Ada once again slumped in Su Chen's arms. I really can't take it anymore. Hubby Ada's eyes were watery, repeatedly pleading with Su Chen. Su Chen stopped teasing her. I really want to reward you. The Wang group has sent over quite a few good things. Although their people aren't very capable, the emeralds are genuinely nice. When you have time, go collect them and see what you like. Ada shook her head. Having you is enough for me. I don't want those. She held Su Chen tightly. But why not deal with them together? I don't like them. Su Chen smiled. There's a saying in China, a cornered dog will jump over the wall. I know. You're afraid they will threaten you. Ada quickly answered. No. What I mean is, there are too many dogs. The ones that jump over the wall can't be dealt with. It's better to wait until the mad dogs gather together, and then I'll take action. Su Chen was not wrong in his thinking. The dogs indeed gathered together. The Wang group was under Su Chen's control. Unable to eat or sleep peacefully, especially Wang Lang, who had just taken over the Wang group and was in the prime of his life, ready to make a mark. How could he allow a sword of Damocles to hang over his head? After some investigation, he discovered someone who had almost the same experience as him, Jiang Guotao. With the mindset that an enemy's enemy is a friend, Wang Lang naturally sought out Jiang Guotao. Jiang Guotao was also in a dire situation due to Huang Chuman and Su Chen having been forced to withdraw from the southwest region. Brother Wang, what a rare guest. Come in, please. Upon seeing Wang Lang arrive, Jiang Guotao welcomed him warmly. They had interacted quite a bit when Wang Lang was in Spring City. Ah, Jiang, you're too polite. What Jiang? If you don't mind, just call me brother. Jiang. All right, brother Jiang. Wang Lang took advantage of the situation. Jiang Guotao had the maid bring tea, then waved her away. Brother, what brings you here this time? Alas, don't laugh at me, brother Jiang, but I've really been suffering because of that Su Chen from the Tianji Association. Oh, what happened? Jiang Guotao feigned ignorance. With the Wang group's issues making headlines, how could he not know? Wang Lang recounted everything, but in his version, he portrayed himself as the victim. Not only had the company suffered heavy losses, but his daughter-in-law, who was in love with his son, had also been snatched away by the bully Su Chen. This is outrageous. Isn't this bullying? Jiang Guotao slammed the table. I was hoping brother Jiang could help me, so I came here with my face in hand. Wang Lang was quick to catch on, not mentioning how badly Jiang Guotao had been treated by Su Chen, treating it as if he were simply asking for a favor. There's one more thing. This is our group specialty. I don't know much about it, but you are a master. Help me take a look. Wang Lang pulled out a pair of jade rui, the green so vibrant it seemed to ripple with water inside. Alright, I'll take a look. But first, let's talk about dealing with Su Chen. Zhang Guotao smiled knowingly, setting the rui aside. The two exchanged glances, both understanding each other's intentions. Su Chen was unaware of all this, and even if he knew, he likely wouldn't care. Two defeated subordinates coming together couldn't possibly yield a positive outcome. He was busy arranging a meeting with Wang Yuan. Ever since Wang Yuan had witnessed Su Chen's prowess, she had truly become a tamed wild horse. After that, she cut off contact with Wu Kuan's son. Wu Kuan alone could no longer satisfy Wang Yuan. She couldn't forget Su Chen. Whenever there was a chance, she would sneak out to find him. Su Chen was more than happy about it. A home flower is not as fragrant as a wildflower. After a series of charges, Wang Yuan was like a lump of clay, sprawled against Su Chen's chest. But even so, her hands were still restless. Rival, I really don't know how you train. So solid. I'm so tired I can hardly close my legs. Wang Yuan rolled her eyes, complaining. But in her eyes was an indescribable satisfaction. Her complexion was much rosier than when she had arrived. Is that so? Su Chen laughed, brushing away Wang Yuan's restless hands and pulling her into his embrace. There was a hint of sadness in Wang Yuan's gaze. I just don't know when I'll see you again. She hadn't been doing well lately. That old bastard Wu Kuan, do you know? He doesn't even treat me like a person, and he's secretly meeting with that Jiang guy. Su Chen became interested. What happened? Several times in the past few days, he dismissed his subordinates, and out of curiosity, I went to see, and sure enough, it was Zhang Guotao. I privately mentioned this to him, and he directly blamed me for making a scene in public, forcing him to cut off contact with Zhang Guotao. So instead of blaming the one who put the green hat on him, he blames me? Wang Yuan's expression darkened further, her eyes filled with resentment. I know. I'm just Wu Kuan's canary, kept for show. He has more than just me as his woman. But who would have thought that he didn't even care about the green hat? He must be getting old and useless. Wang Yuan recounted her pain during this time. Upon hearing this news, Su Chen raised an eyebrow. He wasn't surprised. Su Chen wasn't really shocked by what Wang Yuan described. It was only through Huang Chuman's later account that Su Chen realized that these two had been colluding for quite some time. The interests involved made it impossible for them to truly sever ties. If it weren't for that day when he suddenly had the idea of having Wang Yuan seduce Zhang Guotao on camera, which later escalated into a public spectacle, this situation would never have reached this point. Most likely, Wu Kuan would have just accepted it. At worst, he would really just hand Wang Yuan over to Zhang Guotao. Seeing Wang Yuan's dejected expression, Su Chen felt a bit of pity. Alright. Su Chen cupped Wang Yuan's face, making her look at him. Zhang Guotao isn't really putting a green hat on him, right? Aren't you getting your revenge now? Wang Yuan broke into a smile. I think the revenge isn't enough. As she spoke, her hands became restless. Su Chen wasn't angry. As long as you help me keep an eye on them. Later, tell me, and I'll reward you well. Su Inspector, can you give me a little reward right now? Wang Yuan leaned close to Su Chen's ear, exhaling softly. Su Chen felt his ear warm. Then came the moist and slippery sensation. Alright, then this inspector will reward you well, little spy. Wang Yuan was naturally delighted. After bidding farewell to Wang Yuan, Su Chen brought gifts to Professor Xiang's new home. Originally, he was reluctant to move in. However, seeing how Su Chen went out of his way to find a nanny and even rented a place for her, along with Su Chen's repeated persuasion, Professor Xiang finally agreed. The house wasn't big, just 2 bedrooms and a living room. One room was for the professor, and the other was a specially arranged study. The nanny didn't live here, and with Su Chen's map, having a nanny wasn't very convenient. Hearing Su Chen knock, Professor Xiang warmly opened the door for him. Little Su, come in. This was Su Chen's first time here, and it was quite clean, with a very homely feel to the decor. Everything was arranged by Bai Lu. Professor Xiang didn't bring much, just his rocking chair and some materials. You say you come and just come, why bring anything? Professor Xiang chided with a smile. He had lived in poverty for most of his life, and in the end, as he grew old, he still enjoyed the benefits of his former students. In fact, if he wanted to make money, he could still do so. What mattered wasn't the house, but Su Chen's thoughtfulness. Over the years, many students had said they would help him if he faced difficulties, but only Su Chen came to see him during the holidays. Professor Xiang also understood Su Chen's intentions. Not wanting to waste time, he pulled him straight to the study. The study door was tightly locked, and even the nanny couldn't enter. Su Chen could tell that the professor was very at ease about his own matters. Look, Professor Xiang proudly took out a box from the bookshelf. Su Chen opened it to find the previous animal skin map and a hand-drawn map by the professor. I'm not very capable, just spent half my life dealing with maps, the professor said, pointing to his drawing. This is the map of present-day Spring City, based on your Ming Dynasty map. The topography of Spring City hasn't changed much over the past few hundred years. The professor spoke lightly, but Su Chen could see that he had put a lot of effort into the drawing, which was much more detailed than the previous animal skin map. Moreover, it used modern methods that people could understand, thanks to the professor. Hey, don't mention it. The old man doesn't have any other skills. Sit down. Professor Xiang pulled Su Chen to sit. Then he pointed at the map. Let me tell you, the main part of this map overlaps with Spring City, and the treasure's location is now the largest cemetery in Spring City. Professor Xiang pointed. Su Chen then noticed that the professor had completed the map. The piece of the map you're missing is that cemetery. It's likely that the specific location of the treasure is marked there. Can't we search for it slowly? Su Chen felt a bit troubled. That treasure map wouldn't be easy to find. No way. You don't understand the situation. That cemetery is located in the suburbs. It's already quite large and includes several nearby nature reserve hills. If we search little by little, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack and we'd be easily discovered. Su Chen understood this reasoning as well. It seemed they would have to wait for the last piece of the map. He was already quite satisfied. After all, even with the old professor's guidance, it would be impossible for him to pinpoint such an accurate range on his own. Don't worry, Professor. I will find the map. He nodded at the professor. Finding it would be the best outcome, important for both the country and for him as a student. He would continue to research in secret. Even if he couldn't find it, at least he could roughly deduce the terrain of that time. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell of the old professor's house rang. Su Chen quickly put away the map. Professor, you sit tight, I'll go answer the door, Su Chen said as he walked out. Professor, I'm here to deliver. Standing outside was his junior, He Yueyao, from last time. She was wearing a JK skirt and a white shirt, but this time she had indeed tied her hair in a high ponytail. Upon seeing Su Chen, He Yueyao was clearly very happy. Senior, we meet again. Yeah, come in. Su Chen stepped aside. He Yueyao walked in, her ponytail brushing against Su Chen's face, bringing with it a refreshing fragrance. Senior, come in quickly. He Yueyao looked at Su Chen, who was still standing in place, and hurriedly urged him. She had learned from Professor Xiang that Su Chen's identity was not simple. At such a young age, he was already serving as an inspector in the Tianji Association. Even Professor Xiang spoke highly of him, calling him a pillar of the nation. Here to deliver homework, right? Su Chen smiled. Professor Xiang was still as strict with students as ever. Yes, collecting this homework took quite a bit of effort, He Yueyao said, but her face was still beaming with joy. She set down the homework and leaned in a bit mysteriously towards Su Chen. Senior, I heard from the teacher that you're in the Tianji Association. Aha! Su Chen nodded. He Yueyao suddenly bowed to Su Chen with excitement. It seems I might also have a chance to work there, so I'll be counting on you for guidance in the future. Seeing He Yueyao's cute tiger teeth, Su Chen smiled and nodded in agreement. The two of them delivered the homework to the professor's study. Su Chen suddenly felt a sense of returning to university life. It was quite nice. Su Chen glanced at the time. It's almost noon. Professor, should I call someone to make lunch? Professor Xiang had no objections. Teacher, senior, then I'll take my leave? He Yueyao was quite perceptive. Forget it, don't leave, stay and have lunch with us. Collecting homework wasn't easy, especially for someone like Professor Xiang, who wanted it the next day. Su Chen could relate. Right, let's eat here. Professor Xiang also encouraged. He Yueyao readily agreed. Alright, then I'll shamelessly stay. Professor Xiang usually didn't cook, they had been eating at the school cafeteria before. Now, they mostly relied on a nanny who brought groceries daily. Knowing that Su Chen was coming today, Professor Xiang specifically didn't let the nanny come to avoid any leaks. Su Chen found it troublesome and directly ordered takeout from the nearest 5-star hotel, Tianjin Xian. He didn't pick and choose, he mainly wanted it to be quick. While Su Chen was ordering takeout, He Yueyao and Professor Xiang chatted at the dining table. During this time, Professor Xiang had opened up and was no longer as stern with students as before. It's ordered. We just need to wait. Okay, the teacher and student replied in unison. Su Chen joined in the conversation, sharing amusing stories from school. Before they could chat for long, someone knocked on the door. I'll go. He Yueyao was still very eager. The delivery person from Tianjin Xian was dressed in a suit. At first, He Yueyao thought he was selling insurance, but upon seeing the takeout, she realized he was delivering food. This, are you full? Delivery person is quite upscale, even wearing a suit, He Yueyao muttered softly. But he was quick, taking out all the dishes in no time. There are 7 or 8 dishes. That's a bit wasteful. He Yueyao looked a bit pained. It's fine, just eat, Professor Xiang said. There were no outsiders, so the few of them ate quite comfortably. Especially He Yueyao. When she first got the takeout, she caught a whiff of a delicious aroma. Taking advantage of the food still being warm, she dug in heartily. Wow, this is really good. He Yueyao's mouth was full of food, making it hard to swallow. Where did you order this from? Especially this fish. There are no bones at all, and I usually dislike fish, but this is delicious, Suchen chuckled. Professor Xiang, feeling close to her, started joking. You little girl, don't compare yourself to your senior. This table full of dishes is enough for your scholarship for a year. Ha! He Yueyao looked a bit dumbfounded. Professor, are you joking with me? Look for yourself. Professor Xiang pointed at the logo on the takeout box. Tianjing Xian. He Yueyao read it out loud, feeling a bit dizzy. Tianjing Xian was close to Spring City University, and wealthy students in her class had posted photos of their meals there on social media, bragging about it for a long time. They said it was run by national banquet chefs with a membership system, and members were either rich or noble, with ingredients sourced from all over the country, air freighted in on the same day. There were even daily limits. He Yueyao knew about a classmate's family background. They had driven a luxury car to drop him off for school. For such a family, eating at Tianjing Xian was something to boast about, so the price was understandable. Then, maybe I shouldn't eat after all. He Yueyao hesitated to pick up her chopsticks. Su Chen had heard about He Yueyao's family background from Professor Xiang. It was similar to his own past. Coming from a rural background, she relied on scholarships and part-time jobs to get by each year. It was normal not to have seen such things. The first time he met her, she was late because she was working. The old professor was aware of the situation and didn't penalize her. Su Chen felt a pang of sympathy as he watched He Yueyao's cautious demeanor. Just eat. There's so much food, we can't finish it all anyway, and it'll just go to waste. Are you afraid I'll make you pay me back? The professor is still here, Su Chen joked. Professor Xiang also wore a smile. Forget it. If I eat this high-end stuff now, I won't be able to afford it later. And it's too expensive, I don't deserve it. He Yueyao stubbornly shook her head. Next time your senior comes to eat, you can just come along and share the meal. He's well off, so you don't have to worry. Professor Xiang tried to comfort her. He Yueyao still seemed reluctant. Just because you can't afford it now doesn't mean you won't be able to later. What's there to feel undeserving about? Food is made to be eaten. He Yueyao's expression softened a bit. Or are you convinced that you'll never amount to anything in your life? A few months ago, when I just graduated, I couldn't even pay my rent and was almost kicked out. Now I'm doing just fine. A few months, ha! He Yueyao was a bit surprised. She thought Su Chen's family was also wealthy. Yeah, your senior is just like you, also from the countryside, relying on scholarships and part-time work before. Professor Xiang interjected at the right moment. He Yueyao's gaze towards Su Chen changed. It turned out her senior had been just like her before. Suddenly, He Yueyao felt she should look up to Su Chen as a role model and aspire to be like him in the future. Alright, I'll eat. Don't worry, senior, when I graduate, I'll treat you to a nice meal. Sure, but it has to be Tianjing Xian. Okay, it's definitely Tianjing Xian. The three of them resumed their lively banter. However, during mealtime, He Yueyao occasionally glanced at Su Chen, her eyes filled with admiration. Professor Xiang noticed but said nothing. Su Chen genuinely wanted to help this junior. After finishing their meal, Professor Xiang returned to his rocking chair to rest. After all, he was getting older. He Yueyao took the initiative to offer to clean up the mess. Su Chen didn't stop her. Although there was a housekeeper, it felt wrong to let He Yueyao do nothing at all. I remember you said when you came that you also had a chance to join the Tianji Association? The two chatted casually. Yes, I should be starting my internship soon, so I sent a resume to the Tianji Association. Of course, it's just a chance. I was just bragging, I haven't received a reply yet. He Yueyao scratched her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Then you should just come report tomorrow. Ha? What? I said you should just come report tomorrow. Su Chen repeated. Really? So you're the supervisor that the teacher mentioned? I didn't even know what a supervisor was. You manage personnel, right? He Yueyao mumbled. Su Chen didn't correct her. He was actually looking forward to seeing her expression when she learned his true identity. They agreed to meet at the Tianji Association the next day. Afterward, Su Chen said goodbye to Professor Xiang and left first. Su Chen's intention to help He Yueyao wasn't out of favoritism. He had already planned to bring her into his department even before he mentioned the map to Professor Xiang. After all, even the professor praised He Yueyao's abilities. Now that the professor knew about his situation, he was happy to help him. However, he was still unwilling to assist Su Chen within the Tianji Association. Plus, after observing this junior today, Su Chen felt he should give her a chance. If she could truly be of great use, she was a trusted junior he knew well, making her more reliable than someone from outside. In Su Chen's position, every move had to be cautious and careful. Senior, I'm downstairs. Can you come pick me up? This building is so tall. I don't know the way. While Su Chen was in the office discussing today's matters with Bai Lu, he received He Yueyao's call. Then let's talk when I get back. I'm going downstairs to pick someone up. Okay. Bai Lu had no objections. Su Chen nodded and headed downstairs. On the other side, He Yueyao hung up the phone, feeling a bit anxious as she looked at the Tianji Association building. It was even taller and larger than she had imagined. She was a bit excited, not expecting to intern in such a place. Unable to contain her excitement, He Yueyao followed the crowd into the Tianji Association building. However, without a badge, she could only wait obediently on the first floor of the association. Today, He Yueyao had clearly dressed up carefully. Her hair, instead of being tied in her usual playful ponytails, was simply washed and draped over her shoulders. She wore light makeup on her face, which her roommate insisted on applying since it was her first day of internship. Her red lips added a touch of playfulness compared to usual. The outfit she wore was also slightly different from her usual lively style. She wore a shirt with a black suit jacket over it, and on the bottom, a black pencil skirt with nude stockings. This outfit felt a bit out of place on her, giving off a vibe reminiscent of the lyrics, combing hair like an adult, wearing a stylish suit. Yet, it had a unique charm. At first glance, she still looked like a student. Just standing in the lobby, He Yueyao attracted countless gazes from both men and women. Is this the new intern? Yes. You can tell she hasn't graduated yet. To come to our association, her background must be impressive. Not necessarily. Look at her clothes, they look like knockoffs. What if a rich person likes that style? Many men around He Yueyao lingered, encouraging each other to go ask for her contact information. However, for various reasons, they didn't approach her, but there was one person who wouldn't think too much about it. That person had dyed yellow hair and wore a floral shirt, looking rather carefree. Compared to He Yueyao, he was even more out of place in the Tianji Association. However, few could meet his gaze. Hey, I told you to get the contact information, too late now. Young Master Chi is making his move. That girl is lucky then. She just arrived and has already caught young Master Chi's eye. A few men around said with a hint of regret. Feels like she dressed like this on purpose. Can't even afford a decent work outfit to intern at the Tianji Association? So young Master Chi likes this kind of style. I can do that too. Give it a rest. This woman looks like she has no self-respect. We're much better than her. A group of women in their 20s huddled together, pointing fingers at He Yueyao. At this moment, He Yueyao was still observing. She thought that as long as she spotted Su Chen in the crowd, she would walk over immediately. She was also the center of attention at school, but being watched here made her very uncomfortable. Little sister, waiting for someone? The so-called young Master Chi suddenly appeared in front of He Yueyao. This person was one of the 7 masters of the Tianji Association, the son of Qi Lao. His name was Qi Yuan. He was a notorious womanizer. Since childhood, he had relied on his family's influence to pursue countless girls. Previously, he often behaved inappropriately at the company. However, thanks to his father's reputation and his own understanding of boundaries, he hadn't caused too much trouble. In fact, many girls actively flattered young Master Chi to climb the social ladder. Today, seeing He Yueyao's pure appearance was like spotting a little lamb in a wolf pack for Qi Yuan. This fresh feeling made him unable to resist. Ah, right. He Yueyao was startled by Qi Yuan's sudden appearance. But, since he looked decent and had the association's badge on his chest, she relaxed her guard. Yes, I'm here for an internship. Today is my first day. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. It was her first day, so she definitely hadn't heard of him. An internship. You're so young, still in college, right? He Yueyao nodded obediently. Qi Yuan leaned in closer, making her a bit uncomfortable. She couldn't help but glance into the distance, hoping to see Su Chen's figure. You're quite impressive, coming out to intern while still in college. It must be to relieve some pressure from your parents. Qi Yuan's tone carried a hint of admiration and sympathy. Yes, my parents work hard farming at home, so any help I can give is worth it. Qi Yuan successfully extracted the information he wanted. Still in college. First day of internship from out of town. Parents are farmers. Qi Yuan knew that such girls were often the easiest to deceive. Moreover, even if he did something, no one would come to her aid. Then come with me. I'll take you upstairs, Qi Yuan said as he reached to pull He Yueyao along. After all, she was a girl and her basic sense of caution was still there. He Yueyao couldn't help but step back. Just now, being watched by everyone made her uncomfortable, so she moved to a corner. This made it even easier for Qi Yuan to take advantage. He chased after her, cornering He Yueyao, ready to make his move. In fact, there were surveillance cameras here, and the building's security guard saw the scene and was about to head out from the monitoring room. But he was stopped by the security team leader. "What are you doing?" The leader tapped the guard's head with his hat. "Saving someone. Why do you need to save her? That's Chi Lao's son. He's flirting with his girlfriend." "Oh, I see. That girl doesn't look like a good person either," the guard said, then sat back down, watching the monitor with interest. Such scenes were rare. However, this situation quickly came to an end. Shi Yuan was suddenly lifted from behind. The person was Su Chen, who had been looking for He Yao for a long time. It was only by using his eye technique that he found her in the crowd. "Sorry, I didn't recognize you like this today." Su Chen turned back apologetically to look at He Yao, noticing her startled expression. Frowning, he turned back to Chi Yuan. "How dare you disturb my good fortune? Do you know who my father is?" Su Chen didn't wait for him to continue. There were directly two of them, the big ear slaps that he loved to eat the most. After finishing, he was thrown to the ground. "Captain, Shi Xiao has been hit." "What? Let me see." The security captain quickly leaned in front of the screen. "Forget it, that's an inspector, we can't afford to mess with him." The people around Su Chen were also pointing and whispering. Such a scene quickly attracted many onlookers. Initially, they thought it was just an ordinary fight. They didn't expect that the one lying on the ground was Chi Lao's most favored youngest son. The one doing the hitting was the newly appointed inspector. Although Su Chen had recently become popular in the Tianji Association due to the incident with Zhang Guotao, Shi Yuan's father was Chi Lao, a prominent figure in their own district. This was not the same concept as Zhang Guotao, who was far away in another district and had no foundation. With such a background, Shi Yuan was publicly slapped like this. It was bound to cause an uproar. The people around were watching with the eyes of spectators. "What the hell?" Shi Yuan was stunned at first. After reacting, he stood up cursing. "Who the hell are you? Dare to hit me?" Shi Yuan waved his fists. Su Chen grabbed his arm and twisted it back. Shi Yuan, already drained by wine and women, was no match for Su Chen, who had been consistently exercising. With his arm twisted behind him, Shi Yuan's body involuntarily bent down. Bang! Su Chen struck the Fingfu acupoint at the back of Chi Yuan's neck. Chi Yuan felt a wave of dizziness in his head. This was a new application of Su Chen's developed eye technique. After activating the eye technique, he could see the acupoints on a person's body. Acupoints like Fingfu and Naihu only required a light touch to induce dizziness. The other acupoints also had their uses. The most severe ones could cause paralysis. But Chi Yuan's offense was not that serious, so Su Chen didn't use too much force. Seeing Chi Yuan unable to stand, Su Chen didn't stop. He struck 2 more acupoints on his chest. With just these 2 hits, Chi Yuan collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. "Ew, so dirty." Su Chen wiped his hands in disgust. "You two, come here." Su Chen waved to the security guards who had been watching. "Take this thing to the hospital and charge the medical expenses to my account. Later, go to my department to get reimbursed from Bai Lu." Yes. The 2 security guards nodded repeatedly. They were clearly shocked by Su Chen's methods. Chi Yuan was quite tall and strong, yet he was taken down like this with just 2 punches. It was evident that he had some skills. Watching Chi Yuan being carried away, the onlookers were stunned. Although Su Chen was quite famous in the Tianji Association, it was mostly due to some bad rumors in his relationship with the finance department head. People in the association treated it as gossip. Plus, since he was promoted by Tian Lao, almost everyone thought he was a pretty boy with a strong background. Such a person wouldn't have a strong character. Who would have thought that today, Su Chen would actually take actions so boldly? Su Chen was already quite handsome, and with this series of actions, along with his behavior of protecting He Yao, several girls around looked at him with stars in their eyes. At this moment, Su Chen, under everyone's gaze, didn't care about much. After signaling the security to take Chi Yuan away, he turned to look in He Yao's direction. She was huddled in a corner, hugging her knees, trembling all over. Seeing her red eyes, it was likely she had just been crying. Su Chen felt a twinge of guilt. "Alright, don't be afraid. I'm here." Su Chen reached out to He Yao, helping her up from the ground. He Yao was still a bit shaken. Instinctively, she leaned closer to Su Chen's embrace. This pitiful sight only fueled the anger in Su Chen's heart even more. "You, too? Were you just in the monitoring room?" Su Chen held He Yao, looking at the 2 bodyguards who had returned. He had noticed that although this position was somewhat remote, it was right under the surveillance. After he took action against Chi Yuan, the security guards had arrived immediately. It was obviously not the first time they had discovered the situation here. Su Chen was in high spirits. The 2 security guards stammered, not daring to speak. "Go To the HR department and collect a month's salary before leaving. Don't make me say more. Su-chan was a bit angry. Security is not just about protecting a single person. The young security guard wanted to explain something but was quickly pulled away by the security team leader. Captain, why are you pulling me away? The young guard looked at the captain and then at Su-chan, who was carrying Hiyueyao away. He felt a bit resentful. What do you know? That's an inspector. Is that someone we can offend? But our job. The young guard was a bit anxious. He had worked hard to get here and had even given the captain a lot of money. What do you know? The security team leader knocked on his head. The inspector just casually said something because he was embarrassed. He didn't actually see us resign. We just don't go, and that's it. Besides, he's just an inspector. How can he decide our fate? The security team leader looked around and lowered his voice. You're still impressive. The young guard looked as if he had just woken up from a dream. The security team leader was pleased and took the young guard back to the monitoring room. The Tianji Association had trained security personnel, but there were only the two of them in the monitoring room. It was a bit of a leisurely job. The young guard sat back down, still shaken, not expecting to have offended an inspector today. Fortunately, the security team leader was clever. Just as he was lamenting that his money hadn't been wasted, the door to the monitoring room was suddenly opened. It's just the two of you today, staying in the monitoring room. The newcomer was a chubby man, not very tall, and the Tianji Association uniform looked a bit out of place on him. The young guard saw that the captain, who had been calm, suddenly panicked. He quickly bent down and smiled obsequiously. Isn't this Supervisor Zhou? Your esteemed presence, what brings you here? Xiao Zhang, come here, this is our HR supervisor, Supervisor Zhou. Upon hearing that this was the HR supervisor, the young guard immediately panicked. His heart sank. He suddenly felt that Su-chan's threat to fire him was not just talk. Hello, Supervisor Zhou. Supervisor Zhou did not respond, frowning as he looked at the security team leader. You've been with the association for a long time. Don't you know the rules of the association? What's wrong? The security team leader was confused. Aren't you security supposed to protect the safety of the association's personnel? You made such a big mess this morning and still ask me what's wrong. Supervisor Zhou slammed the table, his eyebrows and eyes scrunched together. You can leave. We've been colleagues for many years. If you leave on your own, it will look better. Why should I? The security team leader was unconvinced. His job was much more comfortable than those outside. That's Inspector Su, someone who has done a lot for the country and the people. Supervisor Zhou had a fawning expression. You actually offended Inspector Su today. Even I can't help you. This Su-chan actually went to find you? Isn't that making a mountain out of a molehill? Nonsense. This is admiration for Inspector Su, responding to the inspector's call. How could the inspector personally guide such a trivial matter? Alright, you two pack your things and leave. Supervisor Zhou looked down on these young security guards. If it weren't to curry favor with Su-chan, he wouldn't have come personally. In the monitoring room, the two security guards exchanged glances. They didn't expect that just one word from Su-chan would bring the HR supervisor himself to pay a visit. Sigh. What bad luck for us. The security team leader's lips were a bit dry. He regretted not stopping it sooner. Su-chan returned to his office with the still shaken Hiyueyao, letting her sit in his chair. A few girls quickly gathered around, looking at Hiyueyao's pitiful appearance. Ningyu didn't ask much. Silently walked out and brought back a cup of coffee. Cousin, is this the junior you mentioned? Su-chan had already communicated with a few of them about Hiyueyao's situation. Li Shitting looked at the little girl with some concern. You go keep her company. I have some things to discuss with Bailu. Upon hearing this, Li Shitting moved closer to Hiyueyao and comforted her gently. Bailu and Su-chan exchanged a glance and stepped aside. Did this little girl get bullied? Bailu guessed something. Su-chan's expression was already not good, but he had eased up a bit earlier, fearing it might scare Hiyueyao. She was targeted by Chi Yuan while waiting for me downstairs. Su-chen didn't know Chi Yuan, but he had seen his identity through his eye technique. Chi Yuan. Bailu murmured the name, her brows furrowing. No wonder. This person has always had a bad reputation in the association. You didn't lay a hand on him, did you? As she spoke, she seemed to think of something and looked at Su-chen with some worry. Su-chen shrugged, his meaning clear. Then this matter is likely to end badly. After all, Bailu had been in the Tianji Association for a long time and began to analyze the situation for Su-chen. Chi Yuan is the favored son of Chi Lao, so Chi Lao dotes on him the most. You hitting him in public is likely to end poorly. Originally, we were in the right, but I estimate the Chi family will still come looking for trouble. She was somewhat irritated. Chi Yuan was truly a pest. If I hit him, then I hit him. I'm not someone who shies away from trouble. I'll just wait for the Chi family here. Alright, let's go back. At this moment, Yao finally calmed her emotions. Su Chen arrived just in time. Seeing Su Chen approach, Yao felt a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry, senior brother, for causing you trouble. She had heard people talking about Chi Yuan's identity along the way. Although she didn't know exactly what Chi Lao was, it was clearly a higher position than Su Chen's. How about I just give up on my internship here? Although Yao was reluctant, she was more afraid of causing trouble for Su Chen. Ning Yu and the others saw Yao like this, feeling both heartbroken and fond of her. But none of them spoke up. Her fate still had to be decided by Su Chen. What does this have to do with you? Seeing her so obedient and sensible, Su Chen's original anger was somewhat soothed. Even if that young Master Chi has great power, I will seek justice for you this time. Moreover, there are likely many girls who have been bullied by him. If you back down, other girls will suffer in the future. Su Chen's words indeed had an effect, and Yao was calmed down. Li Shiting, come here. Su Chen called Li Shiting over and took out a bank card from his pocket, handing it to her. You two don't have to work today. Li Shiting took the bank card, while Yao was still a bit taken aback. I have a lot to do today, so let your sister Shiting take you to the mall for a stroll. Consider it a welcome for you. Don't worry, I'll cover the bill, Su Chen explained. Is that okay? Senior brother. Let's go. Before Yao could finish her sentence, she was pulled up by Li Shiting. My cousin is a rich guy. We shouldn't miss out on his generosity. Besides, if you don't go, I won't be able to slack off either, and I might get mad at you. Li Shiting pretended to be angry. Just now, when Su Chen called her Yao's sister, she felt a bit secretly pleased. All along, she had been the youngest in the office, the one being taken care of. Now she could finally take care of someone else. Su Chen smiled helplessly. But this was good. Yao was too reserved, and with Li Shiting around, he felt more at ease. Spending a little money was nothing to him now. Not to mention the distant treasures, just the things in his warehouse, any one of them would be enough for these two to spend for a long time. And seeing Yao like this, she probably wouldn't feel comfortable spending much. His cousin was also someone with a sense of propriety. She was just a bit greedy for treats. Watching the cheerful Li Shiting, Su Chen smiled inside. You don't just sit around either. Go tell everyone that I'm treating dinner at Tianjing Xian tonight. This is to reward everyone for their hard work recently and to welcome the new colleagues. Also, once these arrangements are made, you can take Bai Lu and the two of you can go find Li Shiting. Put it on my account. Su Chen turned to the side, originally feeling a bit down about not being able to go shopping together. Ning Yu's heart warmed. Okay. She hurried to make arrangements. Booking a restaurant is a small matter within her scope of work, so she naturally wouldn't let Su Chen do it himself. Now, only Bai Lu and Su Chen were left in the office. You probably have more things to instruct, right? Bai Lu noticed that Su Chen intended to let a few people leave. Go invite old Tian over too. We have a good show waiting for him tonight. In the secret room of the Chi family. Not only was old Chi there, but also Jiang Guotao, Wu Kuan, and Wang Lang, the four of them gathered together. These people clearly had just finished a discussion, their faces all showing joy. Alright, it's settled then. Old Chi was the happiest. These people came to him for help, and they paid a considerable price. But he hadn't been happy for long. His wife opened the secret room door and walked in. Old Chi, who was ready to explode, was stunned by his wife's expression. He had repeatedly stated that no one was allowed to enter the secret room without special circumstances. But at this moment, his wife was crying like a pear blossom in the rain, looking somewhat lost. Dear, our son has been beaten and is in the hospital. You have to stand up for him. Old Chi had more than one wife, and the one in front of him was Chi Yuan's biological mother. The others around them clearly knew about the Chi family's situation. They were all shocked. Who is so bold, daring to hit my son? Chi Yuan was his most beloved son. They said it was Su Chen. The atmosphere in the secret room instantly froze. Aside from old Chi, the expressions of the others were somewhat strange. Among them, Jiang Guotao, who had the deepest conflict with Su Chen, had the most vivid expression. Just hearing Su Chen's name made him feel a bit of hatred. After Wang Yuan's incident was exposed, Jiang Guotao guessed that Su Chen was framing him. That incident not only made him lose control of the southwest region but also led to people pointing fingers at him in his own area. Heaven has a road you don't take, hell has no door you come to throw yourself in. Jiang Guotao's eyes were filled with hatred. Then let's do it as we just discussed. Old Chi turned to the others and said, I'll take the lead and won't delay things. Naturally, the others wouldn't refuse. Su Chen had quite a few people in his department. Like the inspection team Su Chen encountered before, the work of inspecting various antique markets was generally done by his subordinates. so Bai Lu gradually recruited quite a few people. This was also the first gathering of Su Chen's department. At his suggestion, Ning Yu directly booked an entire hall at Tianjingxuan. Just the cost of the private room alone was several $100,000, not to mention the expenses for drinks and meals. Although these people were all seasoned veterans of the Tianji Association, they were all astonished by Su Chen's generosity. Those who understood the industry quietly told those around them that the wine on the table, although unbranded, was Tianjingxuan's own wine, worth a month's salary for everyone in just one bottle. Now, those who were previously unaware of the situation began to exclaim in admiration. Su Chen and Old Tian sat at the main table, watching the lively conversation among the crowd. Old Tian felt somewhat gratified. You just arrived and already sent your subordinates away. I thought you wouldn't get along well with these people in the department. Old Tian, you say that? Su Chen felt a bit embarrassed being called out by Old Tian. Old Tian didn't continue to tease Su Chen. But speaking of which, your department is the only one that is relaxed now. Haven't the issues with the fakes been resolved yet? Su Chen knew the reason. Yes. You don't know the specific situation. The current situation isn't too good. The association has investigated a few places, all of which are the underlings of the Japanese. They bought them with the intention of taking advantage, not knowing the specifics of the upper suppliers. Although the penalties have been imposed, there are still few who dare to sell fakes. But it's all in vain, Old Tian sighed. Indeed, when my subordinates patrolled the antique market, they found that the number of shops rectified this month is much less than before. Su Chen nodded. These people, the progress and intensity of the investigation, are worlds apart from the time you directly uncovered the He-Chong family's hideout. If you're done playing around, just come back to work properly. No one in the company dares to block his path anymore. Old Tian looked at Su Chen with some hope. His subordinates were simply not up to the task. Su Chen smiled and did not refuse. Old Tian, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? My people were bullied at the company today. Those are talents I snatched from my previous teacher. Seeing Su Chen's grievance, Old Tian forced a bitter smile. You rascal. I know, you've become quite impressive, even beating up Old Chi's son. Old Chi must be afraid of you. He's always been protective, yet he didn't come to find you for trouble. Su Chen's expression was somewhat strange. It seemed Old Tian really didn't know. He's not avoiding trouble, just wait and see. Su Chen changed the subject. Wang Yuan had already smoothed things over for him, and Old Chi was also someone under Wu Kuan before. They were all in the same boat. Recently, they often gathered together, plotting against him. While Su Chen was chatting with Old Tian, there was suddenly a commotion in the private room. Su Chen looked up to see Ning Yu and the others coming over from the mall. The few of them had clearly dressed up carefully, and when Su Chen picked up the bill, they didn't hold back. The first to enter was Bai Lu. Usually, she wore a white suit, but now she had changed into an all-white gown, adorned with pearl earrings, her hair styled up. She appeared cold and sharp. Following her was Ning Yu, who was much more relaxed. Being the oldest among them, she chose a black deep V gown with a hint of cleavage. The side of the gown had slits, and as she walked, her long, shiny legs occasionally caught people's eyes. The high heels clicked on the floor, producing a crisp and pleasant sound, constantly tugging at the hearts of those around her. The word sexy was most fitting to describe her. Next were Li Shitting and He Yueyao. Unlike Bai Lu and Ning Yu's long gowns, both of them wore short dresses. Li Shitting's dress was a pastel yellow-pink, perfectly suiting her usual playful demeanor. As for He Yueyao, she was the one who caught Su Chen's eye the most. Previously, He Yueyao was usually seen in hoodies and jeans, with a ponytail, exuding a youthful and lively vibe. Now, after being carefully dressed up by the girls with styled hair and light makeup, she wore a purple short gown cinched at the waist with a white belt, making her appear very gentle. Especially her long legs, which, compared to Ning Yu's curvy legs, could only be described in two words, slender and long. Yet they looked very healthy, not sickly thin. All four were exceptional beauties. As soon as they walked in, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. In the private room, although they could often be seen in the office, they wore professional attire and light makeup, so their features were not very prominent. After dressing up, their individual characteristics were revealed, and praises were heard endlessly. You really have good fortune, kid. Old Tian also praised. Facing the girls, Su Chen stood up to greet them. Not bad, Bai Lu, you look like a fairy just descended from the wind today, a bit ethereal. Bai Lu, who was already somewhat aloof, blushed at Su Chen's compliment and shyly stepped aside. Ning Yu walked over, and Su Chen kindly helped her adjust her hair accessory. You look really beautiful today, he said softly. It's been a while since I last went out, right? I've been waiting for you, Ning Yu said, her eyes glistening. What about me, cousin? Li Shitting chimed in eagerly. It's also pretty. A bit. That's just being perfunctory. Let's go, Sister Yueyao. Li Shitting wanted to pull He Yueyao away, but she stopped in her tracks. Thank you, senior brother. When I get my salary, I'll. She glanced at Su Chen, whose gaze was somewhat unfriendly. When I get my salary, I'll treat you to a meal. She quickly changed her words. Alright, you look quite good today. He Yueyao felt a bit awkward and pushed Li Shitting, who was still ready to speak, away. Everyone, today Su Inspector called us here, firstly to welcome our new colleagues. And secondly, this is also our first gathering for some of us. Let's let the inspector speak, shall we? Seeing everyone stand up, Bai Lu was the first to step forward to speak, and the entire hall fell silent. Usually, Bai Lu interacted more with them, so naturally, no one opposed. Su Chen didn't like to beat around the bush. Everyone has worked a long day and must be tired. I'll keep it brief. I, Su, have no background, unlike some prominent families in the company. I became an inspector thanks to Elder Tian's support. Plus, I've done some things for the country and have a bit of ability myself, so I don't think I've let Elder Tian down. We are here to serve the country. Therefore, my subordinates must be clean and honest. Of course, I, Yi, will not mistreat any colleague who works hard. But if there are any rotten apples, I will not hesitate to deal with them. The employees below originally didn't know much about Su Chen. However, after hearing his speech, they all changed their opinions about him. The applause was thunderous. Suddenly, an elderly voice came from the back. What a lively gathering! Why wasn't I invited to sit? Elder Qi? Many people in attendance exclaimed. After all, they were all from the Tianji Association. As soon as Elder Qi appeared, he was recognized. Many knew that Su Chen had hit Elder Qi's son for the sake of the new intern. Although no one said anything, as Su Chen's subordinate, seeing such favoritism from the higher-ups made them feel a bit pleased. Elder Qi's appearance brought a wave of unease among them. What had just begun? As a joyous departmental gathering suddenly turned a bit strange. What's wrong? Am I not welcome? Elder Qi also sensed something was off. He had originally thought that with someone like Su Chen, who had no background, his subordinates would all come to curry favor with him. However, these people clearly showed their dislike for his presence. The shock for the employees present was not over yet. Behind Elder Qi were a few others: former President Wu Kuan, former Inspector Zhang Guotao, and Wang Lang, the chairman of the Wang Group. Setting aside Wang Lang, the other two were both big shots. Even Wang Lang was a notable figure in Spring City. Soon, someone recognized them. The expressions of the few were filled with hostility. The atmosphere became extremely oppressive in an instant. No matter. It's fine if I'm not welcome. I'm here today to seek justice. Su Chen, you little thief, how dare you injure someone in the Tianji Association? Elder Qi pointed at Su Chen and shouted loudly. The few women sitting around Su Chen wanted to stand up and refute him, especially after spending the afternoon with He Yueyao, a lively and youthful little sister they liked very much. But Su Chen pressed his hand down, and they sat back down. This matter was not something for the women to handle. If I injure someone, how about your lecherous son who harassed my people in the association? A father's failure to teach is the father's fault. Elder Qi, if you are too busy to teach your son properly, then naturally someone will take action. When Elder Tian saw Elder Qi, he knew the situation was not good. He wanted to stand up to mediate, but seeing Su Chen stand up first and walk in front of Elder Qi, he sighed. Su Chen, say less. Elder Qi is just concerned for his son. Let's clarify this matter. Elder Tian stood in place inside. At this point, he still chose to stand by Su Chen. He had seen He Yueyao. She was just a little girl, and if Qi Yuan acted against her in front of him, he couldn't bear to watch him. Moreover, the young and impetuous Su Chen. Old Tian, we are here to serve the country, and no one has any privileges, not even Qi Lao's son. Su Chen's tone was firm. What he was doing was clearly the right thing. Old Tian understood Su Chen's meaning and nodded at him. Su Chen felt a warmth in his heart. He turned his head to look at the furious Qi Lao. I'll tell you the truth today, I was still being lenient. If it were up to me, I should have kicked that lecher down right then and there, so he could never do anything bad for the rest of his life. After Su Chen finished speaking, the most delighted, Li Shitting, had already burst into laughter. Ning Yu and the others also showed excited expressions. Even many female colleagues looked at Su Chen with changed eyes. It's not easy for women in the workplace, and once this incident spreads, Su Chen's prestige among the women in the Tianji Association would surely rise significantly. Qi Lao's face grew increasingly dark. You, Su Chen, are actually here spouting nonsense. You're seeking your own death. Qi Lao, I'm giving you a chance here. Look, I've left a way out for your Qi family, and you still don't thank me. Today, let's each take a step back. You let your son apologize to my subordinate, and the Qi family compensates her a bit, and this matter can be considered settled. Su Chen directly interrupted Qi Lao's words. He looked as if he had made a tremendous concession. At that moment, Su Chen's department members, especially He Yao, felt a surge of relief in their hearts. Shi Lao, who had already been interrupted, was furious. And now seeing Su Chen's shameless demeanor, he couldn't even articulate his words. In fact, from an objective standpoint, Su Chen had already been quite tolerant. If he hadn't arrived in time, his junior sister would have only been frightened, and the situation would not have been so simple. Qi Yuan's behavior, to put it nicely, could be called improper conduct. To put it bluntly, it was criminal. Imagine if it were a girl with no background coming to the Tianji Association for the first time and encountering Qi Yuan. Her fate would likely not have been as simple as just being harassed. But Qi Lao wouldn't think of these things. Or rather, he simply wouldn't care about those girls bullied by Qi Yuan. Zhang Guotao could no longer stand by. Among these people, only Su Chen had the deepest conflict of interest with him. Seeing Qi Lao at a disadvantage, he stepped forward. Su Chen, is this how you treat your superior? Qi Lao is a veteran of the association, and the contributions he has made to the association are beyond what a newcomer like you can imagine. What you're doing is simply disrespectful. Zhang Guotao immediately seized on Su Chen's weak point. You should bow and apologize to Qi Lao now, and take your subordinate to apologize to Qi Xiao. We might consider forgiving you. To Su Chen, Zhang Guotao's demeanor was truly arrogant. What Elder Jiang said is right. Wang Lang stepped forward. Su Chen turned his gaze to Wang Lang, who took a couple of steps back in fear. After all, he had just suffered a setback at Su Chen's hands. But the surrounding Wu Kuan and others seemed to give him confidence. Wang Lang stood tall. Our Wang Group is a major taxpayer. The finances of Spring City rely on our group. You bully young Master Qi, and our Wang Group will be the first to stand against it. It's pitiful that Qi Lao has contributed so much to Spring City and now his family is being bullied. Wang Lang emphasized the importance of the Wang Group, subtly pressuring Su Chen. All right, no need to be so angry. The person speaking was Wu Kuan, who had come with them. Although I, Wu, am just a former president, I still have some influence. Su Chen, we are all part of the Tianji Association. Today, I will step in as a mediator. You two take a step back. Su Chen apologizes and Qi Lao won't pursue his mistakes. This matter can be considered settled. Wu Kuan's words surprisingly mimic Su Chen's earlier tone. Let me say this up front, I am stepping in for the stability of the association. If anyone disrespects me, it disrupts the internal affairs of the association. I will make sure they can't escape the consequences. Su Chen scoffed. Wu Kuan seemed to be speaking fairly, but in reality he was just taking sides. Everyone present could see that. Elder Tian also felt uneasy. In his eyes, Su Chen was the future of the association. He worried that Su Chen would suffer in front of these people and prepared to stand up. But Su Chen's counterattack came. Don't speak so grandly. Regarding Qi Yuan, you all know who is right and who is wrong. You're just looking for an excuse to trouble me. Whatever tricks you have, bring them on. I, Su Chen, am upright and just. Su Chen had anticipated this. These people were all cut from the same cloth, so it was normal for them to gather together. A few of them had their thoughts exposed by Su Chen and their faces turned ugly. However, they had come prepared today, so they no longer pretended. Among them, although Wang Lang was the wealthiest, his status was the lowest. He stepped forward first. Su Kid, I'll be straightforward. The four of us can't stand your arrogance and abuse of power. Although we can't directly remove you from your position, your days are going to be tough from now on. Wang Lang's tone was a stark contrast to his previous submissiveness in front of Su Chen. The Wang Group has already spoken. Whatever you, Su Chen, set your eyes on, the Wang Group will buy it back at a 10% markup. Your photo is already plastered all over the antique markets in the city, including antique appraisals. Anyone who dares to seek your appraisal is opposing the Wang Group, President Wu, and elders Zhang and Qi. We must uphold justice and drive you out completely. Wang Lang spoke with a righteous tone. After all, in such a public setting, he positioned himself on the moral high ground. Su Chen listened carefully. They had already joined forces and sealed off his connections in this area. If he still wanted to engage in appraisal work here, it seemed impossible. Moreover, with several major families working together, his position in the Tianji Association would also become extremely difficult. In other words, the position of inspector was now effectively rendered powerless, just a mere decoration. Elder Tian furrowed his brows. Although Wang Lang's words were illogical, he didn't give anyone a handle to grasp. But he wasn't a fool. He naturally understood their intentions. This was too much. Su Chen was someone he had promoted, and since joining the association, he had accomplished a lot. Not to mention, just the thorough investigation of counterfeit items alone. The collective results of the entire association were not as good as Su Chen's alone. If it weren't for the internal traitor in the association, perhaps that brat He Chong would have already been captured. Elder Tian wanted to help Su Chen, but just Chi Lao among these four was on par with him. The other three were also not easy to deal with. A sense of helplessness surged in Elder Tian's heart. He began to doubt whether putting Su Chen in the position of inspector was a disservice to him. It was practically ruining his future. But now that it had come to this, Elder Tian felt powerless to turn back. He could only watch Su Chen handle it himself. He harbored an indescribable hope, wishing that Su Chen could bring him a surprise just like before. Now you know how shallow your foundation is. In front of us, you're nothing but an ant. Wang Lang became increasingly arrogant. Those who know the times are wise. If you have any sense, you should kneel and admit your mistakes. We can still leave you a way out. Pack your things and go develop elsewhere. Leave our spring city in peace. Wang Lang was not being kind. He didn't want to push things to the extreme, fearing that Su Chen might act out of desperation. The Wang group still had leverage in Su Chen's hands, and if he was pushed too hard, it could be disastrous. This was also what the four had agreed upon before coming. If the Wang group faced trouble, the other three would also be implicated. Better to avoid trouble. If Su Chen left, Spring City would naturally still belong to them. Su Chen was both angry and amused. All along, he had been the victim, merely retaliating passively. Looking around at his anxious subordinates, stirred by Wang Lang's words, Su Chen pondered for a moment. Everyone, the situation is just as you see it now. I won't say much more. If you want to leave, now is your chance. I believe these few important figures won't make things difficult for you if they see you leaving with me. Su Chen's words seemed to undermine his own position. Wang Lang and the others grew increasingly smug. Especially Jiang Guotao, who was plotting that as long as Su Chen left Spring City, he could still manipulate the situation to his advantage. The previous repression had now all been released. Yes, this kid Su Chen is right. Anyone who leaves now will not be held accountable, Jiang Guotao said triumphantly, laughing more and more recklessly. The crowd, already somewhat wavering, finally succumbed to temptation under his words. I'm sorry, Inspector. Someone stepped forward. First, after speaking, they didn't look around, keeping their head down as they quickly walked out. With the first defector, there soon followed a second. Many people followed him out. How can you be so ungrateful? Li Shiting exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. Yueyao's eyes were filled with guilt. She didn't know much but felt that Su Chen was in danger now, and it seemed to be because of her. Only Ning Yu and Bai Lu remained relatively calm, starting to comfort the two. The former had made up her mind that if anything happened to Su Chen, she would buy a house and leave with him. The latter simply believed in Su Chen. To Su Chen's surprise, a portion of people still chose to stay. Aren't you leaving? I won't blame you, Su Chen said with a smile. A few shook their heads. Inspector Su, from this time working with you, it's clear you are someone who truly works for the country, someone who gets things done. We came to the Tianji Association with the same purpose of serving the country. If you leave because of such petty matters, I am willing to follow you. One person looked at Su Chen, their voice loud and clear. The others quickly echoed, expressing the same sentiment. Seeing their determination, Su Chen secretly noted their faces and nodded. Even old Tian was somewhat surprised. He knew about the chaos in the association but didn't expect anyone would be willing to follow Su Chen. These were all good prospects for the association. He resolved that even if he couldn't protect Su Chen, he wouldn't let these people be implicated. The expressions of the women were also somewhat moved. Su Chen's deep loyalty did not make Wang Lang and the others realize their own wrongs. Old Qi, these people still don't know the gravity of the situation, Wu Kuan said with a smile, as if watching a play. The implication was that these people would have to face consequences later. President Wu, you flatter me. I must have been too kind in the association, she replied. Oh, old Qi, you shouldn't say that. These people are not worth your concern, Wang Lang flattered. Exactly, just putting on a show. They'll have plenty of suffering to do later, Jiang Guotao sneered. When he was driven away by Wu Kuan, his subordinates were not like this now. He couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Su Chen, you should stop pretending here. And you who chose to stay are just recognizing a thief as your father? Don't cry and shout about wanting to leave. How can such brainless people even enter the association? Jiang Guotao mocked. He was somewhat envious of Su Chen and his subordinates. Su Chen glanced disdainfully at Jiang Guotao. I am putting on a show. But this show isn't for my good subordinates. It's for you parasites and treacherous little people. Jiang Guotao grew anxious. Su Chen, don't talk nonsense. What we do is all above board. Is it? I hope you can still say that later. Su Chen turned to the few women behind him. Help me bring the documents I prepared earlier. The girls quickly agreed. These were all prepared by Su Chen in advance. Bundles of folders were brought over. Su Chen casually sat down and picked up a folder next to him. Let me take a look. This stack is from old Qi. Chi Yuan was forceful with female classmates in high school. After old Chi found out, he bribed the principal to delete all the video surveillance and then turned around to accuse them of extortion. Hiss old Chi, I misjudged you. Not only is your son worthless, but you are too. You, don't talk nonsense. Old Chi immediately panicked. What evidence do you have? Su Chen, we can sue you for defamation. Wang Lang was the most anxious. Behind him was his own family. He dared to confront Su Chen because he had a few people backing him up. Chairman Wang, don't be anxious, there's also something about you here. Your dealings in selling antiques to Myanmar were tacitly approved by old Chi, and you even gifted him shares in the jade mine. Wang Lang was left speechless. Su Chen casually picked up another stack of folders, the top one being another. This one is from President Wu. Su Chen glanced at Zhang Guotao. So it was you who approved old Zhang's previous position as the inspector. That pair of Northern Song jade rui was even a reward. From Zhao Kuan-yin to his subordinates. Impressive. President Wu, you should give me some pointers another day. Su Chen put this one down and picked up another, continuing to read. Wu Kuan and the others truly couldn't take it anymore. Su Chen's voice seemed to turn into an irritating noise in their ears. A few of them turned pale, feeling their hearts race violently. Those who betrayed Su Chen had not gone far, still lingering outside the door. Regret was evident on their faces. President Wu, old Chi, what's wrong with you? Wu Kuan and old Chi, being older, felt a wave of dizziness. They collapsed heavily to the ground. Wang Lang came to his senses and shouted anxiously. Su Chen set down the documents, watching coldly. All this information was something he had known from his earlier investigations. He hadn't truly been idle during this time. Aside from flirting, the rest of his time was spent coordinating with Wang Yuan, and he had long been aware of the existence of this interest group. Thus, he had been gathering intelligence through his eye technique, solidifying evidence, just waiting to catch them all in one go today. These people had brought this upon themselves. The banquet, which had been interrupted, resumed. The dishes that had cooled due to the delay were brought back out fresh. In the private room, only Su Chen's supporters remained. Although there weren't many, it was particularly lively. Everyone knew that their passionate actions today had unexpectedly paid off. Those who had betrayed Su Chen could no longer stay and had fled in disgrace. Wu Kuan and the other four losers returned to make their last struggles. No, they were also going back to explain the aftermath. Everyone, I have something to say. Su Chen looked at the crowd around him, feeling gratified. From now on, you will follow me and we will work together for the country. Also, many people have left our department, so you will have to work hard in the future. But the emperor still needs soldiers. The crowd erupted in cheers, toasting each other. You little rascal. Watching his subordinates revel and drink, Tian Lao couldn't help but feel amused and exasperated. He was still shocked by what had just happened. Now, reflecting on it, he looked at the protagonist's helpless expression. I was so worried about you just now, but I didn't expect you to be fully prepared. Didn't I tell you earlier? I wanted you to come watch the show. Didn't Bai Lu mention it? Su Chen pretended to be angry as he looked at Bai Lu. I did say it, Tian Lao. You have to stand up for me. Bai Lu was also very happy, smiling at Tian Lao. Alright, don't make it hard for Xiao Bai. If you had clarified things earlier, I wouldn't have to worry for you, an old man like me. Alright, from now on, the association will rely on you all. With this, the atmosphere of the association is likely to improve a lot. I can't compare to you in this. Tian Lao looked at Su Chen with a face full of emotion. He spoke earnestly. Not at all. In the future, we will still rely on Elder Tian for more promotions. Su Chen remained as humble as ever, completely devoid of the earlier demeanor of strategizing and putting others in peril. Su Chen was not in a hurry. The leverage on several individuals, or rather the evidence of their crimes, had already been handed over at the beginning of the banquet through Huang Chuman. Only then did he calmly host the event. As Wu Kuan and the others returned home to prepare to deal with the aftermath, what awaited them was a large number of operatives. Almost as soon as they left, a swarm of operatives surged into their homes. Those to be sealed were sealed, and evidence was collected where necessary. The worst off was Wu Kuan. The evidence against the others still required searching. However, there was an insider in Wu Kuan's household. Wang Yuan had long since informed Su Chen where Wu Kuan kept his account books and the location of the vault. When the operatives arrived at Wu Kuan's villa, they effortlessly gathered all the evidence. The same went for the Wang group and Zhang Guotao's family. They too had insiders. Huang Chuman had also collected some dirt on Zhang Guotao. Unsurprisingly, all of them were caught. The evidence found by the operatives aside, just the evidence Su Chen collected himself would have been enough to exterminate several families in ancient times. Poor Chi Yuan, who was still lying in a high-end hospital room teasing the nurse, was suddenly taken away by the operatives. The remaining few, the accomplices of the four, and the Companies that were to be shut down were also implicated and caught due to the evidence found in their homes. After Su Chen returned to the Tianji Association, the news of these individuals spread throughout the association. He took the opportunity to clean out the traitors who had betrayed him and Elder Qi, as well as the harmful elements left by Jiang Guotao. With Elder Tian's endorsement, the execution of this matter went very smoothly. The entire Tianji Association underwent a major overhaul. Countless pests were eliminated, some even directly imprisoned. Those who remained were the elite of the association. The Tianji Association was rejuvenated. Even the air within the association felt much cleaner. Inspector, the previous counterfeit investigation has made some progress. It's news from your informant Hong Jia. The person reporting intelligence to Su Chen was none other than He Yao. She had changed into a professional outfit, and although she still looked quite inexperienced, she had already made some progress. Su Chen pointed to the table, indicating for her to put down the documents. How are you adapting? You should be used to it by now? He Yao nodded excitedly. Feeling shy under Su Chen's concerned gaze, she lowered her head. Everyone in the department is quite concerned about me, He Yao said, not daring to look at Su Chen. Su Chen smiled helplessly. Why be so reserved? Weren't you quite lively before? Relax a bit. When there's no one around, just call me senior brother. Since coming to work at the association, He Yao had become somewhat reserved. Although her work attitude was good, she was nowhere near as youthful and lively as before. After hearing Su Chen's words, she raised her head and shyly smiled. I'm not being reserved, it's just. She hesitated for a moment and continued. You saved me when you joined the association, and that day you even dealt with those 4 formidable individuals right in front of me. It was truly amazing. He Yao's face regained its previous lively expression. Senior brother, you are simply my idol. She gave a thumbs up. Alright, then bring me a piece of paper, and I'll give you an autograph. The two exchanged smiles. You really don't have to be like this. You should learn from that girly shitting. She works seriously but relaxes when there's no work. One thing is one thing, treating enemies and those around you is 2 different matters. How can they be the same? He Yao nodded obediently. And I think you're doing quite well at your job. If you feel it's appropriate, you can sign a formal employment contract. Once you graduate, I'll help you sort out your position. He Yao was overjoyed but hesitated a bit. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? The association's rules and regulations require a bachelor's degree or higher for formal employment, and I am just a student. Su Chen chuckled after hearing this. Just go for it. I've already made arrangements with the association. Special cases are handled specially. Moreover, this job pays much better than doing odd jobs or working as a laborer in a professor's lab. Don't you really want it? He Yao was swayed by Su Chen's words. With this job, she could focus on her studies without worry. Watching He Yao leave with a heart full of joy, Su Chen's face was filled with the satisfaction of a scheme well executed. He was helping his junior not just because she was pretty, but because this girl had strong professional qualities and capabilities. She was truly talented. Moreover, the old professor had told him that the school seemed to want her to stay in the department. That's why he had the idea of recruiting her early. He just hoped the professor wouldn't blame him for poaching. After all, the professor always dodged the idea of working at the association. It was only reasonable for him to bring someone in. Now that He Yao's matter was settled, Su Chen felt he had relieved a burden. Next, he needed to tackle the issue of the counterfeits. The people from Old Cheese Group were just occupying their positions and were utterly useless. Red Sister was very surprised by Su Chen's arrival. Previously, she had only been in contact with people from the Tianji Association, and she felt a bit disappointed, thinking she wouldn't get to see Su Chen. Inspector, it's been a while since we last met. Red Sister greeted him, bringing out the best tea and snacks from her shop. Red Sister, you're being too polite. There's no need for all this trouble. How can that be? Last time, it was thanks to the inspector that I was saved from the fire. You gave me a chance to turn my life around. After her experience as a mole for Su Chen, Red Sister had officially become a member of the Tianji Association. Normally, someone in her position would be paid a little or coerced into working for others, and when needed, they could be sold out without hesitation. Personal safety was not guaranteed at all. But Su Chen had pushed against the tide and brought Red Sister into the Tianji Association's ranks. This was equivalent to giving her a life-saving card. Once she had internal membership, selling out would violate the rules. Red Sister had gone through countless hardships, yet she felt cared for by Su Chen. Of course, she was immensely grateful to him. Su Chen merely smiled at her words and said little. His actions were simply to satisfy his own conscience. After all, someone like Red Sister, who had nearly died in the fire while following him on a mission, was risking her life. She had never complained. Suchin couldn't control how others treated their informants, but he would never allow his informants to go unrewarded for their efforts. However, he didn't voice these thoughts. As long as he felt at peace with himself, that was enough. Let's get back to business, Red Sister said, not wasting any time. She closed the shop door and led Suchen into the back room. Previously, the people from the Tianji Association conducted a thorough and strict search, which has significantly quieted local counterfeiting. Red Sister was well aware of the ins and outs of this situation, but a batch of counterfeits has flowed in from other places. Now, fake goods have appeared in the local market. Suchen understood that these were likely smuggled in from other parts of Huagua. He gestured for Red Sister to continue. Yesterday, I received an invitation to bid on some counterfeits. I informed the association about it. I didn't expect you to come. With that, Red Sister handed him an invitation. Suchen opened it to find not only Red Sister's name but also an address located in a mountainous area on the outskirts. It was quite discreet. However, because it was in the mountains, it wouldn't be easy to set up defenses. After some thought, Suchen decided to go. Some things just had to be done. The two immediately drove to the destination. Red Sister was driving, while Suchen observed the surrounding environment. The mountain roads were rugged and indeed difficult to navigate, although the forest can provide cover. If guards are stationed within it, it would be difficult for my people to notice. This is indeed a good place. Compared to the warehouse last time, it is clearly much harder to control. The destination is a small farmhouse. On the surface, it looks unremarkable. However, the gate is tightly locked, with a sign that says no visitors for now. Even if a tourist happened to come here, they would likely not suspect anything. The two of them took a detour to the back and pushed the door open. Inside, there were two guards holding shiny firearms. There were also hidden sentries along the way, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to approach the back door. Suchen handed over the invitation and was about to move forward when he was stopped. Sorry, we need to search you. The guard's tone showed no hint of embarrassment. Search me. I'm here to spend money. This is my woman. Try touching her and I'll have your claws chopped off. Su Chen's attitude was extremely arrogant. The two guards exchanged glances. It was indeed that kind of situation. If they handled it poorly, not only would they lose a customer, but if the news leaked out and ruined the auction, they couldn't bear the consequences. Then you two search each other. No tricks, I'm watching. You. One of the guards came up with a quick idea. The other guard, hearing this, quietly gave him a thumbs up. Right, you search each other, now I say, you do. Su Chen and Hong Jie exchanged a glance. He had already stated that Hong Jie was his woman, and now with the mutual search, they couldn't refuse. Hong Jie gritted her teeth and nodded at Su Chen. All right, you say how to do it. Su Chen understood. You let her spread her legs and raise her arms. Hong Jie complied. Then you go and pat down her clothes to see if she has anything hidden. Su Chen understood. Since they were going into the mountains, Hong Jie was wearing jeans and flat shoes today, with a tank top and a jacket on top. Su Chen first placed his hands on Hong Jie's shoulders, slowly feeling his way down. He smoothed out her clothes, showing the two guards that there was nothing hidden in her outfit. Arms, shoulders, back, waist. Su Chen's hands explored little by little. The fabric was thin, and Hong Jie could feel the warmth of Su Chen's palm. Is that enough? Hong Jie's jeans were tightly fitted, almost revealing everything. No, check the pockets of the pants too. Su Chen complied. The jeans had 4 pockets in total, 2 side pockets and 2 on the back. The side pockets were easy enough to check. For the back pockets, Su Chen could only feel with his hands. He stubbornly reached in, feeling the soft yet elastic texture. After searching, Hong Jie's face was already flushed. Only then were the guards satisfied. All right, now it's your turn to search your man. Ha! Hong Jie was momentarily taken aback. Oh! Seeing Su Chen standing still, she finally understood what she was supposed to do. Hong Jie mimicked Su Chen's earlier actions, reaching out and feeling around. Su Chen's muscular build was well-defined, and Hong Jie found herself a bit mesmerized. She hadn't expected that although Su Chen looked lean, he was actually quite solid underneath. All right, you both pass, stop touching. Isn't it enough to do that at home? The guards could hardly watch any longer. Su Chen was quick to slim down, but when it was Hong Jie's turn, it felt almost flirtatious. Hong Jie felt a bit shy and quickly took the mask from the guard's hand and put it on her face. Just walk inside. The guards, feeling like they had just swallowed a mouthful of dog food, felt a bit unlucky. Hong Jie silently followed behind Su Chen, her head down, not daring to look at him. Bang! She suddenly bumped into Su Chen. Looking at the stopped Su Chen, Hong Jie was a bit confused. What's wrong? She asked. Look, you see for yourself, we need to go down now. Su Chen pointed to the inside of the door. This farmhouse had its secrets. Upon opening the door, there was a straight path leading downwards. The path was narrow and quite dim. "Just follow me." Su Chen reached out his hand towards Hong Jia. This path was indeed difficult to walk. Hong Jia shyly extended her hand in return. Coupled with what had just happened, the atmosphere became increasingly ambiguous. The narrow path finally opened up after walking several dozen steps, revealing a spacious area. The underground space of this small courtyard was not small at all. It was probably as large as a square. The ground was paved with cement. Neatly arranged were tables and benches, which seemed to have been prepared long ago. By the time Su Chen and the others arrived, quite a few sellers had already gathered at the venue. They varied in shape, but all wore masks provided by the organizers. There was no conversation among them. Su Chen was very satisfied. This way, there was no need to worry about exposure. The venue was filled only with staff members moving about, all wearing masks and dressed in matching maid outfits. Although their faces were not visible, judging by their figures, they were all women in their 20s. Su Chen pulled Hong Jia and found a place to sit down. Soon, a maid in uniform approached, carrying a tray with neatly arranged snacks and drinks. As the maid reached the two of them, the tray seemed to slip from her grasp, spilling drinks all over Su Chen. Hong Jia, who had been quite pleased with the service, suddenly became furious at the sight. "What are you doing? You can't even handle your job properly. Is this the service attitude here?" I'm sorry, the maid said, pulling out a handkerchief from her chest to wipe Su Chen down. Unlike Hong Jia, who was fuming, Su Chen's expression was oddly calm. Forget it, no need to wipe. Is there a restroom? Take me to wash up." Su Chen followed the maid to the cloakroom. Once inside, he took off his mask. "Miss Nightingale, long time no see. You really don't need to dirty my clothes every time." Su Chen had felt something was off when his clothes got stained, and after using his eye technique to investigate, he discovered that this person was indeed the Agent Nightingale. Seeing that Su Chen recognized her, Nightingale also removed her mask, but her expression was not good. She frowned and asked, "How did you end up here?" Noticing her unusual demeanor, Su Chen felt a sense of foreboding. Every time he had encountered Nightingale before, it had been in dangerous situations, and she had saved his life. "Of course, I'm here to investigate the counterfeit goods. Are you here on a mission again?" In response to Su Chen's question, Nightingale hesitated for a moment before revealing the details of her current operation. According to her, this batch of fakes came from the Nicholas family in the United States. She had come here as an undercover agent sent by the He Chong family to gather intelligence. Since the Nicholas family and the He Chong family had been arch-enemies for many years, the He Chong family wanted to disrupt the Nicholas family's plans. "So, your investigation this time carries significant risks," Nightingale said, clearly not wanting to reunite with Su Chen here. Upon hearing this, Su Chen found it quite interesting. Nightingale was indeed a talented individual playing a game of espionage. However, he still held great admiration for this woman. "Miss Nightingale, if there's anything I can help with, please don't hesitate to ask." Su Chen felt that with his assistance, Nightingale's operation could go more smoothly. Unexpectedly, Nightingale shook her head. "I called you out here to make sure you prioritize your own safety. The situation ahead will definitely not be pleasant. Safety comes first." Her concerns were not unfounded. Su Chen realized that if he were unaware of the situation, he might end up at a disadvantage. The information Nightingale provided was indeed very useful. After explaining everything, Nightingale turned to leave. She paused at the door and said to Su Chen, "Also, don't get involved with me." With that, she left without looking back. Watching Nightingale's departing figure, Su Chen stood in place and sighed deeply. Workers like Nightingale, who operated behind enemy lines, were indeed admirable. But who was there to share even a fraction of the burdens they carried? Even with organizational support, it was still a precarious job. Whether it was the Nicholas family or the He Chong family, Su Chen had heard of them. Both families originally came from a background of espionage. They treated undercover agents with the lightest of punishments, often just a mere skinning. Su Chen made a silent resolution in his heart. Even though Nightingale had just said that to keep him from getting involved with her, he would still lend a hand whenever she needed it. After all, he owed her 2 lives saved, and he could not let that go unreturned. This place was not suitable for lingering. Su Chen put on his mask and returned to the auction venue for the counterfeit goods. Bidding was indeed the best way to maximize profits, even far surpassing auctions. To secure a win, bidders had to push the price as high as possible. By the time Su Chen reconsidered, the bidding had already gone through several rounds. "You're back." Hong Jia saw Su Chen and reported the situation to him. "We've already bid on several batches of goods. I just won a batch. It's a high-quality imitation of Tang San Kai, and just like last time, I can't tell the real from the fake either." "Is that so? How much did it cost?" 5 million. If sold as genuine goods, it could earn at least $100 million. One piece would cover the cost. If it had been before, Hong Jia would have been very pleased. Such items, even if counterfeit, were guaranteed to be profitable. But now, she felt a bit dissatisfied with spending so much money. After all, she couldn't really sell counterfeit goods. Buying this batch would be pure loss. Hong Jia muttered a few complaints under her breath. Don't worry, I'll reimburse you later, Su Chen whispered in her ear. Hong Jia shyly nodded. Since they had already secured the goods, there was no need to bid further. The two of them weren't really there to bid anyway. To avoid suspicion, Su Chen still submitted 2 bids during the process, but both were narrowly defeated. This was quite normal. Soon, a maid approached. This time, it was certainly not Nightingale. Hello, the goods you just bid on have been placed in the warehouse you designated. After notifying him, the maid stood up and left without disturbing them. Su Chen and Hong Jia exchanged glances. They were ready to retreat. The two had already discussed this before coming. Since they couldn't set up defenses in the mountains, it was better to bid on a batch of goods this time. As long as the organizer delivered the goods to the warehouse designated by Hong Jia, there would definitely be traces left behind. Following the delivery route to trace the other party would be much easier than playing hide and seek. In the mountains, the two stood up, but then they heard intense gunfire erupt. The entire venue was thrown into chaos. Su Chen knew clearly that this was the moment Nightingale and her group had begun their operation. The gunfire was the clash between the Nicholas family and the Heechong family. Seeing Hong Jia's panicked expression, Su Chen reached out and grabbed her hand. Upon seeing Su Chen, Hong Jia immediately calmed down. At this moment, the most dangerous people were not those from the 2 armed families but rather the buyers participating in the auction. Everyone was only concerned about themselves, pushing and shoving towards the exit. Trampling, shoving, cursing. The baseness of human nature was fully revealed at this moment. It was only because Su Chen was strong and robust that he managed to pull Hong Jia through the crowd. Hong Jia felt no sense of danger at all. Instead, she had the leisure to admire Su Chen's face just within reach. After much effort, the two finally returned to the small courtyard. Let's go! Hong Jia didn't even let go of his hand, pulling Su Chen to leave. As they stepped out, the people inside the venue had mostly dispersed, leaving only a few stragglers occasionally coming out. Seeing Su Chen still looking at the passage, Hong Jia wanted to pull him but found it difficult. Aren't you leaving? The gunfire had not yet ceased. Hong Jia was a bit anxious. Who knew if someone with a gun would come out? The guards at the entrance had vanished without a trace. Su Chen was in constant turmoil inside. He was unarmed, facing real bullets and guns. He gritted his teeth. You go wait for me outside, I'll be back soon. After saying this, Su Chen turned back to the scene without looking back. Hong Jia was a bit anxious, wanting to rush in, but she was afraid of causing trouble for Su Chen. By the time she made up her mind to go in, Su Chen had already vanished without a trace. Hong Jia had no choice but to return the way she came. The venue was no longer bustling as it had been earlier. Apart from the gunfire, there was almost no other sound. The power had been cut off at some point. It was pitch black all around. Only the occasional bullet whizzed through the air, tearing through the night. Su Chen took a deep breath and began to search in the darkness using his eye technique. Fortunately, the special nature of the eye technique allowed him to see the night as if it were day. The sound of gunfire also effectively masked his footsteps. The venue was not clearly divided. Members of the Heechong family and the Nicholas family were mixed together. It was unclear how they distinguished each other. This posed a significant problem for Su Chen. He used his eye technique to identify them one by one. However, he couldn't find any trace of Nightingale. Suddenly, he remembered a place. The previous changing room. The surveillance there had long been destroyed by Nightingale. Su Chen cautiously made his way there. The journey was fraught with tension but without danger. Su Chen pushed open the door to the changing room. After waiting for a moment, he stepped inside. To his disappointment, the changing room was empty. Suddenly, Su Chen felt a cold sensation on his neck. It was a gleaming dagger. It's me, Su Chen. He wasn't afraid. He recognized the hand that held the dagger. The person indeed made no further move. Su Chen turned around, and it was the familiar figure of Nightingale. Before Su Chen could feel happy, Nightingale collapsed into his arms. What happened to you? Su Chen asked worriedly. He held Nightingale and slowly laid her down on the ground. In the dim light, Su Chen clearly saw the anxious expression on Nightingale's face. What are you doing here? Hurry and leave. Nightingale's voice was weak. You are an inspector, a pillar of the nation. It would be a tremendous loss if you fell here. Hearing Nightingale's words, Su Chen felt a deep discomfort in his heart. Nightingale had dedicated her life to the undercover mission and did not deserve such an end. No, I must take you out. You are the one who should not fall here. You deserve happiness, not to perish in this dark undercover life. You are a hero of the nation, a pride of the people. Nightingale was clearly not very old, about the same age as Li Shitting. Hearing Su Chen's words, a smile appeared on Nightingale's face. Thank you. Nightingale managed to utter those two words before she fell silent. Su Chen sensed something was wrong. Beneath Nightingale there was already a large pool of blood. Nightingale's blood had spread out. It was evident that she had lost all color. Her breathing became rapid. A sense of impending death surged from her. Su Chen felt an indescribable sorrow and anger in his heart. His eyes became moist. Nightingale did not have Su Chen's night vision ability, but she could still hear his faint sobs. It's nothing. In our line of work, we always have our heads on the line, so we are prepared for this. Nightingale's voice was low, but in Su Chen's ears, it sounded like thunder. But if I could live, I would love to see the sunrise by the sea just once. Nightingale stared at the ceiling as if she could truly see the new sun, slowly rising from the horizon. Her words were filled with hope and her eyes were full of longing. However, the hands that had been half embracing Su Chen slowly fell down. No! Su Chen growled softly. He didn't dare to raise his voice too much. He didn't know if it was because his emotions had reached a breaking point or for some other reason. Su Chen felt a splitting headache. A burning sensation surged from his eyes. Gradually, the burning sensation faded and a clear stream flowed from Su Chen's eyes. He realized something. His eyes had changed again. In addition to the ability to identify everything, a new power called restoration appeared in his eyes. It could restore all damaged things. Humph. Su Chen thought to himself with self-mockery, this ability is perfect for repairing cultural artifacts. However, no matter how much money he has, he cannot save Nightingale. No! Su Chen suddenly thought of something. With a nervous heart he tore open the fabric covering Nightingale's injury, revealing her bloody wound. It was a penetrating injury. The bullet had pierced through Nightingale's body. Although she had done a simple treatment, blood was still seeping out. The wound was located at the junction of Nightingale's waist and chest. Su Chen paid no attention to the difference between genders. A golden light burst forth from his eyes, shining on Nightingale's wound. At first, there was no change. Just as Su Chen was about to give up in disappointment, tender pink granulation tissue began to grow from Nightingale's wound. Then the granulation tissue intertwined, and the wound healed as if it had never been there. Her pure white skin reappeared. Su Chen knew he had made the right bet. This restorative power might not have the ability to heal patients, but it could indeed mend broken wounds. Su Chen was right. Nightingale's previously still chest gradually began to rise and fall, but it was still very weak. Su Chen was still worried. There was no time to think. He pinched Nightingale's nose with one hand and opened her mouth with the other, leaning in to breathe into her. Watching Nightingale's breathing gradually strengthen, Su Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. Time was of the essence. Su Chen picked up Nightingale and headed outside. The gunfire outside had gradually weakened, but it was still pitch black all around. This provided Su Chen with excellent cover. Thanks to his persistent training, even carrying Nightingale, he felt no pressure. Moreover, whether it was due to the restorative power or not, Su Chen felt his body was stronger than before. He cautiously made his way down the long staircase. Fortunately, he did not encounter any enemies. Seeing the sun again, Su Chen felt as if he had been reborn. Looking back at the steady-breathing Nightingale, Su Chen resolved to take her to see a sunrise one day. Suddenly, a rustling sound reached Su Chen's ears. He turned around alertly. Who's there? Me. Hong Jia poked her head out from the grass in the small courtyard. Let's go quickly. We can talk on the way. Su Chen had no time to think and followed Hong Jia. They got into the off-road vehicle they had arrived in. What is this? Knowing he shouldn't ask but unable to contain his curiosity, he wondered why this girl was worth Su Chen risking danger to go back inside in such a perilous environment. Our agent. Su Chen did not hide it. Just 5 simple words, yet they carried a heavy weight. Hong Jie felt a deep respect, not only for Nightingale but also for Su Chen, who had returned to the battlefield. Su Chen instructed Hong Jie to go directly to the nearest hospital. On the way, Hong Jie explained that she had not left as Su Chen requested but had hidden in the small courtyard. Only when no one had gone in or out did she drive the car to the back door of the small courtyard, waiting to pick up Su Chen. The scene shifted, and Su Chen and his group had arrived at the hospital. Although he was covered in dirt and blood, Su Chen paid no attention to that. He was talking with Nightingale's attending physician. That young lady's condition is no longer life-threatening. Hearing the doctor's words, Su Chen let out a long sigh of relief. But Su Chen's heart sank. Aside from excessive blood loss, the blood test results and brain CT scan revealed a trend of pathological changes in the patient's pituitary gland. Su Chen did not understand. Why was Su Chen What that meant. The attending physician expressed it delicately. The patient may be at risk of developing a certain type of pathological mental illness, similar to PTSD, traumatic emergency syndrome. PTSD is a psychological disorder, but this young lady's condition is due to physiological changes. The doctor described it vividly. Su-chen understood part of what it meant. I'm not an expert in this area, so I can't provide a specific assessment. I can only suggest that after she recovers, you should have a psychological evaluation done. It would be best to improve the environment around her now. This illness must have been caused by an extremely high-pressure, unhealthy setting. Su-chen listened and merely nodded slightly, indicating that he would consider it. After bidding farewell to the doctor, Su-chen looked at the nightingale sleeping soundly in the ward and did not disturb her. He turned and entered Hong Jie's room. At that time, it was chaotic, and Hong Jie had taken the risk to come to his aid. She was not seriously injured, just had a sprained ankle. Thinking of such a seemingly pampered woman who would take such a big risk driving all the way to the hospital with a sprained ankle to bring him and the nightingale, Su-chen felt very grateful to her. When he entered, Hong Jie was barefoot, with a patch on one foot, sitting on the bed, bored, scrolling through her phone. Upon seeing Su-chen, she quickly put down her phone. How is she? Is she okay? Su-chen did not mention the nightingale's name. The doctor said she's fine now, and it's all thanks to you for helping outside. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it out of that deep mountain forest on just my foot. Su-chen was very sincere. You're being too polite, Inspector. Hearing Su-chen's words, Hong Jie smiled, then shook her head. If it weren't for you, I would have died twice already. I wouldn't have the happy life I have now. If I saw you in danger and ran away myself, I wouldn't be able to live with my conscience. It's just a matter of reciprocity. Go. Take a shower. You smell terrible. Just as Su-chen felt a bit moved, he saw Hong Jie covering her nose, grinning at him. It's also good to see if you're hurt. You can't just focus on saving others and neglect your own body. At this point, Hong Jie recalled how Su-chen's strong muscles felt when she searched him at the gate of the courtyard. Her face turned red. Looking at Hong Jie's gentle yet playful demeanor, Su-chen admired her even more. Both of these hospital rooms were high-end, and Su-chen had spent a lot of money and revealed his identity as an inspector to secure them. Naturally, the facilities were complete. Su-chen obediently entered the bathroom, tossed his clothes into the washing machine, and began to shower. Hong Jie was right, he did have some wounds on him. They were just minor scrapes. It was just right for Su-chen to experiment with these wounds. The restorative power could indeed heal, at least these wounds could be healed. Moreover, it didn't have to be used with his eyes, it could also be done through his hands, and it was even more discreet. A gentle sensation spread through his hands, and all of Su-chen's wounds healed. By the time he finished showering, his clothes were also done washing. There was a dryer provided here. He put his clothes in the dryer and stepped out wrapped in a bathrobe, his hair hanging in disarray, making him look even more handsome. Hong Jie was momentarily captivated. Su-chen, however, did not notice this. When I was a child in the countryside, I often hurt myself, so I learned a set of massage techniques. Do you want to give it a try? It might help you heal faster. Hong Jie realized that her thoughts had not been seen through by Su-chen and mumbled softly. Once Hong Jie agreed, Su-chen sat down. After warming his hands, he gently held Hong Jie's delicate foot. The doctor had cleaned it when treating her. As Su-chen touched it, he found Hong Jie's foot to be very soft and smooth, not too slender, with a bit of fleshiness, and it felt great. On the other side, watching Su-chen hold her foot, Hong Jie felt a different emotion rising in her heart. Her foot instinctively curled up. It's okay, it doesn't tickle, Su-chen said softly. He placed his other hand on her foot as well. Hong Jie felt a warm current flowing from Su-chen's hands to her foot. She didn't think much of it, just assumed it was because Su-chen had warmed his hands. As Su-chen massaged, Hong Jie felt her ankle becoming more and more comfortable, tingling pleasantly. She couldn't help but moan softly. But soon she realized what she was doing. Covering her mouth with her hands, her ears turned red. Su-chen continuously released his restorative power. By the end, Hong Jie's ankle was almost healed. He still rubbed his hands a few times, feeling a bit reluctant. Not only was he reluctant, but so was Hong Jie. Nightingale had not woken up for a long time. Su-chen and Hong Jie were also unable to leave. After Su-chen's massage, their relationship had grown much closer. Su-chen did not look for another room. He opened the foldable bed for companionship and slept next to Hong Jie. At night, fearing that Su-chen might catch a cold, Hong Jie secretly shared a bit of her blanket with him. This kind of sneaky sharing a big blanket together made Hong Jie feel an indescribable thrill and shame. The night quickly passed, and when Su-chen looked at the blanket on him, he felt nothing much. While chatting with the waking Hong Jie, suddenly Nightingale's attending physician walked in. Mr. Su, someone wants to take the young lady you brought away. We can't stop them. Upon hearing this, Su Chen immediately got up. Hong Jie, feeling uneasy as her foot was almost healed, followed him. As they approached, a group of men in black suits were carrying Nightingale on a stretcher, moving her outside. Seeing this, Su Chen rushed forward and blocked their way. Hong Jie followed closely behind. A serious-looking middle-aged man stepped out from the crowd and extended his arm to block Su Chen. The two locked eyes, their gazes clashing fiercely in the air. Su Chen felt that he could easily push the middle-aged man's arm aside, but right now the most important thing was not to stop them. Who are you? The man raised an eyebrow upon seeing Su Chen, clearly recognizing him. He took out his ID from his pocket and handed it to Su Chen. I am the head of the Special Affairs Bureau. It's not convenient to disclose specific information, but you should know that I am Nightingale's direct superior. The middle-aged man's tone was stiff, almost mechanical. Su Chen was about to speak when he was rudely interrupted by the middle-aged man. I know you, Su Chen. Nightingale encountered you twice and saved you. Afterward, she reported to the bureau. Rest assured, I am responsible for receiving her. On behalf of Nightingale and the Special Affairs Bureau, I thank you for your help this time. However, from now on, this matter has nothing to do with you, and I hope you won't interfere. Also, regarding Nightingale, you and this young lady need to sign a confidentiality agreement. The middle-aged man made his position clear. His attitude was very unfriendly, and every move he made exuded arrogance. Su Chen was not polite either. He had always been the type to not provoke others unless provoked. Nightingale needs treatment now. I will not let her go. You can put her down. Su Chen's attitude was very firm. Saying this, he struck down with his hand, pushing the middle-aged man's arm aside. The man felt a tremendous force in his arm but did not act rashly, only looking at Su Chen with surprise. The hospital of the Special Affairs Bureau has the best doctors and equipment in the entire Spring City. Nightingale will receive more comprehensive treatment. Do you think we would neglect the safety of our own people? Looking at the middle-aged man's righteous demeanor, Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. Will Nightingale really receive treatment? Su Chen looked down at the head with a scrutinizing gaze. I would be embarrassed to point it out to you. You brought Nightingale back not for treatment, but to prepare to send the seriously ill Nightingale back to the Hichong family to continue lurking. I will never stand by and let you do this. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the head's gaze became sharp, showing no hint of guilt. Instead, he questioned Su Chen. How do you know this? This is confidential. Confidential. This is a matter of life and death. How the hell I know is none of your business. If you want to take Nightingale away from here today, 2 words, no way. Not only Su Chen, but even Hong Jie's eyes were filled with anger. She had witnessed the girl being rescued, covered in blood. Nightingale is too important a pawn, she cannot stay here. The head's attitude was also very firm. He waved his hand to his subordinates, and it looked like they were about to forcibly take her away. Su Chen naturally couldn't agree. Even if force was to be used, Nightingale had to be left unharmed. Just as both sides were locked in a stalemate, Nightingale had already woken up leisurely. She looked around and had a rough idea of what had happened. Su Chen. Nightingale softly called out his name. Su Chen, she repeated, her voice low. Su Chen jolted, immediately pushing through the layers of black-clad men to reach Nightingale's side. I'm here. Seeing Su Chen appear, Nightingale sighed in relief. Captain, can I speak to Su Chen alone for a moment? Nightingale propped herself up, trying to rise. Su Chen hurriedly stepped forward to support her. All right, I'll give you a maximum of 15 minutes. The person in charge, whom Nightingale referred to as Captain, glanced at his watch. Su Chen was about to argue when Nightingale interrupted him. I just woke up, can you help me a bit? Although she had been receiving 4 fluids in the hospital, Nightingale hadn't eaten for quite a while. Okay. Su Chen didn't bother to argue with the person in charge. Rather than saying Su Chen was supporting Nightingale, it was more accurate to say that Nightingale leaned against him. The two of them nestled together and returned to the previous hospital room. The group of black-clad men watched them leave, their expressions unreadable. Hong Jie observed the two departing and her gaze turned somewhat peculiar. Su Chen, don't speak. Su Chen interrupted her somewhat roughly. He directly picked her up in a princess carry and slowly placed her down. In the room, Nightingale sat on the edge of the bed, smiling as she watched Su Chen bring her a cup of hot water. Be careful, it's hot. Who? Nightingale blew on the cup. Thank you for saving me. Although I don't know the specifics, it must have been tough for you. It's nothing, but I hope you won't obstruct my mission. This task is extremely important, it carries great significance. I can't. This world won't stop turning just because one person is gone. No matter how crucial the infiltration is, it shouldn't risk your life. Besides, I saved your life, it doesn't belong to you. You shouldn't go. Su Chen interrupted. Nightingale's words with a hint of dominance. Looking at her pale lips, he felt a mix of helplessness and heartache. I'll go discuss with your captain and have them terminate this plan. No matter what the cost, I can accept it. Faced with a girl who had saved him twice, Suchen's tone softened. This time, even if it's for you, I have to take a chance. Although steam was rising from the cup, Suchen could still see the redness in Nightingale's eyes. I'm sorry, Suchen. I can't agree to that. Why? Is the mission more important than your life? Suchen was exasperated but felt powerless. Even though he wanted to help Nightingale escape, if she was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. It had been a day since Nightingale left, and Suchen felt there was a high possibility she would be exposed upon her return. Last time, the He family had set fire to the warehouse of the transaction to avoid exposure. He couldn't imagine what despicable means they would use if they discovered Nightingale's true identity. But the determination in Nightingale's eyes was clear to Suchen. This time, she probably had to go no matter what. Nightingale also understood in her heart that her journey might lead to dire consequences. Their parting this time would likely make it hard to reunite. Suchen, I've saved you twice, right? Aha! Suchen nodded, feeling uncomfortable with Nightingale's tone, as if she were making arrangements for her last wishes. Then this time, since you saved me once, doesn't that mean you owe me a life? Can you grant me one request? Consider it repaying the debt. Okay. No matter what Nightingale's request was, even if she wanted the moon from the sky, Suchen felt he could build a rocket to take her there. Close your eyes first. Suchen was somewhat taken aback but complied. A gust of wind blew in. Suchen heard the sound of Nightingale putting down the blanket, then came her footsteps. Suchen originally thought that Nightingale wanted him to close his eyes and leave. Just as he was about to open his eyes, he felt a kiss as light as a cicada's wing land on his cheek. It was dry, yet very soft. Suchen opened his eyes in shock. Nightingale covered her mouth, smiling at him. Suchen was a bit dazed. I've heard about you for a long time and admired you. Especially after you risked everything to save me this time, it seems like there's some action. Nightingale said with a smile, her face flushed. I've been training all my life, and when I was younger, I even discussed what my future boyfriend would be like with my training partners. Unfortunately, even at this age, I've never been in a relationship. This kiss can be considered a way to make up for my regret. Perhaps this action is a bit presumptuous, but I fear this may be the only chance for me to be bold in my life. With that, Nightingale gracefully left. Suchen stood frozen in place, watching Nightingale's departing figure. He didn't say a word to keep her from leaving. Suchen's mood became incredibly low. As Nightingale left, he secretly used his eye technique to assess her mission. Infiltration. Nightingale had successfully infiltrated the upper echelons of the He Chong family after years of lurking. The organization's task was for her to find the right moment to deliver a devastating blow to the He Chong family. Nightingale's mission was a lurking operation destined for death, with no way back. However, he could not stop it. Suchen attributed all this tragedy to his own lack of ability. He felt that if he were a bit stronger, a bit more powerful, he could surely resolve the root of this problem. Nightingale should have her own happiness rather than sacrificing herself endlessly. The mission that the eye technique revealed was just simple words, but as a girl, she was under the hands of those ruthless people in the He Chong family. Suchen couldn't bear to imagine how much suffering she had endured. When Suchen walked out of the hospital room, only Hong Jia was left standing alone outside the ward. Suchen. Hong Jia looked at the somewhat dejected Suchen, wanting to comfort him. Suchen just waved his hand at her. I'm leaving first. You're almost better, so you should go back. Don't worry, I'm fine. I must root out these bastards. Suchen's tone was filled with determination, just like Nightingale before. Suchen hurriedly made his way to the Tianji Association's prison. Special arrangements were made, and only in matters related to antiques did the Tianji Association have the authority to capture and detain. They even had power over the operatives. Suchen's subordinates had previously reported that they had caught a few people working for the foreign devils, just waiting for Suchen to return and handle it. The process for trading fakes involved the buyer preparing a trading warehouse in advance, successfully bidding, and waiting for the delivery to be completed and payment collected. Once the buyer confirmed on site, the payment would be settled immediately. The transaction would then be considered complete. Suchen's subordinates were stationed at Hong Jie's warehouse. Once the transaction was successful and Nicholas's people came to deliver, they would be caught red-handed. Although the people used for trading were just lackeys and very tight-lipped, generally they would insist they were just delivering goods for money and would ultimately be released without charges. Presumed innocent, the association had no way to deal with them. But this time, it was Suchen who took action. Suchen saw several delivery people in the prison. They all looked like thugs. Even if caught, they acted without restraint. When Su Chen arrived, the few were lying on the bed, telling crude jokes. No way, sir. You still have to ask? We've already confessed everything. The leader, a blonde, even took the initiative to provoke Su Chen upon seeing him. Su Chen was already furious. He ordered his subordinates to open the door. What is your relationship with the Nicholas family? Sir, The thug wanted to play dumb, but Su Chen wasn't looking to get answers from the thug's mouth after his subordinate opened the door for him. Su Chen dismissed them and the surveillance was turned off. Su Chen aimed at the head of the yellow-haired guy and landed a punch. The yellow-haired guy fell to the ground. The 4 or 5 thugs around, unhandcuffed, rushed over when they saw their boss being hit. With the enhancement from his restoration power, Su Chen was not afraid of them. 6 people together were no match for Su Chen. What is your relationship with the Nicholas family? Su Chen asked while fighting. By the time Su Chen got tired, several thugs were already bruised and battered. This was also a method Su Chen discovered through experimentation with his eye technique. While the opponent was thinking about this matter, he could likely use his eye technique to probe for relevant information. This time was no exception. Su Chen obtained the information. Following the clues, he directly locked onto the evidence against the Nicholas family. He immediately took his subordinates to smash the family's counterfeit base in the area. Back at the Tianji Association, Su Chen was directly called into the office by Elder Tian. The familiar scene, the familiar Elder Tian, and the tea. But this time, Elder Tian's smile was even broader. The aroma of the tea was also more intense. It has to be you, Su Chen. Elder Tian patted Su Chen on the shoulder. The smile on his face was unstoppable. It was the first time Su Chen saw Elder Tian so unrestrained. You just received the news yesterday, and today you brought people to seal the counterfeits. A whole base full of counterfeits. The consequences would be unimaginable if they got out. The president of the headquarters personally sent you a special medal. This is a great honor. However, Su Chen showed little interest in this so-called medal. Seeing Su Chen's expressionless face, Elder Tian valued him even more, feeling that he was calm. In the face of change, Su Chen, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Old Chi got into trouble and was sent in. It seems that there is an intention to promote another 7 lords from above. Su Chen's gaze shifted slightly upon hearing this news. Elder Tian also showed a satisfied expression. Elder Tian, is this news necessary for me to know? I know my own situation. With my qualifications and age, I shouldn't be considered for the 7 lords position. Su Chen felt there was no need to beat around the bush with Elder Tian. That's not necessarily the case. Elder Tian mysteriously shook his head. This time, I heard that President Feng personally came from Kyoto to select. And President Feng is relatively young. He was originally promoted by Old Lon as an exception. So, dealing with many old-timers in various places based on qualifications and age is a different matter. It has always been about ability. If we're talking about ability, yours is the most outstanding. During this time, among the several inspectors, your contributions have been the most prominent. However, we still need to prepare well. Su Chen understood Elder Tian's meaning. The two began to discuss. The matter of the 7 lords was not urgent. After work, Su Chen, as usual, went home to have dinner with Ida. Su Chen's parents had already regarded Ida as their daughter-in-law. After the last incident was resolved, Su Chen told his parents that Ida was wholeheartedly thinking of him and it was her parents who opposed it. Su Chen's father and mother were relieved. When they returned home, Su Chen's parents had already prepared dinner. The family was quite harmonious. The topic of marriage was still unavoidable. Although Su Chen's parents were not old, in rural areas, children of Su Chen's age were already having kids. Ida, I'll be straightforward. When are you and Su Chen planning to get married? Su Chen's mother asked. You can decide. Ida was quite open-minded, responding generously. Since your feelings are already here, why not just hold the wedding directly? Then you two can get your marriage certificate. Su Chen's father was clearly very happy with Aida's response. Okay. Aida's expression changed slightly, but she still agreed. Go. Su Chen's mother patted Su Chen's father's hand. Girl, don't listen to him. In our family, I have the final say. Su's mother said, glancing at Su's father. That's right, she has the final say. We still need to hold the engagement banquet. After all, Ida grew up abroad and the engagement banquet is a tradition, Su's mother continued. In the UK, the engagement banquet is hosted by the bride's family, where the elders announce the daughter's marriage. In modern times, it has evolved into a queue for engagements, but the essence remains the same. There's no need to make it so complicated. We can just follow the customs from our country. Let's have the wedding directly. I'm looking forward to it. Ida gazed affectionately at Su Chen. Su Chen felt touched. In fact, he vaguely guessed the reason for Aida's refusal. The engagement banquet abroad is meant to gather family and close friends to celebrate the couple's joy. More importantly, it allows the families and friends of the couple to get to know each other before the wedding so they can cooperate more harmoniously during the ceremony. The presence of parents is crucial for it to be considered complete. However, aside from 2 younger members, Aida's family had all been sent to the south by Wang Lang. Aida must have recalled this matter, which led to her refusal. At that moment, Aida was angry and resented her parents, but after so long, it was time to forgive them. Mom and Dad, let's discuss this matter further. After all, I need to take time off from the association too. Su Chen laughed, brushing the matter aside. After dinner, Su Chen took Aida back to the room upstairs. This wasn't Aida's first time. Here, she naturally knew that Su Chen's room had excellent soundproofing. After not seeing Su Chen for a long time, Aida couldn't contain herself and tightly embraced him. Like dry tinder meeting a spark, it ignited instantly. Aida was like a strong cheetah. Su Chen, who was originally on par with Aida, had indeed seen his physical abilities rise due to the enhancement of his restoration power. The moment Aida saw Su Chen's muscles, her eyes lit up. Darling, you've been so busy with work lately, but you're still keeping up with your workouts. Just in time for you to see the results. Su Chen was equally unreserved. They shared passionate moments together. Aida soon couldn't hold on any longer and surrendered. Can I discuss something with you? Su Chen looked at Aida nestled in his arms. What's wrong, darling? Aida shifted slightly, resting her head on Su Chen's chest. I want to bring my parents-in-law over. Their current workplace has been taken over by the Tianji Association. I can also understand their situation. They are indeed quite honest. Why not let them come back to host the engagement banquet? As long as they behave, I won't hold past grievances against them. Aida didn't expect Su Chen to say this. Her expression became somewhat unnatural. Naturally, she was pleased with what Su Chen said. Thank you. Aida hugged Su Chen tightly. But I can't agree. Su Chen was a bit surprised. Why not? They caused you harm in the first place and wanted to use me as a bargaining chip. That's a sin they must bear. Aida stubbornly shook her head. It's fine. Didn't they compensate you to me? Su Chen kissed Aida's forehead. Aida shyly lay back in Su Chen's embrace. She knew that Su Chen had noticed her behavior at the dinner table today. He made this decision to care for her feelings. I'll go along with whatever you say. Aida burrowed under the covers. After their passionate encounter, her legs were still sore and she could only express her love with her words. Aida's parents and grandmother returned to Spring City under Su Chen's orders. The engagement banquet was proceeding as scheduled. Aida personally wrote the engagement invitations, which Su Chen took to the Tianji Association. Ahem. I have an announcement to make. I'm getting engaged, and here are the invitations. Su Chen cheerfully distributed the invitations. In his department, his subordinates naturally responded with blessings. Some cheered, while others boldly asked Su Chen when he would have a little prince for them. Su Chen smiled and responded to each one. A few stayed in Su Chen's office. Only Li Shiting knew what was happening outside. The remaining few asked about the situation, but Li Shiting wore a mysterious expression and refused to say anything. Wait until my cousin comes in, you can ask him yourselves. Ask me. What? At that moment, Su Chen happened to open the door and walk in. Oh, they are curious about what's going on outside. You all chat first. I'm going out. Li Shiting pushed the door and left. Her invitation had long been taken back by Su Chen's uncle. Oh, I'm getting engaged soon. You must come. Su Chen grinned as he pulled out his invitation. Xuanan and Ning Yu were originally Su Chen's lovers. Seeing the invitation, their expressions showed a hint of disappointment, but they were mentally prepared. Sure, the two still smiled as they accepted the invitation. Seeing Su Chen so happy, they genuinely offered their blessings. Bai Lu had a vague fondness for Su Chen. Who could not love such an outstanding man? After receiving the invitation, she also smiled and expressed her blessings. Su Chen did not stay long and walked towards another department. He still needed to maintain good relationships with his colleagues. The first stop was naturally the office of the finance department head, Huang Chuman. Girlfriend? I'm here. Su Chen didn't knock and directly walked in, shutting the door behind him. Still calling me your girlfriend? It's all over the association. You, Su the great inspector, are getting engaged. But the bride isn't me. Huang Chuman shot Su Chen a resentful glance but still generously offered her congratulations. Give me the invitation. I'll definitely bring a big gift. Huang Chuman extended her hand. But after you get married, won't you have to avoid us? Otherwise, your wife might not be happy. Su Chen placed the invitation in Huang Chuman's hand and laughed heartily. It's fine, Ada knows everything about me and she doesn't mind having more sisters. I can introduce you to each other later. Huang Chuman's expression became a bit strange. I have nothing to do with you. Why would I want to know your wife? Seeing Su Chen's playful demeanor, Huang Chuman felt a surge of anger. She grabbed a tissue from the side and threw it at Su Chen. Su Chen easily caught it and placed it back where it belonged. He leaned forward a few steps, bringing his face close to Huang Chuman's. How is it unrelated? Am I not your boyfriend? Huang Chuman felt Su Chen's breath on her face, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, after several encounters with Su Chen, she had become deeply attracted to him. Whether it was Su Chen's handsome face, his clever way of handling things, or his sense of responsibility as a man, all made her swoon. When people in the association referred to her as Su Chen's girlfriend, Huang Chuman not only didn't feel angry but was somewhat proud. However, this title hadn't even been solidified before it was about to be taken away. But thinking that he was soon to become someone else's husband, Huang Chuman couldn't help but feel her eyes redden. You really are a shameless little thief, stealing hearts but not taking responsibility. The harsher Huang Chuman scolded, the happier Su Chen became. He stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Huang Chuman, blowing gently in her ear. Who says I'm not taking responsibility? I'm here, aren't I? Let go. What would people think if they saw us? So what if they see us? You've been my girlfriend for so long, shouldn't you fulfill some girlfriend duties? Su Chen leaned in closer, and the two squeezed onto the same office chair. Huang Chuman was dressed in her usual work attire today, a fitted shirt and a pencil skirt with skin-tone stockings on her legs. This outfit perfectly struck Su Chen's fancy. The usually serious Huang Chuman was now shyly nestled in Su Chen's embrace. Just thinking about it excited Su Chen. He caressed Huang Chuman's calf, gradually sliding his hand into the depths, exploring the boundaries of her stockings. Then, from Huang Chuman's slender waist, he found the opening of the stockings and began to roll them down little by little until he finally got off Huang Chuman's legs. Huang Chuman's body felt the warmth of Su Chen's palm. Her face was as flushed as a hot iron, radiating heat. Suddenly, Su Chen heard footsteps and stuffed the stockings into Huang Chuman's left hand. Then he stood back in front of Huang Chuman's desk, grinning mischievously at her. A male department member walked in, holding a stack of documents. Huang Chuman hadn't reacted yet, and the moment she saw the member, she understood why Su Chen had done that. Huang Chuman felt a bit angry but didn't know how to express it. She grabbed the tissue that Su Chen had placed back and threw it at the member. Get out! Can't you see I'm discussing important matters with the inspector? The member didn't dare linger and quickly closed the door as he left. Su Chen was still grinning. In her anger, Huang Chuman threw the stockings in her right hand at Su Chen. Not only did Su Chen catch them, but he also shamelessly stuffed them into his pocket. Then he walked away without looking back. You bastard! Su Chen listened to Huang Chuman's curses, laughing even more happily. Originally, Su Chen just needed to wait for the engagement banquet to arrive. But a sudden phone call shattered his peaceful life. Su Chen took a few days off from the Tianji Association. He returned to the Manhwa tribe. Once again, his mood was completely different from when he had come with his family for a vacation last time. This time, Su Chen came to mourn. He had received a call from Yang Shui and Yang Yu. Their father, the tribe leader, had fallen off a cliff while working in the mountains. By the time the people in the tribe noticed something was wrong and went into the mountains to look for him, the leader had already been torn apart by wolves in the mountains. Su Chen walked towards Yang Shui and Yang Yu's home with familiarity. He saw that the surrounding houses were covered with white cloth. Their home had already been set up as a mourning hall. Yang Shui and Yang Yu were crying on their father's coffin, tears streaming down their faces. Su Chen felt a pang of heartache and stepped forward. Upon seeing Su Chen's arrival, they hugged him as if they had found their anchor. Su Chen understood their pain and reached out to stroke their heads, but he didn't know what to say. There were others in the mourning hall continuously offering comfort. They were all saying comforting words. You too shouldn't cry, it's not good for the baby in your belly. This statement stood out particularly. Yang Shui and Yang Yu's sobs gradually quieted down. Su Chen reacted. Upon hearing this, the sisters were pregnant? That meant it was his child. He was overjoyed and a bit excited. But this was, after all, a mourning hall. After helping Yang Shui and Yang Yu greet some visitors who came to pay their respects, he supported the two sisters, saying he would take them to the inner room to rest. In the inner room, Yang Shui and Yang Yu finally calmed their emotions. The three of them sat on the edge of the bed. The sisters hugged Su Chen, one on each side. Let's talk about your current situation. Su Chen placed his hands on their bellies, and although he didn't know if it would help, he still transmitted restorative energy with both hands. The two felt a warmth in their bellies, and the physical discomfort brought on by their sadness eased significantly. They didn't think much of it, just assuming that seeing Su Chen had made them feel better. We've been doing well lately. The baby is very healthy. The Sisters spoke in perfect harmony, each taking turns. And since we're pregnant, we should inherit our father's position as tribe leader together. After all, our tribe has always followed a hereditary system, and the leader has always been from our line. Yang Shui and Yang Yu looked at Su Chen, their eyes filled with grievance. You helped our tribe and the Tianji Association reach a procurement agreement for me and my sister. Life in the village is getting better day by day. But some people have their eyes on my and my sister's positions. They bully us because we are women. They want to take our place. Yang Shui and Yang Yu's eyes were filled with hatred. We suspect that our father's death might not have been an accident, the two said in unison. This was also the reason why they were so heartbroken. Su Chen, please help us. Before Su Chen arrived, the two sisters had been without a backbone. Now that Su Chen was here, they regarded him as their only support. Alright, of course, I will help you, but we can't rush this. We need to take it slow. Su Chen agreed. Even if the clan leader wasn't his father-in-law, he was still a key figure who had given him the treasure map. It was only right to return the favor. Su Chen couldn't just let him be harmed. The two women leaned against Su Chen's embrace. It hadn't been long since he left, and neither of them showed signs of pregnancy yet. However, Su Chen still had them lie down while he took care of things outside. Night fell. Su Chen received a call from Bai Lu. Su Chen, how can you just walk away like this? She opened with a voice full of frustration. It was the first time Su Chen had seen Bai Lu so flustered. Didn't I ask for leave? Su Chen interrupted. With a smile. Do you have any idea how busy the association is right now? President Feng is coming soon, and everyone in the association is trying to build connections. How can you run off at a time like this? Bai Lu was also anxious for Su Chen. Watching others network while her superior had disappeared was disheartening. Bai Lu had always thought that Su Chen was the only capable person in the association who could get things done. Now, this was somewhat disappointing. Her expectations. Oh, come on. Isn't it because I have a capable secretary general? I trust you. As long as you're there, the association will be fine. When I get back, I'll take you shopping. You can pick whatever you want. How about Su Gongzi picking up the tab? Su Chen was pleased with Bai Lu's admiration for him, eager to leverage it for his own advancement. Even if the people in the association didn't know they were selecting the 7 elders, the position of elder Chi was still vacant. Many were eyeing it. The department heads had mentioned the position of the 7 elders. No one wanted to miss out on a chance to rise. Bai Lu continued to chatter on the phone. Su Chen genuinely appreciated Bai Lu's capabilities. Having her as a secretary made things much easier for him. After discussing the association's matters, Bai Lu didn't continue to press him. Then I must take a good chunk from the inspector. I just happened to have my eye on a few new bags. After saying this, Bai Lu cleared her throat and said seriously, if you handle things well, come back quickly. After all, President Feng's arrival involves the selection of the 7 elders. We must not miss this opportunity. Su Chen immediately agreed. He certainly understood the gravity of the situation. The two sisters, who had already fallen into a deep sleep, were awakened by Su Chen's call. They rubbed their sleepy eyes. Yang Shui pursed her lips. It's work-related, right? You should go back and handle it. We can manage. Yeah, there are still quite a few elders in the clan who are on our side. We can. Wait until you finish your business before coming back. Yang Yu quickly chimed in. Alright. Su Chen pressed down the two who wanted to get up, lying back down between them. I can handle my matters. What I need to do now is to take care of my old father-in-law's affairs. We must avenge our grievances, so that he can rest in peace. Yang Shui's eyes turned red. How can we repay you? Yang Yu wrapped her arms around Su Chen's. Su Chen looked at the two beauties on his left and right and chuckled. That depends on you. As he spoke, he reached out to turn off the light. The sisters shared a tacit understanding. The two always managed to surprise Su Chen. Eventually, Su Chen couldn't even distinguish between them without using his eye technique. The next morning, Su Chen accompanied the two women back to the morning hall. The eternal lamp continued to burn quietly. Su Chen didn't understand the customs of the Manhwa tribe. He listened to what Yang Shui and Yang Yu said. When a family member passes away, the younger generation must keep vigil for 3 days. Since Yang Shui and Yang Yu had no other relatives at home, they naturally had to keep vigil. However, both were pregnant, and with Su Chen's strong insistence, don't you want our child to be born a freak? Upon hearing the words our child, the two women blushed and nodded in agreement. However, during the day, they still needed to keep vigil. The rules could not be disregarded. If it weren't for the reasons mentioned above, the filial sons and daughters would have to stay in the morning hall for a full 3 days, taking care of all their needs right there. Although they weren't married, Su Chen still considered himself the son-in-law of the clan leader. He kept vigil alongside them. Seeing the two women in sorrow, Suchin felt a pang of sympathy and wanted to offer some comfort. Before he could say anything, he heard a commotion outside, accompanied by the sound of many footsteps. Leading the group was an elderly man with a grizzled beard, dressed in the traditional attire of the Manhwa people, all in blue. Blue is a noble color among the Manhwa, reserved for those of high status due to the previous scarcity of dye. Great Elder Yang Xuan Yang Yu stood up to greet the leader. No wonder he could wear blue, he was the Great Elder. Su Chen, however, did not bow. If he were an ordinary elder, Su Chen would have shown him respect. But this so-called Great Elder clearly came with ill intentions, not even giving Yang Shui and Yang Yu a good look. Behind him were a group of strong men. If Su Chen weren't there, it would have been inappropriate for a group of grown men to visit two orphaned girls. What are you two doing? As expected, the Great Elder began with a reprimand. Have you forgotten the ancestral rules? How dare you leave the morning hall during the vigil? This is a desecration of the deceased and a provocation of our ancestral customs. The Great Elder, with his grizzled beard, spoke with a voice like thunder. Yang Shui and Yang Yu couldn't help but take a few steps back, finally standing beside Su Chen, feeling reassured. The strong men behind them began to voice their outrage. Exactly, the clan leader just died, and you two break the rules and leave. We Manhwa have never had such people. Right, how can this be allowed? I heard that when the Great Elder's father died, he kept vigil for 7 days without leaving. Yes, that's how it should be. A crowd of people pointed fingers at Yang Shui and Yang Yu as if they had committed an unforgivable crime. Yang Shui stood protectively in front of her sister, wanting to explain. We are pregnant. Pregnant? What does that matter? Even if you're on the verge of death, as long as you're not dead, you must keep vigil for the ancestors. Yang Shui was interrupted by the Great Elder's scolding before she could finish. His eyes were filled with disdain, and there seemed to be a hint of smugness. Perhaps in the Great Elder's eyes, Yang Shui and Yang Yu were just two girls he could easily manipulate. Unaware of these complexities, the two girls, having grown up in the tribe, were somewhat naive. Although they felt wronged, they began to ponder whether they had done something wrong. But Su Chen saw everything clearly. This group had come today just to stir up trouble. Great Elder? Your behavior is quite inappropriate. The old clan leader has died. Therefore, Yang Shui and Yang Yu are the new clan leaders. Is this how you treat the clan leader? If the Great Elder's voice was like thunder, relying solely on his volume, Su Chen's voice, though not loud, was like a bolt from the blue. Years of managing the Tianji Association had imbued his voice with authority. As soon as he spoke, the Great Elder instinctively took a few steps back, feeling embarrassed. This only made him more furious. Clan leader? What clan leader? Has the clan leader been decided? It hasn't even been settled yet. Even if it were, as the most qualified person in the clan, it is only right for me to educate these two young girls. The Great Elder scrutinized Su Chen, trying to discern the truth of the man before him. And you, who do you think you are? Dare to meddle in the affairs of our Manhwa tribe? Is this the place for your finger-pointing? To bolster his own authority and cover up the embarrassment of having just been intimidated, the elder waved his hand. A dozen strong men stepped forward behind him. However, this did not intimidate Su Chen. He stood up from his chair and positioned himself in front of Yang Shui and Yang Yu. Oh, the elder has quite the imposing presence. Su Chen sneered. The Manhwa tribe has become wealthy and is living a good life. Huh? As Su Chen said this, several strong men couldn't help but show proud expressions. There are many ethnic minorities in Yunnan and Tibet, but only the Manhwa tribe, thanks to Su Chen, received support from the Tianji Association. This was a point of pride for these people. Only the elder felt a bit uneasy. Looking at Su Chen, he found him somewhat familiar. Open your eyes wide and look at me. Why has this tribe been doing well lately? Even this remote place has people coming to collect goods. They've even paved the roads. You don't really think this is a treasure land, do you? I am the benefactor of your tribe. Faced with Su Chen at this moment, the elder felt as if he were confronting the Wolf King in his youth. Such an aura is not something an ordinary person can possess. You are from the Tianji Association. Su Chen's words finally reminded the elder of his identity. It was this young man who saved Yang Shui and Yang Yu and later promised to help the Manhwa tribe step out into the world. That was when the organization called the Tianji Association came here to help the Manhwa people pave the way. They bought a large number of ancient artifacts from the tribe that the tribesmen could only use as decorations. This is what made the Manhwa tribe wealthy. According to the people from the Tianji Association, all of this was ordered by Su Chen, the inspector. What is an inspector? The elder vaguely remembered asking a member of the Tianji Association, and they said, in our Tianji Association, besides the 7 most powerful leaders, the next is the inspector. When he said this, his eyes were filled with awe. At this moment, the elder felt like giving himself 2 slaps. His arrogant demeanor instantly deflated. The once exposed lion suddenly turned into a kitten. The strong men behind the elder, seeing him like this, naturally understood that this was someone they could not afford to offend. They dared not say more and even took a few steps back. Su Chen's revealed identity naturally intimidated the elder. However, when it came to the position of the tribe leader, especially the benefits that the current leader could gain, the elder was unwilling to give up so easily. So it turns out to be the esteemed inspector. I've long heard that our tribe's prosperity is all thanks to the guidance of the esteemed inspector. The elder's words directly pointed out Su Chen's identity. This was also a reminder to the people behind him. Among the dozen strong men behind him, besides the young ones, there were also a few middle-aged men. Like the elder, they had come for the position of tribe leader. You are too polite, elder. Su Chen raised his hand in a cooperative manner, though his attitude was somewhat perfunctory. His demeanor towards those who wanted to bully Yang Shui and Yang Yu was far from pleasant. But the elder did not care about that. You are indeed a great benefactor of our tribe. However, we cannot just listen to everything you say. The Manhwa tribe is ultimately the Manhwa people's own affair. Go on. Su Chen wanted to see what tricks this person was trying to play. Yang Shui and Yang Yu are indeed girls we have watched grow up. They are too young to command respect as tribe leader. I see. The elder has a point. Then how about this, you take the position of tribe leader. As soon as Su Chen said this, a look of joy appeared on the elder's face. The expressions of the middle-aged men behind him changed. They had come for the position of tribe leader, and now the benefactor had designated the elder. If that were the case, they would have no chance at all. As Su Chen continued, anyway, my investment here was for Yang Shui and Yang Yu. You, the clan leader, can take over. We'll take Yang Shui and Yang Yu away. I'll withdraw my investment. From today on, I can guarantee that your goods will never be sold again. No one will sell anything to you. The Manhwa tribe can fend for itself. Whatever happens, I won't care anymore. By the way, the road I paid to build, I'll have someone smash it. Quite reasonable, right? Su Chen was clearly threatening them. He was too lazy to argue with these people. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the elder immediately panicked. If it really came to that, what was the point of being the clan leader? Not only would he not make any money, but he would also be ridiculed by the villagers for driving away the benefactor. This won't do, Inspector. I just thought about it, and I still think we should follow the ancestral rules. Yang Shui and Yang Yu should be the clan leaders, and I will be the first to support them. Hearing Su Chen's words, not only the elder but also the people he brought fell silent. Even a few middle-aged men who were eyeing the position of clan leader were angry in their hearts, feeling that their good job had been ruined by a kid who showed up out of nowhere. But Su Chen was clear. Although the Manhwa tribe retained some primitive traditions, it was not completely isolated from the outside world. The reality was right there. No one dared to question the sisters inheriting the position of clan leader anymore. Then, Inspector, we'll take our leave. We won't disturb you any longer. The elder looked at the few people behind him, all of whom were speechless, their heads down, not daring to look at Su Chen. He knew they had lost their motivation. He immediately turned around and took his leave from Su Chen. A group that had come in with great momentum left looking dejected, like defeated generals. It was somewhat amusing. Throughout the entire incident, Yang Shui and Yang Yu had not said a word. They trusted Su Chen, trusted their man. After the outsiders left, the two finally stopped hiding their feelings, hugging Su Chen from either side. Thank you, Su Chen. If it weren't for you, the elder would definitely have taken the position of clan leader. Go away. Su Chen tapped Yang Shui on the head. Yang Yu, who wanted to echo her sister, shrank her neck, glad she hadn't spoken up, or she would have been tapped on the head too. You two are both the mothers of my children. Why are you still being polite with me? Do you see me as an outsider? Yang Yu playfully stuck out her tongue. Yang Shui directly leaned on Su Chen's shoulder. Looking at the obedient pair, Su Chen continued, what you need to do is to focus on your pregnancy and take good care of the children. Don't worry, I will keep the development of the Manhwa tribe in mind. With my help, you can relax a bit. The two wanted to continue thanking Su Chen, but were deterred by his intimidating gaze. The sisters shared a tacit understanding. One on the left and one on the right, they kissed Su Chen on the cheek. Only then did Su Chen nod in satisfaction. However, there was still one thing he needed to ask for Yang Shui and Yang Yu's opinion. There are still some people in the tribe that need to be dealt with. Otherwise, they will always be a hidden danger for both of you. It's fine while I'm here, but if I'm not around, you could be in danger. We'll listen to you. The two nodded obediently. Their eyes were all on Su Chen. Whatever he said was what it was. Just tell us what you need us to do. Right. Su Chen quickly took action. From that day on, a message began to spread among the tribe. Have you heard? A Masuwa woman said, mysteriously to her companion. She kept looking around, afraid of being discovered. This girl was Juoma, one of the first to do business with the Tianji Association. She was very well informed. What's going on? Juoma's companion, Naxita, asked. I heard that someone found a piece of clothing in the clothes worn by the old clan leader on the day of the incident. Ah, so what? Naxita was confused. This piece of clothing isn't from the old patriarch, the sisters Yang Shui and Yang Yu suspect it was left behind by the person who killed him. But we can't find the murderer, can we? It's just a piece of clothing. TCH, what do you know? I've heard from outsiders that current technology is amazing. If you get the clothing, you can find out who you are from the residues left on it. Don't even mention clothing, even nails and hair can be traced. The two sisters are getting ready to report it to the police. If someone really did push the old patriarch off the cliff, there must be evidence left behind. By the way, you can't tell anyone else. After saying this, Juoma specifically reminded her partner. Naxita nodded after hearing this. Do you know? The old patriarch was murdered. Naxita was sharing the news she had heard with her other friends. Just then, a group led by the elder overheard them. A few of them changed their expressions slightly. What nonsense are you spouting? Shut up. The patriarch fell to his death by himself. No spreading rumors. Otherwise, we'll deal with you according to clan rules. Someone immediately stepped forward to reprimand them. Behind the elder, Naxita, seeing the newcomer, was frightened and pulled her friend away. The person turned back to look at the elder, their eyes showing a hint of panic. Let's go back to report. In a dimly lit room, the elder and several middle-aged men dressed in blue were seated around a round table. The only light in the room came from a dim incandescent lamp above the table. The flickering light cast a gloomy shadow on the elder's face. Do you think those two girls and that kid really discovered something? How could that be? Lantai was a bit agitated. When the elder pushed the patriarch down, he was the closest, and his clothes were torn. I remember a piece of your clothing was ripped off. Huang Yi stepped forward to point it out. I got rid of that piece of clothing. Why? Were you so close at that time? The group of men in their 40s and 50s began to argue like children. The elder felt a headache coming on. Everyone, be quiet. Is this the time to discuss this? I just think it's too coincidental. Lantai was still trying to argue. Enough, enough. Huang Yi waved his hand. Whether it's true or not, we just need to destroy the old patriarch's body. Huang Yi looked intently at the elder. Right, elder, let's do it. Lantai was also waiting for the elder to make a decision. The remaining few were all waiting for the elder's lead. They were all in this together now. Do you think that outside technology is really that powerful? The elder hesitated a bit. It should be. I heard that our things can be tested for their age using carbon and whatnot. Carbon can do that besides just being used for fire. I didn't even know that, Lantai said. He was referring to the carbon-14 dating method for testing the age of antiques. Yeah, it's quite eerie. We don't even know what methods they have. All right. The elder's gaze became firm and he made up his mind. Then let's burn the morning hall. Even if there is evidence, it won't be found. And those two girls and that kid. Burn them all. The elder's words made the others' hearts tremble. What are you hesitating for? If this gets exposed, we're all dead. If it doesn't get exposed and we become the patriarch, how much can we earn in a year? All right, let's do it. Lantai was the first to agree. The piece of clothing was his. If it could be traced back, he would be the first to be in trouble. With someone taking the lead, the rest quickly made up their minds. They would burn everything, leaving nothing behind, and they would act quickly. As night fell, Lantai led a group toward the morning hall. He had been a hunter in his youth, and his skills were the best. Moreover, he didn't trust outsiders to handle these matters. The elder, being older, was left at home by Lantai and the others. Looking at the bright eternal lamp in the night, Lantai took a deep breath. Make sure there are no mistakes. After today, ignite the fire and lock the door. A wooden lock won't leave any traces. Lantai instructed. A few people nodded in agreement. The Masuwa tribe had just received electricity. Lighting was not yet widespread. Yang Shui and Yang Yu's home was the only source of light. Lantai led the group inside. Get to work. The great elder was right. These people really have no spirit keepers. Lantai sighed in relief. The others felt the same. They began to use the fire sources they had brought to prepare for the arson. Wait, don't ignite it. A different smell wafting through his nose made Lantai alert. Oh no, it's kerosene. He recalled what the smell was. Someone poured kerosene before we arrived. Just as Lantai finished speaking, he saw Huang Yi throw the fire source into the corner. The fire source landed on a puddle of liquid, and instantly, a fierce blaze erupted. The flames looked like the smile of a demon. The temperature around them rose rapidly. Hurry, hurry! A few people had reacted and realized something was wrong. The door won't open. The person closest to the door cried out in despair. Impossible! Lan Tai, dragging his body in his 40s, charged at the door. Bang! He collided and felt dizzy, but the door remained unmoved. The flames had already reached his feet, even igniting his shoes soaked in kerosene. What about the other rooms? They're all locked tight. Bash the door, everyone together, or we'll all die. Lan Tai shouted fiercely. The group pushed together, but the door still wouldn't budge. Hit it again. Lan Tai wanted to struggle further, but someone had already screamed in agony. The fire was now uncontrollable. That night, the funeral hall caught fire, illuminating the pitch-black sky. Wails and cries echoed from the sea of flames. The fire burned all night. By the time people discovered it, it was too late to extinguish it. The Manhwa tribe had only a few wells, and they were too far away to be of any help. Until everything that could burn was consumed, the fire finally subsided, leaving only debris scattered on the ground. The agents arrived at the scene to collect evidence. The new agents were stunned by the sight. Evidence collection was still ongoing, but the conclusion was already obvious. The deceased all bore steel knives. Some even had remnants of flint on them. Flint and fire sources were the only means of igniting fire for the Manhwa tribe. There were still traces of flammable materials. The agents concluded that these deceased were the arsonists, and they even seemed to have ulterior motives. But for some unknown reason, they had failed. Coupled with the overwhelming flames, they ultimately could not escape. The great elder looked at the scene with a face full of sorrow. His name was Lan Jing, and Lan Tai was his son. To be safe, Lan Tai had also taken his only 2 grandsons, both in their 20s. Huang Yi was also a relative from his wife's side. They had died without any clarity, and the police had discovered they were the arsonists. He was utterly despondent. But he was also somewhat clever and thought this might be the arrangement of Su Chen and his group, deliberately setting him up to die. Otherwise, how could it be that they had just not settled into the room next to the funeral hall? Instead, they had coincidentally gone to the place where the Tianji Association was stationed. It was you who killed my son. Lan Jing pointed at Su Chen, his eyes filled with rage. The deceased were all relatives of Lan Jing, so his words naturally attracted the agent's attention. What happened? An older agent stepped forward. They are murderers. Agent, you have to give me justice. Lan Jing jumped around, pointing at Su Chen. His nerves seemed a bit frayed. Upon seeing Yang Shui and Yan Yu arrive, Lan Jing's anger flared again. Yes, and these 2, they are also the killers. The agents began to ask detailed questions. They inquired about any evidence he had. But Lan Jing stammered and couldn't articulate his thoughts. Moreover, what he had done was not honorable, and speaking out would lead to consequences. It was inevitable that his words would be disjointed. In the agent's eyes, he was just a man who had lost all his descendants. The old man, who had become a bit mad, was just rambling. Comrade agent, I have evidence. Of course, Lan Jing had no evidence. Su Chen stepped forward confidently. The agent glanced at Su Chen. This confidence didn't seem fake. He patiently asked, what evidence do you have? He killed the previous clan leader. And then he wanted to destroy the evidence. Su Chen said boldly, you're talking nonsense. It was you who killed my son. Lan Jing exploded. But surrounded by agents, he was quickly restrained. Seeing the agents wanting to take Lan Jing away, Su Chen hurriedly stopped them. Comrade agent, let him watch. My evidence isn't something to hide. As he spoke, Su Chen took out a sealed bag containing a piece of blue fabric. This is something the old clan leader was holding. It's a piece of the blue tie's clothing. You can take it for testing. You'll definitely find the DNA of the old clan leader and blue tie. By the way, the old clan leader and blue tie have already passed away, but their relatives are still around, and we can compare their DNA. The news from yesterday was spread by me. I said I had evidence. I originally wanted to lure them to destroy the evidence so I could catch them red-handed. But seeing that they were all armed, I left early. Su Chen pulled out his phone, which contained complete surveillance footage. This was all provided by the Tianji Association. It had been available since early morning, but the people in the tribe hadn't paid attention. Su Chen's evidence was very thorough. The agent didn't ask too many questions. Politely requesting to take Yang Shui and Yan Yu's hair for comparison, he took the elder away. Watching Lan Jing's fierce expression, Su Chen sneered inwardly. In fact, Su Chen had observed the elder and these people with his eye technique from the very beginning. He had learned about the events early on and found evidence from the old clan leader. However, he didn't report it immediately. Instead, he set a trap to lure them in. Plus, the Tianji Association had already set up surveillance, so Su Chen had been observing in the shadows, allowing him to know their plans. Night fell. This was also Su Chen's last night here. Yang Shui and Yang Yu looked at Su Chen with delight. They were still sharing the same bed, one on the left and one on the right. Thank you, Su Chen. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be able to take revenge. Knowing that Su Chen didn't like her being overly polite, Yang Shui still expressed her gratitude. Then she gave Su Chen a deep kiss. Yang Yu was not to be outdone. You really are someone who does great things. You discovered the clues at the beginning and didn't notify the police to arrest anyone. Instead, you set up such a trap to lure these people in. A fire burned everything clean, eliminating future troubles. Being passionately kissed by two women, Su Chen laughed. Do you think I'm too ruthless? But when they killed my father, didn't they think it was ruthless? Exactly. Revenge for revenge. Which girl from our tribe doesn't like a wild man? Right. Can you be a bit more ruthless? As Yang Shui said this, she burrowed into Su Chen's blanket. Sister, you got ahead of me again. Yang Yu felt a bit jealous. Su Chen, helpless, had to kiss her to prevent her from complaining. I will come to you after I finish eating. This was the last night. Next time it would be even more inconvenient for the two of them. Under the moonlight, the three wild bodies intertwined together. After bidding farewell to Yang Shui and Yang Yu, Su Chen returned to Spring City. The work at the Tianji Association was indeed a lot. As soon as he arrived at the office, Bai Lu brought in a huge stack of documents. She explained for more than half an hour, saying she was parched. Gosh! Looking at these. Seeing that she was done, Su Chen pulled out several paper bags from under the desk. Bai Lu's eyes lit up. I bought the latest bags from the brand you like. I didn't get it wrong, did I? Bai Lu couldn't wait to open them. Su Chen knew he hadn't made a mistake. Next time you throw in the towel like this, even if you buy the store, I won't help you. Bai Lu pouted. That won't do. The secretary handles matters. How can I leave you? What if there's nothing to do? Do you not want me anymore? Bai Lu was preoccupied with playing with her bag, following Su Chen's words without much thought. She soon realized she might have said something wrong. Looking up, she saw Su Chen looking at her with a strange expression. What do you mean by nothing? I don't know. I wonder if Bai secretary can enlighten me. Bai Lu wasn't an old fossil. She naturally knew the next line after, the secretary handles matters. Humph. Bai Lu blushed and stopped talking. Su Chen also refrained from teasing her further. Besides work, there were other matters he cared about. President Feng is arriving in Spring City today. Should we go pick him up? Bai Lu was quite relieved. If Su Chen had been any later, they would have missed the airport pickup, but now there was still a chance. The association's side, the 7 elders and the major inspectors will all be going together. Of course, there were only 6 people among the 7 elders. Isn't that common knowledge? Bai Lu asked this because, after spending so long together, she had come to understand that Su Chen's temperament was quite unusual, showing little interest in such specialized matters and only wanting to get things done. As expected. What for? Don't I have a lot of things to handle? Su Chen's response was not surprising to Bai Lu. If he comes to the company, I'll just greet him if I run into him. Su Chen's indifferent attitude. Bai Lu didn't press further. The airport at night was still crowded. The 7 elders and some senior department heads had come to pick up the flight. President Feng's status was very important. The Tianji Association had sent a private plane for him. Elder Tian led the group to welcome him. President Feng followed behind a group of bodyguards. Upon seeing Elder Tian, he stepped forward from the crowd. He looked at a group of people holding up banners. They read things like "Welcome President Feng for inspection," showing no visible emotion. Elder Tian, why are you still here? It's windy at night. President Feng draped his coat over Elder Tian. Although his status was higher, President Feng clearly had no airs about him. After exchanging pleasantries with the other 7 elders and the inspectors, "Hey, Elder Tian? Our department's new inspector? Su Chen. Why isn't he here?" President Feng's expression was calm, revealing no emotion. Many people in the crowd were gloating. They felt that Su Chen was in for some trouble, trying to act high and mighty, and now he's in a mess. Elder Tian felt somewhat helpless. He couldn't just say that Su Chen didn't like such trivial matters. He's been busy preparing for his engagement banquet these past few days and unintentionally neglected President Feng. Upon hearing this, President Feng laughed heartily. Oh, then isn't this a coincidence? With such a joyous occasion, I must ask for a cup of celebratory wine. Remember to tell Inspector Su and send me an invitation. After saying this, he ignored the astonished gazes of the crowd and left with Elder Tian, leaving everyone dumbfounded. They wondered what kind of luck this Su Chen had to catch President Feng's attention. Su Chen, of course, was unaware of the happenings at the airport. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much. because what he was dealing with at the moment was far more important than President Fong. Su Chen was at the professor's house, mysteriously pulling out a piece of animal skin. "Professor, guess what this is?" The piece of animal skin Su Chen took out was undoubtedly a treasure map, the last piece of the puzzle for Wu Sangui's treasure. This was a gift from Yang Xuan Yanyu before Su Chen left the Masua tribe. After the two sisters became the clan leaders, they acted decisively. In the name of the clan leader, they searched the entire tribe for antiques. They even turned the ancestral treasury of the clan upside down. It was only after much effort that they found it tucked away in a corner. It turned out that a previous clan leader, not recognizing its value, had used this piece of animal skin to wrap herbs. Seeing this piece of animal skin made Su Chen so excited that he even wanted to spend another day with the two sisters. Su Chen didn't go to the airport. To a large extent, it was to resolve the matter of this treasure map. The professor was equally excited upon seeing the piece of animal skin. He wasn't particularly interested in treasures, but being able to personally find the treasure and uncover the truth of history, even participating in the excavation of the treasure, allows a long-buried story to unfold once more. There is nothing that excites historians more than this. When he saw the pattern of the animal skin, Professor Xiang immediately recognized it as the treasure. He pulled Su Chen and dove into the study. The area of Chun City, along with the original form of the treasure map, had long been familiar to Professor Xiang. After taking out a magnifying glass to examine it closely, Professor Xiang reached a conclusion. The treasure's location is right in the center of Chun City. Su Chen gasped. After waiting so long, there was finally a result. The original treasure must have been hidden by Wu Sangui in the mountains. Unexpectedly, time had changed everything, and this place turned out to be the center of Chun City. The once desolate outskirts had transformed into a bustling CBD. So where exactly is it? Su Chen was a bit impatient. However, he noticed that Professor Xiang's expression was not very good. Hearing Su Chen's words, the professor pointed to the current map of Chun City. Su Chen looked and was shocked to see it was the embassy of Mao Country. Because the people of Mao Country had a high demand for jade resources, they established this embassy in Chun City, which was very close to Nanyu and originally a hub for jade trading. Now, regardless of Professor Xiang's bad mood, Su Chen's expression mirrored his. This was truly a headache. If it were a small country, it would be fine. Su Chen could use some means, like regional planning and demolition, and it would just cost a bit more money. But this was Mao Country. Su Chen really had no way out. However, the old professor was experienced. "You don't need to be so troubled. After all, what we want is just the treasure, not the land. As long as we can find a way to rent the embassy for a while, secretly, start the excavation, and then restore it to its original state, that would be fine." This was indeed a good idea. Su Chen pondered. In that case, he wouldn't have to worry about the land issue. He could just establish a good relationship with the Mao diplomats. That would be much simpler than acquiring the land. Su Chen thanked the professor. Professor Xiang waved his hand. Just the comparison between the treasure map and the current map had already captivated him. Wu Sangui's treasure map was even more complete than the existing maps. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Su Chen arrived at the association. On his way to the office, he noticed that he was being watched more than usual. Usually, it was just the security at the front desk greeting him. Now, along the way, many people were pointing and whispering about him. Even when he reached the office, his subordinates were much more enthusiastic than before. "What's going on outside? I didn't win the lottery. Why is everyone so enthusiastic?" Su Chen was quite puzzled. Just as Bai Lu was organizing documents in her office, he voiced his confusion. "You really don't pay attention to anything, do you?" Bai Lu covered her mouth. But she didn't keep it a secret like Li Shitting. "You don't know. After President Fong got off the plane yesterday and saw you weren't there to pick him up, he specifically asked where you went." Old Tian had no choice but to make up an excuse, saying you were preparing for your wedding. At that time, quite a few people were waiting to see your joke. And then, Su Chen knew that if President Fong was really angry, the people in the association today wouldn't be looking at him with admiration and respect. Their gazes would likely be filled with mockery and glee. Not only was President Fong not angry, but he also asked you for an invitation. Isn't that a good sign for you? Even Bai Lu's face lit up as she said this. President Fong was someone many in the association respected and admired. Being noticed by President Fong meant that success was not far off. Su Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. He didn't have too many emotions about it. Although he felt a bit of a desire for power due to the Nightingale incident, he believed that with his abilities he would eventually be able to advance further. If we're talking about flattering others, that's not Su Chen's style. Since President Fong is coming, let's send him an invitation. "Ha! Aren't you going in person?" You could also build a rapport with President Fong. Even if you don't do anything, it's good to get familiar. Bai Lu was momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. Her immediate superior, who usually seemed reliable, had suddenly dropped the ball at a critical moment. Can't you just go? I have things to do today and need to step out. Su Chen glanced at Bai Lu. No way. Seeing Su Chen's nonchalant attitude, Bai Lu felt exasperated. President Fong is coming to inspect the company tonight. You should be here to host him properly. Why are you running off? Besides, you weren't here yesterday and now you're not here today. It's hard to justify. If someone with ulterior motives takes advantage of this, President Fong might think you have a problem with him. Bai Lu was practically seething with frustration. She knew Su Chen's character and abilities all too well. He was more than capable of being the president of the Southwest region. I'm just going to handle some official business. It's not personal. If President Fong really is as petty as you say, he wouldn't be President Fong. Besides, this inspection doesn't concern our department's business. He has plenty of people to serve him. Why should we rush to join the fray? Su Chen chuckled, not taking Bai Lu's words to heart. He planned to visit the embassy of Mao country to scout things out. Finding treasure was his top priority. Once the treasure was uncovered, with Wu Sangui's collection, there would surely be extremely valuable items inside, which he could later present as his own achievements. A promotion and raise were just a matter of time. There was no need to engage in flattery. Of course, he couldn't share this with Bai Lu. After giving his instructions, Su Chen drove off casually. Bai Lu was left standing there, stamping her feet in frustration. Su Chen didn't care much. He drove straight towards the embassy of the Mao people. On the way, while driving, Su Chen noticed a woman on the non-motorized vehicle lane chasing after a man. The man was dressed in all black, wearing a mask and carrying a woman's handbag. He must be a thief, Su Chen thought. He pressed down on the accelerator. In Spring City, there were independent flower beds between the non-motorized and motorized lanes, living up to its name. Su Chen maneuvered his car to the corner ahead of the thief. Then, with a stylish drift, the Ferrari traced a perfect 7 on the road. It positioned itself right in front of the thief through the gaps in the flower beds. As the thief turned the corner, he crashed directly into Su Chen's car. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen jumped out of the car and kicked the thief to the ground. Unexpectedly, his kick was too strong, sending the man flying into the flower bed, where he was knocked out. After all, he was just a thief. Su Chen didn't care. Picking up the handbag that had fallen to the ground, Su Chen was about to take out his phone to call the police when he heard a rush of wind behind him. Turning around, he caught something flying towards him with his hand and discovered it was a black high heel. Before Su Chen could react, a woman darted in front of him. To his surprise, she was a Mao person, only slightly shorter than him. Su Chen's height was already considered exceptional in the Indian region, standing at a solid 1.85 meters, making such a woman quite rare. The Mao woman had long, golden hair that was naturally curly, not permed. It was incredibly shiny, even reflecting golden light in the sunlight. Her skin was unlike anything Su Chen had ever seen, smooth and delicate, resembling a porcelain doll. Just as Su Chen marveled at her supermodel-like figure, she grabbed the remaining high heel and prepared to strike him. Seeing her fierce expression, Su Chen realized she had mistaken him for the thief. He dropped what he was holding and directly grabbed her hands, rendering her immobile, a smooth and tender sensation accompanying the action. Su Chen quickly explained, "Beautiful lady, look clearly, the person who snatched your bag is over there." Su Chen pointed with his chin. The woman followed Su Chen's gaze and indeed saw the thief lying on the ground. Upon seeing her expression of shame, Su Chen released her hands. The girl had already subdued the hostility that had been radiating from her. From her originally fierce demeanor, she now smiled sweetly, like an angel. "Oh, I'm so sorry. You are truly a brave and handsome gentleman." The girl expressed her gratitude to Su Chen in somewhat clumsy Chinese. Although she was a bit surprised by the rapid change in his expression, Su Chen understood that people from her country were very direct. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called a fighting nation. The beautiful girl in front of him looked sweet and charming. If she were to drink, she could probably handle 2 or 3 drinks easily. So, should we call the police directly? Looking at the girl in high heels, with her delicate and fair feet, Su Chen found it hard to imagine she had chased the thief barefoot for a whole street. Although the thief was already unconscious, leaving him like this wasn't a solution. As Su Chen walked towards the thief, he asked, "Are you going to call the police?" Just as the girl was about to answer, she saw Su Chen lift the thief up with one hand, his eyes shining. "Great! I'll call the police. By the way, my name is Anna Sherbakova, what's yours?" "Anna Sherbakova? I'm Su Chen. Just call me Anna." Su Chen waited for Anna to finish calling the police, and the two chatted casually while waiting for the officers to arrive. Anna's interest in Su Chen was clearly significant as she kept engaging him in conversation. Su Chen, who was just about to head to the embassy, also wanted to gather some information. Anna, are you familiar with the people at your embassy? What's up? I happen to want to go to the embassy. Isn't this road the main route to the embassy? I want to travel to your country. I grew up in Yunnan, you know, it's spring all year round here, and I want to experience the snowy scenery of your country. Su Chen casually fabricated a topic, his eyes filled with longing as he spoke. Anna didn't suspect anything. Really? That's wonderful. My father is the ambassador at the embassy. Your visa will definitely be approved. Hearing Su Chen's yearning for snow and her country, Anna was eager to assure him that she would take care of everything. Su Chen had a strange expression. He hadn't expected that the girl from her country he had helped out of kindness was actually the ambassador's daughter. What a coincidence! Due to the foreign affairs aspect, the officers arrived even faster than usual. After confirming that the thief was not in critical condition, they noted Anna's name and took the thief away. Perhaps due to Su Chen's physical improvement, the thief didn't wake up even as he was being taken away. Don't mind me, I was a bit too rough. Su Chen felt a bit embarrassed. In Anna's eyes, this didn't detract from his charm. If anything, it added to it. So, handsome gentleman, you don't mind giving me a ride, do you? Anna blinked her eyes, waiting for Su Chen's response. Of course not. Su Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. He helped Anna open the car door and then got in himself. With Anna in the car, Su Chen smoothly drove into the embassy. Oh, Daddy! Anna shouted as soon as she got out of the car. A tall man, nearly 2 meters high with a full beard, walked out. Anna muttered something softly. The man's gaze towards Su Chen became friendly. Come in, young man. You saved my daughter. You are a friend of our people. The ambassador's voice was not deliberately suppressed. Anna was already the darling of the embassy, and soon a crowd of people rushed out, surrounding Su Chen. As they entered, Anna's family, her parents, were very warm towards Su Chen, offering him a variety of unique local specialties to taste. Of course, if it weren't for Anna's intervention, the Russian ambassador would probably still be dragging Su Chen to drink during the day. Su Chen responded with neither humility nor arrogance. Anna's gaze towards Su Chen was filled with intrigue. Su Chen successfully entered the Russian embassy. On the side of the Tianji Association, Director Feng's inspection work would certainly not stop because of this. During the inspection at the association, Director Feng was warmly welcomed by everyone. Elder Tian and many others came out to accompany him. As Director Feng scanned the room, he naturally did not see Su Chen's figure. Where is Su Chen? Why hasn't he come again? Director Feng's question caught Elder Tian off guard. He was also helpless but couldn't say it directly. Ahem, he went on a mission. Elder Tian awkwardly covered for Su Chen. At this moment, Su Chen was on a mission at the Russian embassy. Ahem, he was having dinner with Anna's family. The alcohol that couldn't be avoided during the day had finally arrived. The Russian food was quite delicious. Besides bread as the staple, there was mainly alcohol and meat. High-proof vodka and large chunks of grilled meat were very much in line with the Russian style. Su Chen was also not one to refuse. If Anna's father dared to raise his glass, he would dare to drink alone. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 flavors of dishes, Anna's father, Arthur, found Su Chen increasingly likable. Young man, you are quite something. You are the best drinker I've seen among the Chinese, Arthur said, repeatedly patting Su Chen's shoulder with his hairy hand. Su Chen was also not shy. He raised his glass. Cheers! Anna's mother and Anna did not stop them, and even joined in the drinking. Su Chen, are you married? Arthur suddenly asked. I'm currently preparing for my engagement party. Arthur, you must come, our Chinese wine is also quite good. I have some aged wine brewed in the mountains. Arthur's eyes lit up at the mention of wine, but he looked a bit disappointed. I still want to find a Chinese man for Anna. You Chinese know how to take care of people, we Russians can't compare, and I worry about my daughter. I thought you were quite good. What a pity, Su. Arthur expressed his regret by continuing to drink. Anna, who had also drunk quite a bit, generously said to Su Chen, Su, my father is right. I really like you. Even if we can't be a couple, we can still be close friends. If possible, I would like to attend the wedding of the main character. Great. Everyone come. There will be plenty of good wine. Su Chen agreed, inviting them all to his engagement party. Whether there would be enough wine was uncertain, but there was indeed a lot at the embassy. Everyone drank and chatted happily. Before long, Su Chen began to feel a bit dizzy. He didn't use his recovery power to cheat. That would make drinking too uninteresting. Seeing Su Chen fall down, Arthur looked quite pleased. Su's drinking capacity is still a bit worse than ours. Although Arthur was smug, he was still quite down to earth in his actions. Su Chen was arranged to rest in a room at the embassy. Arthur, being A noble in Russia, also brought servants to China. Su Chen was led into the room by a servant. After everything was tidied up, the servant left a teapot by his bedside and exited. Su Chen was alone in the room. In this seemingly calm room, Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide. The flush on his face from drinking quickly faded. His gaze became clear again. He had used his recovery power to completely restore his liver and brain functions affected by alcohol. Naturally, he didn't bother to use it while drinking, but he had come here today on a mission. He certainly wouldn't let it interfere with his work. Feeling his brain, he was unprecedentedly clear-headed, with not a hint of drunkenness. Su Chen couldn't help but marvel at how miraculous this ability was. He poured himself a glass of water but did not act immediately. During the day, he noticed that there were quite a few surveillance cameras in the embassy. If he dared to act recklessly here, he could be charged with espionage the next day. It would be hard to explain then. Su Chen stayed for a while, glancing at the time. It was almost time. Without putting on any clothes, he squinted and staggered to his feet. If he was going to act, he had to go all out. Su Chen groggily opened the door and walked unsteadily. During the day, someone had followed him, and he was unfamiliar with the layout. Now, he walked while observing the surroundings, silently, memorizing the layout in his mind. Before he could walk too far, Anna suddenly appeared. "What are you doing, Su?" Seeing Su Chen's state, Anna felt a bit taken aback and covered her mouth as she asked, "I need to relieve myself. I want to find a bathroom." Su Chen mumbled, his words unclear. Anna understood him completely. Such words made her blush deeply. But seeing Su Chen swaying and unable to stand straight, she had no choice but to help him. After all, Su Chen was a guest. Anna wrapped her arms around him, and Su Chen didn't hold back, leaning directly against her. Although he had been drinking, Anna still had a refreshing scent about her. The evening breeze carried it into Su Chen's nose. The embassy's style was built according to Russian architectural designs. Supporting Su Chen, Anna naturally didn't suspect the man beside her. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen took the chance to observe his surroundings without restraint. When they reached the bathroom door, Su Chen struggled to walk in by himself. Just as he pushed Anna away, he stumbled and nearly fell. Anna quickly rushed to support him. "I can't hold it anymore," Su Chen muttered. He thought that if he were to act in a movie, winning the Oscar for Best Actor wouldn't be too much to ask. Anna looked at Su Chen's handsome face, gritted her teeth, and followed him inside. Having drunk quite a bit, Su Chen really couldn't hold it any longer. With one hand still supporting him, he could only use one hand to operate. After pulling for a while, he still couldn't get his belt undone. Originally determined to not look at anything once inside, Anna noticed Su Chen's awkwardness. Out of kindness, she reached out and unbuckled his belt. Just as Su Chen was struggling to undo his belt and was about to pull down his zipper, he didn't expect Anna to do that. The moment the belt was unfastened, the zipper was also pulled down. Anna was stunned by the scene before her. She quickly turned her face away, not wanting to look. Anna's face turned bright red, like a hot iron. Su Chen didn't expect it to turn out this way either, but he really couldn't hold it any longer. After finishing, with Anna's support, he returned to the room. This time, his task could be considered nearly complete. He didn't know how Anna slept that night, but Su Chen slept very comfortably. Waking up refreshed, Su Chen prepared to leave. Naturally, he had to say goodbye to Anna and her family. At that moment, Asef was having breakfast with a bottle of vodka in one hand and a Chinese bun in the other. Seeing Su Chen, he warmly invited him to join. No, I still need to go to work. We'll drink another day." Su Chen quickly waved his hand. Asef looked a bit disappointed but still called for his wife and daughter. "Our friend Su Chen is leaving." Originally very cheerful and generous, Anna hid behind Asef, becoming a bit shy and unable to look at Su Chen. Her face was flushed. Su Chen naturally knew the reason but didn't point it out. After all, this girl from the fighting nation was still just a girl. "I'm leaving, Anna. Remember to come find me to hang out when you have time." Su Chen said his goodbye generously. Anna couldn't hide anymore. "Okay." She nodded heavily. Hearing the roar of Su Chen's Ferrari as it drove away, her mind recalled the figure from last night, and her face turned red again. After bidding farewell to Anna's family, Su Chen headed straight to the Tianji Association. The people in the office looked at Su Chen with strange expressions, especially that girl Li Shitting. She wouldn't even go into Su Chen's office, just standing there with a mischievous smile, watching Su Chen. "What's wrong?" Su Chen asked. But Li Shitting just covered her mouth and shook her head, refusing to speak. "Forget it, you little brat." Su Chen ignored her and pushed the door open to walk inside. Sorry, I walked into the wrong place." As soon as Su Chen entered, he was about to leave. Inside the office, Bai Lu sat at Su Chen's desk with a gloomy face. "You come back." Hearing Bai Lu's words, Su Chen couldn't pretend he didn't hear. Gritting his teeth, he walked in. Good morning, beautiful Bai Lu. It won't help no matter what you flatter me with today. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, a fleeting look of joy crossed Bai Lu's face. Then she stood up, slapping the table. Do you know that President Feng called your name again last night? When old Tian was explaining it to you, President Feng's face was a bit hard to hold. You've become famous at the headquarters. You stood up President Feng twice. You're really like a scorpion taking a dump, one of a kind. I didn't expect you to use a pun. Su Chen continued to grin. Bai Lu was so angry she almost laughed. Do you know what the headquarters is? Don't think the 7 lords in various regions are high and mighty. But when they get to the headquarters, their positions are all downgraded by 1 level. The 7 lords have to become inspectors. Inspectors also have to be demoted to patrol officers. President Feng is the boss at the headquarters. What you're doing as the great Inspector Su is simply disrespecting President Feng. Old Tian said you need to find a way to meet President Feng. Seeing Su Chen's indifferent demeanor, Bai Lu was at her wit's end. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you in the association in the future. If President Feng doesn't care, there will be plenty of people wanting to trip you up to curry favor with him. Bai Lu spoke earnestly. Su Chen listened absent-mindedly. All right, fine, he responded perfunctorily. In fact, Su Chen didn't care much about President Feng at all. If it weren't for the fact that this place could contribute to the country, he wouldn't be keen on staying. Bai Lu looked at Su Chen and knew he wasn't taking it in. Angrily, she was about to leave. Help me call Ning Yu. Okay. Bai Lu gritted her teeth. Ning Yu quickly walked in. She noticed that Su Chen looked a bit haggard, with a faint smell of alcohol on him. Wait, I'll make you a cup of ginseng tea, Ning Yu said with concern. She brought the tea to Su Chen and stood behind him, using her soft, ample body to cushion his head, massaging his temples with her hands. There are too many things in the association. If we don't like it, we just won't do it. Anyway, I believe in your abilities, we can stand out wherever we go. In short, wherever you go, I'll follow you. As long as you don't get upset. Ning Yu chattered on, her hands never stopping. Su Chen took a sip of the ginseng tea she made and then set it down. He reached back and grabbed Ning Yu's small, tender hand, rubbing it in his own. Annoying, Ning Yu said softly. Yet she didn't pull her hand away, allowing Su Chen to do as he pleased. I don't dislike this job. Actually, my childhood dream was to join the army and protect my country. Just like my great-grandfather, a stalwart soldier of the Yunnan army. However, I never got to be a soldier back then. This has always been a regret in my heart. So, being able to do something for the country here truly makes me happy. Moreover, after realizing the importance of the town's treasures to the country, Su Chen was even less inclined to leave. He sighed deeply and continued, actually, Bai Lu is right. If I want to get ahead in the association, currying favor with President Feng is indeed a good choice. But I just don't like it. Su Chen was getting more and more outrageous, even reaching towards Ning Yu's ample curves. Ning Yu's face turned red as she pushed his hand away. Not proper, this is in the association. What's wrong with the association? Isn't it exciting? Besides, I'm quite strong. What do you mean by making me this ginseng tea? What's wrong? Am I not giving enough recently? I can understand your meaning, Su Chen said, licking his lips and sizing her up. Ning Yu's thoughts were pierced by Su Chen. Her little face turned crimson. She lowered her brows and scolded, "You dead ghost." To avoid ruining a good thing, Su Chen installed a remote control under his desk. He pressed it and with a click the door locked. Ning Yu naturally knew about this. It made her even bolder. At such a youthful age, there were certain needs. Su Chen understood this as well. In the office, a good show was about to unfold. An hour later, Ning Yu looked at Su Chen, her face flushed. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore, she pleaded repeatedly. Just then, someone outside turned the doorknob. Then came a series of knocks. Seeing Su Chen, who had already tidied up, Ning Yu adjusted her clothes and opened the door. It was indeed that girl, Li Shitting. Only she would dare to knock on Su Chen's door like that. Li Shitting looked at Ning Yu's red face with a mischievous grin. Up to no good, cousin. Do you believe I'll tell Sister Ida? She walked in and casually closed the door before starting to speak. But in fact, Li Shitting knew about the agreement between Ida and Su Chen. She didn't care how many women Su Chen had outside. She even generously expressed her willingness to be sisters with everyone, inviting them all to the wedding banquet to have fun. Ning Yu was aware of this too. Having someone to share the burden of Su Chen was a good thing. Several women thought this way, especially Su Chen, who was becoming increasingly vigorous. One person simply couldn't handle it all. As for Li Shitting's teasing, Su Chen naturally didn't mind. He stood up and ruffled Li Shitting's hair, messing up her hairstyle, which was something he loved to do as a child. No respect for your elders. Li Shiting didn't resist. After Su Chen removed his hand, she shook her head. Stop messing with my hair, I'm not a child anymore. Li Shiting tidied her hair, pouting. And there's a sister-in-law here. Ningyu listened and covered her mouth, laughing. Alright, what do you want? Why are you looking for me? Although Li Shiting was related to her, she was always diligent and knew how to behave. It was only when they were among family that she would act so casually, but that was understandable. I want to ask for leave. Li Shiting became shy and bashful, looking like a completely different person. What's going on? This isn't like you. Why do you want to take leave? Su Chen noticed something was off because at this point Feng was visiting and there were reception activities everywhere, so taking leave was not really an option. Blind date. Li Shiting stammered, taking a long time to say it. As soon as Su Chen heard this, he felt like his cabbage was being eaten by a pig. Alright, you go. Li Shiting laughed happily. What's wrong? Feeling like your homegrown cabbage is being eaten by a pig? Ningyu pierced through Su Chen's thoughts. Su Chen wasn't angry, he smiled mischievously and pressed the button under his desk. With a click, the door locked. I can't take it anymore. Let me go. Ningyu hurriedly opened the door and fled the office. There hadn't been much work at the association these days. It was all to cooperate with Feng's inspection, organizing reception activities. Ignoring Bai Lu's resentful gaze, Su Chen casually threw out, I'm going on an external assignment, and boldly went home to pick up Ida. Let's go. I'll take you out to have fun. Su Chen called out. Ida and Su's mother were chatting in the yard when they heard Su Chen's call. Ida hesitated and glanced at Su's mother. Go ahead, Su's mother said with a smile. Seeing her son and daughter-in-law get along so well made her very happy. Where are we going? Ida asked. To the mall. From the moment Li Shiting mentioned going on a blind date, Su Chen had used his eye technique to investigate her information. He knew her destination for this trip. Although it wasn't mind reading, when the person involved cared the most, it was highly likely to be detected. Su Chen didn't necessarily have to find Li Shiting. He just wanted to know that she wasn't going to a dangerous place. If they happened to meet, that would be great. If not, then so be it. Ada naturally wouldn't oppose. As soon as they arrived and got out of the car, Ada tugged at Su Chen's sleeve. Look, Su, isn't that your sister? Su Chen followed Ada's pointing finger and indeed saw Li Shiting. She had changed into a different outfit and was walking towards the mall with a man. Shiting. Ada called out her name. Su Chen didn't stop her. Since they happened to meet, it was only polite to greet them. This is my brother and sister-in-law. Since they had been spotted, Li Shiting introduced them with ease. Brother. Fong Ping, following Li Shiting, called Su Chen brother as well. He froze when he saw Ada. Su Chen assumed he didn't know what to call Ada and didn't think much of it. This is Fong Ping, my high school classmate. When it came time to introduce Fong Ping, Li Shiting seemed a bit shy. Su Chen understood this was not a blind date but probably a date. What a coincidence. Let me treat you all to a meal. Sure. Li Shiting nodded. Fong Ping naturally wouldn't refuse. Su Chen rarely came to these places. During college, after graduating, even if he visited a mall, he would find a private club or a five-star restaurant to eat. He really didn't know what good food there was in the mall. Ada had just returned to the country. Seeing the two of them in a dilemma, Fong Ping's expression became a bit strange. Shiting, let me take you and your brother to the Western restaurant on the top floor. Brother? Li Shiting looked at Su Chen. Su Chen had no objections. Since Fong Ping wanted to show off, Su Chen was happy to give him the opportunity. The few of them followed Fong Ping to the restaurant. Fong Ping skillfully began to order dishes. Su Chen didn't mind and casually ordered a little. Ada, being from the UK, treated Western food like hometown snacks, showing little interest. In Fong Ping's eyes, this made them seem inexperienced. While waiting for the food, Su Chen also began to size up Fong Ping. He wasn't very tall, but he wore gold-rimmed glasses and had a refined appearance. When did you guys? Su Chen asked, wanting to keep an eye on his sister. Ada was snuggled up to Su Chen the whole time. Shiting and I are high school classmates. After Li Shiting looked at Fong Ping, he began to speak fluently. After graduating from the college entrance exam, I went to study in the capital. That's right, Fong Ping had excellent grades back then. He was the top student in our city. He went straight to Qingbei after high school, Li Shiting added. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. He had initially appreciated this young man. After all, he was from a prestigious institution. However, after Li Shiting's praise, Fong Ping clearly became a bit arrogant. Where did you study, brother Su Chen? Oh, I studied at Spring City University. Oh, Spring City College. Fong Ping muttered quietly. Spring City University had only recently dropped from a first-tier to a second-tier school, and locals referred to it as Spring City College. Fong Ping's expression turned somewhat disdainful and he straightened up in his seat. Suchen noticed this little gesture and felt speechless, but since he was his sister's crush, Suchen didn't say anything. After that, Fong Ping began to let loose a bit, boasting about his abilities. He claimed that he was in high demand even before graduating. He said he worked in a financial institution, earning $1 million a year. After saying this, he started bragging about how glorious he was back in school. A top student from the city really didn't mean much at Qingbei, but Fong Ping spoke as if he were something extraordinary. Although at Qingbei, I've met many excellent girls, I've always been waiting for shitting. Fong Ping finished and gazed affectionately at Li Shitting, noticing that his cousin seemed a bit moved. Suchen frowned. This Fong Ping has been bragging about how great he was back then, saying he came to this small place for Li Shitting. His tone is one of condescension, making Suchen very uncomfortable. It feels like he's trying to manipulate Li Shitting. But seeing that he genuinely seems to like his cousin and that she likes him too, Suchen reluctantly tolerates it. A sudden, urgent phone ring interrupted the conversation among the few of them, cutting off Fong Ping's incessant self-praise. Suchen let out a long sigh. At first, it wasn't much, but after they started chatting, this Fong Ping just kept boasting about himself. Suchen could hardly stand it. Li Shitting picked up her phone with an apologetic look. It was her mother calling. Li Shitting, who had been immersed in Fong Ping's words, seemed to wake from a dream. Her expression changed immediately. "Cousin, come out with me for a moment," Li Shitting said to Suchen after hanging up. As soon as Suchen glanced over, he saw that it was his aunt calling Li Shitting. He seemed to realize something. "Wait for me here." After instructing Ida, he followed Li Shitting outside. The two of them reached a corner. "Was that aunt calling? Why didn't you answer?" Hearing Suchen's words, Li Shitting felt a bit embarrassed. I wasn't ready to tell my family about me and Fong Ping yet. Can you help me handle it? Please." Cousin Li Shitting looked at Suchen with pleading eyes, her hands clasped in front of her chest. "All right, just this once." Suchen tapped Li Shitting on the head and took her phone. "Hello, Aunt. It's me, Suchen." "Suchen, why is it you? Where's Xiaoting? She's helping out with something and didn't bring her phone. How have you been lately, Aunt?" Suchen quickly changed the subject. Aunt wouldn't suspect Suchen. She asked him to take care of Li Shitting. Suchen thought the call would end there, but unexpectedly, Aunt was quite chatty. She started a conversation with Suchen that went on and on. At first, Suchen responded actively, but soon it turned into mere perfunctory replies. After about 10 minutes, Suchen finally hung up the phone, feeling a headache coming on. He wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and threw the phone back into Li Shitting's hands with annoyance. "Don't ask me for help with this kind of thing next time. Aunt is really chatty. He. Who told you to be my brother?" Li Shitting laughed and followed Suchen back to their surprise. When they returned, the restaurant was left with only Ida. Fong Ping had vanished without a trace. Ida sat there with a grim expression. "Sister-in-law, where's Fong Ping?" Li Shitting asked, puzzled. Ida didn't say anything, just pointed to a note on the table. Li Shitting curiously opened it. "Isn't this Fong Ping's phone number?" "Yes, he slipped it to me just before he left." Both Suchen and Li Shitting froze in place. Then, as Suchen reacted, his face filled with rage. This Fong Ping, on the surface, pretended to treat his sister well and liked her, but as soon as they left, he started hitting on his wife. "Is this the kind of man you're interested in?" Suchen was so angry he almost laughed. While Fong Ping was constantly bragging about himself, Suchen had been trying hard to endure it, all for Li Shitting's sake. Li Shitting finally realized what was happening. She felt a bit numb. The number on the note was indeed Fong Ping's, and the handwriting was his. There was nothing to explain. "I'm sorry, cousin, I didn't expect I'd mistaken someone." Li Shitting felt a bit guilty. Suchen wasn't really angry with her. "What did you do wrong?" "It's that scumbag Fong Ping. I don't know what happened. Back in high school, I thought he was really outstanding, good-looking, and considered exceptional in our school. But who knew he was such a two-faced person? He even knew that Ida was my sister-in-law. How could he do something so shameless? I'm going to text him to break up right now." Li Shitting grew more and more angry. "All right, it's better to see him clearly now. That way we won't suffer later." Seeing Li Shitting's aggrieved expression, Suchen also tried to comfort her. Ida had calmed down from her earlier anger and began to console her sister-in-law. After all, the one who was hurt the most right now was her. "Okay, don't feel bad anymore. No one blames you. Later, I'll introduce you to some excellent men. Right. Our Shitting can find any man she wants. That guy's annual salary is less than your half-year bonus. Although he has a high education, his character is poor, and his manners are extremely lacking. Marrying into such a family would ruin your future." Suchen chimed in. Li Shitting's anger only grew. "Cousin, I'm going to confront him right now. and I'll slap him hard. You guys go back first. Seeing Li Shiting's determination, Su Chen didn't want to refuse. She wasn't the little follower she used to be, she was an adult with her own thoughts now. Since Li Shiting had said this much, Su Chen didn't press her further. Alright, think about how to handle it. Call us if you need anything. After saying that, Su Chen left with Ida. With their mood ruined, the two didn't continue shopping and went straight home. Naturally, they had a passionate night together. While holding Ida tenderly, Su Chen thought about what had happened in the morning. I wonder how Shiting is doing now. Su Chen was only angry at that man for flirting with Ida. But he would never doubt Ida's feelings for him. We have to trust her, we can't protect her forever. Ida patted Su Chen's hand, signaling him to relax. I know, I'm just a bit upset. I remember this is Shiting's first relationship. That guy hurt two women who are so important to me at once, he must pay the price. How dare he toy with his family like that? If it were the old Su Chen with a bad temper, he might have already beaten the guy up. But now his status was different, and with Feng still around, Su Chen had to be mindful of the impact. Ida also knew about Feng's situation. Feng is still here. You need to be careful. Ida hugged Su Chen. Anyway, I have some of your influence under my control, just let me handle it. It's a good chance for me to avenge my sister-in-law. Ida smiled mischievously, and Su Chen naturally agreed. After all, he thought this was just a minor character. Alright, you're quite the capable assistant now. He playfully scratched Ida's nose. Ida shyly lowered her head. So how are you going to reward me? Oh, how do you want to be rewarded? Su Chen said, flipping over to pin Ida beneath him. Ida responded without a hint of shyness. It's not just you who's training. I am too. Seeing Ida's stubborn look, Su Chen insisted on teaching her what rules and decorum meant. Both of them were thoroughly enjoying themselves, having long forgotten about Fong Ping's matter. But what they didn't know was that such a minor character would bring them unexpected changes later on. The next day at work, Su Chen arrived at the office. His subordinates still looked at him strangely. Su Chen felt as if he had experienced this scene before. Sure enough, when he pushed open his exclusive office, Bai Lu was waiting inside with a gloomy face. Good morning, my beautiful secretary. Su Chen greeted cheerfully. Bai Lu's expression darkened immediately upon seeing him. Oh, who is this? Our supervisor Su has returned. You actually remembered to come back. What do you mean by that? Of course, I have to come back to work. Faced with Bai Lu's sarcastic tone, Su Chen chose to ignore it. It's best not to reason with women, that was Su Chen's life experience. Work. Tell me, Feng has been here for several days now. Other departments, as well as the inspectors, are all trying various ways to seek out Fengzong, brushing up their sense of presence. Fengzong has been coming to the company these days. There must be some big moves in the works. Why don't you make a little more effort and find out some news? Bai Lu looked at Su Chen with disappointment. Su Chen didn't respond, playfully supporting Bai Lu's shoulder to help her sit down. Calm down. I'll definitely find a way. Bai Lu knew very well that Su Chen was just brushing her off. After a sigh, she continued to persuade him. There was no helping it. After all, Su Chen was the person she had her eyes on. You need to take what I said to heart. If you don't, this hard-earned opportunity to become one of the 7 elders will slip away. I've heard that in the Northeast Region's Tianji Association, there's an inspector with exceptional abilities. Whether it's identifying items or handling various counterfeit cases, he's more than qualified to be among the 7 elders, and even more than that, he's always on the front lines. But he just doesn't know how to manage relationships. To this day, he's still just an inspector. Bai Lu was well informed. Su Chen was still chuckling at the beginning, but his expression darkened upon hearing this story. With a solemn look, he said, then this inspector is someone very worthy of respect. If I have the chance, I will definitely pay him a visit. Who told you this? Bai Lu wanted to refute Su Chen, but seeing his expression, she swallowed her words. The person she spoke of was almost identical to Su Chen. She said no more, sighed deeply, and turned to leave. Su Chen watched Bai Lu's retreating figure, a playful smile appearing on his face. Half of what this woman said was out of concern for him. The other half was probably at the behest of Tian Lao. In truth, Su Chen was well aware of the intricacies involved. However, no one knew better than him about Fengzong's visit. He had secretly met with Fengzong while others were not paying attention. During that meeting, he used his eye technique to learn the true purpose of Fengzong's visit. It was precisely because of this true purpose that Su Chen had to avoid him. Just as he was thinking about this, there was a sudden knock at the door. Senior brother, are you inside? He Yuyao's voice came from outside the door. Come in. With Su Chen's permission, He Yuyao peeked her head in, and upon seeing that there was no one else in the room, she walked in. Her playful demeanor lifted Su Chen's spirits considerably. During this time, He Yuyao had matured quite a bit. She was efficient in her work, which Su-chen appreciated. Seeing that she still maintained her personality, Su-chen felt relieved. The Tianji Association was a big melting pot, and it was comforting that He Yao could remain the same as before. Have you been getting used to things lately? Su-chen asked with concern. After all, she was his junior sister and should be a bit closer than the others in the department. Everyone in the department has been really nice to me. He Yao nodded. She was originally Su-chen's secretary, and her good relationships with Li Shitting and others meant that no one would dare to make things difficult for her. Of course, He Yao was unaware of this reason. Su-chen understood the situation but didn't point it out. It was only natural for his junior sister to receive such preferential treatment. The two chatted for a while about work. He Yao put down the documents but didn't leave right away. Seeing her hesitating to speak, Su-chen understood. This girl probably had some personal matters she wanted to discuss with him. You're not leaving yet? Are you asking for leave? Su-chen teased. No, I want to invite senior brother to my birthday party. He Yao quickly denied it. Once she realized she had blurted out her intention, her face turned bright red. But if senior brother is so busy, it's okay if you don't come. He Yao waved her hand. I was just saying it. She was no longer a newcomer. She knew very well how prestigious inspectors were in the Tianji Association. Even now, with Feng Zone coming to inspect, he couldn't compare to her senior brother in He Yao's eyes. Watching He Yao mumble incoherently, Su-chen couldn't help but chuckle. Ning Yu was too close to him. Li Shitting was cute but a bit unruly. Bai Lu cared for him, but she was sent by old Tian. Only this junior sister was the most adorable, the one who could withstand his teasing the best. What? You just got here and already want to bribe your superior? Who taught you that? Su-chen put on a stern face. He Yao was so startled that she couldn't articulate her words. Su-chen was also worried he might have genuinely frightened the girl. He burst out laughing. Alright, just kidding. When's your birthday? I'll come. Seeing Su-chen's expression, He Yao finally reacted. Although shy, she was very happy because Su-chen had already agreed. It's today. It's so great that you can come. He Yao was so excited she almost spun around in the office. It's just some of my classmates, from my year, and a few juniors, she added, then sent the address to Su-chen. It was a mid-range restaurant near Spring City University, a place Su-chen was familiar with. Given He Yao's current salary, going there wasn't extravagant. Su-chen nodded. He Yao happily bounced out of the office, her lively demeanor reminding Su-chen of the first time he met her. Youth is truly wonderful. Su-chen couldn't help but sigh. Soon, evening arrived. Bai Lu was already waiting in Su-chen's office. Today, she was determined to catch Su-chen and not let him leave early. Bai Lu, come in for a moment, Su-chen's voice called out. Bai Lu, without suspicion, walked in. Su-chen hid behind the door, and once Bai Lu entered, he quietly slipped out. By the time Bai Lu realized the office was empty, Su-chen's figure was already gone. Su-chen, come back here. Hearing the roar from the office behind him, Su-chen shrank his neck. He felt lucky to have escaped. Su-chen remembered that He Yao had said the people attending her birthday party were all juniors, so he didn't dress too formally. He changed out of his work clothes into long pants and a t-shirt. After all, he had just graduated, and with a change of clothes, he instantly looked like a college student. If the people from the association saw Su-chen now, they probably wouldn't even recognize him. The saying clothes make the man wasn't just talk. Su-chen drove to the location. He knocked on the door of the private room. Inside, although He Yao was chatting and laughing with her friends, she couldn't wait to stand up when she heard the knock. Beside her was her best friend, Xia Shui. I could tell this girl was distracted today. She must be waiting for someone, Xia Shui said to the people around her after He Yao stood up. They were all college students, with no bad intentions, just curious to see what kind of person had captured He Yao's heart. He Yao opened the door. A handsome, sunny boy stood at the entrance, towering at over 6 feet. Not just Xia Shui, but several girls around covered their mouths in surprise. No wonder He Yao had been waiting for so long. Xia Shui thought to herself. Senior brother, you finally made it. When she saw Su-chen, He Yao finally broke into a smile. After the interns finished work, she had been thinking about Su-chen, unsure if he would come back. Let me introduce you, this is our senior brother, Su-chen. He Yao pulled Su-chen inside. Everyone looked at the two with curious eyes. Senior brother. You have no idea, He Yao has just been staring at the door. She hasn't even chatted with us. Xia Shui teased. Exactly, but seeing how handsome senior brother is, it's understandable, a few others chimed in. I'm not. He Yao quietly protested. Seeing her shy demeanor, Su-chen stepped in to ease the situation. Alright, let's eat first. You all must be starving. Yes, let's eat. He Yao quickly chimed in. Alright, you two just go ahead and be the perfect couple. Xia Shui joked as she had a good relationship with He Yu Yao. She was also blushing. When it came time to choose seats, everyone tacitly left the seat next to He Yu Yao empty for Su Chen. Su Chen, on the other hand, confidently sat down. He Yu Yao felt a surge of joy in her heart. With the end of term exams approaching, the topic among the college students naturally revolved around this. Teacher sure from your department isn't strict during exams, but if she sees cheating, she'll still take away the little notes. One of the boys from Su Chen's department complained about the difficulty of the exam supervision, and Su Chen chimed in appropriately. Really? I have one subject where teacher sure is the invigilator, the boy said happily, looking at Su Chen with a smile. Su Chen nodded. This stirred up a hornet's nest, and many people began to share their experiences with their invigilators, asking Su Chen for details. Su Chen answered each one. Soon, a group of people was chatting animatedly. Especially a few students with average grades looked at Su Chen with admiration. Seeing Su Chen getting along so well with his friends, He Yu Yao felt happy inside. Senior, you and He Yu Yao are truly a perfect match. She even taught us the exam questions. Before, the first boy spoke up again. Zhang Kai, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. He Yu Yao said, her face turning red. She looked a bit flustered. Su Chen just thought He Yu Yao looked quite cute like this and didn't feel the need to explain. The two exchanged glances, and the atmosphere became a bit ambiguous. Senior, after we finish eating, we're going to sing karaoke. Are you coming? He Yu Yao asked softly as they neared the end of their meal. Seeing her hopeful eyes, Su Chen nodded. After dinner, everyone headed to the KTV. It was a chain KTV near the school, specifically catering to college students. Seeing the familiar sign, Su Chen couldn't help but reminisce he had occasionally come here during his college days, often persuaded by Sin Xin and the others. However, Su Chen wasn't particularly enthusiastic about it and just sat in the corner with He Yu Yao, watching everyone take turns singing. The atmosphere was quite nice. Who picked this song? Su Yan. It must be Wang Ting. She went to the bathroom? Then should I change the song? When a duet love song was interrupted because the person who picked it went to the bathroom, Xia Shui wanted to change the song. But Zhang Kai started to stir things up. No, look, our birthday girl hasn't sung yet. It would be perfect for her to sing a duet with our senior Su. Yeah. Zhang Kai's words prompted many to join in. They were just enjoying the spectacle. No. He Yu Yao quickly waved her hands. She wasn't very good at singing. Alright, you're the loudest, Zhang Kai. Xia Shui stepped in to defuse the situation and pressed to change the song. Little did they know, this was already the last song. The KTV system began to play. The MV4 Hiroshima Love appeared on the big screen. There's no more songs, hurry and pick one. Xia Shui called out, but He Yu Yao felt a stir of emotions. Hiroshima Love was a song the author created during their studies in New York to commemorate a brief international romance with a Canadian girl. Their relationship was a secret one, ultimately ending in resignation. I'll do it, He Yu Yao said softly. Great. Xia Shui handed her the microphone. You should have rejected me long ago, not let my pursuit leave an unforgettable name for the story I desire. Crossing the boundaries of morality, we walked through the forbidden zones of love, enjoying the illusion of happiness, misunderstanding the meaning of joy. He Yu Yao's clear voice resonated from the speakers. She didn't have much technique, but her singing was full of emotion, and as she reached the climax, her eyes turned red. Su Chen sighed and picked up the microphone to join in. He Yu Yao looked at Su Chen in surprise. The lyrics perfectly expressed her feelings. In fact, He Yu Yao had long harbored feelings for Su Chen. But Su Chen was about to step into the realm of marriage. The lovers in this love song had a 24-hour taboo period, but she didn't even have this last moment. Her voice grew more emotional. Warm my face with your hands before love and hate disappear, to prove that I once truly loved you. I loved you. He Yu Yao looked at Su Chen as he sang this last line. This was also a true reflection of her inner feelings. Su Chen also sensed He Yu Yao's abnormality. Through his eye technique, he learned that she actually had such thoughts. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. To say he had no feelings for this girl would be a lie. Diligent, hardworking, serious, and beautiful, who wouldn't be moved? But a forced relationship is never sweet. He was about to step into the halls of marriage himself. Those past close friendships were hard to let go of. Su Chen had made a promise to himself. After being with Ida, he wouldn't actively pursue anyone. Yet this girl's feelings stirred something inexplicable in his heart. Su Chen intended to wait until the song was over to have a good talk with He Yu Yao. But as she finished the last line, she threw down the microphone. I'm sorry, my stomach doesn't feel well. He Yu Yao rushed out. Su Chen watched her retreating figure and didn't chase after her. At that moment, giving her some space might be better. But it wasn't long before a scream echoed from outside the private room. That voice was all too familiar to Su Chen. It was He Yueyao. He immediately rushed out. The others in the room reacted and followed suit. Returning to He Yueyao's side, she ran out of her private room and into a bathroom stall, burying her head in her arms and crying. "You are such a shameless woman. You clearly know that the senior has a fiancé. Why are you still thinking about him?" He Yueyao looked at her reflection on the tiles, tears streaming down her face as she scolded herself. But as she cursed, the scene of Su Chen saving her flashed in her mind, filling her with warmth and dependence. She felt that Su Chen's back was as majestic as a mountain in her heart. But did she really want to become that kind of despicable woman for her own happiness? He Yueyao questioned herself. Sister Ida was a very good woman. She thought of how every time Ida came to the association, she brought her food and taught her how to apply makeup, even though He Yueyao didn't know how. Eye makeup, eyebrows, foundation, contouring, all of it was taught to her by Ida. Not only that, but once He Yueyao had learned enough, Ida even gifted her the set of makeup she used for teaching. That was the first set of cosmetics she ever received. Ida had even used that makeup to give He Yueyao a beautiful look. He Yueyao strongly condemned herself. She was determined not to be that kind of cheap woman. After mentally preparing herself, she decided to end this ill-fated relationship. Just like the fleeting romance in Hiroshima, which lasted only 24 hours, her fate with Su Chen might just end tonight without any resolution. Wiping away her tears, He Yueyao stepped out of the stall. Just as she exited, she caught the attention of a group of men, huddled together, heading towards the restroom. He Yueyao's graceful figure appeared before them. "Boss, look," a blonde guy nudged the man at the front. If Su Chen were there, he would definitely recognize this person. It was Meng Zhang, who had tried to steal Su Chen's girl but was rejected by Chuanan. Later, Su Chen used his means to sleep with his girlfriend, Duan Yuqiu, and even sent her back to the countryside. He had originally planned to take revenge on Su Chen. However, the gap between them had grown too wide. This rich second-generation heir was no longer in Su Chen's sights. He had been forgotten by Su Chen. But some people just seek their own demise. The moment Meng Zhang saw He Yueyao, his eyes lit up. This pure girl looked just like a college student. And Meng Zhang had no resistance to such girls. "Let's go, guys, let's chat with that little beauty." Meng Zhang waved his hand. A few of his followers naturally understood his meaning. A few people rushed forward, surrounding He Yueyao completely. The KTV corridor was already narrow, leaving He Yueyao no room to escape. Meng Zhang's family had some influence, and everyone here knew him. No one dared to intervene. When Meng Zhang reached He Yueyao and got a good look at her, he instinctively swallowed hard. This girl was far more beautiful than any internet celebrity. "Sister, let's have a chat. I have plenty of money." Meng Zhang proudly patted his wallet. He Yueyao was startled by the sudden change and instinctively screamed, "Hey, don't be afraid. We're just getting to know each other." Meng Zhang was about to step forward, but at that moment, Su Chen had already come out. Seeing a crowd surrounding He Yueyao, Su Chen didn't think twice. With his physical prowess, he was far beyond a few drunken thugs. Almost with a kick, he knocked down the thugs around Meng Zhang. Then he turned his attention to the instigator. Su Chen noticed who it was. Grabbing Meng Zhang by the collar, he threw him out as if he were tossing out garbage. The junior students who followed Su Chen out were astonished by his bravery, covering their mouths in surprise. Su Chen, who usually appeared refined, was unexpectedly so heroic. He Yueyao watched Su Chen as if a divine warrior had descended. "Are you okay?" Su Chen asked with concern. He Yueyao hadn't responded yet. A few thugs had already gotten back up, crowding around Meng Zhang as they approached Su Chen. "Who the hell are you to hit our young master Meng?" shouted the yellow-haired thug behind Meng Zhang, glaring at Su Chen. "Hey, isn't that Su Chen? He's my classmate." Meng Zhang recognized Su Chen as well and stopped his subordinates. "Since we're classmates, let's not make this unpleasant. You just need to bow and apologize and I'll let you go. Oh, and your sister here needs to drink with us," Meng Zhang said, glancing at He Yueyao, liking her more the more he looked. "Yeah, let our boss have a drink," the thugs echoed. Although they had been beaten, they all thought Su Chen had ambushed them, and they surrounded him. "Our young master Meng's family has now replaced the Wang group, becoming the new elite of Chun Chang." Seeing that Su Chen remained unfazed, a thug behind Meng Zhang stepped forward. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. After Su Chen took down the Wang group, part of their market share had flowed out. He had heard of the Mang group before. It was just a small company. After taking over the Wang group's share, they had even come to pay their respects to Su Chen, fearing they might anger him. Who would have thought the world was so small, and this was actually Meng Zhang's family? He Yueyao, unaware of all this, tugged at Su Chen's clothes with concern. "Are you okay, senior brother?" Su Chen remained silent, simply shielding He Yue Yao behind him. Zhang Kai and the others had also heard what Meng Zhang's subordinates said and were somewhat worried. This Meng family is not simple, it's a big company. What bad luck. Zhang Kai, being a local, was more informed. I also saw the thugs around our school. They seem to be afraid of that yellow-haired guy, who is actually one of that rich kid's subordinates. Some people in the crowd recognized the yellow-haired thug. Everyone was a bit worried for Su Chun. Meanwhile, Su Chen calmly took out his phone and made a call. Hello, bro? Yes, it's me, Su Chen. Have you eaten? You've been quite busy lately, right? You know about Feng's situation, huh? It's all good. By the way, there's something that Meng Hao's quality isn't great. His son is blocking my way. No worries, I'm strong and healthy. Alright, I'll wait for your notice. Su Chen spoke calmly on the phone. Meng Zhang, on the other hand, wore a look of disdain. If Su Chen were to call for help, he might be worried. But this phone call seemed like a bluff. Since the Meng group had risen, he had become increasingly arrogant. This guy even dares to call my dad by his name. Who do you think you are? A few thugs could no longer hold back and were ready to make a move. They had lost face being knocked down by Su Chen. The thugs under Meng Zhang were already ready to take action against Su Chen. Yu Yao nervously hugged Su Chen, thinking that if things went south, she would protect him at all costs. She couldn't let Su Chen get hurt because of her. But at that moment, Meng Zhang's phone rang. Hey, don't make a move. My dad is calling. Meng Zhang stopped his men. Hello, Dad. What a surprise to hear from you. I haven't caused any trouble lately. Haven't caused any trouble, huh? A furious voice came from the other end of the line. What kind of trouble have you gotten yourself into now? Why didn't I just shoot you on paper back in the day? Because of you, the higher-ups are furious and have sealed off several of our warehouses. That's goods worth billions. If they don't unseal them, the company will lose billions just in compensation. Who did you offend? You need to kneel and apologize immediately. Seek their forgiveness. Otherwise, just die out there. I don't want you as my son anymore. Meng Zhang was stunned. He could hardly believe his ears. After checking the number repeatedly, it was indeed his father's phone number. He quickly nodded in agreement. Su Chen? Is this all because of you? Meng Zhang was a bit skeptical, but soon he recognized the truth. Su Chen, I was wrong. For the sake of our old friendship, spare my life. Meng Zhang suddenly knelt down. His father had more than one son. If something went wrong, he feared he wouldn't even have a chance to appease his old man. Thud. Meng Zhang's head hit the ground as he cried and crawled towards Su Chen. The other thugs were also terrified and knelt down as well. What good is kneeling to me? Su Chen's cold voice rang out. Meng Zhang immediately understood. I'm sorry, sister-in-law. We were blind. Meng Zhang kept bowing to Yu Yao. The other thugs followed suit, calling her sister-in-law. Yu Yao was a bit confused and shyly leaned against Su Chen's shoulder. Su Chen also found these guys annoying. Get out to the street and keep bowing until dawn, then go to the police station and turn yourselves in. Don't think about playing tricks. Okay. Meng Zhang quickly agreed, bowing his head as he crawled out. The other thugs followed him. Alright, let's go. Su Chen called to everyone. Xia Shui was also quite perceptive. Although they had been startled, they were now coming back to their senses. Su Senior, why don't you take Yu Yao out for some fresh air? She just got scared. Yeah, let's go back and sing. Take a walk. Zhang Kai also intended to help, and as Xia Shui spoke, he pulled everyone along. Given the situation, Su Chen felt it wasn't appropriate to take Yu Yao back. Want to go for a stroll? Yu Yao nodded. The two walked casually. Su Chen was quite familiar with the area. He had some things he wanted to say to Yu Yao, so he took her to the riverside. It was a bit lower than the ground, and the scenery by the river was beautiful. Usually, it was filled with elderly people exercising in the morning, but at this time, there was no one else around. The evening breeze blew gently. Yu Yao's mood improved significantly. She stopped Su Chen and looked at his bewildered expression, feeling a bit angry. Why are you so bad? There are so many women outside. Why are you still so good to me? Yu Yao felt that Su Chen had saved her once again. He was truly her fated enemy. While crying, she playfully punched Su Chen's chest. But she didn't use much strength. It was more like a massage. Su Chen could only smile bitterly. His kindness towards his junior wasn't for any ulterior motives. It was simply because he wanted to take care of her, especially since she was genuinely capable. However, this junior was too sensitive. But having developed to this point, Su Chen had truly accepted her. Hey, stop hitting me, it hurts. Seizing the moment when Yu Yao was caught off guard, Su Chen suddenly hugged her. So, do you want to be my woman? Yu Yao immediately fell silent. After a while, Su Chen felt her hands exploring his body adjust. As he lowered his head, preparing to see what was going on, Yu Yao tiptoed and kissed him. Which official could withstand such a test? Under the moonlight, by the river, in the evening breeze, the sounds of frogs, the sound of water, the sounds of moaning. They still had to go to work normally the next day. Yao followed Suchen closely. The two of them arrived at the office. They lingered for a while longer. Soon, they began to handle their work. Bai Lu saw that Suchen and Yao had come in so early and felt a bit stifled. Supervisor Su, coming in this early is of no use, you know the inspection by Director Feng is in the evening. Bai Lu made a couple of sarcastic remarks. Suchen cleared his throat. Call Ning Yun and Li Shiding, there's a task. Bai Lu understood and walked out. Ning Yu came in and immediately noticed something was off between Yao and Suchen. After all, she had been through it herself. It was quite obvious that Yao had transformed from a girl into a woman. Good sister Ning Yu didn't greet Suchen and walked straight towards Yao. Yao's face turned red. Ning Yu spoke in a voice only the three of them could hear. One more is good, I can't handle it all by myself. Yao was still very shy. However, she deeply resonated with Ning Yu's words. Having sisters to share the burden was better. Handling it alone was truly exhausting. Only someone with a body like Ida could manage that. Yao resolved to stick to her exercise routine. This is the office, Su-chan reminded her. However, seeing how well Yao and Ning Yu got along, he felt quite happy inside. Not long after, Bai Lu walked back in. I couldn't find Li Shiding. Hearing Bai Lu's words, Su-chan was a bit puzzled. What's going on? I don't know either. I can't get through on the phone, and I can't find her. I just asked, and when I checked in this morning, Li Shiding's record hadn't been updated. She probably didn't come in today. Did she ask you for leave? Bai Lu asked tentatively. Su-chen shook his head. Although he was related to Li Shiding and spoiled her a bit, she had never been late or left early, and Su-chen was quite strict about this. Being absent without reason was definitely not acceptable. Moreover, something might have happened to her. Su-chen tried to call Li Shiding's phone. The other girls looked on with concern, and sure enough, it didn't connect. He then tried calling his uncle. The phone rang twice. Just as Su-chen was about to hang up, the call connected. A noisy sound came from the other end, followed by his uncle's slightly sad voice. Xiaojia, your sister was beaten, she's in the hospital. Now, Su-chen was very surprised to hear this. Given their family's standing, while they couldn't compare to some well-established local families, who would dare to stir trouble at their place? And Li Shiding was beautiful and had a good temper. How could she get into a fight? But his uncle didn't elaborate on the phone. Knowing his uncle was anxious, Su-chen didn't press for details. He hung up the phone. The three girls looked at him anxiously. Did something happen to Shiding? Yao, although she had come in late, was about the same age as Li Shiding in the office. They were the closest friends. Sigh. They said she was beaten and is in the hospital. Su-chen frowned tightly. He couldn't understand who Li Shiding had provoked. Or was someone targeting him? No. I need to go see her. You three stay well at the association. Su-chen stood up and was about to walk out, but Bai Lu directly pulled him back. Something happened to Shiding, and we are worried too. But she has said before that her parents are here. Someone must be taking care of her at the hospital. Su-chen turned to look at Bai Lu just as he heard her rapid-fire words. We can go see her together later. But this afternoon, the association's matters are very important. Director Feng will hold a meeting. Didn't I tell you to take care of me? Usually, when Director Feng gathers people, it's in the evening, after work hours. Old Tian has already let you off the hook. But today, during the care meeting, Bai Lu was still chattering away. Su-chen was visibly getting more and more irritated. Enough! Su-chen interrupted Bai Lu with a loud voice. The three people around were startled. He was usually very tolerant of Bai Lu in the office and had never shouted like this before. Su-chen's words were not finished. Don't forget who calls the shots in this office. As soon as he said that, Bai Lu felt a wave of pressure hit her. She felt a bit wronged. When she had said the same to Su-chen before, he had always responded kindly, never losing his temper. Bai Lu's eyes immediately turned red. She didn't say anything and left in her high heels. The office door closed, and the relationship among the three people inside was as close as it could be. Ning Yu came over and wrapped her arm around Su-chen's, trying to comfort him. Calm down, Bai Lu is just thinking of you. Yao didn't have such thick skin yet, so Ning Yu felt a bit shy to be too intimate with her. Yeah, if it really doesn't work out, I can go check on Shirting for you. You can just stay at the association. Su-chen, who was being cared for by the two women, sighed heavily. He held Ning Yu's head and gave her a heavy kiss on the forehead. Yao instinctively took a step back but still couldn't escape. She also received a kiss. Her face immediately turned red, and she secretly glanced at Ning Yu. Ning Yu didn't react much, playfully scolding, "You naughty one. Alright, I know you care about me. I can go by myself." Bai Lu is not wrong, but sometimes good intentions can lead to mistakes. Su Chen's words were pointed. Ning Yu and He Yu Yao didn't understand the meaning behind them, but both nodded in agreement. Then you go, He Yu Yao said. Yeah, the association still has us watching over you. Ning Yu helped Su Chen put on his coat. Su Chen felt a bit comforted. Having these two people around made him feel lucky. The scene shifted, and Su Chen had already arrived at Li Shiting's hospital. The matters at the Tianji Association were left to Ning Yu and the others. What? Su Chen found the nurse's station, and the nurse helped him check on Li Shiting's situation. After hearing the nurse's words, Su Chen was a bit surprised, but he still politely said goodbye to the nurse. According to the nurse just now, Li Shiting had actually been beaten into the emergency room. He had originally thought it was just some minor injuries. On the way to the emergency room, Su Chen's face darkened immediately. No matter the reason, it was unforgivable for someone to beat Li Shiting like this. As soon as he reached the floor of the emergency room, Su Chen saw his uncle at the door, looking as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth. His aunt stood silently at the door of the emergency room, staring inside without saying a word. Uncle! Aunt! Su Chen called out. The two of them turned to look at Su Chen in unison, as if they had seen their pillar of support. How is my cousin? I don't know, she's still in the emergency room. His uncle shook his head. What on earth happened? Upon hearing this, the two of them froze for a moment. Sigh. Let me explain. His uncle pulled Su Chen to sit down. You know your sister has been seeing someone, right? Aha! Su Chen nodded. One day she came back in a bad mood, and her mom noticed, so she asked a few questions. Your cousin didn't go into detail, just said she was dating a scumbag and now knows his character, so she wants to break up. Su Chen was still a bit confused. But even so, how could she get beaten? That day, in front of us, she called that guy to break up. Then today, she called back and said. Su Chen's uncle was already in tears at this point, his words coming out in fits and starts. Su Chen wasn't in a hurry. He leaned in to listen closely to understand. After Li Shiting had mentioned breaking up on the phone, Fang Ping, who was always proud and arrogant, found it hard to believe that such an ordinary girl would dare to dump him, but this person did not show it at the time. Instead, he pretended to be very dignified and agreed to meet her, wanting to clarify things face to face. Li Shiting thought that since they had known each other for so long, it would be good to meet, even if it was just to put a period at the end of this relationship. Su Chen's uncle and aunt did not oppose it either. Today, Li Shiting arranged to meet at a cafe near the Tianji Association, thinking it would be more convenient for work. At first, everything was fine. The two chatted for a while. Then they parted ways. However, when Li Shiting was about to take her car to work, the unexpected happened. A group of people suddenly surrounded her car. Frightened, Li Shiting hurriedly called her parents for help. This is also why Su Chen's uncle and aunt were able to know the details of the situation. As for what happened next, the two heard it from the agent. The agent said that from the surveillance footage, a group of people pulled Shiting out of the car and surrounded her to beat her, the uncle said, choking up and unable to continue. I should have never let Shiting go alone. After saying this last sentence, the uncle covered his mouth and began to cry. Su Chen looked at him, feeling a deep sense of frustration and discomfort in his heart. Isn't this all that man's doing? But the agent said there was no evidence. That man was summoned, but he denied everything. The aunt, who had been crying beside them, also spoke up. Xiaozhe, aunt has never asked you for anything, but today you must promise me one thing. The aunt walked over to Su Chen, gripping him tightly with both hands. What is it? Shiting was beaten to the point of being unrecognizable. Aunt knows you have great abilities. You must find the real culprit and make those who harmed your cousin pay the price. At the hospital, it wasn't just Su Chen's uncle and aunt who were filled with grief and anger. Su Chen felt terrible too. He had always been an only child, and Li Shiting was his only sister. After patiently listening to his uncle and aunt, Su Chen patted his chest and promised that he would definitely find the murderer. However, unlike the sorrowful atmosphere at the hospital, the real culprit was indeed reveling in joy. The mastermind was exactly as Su Chen and the others had suspected, Fang Ping. At this moment, Fang Ping had just finished showering, wearing a bathrobe, comfortably nestled on the sofa with half a glass of red wine in hand. A smug smile was plastered across his face. On the table next to him was a phone on speaker mode. That damn woman, I've been playing house with her for so long, and this time I come back, she won't even let me touch her. Does she really think I want to have a platonic relationship with her? And she even dared to dump me, just because she has her eyes on that big horse. The fact that I can look at both of them is their blessing. Although I ruined that woman's looks this time, just wait and see. This isn't over. When she gets out of the hospital, I'll come again and make sure she spends her next life in a wheelchair. How dare she dump me? Just as Fong Ping was boasting on the phone, the doorbell rang. "Hold on, someone is at my house, I'll talk to you later." He hung up the phone and walked out in his slippers. "Who is it? Stop ringing." Fong Ping walked over and opened the door. "Who are you? Do I know you?" Outside stood 7 or 8 tall, burly men, looking at him with unfriendly expressions. Fong Ping already felt something was off and quickly stepped back, trying to close the door. But it was too late. "It's him," one of them said, blocking the door and speaking to the others. Suddenly, the big men rushed in. Before Fong Ping could even resist, he was slapped in the face. He was dazed. Then came a few punches, and Fong Ping was knocked unconscious on the ground. The big men quickly stuffed him into a sack and carried him away. Knocking someone out isn't easy to control in terms of strength. It wasn't long before Fong Ping woke up. His mouth was stuffed with some unknown person's stinky sock, a pungent odor assaulting his nostrils. His hands and feet were tied up using the strongest method, the kind used in rural areas for binding pigs during the New Year. Whoa! Fong Ping wanted to scream for help, but no sound came out. However, he did not give up. He kept writhing. It seemed he was in a vehicle, and Fong Ping felt the road was extremely bumpy. Although he had regained consciousness, he felt dizzy. This was the way pigs were tied up. How could Fong Ping possibly break free? All he received were a few heavy punches and a calm remark: "If you don't want to get hit, just behave." Knowing there were people around, Fong Ping dared not resist. He certainly did not think he could take on 7 or 8 people. As he was tossed around, Fong Ping found it impossible to think. He felt extremely nauseous, almost on the verge of vomiting. After an unknown amount of time, this torment finally came to an end. Fong Ping felt himself being lifted. After a brief jolt, the sack was opened. He finally saw the light. The thing in his mouth was also pulled out. Fong Ping was so stimulated that he couldn't open his eyes, and the nausea in his stomach became unbearable. He vomited messily everywhere. Once he finally recovered, he saw a somewhat familiar face. Fong Ping felt a bit dazed. Big brother-in-law, he suddenly remembered. This person was Li Shitting's brother. Fong Ping felt a chill run down his spine. He was well aware of what he had done. But he wasn't foolish. He still tried to build a connection. What if? Looking at Fong Ping's expression, Su Chen found it amusing. "Where did you find the person who touched my sister?" Since they had captured him, Su Chen certainly knew what was going on. After meeting, he confirmed it with his eye technique. Su Chen didn't even ask if it was him who had messed with his sister. "Your sister? Big brother-in-law. You have to help me. Shitting wants to break up with me." Fong Ping still tried to wriggle his way out. "Hit him." Su Chen was too lazy to say more, leaning back in his chair, not looking at Fong Ping. He wanted to argue further but was kicked in the back. He was originally half squatting in the sack, and with that kick he lost his balance and fell into his own vomit. His face was covered in it. "Don't hit me," Fong Ping begged, enduring the stench. But Su Chen didn't call for a stop. Fong Ping felt a sharp pain in his hair. His carefully styled hair was roughly grabbed, and he was lifted up like that. But it wasn't over yet. The person who acted also found Fong Ping dirty. They didn't want to use their hands, surrounding him and kicking him instead. Anyone who has fought knows that the strength in the legs is much greater than in the arms. With just one kick, Fong Ping felt his teeth loosen. His mouth was filled with the taste of blood. All over his body, on his face, Fong Ping was kicked all over. His mouth was full of blood, and he couldn't help but spit it out, mixed with a few broken teeth. You don't shed tears until you see the coffin. Fong Ping didn't care if anyone was still hitting him. He knelt on the ground and started knocking his head to the ground for Su Chen. "I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I'm willing to pay for medical expenses. Please, big brother Su Chen, let me off the hook. As for those who hit me, they were brought by a buddy of mine from the underworld. I'm willing to expose him. I can even call him right now." Su Chen knew he wasn't lying. Only then did he slowly lower his head. "All right, spill it. Where are those guys?" Fong Ping dared not hide anything and told everything in detail. Su Chen compared it with what he knew, and it was indeed the same. He glanced at his head, and immediately someone understood and went to catch those thugs who had acted. Meanwhile, Fong Ping didn't stop, continuously knocking his head. He just wanted Su Chen to let him off. "I'll pay. I have a lot of money. Big brother Su Chen, Grandpa Su Chen, I beg you, let me go. Do you think I care about your little money? Your so-called annual salary of $1 million can't even buy this watch I have. Since you dared to touch my family, you must be prepared for the consequences." Su Chen looked at this man with disdain, feeling that Li Shitting deserved better. He waved his hand to a nearby burly man. He said, "Break the hands of everyone who laid a hand on him. As for this person, he should never appear in front of my family for the rest of his life. It would be best if he just lay in bed for the rest of his days, reflecting on his mistakes." The burly man chuckled. "All right, leave this to me. I'll handle it properly. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. With that, he grinned and walked towards Fangping. Su-chen knew the capabilities of these people and smiled slightly, feeling reassured as he walked away. No, don't come over. The entire abandoned warehouse was filled with Fangping's screams. Su-chen shook his head, satisfied as he left. Time passed, though how long he couldn't tell. Li Shiting woke from her slumber. Ah, she screamed. Li Shiting only remembered being surrounded and beaten by a group of people before she lost consciousness. But seeing her surroundings, she relaxed. Everything was pristine white, the ceiling, the sheets, the blankets. This must be a hospital. She tried to struggle to sit up when a gentle voice spoke up. Don't move around. You're safe now. Your brother is here. It was Su-chen's voice. Li Shiting turned her head to look, and Su-chen was sitting by the bed, gazing at her with a tender expression. Cousin. She wanted to say something, but her throat was too dry to speak. Get up and drink some water. Su-chen stood up and adjusted the height of Li Shiting's bed. Although the nurse had not permitted this, Li Shiting's condition had stabilized, yet she still had multiple joint and skeletal injuries, and countless wounds on her skin. However, Su-chen had sent her uncle and aunt away, and while no one was watching, he used his restorative power to heal Li Shiting's wounds. Of course, Su-chen didn't go overboard, he only repaired some serious injuries and surface abrasions. One reason was to prevent Li Shiting from having any aftereffects, and the other was to avoid leaving her with scars. After all, she was a girl, and it was likely that Li Shiting would care about this. Su-chen handed the cup of water to Li Shiting. Watching her gulp it down, he recalled the times he had sneaked her to the convenience store when they were kids. Back then, she also ate snacks with such gusto. Under Su-chen's gentle gaze, Li Shiting felt a bit shy. She also noticed the slight fatigue in Su-chen's eyes, which was hard to conceal. Remembering the grievances she had suffered earlier, her eyes suddenly turned red, on the verge of tears. You better not cry. If Uncle and Aunt see, they'll think I bullied you. Next time something like this happens, don't be foolish, just call me, got it? Su-chen ruffled Li Shiting's hair, playfully messing it up. Usually, at this time, she would come at him with mock ferocity, pretending to hit him. Now, she just said with a sobbing tone, got it, brother. Thank you. Family doesn't need to be so polite. Su-chen waved his hand. But I still need to thank you, Xiaojia. Su-chen and Li Shiting looked up. Uncle and aunt had appeared at the door at some point. Seeing the warm interaction between the siblings, they felt comforted. As aunt was about to express her gratitude, Su-chen quickly stood up. Now that Shiting's condition is stable, I won't stay any longer, Su-chen said, hastily getting to his feet. He couldn't bear aunt's nagging. Although it was gratitude, it was still quite embarrassing. It was already afternoon, and Su-chen hadn't returned to the Tianji Association. There would be a meeting at noon within the association. Even if he went back now, he would miss it, so he decided to wander around instead, to avoid being lectured upon returning. He didn't drive, just walked freely. Back in school, Su-chen had been busy with part-time jobs and studying, and he hadn't really taken the time to explore Spring City. The flowers by the roadside, the birds in the sky, and the beautiful women not far away. Wait, the more he looked at the person in the distance, the more familiar they seemed. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, wearing a brownish-yellow trench coat and fitted jeans that hugged her shapely calves, with her striking golden hair, who else could it be but Anna? At this moment, Anna looked like she had just finished shopping. She was carrying a large number of bags, and no one was there to help her. One of the paper bags in her hand was about to fall to the ground. Su-chen hurried over in a few quick steps. Phew, I caught it just in time. Such a beautiful girl, and she doesn't find someone to help her carry her things while out shopping. Just before the paper bag fell, Su-chen managed to catch it steadily. Su-chen, my handsome and brave gentleman. Anna was surprised to see who was talking to her, and turned her head to find it was Su-chen. She exclaimed in delight. Even calling Su-chen's name felt a bit awkward. Ahem, just call me by my name, Miss Anna. Su-chen took the large bags from Anna's left hand, and they each carried some. Oh, alright, Su, I didn't expect you to be shy. What are you doing? Anna was still a bit surprised to see Su-chen. Ahem. Technically, I should be skipping work right now, but seeing Miss Anna makes it worth it. Su-chen's words made Anna laugh heartily. Su, you really are. You've helped me again, so let me treat you to a meal if you have no plans. Sure. To refuse a beautiful lady's invitation would be a sin. Su-chen looked at the sky and said humorously. The two of them placed their things in Anna's car, and then Anna led Su-chen into a French restaurant. The decor here was quite unique. As soon as they entered, the lighting dimmed to a comfortable warm tone. The main colors of the decor were dark yellow and black brown. Right at the entrance, there was a violinist playing music. Upon seeing Su-chen and Anna, he gave a courteous bow. Su-chen didn't know much about music, but he found the sound soothing. What are you having, Su? Of course, ladies first. Suchen handed the menu to Anna, noticing she only ordered salad and similar items. He then added a bit of foie gras and escargot to his order. He didn't intend to take advantage of Anna, and after ordering a not-so-cheap bottle of red wine, he casually handed his bank card to the waiter. Anna noticed this and gave him a strange look, but she didn't say anything. Soon, the waiter brought over the wine that Suchen had ordered. After that came the foie gras and salt-baked escargot. Suchen handed the foie gras to Anna. I didn't expect you to know about French cuisine, Suchen. How so? French cuisine is generally divided into appetizers, soups, side dishes, and main courses. Foie gras and baked escargot are the most famous appetizers in French cuisine. Then you also ordered cream mushroom soup as a side dish and steak as the main course. None of my friends since coming to China are as particular as you. Anna looked at Suchen with sparkling eyes. Suchen, of course, didn't know these details. He just randomly ordered things that interested him. While pouring wine for Anna, he deflected, I just ordered a few random things, but you seem to have quite a deep understanding of French cuisine. Is there more? Tell me about it. Well, for example, generally, red wine goes with meat, white wine goes with fish, but rose wine is also very popular, especially among young people. Anna raised her glass and began to speak enthusiastically. Of course, I still prefer vodka. She playfully winked at Suchen. Anna was truly an expert in French cuisine. During the meal, she explained a lot of knowledge about French food to Suchen. He quietly noted everything down and learned quite a bit. I've really learned a lot. Suchen clapped his hands in admiration. I didn't expect you, as a person from Mao country, to enjoy eating so much. I thought only people from Hua country were like this. Hearing Suchen's compliment, Anna scratched her head a bit shyly. What's so special about it? I guess it's just something I've been influenced by since I was young. Anna's level of Chinese even allowed her to use such an idiom. Oh, because my mother has some French royal blood. Anna's words surprised Suchen. Although France is now a republic, there are still some remnants of nobility due to historical issues, and they have persisted to this day. With this connection, it's not surprising that Anna possesses such knowledge. However, even Suchen couldn't help but marvel at Anna's background. Last time, he learned that Anna's father was a noble from Mao country, who came to Hua country for work and brought his family's servants with him. Now, with her mother linked to French nobility, this is truly remarkable. So what should I call you? Princess Anna? Suchen teased. No, I'm not. Anna quickly denied it. If she were really a princess, that would be something else entirely. Despite the appearance of princes and princesses being common abroad, many of them hold significant power and benefits beyond just a title. For example, the British royal family can designate items they fancy as royal property. Even the pie you eat in the morning can be marked as royal. With that label, everything suddenly becomes high-end and classy. Therefore, becoming a prince or princess doesn't require much effort. Just getting certified can lead to great wealth. Despite this little interlude, the two continued to chat happily. Although Suchen didn't know much about French cuisine, he was quite familiar with Hua country's dishes. The variety and flavors of Hua country's cuisine are incomparable to French food. Anna was very interested in the dishes Suchen mentioned. What a pity, I have very few friends from Hua country here, so I haven't tasted the things you just talked about. There was a hint of regret in Anna's eyes. If there's a chance, I'll take you to eat them, Suchen assured her. However, he noticed that after saying this, the look of disappointment on Anna's face grew stronger. Did I say something wrong? Suchen asked. No, it's not your fault. Seeing Suchen's concerned expression, Anna realized she had made him misunderstand. I'm about to leave. I might not have the chance to try the dishes you mentioned. The ones that even monks would give up their vows for, like the water cabbage. I can only wait until I can come back to Hua country again to taste them. Oh, is that so? Suchen felt a bit down. If Anna left, his chances of visiting the embassy would decrease significantly. But after the mountains and rivers, there's always a way out. If you have time, you can come to see me off. Anna noticed the look of disappointment on Suchen's face. She thought he was upset because of her departure. By then, they might hold a farewell banquet for me. That's customary, right? Is it at the embassy? Suchen became interested. No, so many celebrities and nobles will attend, the embassy won't be able to accommodate. It should be held at the Moonlit Forest here. The Moonlit Forest is a well-known Western restaurant in Spring City, and its location is indeed hard to pin down. Since it's a banquet, they would likely reserve the entire place. While Suchen lamented the extravagance of the nobility, he noticed a blind spot. If the banquet is indeed at the Moonlit Forest, then the embassy would be empty that day. Even if only the ambassador's family is absent, most of the embassy's security would follow them, giving him a chance to act. Although he felt happy inside, Suchen didn't show it on the outside and calmly accepted Anna's invitation. After they parted ways, Suchin simply decided to take it easy. He didn't go to the Tianji Association but went straight home. Seeing Suchin, his parents were, of course, very happy. However, his father couldn't help but nag a bit. Xiaojia, you can't just play around at home just because your leader values you and you're also an official. That's not good. Faced with his father's earnest words, Suchin didn't explain the complexities behind it. Alright, I understand. It's not like there's nothing going on in the association. Don't worry, your son has a great reputation in the association. After brushing off his father, Suchin directly took Ada to the swimming pool in the backyard. Ada had been living at Suchin's house for a while now. Although they hadn't held a wedding, they were practically in a post-marital state. Her family didn't oppose it either, especially since she had just been returned by Suchin. They didn't have the guts to do so. Wait a moment. Seeing Suchin take off his clothes and prepare to jump into the pool, Ada hurriedly said. She walked into the changing room by the pool and took quite a while to come out. This is the advantage of Spring City. Even though it's already November, Ada still walked out in a bikini. It was a two-piece. The lower part was covered by a small piece of fabric. Two straps tied in little bows around Ada's waist, and Suchin felt that with just a gentle tug, the bows would come undone. Ada's long legs were exposed to the air. As she turned, her firm backside was also revealed to Suchin's eyes. She cautiously approached the edge of the pool, testing the water temperature with her foot. Her delicate little feet kept tapping in the water, creating ripples. Suchin couldn't hold back and jumped into the water, swimming towards Ada. The water splashed onto Ada, soaking her hair, which fell limply over her chest. Her upper body was also dressed quite lightly. Two thin pieces of fabric could barely contain her ample figure, practically begging to burst out. Suchin leaped out of the water, wrapped his arms around Ada's legs, and pulled her into the water. Ada let out a scream but was quickly silenced by Suchin's kiss. She couldn't speak, only gently tapping Suchin's shoulder. When Suchin finally released her, Ada's face was flushed. She shyly looked at Suchin, feeling his hot hands exploring her body. Ada didn't stop him. She noticed that Suchin seemed a bit upset today. As the person closest to him, Ada could always sense any changes in Suchin right away. Shall we go back inside in a bit? After all, they were at home. But Suchin didn't care about that anymore. He picked up Ada and headed into the nearby changing room. After the playful tussle, Ada finally voiced her concerns. Darling, is there something bothering you? What happened? Ada looked at Suchin with affectionate eyes. Faced with his fiancé's concern, Suchin had nothing to hide. I didn't expect you to notice. It's nothing serious. I just don't want to see President Foam, so I'm hiding at home. Ada was well aware of the matters within Suchin's company, having visited often. She didn't need Suchin to explain further. Aren't you thinking about competing for fame and profit? Aren't the people in your association all eager to do so? However, as your fiancé, I will support whatever choice you make. Before Suchin could explain his reasons, Ada quickly added. She didn't want to put too much pressure on Suchin. She was already very content with their current life. Hearing Ada's words, Suchin smiled faintly and held her even tighter. It's not that I don't want to compete, it's just that this time, the competition isn't for anything good. So, it's better for me to avoid it early. Ada didn't understand his meaning, but Suchin had no intention of elaborating further. After they changed clothes, they returned to the room to continue their unfinished playful tussle. Meanwhile, at the Tianji Association, President Feng and Old Tian sat facing each other. Sipping the tea brewed by Old Tian, President Feng sighed deeply. My trip is about to end and I'm heading back to Beijing. It seems I have no fate with your trusted aide, Suchin. It's been several days now. I don't know if this Suchin is avoiding me on purpose or if it's just a coincidence that we haven't met. Please enjoy the tea, this is good tea. Old Tian didn't say much, just smiled and continued to pour tea for President Feng. He had no idea what kind of scheme Suchin was up to. He could only try to steer the conversation away. He also felt that Suchin was being a bit too casual. Such a good opportunity was slipping through his fingers. But the next moment, President Feng's words changed Old Tian's mind. Actually, I came this time to find someone capable from your side to accompany me back to the capital. After all, there are vacancies over there that need to be filled. Originally, I knew about Suchin's situation, solving cases and donating to the town. He has a solid background, is patriotic, and has great abilities. He's a good candidate. But now, it seems I can't insist on that anymore. I can only choose someone else from your association. President Feng's words were filled with regret. However, unbeknownst to him, Old Tian was already sweating profusely. He had always thought that President Feng was here to promote someone to fill a vacancy among the 7 elders. He was still puzzled as to why such a position required President Feng to come in person. After hearing this, he realized what President Feng was really after. Getting into the headquarters in the capital sounded like a good thing. But in reality, for someone like Su Chen, who had no backing, it would be impossible to survive there without aligning with someone. President Feng was not promoting Su Chen. He was clearly trying to elevate the main character to the headquarters in the capital, forcing Su Chen, a young talent, to choose a side. This was a common tactic used by the families in the capital to control people. Old Tian could already imagine how Su Chen would end up battered and bruised after going to the capital. Thinking of this made Old Tian's scalp tingle. But President Feng remained calm and collected, as if nothing had happened at all. After President Feng left, Old Tian continued to drink tea in silence. But this time, the person sitting across from him was not President Feng, but Su Chen. He poured a cup of water as usual. Old Tian couldn't suppress his curiosity any longer and finally asked, "How come you have such good information? You managed to avoid President Feng early on. Otherwise, if you went to the capital, you wouldn't have the easy life you have now." Su Chen took a light sip. Drinking this tea now, it no longer had the rich flavor it once did. He didn't know if it was the people who had changed or the tea itself. "Actually, it's nothing much. Just used my brain a bit." President Feng's visit was sudden, and if I went over without understanding the reasons, it would be no different from a moth to a flame. After all, in this company, many people can find support. But I can only rely on myself. If I fall, those who follow me will only be left to fend for themselves. I have to be more cautious, Su Chen explained. However, Old Tian had already sensed something was off. Su Chen joined the Tianji Association because of Old Tian's recommendation, naturally making him part of Old Tian's faction. After various events, Old Tian had been shielding Su Chen from the storm. Just this time, he had to use a lot of effort to cover for Su Chen when President Feng came. Now, Su Chen's words seemed to imply a desire to separate himself from Old Tian's faction. Old Tian looked deeply at Su Chen. The capable subordinate he once had was now growing into a towering tree, no longer needing anyone's protection. The two exchanged glances, and neither said much. Even so, their relationship had already grown quite close. Su Chen set down his teacup and took his leave from Old Tian. After stepping out of the office, his life would change forever. Back in his own office, Bai Lu was organizing the financial reports as usual. Su Chen didn't disturb her and leaned over to take a look for a moment. "Wait." Su Chen interrupted Bai Lu's actions, pulling out a sheet from the report. Looking at the data on it, his expression darkened. "What's wrong?" Bai Lu asked, surprised. "This expense clearly doesn't belong to our department. It's from someone under Old Tian. Why is it listed under our name?" Su Chen pointed to one of the entries. Bai Lu was taken aback. "Isn't this how it's always been done? Like their 7 subordinates, with so many people involved, it's common to settle accounts with those under their command. From the perspective of power division, we belong to Old Tian's faction, so naturally, Old Tian's people will settle accounts from this side." "Oh, I wasn't quite clear on that before." Su Chen feigned ignorance. He then decided not to disturb Bai Lu and started playing on his phone, pretending to be idle. After Bai Lu finished her work and left, Su Chen called over the already recovered Li Shitting. "What's up, cousin?" Li Shitting was a bit surprised. As soon as she entered, Su Chen pressed a button to lock the office door. "Aren't you studying accounting too?" "Yeah." "Then can you make a separate account for our own department based on what Bai Lu did? Do it quietly and don't tell anyone. Can you manage that?" Although Li Shitting was puzzled and didn't understand Su Chen's intentions, she nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Su Chen signaled that she could leave. He then sat in place, deep in thought for a long time. Time passed quickly. It wasn't long before Su Chen attended Anna's farewell party. He was invited to the moonlit forest, which indeed had a great reputation in Spring City. From the outside, it looked like a European-style castle. It's no wonder Anna chose to hold her birthday party here. The once bustling moonlit forest was now somewhat desolate, with only an occasional car driving in. Su Chen knew this was because Anna had booked the place. After handing the invitation to the doorman, Su Chen entered the banquet hall as he wished. Anna stood out in the crowd, wearing a gorgeous white gown. The petticoat made her dress fluffy, truly resembling a princess from medieval Western times. "Oh, sorry, my friend has arrived." In the crowd, Anna spotted Su Chen and greeted those around her. Lifting her skirt, she gracefully walked towards Su Chen. Naturally, the crowd's attention turned to the two of them. "Princess Anna, you look beautiful today." Su Chen smiled at Anna. "Really? My handsome and brave gentleman." Su Chen couldn't hold back. "We agreed not to mention that title again. I even prepared a surprise gift for you." Su Chen feigned sadness. Anna smiled at Su Chen. He didn't continue the small talk and took her outstretched hand, bending down to give it a gentle kiss. Then he handed over the box he was holding. "Do you mind if I open it right away?" Anna looked at Su Chen, as this was something that differed between Hwagwa people and Westerners. Westerners often unwrap gifts in front of the giver and express their admiration. Not at all, it suits you perfectly for today. Su Chen gestured for her to go ahead and open. It's. Anna eagerly opened the gift box. A diamond necklace sparkled under the hotel hall's lights. Anna was pleasantly surprised as she lifted the necklace, revealing a large pink diamond set in a platinum chain. The base was shaped like a small crown. The pink diamond fit perfectly as the jewel on the crown. Oh, this is so precious. Anna's background allowed her to immediately recognize the value of the item. A gift for a beautiful lady, my dear friend's present, shouldn't be measured by its value. Besides, it suits you even better, doesn't it? May I put it on you? Seeing Anna shyly nod, Su Chen stepped forward, took the necklace, and gently placed it around Anna's neck. The already beautiful Anna gained an added touch of nobility and elegance. In that moment, Su Chen became the most eye-catching guest at the event. Many people pointed at the necklace and whispered about Su Chen. Oh, I wish I had a friend like that, I must say. Hwagwa people are so generous, a somewhat plump noblewoman from Mao country said enviously. Forget it, that Hwagwa person wouldn't even look at you if he were blind. It's more worthwhile to be friends with me. Come on, you're not even as good as I am. I think that guy from Hwagwa is Anna's suitor. Really? I think so too. More and more socialites gathered, and the topic was all about Su Chen and Anna. Their eyes held envy, jealousy, and regret. As for some gentlemen, their eyes were filled with schadenfreude. They seemed to know something, but Su Chen had no idea about any of this. Anna still needed to attend to other guests, and parted from Su Chen with an apologetic smile. He originally thought he could relax. However, due to his earlier interaction with Anna, the people at the banquet were clearly very interested in Su Chen. Hello, sir. A gentleman from the west approached Su Chen, leaning on his cane. He even called a waiter to hand Su Chen a glass of champagne. The two began to converse amicably. Especially after Su Chen claimed that his fiancée was also from the west, their exchange became even more enthusiastic. This gentleman was involved in high-end furniture customization in Hwagwa and was quite famous in Spring City. Soon, more and more people approached Su Chen, all from the upper class of Spring City. Some politicians, businessmen, and even a few foreigners settled in Hwagwa were among them. These people were valuable networking resources, and Su Chen responded to them all with friendliness. Before long, he became the most popular person at the banquet, aside from Anna. However, at that moment, a blonde foreigner suddenly appeared in front of Su Chen. This guy was dressed in a white suit and wore a shiny gold monocle over his right eye. Hey, that Hwagwa kid, are you a child? Showing off at Anna's farewell party? This foreigner's Mandarin was quite standard, but his tone was very unfriendly. Everyone's attention turned to the two of them. Some who knew the situation watched with the eyes of spectators. Su Chen sized up this foreigner, unsure of when he had offended him. But then this foreigner clarified for Su Chen. Anna is my brother's fiancée. My brother is a grand prince of the Bourbon family. If you continue to associate with Anna, I can consider your actions a provocation against our Bourbon royal family. Su Chen, seeing this, was not afraid of trouble. Most of the people present were from Mao country, and they were not ones to uphold politeness and humility. Most Mao people admired strength. Then I will pursue Anna. What can your Bourbon royal family do to me? As soon as Su Chen said this, everyone present was taken aback. But instead of laughing at him, they greatly admired his courage. After all, most of the people present were from Mao country. Their culture valued straightforwardness. Therefore, Su Chen's behavior was seen as that of a warrior. This aligned with what Su Chen had thought before. But only one person was very angry. That was the Bourbon prince whose name Su Chen still did not know. It's Bourbon royal family. My name is Henry de Bourbon. I am the third prince of the current royal family. You insult our royal family. I want to duel you. Henry's stance suggested that if this were not Hwagwa, he would have charged at Su Chen to duel him directly. Henry, what are you doing? Just as Su Chen was preparing to respond, Anna suddenly appeared, standing between the two. Is this how you uphold the etiquette of a noble? Treating my guests like this at my banquet? Anna scolded Henry. She had heard Su Chen's words and felt a bit embarrassed, not daring to look at him. But she was not afraid of Henry at all. In her eyes, he was just a little brat. No, get away. I want to duel this rude lowlife. Su Chen's expression darkened. On Hwagwa's territory, calling a Hwagwa person a lowlife was unacceptable. No matter who intervened, he was determined to teach Henry a lesson. Today, Anna, step aside. Let me properly teach this ignorant kid a lesson. Su Chen gently pushed Anna aside, revealing the arrogant little prince. Speak. How? Do you want to compete? Swordsmanship? Just don't get hurt. Su Chen was quite tall, towering half a head over this Henry kid. He looked down at him from this height. The scene was silent, and no one seemed to resent Su Chen's actions. Instead, they admired his courage. Su Chen knew a bit about the decisions in Europe. According to the old royal rules, duels were fought through swordsmanship, a life-and-death battle. Naturally, Su Chen wasn't afraid. With his physical prowess and extraordinary eyesight, he could easily handle Henry. Henry looked at Su Chen, feeling a bit intimidated. That barbaric way, we have long abandoned. Henry wasn't entirely wrong. This was partly an excuse born from his fear of Su Chen. Now was a civilized society. One couldn't just cause a death like that. The methods of dueling had naturally changed. There were now many ways for both parties to choose from. There were traditional contests, as well as duels through card games and various entertaining games. After stating this, Henry looked at Su Chen with disdain. According to our rules, the losing side must kneel to the other to show submission. Fine, whatever you want. Just use the elegant method you prefer to duel with me. Gem identification. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Henry's eyes lit up. He hurriedly blurted out those 4 words, seemingly afraid Su Chen would back out. Gem identification was one of the essential subjects for nobles. Otherwise, when Su Chen took out the pink diamond, so many people wouldn't have recognized its value. Every noble had to have a certain understanding of various gems as a matter of dignity, and Henry was particularly skilled in this area. After all, his family was in the gem business. He had been immersed in this field since childhood, making him an expert among experts. Hearing Henry's choice, Su Chen almost burst into laughter. This was practically Henry walking right into the line of fire. He suppressed his amusement and said, "All right, we'll go with that." Su Chen, don't. Anna knew Henry's background. Even Henry's identification skills were famous in their circle. Anna looked at Su Chen with concern, worried he might suffer a loss. How about choosing something else? No need. Just this. We have a saying in Huagwe, once a gentleman steps out, even 4 horses can't catch him. I want this kid to know the price of looking down on Huagwa people. As soon as Su Chen said this, many around him changed the way they looked at him. If they had previously befriended him because of his wealth and boldness, now it was truly because of his character. Although Anna looked at Su Chen with some worry, she didn't try to dissuade him any further. Thus, under such unfavorable circumstances, Su Chen and the Bourbon Prince decided to duel through gem identification. The competition also required time to prepare. Just then, an elderly woman in a golden gown stepped forward at the banquet. She was a duchess from the Mao country and also had shares in the moonlit forest. Before long, she had her subordinates bring out her collection of treasured gems for the two to identify. A variety of dazzling gems were casually scattered on a makeshift table in the center of the banquet hall. Although wrapped in long wool, these gems still radiated brilliant colors under the lights. Many present had never seen so many gems in their lives, and all were of exquisite quality. To show off, the Duchess specifically instructed that the lesser items be filtered out. The competition was quite simple. The 2 duelists needed to pick out the 3 most valuable items from among them. The winner would be determined by the total value. You go first. Su Chen waved his hand, as if coaxing a child. Henry said nothing, glaring at Su Chen. He then stood by the table, staring for a long time before selecting 3 gems. They were simply gemstones set into 2 rings and a necklace. Those who understood could see that the gems chosen by Henry were quite valuable, and even the Duchess nodded in satisfaction. Henry's nostrils flared with pride as he looked down on Su Chen. Su Chen paid him no mind and walked straight towards the carpet. The gemstones he selected were not as dazzling as Henry's, and they hardly seemed worthy of being made into jewelry, especially the last one, which appeared dull and lifeless. Even someone without common sense would know it was worthless. The Duchess couldn't help but frown, as she knew that particular gem held little value. She had even instructed her servants to remove the worthless ones to avoid embarrassment. Yet one still slipped through the cracks. After Su Chen finished his selection, murmurs of disapproval arose around him. They regarded Su Chen as brave but lacking in ability. Next came the final appraisal, naturally presided over by the Duchess. Since she had purchased them, she was aware of their worth. For Prince Henry, the 3 gemstones, excluding the jewelry price, are valued at 3 million, 5 million, and 10 million respectively, totaling 18 million. Everyone present gasped in shock. As for this gentleman from Huagua, the values of these 2 gemstones are 7 million and 4 million, and the last one I bought for 500,000. The Duchess looked at Su Chen with a hint of regret in her eyes. She quite liked this young man from Huagua. I'm afraid, sir, I must regretfully announce your. Just as the Duchess was about to declare Su Chen's failure, he interrupted her. Wait a moment, madam. Su Chen's voice made the Duchess somewhat displeased. It was an impolite act, but Su Chen couldn't care less. This pearl, I fear, is a pearl covered in dust. Its value exceeds your imagination. Impossible. The Duchess shook her head. Sir, I understand your feelings, but these gemstones have all been appraised by renowned jewelers. The gem you selected, although a relic from your late husband, holds extraordinary value for me. However, it truly is not worth much. Mentioning her late husband filled the Duchess's eyes with nostalgia. She and her deceased spouse had once been deeply in love, but for the sake of peace, he had resolutely left her side. He joined the opposing forces but perished on the battlefield. The Duchess had waited from her 20s, a tender age, until now. She gazed fondly at the gemstone, as if recalling the time when her late husband was still by her side, and they harmonized beautifully together, truly appearing very affectionate. Suchin observed the Duchess's deep gaze, interrupting her thoughts. Madam, I believe it is the jeweler's lack of skill that has obscured the sentiment your husband left for you. I am willing to clarify this for you. The Duchess gestured for Su Chen to give it a try, her eyes lacking expectation. Su Chen asked a servant to bring a basin of salt water. The reason he dared to let Henry choose first was because of this precious pearl. Name: Tear of the Mermaid. Value: 50 million. Secret matter: the treasure is hidden. The tear of the mermaid only shines brilliantly in seawater. Once removed from it, a layer of crystallization covers its surface, and only salt water or shyness can restore it to its original form. Su Chen placed the pearl in the salt water. The original pearl was round and gray-black. However, once submerged in the salt water, the crystallization around the pearl slowly dissolved, transforming into a droplet shape. When the crystallization completely melted away, the gemstone regained its deep blue, mysterious luster. The Duchess covered her mouth, astonished by what lay before her. She had cherished the gemstone left by her late husband, and even if it held little value, she often took it out to admire. Looking at the droplet-shaped gem before her, she could hardly believe it was the same one she had seen before. Everyone present was stunned by the scene unfolding before them. Even Henry was wide-eyed, staring at everything before him. If he didn't believe in himself, he would have thought Su Chen was pulling a fast one in front of everyone. What is going on? Anna looked at the gem, equally curious. No woman could resist such beautiful jewelry. Su Chen didn't keep them in suspense. Madam, please allow me to tell you a story. After receiving her consent, Su Chen began. This gem originally comes from the East Sea of Huagua, and it is called the Tear of the Merman. Legend has it that in the East Sea of Huagua there lives a group of mermen with human bodies and fishtails, akin to the mermaids of European folklore. Mermen are sincere, loving only one person throughout their lives, never parting until old age. If a merman is stranded away from their beloved and cannot reunite, they will shed tears of longing, which transform into this gem known as the Tear of the Merman. This gem also symbolizes your late husband's love for you. Just like the merman, unwavering in love, unchanging in this life. I hope you will cherish this precious gem. As Su Chen spoke, the Duchess's mind was flooded with memories of her time with her late husband. Overcome with emotion, the Duchess gave a shallow bow to Su Chen. Thank you, gentleman from Huagua. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known all this. You are truly the most learned person I have ever met. I declare that the winner of this duel is this gentleman. From now on, he will be a distinguished guest of the moonlit forest. This gratitude was not insignificant. When Su Chen turned to look at Prince Bourbon, he found that he had already fled in disgrace. He hadn't even fulfilled his promise of kneeling in submission to the protagonist. Su Chen shook his head with a smile. He thought Henry's behavior was merely that of a child throwing a tantrum. Anna also noticed and called out to him softly. Su Chen shook his head, signaling that he didn't care. He had gained much more. Although this was Anna's farewell banquet, Su Chen was surrounded by admirers. His erudition and the gentlemanly demeanor he had just displayed to the Duchess earned him unanimous praise from the distinguished guests present. He had become the object of everyone's admiration. Even many young and beautiful noble ladies approached Su Chen, holding various gems and jewelry they had just taken off, eager to engage him in conversation. It was clear they were there to admire his expertise, with intentions directed at Su Chen. He was on the verge of being overwhelmed. Anna's eyes twinkled. She quietly slipped away to one side and signaled the band to start playing. The lively dance music began, and the lights sparkled. It was time to dance. Anna walked up to Su Chen and gracefully performed a lady's curtsy. I wonder, Mr. Su Chen, if you would do me the honor of dancing the first dance with me. As the host of the banquet, this first dance was the highest compliment to a guest. Facing Anna's outstretched hand, Su Chen slowly placed his hand on hers. The surrounding women, somewhat disappointed, left to find their own dance partners. In the center of the dance floor, Su Chen and Anna were the absolute stars. Thank you, these noble ladies are more frantic than I expected. Seeing Su Chen's relieved expression, Anna couldn't help but chuckle. Could it be that you are the one who expressed a desire to pursue me at the banquet? You heard that, huh? Of course. Anna gazed at Su Chen with affection. It's what I should do. Who wouldn't like a beautiful lady? Moreover, besides your beauty, your character also captivates me. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Anna did not show joy. Instead, she appeared somewhat disappointed. It's a pity that we can't be together. As you just learned, I must return home for a family marriage. Although Su Chen had learned about Anna's situation from the previous wager, hearing her say it herself made his feelings quite complex. Seizing the opportunity, he asked, "Don't you have any other choices? I see that your parents are not so conservative." "Indeed, it's not that way. My parents love me very much. But sometimes, living means being out of control. I must contribute to my family." Anna lifted Su Chen's hand and twirled around with it in the air. This was a common move in dance. Anna's movements were quick, but Su Chen still noticed her wiping away tears as she turned. He sighed, surprised that someone from Anna's background could have such troubles. He began to feel sorrow for the fate of the girl before him. However, Anna didn't think too much about it. She leaned in close to Su Chen's ear and whispered, "Although I am destined to be a canary raised by others, why can't I fly freely just once before entering the cage? Would you be willing to help me with this, my handsome and brave gentleman?" After saying this, Anna continued dancing as if nothing had happened, only playfully winking at Su Chen when he looked at her. Su Chen understood her meaning and wasn't angry about the awkward title she had just called him. He gazed at Anna affectionately and nodded. As the moon hung low over the willow treetops, people gathered after the banquet. After the party ended, Su Chen returned to the car, and Anna's figure had already appeared there. Su Chen was startled, but Anna couldn't help but lean in closer. A wave of fragrance enveloped him. Su Chen's car had one-way glass, and Anna knew that love was mutual. A night of spring dreams left its mark. Su Chen slowly woke up in the hotel. The day before, he had witnessed Anna's wildness, first in the car, then in the hotel. It was the same sky garden as last time, but the leading lady had changed to the stronger Anna. Knowing this was the last time, Anna was determined not to give up despite being exhausted. Su Chen padded beside him, but Anna had long since disappeared. He turned to look, and only a letter remained on Anna's pillow. A few strands of golden hair were left behind, indicating the previous night's owner. Su Chen opened the letter. It was written in delicate small characters. "Dear Su, seeing this letter is like seeing you. By the time you read this, I will have boarded the plane back to Mao country. Yesterday was our last meeting. I am very glad to have met a friend like you before returning to Mao country. My brave and handsome gentleman, meeting you has been the happiest thing in my life. Unfortunately, in this lifetime, we are not fated to be together, otherwise, I would have to compete with your current fiancé. I hope you can live a little better in the future, and if there is a chance, I hope we can meet again." The first half of the letter was fine, but when Su Chen read the second half, his expression changed. "I know you approached me for other reasons, not just to befriend me. But all of that is no longer important. We had a wonderful night last night. I have already considered you a true friend. As long as your intentions are not to harm my family, I can help with anything. I have told my parents that after I leave, if you need anything reasonable, you can ask them. As long as it doesn't go against morality, they will help you fulfill it." Su Chen let out a long breath. He hadn't expected Anna's thoughts to be so intricate. Indeed, he had approached her initially to dig up Wu Sangui's treasure from the embassy. But he never had any malicious intent. Anna had seen through his ulterior motives long ago, but had never exposed him. At that moment, Su Chen found himself somewhat forgetting his original purpose of seeking treasure. Instead, he felt even fonder of Anna, who had already left. Su Chen did not disappoint Anna's goodwill. He went straight to the embassy. No one stopped him, and he directly approached the ambassador. "Su Chen, you're here." Arthur stood up enthusiastically from his seat upon seeing Su Chen. "It's good to see you again, Arthur. This is a gift I brought for you. Chinese baijiu. This is a good thing." Su Chen raised the bottle of liquor in his hand and winked at Asef, revealing an expression that any man would understand. "Thank you so much." The man from Mao country understood as well, and Asef calmly hid the baijiu under his desk. "Has Anna already left?" Su Chen's tone became somewhat somber. Asef also felt a bit down. "Yeah, Anna," Asef started to say but couldn't finish. "Come on, what do you need us to help with?" Asef patted Su Chen's shoulder heavily. He had already vaguely guessed a few things about Su Chen and Anna. He even helped Anna keep it from his wife that she wasn't coming back to stay. "I want the right to use the embassy for 3 days. Don't worry, I won't mess with anything," Su Chen explained. He didn't want Asef to misunderstand. "All right, once I arrange it, I'll let you know." Asef agreed without a second thought. "No need to say thank you, because this is our daughter's wish. Just remember, my daughter still has a bond with you. I hope that in the future, if you have the chance, you can go see Anna. Anna has suffered too much for the family by marrying into the Bourbon royal family. Before Su Chen could express his gratitude, he was interrupted by Asef. Seeing his serious expression, Su Chen nodded solemnly. Asef was also very decisive in his actions. A few days later, he used the excuse of needing repairs at the embassy to take everyone out. This was something he had discussed with Su Chen. Su Chen didn't specify what he was going to do, only saying he needed to find something from the embassy's basement. Asef came up with this idea. Early in the morning, Su Chen brought his people, disguised as a construction team, into the embassy. These included Professor Xiang, He Yueyao, and some people Su Chen had secretly trained. They were the same ones who had beaten Meng Zhan last time. Thanks to the excuse Asef provided, Su Chen easily moved the digging tools inside. For 3 days, no one disturbed them. A group of people eagerly watched as Professor Xiang compared 2 maps, one a treasure map and the other the embassy's layout. I have good news. Professor Xiang looked at Su Chen with some excitement. What is it, Professor? The exact location is right below the embassy's wine cellar. Although he didn't know why there was a wine cellar here. The wine cellar is originally underground, so if we dig from there, it will only take 2 days. Su Chen let out a sigh of relief. After all his hard work, they could finally start digging. All right, Professor, can you handle it? Of course. Professor Xiang looked proud. This was his area of expertise. The group was ready to move. Su Chen decided to slip away first. He needed to cover for Professor Xiang and the others. After all, the challenge wasn't the digging work but keeping it a secret. After covering up the traces on the outside with a few people, Su Chen returned to his office with peace of mind. As soon as Su Chen walked into the office, Bai Lu followed him in. It was unclear if she was intentionally trying to chat with Su Chen. However, she didn't say anything, and just started to go over daily matters. Once she finished, Bai Lu curiously asked, "Why didn't I see He Yueyao today? Didn't she come?" "She went back to school for some business. She's still a student." "I haven't heard about that." Bai Lu looked skeptical. "Do I need to report this to you?" Su Chen's expression suddenly darkened. "I know you're the Secretary General, but He Yueyao is my personal secretary, right? I just need to know, do I need to ask you for permission?" Again? Seeing Su Chen's serious demeanor, Bai Lu panicked. She clearly sensed the change in Su Chen's attitude towards her recently. "No, that's not what I meant. I was just concerned about Yueyao. She just arrived, right?" Bai Lu became flustered. Su Chen's expression softened slightly, but he still looked very serious at Bai Lu. He even stood up directly. His eyes met Bai Lu's. "Bai Lu, I want to ask you something, so tell me honestly, how do I treat you?" "Bai Lu, I want to ask you something, how do I treat you?" Su Chen's gaze seemed to penetrate everything. Bai Lu felt as if she had no secrets in front of him. I don't know how to describe it. You have always been supportive of my work since I joined our department, and not just for me, everyone in our department is grateful to you. The treatment I receive is better than that of other departments in the association for the same position. Moreover, Bai Lu paused and continued. When we are not at work, I feel like you treat me like a friend rather than a subordinate. Bai Lu spoke sincerely, and Su Chen's expression softened a bit. I hope you can remember what you said today. You know, I have never been harsh on those who have contributed, but for those who are ungrateful. Su Chen did not continue, but Bai Lu understood his meaning. Seeing Su Chen wave his hand, Bai Lu felt as if she had been granted amnesty and walked out. After leaving Su Chen's office, she turned to look at the already closed door. Her expression became incredibly complicated. What should I do now? She whispered. Su Chen naturally did not know what Bai Lu was thinking. After giving her a warning, what she did next was her own business. Su Chen just needed to wait and see. He had other things to do. Can I come in, girlfriend? Su Chen pushed open Huang Chuman's office door, standing at the entrance with a grin. Come in. Huang Chuman suppressed her laughter. Su Chen closed the door behind him. Is what I wanted ready? So you came to me just for my materials. Huang Chuman pretended to look resentful at Su Chen. Of course, it's for the materials. Su Chen smiled as he walked behind Huang Chuman, wrapping his arms around her and resting his head on her shoulder. When Huang Chuman turned to look at him, Su Chen leaned in and kissed her. Of course it's because my girlfriend is beautiful, Su Chen said, his eyes smiling as he looked at Huang Chuman. You flirt. Huang Chuman blushed and spat softly. Here, this is your material. She took out a thick stack of documents. As Su Chen flipped through them, Huang Chuman explained. These are records of the funds misappropriated by Tian Lao's direct subordinates in your department. The more Su Chen looked, the worse his expression became. This proportion is too high. Yeah, I roughly checked, and last quarter, the misappropriated funds accounted for a large part of your department, more than what you used yourselves. This is truly outrageous. Su Chen could no longer bear it and directly threw the documents he was holding onto Huang Chuman's desk. This is the current state of the association. Seeing Su Chen's frustrated expression, Huang Chuman stood up and gently smoothed his tightly furrowed brows. Both of them knew that although the inspectors seemed to have great power, the 14 inspectors in the association were all dependent on the 7 lords. They were all begging for scraps under someone else's table. Earning money was already difficult, and trying to earn it while standing was even harder. You are originally Tian Lao's person, so just swallow this. Otherwise, without Tian Lao's support, you will find it hard to move an inch in this association. If it were for something else, it would be fine. After hearing Huang Chuman's words, Su Chen pointed at the page of the document he had just looked at. Look here, this is the compensation I allocated to my subordinates. Last time when we searched the warehouse, it caught fire, and I had subordinates who didn't make it out. According to the rules, the compensation comes from my account, and I even asked Bai Lu to approve a bit more since we had some surplus. But look, more than half of this money was directly taken away by Tian Lao's subordinates. The more Su Chen thought about it, the angrier he became. Huang Chuman looked at Su Chen in this state, wanting to comfort him, but not knowing where to start. For departments that had to go out on duty, touching the compensation fund was indeed a big taboo. If that money was touched, who would truly be willing to risk their lives for you? Huang Chuman hugged Su Chen without saying a word. After a while, when Su Chen calmed down, he said, Man, promise me one thing. From now on, our department's accounts will be decided by us. If Tian Lao's subordinates come to meddle again, you just help me push them away. Huang Chuman looked at Su Chen in surprise. She thought that Su Chen's warning would be enough to let the matter pass. Unexpectedly. Okay. Huang Chuman still agreed. Thank you. Su Chen gently kissed Huang Chuman on the forehead. I'm going to check on that subordinate's home. He waved at Huang Chuman and turned to leave. Huang Chuman watched Su Chen's back, her eyes filled with mixed emotions. He truly was the person she had chosen, full of feelings and loyalty. Su Chen followed the address on the file and arrived at a residential complex. It was similar to the one he had rented when he graduated from university at Ning Yu's place. It was already quite old, with poor infrastructure and garbage everywhere. Su Chen frowned. No matter how he looked at it, the compensation he gave to his subordinate shouldn't lead to living in a place like this. That subordinate was named Cheng Lei, in his 30s. The information showed that he had a wife, Wu Xijin, and a daughter, Chen Huahua, who was in kindergarten. In the photo, Wu Xijin had an oval face. Although she was dressed simply, her smile was radiant. Chen Huahua was a lovely little girl with a round face and eyes that looked like black pearls. Su Chen couldn't help but wonder how such a rough man like Cheng Lei could have such a cute daughter. Su Chen felt a bit heavy-hearted, unsure how to face this pair of a widow and her child. In this old-style residential building, there were even windows in the hallway. Su Chen arrived at Cheng Lei's doorstep and happened to see the mother and daughter through the window. Mom, what are we having for dinner today? The window was high, so Su Chen could only see Cheng Huahua's head. She had 2 pigtails on her head, and her face was rosy and chubby. One of her hands was held out, looking pitifully at Wu Xijin. Today, Mommy will make you scrambled eggs, okay? Okay. Hearing about scrambled eggs, Cheng Huahua's eyes lit up. Su Chen felt a pang of sympathy. It was clear that the two of them were not living well. However, looking through the window, the room was relatively tidy and the floor was very clean, without a trace of dirt. It seemed out of place compared to the old, dirty, and chaotic environment of the residential building. Su Chen couldn't bear to watch any longer, feeling sorry for Cheng Huahua, let alone for Wu Xijin, the mother. Wu Xijin seemed to have just finished doing housework, wiping her hands on her apron. Then she picked up Cheng Huahua. Huahua, when Mommy finds a job, I'll buy you meat to eat, okay? Okay. Then we can also make some for Daddy. Alright, wait for Daddy to come back. A look of sadness flashed in Wu Xijin's eyes. Although she was in her 30s, her skin was still smooth and fair, but her eyes were filled with sorrow, making one feel a deep sympathy. Su Chen decided not to hide in the corner any longer and knocked on the Cheng family's door. Who is it? Wu Xijin's voice came from inside. Then there were footsteps approaching. The door opened, and when Wu Xijin saw Su Chen, she clearly froze for a moment. This young man looked almost too good-looking. Who are you looking for? Hello, Uncle. Cheng Huahua, wearing little slippers, followed behind Wu Xijin. She wasn't shy at all and greeted Su Chen warmly. The little girl was adorable, and Su Chen squatted down to pick her up. Wu Xijin initially wanted to stop him, but the kindness in Su Chen's eyes seemed genuine, and she could tell. Who are you looking for? But Wu Xijin still felt a bit cautious and asked again. I am Cheng Lei's superior. Wu Xijin clearly froze for a moment. She could hardly believe that this man, looking like a college student, was her husband's boss. Please come in. Wu Xijin stepped aside for Su Chen. Su Chen surveyed the room. Although the furniture was quite old, everything was tidy and clean. Chum Hua was also quiet, just curiously watching Su Chen. Hua, why don't you go? Play by yourself? I want to talk to your mom for a bit, okay? Su Chen set Chum Hua down. Go on, Hua. Wu Xijin was still somewhat skeptical but let Chang Hua leave. Chang Hua obediently returned to her room. I am indeed Chang Lei's boss. My name is Su Chen, and I am the inspector of the association. Su Chen. Wu Xijin had some impression. Her husband seemed to have mentioned this name. Boss, what brings you here? Su Chen didn't beat around the bush. He took a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Wu Xijin. There was a problem with Chang Lei's compensation. It was miscalculated. I'm here to make up for it. There's also a little something from me, a total of 1 million, and the password is 6 ones. Hearing the amount on the card, Wu Xijin's hand trembled, almost dropping it. 1 million, she repeated. Su Chen nodded. Wu Xijin let out a long breath, visibly excited. Hua, come here. Watching Hua come over, Su Chen found the little girl somewhat adorable. Wu Xijin pulled Hua over and said, Hua, this uncle is your dad's boss and he brought money for our family. Thank you, uncle. Hua chirped. Boss, please don't go, I'm about to prepare dinner. You can eat before you leave. Su Chen felt a bit moved. He had just seen the family's situation, which was somewhat beyond his expectations. Even if half of the compensation had been taken away, they shouldn't be living so frugally. He had just observed that Wu Xijin was a capable woman, not one to waste money. All right. Hearing Su Chen agree, Wu Xijin excitedly ran to the kitchen to open the fridge. But then, as if remembering something, her hand stopped. Su Chen knew that there probably wasn't much food left at home. Boss, wait a moment. I'll go buy some groceries. I'm really sorry, we didn't prepare much at home. Wu Xijin showed an embarrassed smile. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. You go ahead, I'll just play with Hua. Wu Xijin was a bit wary, but looking at Su Chen's youthful appearance, he didn't seem like a bad person, so she agreed. There was a supermarket right at the entrance of the community. Wu Xijin hurriedly left and quickly returned. Besides buying some vegetables, she also made a special trip to the bank to take a look. It was indeed a 7-figure amount, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. When she got home, Su Chen was holding Hua and the two were watching cartoons together. Wu Xijin was quick and soon had a table full of dishes ready. Although they were all home-cooked meals, they looked clean and refreshing. Su Chen took a bite and found it quite good. Hua, sitting beside them, looked on eagerly, and Su Chen said, Go ahead, Hua. Hua glanced at her mother, and when Wu Xijin nodded, she picked up her little chopsticks and went for the chicken leg. This is for you, thank you, uncle. Su Chen was a bit surprised to see the chicken leg in his bowl, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. I'll give you one. 2. Su Chen picked up another chicken leg. Watching the two getting along harmoniously, Wu Xijin thought of her husband from before, her eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment. It's really delicious. Su Chen praised Wu Xijin's cooking while eating the chicken leg. You're too kind, boss. Wu Xijin didn't believe that someone who could give out 1 million hadn't eaten better food. You're a good person, boss. I didn't expect the association to still remember Chang Lei's situation. What do you mean? Su Chen found Wu Xijin's words a bit strange. Wu Xijin became hesitant. Just say it. Chang Lei might not have told you. About the association's matters, I'm the inspector, second only to the 7 elders. Looking at Wu Xijin's expression, Su Chen had no choice but to bring up his own identity. Wu Xijin sighed and finally revealed the truth. Last time, the people from the association came by and said that Chun Lei died because he broke the rules while on a mission, trying to seek personal gain, so there's no compensation, only 20,000 for funeral expenses. Those people spoke with such certainty, saying that it was only because Chang Lei had worked for the association for many years that they wouldn't pursue his responsibility. I didn't dare to go to the association to ask. Wu Xijin's eyes were filled with grievance. Su Chen looked at the woman before him. Wu Xijin was already a beauty, but her hair was disheveled and her eyes were dark, making her look particularly haggard. It was clear that she had suffered a lot during this time. These bastards! Su Chen couldn't help but curse, because according to the money that had been deducted earlier, the compensation had been embezzled for the most part. However, Su Chen thought that the mother and daughter should have at least 100,000 left. He never expected that they would dare to embezzle this money. If this continued, who the hell could do their job properly? Despite being filled with anger, Su Chen still suppressed his rage. Don't worry, this matter is in the past. If anything happens in the future, just come to me. I want to see who dares to trouble you. Wu Xijin, who was already feeling wronged, finally couldn't hold back her tears upon hearing Su Chen's words. She grabbed Chang Hua and bowed to Su Chen together. After Chang Lei's departure, she had to take care of her daughter, find a job, and endure the pain of losing her husband. She had truly borne too much. Although Chang Huahua was still a bit confused, she understood that Su Chen was good to her family. As soon as he arrived, they were able to eat meat. Su Chen quickly helped the two of them up. This is what I should do, as long as you don't blame me for coming late. How could we? Wu Xijin quickly denied. Let's eat. Huahua is still growing, Su Chen said, and the three returned to the dining table. Sitting around the coffee table eating, Wu Xijin seemed a bit dazed, as if she had returned to the time when Chang Lei was still around. Do you have any plans? First, take care of Chang Lei's funeral, then we can make plans. Su Chen didn't want to ask too much. Alright, if you have any difficulties, just come to me. After finishing the meal, Su Chen didn't want to stay longer. After saying goodbye to Huahua and Wu Xijin, he hurriedly left. He acted immediately. The people who embezzled Chang Lei's compensation were all on Su Chen's list. He initially thought that these few people would take half as per usual. Su Chen wouldn't have been this angry. But these people actually took everything. They only left 20,000 for the widow and orphan. If Su Chen hadn't discovered it, the consequences would have been dire. After returning to the office, Su Chen directly called the head of the HR department. Hello, it's me, Su Chen. I sent you a list. Fire all these people, the reason being dereliction of duty and embezzlement. Hearing the fawning voice on the other end of the line, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. These people absolutely could not remain in the association. After hanging up, Su Chen sat quietly in place, waiting. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Bai Lu rushed in, looking somewhat anxious. Su Chen was not surprised by her arrival. Teasingly looking at Bai Lu, he said, "Isn't this my secretary general? What brings you here?" Bai Lu forced herself to appear calm. "Inspector, did you just call to fire a few people?" "That's right. I didn't expect the secretary general to be so well informed." Bai Lu could tell from Su Chen's tone, but she didn't have time to care about that now. But they are distant relatives of Elder Tian. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Su Chen's expression turned cold upon hearing Bai Lu's words. Bai Lu felt an immense sense of pressure, even greater than when she faced Elder Tian. I wouldn't dare. Seeing this, Su Chen didn't hesitate. These few people dared to embezzle the compensation of my subordinates. Do you know how much that widow and orphan received? 20,000. 20,000 bought the life of my subordinate? Is your life only worth 20,000? Bai Lu lowered her head even further, not daring to speak. She cursed inwardly, thinking that these people had gone too far this time. These bastards must be brought to justice. But expelling them is really too much. Why don't you first have a word with old Tian? If these people affect your relationship with old Tian, that would be disastrous. Do you think old Tian would shield these people? If it's really because of such scum, then my relationship with old Tian is over, so be it. In any case, my eyes absolutely cannot tolerate any sand. After Su Chen finished speaking, Bai Lu didn't dare to respond at all. If she said that, wouldn't it imply that old Tian and these people were in cahoots? Su Chen didn't expect to hear anything from Bai Lu. I know how you feel. Isn't it because you were sent by old Tian before, and now you feel a sense of sorrow for the fox when the rabbit dies? Su Chen sneered. I won't make it difficult for you. After all, you haven't done anything wrong to me. We both know this. Rather than having you caught in the middle between me and old Tian, I'll make the decision. I'll find you an easy and well-paid job. How does that sound? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Bai Lu's face turned as ugly as it could be. How can you look at me like this? Although I was sent by old Tian, I have never done anything to betray you. Can you not even tolerate me now? Bai Lu felt extremely wronged. She had never thought of betraying Su Chen, but as Su Chen said, she was originally old Tian's person, caught between two sides. Sometimes she felt helpless. Su Chen was well aware of Bai Lu's thoughts. Forget it. You think it over carefully. I won't back down on this matter, and you know the consequences. If I have a conflict with old Tian, the first one to get hurt will be you. Su Chen waved his hand, signaling that he didn't want to talk anymore. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu also stopped speaking and silently left Su Chen's office. Soon, the Human Resources Department called again to confirm that under Su Chen's tough stance, this matter had seemingly become settled. The few people were all expelled from the Tianji Association, and all their illegal gains were investigated. The internal affairs of the association were not airtight. As soon as these people were dealt with, the news of Su Chen's punishment spread throughout the entire Tianji Association. This news was like a bomb dropped into deep water, causing a huge uproar within the association. This matter instantly became a hot topic among the members. There were all sorts of opinions about it. Some said that Su Chen didn't want to stay in the association anymore and was getting rid of old Tian's people, which was clearly a slap in old Tian's face. They spoke with great pride, as these people had long been eyeing Su Chen's position, and being so young yet in a high position naturally made countless people envious. Others directly cursed Su Chen as an ingrate. They said that the company had always been like this, treating their own people so harshly, getting rid of old Tian's people without knowing what benefits they could gain. These people openly scolded Su Chen. It was obvious which side the 7 lords and an inspector stood on. Then some people in the Tianji Association spread rumors that Su Chen was standing up for a pair of orphans and a widow. This was outrageous. All sorts of foul and unpleasant words were thrown around, claiming that Su Chen was eyeing that widow, thinking of avenging her to win her favor. Anyone with eyes knew this was false. Everyone had seen Su Chen's fiancée, who had visited the association numerous times. If this caused a rift with old Tian, it would be too irrational. Yet, such rumors spread, and they grew more intense, sounding as if they were true. In the end, it was even said that Su Chen had long been involved with his subordinate's wife, which led to his subordinate's demise. There were all sorts of versions. Yet, no one spoke a word for the orphans and the widow. Su Chen happened to pass through the hall. All kinds of rumors reached his ears. He walked past with a blank expression. Wherever he went, everything fell silent at once, as if the pause button had been pressed. Su Chen did not get angry. He simply sat silently in the elevator, heading towards old Tian's floor. Old Tian was, as usual, sitting by the window at the tea table. However, this time he did not greet Su Chen with a cheerful invitation to sit down. Su Chen didn't mind and sat down bluntly. He watched old Tian's gloomy expression as he poured himself a cup of tea. Old Tian got straight to the point. Su Chen, you think you've grown wings, huh? It's just a few people's matters. Can't you at least tell me? Where do you think you're putting my face? Old Tian was no longer the kind, benevolent figure he usually was. His eyes were filled with severity. Su Chen stood his ground. Their hands have reached too far. I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do. Bringing this up would only add to your troubles, so it's better left unsaid. Old Tian was furious at Su Chen's attitude. But at this point, Su Chen had already made a name for himself. Old Tian wasn't ready to tear their relationship apart just yet. This is the last time. I'll let it go this time. This is the last time. I'll let it go this time. Su Chen found old Tian's words somewhat ironic. In the association, no one felt sorry for that orphan mother. Not even old Tian. Didn't they worry that such things could happen to them? Well, it made sense. After all, only a few teams were out in the field. Su Chen had no intention of saving old Tian's face. Old Tian, you know me. I came to the Tianji Association to contribute to the country. I'm not here to engage in petty theft. You dare to take money from the dead. If such things happen again, I will still act this way. Hearing Su Chen's words, old Tian's face twitched a few times. He was furious enough to laugh. Ha ha ha. Good. What a contribution to the country. Good. Su Chen, do you know? I thought the same way when I first came. You're still too young. I won't hold this against you. Being young is great. Su Chen downed the tea in his cup. I really enjoy the feeling of being young. Old Tian, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. After saying that, he turned and left. Old Tian watched Su Chen's back, speechless for a long time. Come out. The person has left. After old Tian spoke, Bai Lu slowly walked out from the office partition. Is everything ready? Upon hearing this, Bai Lu's eyes narrowed, and she became a bit flustered. Old Tian, Su Chen is just too young and impulsive. If you let me go back and talk to him, I'm sure he'll think it through. Bai Lu wanted to explain for Su Chen, but old Tian could no longer listen. You know Su Chen's temperament better than I do. Do you think he's someone who can be easily manipulated? Since we can't get it, then let's destroy it. Su Chen, of course, had no idea about the scheming in old Tian's office. He had already arrived at the embassy of Mao country. The excavation work here had already yielded results. Su Chen was becoming increasingly impatient. The once clean embassy was now piled high with mounds of dirt, waiting to be filled back in after the excavation was complete. Su Chen followed Professor Xiang and He Yueyao from the embassy's wine cellar into the dug tunnel. At the end of the tunnel was a massive stone door. Beyond this is Wu Sangue's treasure. Professor Xiang's tone was somewhat excited, his voice trembling as he spoke. Then let's go in. No, there are traps on the stone door. Professor Xiang shook his head. He pointed to some objects on the ground and the hollow on the stone door, saying, there are some items excavated earlier that can be placed in this trap hole. However, after my inspection, this trap is a one-time use. If these items are placed in the wrong order, it will directly lead to the self-destruction of the secret chamber. Moreover, the treasure map does not provide any hints. Professor Xiang was somewhat perplexed, unable to make a decision, which is why he called for Su Chen. Su Chen looked at the keys on the ground. They were all floating wood carvings made from dark wood, each one square-shaped, with different designs carved into them. There were images of generals going into battle, beautiful women getting ready, and scenes of abundant descendants. Each carving was the same. size perfectly fitting into the mechanisms of the stone door. However, there were at least 10 of these carvings, while the stone door had only 3 square holes. This meant a probability of choosing 3 out of a dozen, which was quite small. Moreover, they needed to fit into the corresponding holes, making the task even more difficult. Without any hints, the chances of failure were very high. The group was somewhat uncertain. Additionally, given the thickness of the stone door, small amounts of explosives would be ineffective, and large amounts were not only unavailable but also too noisy. One wrong move could lead to a collapse. They could only find the correct method, otherwise, there was no other way. This was already the last day. The deadline was approaching. If the embassy returned the items, even if the ambassador could help Su-chen conceal it, it would be of no use. After all, the ambassador was not the owner of this embassy. If outsiders discovered this treasure room, the items would be lost. The best-case scenario would be to inform the country, but not only would the credit be shared, the treasures inside would have nothing to do with Su-chen. All the effort he had put in would be in vain. Su-chen began to recall the life of Wu Sangue, reflecting on the many investigations he had conducted about him over this time. Wu Sangue came from a military family, passed the martial examination during the Chongjin era, and achieved numerous military successes, becoming a renowned general of the Ming dynasty. He was stationed at Shanhaiguan. In the 17th year of Chongjin, after Li Zicheng captured Beijing, Wu Sangui's beloved concubine, Chen Yuanyuan, was insulted by Li Zicheng's subordinates, and her parents were beaten. This led to the story of Wu Sangui's furious rebellion for his beloved. He surrendered to the Qing dynasty, led the Qing troops into the pass, and defeated Li Zicheng, being granted the title of King of Pingxi. He later quelled peasant uprisings and was stationed in Yunnan and Guizhou. Eventually, he even ascended to the throne, establishing the Dezhou dynasty, with the heir named Zhao Wu. His life was legendary, almost like a character from a tale. Su-chen saw with his eye technique that this treasure room was established by Wu Sangue after founding his country. Therefore, Su-chen picked up the carvings representing the most glorious periods of his life and placed them one by one into the mechanism, starting with the general's battle scene where the general was vividly depicted, surrounded by countless fallen enemies. Then came the beautiful woman getting ready, showcasing the tenderness of beauty across centuries. Finally, the scene of birds and beasts scattering, which looked somewhat chaotic. The 3 carvings were placed into the mechanism in sequence. Professor Xiang and Hua Yao instinctively held their breath. This was the treasure Su-chen had found, and it was all his achievement. They had no right to interfere with his choices. Yet, they were both on edge. Wu Sangue was a figure from history. This could very well be Wu Sangui's treasure or tomb, which was incredibly exciting. As Su-chen placed the carvings in, a click was heard, followed by the sound of machinery operating. The massive stone door slowly opened. Everyone finally got to see the thickness of the stone door, which was at least half a meter thick. Professor Xiang felt relieved that he hadn't chosen to use brute force. This was not something ordinary explosives could blow open. The two of them marveled at the wisdom of the ancients while praising Su-chen. "Senior brother, you really are amazing." This, Hua Yao gave a thumbs up. "I almost thought we wouldn't be able to get in." Professor Xiang nodded in agreement. As an expert in historical research, he felt honored to be part of such an event. Even Professor Xiang felt his heart racing a bit faster. While the group chatted, the stone door had completely stopped. Inside the stone door was a pitch-black space. Su-chen had long been prepared. He first threw in a glowing stick, illuminating the entire interior of the stone door. What Su-chen and the others saw was a stone chamber. The scene of gold and silver treasures piled high did not appear as imagined. The room was not large, only about 20 square meters. However, it was designed very cleverly. After hundreds of years, not a speck of dust could be seen. This doesn't look like a treasure room at all. Su-chen and the others, holding flashlights, entered the room. Hua Yao surveyed the surroundings and exclaimed, "Indeed, compared to a treasure room, this looks more like a living room." Su-chen looked around at everything. There was a bed, an 8 immortals table, a concubine's couch, and even a dressing table. The copper mirror on it was still clearly visible. "Senior brother, are these really antiques? They look so new." Upon hearing Hua Yao's words, Su-chen tapped her on the head. "You should learn more about these things. These are all from the late Ming to early Qing period. They look new because they have been well preserved." Even so, Su-chen couldn't feel happy at all. Although these items were valuable, they were not worth a fortune. It wasn't worth his effort. He could spend that time visiting a few antique markets instead, which would be more beneficial. "Let's split up and search," Su-chen suggested. The other two naturally had no objections. After Su-chen finished speaking, he walked directly towards the dressing table. Just the Wanwali dressing table was quite valuable. It was a rare lacquerware piece. In comparison, the copper mirror on it seemed much more ordinary. Fortunately, there was also a jewelry box on the dressing table. Su Chen opened it to find exquisite and valuable jewelry. If nothing unexpected, these were the gifts Wu Sangue prepared for Chen Yuan back in the day. Just these pieces of jewelry, along with the dressing table, were worth over 100 million. However, Su Chen was still somewhat unsatisfied. He hadn't sought this treasure for such superficial things. What Su Chen wanted was a town artifact. Only such an item could take him further. Just as Su Chen was feeling dejected, he suddenly heard He Yueyao's exclamation. "Senior brother." Su Chen hurriedly walked towards her. "Senior brother, look at this." He Yueyao pointed at an open box, her voice trembling slightly. It had originally been placed at the head of the bed, and now it was opened by He Yueyao. Su Chen focused his gaze and saw a milky white seal. It seemed he thought of something, and his breath nearly stopped. Suppressing his excitement, Su Chen slowly walked over. At that moment, Professor Xiang also rushed over, and upon seeing the seal, he paused in his tracks. Su Chen, lift it up. Professor Xiang, being older, was even struggling to hold the flashlight steadily when he saw the seal. Su Chen lifted the seal, which bore the inscription, "Receive the mandate of heaven, may you live long and prosper," in 8 characters. One corner of the seal was slightly damaged, with gold inlaid on it. "Professor Xiang, do you think this is?" Su Chen asked uncertainly. "That's right, this is the imperial seal of the nation." Professor Xiang had previously mentioned to Su Chen that the town artifacts used in the past were all the imperial seal of the nation. After Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 states, he made the He Shi buy into the imperial seal of the nation. The Chancellor Li Si inscribed the 8 characters "Receive the mandate of heaven, may you live long and prosper" in large seal script. During the chaos at the end of the Qin dynasty, Liu Bang led his troops into Xianying first. The last ruler of the Qin, Ying, presented the emperor's seal to Liu Bang. During the 3 Kingdoms period, the seal belonged to Wei, and when the 3 kingdoms were unified, the seal returned to Jin. Later, amidst the turmoil of war, the seal changed hands several times. When the Sui unified Huaxia, the imperial seal entered the Sui palace. After the fall of the Sui, Empress Xiao took the imperial grandson Zheng Dao and fled with the imperial seal into the northern deserts of the Turks. In the 4th year of the Tang Jingwan era, Li Jing led an army to attack the Turks. That same year, Empress Xiao suddenly returned to the central plains with the imperial grandson Zheng Dao, and the imperial seal returned to the Li Tang. After the seal returned to the central plains, it changed hands several more times, and finally, at the end of the Ming dynasty, with Emperor Chongzhen's suicide, it also disappeared. The Manchu Tartars, having usurped the throne, sought this seal to prove their identity. However, despite searching through the Forbidden City, they still could not find it. In the end, they could only carve a new one based on the original. It seems that this imperial seal has been obtained by Wu Sangue. Mandated by heaven, it signifies longevity and prosperity. Even Su Chen, upon seeing these 8 characters, couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions, unable to calm down for a long time. Not to mention Wu Sangue, who holds a powerful army. It's no wonder he declared himself independent. According to the rightful order, Wu Sangue indeed has this qualification. I didn't expect that I would end up being prophetic. Professor Xiang shook his head. He never thought that the example he gave to Su Chen about what a town object was, the imperial seal, would actually be seen today. "This thing is extraordinary, Xiao Zhe." Professor Xiang looked at Su Chen, his expression serious. "The jade dragon you submitted before, as a town object, can only be considered the lowest tier. Is there a hierarchy for these things?" He Yueyao asked curiously. Previously, when discussing town objects, Su Chen had mentioned what they were. Seeing the look in He Yueyao's eyes, Su Chen shook his head. "I don't know either." "Professor, stop keeping us in suspense." Hearing Su Chen's words, Professor Xiang continued to explain. "Town objects indeed have levels. For example, the town object you submitted before was just recently mined. Although it can be considered a town object, its suppression of national fortune can only be said to be better than nothing. Otherwise, the Yi family wouldn't have just wanted to buy it from you." Su Chen nodded. The deeper he understood, the more he regretted having publicly revealed the town object. This kind of town object is the lowest tier, and this imperial seal is the highest tier. One is the lowest, the other the highest. The difference is clear. This seal during the Ming dynasty could probably suppress the fortune of a nation. When the Manchus entered the pass, they must have put in a lot of effort. I didn't expect it to be taken by Wu Sangue. Professor Xiang sighed as he looked at the seal. Indeed, it shows that Wu Sangue had ambitions of treason back then. But I didn't expect him to be such a romantic. He actually placed this seal in the treasure chamber built for Chen Yuan. Su Chen also felt a bit emotional. Seeing the arrangement of the treasure chamber, he knew very well what it was for. No wonder Wu Sangue could act with such boldness for a beauty. Thinking of this, Suchen couldn't help but become curious about Chen Yuanyuan's appearance to have captivated Wu Sangue so completely. While Suchen was lost in thought, Professor Xiang interrupted him. Suchen, are you planning to hand over this seal? Yes. Suchen was a bit puzzled. He had already discussed this with Professor Xiang long ago. Moreover, the professor had insisted that he submit the town object. What's wrong, Professor? Suchen asked. My suggestion is that we keep this town object. Hearing Professor Xiang's words, Suchen and He Yueyao gasped. Keep it? He Yueyao's expression turned strange upon hearing the professor's proposal. I didn't expect you, Professor, to still have such ambitions at your age. But given the current situation, it might not be very likely. Professor Xiang saw the look in He Yueyao's eyes and knew she was thinking in the wrong direction. What are you thinking? Suchen was the first to act, tapping He Yueyao's forehead. He Yueyao shrank her neck and stuck out her tongue at Suchen. What the professor means is that the Tianji Association is corrupt. If we hand over such a town object, it probably won't reach the hands of the state. Either our contributions will be swallowed up. Right, Professor. Suchen looked at Professor Xiang. Professor Xiang had a look of approval. Exactly, that's what I mean. Our country is currently prosperous and thriving. We don't need to rush this. I'm also considering you. So that's what you meant. Senior brother, the professor is right. Let's keep it. Suchen nodded. Alright, but this matter about the town object should only be known to the three of us. Of course. Good. Naturally, the two wouldn't oppose Suchen's suggestion. Suchen put the jade seal back into the box and let He Yueyao hold it. The box wasn't heavy, but He Yueyao felt it was weighing heavily in her arms. This was the jade seal. Just thinking about it made her heart surge with excitement. He Yueyao held it tightly. Suchen and Professor Xiang continued to search the stone chamber, but there were no other treasures to be found. To prevent any oversight, Suchen instructed his men to bring in the dirt truck. This had been prepared long ago, and the truck's compartment was filled with wooden boxes cushioned with sponge, meant for transferring any treasures that might be here. Initially, he thought one truck might not be enough, but given the current situation, one dirt truck was more than sufficient. Suchen supervised his men as they moved items from the stone chamber, fearing he might overlook something. Once the stone chamber was emptied, Suchen looked around again. There were no other hidden compartments. Throughout the process, He Yueyao had been following closely behind Suchen. What about this secret room? Only Suchen, Professor Xiang, and He Yueyao remained in the stone chamber. Let's step outside first. Suchen led the two out. He then closed the door of the stone chamber and took out the correct key. He inserted the incorrect key instead. A loud click echoed, and a tremendous noise came from within the stone chamber. It was clear that the self-destruct mode had been activated. The three of them looked at the stone door in fear. If they had chosen incorrectly, the jade seal would be lost forever. Let's go, they'll bury the rest back. Suchen picked up the relief sculpture from the stone door, along with those on the ground. These were also rare treasures. Once Suchen's men covered the area, no one would ever know what had happened here. After everything was settled, Suchen headed straight to the ghost market, to Hong Jie's shop. Ahem. Seeing Hong Jie engrossed in a drama at the counter, Suchen cleared his throat a couple of times. Hong Jie thought it was a customer. When she looked up and saw it was Suchen, her eyes filled with surprise. Su Jian, call me by my name. Suchen reminded her. After all, this was the ghost market, and Hong Jie's identity as an informant meant it was best not to expose it. Suchen, you're here. Realizing her mistake, Hong Jie quickly corrected herself. She closed the door and, like last time, went to bring Suchen tea and snacks. Suchen didn't stand on ceremony and boldly sat down next to Hong Jie. The strong scent of masculinity instantly enveloped her. Suchen, there's something I don't know if I should ask. Go ahead. I heard from people in the association that you had a conflict with old Tian. It won't affect you, will it? Suchen raised an eyebrow. You're quite well informed. No wonder. You're an informant. Don't worry, I'm fine. Hearing Suchen's words, Hong Jie's concern lessened a bit. I was just worried about you. Hong Jie stammered. By the way, did you come to see me for something? With her question, Suchen directly stated his purpose. I have a batch of goods, can you help me sell them? Ha! Hong Jie was taken aback. The sales channels of the Tianji Association were much faster than hers. Moreover, with Suchen's identity, no one would dare to deceive him. Is your situation really that difficult now? Seeing Hong Jie's expression, Suchen realized she misunderstood. The batch of goods he wanted to sell was naturally from the treasure chamber. If handed over to the Tianji Association, it could potentially expose some things. It was more convenient to sell them through Hong Jie. Suchen pointed to the ground. Hong Jie understood. It seemed to be items like burial goods, which indeed were not suitable for sale through an official organization like the Tianji Association. I didn't expect you to have such channels. That's no problem, just leave it to me. Hong Jia patted her chest in assurance. This was her line of work, so there would be no issues. Want to take a look with me? Sure. Hong Jia was straightforward and trusted Su Chen, closing the shop and following him out. For convenience, the warehouse Su Chen rented was right next to the ghost market. Aside from some rare items, most of the remaining things were placed here. Wow! As soon as Hong Jia entered the warehouse, she was so astonished that she couldn't speak. These items were preserved in such perfect condition. The stone chamber had no air circulation, almost sealed off, so these things had not undergone any oxidation. She immediately spotted the wooden bed of Chen Yuan and couldn't help but walk over. Looking at the exquisitely crafted and well-preserved bed, she realized she had only seen such craftsmanship in the Forbidden City. After all, this was the bed where the empresses slept. To be honest, if we put it that way, with Wu Sangue declaring himself emperor, wasn't Chen Yuan an empress too? Hong Jia began to look around, her mouth agape in astonishment. So, what do you think? Not bad, right? Su Chen said, a bit smug. I thought you had blown open the Ming tombs. These items must have belonged to favored concubines in the palace. I didn't expect your eyesight to be so good. Truly a noble concubine, Hong Jia said casually, but that made these items even more significant. Chen Yuan. Su Chen uttered those 3 words. Just those 3 words added a lot of weight. Su Chen, to be honest with you, these items are rare treasures. If they were put on the market, I can't imagine how many people would covet them. I might not be able to handle it all by myself. I might need to find someone to help sell a portion. Su Chen nodded. Understood. You take charge of everything. Afterward, I'll give you a 10% cut as a reward for your hard work. You can distribute it as you see fit. But one thing, it must be kept confidential. We can reveal Chen Yuan's story since it's a selling point. As for the other items, Hong Jie nodded seriously. Just that 10% could be worth nearly 100 million, even though some would have to be shared. Keeping it confidential was naturally something she should do. Hong Jie was overjoyed, her smile almost bursting forth. Hey, Su Chen, how about you accompany me to a banquet? Later? It's just a few friends from the circle. It would be good for you to get to know them for work. After discussing the sales, Hong Jie hesitated for a moment before speaking to Su Chen. What's wrong? Do you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend again? Su Chen grinned at Hong Jie. Sure, I won't lose out. Hong Jie readily agreed. This arrangement was good. Given Su Chen's identity, attending such gatherings would inevitably be a bit inconvenient. The two decided on this. Su Chen drove according to the address Hong Jie provided. The destination turned out to be a nice hotel. The private room was filled with people around Hong Jie's age. When they saw Hong Jie and Su Chen enter together, especially a few young married women, their eyes lit up. Xiao Hong, is this the little wolf dog you caught? He looks so handsome. I'm really envious, one of the young married women said. Exactly. Little handsome guy, do you have any friends? Introduce us to a few. You really are impressive, Xiao Hong. The women took turns teasing, and Hong Jie's face turned red. Meanwhile, Su Chen remained composed, casually putting his arm around Hong Jie. That's right, I'm Hong Jie's boyfriend. Please take care of me from now on. The young married women burst into laughter. Hong Jie was quite shy but didn't refute him. Su Chen's interjection immediately made the atmosphere in the private room much more harmonious. These people no longer treated Su Chen's presence as a big deal. A group of them sat around the table. The women had a good attitude towards Su Chen. However, some of the remaining men were a bit jealous, especially since Hong Jie was the most striking among these women in their circle and was still single. Now that she had been taken by a pretty boy, it naturally stirred the men's dissatisfaction. Indeed, in everyone's eyes, Su Chen was just a kept pretty boy. Hong, where does your little boyfriend work? A bearded man asked, his tone dismissive. Clearly not taking Su Chen seriously, Hong Jie turned her gaze towards Su Chen, a point they hadn't discussed before coming here. Big brother, I just graduated from university and I'm unemployed. Su Chen smiled innocently. The few men looked at Su Chen with disdain. However, the women who had just teased him seemed even more intrigued. The dinner soon began. Su Chen's arrival was merely a minor episode. Before long, no one cared about him anymore. Su Chen didn't mind either. When the dishes were served, he quietly sat beside Hong Jie, serving her food. Occasionally, he even fed her a few bites himself. While others were unaware of Su Chen's identity, Hong Jie certainly knew. Watching Su Chen act so considerate, she almost forgot that they were pretending to be a couple. With his good looks and having saved her several times, Hong Jie found it hard to maintain her composure. Moreover, given Su Chen's status, everyone present would surely want to curry favor with him. The atmosphere became even more delicate. The others present, of course, were unaware of this. They had gathered today to discuss business matters. Old Zhang The Ming Dynasty porcelain you sold me last time, I still have. Buyers here. Do you have any left? The bearded man who had just inquired about Suchen asked the man next to him. Sure. It's still the same fake. You can pick, I guarantee it's genuine. Alright. That was about the extent of the conversation Suchen overheard. These transactions seemed quite normal. However, things started to feel increasingly off. From their exchanges, Suchen realized that these individuals were all involved in the black market antique trade. Logically, they shouldn't be protected by the authorities and would often face inspections. Yet, Suchen discovered that their business was surprisingly thriving. Particularly, one woman had recently managed to close a deal involving bronze artifacts. It's important to note that in Huagua, bronze artifacts cannot be traded privately. Any excavated bronze must be submitted to the state, even if it's privately owned and can be proven to have been passed down before the founding of the country. It still cannot be traded again, meaning that even if you have it at home, you can only display it. Aside from passing it down to descendants, gifting it is also prohibited. Moreover, all of these are banned from export. Suchen couldn't hold back any longer and interjected, "Sister, isn't trading bronze artifacts prohibited?" As soon as Suchen finished his question, the bearded man burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Hong, you really haven't told this kid anything. The woman who Suchen had questioned also covered her mouth and laughed. Little brother, you just graduated and know nothing. Do you know what a town object is? That's something the state is actively seeking. As long as you have money, forget about bronze artifacts. National treasures and town objects can be sold. Upon hearing this, Suchen's expression turned ashen. If it were just bronze artifacts, he could turn a blind eye, but town objects, that was Suchen's Achilles heel. Trading town objects, especially exporting them, was no different from treason. You brat! We were kindly teaching you, and you're pulling a face. The bearded man had long found Suchen displeasing, and now he finally found an opportunity. The woman selling bronze artifacts also looked displeased. If Suchen weren't brought by Hong Jia, she would have exploded. Suchen's expression grew worse. Hong Jia sensed the tension. Alright, university students are full of youthful vigor, thinking only of serving the country. Come out with me for a moment. Hong Jia smoothed things over and pulled Suchen away. This incident was thus covered up. Suchen said nothing more, staying in the car until Hong Jia finished the banquet. Suchen, I have something to tell you. As soon as Hong Jia returned, she lowered her voice. Suchen didn't intend to give her a hard time and asked, "What is it?" "Just now, before you left, they told me they had climbed up the social ladder but didn't specify who it was. However, it seems like a very powerful backer. They are now preparing to pull me into their circle for a big deal. Since you weren't there, I just agreed directly. Maybe I can take you undercover with me then, give you a chance to make a contribution." Hong Jie was tipsy, clearly having had quite a bit to drink. Suchen felt a bit touched, but after thinking for a moment, he still refused. "Maybe you shouldn't get involved. At this critical moment, the association has just completed a thorough investigation, and this matter is probably not as simple as you think. I don't want you to get into trouble. Whether you make a contribution or not is secondary. If something happens to you, I will feel guilty for a lifetime." Suchen spoke sincerely, and Hong Jie was naturally very moved. Plus, having just finished drinking, she wasn't quite sober. Looking at Suchen's concerned gaze, Hong Jie couldn't help but lean closer, her hand resting on Suchen's chest. "Alright, I'll listen to you." Boyfriend Hong Jie's eyes became increasingly enigmatic. Suchen certainly wouldn't refuse. The next day, Suchen woke up in Hong Jie's bed. Hong Jie had a satisfied look on her face, staring blankly at Suchen's broad back. When she saw Suchen wake up, she immediately climbed onto him, two soft bodies pressing against his back. "You're awake, my nemesis." Hong Jie spoke softly, her breath warm against Suchen's ear. Suchen turned around and pulled her delicate body into his embrace. The two of them relived the battle from the previous day. After it was over, Hong Jie lay in Suchen's arms, her face radiant. "You must take good care of yourself. I see that your Tianji Association situation is not much more peaceful than here in the ghost market. Especially with old Tian. When I first entered the industry, he was already one of the 7 lords. In this area, there's no one who doesn't know his name. I think it's better if you don't confront him directly." Suchen rubbed Hong Jie's cheek, smiling wryly as he said, "If even you know about it, how could I not see it? But it's no longer a matter of whether to confront old Tian. Some of his actions are truly against my principles. Before, I couldn't see how cunning he was. Now it seems that his promotion of me was merely to cultivate a puppet. I won't let him succeed." Suchen looked at the empty ceiling, his eyes filled with determination. "Anyway, I will share life and death with you. My life is yours." Hong Jie didn't refute, but her gaze towards Suchen was filled with admiration. "Alright, I'm leaving now." Suchen kissed Hong Jie on the forehead and then got up to prepare to leave. 2 days passed quietly like this, and Su Chen was invited to the old place to have afternoon tea with Yi Lan. The two of them didn't speak, and the atmosphere was somewhat strange. Don't you have anything you want to say? After all, we haven't seen each other for so long. Su Chen's voice broke the silence in the private room. You should understand. Yi Lan's face was filled with a strange expression. She knew Su Chen was asking knowingly. Are you talking about my matter with old Tian? What's wrong? Do you want to get involved and take sides? Yi Lan sighed and tentatively asked, is there really no room for negotiation in this matter? As long as you both take a step back, I can step in and represent the Yi family as a mediator. Su Chen knew that for Yi Lan to say this, she must have made a significant decision. The Yi family still had some face that old Tian would give. But it's no longer a matter of taking a step back. Su Chen laid out the truth. Old Tian supported me before, also to have a puppet. Now that I don't want to be this puppet anymore, do you think old Tian would be willing? How can we take a step back? Anyway, I am determined to become independent. This matter is fundamentally irreconcilable. I really appreciate you coming to talk to me about this, but it's better not to waste your efforts. After hearing Su Chen's words, Yi Lan fell into deep thought. She had watched Su Chen come this far and naturally understood that he was seeking revenge. Now she had no way out, even if the Yi family intervened. Old Tian would not give up on a supervisor. You should know that the position of Su Chen had been vacant for a long time, and no one took on the role of inspector because everyone was watching this position closely. Previously, there were many people from Jiangguotao, including Elder Tian and many others.